Your Froglet has brought back a special product, Devil Fruit. Your little one has returned with a specialty, Elixir of Immortality. Your child has returned bearing a unique item, Zampakudo, Ryron Roca. Traversing the Marvel Universe. Guo Feng never anticipated that he would find himself entwined in a game he once played, Traveling Frog. It had astonishingly become his golden finger. Moreover, the game's content had transformed entirely. The destinations of the little frog's travels had morphed into myriad realms. The specialties initially found in the game had evolved into rare artifacts from various worlds. At the outset, Guo Feng acquired a devil fruit, the Azure Dragon Fruit. Not only that, the friends made by the little frog would occasionally pay visits. Ding dong, your child's friend, the wind God Barbatos, has arrived for a visit. Do entertain him. Chapter 1. The Froglet that travels across realms. Marvel Universe. Froglet has embarked on a journey. The Froglet will periodically send back travel photographs. Please keep an eye out. Upon returning, the Froglet will bring back specialties and unique souvenirs from its travels. Do remember to collect them in the Stark Tower. Seated in his office, Guo Feng could not help but smile upon hearing the prompt in his mind. This little Froglet has finally set off on its adventure. 3 days prior, in an unforeseen incident, Guo Feng had traversed into the Marvel Universe. As a seasoned Marvel aficionado, he was acutely aware of the dangers lurking here. His identity in this body was that of an intern at Stark Industries, having inherited a fortune worth billions. While such circumstances would constitute a perfect life on Earth, in the Marvel Universe, lacking sufficient power could swiftly lead to tragedy. Fortunately, the following day, Guo Feng awakened his golden finger, and to his astonishment, it was none other than the game he had played in his past life, Traveling Frog. The gameplay was not overly complex. Players possessed a travel-loving little frog, and their task was to prepare luggage for its journeys. Subsequently, the little frog would embark on its travels, returning with various souvenirs and specialties. The function of the golden finger was based on this gameplay, differing only in that the little frog's travel destinations had transformed into myriad realms. The souvenirs and specialties the frog brought back would be unique product from these realms, which Guo Feng could utilize directly. The only aspect that left Guo Feng feeling helpless was the unpredictable timing of the frog's departures and returns. After a day of waiting, the little frog he had affectionately named Froglet finally set forth. Froglet, I hope you venture to a world of formidable might and bring back items that will enhance my strength, Guo Feng murmured, gazing at the game interface in his mind. He placed his hopes on the items the traveling frog would bring back, knowing that the current timeline coincided with the eve of Tony Stark's abduction. Tony Stark could forge Iron Man suits. He, however, could not. Without considerable strength, the events that were about to unfold could very well cost him his life. Guo Feng's expectations for the little frog were modest. He merely wished for some devil fruits, ninjutsu, or a Zampakudo. Of course, if it could reach a high martial world and procure items like supreme bones or the elixir of immortality, that would be even more splendid. At that moment, Guo Feng's phone rang, displaying a call from his boss. Tony Stark was seeking him? Upon answering the call, Tony informed him that in 2 days, he would be attending a live demonstration of the latest weapon at East Central, and he wanted Guo Feng to accompany him. Guo Feng was not surprised by Tony Stark's invitation. This body's parents had once been friends with Tony, and following their demise, Tony had taken great care of him. This time, not only was Tony bringing him along, but he also promised a promotion to a higher position within Stark Industries afterward. Guo Feng found himself in a dilemma. This event was a trap orchestrated by Obadiah, where no one except Tony Stark would survive. He had initially intended to find an excuse to abstain from the event, but upon reflection, he decided to take a gamble. The fates of both himself and Tony Stark rested upon his little Froglet. Froglet, everything relies on you, Guo Feng silently vowed. As the workday concluded, Guo Feng was intercepted in the parking lot by 2 burly men clad in black suits, brazenly brandishing firearms while fixating on him. Panic washed over Guo Feng as the armed duo approached and stated, Mr. Obadiah requests your presence. Please come with us. Faced with the firearms, Guo Feng had no choice but to comply. Simultaneously, he felt bewildered. Why would Obadiah be seeking him? Was it perhaps due to Tony Stark's invitation to East Central? The 2 men escorted Guo Feng to an opulent mansion, where he encountered Obadiah in the grand foyer. Guo Feng scrutinized the middle-aged Caucasian before him. Obadiah Stane, the second in command at Stark Industries and a friend of Tony Stark's father. Since Tony had taken over Stark Industries, he had regarded Obadiah as a close uncle, bestowing upon him unfettered trust. However, Guo Feng was acutely aware of Obadiah's ulterior motives. He harbored ambitions to usurp Tony Stark's position, and the impending live demonstration was undoubtedly his scheme. Obadiah donned a congenial smile. Tony has mentioned that he intends for you to accompany him to the demonstration. It seems you have earned his trust. Mr. Obadiah, what is it that you wish for me to do? In such a precarious situation, Guo Feng had no choice but to comply for the time being. Excellent. You are a perceptive individual. Rest assured, the task I require of you is quite straightforward. Obadiah nodded in satisfaction, instructing Guo Feng to surveil Tony Stark's every action during their journey and report back to him in a timely manner. Guo Feng immediately comprehended that Obadiah intended for him to take the fall. Under the impression that he had Guo Feng cornered, Obadiah soon released him. When Guo Feng returned home, it was just as evening descended. Upon arriving home, Guo Feng promptly opened the game interface. Froglet, please hurry back, he murmured anxiously, having spent the entire day preoccupied with thoughts of the traveling frog. Especially after being threatened by Obadiah, he felt an urgent need to grow stronger. Ding dong, the Froglet has returned. The Froglet has brought you travel specialties. Upon hearing the notification, Guo Feng's eyes lit up. Chapter 2. The first specialty, the Blue Dragon Fruit. Several prompt boxes materialized, yet Guo Feng disregarded the preceding information and focused solely on the final prompt. Within the box lay a small icon, representing the specialty brought back by the Tadpole from its recent journey. The icon depicted a blue fruit, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. Upon clicking the icon, a line of information emerged. Fish fruit, mythical beast type, blue dragon form, a specialty from the world of One Piece. This zoan-type devil fruit, when consumed, greatly enhances physical attributes and awakens the blue dragon and dragon man forms, granting mastery over various formidable abilities. Note: the fruit's weaknesses have been nullified and are further enhanced based on the host's world. Is it truly that powerful? Guo Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the specialty brought back from the Tadpole's inaugural journey would be a mythical beast-type fruit, rarer than even the natural-type fruits, and indeed one associated with the being famed as the strongest across land, sea, and air. The weaknesses of this devil fruit had been eradicated and even fortified. In the next moment, Guo Feng accessed the inventory interface in the game, which comprised 4 sections: Bento, items, talismans, and specialties. Clicking on specialties, the icon representing the blue dragon fruit appeared before Guo Feng's eyes. Would you like to extract this specialty? Yes. Guo Feng immediately felt a weight in his hand as a blue fruit materialized. Without hesitation, he took a bite. The taste was far from the unpalatable descriptions found in One Piece. Rather, it was quite delectable. Though only the first bite proved effective, Guo Feng consumed the entire fruit. After the initial bite, he felt a warm current surging within him, continuously invigorating his physique. His form remained unchanged, yet his muscles became distinctly well-defined, exuding an aesthetic appeal. He swiftly adapted to and harnessed the frenzied power bestowed by the fruit. With his newfound strength, tearing apart tanks and withstanding missiles would pose no challenge. Though the current environment did not afford him the opportunity to test the fruit's might. Obadiah, just wait and see, Guo Feng murmured, filled with confidence for the upcoming endeavors in the east with the power of the blue dragon fruit. Opening the game interface once more, he noticed the Tadpole, freshly returned from its journey, was resting. Guo Feng then explored the Tadpole's backpack, preparing for its next outing. At the game's inception, aside from the most economical bento, there was also a 4-leaf clover talisman gifted upon completing the novice tutorial. On its first journey, Guo Feng had only provided the Tadpole with a bento. However, the acquisition of the blue dragon fruit inspired him to equip the talisman that could enhance luck. Perhaps this journey could lead the Tadpole to a high martial world, yielding even better specialties. He hoped for nothing extravagant, perhaps a true immortal legacy or a unique cultivation physique and techniques. After some contemplation, Guo Feng accessed the in-game store. Compared to the original simplistic store of Travel Frog, the current shop boasted a more extensive array of items, all intended for the little frog's use. Essentials for travel such as bentos, talismans, and various items could be purchased here. Each item bore distinct effects, influencing the destinations the Tadpole visited, as well as the specialties and souvenirs it could bring back. The currency utilized in this shop was the game-exclusive 3-leaf clover. The initial allocation of 3-leaf clovers was meager, and combined with the harvest from days of in-game cultivation, Guo Feng possessed approximately 1,000 clovers. The cheapest bento demanded 10 clovers, and to ensure a fruitful journey, Guo Feng spent 200 clovers on a bento. He then spent 300 clovers to procure a black hat for the Tadpole. This hat, a permanent item, not only enhanced the tadpole's appearance, but also conferred additional benefits, making it the most cost-effective item in Guo Feng's current balance. After equipping the final 4-leaf clover talisman, Guo Feng sent the tadpole off on its journey. The tadpole set forth on its adventure. Only when he heard the sound indicating the tadpole's departure did Guo Feng finally allow himself to relax. The following day, the first thing Guo Feng did upon waking was to check the game interface, and then he proceeded to Stark Industries. Upon arriving at the company entrance, a Lamborghini halted before him, its window rolling down to reveal Tony Stark's head peering out. "Good morning, Jack. I have some bad news to impart." "Hello, Mr. Stark. Please, speak plainly. I believe I can handle it," Guo Feng replied nonchalantly, discerning that Stark's demeanor was less than favorable, likely a result of a wild night, though thankfully, his evolutionary life tier ensured he faced no dire risks. "The military has encountered an unexpected situation and requires us to head to the east today. As you know, I abhor being compelled, but after some persuasion, I reluctantly agreed, though I assure you, there will be no next time." Guo Feng was taken aback. The trip to the east had been scheduled for the following day. However, he quickly deduced the reason for the change. Obadiah? This man was even more decisive and ruthless than he had imagined. Faced with this situation, Guo Feng remained unfazed, instead brimming with anticipation. The event occurring ahead of schedule provided him with an excellent opportunity to test his newfound strength. Chapter 3. An Assault, Mere Missiles. As noon approached, Guo Feng and Tony Stark boarded a private jet bound for the east, accompanied by Obadiah and dozens of bodyguards. Guo Feng was acutely aware that these individuals were all affiliated with Obadiah. On the plane, Obadiah cast a meaningful glance at Guo Feng before engaging in conversation with Stark. Stark held a profound trust in this uncle. Upon arriving in the east, the group proceeded to the location for the demonstration of new weaponry, which unfolded seamlessly under Stark's guidance. Observing the explosive display of the new cluster missiles, Guo Feng felt an urge to participate, not by launching the missiles himself, but rather to experience the thrill of the blast, testing the resilience of his own body. It was no wonder that Kaido from One Piece recklessly sought danger. With a physique rivaling that of a deity, he could engage in such antics without concern. Quite astonishing, isn't it, Jack? With weapons like these, the terrorists in the east could be easily dealt with, Stark remarked with a chuckle, envisioning those terrorists obliterated in the ensuing chaos, ushering in peace to this tumultuous region. After the weapon demonstration, Stark prepared to depart in a military vehicle. As Stark's advisor, Guo Feng shared the vehicle with him, while Obadiah concocted an excuse to remain behind. Amidst the desert, the convoy of military vehicles traversed the terrain, one of which held Stark engaged in light-hearted banter with the soldiers. With a quiet crunch, Guo Feng discreetly crushed the communicator that Obadiah had handed him, his gaze fixed intently out of the window, sensing multiple individuals converging upon the convoy. Obadiah was about to make his move. Meanwhile, seated in a military tent awaiting news, Obadiah erupted in fury upon hearing of Guo Feng's disappearance. "That damned yellow-skinned monkey dares to defy me. I had intended to spare his life this time, but if he is so ungrateful, let him perish." Obadiah's visage twisted into a sinister grin as he instructed his subordinates to inform the terrorists that they were free to act. Back at the convoy, Stark noticed Guo Feng's unwavering gaze out the window, and an ominous premonition settled within him. "Mr. Stark, an attack is imminent, but rest assured, I will ensure your safety." "An attack?" Stark exclaimed, his surprise quickly morphing into a chuckle. "This is a military convoy, and everything is well prepared. Those terrorists stand no chance." "What if they are using Stark Industries weapons?" "Impossible." Stark Industries weapons. Before Stark could finish his sentence, the vehicle behind them was suddenly besieged. A barrage of gunfire swiftly rendering the military forces incapacitated. As he gazed at the explosion behind him, Tony Stark could hardly believe his eyes. He instantly recognized the missiles that had been unleashed as weapons manufactured by Stark Industries, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, another wave of missiles was already hurtling towards him. Bang! Guo Feng kicked the car door aside and seized Tony Stark by the collar, charging out. It was only after they landed that Tony realized they had traveled several hundred meters away. What was that? Tony's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Guo Feng, who had covered such a distance in the blink of an eye. This was utterly preposterous. "Jack, what exactly are you?" Guo Feng smiled slightly. "Rest assured, Mr. Stark. I am still human, merely endowed with certain powers." Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Guo Feng's body, and in that instant, Tony Stark felt as though he were witnessing a raging divine dragon. In the next moment, the upper half of Guo Feng's suit exploded, revealing dragon-like scales spreading across his skin, while majestic dragon horns sprouted from the sides of his forehead. The military convoy was nearly obliterated after several rounds of bombardment, and the terrorists lying in wait outside had yet to revel in their triumph when they spotted a figure hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. What is that? The reconnaissance unit was taken aback upon seeing Guo Feng's appearance, and they cried out in unison, "A demon! It's a demon!" The leader of the terrorists scoffed at his subordinates' words, confident in his high-tech weaponry, dismissing any notion of a demon. Under the assault of cluster missiles, even the Lord of Hell would perish. Boom, boom, boom. The cluster missiles accurately rained down upon Guo Feng, and the terrorists displayed disdain in the face of the dense explosions. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Guo Feng's silhouette surged forth from the clouds of dust created by the blasts. Initially taken aback by the concentrated fire, Guo Feng soon realized the formidable strength of the Qinglong fruit. The firepower capable of flattening a small mountain felt like a mere blind massage upon his body. Chapter 4. The monster's physique, absolutely overwhelming. Witnessing Guo Feng emerge unscathed from the explosion, the terrorists were left dumbfounded. By the time they regained their composure, Guo Feng had already breached their defenses. Open fire. Hundreds of terrorists present brandished their weapons, forming a dense net of gunfire aimed squarely at Guo Feng. He abandoned all attempts at evasion, absorbing the full brunt of the onslaught. Bullets ricocheted off his body, while anti-tank weaponry and RPGs felt akin to a gentle massage for him. As the terrorists beheld Guo Feng enduring all harm without so much as a scratch, fear swiftly enveloped the scene. Guo Feng then launched his counteroffensive, his explosive speed leaving the terrorists utterly unprepared. With a single punch, he rendered a pickup truck mounted with a machine gun into scrap, the immense force pulverizing the terrorists atop it into mere fragments. Is he that powerful? Guo Feng was secretly astonished. His punch possessed less than half the strength, yet its might surpassed that of a cannonball. As for the sensation of taking a life for the first time, apologies, but Guo Feng felt not a shred of remorse towards these deadly terrorists. In less than half a minute, Guo Feng, with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, shattered the terrorists' ranks, decimating nearly half of them. Faced with such a scenario, the morale of the remaining terrorists crumbled, and they fled in a frantic panic. Demon, return to hell. The previously boastful terrorist leader, now engulfed in overwhelming fear, wildly sprayed bullets at Guo Feng with a heavy machine gun. Guo Feng advanced towards him, effortlessly crushing the gun barrel with his fingers, before delivering a swift blow that sent the man straight to hell. As for the fleeing terrorists, Guo Feng had no intention of letting them escape. In the next moment, he exhaled a torrent of scorching breath, a searing wave engulfing the vicinity, instantly vaporizing both terrorists and their weaponry under the blaze, leaving behind only a searing wasteland. Breathing heavily, Guo Feng exited his dragon form, seeking out Tony Stark. Tony Stark's astonishment had yet to dissipate. He had witnessed the entire ordeal, particularly Guo Feng's miraculous endurance against the cluster missiles, which shattered his previous understanding of mortality. He had always perceived flesh and blood as fragile. Even a super soldier like Captain America remained vulnerable before modern weaponry. But the situation with Guo Feng was beyond his imagination. Mr. Stark, I have completely eradicated the terrorists who attacked us. Our current situation is secure. As Guo Feng approached, Tony instinctively took a step back, though he quickly adjusted his mindset. I apologize if my words seem presumptuous, but are you truly Jack? Tony scrutinized Guo Feng earnestly. Unfazed by Tony's skepticism, Guo Feng patiently replied, Indeed, it is I, Mr. Stark. You must understand that this world is far from ordinary, and I am fortunate enough to possess extraordinary powers. Tony nodded, recalling Guo Feng's transformation, which not only exuded an impressive appearance, but also showcased formidable strength. Glancing at himself, apart from his wealth, he was an unequivocal mortal. Had it not been for Guo Feng's protection, he would likely have met the same fate as those soldiers. The sheer potential of individual power opened a new door for Tony Stark. However, the notion of enhancement akin to Guo Feng's was not what Tony desired. He had always revered science and technology as the true sources of strength. With this thought in mind, he turned to Guo Feng, speaking gravely, Jack, upon our return, you shall serve as the acting director of Stark Industries. I require some time for personal research. Tony's decision to appoint Guo Feng as acting director stemmed from the trust earned through this life-saving act, as well as his suspicion that the attack might be linked to Obadiah. By temporarily stepping back, he could gain a clearer understanding of the internal dynamics within Stark Industries. Guo Feng felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He had initially worried that his interference would divert Tony Stark from the path of Iron Man. But it appeared that not only had he not strayed, but progress may have accelerated. The position of acting director also aligned perfectly with his intentions. As his relationship with Obadiah had long since become a bitter vendetta, making Stark Industries an ideal battleground. By the way, Jack, do you have a way to return? Tony's expression darkened. Being stranded in the desert without any communication devices made a swift return seem improbable. Guo Feng smiled mysteriously. Of course. We can be back in New York within an hour. Under Tony Stark's astonished gaze, purple flames billowed from beneath Guo Feng's feet, enveloping them both as they soared skyward. The speed at which the flame cloud propelled them surpassed Tony Stark's wildest imagination. By his estimation, they were traveling at 6 Mach. Furthermore, the speed continued to increase as they flew. Meanwhile, Obadiah awaited news in his military tent, seated comfortably with a goblet of fine wine, his face radiating joy. To him, this operation seemed almost foolproof, convinced that the equipment and firepower he had provided would guarantee victory. Yet, when his subordinate entered with a somber expression, an unsettling premonition washed over Obadiah. After receiving a detailed report of the situation, the complete annihilation of the terrorists and Tony Stark's disappearance, Obadiah was left utterly flabbergasted. The scene, in his eyes, resembled a divine retribution. Quick, return to Stark Industries with utmost haste. In New York, my goodness. I seriously suspect you are some form of advanced life form. It took us less than 20 minutes to return from the desert to New York. Tony Stark exclaimed incredulously atop the Stark Tower. Guo Feng smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. This was merely the beginning. Once he fully developed the Qinglong fruit to the extent of transforming into a dragon, circumnavigating the globe would be child's play, and even traversing the solar system would be well within reach. Tony Stark led Guo Feng to his office and immediately contacted Pepper Potts. After addressing the relevant matters, Tony Stark patted Guo Feng's shoulder and remarked, "Henceforth, Potts will assist you in the management of the company." In the next moment, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Jack, if, and I emphasize if, Obadiah is indeed the mastermind behind this incident, I ask that you hand him over to me. This is, after all, a personal vendetta between him and me. I cannot guarantee much, but should Obadiah act recklessly, I shall endeavor to leave him with a semblance of life." Guo Feng's tone was resolute, for he understood that a deranged ambition could not be met with leniency or complacency. Tony Stark displayed a resigned smile before departing in his private elevator. Shortly thereafter, Pepper Potts entered the office, her visage laden with concern and confusion. "What on earth happened that Tony appointed you as the acting director?" Despite her awareness of the familial bond akin to that of uncle and nephew between Tony Stark and Guo Feng, it was clear that Obadiah, as the second-in-command, was the most suitable candidate in terms of experience and capability. Guo Feng refrained from elucidating the situation to Pepper. Although she was trustworthy, her impulsive nature had, on several occasions, caused Tony Stark considerable distress. When Guo Feng remained silent, Pepper had no choice but to take her leave. Once Pepper departed, Guo Feng activated the game interface in his mind. The Tadpole was still on its journey but had sent back photos from its travels. In the images, the Tadpole was aboard a ship, conversing with an elderly man clad in a white naval uniform, the word justice emblazoned prominently on his back. Guo Feng instantly recognized the identity of the elder. "Goodness, isn't that Vice Admiral Garp? Yet again, I find myself in the world of One Piece. Tadpole, do you aspire to become the Pirate King?" Despite his light-hearted banter, Guo Feng felt a flicker of anticipation within. For the world of One Piece was replete with unique treasures. Last time, it had been the Azure Dragon Fruit. He wondered what the Tadpole would bring back this time. Having collected the clovers from the plantation, Guo Feng closed the game interface and began his meditation. Since consuming the fruit, he had observed that his most rapid progress had been in combat, closely followed by meditation. Meanwhile, Pepper informed the upper echelons of Stark Industries to commence the arrangements Tony had delegated. By the time Obadiah returned, it was already a foregone conclusion that Guo Feng would assume the role of acting director. Upon entering the premises, Obadiah learned of this development and nearly choked with rage. He had orchestrated his plans for so long, only to have Guo Feng thwart him at the final moment. The most concerning aspect was that Tony Stark had safely returned to Stark Industries, amplifying Obadiah's apprehension. He immediately prepared to meet with Tony, eager to either dispel his suspicions or glean some insight. However, Tony Stark declined Obadiah's request for a meeting, informing him that all matters prior to his reinstatement as chairman would be under Guo Feng's purview. "Damn it, what kind of potion has that yellow-skinned monkey fed Tony?" Obadiah cursed, though what perplexed him most was how Guo Feng and Tony had managed to return to the company so swiftly. Even a supersonic jet could not achieve such speed. Could it be some form of sorcery akin to the legends of the Dragon Kingdom? Before long, Obadiah received yet another piece of grim news. Guo Feng announced the temporary suspension of Obadiah's position on the board and initiated an investigation against him in the name of the board. This is intolerable. Do they think that with Tony's backing, they can challenge me? I will make this yellow-skinned monkey pay dearly. Obadiah seethed with fury. If he was at a disadvantage in the workplace, he would resort to alternative methods to redress the balance. Having exited Stark Industries, Tony Stark arrived at his seaside villa and commenced his research in the basement. He had already formulated a direction for his studies after witnessing Guo Feng's combat. Utilizing the arc reactor of Stark Industries as a power source, he aimed to create an exceptional battle suit for individual soldiers. According to Tony's projections, this research could yield results within a month. On the other hand, after imposing a series of sanctions on Obadiah's position, Guo Feng returned home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he furrowed his brow before breaking into a smile. Obadiah was more decisive than he had anticipated. Having just instituted sanctions, he had dispatched armed forces to eliminate him, fully intending to sever ties. At that moment, within Guo Feng's opulent mansion, over 100 heavily armed mercenaries lay in ambush, all trusted confidants of Obadiah, each one a seasoned elite. Such a lavish display led many to believe that Obadiah had lost his mind. Guo Feng's background had been thoroughly investigated, revealing him to be merely a wealthy, ordinary individual. Even if he had suddenly acquired power, it could only be at the level of an ordinary mutant, easily dispatched by a modicum of heavy firepower. Guo Feng exited his vehicle and strolled into the mansion with a light step. As a sniper atop the roof spotted Guo Feng, they quickly aimed for his head and fired. The bullet struck Guo Feng's skull, but instead of the anticipated explosion, the bullet was rendered useless, leaving no trace whatsoever. What? Witnessing this, the assembled mercenaries were collectively dumbfounded, and upon realizing Guo Feng's extraordinary nature, they immediately switched to free-fire mode, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon him. Faced with such a barrage, Guo Feng could not be bothered to activate his dragon form. He charged into the mansion, dispatching the armed assailants with his bare hands. When conventional weaponry proved ineffective, these foes crumbled before Guo Feng. The frequency of gunfire within the mansion rapidly diminished, and in less than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, silence reigned. Guo Feng exited the mansion, clad in a fresh suit. Chapter 5. The First Encounter with Peter Parker. Given that Obadiah had chosen to take action, Guo Feng would not remain idle. The flames of the cloud twisted within him as he soared toward Obadiah's estate. S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury gazed gravely at several photographs spread across the table, captured by agents in the East. A fierce battle had evidently transpired, yet aside from the remnants of U.S. military forces, the attackers' tracks had been meticulously erased, leaving behind only scorched earth. The sole clue was that this incident bore a connection to Tony Stark. The thought of this individual stirred a complex mix of emotions within Fury. After all, Tony's father was one of the founders of S-H-I-E-L-D, and the implications of his influence could complicate any investigation. At that moment, Agent Coulson approached Fury, delivering the latest intelligence from Stark Industries. What? Stark Industries has appointed an acting director, and Tony Stark has vanished? Fury was taken aback. The acting director was not a member of the existing board, but rather an unexpected arrival from the Dragon Kingdom. After reviewing Guo Feng's dossier, Fury felt an undeniable allure. He was merely an ordinary scion of wealth, despite his parents' connections to Tony Stark. Yet, given Tony's typical modus operandi, he would never appoint someone like this as acting director. He would have logically chosen Obadiah as his successor. The battle in the East, the acting director, and Tony Stark's disappearance. Fury's eyes narrowed as he connected the dots, suspecting that these events were intricately linked to the newly appointed director. He turned to Coulson and instructed, Coulson, have Natasha pause her mission in the Bear Country and send her to Stark Industries to investigate this Guo Feng from the Dragon Kingdom. This task is to be classified as an S-level priority, and you are responsible for coordinating with Natasha. As the flames descended, Guo Feng arrived at Obadiah's estate only to find it entirely deserted. He felt no disappointment. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, especially one as ambitious as Obadiah. However, this failed assault would likely deter Obadiah from returning to Stark Industries. Yet, he would not remain hidden forever. Should he dare to show his face again, Guo Feng would ensure he had no opportunity for a comeback. The following morning, Guo Feng arrived at Stark Industries, and as he had anticipated, the board was unable to reach Obadiah. However, what he desired had already been acquired. A black USB drive twirled between Guo Feng's fingers, containing irrefutable evidence of Obadiah's collusion with terrorists and illicit transactions. Subsequently, he summoned Pepper Potts, instructing her to deliver it to Tony Stark. Following this, Guo Feng accessed the game interface, where Froglet's journey continued, accompanied by yet another photograph. In the image, Froglet was at the Navy headquarters, flanked by the 3 admirals and fleet admiral alongside Carp. Guo Feng exclaimed in astonishment, noting that Froglet's stature was comparable to that of Shanks, who had consumed the face fruit. Hurry back, Froglet. I hope you bring back more local specialties this time. Meanwhile, in the basement where he was researching his armor, Tony Stark received Guo Feng's USB drive. Upon viewing the heinous deeds committed by Obadiah, Stark felt an icy chill run through him. The man he had regarded as an uncle had so grievously betrayed him. After the initial surge of anger subsided, Stark quickly regained his composure. Dealing with Obadiah at this moment was implausible. Only once the iron suit was fully operational could he contemplate such a confrontation. Stark gazed at the iron frame on the workstation, marveling at the swift progress of the research, which had exceeded his expectations. What he initially anticipated would take a month might be completed in less than a week. In truth, the energy source, materials, and design were all relatively straightforward for Stark. The real time and effort were consumed in calibrating the suit's performance to Guo Feng's specifications. At Stark Industries, Guo Feng departed his office, intending to meander through the company premises. As he traversed the lobby, he spotted a familiar figure. A striking woman clad in a white business attire was approaching the elevator, carrying a stack of documents. Was that Black Widow? What was she doing at Stark Industries at this time? Guo Feng furrowed his brow. Black Widow's presence here was undoubtedly to gather intelligence on Iron Man, who had yet to emerge. Suddenly realizing the implications, Guo Feng understood that his sudden appointment as acting director might have drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The thought of that shadowy organization soured his mood. He harbored no fondness for S.H.I.E.L.D. He would prefer to be a so-called villain than to join their ranks. Contemplating the Avengers, he hoped for the organization's establishment. Yet allowing that black egg to intervene and exert control was out of the question. Thus, a plan began to form in his mind, albeit one that would require time for his own growth and strength. Regarding Black Widow's activities at Stark Industries, Guo Feng decided to remain vigilant but would not intervene excessively. At noon, Guo Feng drove to a high school in Queens. There, a limited edition Lamborghini supercar attracted the attention of passers-by and students alike. Guo Feng's gaze fixated on the school entrance, awaiting the individual he sought. Peter Parker emerged from the crowd, walking briskly. His keen senses detected Guo Feng's scrutiny at once. Although he was unaware of the stranger's interest, Peter opted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even if this person followed him, he could easily lose them in a nearby alley. Guo Feng was not surprised to see Peter hurry away. Such vigilance was expected of a superhero. Peter's incidental presence was secondary. Guo Feng's true objective in Queens lay with Oscorp. This technological giant, rivaling Stark Industries, housed a wealth of valuable resources. As the acting director of Stark Industries, Guo Feng swiftly gained access to Oscorp and was soon greeted by Norman Osborn. "Welcome, Mr. Jack, to Oscorp," Norman Osborn smiled. His surprise at Guo Feng's arrival was palpable. He had only just received news of the upheaval at Stark Industries and had intended to gauge Guo Feng's character. The fact that the young man had approached him first was unexpected. How young he is, Norman mused, perplexed by Tony Stark's decisions, yet he dared not underestimate Guo Feng. He even contacted his son, urging him to return promptly. As a fellow young man, he hoped his son would forge a connection with Guo Feng. After exchanging pleasantries, Guo Feng addressed Norman Osborn. "Mr. Osborn, I am aware of Oscorp's capabilities, and I have come here today to tour your laboratories." Chapter 6, Meeting Dr. Connors. At this moment, Norman Osborn had awakened to his Green Goblin persona. Upon hearing Guo Feng's request, he readily acquiesced. Had Tony Stark himself been present, Norman might have hesitated. But a fledgling like Guo Feng was easily manageable. With Norman's consent, Guo Feng had achieved his purpose for visiting Oscorp. Next, Guo Feng proceeded to Oscorp's experimental zone. After observing a portion of the experiments, he arrived at a laboratory dedicated to reptilian biology. Noticing Guo Feng's interest, Norman Osborn explained, "The head of this laboratory is Dr. Connors, one of our most esteemed researchers. Unfortunately, in an accident, Dr. Connors lost his right arm. However, this has not hampered his research." Guo Feng was no stranger to Dr. Connors. Once a battlefield physician, he had lost his arm during a terrorist attack, subsequently retreating to pursue biological research. This obsession stemmed from his loss. Later, Connors established a reptilian biology research lab at a state university, seeking substantial funding for his ambitious project. While serving as a researcher at the university, he also joined Oscorp. Guo Feng understood all too well that Connors' ultimate research would lead him to transform into the lizard. However, Guo Feng had no intention of obstructing this path, as the lizard would prove to be a formidable adversary. "Is Dr. Connors present in the laboratory?" Guo Feng inquired. Norman Osborn shook his head. Unfortunately, Dr. Connors is at the State University. He rarely visits Oscorp. Nevertheless, his talents are exceptional, and the corporation has provided him with ample support. Norman Osborne was quite invested in Connors' research. While it might not significantly benefit him, it had considerable implications for Oscorp and its future plans. However, despite the substantial investment of time and resources, Oscorp had yet to see results, prompting Norman to issue Connors an ultimatum. With numerous crucial projects in the pipeline, he could not afford to dedicate excessive focus to Connors. Disappointed, Guo Feng left the experimental area after a brief stay. There was little more to see, and lingering served no purpose. Upon his exit, Harry Osborne, Norman's only son, awaited him at the entrance. "Harry, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Jack, the acting director of Stark Industries." Harry Osborne smiled and nodded. "Hello, Mr. Jack. It is a pleasure to have you at Oscorp." After a brief introduction, Norman Osborne turned to Guo Feng, saying, "Jack, I shall leave you in Harry's capable hands. I am not feeling well." With that, Norman Osborne took his leave via a private elevator. Harry, concerned that Guo Feng might be displeased, explained, "My father has been like this lately. He suddenly feels unwell. Perhaps due to overwork. Has your father's condition improved?" Guo Feng inquired, assuming Harry was concerned about Norman Osborne's health. Harry candidly replied, "Not at all. Sometimes my father is gone for half the day, and even with a doctor, there seems to be no remedy." He lowered his voice, adding, "Sometimes my father feels like a different person altogether, but perhaps that is just my imagination." "Foolish child, it is certainly not mere imagination. A demon has emerged within your father's consciousness." Harry's words allowed Guo Feng to roughly ascertain the situation regarding Norman Osborne. The Green Goblin posed a significant threat, necessitating careful preparations for what lay ahead. The moment the elevator doors closed, Norman Osborne's previously amiable visage contorted in anguish, while the gleaming elevator floor reflected a sinister grin upon his face. In the next instant, Osborne's expression mirrored that of his reflection. The aura surrounding that individual from Dragon Country was peculiar, unmistakably indicative of someone extraordinary. After all, he was affiliated with Stark Industries. One should tread carefully. "Silence. I am the one who governs this body, and I am indifferent to such concerns." Osborne's personality swiftly receded, while the Green Goblin began to concoct a scheme against Guo Feng. After exchanging pleasantries with Harry, Guo Feng bid farewell and departed from Osborne Industries, having gathered ample intelligence. Now, he merely awaited the unfolding of significant events. Once outside Osborne Industries, Guo Feng found himself at State University, where he fortuitously encountered Peter Parker returning from Dr. Connor's office. Peter walked with an air of unease, having just learned of the latest developments in their research. He harbored an ominous premonition regarding the so-called regeneration serum, yet felt unable to voice his concerns in the face of Dr. Connor's fervor. Upon sensing someone observing him, Peter turned to find it was Guo Feng, momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that the guy who was staring at me at the school gate? How did he follow me here?" Peter quickened his pace, but as he passed by Guo Feng, a hand reached out to halt him. "You seem rather anxious. Do you require assistance, Peter?" Guo Feng inquired with a smile, seizing the opportunity to engage Peter Parker. Peter, caught off guard, shook his head in bemusement. "Apologies, sir, but I do not know you, and I am running late." With that, Peter attempted to sidestep Guo Feng's hand. However, as he took a step forward, Guo Feng's other hand landed firmly upon his shoulder. In that instant, Peter felt as though a great weight had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. "What on earth?" Peter's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded Guo Feng. Enhanced by the radioactive spider, his strength was sufficient to move a train, yet this individual's mere touch left him utterly powerless, revealing the sheer magnitude of Guo Feng's strength. "Peter, I am quite aware of your little secret, but rest assured, my intentions are benign." Guo Feng applied a bit more pressure, continuing, "It would be prudent for you to remain calm. I would prefer not to see you suffer losses due to conflict. Let us find a place to converse." Upon hearing this, Peter was taken aback. With his spider sense providing no warning, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Guo Feng's request. He was not overly concerned about Guo Feng's potential change of heart. Even in a direct confrontation, he was confident in his ability to escape. Guo Feng said nothing further, leading Peter to the parking lot. Upon seeing Guo Feng's flashy vehicle, Peter could not help but feel envious, perceiving Guo Feng as a quintessential wealthy individual. Chapter 7. The New Intern, Peter Parker. After Guo Feng introduced himself, Peter's perception of the affluent was once again transformed. An acting board member of Stark Industries, the rumored billionaire playboy Tony Stark's personal advisor. This was a substantial elevation compared to his friend Harry, who primarily relied on his father, Norman Osborne. As Stark Industries dwarfed Osborne Industries, rendering any comparison moot. Peter felt a surge of anxiety. He simply could not fathom why someone of Guo Feng's stature would seek him out personally. Do not be overly apprehensive, Peter. The reason I sought you out is to extend an invitation for you to work at Stark Industries. Initially, you would be an intern, but your salary would be commensurate with that of a full-time employee. Huh. Peter was momentarily speechless, completely unprepared for Guo Feng's proposition. Given Guo Feng's knowledge of his secret, he had anticipated a plethora of complex demands, perhaps to assist with Stark Industries research or serve as a personal bodyguard. Are you certain you are not jesting, Mr. Jack? Guo Feng smiled placidly. Everything I say is genuine. You need not worry excessively. I respect your secret, and working at Stark Industries will not impede your personal endeavors. After all, I would not wish for New York to lose a hero. Moreover, please remember to call me Brother Feng in the future. Guo Feng handed Peter a business card, advising, you have ample time to contemplate this matter. Feel free to reach out whenever you have made your decision. With that, Guo Feng turned and departed for State University. Peter Parker gazed at Guo Feng's retreating figure with a complex expression before carefully stowing the business card away. Guo Feng's invitation for Peter to join Stark Industries had been a meticulously crafted plan, while he harbored fondness for Peter. His primary objective was to secure Peter's allegiance before S.H.I.E.L.D. could influence him. Under his guidance and the deeply felt paternal affection from Tony Stark, Peter Parker would undoubtedly become fiercely loyal. Shortly thereafter, Guo Feng arrived at Dr. Connor's research facility, where, with the assistance of the university's administration, he and Dr. Connors were granted privacy. When Dr. Connors learned that a prominent figure from Stark Industries wished to meet with him, he was elated. He had been troubled by an ultimatum from Osborne Industries, and if he did not produce results soon, funding would be entirely cut off. Securing investment from Stark Industries would provide him a chance to continue his research. Upon meeting Dr. Connors, Guo Feng directly articulated his intentions. Dr. Connors, I have gathered considerable insight into your research. Should it truly succeed, it would be a boon for individuals with disabilities worldwide. Dr. Connors was overjoyed by Guo Feng's acknowledgement. Your understanding does not encompass the entirety, Mr. Jack. Once my research is completed, it will not only enable self-healing, but also significantly enhance human capabilities, liberating humanity from harm and illness. That is merely theoretical. Yet, as far as I am aware, your research has yet to yield results. Dr. Connor's previously exuberant demeanor faltered, for although his research direction was sound, it had yet to bear fruit after many years. Dr. Connors, I support your research. Perhaps you should incorporate this into your upcoming studies. Guo Feng produced a small vial containing a drop of his blood. Dr. Connors was immediately perplexed. It appeared to be nothing more than ordinary human blood. However, in pursuit of Stark Industries' investment, he resolved to indulge Guo Feng's peculiar request. If successful, do remember to inform me promptly. With that, Guo Feng stood to leave. Dr. Connors tucked the vial away, preparing to conduct an experiment that very night. After concluding his affairs in Queens, Guo Feng returned to Stark Industries. Upon entering, he spotted a portly man gesticulating at nearby employees. Content with their compliance in displaying their identification badges, Happy turned to leave, only to collide with Guo Feng. Happy, you seem rather idle. It would do you well to engage in some labor. Happy, with a sheepish grin, replied, Jack, this is my job. Tony permits me to do so. The two were familiar acquaintances, and Happy directly inquired, I want to know what has happened with Tony. I am quite concerned about him. He is well. You will see him shortly. After patting Happy on the shoulder, Guo Feng entered the private elevator to his office. Shortly thereafter the intercom lit up. Upon answering, Peter Parker's voice resonated. I have made my decision, Brother Feng. I intend to join Stark Industries. Guo Feng smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, Peter, when you have the time, come report to Stark Industries. On the other end of the line, Peter Parker, clad in his Spider-Man suit, had just landed near a bank where a robbery was unfolding. After receiving a response from Guo Feng, Peter, usually verbose, swiftly and decisively neutralized the robbers. Finding a secluded spot to change, he then made his way to Stark Industries. Meanwhile, in a certain office at Stark Industries, Natasha was in communication with Nick Fury. Throughout that half-day, Natasha had been investigating Guo Feng's intelligence, yielding no substantial findings. The only noteworthy detail was that after Guo Feng announced sanctions against Obadiah, the latter vanished entirely the following day. This perplexed the enigmatic Nick Fury. Obadiah was not a force to be trifled with. His armed forces and connections were extensive, and it was inconceivable for someone of his stature to remain passive in the face of sanctions from a mere proxy director. Unless, of course, Guo Feng possessed formidable power that made Obadiah's response untenable. Reflecting on the events transpiring in the East, Nick Fury suddenly had an idea. He instructed Natasha to seek an opportunity to test Guo Feng's abilities. If Guo truly wielded extraordinary power, it would then be time for him to take action personally. Believing that under the banner of humanity, Guo Feng would join S.H.I.E.L.D. In a luxurious villa in Bear Country, Obadiah sat on a sofa, his expression dark and brooding. After the failed assassination attempt on Guo Feng, he had fled to Bear Country to hide. And his rage was compounded by Guo Feng's not only stripping him of his position on the board, but also freezing most of his assets. In the span of a single night, Guo Feng's series of measures had inflicted severe losses upon Obadiah. Yet, contemplating Guo Feng's overwhelming power and the unwavering support of Tony Stark, Obadiah's frustration transformed into impotent fury. At that moment, he received a message. Ivan Vanko, the child of the scientist Anton Vanko who had once collaborated with Howard Stark, was in Bear Country, and he was a technical prodigy, driven by vengeful ambition. Obadiah resolved to place his bets on Ivan Vanko. Chapter 8. The Mutation of Dr. Connors. Finally, it was time. Calm down, Peter Parker. You are now an intern at Stark Industries. There is no need to be anxious. Peter Parker, having exited the vehicle at the entrance of Stark Industries, repeatedly encouraged himself. Upon entering, he was intercepted by Happy, who had been waiting at the entrance and gestured for him to follow. You must be the intern Jack mentioned. My goodness. You are quite young. Are you still in school? Happy inquired curiously in the elevator. Peter Parker hesitated before responding. Yes, I am still attending school. I envy you. Young man. Happy regarded Peter as a privileged connection akin to Guo Feng. Not only did he bypass the interview process, but it was even conceivable that Peter could eventually supersede him. Upon reaching the floor where Guo Feng's office was located, Happy explained Peter's position and some precautions before taking his leave. Soon, Peter found himself in Guo Feng's office. Surprised to see you again so soon, Peter, Guo Feng remarked, hands resting on the desk as he scrutinized Peter Parker. Suddenly feeling nervous, Peter stammered, Isn't there an interview? Guo Feng waved his hand dismissively. I told you. Your mere presence counts as a successful interview. Just stop by Stark Industries occasionally to check in, and inform me in advance if any unforeseen circumstances arise. With that, Guo Feng handed Peter a bracelet. This is a communicator crafted by Tony Stark. It not only provides precise location tracking and timely communication, but also contains some self-defense gadgets. After advising Peter on a few matters, Guo Feng sent him on his way. At the State University, in Dr. Connors' biology laboratory, yet another round of experiments had ended in failure. However, Dr. Connors was not disheartened. On the contrary, he wore a smile of elation, as he had made significant progress towards the completion of his research. After final adjustments, a green vial on the workbench began to rise slowly. Finally completed, Dr. Connors exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Grasping the vial with his left hand, his smile bordered on mania. After so many years, he could finally shed the identity of a disabled man and embrace a new life. Instead of drinking the potion immediately, Dr. Connors glanced at another vial on the workbench containing Guo Feng's blood. Given the breakthrough in his experiment, he had chosen not to incorporate that drop of blood. Never mind. I have succeeded. The Osborne group has already been informed. There is no need for unnecessary risks. Discarding Guo Feng's blood as waste, Dr. Connors excitedly drank the potion. In an instant, the flesh and blood of his right arm began to writhe, rapidly forming a new limb at a visible pace. Overwhelmed with emotion, Dr. Connors wept as he felt his newly regenerated arm. Not only was it restored, but his previously frail body was also growing stronger. I have truly succeeded. Humanity will achieve new evolution through my invention, Dr. Connors murmured in exhilaration, oblivious to the mutations occurring within his body. It was only when the excruciating pain engulfed him that he realized the transformation taking place. With a primal roar, he morphed into a colossal monster resembling a lizard. Seeing himself transformed into a beast, Connors was instantly engulfed by panic, yet a violent consciousness flooded his mind. No, this cannot be real. It is indeed real. Dr. Connors, you have become a monster. The voice from outside the laboratory left Dr. Connors in shock, just as the heavy alloy door was violently torn open. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Guo Feng strolled in with a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed on Dr. Connors. What a pity, Dr. Connors, that you did not heed my warnings. Look at you now. Your so-called research is fundamentally flawed. You, Dr. Connors exclaimed, regaining his composure and hastily explaining. This was merely an oversight. I can correct it with a few adjustments. Face reality, Dr. Connors. As an expert in this field, you should know that your mutation is irreversible. I stand by my previous statement. Your research will not benefit humanity. It will only create monsters like yourself. Guo Feng's words struck a deep chord within Dr. Connors, as his grotesque lizard visage twisted into a frenzied expression. You have no understanding of my research. Dr. Connors glared at his own hands, his expression shifting before he resolutely proclaimed, "You are correct. This mutation is irreversible. But it is undeniable that it can bring evolution to humanity. Even if it makes me a monster, so be it. This is the dawn of the new human." Guo Feng sighed. Dr. Connors had fully embraced his identity as a lizard man. Individuals like him, once fixated on a goal, were nearly impossible to sway. Henceforth, a physical resolution would be the only recourse. Dr. Connors fixed his gaze on Guo Feng and calmly stated, "So, Mr. Jack, do you wish to become the vanguard of human evolution?" Having approached Guo Feng, he continued, "I refuse. You, as a monster, are nothing more than a jester." Dr. Connors, incensed by Guo Feng's derision, thought to himself that a mere mortal believed he could intimidate him simply due to his affiliation with Stark Industries. "Then you will not have the luxury of choice." Dr. Connors extended his clawed hand toward Guo Feng's shoulder. Guo Feng casually raised his hand, seizing Dr. Connors' wrist. The latter's expression froze as he realized his arm was firmly restrained. "Impossible!" Dr. Connors roared, exerting all his strength to break free, yet he remained utterly trapped. With a crack, Guo Feng crushed Dr. Connors' wrist and swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen. Boom! Dr. Connors was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the wall of the laboratory under the terrifying force of inertia. In the corridor, Dr. Connors laboriously rose from the rubble, his gaze filled with horror as he beheld Guo Feng approaching him. "Impossible! You are merely an ordinary human." Guo Feng sneered contemptuously. "How could a mere lizard compare to a true dragon?" "Dr. Connors, this world is far more complex and perilous than you can fathom. Individuals of your ilk are not worthy of the stage." With each provocation from Guo Feng, Dr. Connors' ferocity erupted completely, and he lunged forward without hesitation. "Come at me." Guo Feng retaliated with a powerful punch, colliding with Dr. Connors' claw. In an instant, Dr. Connors' right arm shattered into a cloud of crimson mist simultaneously. Guo Feng seized his neck and executed a brutal slam. Dr. Connors was driven into the floor, his internal organs and bones suffering catastrophic damage. Had it not been for his remarkable vitality, he would have perished in that moment. Observing the nearly unconscious Dr. Connors, Guo Feng felt a twinge of regret. He had inadvertently overexerted himself, yet thankfully, Dr. Connors still clung to life. He then retrieved a syringe filled with his own blood, slicing open Dr. Connors' skin with a swift motion and injecting the serum directly into his heart. Ever since merging with the Azure Dragon Fruit, Guo Feng had discovered that his flesh and blood possessed extraordinary properties, akin to the legendary dragon's blood. However, to an ordinary person, Guo Feng's blood would act as a potent toxin. Thus, he had set his sights on the lizard-like form of Dr. Connors, hoping he could transform into a being akin to a dragonborn. Should the endeavor fail, he would have no choice but to dispose of him. Approximately an hour later, Dr. Connors' body began to undergo a transformation. The wounds inflicted earlier healed at an astonishing rate, while the grotesque lizard-like exterior started to evolve. The dark green skin morphed into azure scales, his head became more fearsome and regal, and a pair of elongated horns sprouted from his forehead. His physique grew larger and more imposing, and his once bulky tail elongated, developing a blade-like appendage at its tip. As Guo Feng witnessed Dr. Connors transform into a dragon-like being, a connection blossomed in his mind, confirming the success of his aspirations. Moments later, Dr. Connors regained consciousness. The savage consciousness brought on by the mutation dissipated, and he regarded Guo Feng with a complex expression. "Mr. Jack, what has happened to me? You have become my first dragonborn, Dr. Connors. Welcome to the realm of true evolution." Dr. Connors bowed his head in shame, reflecting on his prior experience. He felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. "Thank you, Mr. Jack." Guo Feng not only empowered him to become a more formidable dragonborn, but also eradicated the lingering effects of his lizard form, allowing him to retain his humanity while mastering newfound strength. Noticing Dr. Connors reverting to his human form, Guo Feng continued, "I shall grant you the utmost freedom. You may continue your work at Osborne Group as usual. Please keep me informed of any significant intelligence, particularly regarding Norman Osborne." Dr. Connors was taken aback, realizing he was to serve as a spy within the Osborne Group. "I shall fulfill my mission, Mr. Jack." With their objective achieved, Guo Feng and Dr. Connors concluded their tasks at the State University and departed. Not long after, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter landed at the State University. Agent Coulson, accompanied by several operatives, arrived at the scene. After a thorough investigation, they found no substantial evidence. Coulson's expression soured, Recent incidents in New York had been frequent, exposing numerous extraordinary events. Even with thorough inquiries, tangible resolutions were elusive, primarily due to SHIELD's limited grasp of extraordinary powers. Consequently, Coulson was not only tasked with investigating these occurrences, but also with seeking out individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury listened to Coulson's report with a furrowed brow. The State University. Natasha mentioned that fellow has been active in Queens. Fury recalled Guo Feng. Instinctively sensing that this matter was connected to him, he promptly contacted Coulson. Coulson, cease your current tasks and head to Stark Industries. The following day, upon arriving at the company early in the morning, Guo Feng immediately accessed the game interface. Just then, he heard the system's notification. The Froglet has returned. The Froglet is back. The Froglet has brought back souvenirs and specialties. Indeed, with the clover amulet adorning him, the spoils of this journey were remarkably abundant. Ignoring the irrelevant notifications, Guo Feng opened the sections detailing the souvenirs and specialties. The souvenir was a book titled Hockey, its cover boldly emblazoned. Guo Feng's breath quickened as he clicked on the frame, revealing a line of information. Book of Hockey, a souvenir from the world of One Piece. Detailing the cultivation methods of the special power known as Hockey, containing the seeds to unlock all Hockey abilities. Just as he had hoped, Guo Feng's expression brightened as he stored the Book of Hockey. He then clicked on the specialty notification, which also led to a book with the title 6 Styles inscribed on its cover. Guo Feng's smile widened. The surprises just kept coming. Upon clicking the icon, more information appeared. Gift of the 6 Styles, a specialty from the world of One Piece, personally compiled by Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Detailing the complete powers of the 6 Styles. Mastery of it can unlock the talent of life restoration. Incredible. It was a direct inheritance from Garp. Guo Feng was astonished. After securing both the souvenir and the specialty, his attention shifted to another notification. Ding. The Froglet has encountered a unique opportunity during this journey. Mastering the 3 forms of Hockey and receiving enhancements. It is advised to restore the Froglet's condition promptly to avoid impacting future journeys. Guo Feng was taken aback. The Froglet had actually grasped the 3 forms of Hockey. Gazing at the seemingly harmless little frog on the interface, Guo Feng's emotions were mixed. Who would have thought that the traveling frog could also engage in battle? Yet it made sense. After all, the Froglet traversed myriad realms, and an adorable exterior alone would not suffice. While restoring the Froglet's condition, Guo Feng discovered new functionalities. These included options for healing and specialized enhancements for the Froglet. Upon accessing the healing interface, a plethora of special items appeared. Golden ointment, life water, revival pill. Meanwhile, the enhancement interface offered a rich selection as well. Indestructible, super speed, super strength, encompassing comprehensive enhancement traits that made Guo Feng envious. Of course, these additional functionalities required the use of clovers. Guo Feng noted that even the most affordable options demanded a 4-digit number of clovers. Fortunately, the Froglet's injuries were not severe, and a mere 100 clovers would suffice for healing. Additionally, Guo Feng discovered that the Froglet could be summoned to the material world to assist him in battle during travels. However, at present, there was no need for the Froglet's intervention. After restoring the Froglet's condition, Guo Feng began preparing for the Froglet's next journey. He allocated 100 clovers for a bento and 500 clovers for a protective talisman. Once the preparations were complete, Guo Feng promptly sent the Froglet off on its next adventure. The Froglet has set forth on its journey. It will periodically send back photographs. Please be on the lookout for them. After bidding farewell to the Tadpoles, Guo Feng eagerly opened the warehouse, retrieving the Book of Hockey and the 6 Styles. Upon contact with Guo Feng, the 2 tomes transformed into streams of light, merging seamlessly into his consciousness. Concurrently, his mastery over the 3 types of Hockey and the 6 Styles accelerated rapidly, swiftly reaching an introductory level. The subsequent enhancement and application of these skills would be contingent upon Guo Feng's assimilation of the knowledge within his mind, with meditation significantly facilitating this process. Just as Guo Feng concluded his meditation, Pepper Potts entered his office. Tony asked me to inform you that his research has reached its final stage, and he will soon return to Stark Industries. At this point, Pepper's expression turned somewhat resigned. Upon his return, Jack, you will still serve as the acting director of Stark Industries. Guo Feng was taken aback. While he had anticipated Tony Stark's short-term return, the decision to retain him as chairman was unforeseen. In reality, the rationale behind Tony Stark's decision was rather straightforward. On one hand, he had realized the perks of being a hands-off manager. On the other hand, Tony intended to utilize the newly developed Iron Man suits to conduct practical tests worldwide and produce further iterations. Also, the child you brought back. He has taken quite a liking to him. Tony will personally craft a suit for that boy. After conveying Tony Stark's message, Pepper placed a document on the desk before departing. The document contained a recent list of new hires at Stark Industries. Upon reaching the last page, Guo Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Coulson is here. What on earth is S-H-I-E-L-D? Thinking, Guo Feng closed the file, recognizing that S-H-I-E-L-D had overstepped their bounds, prompting him to consider a counteraction. He contacted the Human Resources Department, assigning Coulson to the most demanding position, allowing the seasoned agent to experience the rigors of corporate life. Moreover, Coulson's superior would still be happy. Once the arrangements were made, Guo Feng resumed his meditation. In the Bear Nation, Obadiah successfully bailed Ivan Vanko from prison and brought him to his safe house. Both parties, harboring animosity towards Stark Industries, swiftly established a collaboration. Are you certain you're not jesting? That Dragon Nation fellow is truly that formidable? Ivan Vanko furrowed his brow, perceiving Guo Feng as a figure of myth. Obadiah replied earnestly, "Everything I have said is the truth. That yellow-skinned monkey indeed possesses inhuman strength. Tell me, do you have a way to deal with him?" Ivan Vanko smiled, "Of course. Not only can I assist you in eliminating that monster, but I can also deal a devastating blow to Stark Industries." In his quest for vengeance against the Stark family, Ivan Vanko had undertaken considerable efforts. The current arc reactor technology at Stark Industries bore a portion of his father's legacy, characterized by its exceptionally high efficiency. His plan was to enhance the arc reactor, miniaturizing it for use as the core of a single soldier armor. This concept had been on his mind for quite some time, yet financial constraints had hindered its realization. Upon hearing Ivan Vanko's scheme, Obadiah's face lit up with delight. Once this plan is executed, not only would he achieve revenge, but he could also engulf Stark Industries entirely, perhaps even advance further. In Queens, at Oscorp, Norman Osborne hurried to the laboratory, having just received news regarding Dr. Connors. Upon arrival, he found Dr. Connors surrounded by a group of doctors. Norman's gaze fixated on Dr. Connors' right arm, which had astonishingly regenerated. "Dr. Connors, congratulations on regaining your arm. It seems your research has come to fruition." Upon Norman's arrival, the doctors tactfully dispersed. "I apologize, Mr. Osborne, but my research is not yet complete. It currently only achieves regenerative effects and carries risks of mutation, requiring further adjustments," Dr. Connors emphasized. "That is indeed regrettable. I will continue to support your research, and I hope you can finalize the last step soon." After assessing Dr. Connors, Norman offered a few encouraging words before departing. Dr. Connors exhaled in relief. With his enhanced perception, he sensed that Norman Osborne, much like himself, had undergone physical augmentation. However, Norman's aura was peculiar, as if it harbored a devil within. Indeed, the leaders of these large corporations are anything but ordinary. Norman Osborne is one such figure, and his superior, Guo Feng, is even more extraordinary. Meanwhile, Guo Feng found himself confronted at the doorway by Natasha. "Boss, I have a matter to discuss with you." Natasha, holding a position in human resources at Stark Industries, had orchestrated Coulson's hiring. However, an unexpected reassignment had abruptly transferred Coulson away. This new position not only limited Coulson's mobility, but also placed him under a particularly difficult superior, leading him to seek out Natasha after barely half a day with Happy. "I'm sorry, but I will not agree to reassign that individual named Coulson. That position suits him well. If he is dissatisfied, he can leave Stark Industries," Natasha declared. She was well aware of Coulson's plight under Happy's supervision and harbored suspicions regarding Guo Feng's motives. Nevertheless, she chose to keep the current situation under wraps. Shifting the topic, Natasha suggested, "So, boss, I know of a newly opened Chinese restaurant nearby. I am aware you are from the Dragon Nation." Guo Feng readily accepted her invitation. After parting ways, Natasha relayed Guo Feng's exact words to Coulson. "Damn it, is this bastard deliberately tormenting me?" Coulson lamented internally, wishing he could eliminate Happy with a single shot, hoping instead that Natasha would swiftly complete her assignment and return him to S-H-I-E-L-D. That evening, Guo Feng drove to the nearby street and soon spotted Natasha, elegantly clad in a red qipao. It was evident that she, being a spy from the Red Room, possessed an innate understanding of seduction. "Good evening, boss," Natasha greeted with a radiant smile as she took the passenger seat. Guo Feng appraised Natasha, remarking with a light chuckle, "Indeed, a beautiful person looks exquisite in any attire. As we say in the Dragon Nation, a sight to behold, and I find myself quite hungry. Your flattery is quite charming, boss." But as long as you enjoy it, Natasha replied, casting a flirtatious glance while internally harboring disdain. No wonder this fellow could step into Tony Stark's shoes. It seemed he was cut from the same cloth. However, the night's intrigue did not solely revolve around Natasha's allure. Nick Fury had also orchestrated his own set of actions. During their journey, Natasha engaged in casual conversation with Guo Feng before broaching the topic of Coulson once more. As I said before, if he does not wish to comply with the company's arrangements, he should leave. Moreover, your concern for him suggests your relationship is quite special. Guo Feng regarded Natasha with interest as she calmly stated, he is a relative of mine, and since I work in human resources, I merely wish to look out for him. After all, his abilities and qualifications are quite exceptional, are they not? Indeed, he is quite capable. So some time spent in a grassroots position is not an issue. With that, the matter regarding Coulson appeared to be settled, and Natasha could only wish him well in her heart. Before long, Guo Feng arrived at the Chinese restaurant, parking his car at the entrance before linking arms with Natasha as they entered. Since Natasha was cooperating with him in this charade, he intended to seize every opportunity. Just as they took their seats and finished placing their orders, the entire restaurant suddenly plunged into darkness. Following this, a cacophony of panicked screams erupted, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. When the power at the Chinese restaurant was restored, the scene was left in disarray. All the patrons had vanished, leaving only a few masked individuals standing beside Guo Feng. The cold muzzle of a gun pressed against the heads of Guo Feng and Natasha. Don't move, or I'll kill you. In her panic, Natasha's eyes brimmed with tears, while one of the masked men yanked her hair, his gaze burning with desire as he appraised her figure. What a rare beauty. It seems tonight will be quite enjoyable. With that, he hoisted Natasha away. She struggled and cried out, casting a pleading glance at Guo Feng. Well, it seems our esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is quite the performer. His acting is indeed worthy of an Oscar, Guo Feng mused. Fortunately, he was well aware of Black Widow's background. Had Tony Stark been present, he would have undoubtedly exerted every effort to rescue her. Reflecting on the unfolding events, Guo Feng could surmise who was behind this. He had miscalculated. He initially thought it was a beauty trap orchestrated by Black Widow, only to discover that the true orchestrators were employing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tactics of feigned vulnerability. Was this a test of his capabilities? What are you laughing at? The masked man pressed the gun harder against Guo Feng's head. Nothing, just the realization that I am not one to sit idly by. Guo Feng disregarded the gun in the masked man's hand, turning to regard him with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Be compliant, or I shall end you. The masked man cocked the gun, glaring menacingly at Guo Feng. With a snap, Guo Feng crushed the handgun, rising amidst the incredulous stares of the masked men. I would very much like to see how you intend to kill me. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, now pale, instinctively drew their weapons and fired at Guo Feng. To their despair, the bullets failed to touch him, as if he had foreseen their trajectories. Indeed, Guo Feng was employing observation hockey, testing its effects while also preserving his suit. He hoped that the next time Frog Kid returned from his travels, he would bring back some decent clothing. After all, it was rather unfortunate to be left with nothing but tattered pants after every brawl. As Guo Feng pondered Frog Kid's situation, he unleashed his conqueror's hockey. An invisible aura emanated from him, causing the masked men to lose consciousness on the spot. Not far from the restaurant, inside a base vehicle, Natasha and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were fixated on the images displayed on their screens. They were rendered speechless as they watched Guo Feng crush a handgun with one hand and evade bullets at close range. However, just as they prepared to continue their surveillance, all communication devices suddenly malfunctioned. What is going on? It appears to be a magnetic field issue. A mysterious magnetic surge has caused all equipment to fail. The comrades inside are likely finished. That guy is far too brazen. This is a direct provocation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha disregarded the agent's disputes, contemplating whether to abandon the mission. Although those agents could never reveal their identities, Guo Feng would inevitably raise suspicions. By the time S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived at the scene, they found only their unconscious comrades. Once communication was restored, Natasha provided Nick Fury with a detailed report of the day's events, expressing her concerns. Agent Natasha, continue to approach him. Even if your identity is exposed, it matters not. When disaster strikes, both he and Tony Stark will stand with us. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Guo Feng arrived at Tony Stark's seaside villa. The door to the underground laboratory opened, and an elevator ascended, revealing Tony Stark clad in his work attire. Long time no see, Jack. You should know well why I summoned you here. Seeing the smug expression on Tony Stark's face, Guo Feng realized that this fellow had completed his research. Bring out your creation. Let me see the quality of your invention. Confidently, Tony Stark replied, Little Jack, just wait. It will surely astonish you. But I must warn you, if you get hit later, don't go crying. Don't drag it out too long, Mr. Stark. In a flash, Guo Feng stood beside Tony Stark. Once inside the underground lab, Tony Stark confidently approached his workbench. After entering a command, several mechanical arms began to assemble components onto his suit. In no time, a suit of armor, predominantly red with gold accents, was completed. As the eyes of the armor illuminated with a white glow, Tony Stark beckoned to Guo Feng. Come on, Jack, you go first. Guo Feng shook his head. You should go first. Otherwise, I fear you may not have the chance. Inside the armor, Tony Stark frowned, somewhat irritated. Jack, one mustn't be overly arrogant. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate combat mode. Despite his words, Tony Stark launched the first attack. In the next moment, the thrusters of the armor activated, propelling him towards Guo Feng in an instant. Bang! Tony Stark's fist crashed into Guo Feng's abdomen. Tony's expression froze as he realized that Guo Feng remained entirely unfazed, his body unmoving. Mr. Stark, don't dawdle. Real combat won't grant you the luxury of hesitation. With that, Guo Feng straightened up. Your previous attack must not have been at full strength. Come, continue. Tony Stark's face darkened. This kid was far too arrogant. Today, he would make sure Guo Feng learned a lesson. J-A-R-V-I-S. Full power output. Tony Stark distanced himself again. Sir, the target's bodily integrity is extraordinarily high. A full power attack may inflict significant damage on the suit. With his powerful computational abilities, J-A-R-V-I-S understood the disparity between the two based on the earlier attack. Let it rip. Tony Stark disregarded J-A-R-V-I-S warning. Even if he were to fail, he had to see the outcome. Understood, sir. With a roar, the armor's full power unleashed, surging forth like a rainbow, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom as Tony Stark reached Guo Feng in an instant. He unleashed a punch. Bang! The iron fist, breaking several times the speed of sound, was caught by Guo Feng with a single palm. The tremendous impact left Guo Feng unmoved, while Tony Stark's arm armor was rendered useless. Staring at Guo Feng in disbelief, Tony couldn't even register the pain from his injured arm. Jack, what on earth are you? The idea of being knocked out by Guo Feng was inconceivable to Tony. Yet under his full power assault, aside from shredding Guo Feng's upper garment, he had caused no other damage. According to J-A-R-V-I-S calculations, the force at maximum output could reach several hundred tons of impact. Don't be too surprised, Mr. Stark. I made it clear from the beginning that had I made the first move, you wouldn't have had the chance to test anything. Guo Feng wore a smile. Simultaneously, he was astonished by his growth over the past few days. Even when he had just withstood the armor's attack, he hadn't exerted much effort. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been merely the right arm of the armor that was incapacitated. At this point, Guo Feng understood that the Qinglong fruit in the system was not simply about negating negative effects, but was enhancing his abilities in accordance with the circumstances of the Marvel Universe. The extent of his development was undoubtedly a tier above Kaido from the One Piece world. What a joke. During the East Blue, you were nowhere near this level. Tony Stark's defenses had been utterly shattered, as the performance of the first-generation armor was based on the data from Guo Feng's battles in East Blue. Ultimately, the performance exceeded the data by a significant margin, a feat grounded in Guo Feng's remarkable growth over the past few days. Yet, reality often defies logic. Guo Feng's evolution during this brief period was akin to a form of hyper-evolution, utterly astonishing. With a casual sweep of his shoulder, Guo Feng chuckled lightly. Human transformation is unpredictable. This seems to conclude rather abruptly, Mr. Tony. Shall we test the firepower system? You truly are insatiable, little Jack, Tony Stark retorted, removing his mask and casting a fierce glare at Guo Feng. I carry only the most advanced armor-piercing ammunition. Even the main battle shell's deck could be pierced as easily as paper, not to mention the laser weaponry. Utilizing these could lead to unforeseen consequences. His tone brimmed with pride as he spoke. Although he felt overpowered in terms of strength, he remained confident in his firepower system, being its architect. That is precisely what we need. Rest assured, my vitality is exceptionally robust. If you harbor any apprehensions, you could commence with a single shot. Are you serious? Of course, though you might not be eager to witness the outcome. Tony Stark scrutinized Guo Feng intently before stepping back. A small recess in his shoulder armor opened, and a swarm missile was aimed at Guo Feng's arm. Even if an accident were to occur, losing an arm was preferable to losing one's life. Boom. The missile detonated against Guo Feng's arm, leaving a conspicuous red mark, which astonishingly healed almost instantaneously. Tony Stark was utterly taken aback. This was entirely different from his expectations. That missile could effortlessly penetrate steel plates several centimeters thick, yet it merely left a mark akin to a mosquito bite. Must you be this outrageous? Please, Mr. Tony. I can still feel something, Guo Feng replied, observing Stark's increasingly grim demeanor. Determined to teach Guo Feng a lesson, Stark thought that if armor-piercing rounds failed, surely a laser would breach his defenses. A crimson beam erupted from the palm of the suit, striking Guo Feng's arm in an instant. Guo Feng furrowed his brow. The laser's power was even greater than he had anticipated, searing through his skin and muscle. However, as time passed, Guo Feng's self-healing capabilities matched the damage inflicted by the laser. With his energy depleted, Tony Stark gazed at Guo Feng in disbelief. This is preposterous. Even a laser cannot penetrate your body. Stark shook his head in resignation, but soon his expression transformed into one of fervor. Although this test had been a crushing defeat for him, the data collected by JARVIS would serve as invaluable reference material for the next generation of armor. Of course, Stark still harbored ambitions of triumphing over Guo Feng. He firmly believed that with the accumulation of more data and advancements in technology, he would eventually create an anti-Guo Feng suit, allowing him to deliver a resounding defeat to Guo Feng. Following this, Stark repaired the first generation of armor and initiated a project for the second generation. Meanwhile, Guo Feng departed the laboratory to meditate at Stark's villa. The next day, both Stark and Guo Feng returned to Stark Industries. At the top of Stark Industries, Tony Stark reactivated the laboratory, intending to make it his permanent residence. Inside, he had donned the armor and turned to Guo Feng, who was seated nearby. Jack, starting today, the world will gain another extraordinary hero. And every hero deserves a title. I would like to hear your thoughts. Observing Stark's smug expression, Guo Feng replied somewhat nonchalantly. How about calling him Iron Man? I believe this name would be quite memorable. You truly are a genius at naming, Jack. Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders. However, the title has been on my mind for some time. I have settled on Iron Man, which I am quite satisfied with. I assume you must have considered the name Iron Hero. Shut up, Jack. Do not ever mention Iron Hero to me again. That name is utterly dreadful. Stark shot Guo Feng an exasperated glare before turning serious. Any news on Obadiah? All I know is that he is in the Bear Country. But when it comes to tracking someone, Mr. Tony, you should have a method for that. Chapter 13. The Birth of Iron Tyrant. Upon hearing Guo Feng's words, Tony Stark's expression turned somber. Despite having seen the USB drive Guo Feng had sent, revealing Obadiah's actions, the care Obadiah had shown him over the years was undeniable. Regrettably, Obadiah had ultimately chosen to turn against Guo Feng, crossing a line that Stark could not overlook. With JARVIS's assistance, Stark should be able to ascertain Obadiah's location within a day. And then what? What do you intend to do? Guo Feng asked earnestly. If Stark chose to spare Obadiah out of regard for their past, Guo Feng would not hesitate to leave Stark and pursue his own path. Stark sighed deeply, a pained look crossing his face. Jack, promise me to make him suffer. After all, he has cared for me like a father for so many years. Not a problem. Guo Feng nodded. By the way, I should mention that I found a rather impressive intern. You mean that guy named Peter Parker? I've heard you speak of him. He seems to be quite remarkable. Stark responded with interest. It's time for him to meet you, the big boss. With that, Guo Feng sent a message to Peter Parker. Meanwhile, in Queens, Peter Parker was taking advantage of his after-school hours to thwart some crime. Upon receiving Guo Feng's message, he felt a surge of excitement. As a technology enthusiast, Tony Stark was one of Peter Parker's few idols. At the same time, in the Bear Country, Obadiah entered Ivan Vanko's research facility, flanked by dozens of security personnel. Ivan Vanko, I have always believed that Tony Stark was the true genius. I never expected you to be one as well. Obadiah's gaze was fixed intently on the blue construct in Ivan's hands, something he was all too familiar with. The arc reactor from Stark Industries, a super energy source created through controlled nuclear fusion. The mere act of creating such a thing was a miracle, let alone miniaturizing it. A feat Obadiah could hardly fathom. Yet Ivan Vanko had accomplished it. Do not compare Tony Stark to me. He is merely a filthy thief and does not qualify as a genius, Ivan Vanko scoffed. He had always believed that the Stark family had stolen his father's work, allowing Stark Industries to evolve into a technological giant, ultimately leading to his father's demise. In my eyes, you are all geniuses. Obadiah paid no heed to Ivan Vanko's grievances and inquired, now that the energy issue has been resolved, what exactly is this super weapon you mentioned? Ivan Vanko activated a virtual projection, revealing a blueprint. It depicted a massive humanoid robot, equipped with various terrifying thermal weapons. By harnessing the arc reactor's energy source, this war machine could obliterate a city in a short span of time. In addition to its formidable destructive power, its speed and defensive capabilities were also exceptional. Capable of tearing apart the mutant you mentioned, Ivan Vanko spoke with unwavering confidence. This was his greatest invention to date. Following this, he planned to mass-produce various models and exact his revenge on Stark Industries. Obadiah looked at the war machine in the blueprint with immense satisfaction, particularly admiring its wild, brutal design and firepower, which perfectly aligned with his style. Does it have a name? He asked. Not yet. Then let us call it Iron Tyrant. How long will it take to manufacture? Ivan Vanko casually replied. If the materials are sufficient, I can complete it in one night under these conditions. Upon hearing this, Obadiah's expression brightened with excitement. I shall endeavor to fulfill all your conditions. Hasten the completion of the Iron Tyrant, for I am eager to tear apart that yellow-skinned monkey. Meanwhile, Guo Feng, who has been the subject of Obadiah's incessant chatter, is currently accompanying Peter Parker to meet Tony Stark. Relax, Peter, Guo Feng reassures. There's no need to be overly formal in the presence of Mr. Stark. Just be yourself. He gives Peter Parker, whose striking resemblance to Holland's young actor is evident, a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Clad in a sharp black suit, Peter appears remarkably dapper, yet his face betrays a palpable tension. Could that be too presumptuous? After all, Mr. Stark is a legendary entrepreneur. A youth like me might hardly catch his interest. You are overthinking it. Mr. Stark is far more laid back than you realize. He is certainly not one to indulge in pretentiousness. Following their conversation, the elevator doors slide open to reveal Tony Stark, arms crossed, standing at the entrance. His gaze immediately locks onto Peter Parker, the anxious young man evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, akin to that of a father. What the devil? Why am I feeling this way? Tony Stark silently muses, while the scrutiny intensifies Peter's nervousness, prompting him to stammer. Hello, Mr. Stark. I am Peter Parker, an intern at Stark Industries. Stark responds with a warm smile. There is no need to be anxious, Peter. Jack has already apprised me of your situation. You have surpassed many of your peers in ways that matter. Your status as an intern is inconsequential. The individual beside you was once an intern as well, and now he stands on equal footing with me. Peter, taken aback, gazes incredulously at Guo Feng, who nods calmly in affirmation. Oh my God, is that truly the case? Brother Feng? Guo Feng smiles gently. Those with true capability are always valued, and compared to my own matters, you and Mr. Stark are likely to have far more common ground. As Peter's expression shifts to one of confusion, the group arrives at Tony Stark's workshop. Upon encountering the Mark I armor standing on the workbench, Peter is momentarily rendered speechless. Is this armor for real? The exoskeleton suit invokes a sense of sci-fi wonder. Even for someone as tech-savvy as Peter Parker, as the existing theories and technologies could not possibly create such a marvel. Tony Stark beams at Peter's reaction, recognizing that this is the treatment a genius like him deserves, unlike some monstrous toys seen through the eyes of others. Meanwhile, the aforementioned monster sits calmly on the sofa, sipping tea with a serene smile. Peter, do not measure my intellect by conventional standards. It is far more formidable than you can fathom, Stark proclaims proudly. Peter's gaze ignites with fervor as he admires the armor. Chapter 14, News of the Tadpole, Frog Ninja. This is the essence of true romanticism for a man. In comparison to Stark's armor, the suit he crafted himself seems rather feeble. Would you like a suit of your own, Peter? Huh. Peter Parker's expression turns to one of sheer astonishment, doubting his ears. Tony Stark is offering him a suit of armor? With a wave of his hand, Stark conjures a virtual projection displaying the schematics of the armor. Jack has informed me of your secrets. Your strength is remarkable, and you possess a profound sense of responsibility. Peter, with the enhancement of this armor, you will grow even more formidable. Peter's attention is wholly captivated by the blueprints, revealing an armor adorned in hues of crimson and gold, its design strikingly reminiscent of his own suit. See, can I truly have this? Of course you deserve it. Consider it a reward for your endeavors as a hero thus far. With such an affirmation, Peter can only graciously accept. He then turns to Guo Feng and inquires of Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, may I ask if Brother Feng also possesses his own armor? Tony Stark, caught off guard while lifting his coffee, momentarily falters, unsure of how to respond. Should he divulge that Guo Feng could easily dismantle his armor with mere physical prowess? It is utterly absurd. The current technology at his disposal cannot match someone in Guo Feng's physical condition. Ahem, Jack's situation is rather unique. It will take some time for me to design his armor, as it is something I am preparing with great care. Upon hearing this, Peter gazes at Guo Feng with envy. Indeed, It is well within the realm of possibility for Stark to craft armor for Guo Feng. However, given Stark's nature, it is evident that the armor would not serve as a gift, but rather a means to keep him in check. Before long, Peter Parker departs from Stark Industries. For the evils of Queens await his intervention. As for Tony Stark, once Peter has left, he dons the armor and soars towards the eastern battlefield, intent on facing his inaugural battle as Iron Man in a place steeped in past humiliation. Guo Feng, meanwhile, returns to his office, opening the gaming interface. Just moments ago, a photograph from the Tadpole had arrived. In the image, the Tadpole is seen within a pitch-black cave, accompanied by several figures clad in black and red cloud cloaks. Behind one of these figures looms a massive wooden statue, the Outer Paths Golem and the Akatsuki organization. Tadpole, you have truly outdone yourself. Guo Feng's expression is a mix of complexity. Although the Tadpole's journey did not lead to a high martial realm, the world of Naruto is still quite commendable. After all, this realm is rich in unique resources, particularly the bloodline limits and forbidden techniques, which could greatly benefit him. Having closed the gaming interface, Guo Feng prepares to meditate, only to receive a communication from Natasha. Still lingering at Stark Industries, are we? Is this your way of confronting me? Guo Feng contemplates for a moment, but ultimately decides to meet Natasha. She arrives at Guo Feng's office, adorned in a pristine white office outfit. I believe what transpired last night was no mere coincidence. I refrained from seeking you out immediately. You are surely aware of the implications. Guo Feng gazes at Natasha with a calm demeanor. In the Marvel Universe, possessing extraordinary power while seeking a low-profile existence proves to be quite challenging, as various events and conflicts inevitably compel one to reveal themselves. From the moment S.H.I.E.L.D. set its sights on him, Guo Feng had no intention of remaining hidden. Natasha, originally intending to probe Guo Feng's stance, finds herself dropping the pretense upon hearing his forthrightness. The previously alluring and gentle demeanor she wore vanishes instantly. Jack, you are far more resolute than I anticipated. I apologize for what transpired last night, but you must believe that we harbor no malice toward you. As for my identity, I cannot disclose it at this moment. Just know that we stand on the side of humanity. Guo Feng scoffs. Such a typical official line from a nefarious organization. Was that what Nick Fury taught you? Natasha's expression shifts, taken aback that Guo Feng is aware of Nick Fury, implying he likely knows about S.H.I.E.L.D. and her identity as well. The covert nature of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations has always been a hallmark, and information regarding her and the director is classified. Could there be a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Instead of asking the foolish question of how Guo Feng came by this knowledge, she silently departs. Recognizing that remaining at Stark Industries is no longer feasible, the primary task now is to contact Nick Fury and investigate the personnel issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. I abhor abrupt departures. At the very least, you owe me an explanation. Guo Feng shuts the door, his gaze growing cold. Are you intending to make a move against me? Natasha turns to face Guo Feng, her eyes devoid of fear. Despite the astonishing display of power Guo Feng exhibited the previous night, Natasha does not believe she is destined to lose. Guo Feng dismisses Natasha's retreating hands. Are you attempting to engage me with those trifles from S.H.I.E.L.D.? That would only serve to render the confrontation more tedious. Unfazed, Natasha maintains her steadfast gaze on Guo Feng. In the next moment, Guo Feng vanishes from her sight, and by the time Natasha reaches for her weapon, he has already positioned himself behind her, his left hand resting against her back. Let us have an honest discussion, Miss Natasha. Should you wish to mount a so-called counterattack, I shall not be inclined to show any mercy. Frankly speaking, the Black Widow undeniably ranks among the few female characters that Guo Feng appreciates within the Marvel Universe. However, from a pragmatic standpoint, he would never yield. Natasha released her grip, sensing no murderous intent from Guo Feng, and opted for compromise. What sort of explanation do you seek? If it pertains to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation into you, that is a necessity, given that you possess extraordinary abilities. Guo Feng shook his head, asserting that he was well aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations. I merely wish to know Nick Fury's stance on the matter. I lack the clearance to disclose that information. Then summon Coulson. He should be well informed. Guo Feng unceremoniously tossed Natasha onto the office sofa before dialing Coulson's number. Coulson, diligently laboring under Happy's supervision, was elated to hear that Guo Feng wished to see him. Anything to escape the clutches of that fool Happy would suffice. Upon Coulson's arrival, he was taken aback to find Natasha, looking morose on the sofa. Boss, who is this? No need to feign ignorance, Coulson. I am well aware of both your backgrounds, Guo Feng retorted. What backgrounds? I hardly know her. Coulson attempted to protest, but upon meeting Guo Feng's gaze, he realized that both he and Natasha had been exposed. Good heavens, how does he know our secrets? Like Natasha, Coulson harbored suspicions of a mole within Shield, yet he was uncertain of the extent of Guo Feng's knowledge. Chapter 15. I must decline the offer to join Shield. Spare me the meaningless official rhetoric. Coulson, I wish to hear Nick Fury's thoughts. Coulson's expression grew serious as he replied, Jack, I understand your anger towards our methods. But given your understanding of Shield, you should be aware of our responsibilities, Guo Feng calmly articulated. So, you intend to invite me to join your ranks, to protect Earth and humanity alongside you. At Guo Feng's perceptiveness, Coulson's eyes brightened. Both Guo Feng's identity and prowess would significantly bolster Shield's efforts. I am pleased you think so, rest assured. You will not be required to operate as Agent Natasha does. Our director has already established an organization tailored for individuals with unique abilities like yours, which can be set up immediately with sufficient resources. You will be a core member of this organization. Guo Feng scoffed. I harbor no interest in this so-called extraordinary organization. Return and tell Nick Fury not to attempt to test my limits. Jack, you can. Coulson still clung to the hope of persuading Guo Feng. My words have been clear enough. Now, you may leave Stark Industries. Coulson wished to say more, but upon witnessing Guo Feng's increasingly frigid demeanor, he sighed and departed with Natasha. Guo Feng observed their retreating figures, fully aware that even if Coulson and Natasha left Stark Industries today, it would not signify Shield's relinquishment of its infiltration efforts. Moreover, the extent of such infiltration would only escalate. After departing Stark Industries, Coulson immediately contacted Nick Fury to report on Guo Feng's situation. This guy seems quite wary of us. Yet we have not provoked him before, have we? Nick Fury queried, perplexed. Naturally, Guo Feng's purported resolve did not faze him. To Fury, individuals like Guo Feng, who wield formidable powers, could only be allies or adversaries. The fact that Guo Feng was aware of Shield's intelligence heightened Fury's vigilance. He had long suspected a mole within Shield, and this incident provided the perfect pretext for a thorough investigation. Shortly thereafter, Fury received a video from an agent in the East. The footage depicted a village overrun by terrorists, where a robot clad in gold and black was engaged in fierce combat. The terrorists' counterattacks failed to inflict any damage on the robot, while its casual assaults swiftly dismantled the opposition. After vanquishing the terrorists, the robot soared into the sky, with satellite tracking revealing its destination, New York City. Damn it, not New York again. Fury's expression turned complex as he closed the video, suspecting that this robot was connected to Stark Industries. Meanwhile, Obadiah Stane rushed into Ivan Vanko's laboratory. Noticing Vanko's disheveled state, he reprimanded. I've already stated that the ironmonger requires more time. You should not be a man devoid of patience, Mr. Stane. Obadiah's face flushed with anger as he shouted. Silence, you presumptuous fool. Tony Stark has already completed his exoskeleton ahead of you. What? Ivan Vanko was momentarily stunned, muttering, impossible. How could Tony Stark conceive such an idea? Obadiah presented the video to him, irritatedly stating, there is nothing impossible. Take a good look at this video. Damn it. Stark Industries has become even more formidable. After watching the video, Vanko's expression grew exceedingly complex. As a technological genius, he could deduce the combat capabilities of the Mark I exoskeleton from this footage. Clearly, his ironmonger was no match for it. Damn you, Tony Stark. Vanko seethed, having anticipated that relying on the ironmonger would secure a decisive victory, only to find himself utterly defeated. Obadiah seized Vanko by the collar, declaring, I do not care what methods you employ. Complete the ironmonger today. He then produced a new blueprint, a result of gathering multiple scientists to enhance the original design. Upon reviewing the blueprint, Vanko's face flushed with rage. You have the audacity to alter my design without my consent. Do you not trust me? Obadiah chuckled coldly. I certainly trust your skills. But the ironmonger you designed no longer meets my requirements. Hurry up and finish it. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to make you regret it. Vanko tucked away the blueprint, cursing Obadiah under his breath. The new ironmonger completely discarded his multifaceted design, transforming into a massive, cumbersome fortress bristling with heavy weaponry. Such a crude and foolish design guarantees your failure. Vanko planned to flee after completing the ironmonger, having already identified a new partner. On the other side, Tony Stark descended onto the rooftop of Stark Tower, retracting his helmet. He turned to Guo Feng, boasting, "Look, Jack. My career as a professional hero has made quite an impact from the very start. That viral video on social media was your doing, wasn't it?" Stark queried. Surprised, "How did you know?" Guo Feng's calm demeanor contrasted with Stark's astonishment, as the globally popular video was indeed orchestrated by him through JARVISS covert operations. Guo Feng replied, "As long as you enjoy yourself, that is sufficient. However, do not forget the pressing matters at hand. Do you have any news regarding Obadiah?" The mention of Obadiah brought Stark back to seriousness. "He is in the capital of the Bear Nation. Though I still need some time to pinpoint his exact location." Guo Feng frowned, sensing trouble. Stark nodded. There is a capable technician assisting him. After a moment's consideration, Guo Feng decided to head to Moscow and await further details from Stark. The instant Stark confirmed the precise location, he would proceed immediately. Enveloped in violet flames, Guo Feng vanished from Stark's sight. Damn, this guy's speed exceeds that of an intercontinental missile. Stark's good humor evaporated as he reviewed JARVISS calculated data. Meanwhile, in Moscow, Obadiah, reveling in his success, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. No longer possessed by the inclination to indulge, he hastily led his team to Ivan Vanko's laboratory to urge the acceleration of progress. Chapter 16. The Iron Overlord? Mere scrap metal. The Iron Overlord had been completed, yet due to time constraints, its various functionalities had not been adequately tested. Particularly, such an extravagant design was prone to complications. In the laboratory, Ivan Vanko remarked irritably. Behind him, on the workbench, stood a towering humanoid steel monstrosity engaged in the installation of weaponry, cannons, rockets, cluster bombs, completely sacrificing maneuverability for overwhelming firepower. In Ivan Vanko's view, it was a failure. A battlesuit devoid of agility was nothing more than a living target. Testing is unnecessary. Time is of the essence at that moment. Obadiah's eyes glistened with fervor as he gazed at the Iron Overlord, perceiving it as the true embodiment of a war machine. In contrast, suits like Tony Stark's paled before the might of the Iron Overlord. Against such firepower, even Guo Feng would be reduced to ashes. Once the weaponry was equipped, Obadiah promptly entered the cockpit situated behind the Iron Overlord. As the arc reactor activated, the entire machine's systems synchronized into operation. Subsequently, the Iron Overlord stepped forth from the laboratory with heavy strides. Days of concealment had nearly driven Obadiah to madness. Unfettered by the threats of Stark Industries, he was eager to unleash his wrath. This madman is destined to fail. Ivan Vanko shook his head at the retreating figure of the Iron Overlord, then began to gather his belongings in preparation for escape. As the Iron Overlord exited the laboratory, its signal was immediately intercepted by Stark Industries satellites. Tony Stark swiftly shared the location with Guo Feng. Moscow. Guo Feng was meditating atop a skyscraper when he received Tony Stark's message. Turning to the east, Obadiah's position was not far away, approximately 100 kilometers. "This time, you cannot escape." A dragon's roar resonated within Guo Feng, and a majestic Azure Dragon Phantom could be seen swirling above him. Since consuming the Azure Dragon Fruit, he had finally reached the threshold of transformation into a dragon. Yet he still required considerable progress to achieve the effortless transformation akin to Kaido, the Beast King. Obadiah maneuvered the Iron Overlord to a halt in a vast greenbelt. With his knowledge of Stark Industries, he knew his location had been pinpointed, yet this was precisely what he desired. Come, Guo Feng or Tony Stark. Let them come and be crushed by the Iron Overlord. As Obadiah reveled in fantasies of revenge, a purple flame cloud descended from the heavens toward the Iron Overlord's head. The speed of the flame cloud was astonishing, leaving the Iron Overlord's automated defense system unable to engage. Boom. The immense impact nearly rendered Obadiah unconscious within the cockpit. Warning. Warning. Severe damage sustained to the head. The system's alerts jolted Obadiah awake, while outside, the head of the Iron Overlord was already caved in. Guo Feng stood with arms crossed within the indentation, lifting a foot to stomp down and utterly disable the Iron Overlord's head. From the onset of battle, the Iron Overlord had suffered catastrophic damage, leaving Obadiah deprived of visibility. In a frenzied response to the attack alerts, Obadiah frantically issued fire commands. Seeing the Iron Overlord's fire systems activate, Guo Feng calmly distanced himself. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage ensued, and Obadiah, utilizing a backup observation device, watched the scene unfold, his face contorted in a grotesque snarl. "Jack, I know it's you. You cunning and despicable yellow-skinned monkey, stealing everything that rightfully belongs to me. Go to hell. With that, Obadiah exhaled with satisfaction. Under such firepower, he refused to believe Guo Feng could still be alive. That had merely been an emotional release. Obadiah, your words are as laughable as your scrap metal. Does Stark Industries' treacherous wolf even have the right to bark? Obadiah's smile immediately froze, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. How can you still be alive? Simultaneously, he unleashed a frenzied barrage until the weapons overloaded and forced to shut down. Yet Obadiah continued to operate the weaponry with fiery determination. Meanwhile, at a distance of 1,000 meters in the sky, Tony Stark silently observed the unfolding chaos. He had come not only to witness Obadiah's punishment, but also to collect combat data on Guo Feng. However, the latter's performance was somewhat disappointing. The Iron Overlord was simply too inadequate, failing to compel Guo Feng to engage earnestly. The seemingly terrifying onslaught, as assessed by Jarvis, had resulted in Guo Feng sustaining minimal damage, merely a torn garment. Emerging from the smoke of the explosions, Guo Feng appeared in his Dragon Man form. Azure scales enveloping him like regal armor, the dragon horn atop his head exuding an air of majesty and authority. Guo Feng regarded the Iron Overlord, scoffing. Even if you were present during that incident in Dongzhong, I could dismantle you with ease. Obadiah, without Mr. Stark's assistance, you are nothing. Although the Iron Overlord, crafted under Ivan Vanko's supervision, was indeed more formidable than its predecessor, it was still no match for Guo Feng, lacking sufficient maneuverability. A single wave of Tony Stark's laser cutting would suffice to resolve the situation. Upon witnessing Guo Feng unscathed, Obadiah nearly lost his sanity. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You monster! Why does heaven favor you so, granting you such immense power? That power should rightfully belong to me. In reality, there are no if-onlys. You can perish now." Obadiah's mental defenses had crumbled, and Guo Feng had no intention of prolonging the encounter. Clenching his dragon claws, a crimson flame ignited as he swung a fist forward, the fire transforming into a massive crimson dragon that surged toward the Iron Overlord. Beneath the dragon, all was reduced to ashes. Tony Stark, observing from a distance, found himself momentarily stunned by the scene. A glance at Jarvis's data report left his expression laden with resignation. Damn, it has barely been 2 days, and he has undergone such an absurd enhancement. That crimson dragon, let alone taking a direct hit, would obliterate both man and armor if it merely grazed the surface. His demeanor then grew somber. He had feelings for Obadiah. Had Guo Feng not intervened, even if he defeated Obadiah, he would have spared his life, allowing him to languish in prison for eternity. The current outcome was far from satisfactory, yet it was the best resolution. "Sir, he has detected you." "What?" Interrupted by Jarvis. Tony Stark barely registered the warning when a flash of azure zipped past him. "Mr. Stark, how is the data collection going?" Guo Feng asked with a light laugh. Tony Stark's face flushed with embarrassment, yet his tone brimmed with pride. "Rest assured, Jack, in no time I shall catch up to you. After all, I am a genius." Then I eagerly anticipated. "We have a saying in Huagua, born in worry, die in comfort." I hope to maintain this sense of crisis. Seeing Guo Feng's earnest expression, Tony Stark felt a pang of frustration. He was accustomed to showcasing his prowess before others, yet in terms of strength, he undeniably fell short of Guo Feng. Chapter 17, The Press Conference. Shortly after Guo Feng and his companions departed, a helicopter from SHIELD arrived at the scene. Observing the devastation below, Coulson furrowed his brow. The scale of destruction was comparable to that of a localized war, with the most prominent feature being a lava field spanning several kilometers. Even from hundreds of meters in the air, Coulson felt the searing heat. Could it be him? Coulson's mind immediately turned to Guo Feng. After all, the traces below bore a striking resemblance to the incident in Dongzhong, though the magnitude of destruction was worlds apart. Subsequently, Coulson reported the situation to Nick Fury. Upon observing the scene, Nick Fury's countenance darkened considerably. This operation yielded no tangible results, and he could scarcely entertain thoughts regarding any connection to Guo Feng. The magnitude of destruction was beyond his comprehension. If Guo Feng truly declined to join SHIELD, what means would there be to impose constraints? No, such an individual must never become an adversary. Nick Fury promptly resolved to personally visit Stark Industries. Even if Guo Feng chose not to ally with them, he was determined to foster a cordial relationship. New York, Stark Industries. Upon his return, Tony Stark had a parting with Guo Feng, not in the laboratory conducting research, but rather, he was headed to the seaside villa with Pepper Potts to host a party. Meanwhile, Guo Feng remained in his office, engaged in meditation. A new message from the Tadpole has arrived. Upon hearing the system's notification, Guo Feng swiftly opened the game interface. The Tadpole had sent back 2 new photos. In the first image, beneath a lush green tree, the Tadpole stood in the center, flanked by Sasuke and Naruto. The expression of the latter was as insufferable as ever. With a smirk, Guo Feng proceeded to examine the second photo. Goodness, Tadpole, you've managed to find a fellow countryman in another realm. The second scene captured was Mount Mayaboku, where the Tadpole stood atop the head of the toad sage, surrounded by a multitude of toads native to the mountain. After stowing away the photos, Guo Feng exited the game interface and resumed his meditation. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko, having departed from Obadiah, arrived in New York and sought out Stark Industries' so-called nemesis, Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer, fresh from an arms exhibition, scoffed at the notion of someone attempting to undermine Stark Industries with their technology. Who was this lunatic aiming to suppress Stark Industries? Justin Hammer derided the idea. Although he publicly claimed that Hammer Industries and Stark Industries were competitors, in reality, Hammer Industries merely scavenged the remnants left by Stark Industries. A genius like Tony Stark was a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Justin Hammer had never harbored thoughts of undermining Stark Industries, unless Tony Stark were to perish. Just as he was about to have Ivan Vanko escorted out, Vanko excitedly exclaimed, "That red armor from the east, you know precisely who it belongs to. No one else in this world can rival his technology." "What did you say?" Justin Hammer gestured for his subordinates to halt, his expression devoid of mirth. He certainly recognized the source of that armor from the east, and it filled him with despair. Not only was he incapable of matching the armor's performance, but he also could not replicate the miniaturized arc reactor. "Indeed, I can assist you in creating an armor for Hammer Industries." Ivan Vanko retrieved an arc reactor from his bag. The moment Justin Hammer laid eyes on the arc reactor, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He hurriedly instructed his scientists to examine it, and upon confirmation, his attitude towards Ivan Vanko transformed to one of enthusiasm. "I never expected my luck to be so fortuitous as to encounter a genius like you. Speak, what is it that you desire?" "I only ask for one thing. During my research, you must not interfere, and I shall deliver satisfactory results." Ivan Vanko replied calmly. If Justin Hammer were to meddle in his research as Obadiah had, he would leave without hesitation. "No problem. My greatest virtue is respecting others' requests." With that, Justin Hammer commanded his associates to escort Ivan Vanko away. The following day, Justin Hammer convened a press conference, announcing that Hammer Industries had achieved a significant technological breakthrough, developing a powered exoskeleton suit. It was set to be unveiled at the weapons exhibition in a week, with orders to be signed with the military on the day of the exhibition. As soon as the press conference concluded, Tony Stark hurriedly sought out Guo Feng. "That Justin Hammer has the audacity to steal my ideas. How could his company possibly develop an armor?" Guo Feng replied calmly. "It's certainly impossible relying solely on Hammer Industries technology, but they do have external assistance. Do you recall the Ironmonger?" At Guo Feng's mention, Tony Stark's gaze sharpened. "Are you suggesting that the one who aided Obadiah in creating the Ironmonger has now moved to Hammer Industries?" However, there's nothing to worry about in that regard. From the design of the Ironmonger, Tony Stark could discern Ivan Vanko's level of expertise, barely competent at best. Guo Feng understood Tony Stark all too well. It wasn't the fear of Hammer Industries overtaking him that troubled Stark, but rather the concern that his limelight might be usurped. As expected, Tony Stark informed Guo Feng that he would hold a press conference that afternoon to announce his identity as Iron Man. Guo Feng was not particularly concerned about the matter. Neither Hammer Industries nor Ivan Vanko posed a threat in his eyes. That afternoon, on the eve of the press conference, Guo Feng sought out Peter Parker. This historic moment was one that Spider-Man could not afford to miss. Following the signal from the communicator, Guo Feng found Peter Parker in a narrow alleyway, presently engaged in combat with a dozen armed assailants. With his spider sense tingling, Peter Parker adeptly dodged bullets and seized the opportunity to launch his webbing. Guo Feng recognized these individuals. They were the notorious Hell's Kitchen, a formidable organization with significant influence in the underground world. Their heinous acts paled in comparison to their leader, Kingpin, a legendary figure in his own right. Before long, Peter Parker had subdued the Hell's Kitchen members, ensnaring them in a large web, awaiting the arrival of law enforcement. "Brother Feng, are you just going to watch from the sidelines?" Peter Parker glanced towards Guo Feng at the alley's entrance, his tone somewhat melancholic. Guo Feng cast a sidelong glance at the webbing, chuckling lightly. "If I were to intervene, these individuals would scarcely be left with a shred of their former selves. They should consider themselves fortunate to have encountered you." "True enough." Peter Parker nodded, realizing that his own strength, capable of moving trains, would pale in comparison to Guo Feng's. For ordinary individuals to contend with him would be akin to facing annihilation. Chapter 18, Hell's Kitchen. You haven't been to the office for several days. Is it because of these people? Peter Parker sighed. Indeed, the crime rate in Queens has surged lately, and numerous groups are specifically seeking trouble with me. The individuals you encountered this time belong to a small faction. Guo Feng fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed Peter Parker's recent frequent activities had drawn the ire of Hell's Kitchen. As long as he remained active, their retaliatory actions would only intensify. A brief respite could only be achieved by defeating Kingpin. Do you require my assistance, Peter? Peter Parker shook his head. I'm accustomed to this sort of thing. Trust me, Brother Feng, I'll be able to resolve it in no time. After all, I am Spider-Man. With a sense of pride, Peter Parker asserted this. Guo Feng did not intervene in Peter Parker's decision. Very well, if you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to inform me. For now, let us proceed to the Group's press conference. Is Mr. Stark announcing new technology to the public? Guo Feng replied with a mysterious smile. In a sense, yes. You will understand upon arrival. Today is destined to be a historic moment. By the time the two arrived at Stark Industries, the press conference was already in progress. In attendance were not only various media outlets, but also numerous prominent figures from official and business circles, including Justin Hammer. As Tony Stark took the stage, the collective gaze of the audience converged upon him. Tony Stark scanned the room and began, First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all present at this press conference. I trust that prior to this event, you have received various rumors. However, I must apologize. This press conference is not solely to unveil Stark Industries' new technology, but I, too, have an important announcement to make. Having completed his introductory remarks, Tony Stark turned, and a hidden compartment on the platform opened, revealing the Mark I armor ascending. The sight of this armor left the audience in a state of shock. The video featuring the East Middle incident has remained a hot topic across major media outlets, with many speculating about the origins of the remarkable suit of armor. Today, the enigma has finally been unveiled. The enigmatic suit belongs to none other than Tony Stark, hailing from Stark Industries. The crowd gazes in disbelief at Tony Stark, who revels in their astonished looks, proudly proclaiming, "This suit, along with its entire development process, is the result of my personal ingenuity. As you can see, its capabilities are extraordinary, and this marks merely the dawn of Stark Industries' new era." Applause erupts from the audience, yet beneath the surface, each individual harbors their own thoughts. Notably, Justin Hammer's expression is as sour as if he had just ingested something unpleasant. Earlier that same morning, he had held a press conference promising groundbreaking advancements in technology, leading to a significant surge in Hammer Industries stock, poised to surpass Stark Industries. Although he was the first to hold a press conference, the technological results would not be revealed for another week. Meanwhile, Tony Stark has unveiled a finished product, riding on the wave of prior publicity, which has completely disrupted Hammer's plans. If Ivan Vanko's results fail to outshine Stark's in a week, Hammer Industries may be branded as perennial second-rate imitators, and a plummet in stock prices could ensue. It is imperative that he claims the top position this time. Otherwise, Hammer Industries may never recover. With this in mind, Justin Hammer concocts an excuse to hastily exit the event, eager to retreat to the laboratory to oversee Ivan Vanko's research. Observing Hammer's departure, Tony Stark is unfazed. To be candid, he has never regarded Justin Hammer as a rival. In his eyes, Hammer is merely a scavenger trailing behind him. As the atmosphere settles, Stark turns to the camera and solemnly declares, "Now, I have another announcement to make." The room falls silent, all eyes fixated on Stark. Is it really wise for Mr. Stark to make such a declaration? Peter Parker, who is in a nearby room, expresses his concern, having already guessed what Stark intends to announce. Beside him, Guo Feng remains impassive. You don't understand, Mr. Stark. Setting aside his flamboyant personality, his reputation does not permit him the luxury of discretion. He patted Peter Parker on the shoulder. You are a good neighbor to the citizens of New York, but Mr. Stark is the Iron Man of the world. Individuals like him are destined to attract numerous eyes. With that, Guo Feng's tone turned steely. In my memory, his care for me has been akin to that of an uncle. Those with ulterior motives who wish to use him as a pawn will find themselves crushed by my own hand. Peter Parker fell silent, deeply affected by Guo Feng's words. At this moment, Tony Stark delivers his historic proclamation, "I am Iron Man." This simple statement sends shockwaves through the audience. Following his declaration, Stark announces the conclusion of the press conference. Simultaneously, officials approach Stark to discuss orders for the suit. After some negotiation, Stark declines the military's order, asserting that this is his personal equipment, though he offers to collaborate with a selected individual. While no candidate has been finalized, Stark favors his friend, Colonel Rhodes. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer has returned to Hammer Industries and, accompanied by a cadre of advisors and bodyguards, arrives at Ivan Vanko's laboratory. Chapter 19. Tony Stark's Declaration. In less than a day, Ivan Vanko has made preliminary progress. Upon seeing Justin Hammer, Vanko furrows his brow, immediately questioning, "Mr. Hammer, we agreed beforehand that I do not appreciate outsiders meddling in my research. What is the meaning of your sudden entourage?" Hammer responds with feigned politeness, "Calm down. I have already stated that I am a man of my word." He shifts his tone. "It is precisely because I honor my commitments that I cannot afford any mistakes." This afternoon, Tony Stark held a press conference, and that suit made its debut. Do you grasp the implications of this? Vanko's expression betrays surprise. But he quickly regains his composure. What should I care? It is merely a subpar product. Let him bask in his glory for a few days. Soon enough, the Stark family and that wretched company will taste the bitterness of failure. Oh, you seem quite confident. Allow me to see the progress. Hammer's smile fades as he observes a silver model being presented. His expression turns serious as he scrutinizes it, then asks Vanko, "Why can't it accommodate a pilot?" "You know, I require something akin to Stark's armor." Vanko replies calmly, "Thus, it is a subpar product. A true war machine does not require a pilot to operate." "Shut your mouth." Hammer retorts, visibly agitated. "What I desire is not a robot, but a suit capable of housing a person. Modify the design immediately. If I do not see what I want within 7 days, you may find yourself unemployed." With that, Hammer instructs several advisors to remain, stating, "My people will stay to monitor you closely. Do not attempt to pull any tricks." As Hammer departs the laboratory, Ivan Vanko is left seething with anger. At Stark Industries, Guo Feng and Tony Stark return to the top-floor office. Upon reaching the entrance, Guo Feng's demeanor grows tense. "What is it?" Jack Tony Stark inquires. There are some uninvited guests. The previously jovial Tony Stark's expression darkens instantly. Only he and Jack have access to this area. Anyone else who enters undoubtedly possesses significant credentials. Are they with the government? Sort of. They have ties to Mr. Howard. So let us proceed inside. Your questions will soon be answered. As they step into the office, they are greeted by the sight of Nick Fury lounging on the sofa. Dressed in casual yellow attire, he resembles a bumbling farmer. "I have been waiting for both of you for quite some time." "Who are you?" Stark demands. Fury replies nonchalantly, "Who am I? You should be asking Jack." "Of course. Tony Stark, I am well acquainted with you as well. Stop pretending to be mysterious, Nick Fury, or I will not hesitate to toss you out of here." Guo Feng approaches Fury, irritation evident on his face. "Was my previous statement not clear enough? Or do you still harbor hopes of succeeding by coming here personally?" Fury's expression remains unchanged. "If you understand us, you should be aware of our position. This world has never been as peaceful as it appears. Enough. Let that damned position go to hell. The notion that greater power brings greater responsibility is not one I fully embrace. I merely believe that greater power means one does not need to wear slippers." The exchange leaves Tony Stark bewildered, prompting him to interrupt. "Before you two delve into your ridiculous positions, could you clarify your identities for me?" Guo Feng nods. "Let this gentleman enlighten you." Fury turns to Stark, revealing the connection between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Howard Stark. Had Guo Feng not been present, Fury would have spun a grand tale, especially considering Stark's character would have found it difficult to refuse the mission of protecting humanity and championing justice. This led to Fury being interrupted several times by Guo Feng, effectively dismantling Fury's carefully constructed narrative. Fury's already dark complexion deepens further. Seeing Fury's expression akin to that of someone who has just swallowed a fly brings Guo Feng a sense of satisfaction. That will suffice. I now comprehend the message that needs to be conveyed. Tony Stark muses, stroking his chin, his surprise evident upon learning that his father was a founding member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark holds a deep respect for anything related to his father. Tony Stark cast a glance at Guo Feng, revealing a smile that made the egg-shaped figure across from him uneasy. He quickly interjected, "Tony, you must think carefully. You are not like Jack. While I am unaware of what has transpired at S.H.I.E.L.D. that has led him to so vehemently reject us, we have always stood on the side of humanity. My stance mirrors Jack S. I do not need to join your ranks." Tony Stark continued, "If a calamity were truly to descend, I believe Jack would be far more dependable than you. Of course, I possess the ability to resolve matters myself, for I am a genius." Nick Fury abruptly rose to his feet. "Tony, your decision is misguided. You are the son of Howard." Tony Stark scoffed. "Indeed, I am Howard's son, but I am also Tony Stark. However, if you can fulfill one request of mine right now, I may reconsider." His tone was somewhat playful, yet Nick Fury remained earnest. Speak. S-H-I-E-L. DS power is greater than you can fathom. Find someone capable of defeating Jack in a one-on-one confrontation. What did you say? Nick Fury's expression shifted. He had seen the photographs from East China and Moscow. The level of destruction was akin to that of strategic-grade weaponry. To his knowledge, only that woman could wield such power, and she was currently traversing the cosmos, making her return within a short time frame impossible. Give me some time. And I can. Tony Stark shook his head. I already stated now. Today's discussion ends here. You may leave. Nick Fury attempted to say more, but was swiftly seized and thrown out by Guo Feng. I hope next time you 1T come uninvited as you did today. Otherwise, it 1T be so simple. Farewell, egghead, Guo Feng remarked playfully before shutting the office door. Outside, Nick Fury stood up, his expression exceedingly complex. He perceived this operation as a complete failure, yet he would not concede. The sentiment remained. Even if he could not bring Guo Feng and Tony Stark to his side, he must find a means to counterbalance their power. Inside the office, Tony Stark exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Guo Feng. To be honest, if it weren't for your presence, I would have found it quite difficult to decline that guy's invitation. Guo Feng sat upright in his chair, gazing into the distance. He would not relent, whether for us or the Stark Industries. More eyes would be upon us in the future, as this world is never at peace. Meanwhile, in Queens, Peter Parker, having just returned from Stark Industries, found himself in a quandary. After dealing with a few thugs from Hell's Kitchen, he stumbled upon a bank heist. Initially believing it to be an ordinary robbery, he was taken aback to discover that the perpetrators possessed superhuman abilities. Peter Parker could have subdued them until a sand truck appeared. In an instant, the criminals transformed into sand, merging with the truck, and the sand inside erupted, coalescing into a massive humanoid figure. Confronted by the formidable strength and peculiar tactics of the Sandman, Peter Parker found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Had it not been for the fortuitous presence of a fire safety device at a critical moment, the Sandman might have overpowered him. However, Peter sustained considerable injuries. Once the Sandman had retreated, Peter immediately contacted Guo Feng. Chapter 20. The Ultimate Heat, the Vanquished Sandman. At the pinnacle of a skyscraper, Peter Parker reclined on a web, engaging in a game of Match 3. A purple flame cloud descended from behind him as Guo Feng, clad in a black suit, approached. Speak of your troubles, Peter. Peter Parker leapt from the web, his tone somewhat weak as he recounted the events. Interesting, encountering the Sandman at this juncture, Guo Feng mused. The Sandman was not only a dangerous superpowered individual, but also had a connection to Peter Parker, one that involved the death of Ben Parker. Yet, Guo Feng had no intention of revealing this to Peter. Let us go, Peter, we shall resolve this issue. It was fortuitous, as Guo Feng also wished to stretch his limbs, and the Sandman would serve as an excellent sharpening stone. What? Peter Parker exclaimed, astonished. That guy is quite formidable, and it seems he is immune to physical harm. Your immense power may be somewhat restrained. Guo Feng smiled nonchalantly. Who told you I rely solely on brute strength? Fear not, he is merely a pile of sand. Despite his skepticism, Peter Parker decided to join Guo Feng. By midnight, at a sand quarry on the outskirts of New York, Marco lay amidst a pile of cash, reminiscing about the battle from earlier. Damn Spider-Man. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. Hey buddy, why do you dislike me so? A familiar voice startled Marco. Spider-Man, is that you? He instantly transformed into his Sandman form, scanning the surroundings warily. Come out, Spider-Man, you wretched little bug, daring to return to me. The sand around him swirled increasingly, as Marco exuded confidence. Having chosen this location as his stronghold, in his domain, he was invincible. Hello, I'm right here. Peter Parker leapt from the side of the sand truck, and in the next moment, the surrounding sand coalesced into enormous fists that came crashing down upon him. Marco morphed into a colossal Sandman, descending amidst a swirling sandstorm, gazing down upon the pulverized truck. Feel the true power, little bug. Peter Parker emerged from the sand, brushing himself off as he looked up at Marco. Indeed, you are quite powerful in this sandy realm, but sadly, I am not alone in coming here. In an instant, the sky above the quarry darkened with storm clouds, and amidst the thunder, a dragon shadow could be seen weaving through the tempest. As a dragon's roar echoed, a purple lightning bolt struck down, shattering the sandstorm surrounding Marco. With a shriek, Marco was propelled from his Sandman form, landing charred and convulsing on the ground. My heavens! Peter Parker exclaimed, incredulous at the spectacle before him. The once seemingly invincible Sandman had been vanquished in a single blow, shattering his perceptions of power. Within mere moments, Marco regained consciousness, scrambling to his feet, his gaze filled with dread as he looked skyward. You have truly disappointed me. Is this all you can muster in your home turf? Guo Feng descended on a cloud of flames, his expression betraying a hint of disappointment as he regarded Marco. The previous strike had been merely a casual display of his power, and it had nearly obliterated Marco. In truth, Guo Feng was astonished by the rapid enhancement of his own abilities, especially considering the three-colored haki he had recently acquired, which had progressed to an intermediate stage. He believed it would not be long before he reached an advanced or even peak level. "Spare me. I will never commit another crime," Marco pleaded, recognizing the futility of his situation. "You think I should heed your plea?" Guo Feng scoffed, looking down at Marco. "I present you with two choices: become my dog or meet your demise." "Please, Wind Brother, we can simply turn him over to the authorities," Peter Parker interjected. "Do you truly believe the police can contain someone like him? Set aside your naive notions. One must employ appropriate measures for different individuals." Peter Parker fell into contemplation. Guo Feng chose not to elaborate further, fully aware of Peter's character. As a grounded superhero, he could embody justice and kindness, yet also possess a ruthless side. He was never one to adhere to a strictly merciful doctrine. "Send me to prison, Spider-Man. I promise I won't escape. I will serve my time dutifully," Marco implored, his expression earnest. As long as one finds themselves imprisoned, it matters not what transpires. Eventually departing from New York and escaping the clutches of these two harbingers of doom shall render one free once more. Peter Parker shook his head, stating, "You were defeated by Wind Brother. I am not in a position to determine your punishment." "No, you cannot say that. You are not Spider-Man," Marco bellowed, causing the sands of the quarry to erupt in turmoil. Countless grains surged like an ocean, coalescing into a towering quicksand giant, while a massive sandstorm rapidly formed around it. "Good heavens, has this fellow taken some sort of drug? How can he be so ferocious?" Peter Parker lamented, bracing himself against the swirling dust, while Guo Feng remained utterly still, closest to the tempest. "I demand both of you pay the price." The Sandman's roar was thunderous, and this surge of power rekindled his confidence. He doubted that merely Guo Feng and Spider-Man could contend with the immense force of tens of thousands of tons of sand. Yet, Guo Feng exhibited no trace of fear. On the contrary, the greater the Sandman's strength, the more he yearned to reclaim it. "Do you know what sand fears most?" Guo Feng suddenly inquired of Peter Parker. Peter Parker was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he regained his senses, Guo Feng had already transformed into his dragon form, crimson flames coursing along his claws. "It's high temperature," Peter Parker murmured, as a purple flame cloud enveloped him and transported him beyond the quarry. However, as the flame cloud dissipated, Peter Parker gazed ahead in shock. The entire quarry was engulfed by a dragon-shaped inferno, unleashing waves of fire that ultimately coalesced into a colossal flame storm, casting an apocalyptic reflection beneath the thunderclouds above. Moments later, the fiery expanse began to contract at a visible pace. As the flames receded, the once thriving quarry lay in ruins, all the sand reduced to crystalline remnants, while the quicksand giant that Marco had transformed into became a statue of despair, struggling in vain. "Is he dead?" Peter Parker asked. "Not yet. I still have use for him," Guo Feng replied with a light chuckle. "Let us depart. This location will be sealed for some time. When the Sandman is freed, he will understand what must be done." Peter Parker nodded thoughtfully. The spectacle of Guo Feng subduing the Sandman still reverberated within him. He realized that no adversary he had encountered thus far, himself included, could possibly withstand such a blow. It was a power that shattered his comprehension. "My word, could Wind Brother be a deity incarnate?" Peter Parker mused, his heart racing at the thought of Guo Feng in his dragon form. After the two departed, the abandoned quarry was swiftly acquired by Stark Industries, which promptly sealed the area. Following his separation from Peter Parker, Guo Feng returned to Stark Industries. In the top-floor office, Tony Stark was busy dismantling his armor. After receiving a cup of coffee from a mechanical arm, he had just taken a sip when the office door swung open, revealing Guo Feng. "What a coincidence, Jack. I heard from Pepper that you acquired a quarry. Are you planning to venture into real estate?" Guo Feng took a seat and recounted the events concerning the Sandman. Upon hearing the tale, Tony Stark's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated such an outrageous adversary. The nature of its abilities posed a significant challenge to his armor, and controlling the Sandman with high temperatures would prove exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, Tony's demeanor remained proud. "Encountering a creature like you is unfortunate for that fellow. Yet, it is no different for me." His tone carried a hint of envy. "I truly admire you. You can casually step outside and confront foes wielding extraordinary powers, while I, as Iron Man, have only faced mundane criminals." The ordinary criminals had long since dulled Tony Stark's enthusiasm. He yearned for a formidable adversary to validate his prowess. Guo Feng reassured him, "Fear not. This world will grow increasingly tumultuous. By the way, does S-H-I-E-L-D. Have any ongoing operations? At the mention of S-H-I-E-L-D, Tony Stark's smile vanished. You are correct. That rogue director is indeed a restless soul, continually infiltrating the company with agents. However, with J-A-R-V-I-S-S assistance, these individuals are unlikely to stir any significant trouble. Guo Feng nodded, confident in Tony Stark's arrangements. After a brief chat with Tony, Guo Feng returned to his residence, where news from the Tadpole had just arrived. This time, it was not merely a photograph sent back, but a formal return. The Tadpole has returned. The Tadpole brings gifts and souvenirs. Please pay attention to the receipt. At long last, they were back. Let me see what has been brought. Ignoring the earlier notifications, Guo Feng's gaze fixated on the final two prompts. The first revealed an ancient, exquisite scroll. The last contained a vessel holding a pair of scarlet eyes. Opening the ancient scroll, a line of text appeared. Summary of Sage Mode. Originating from the world of Naruto, the Tadpole visited Mount Myaboku, the Wetbone Forest, and the Dragon's Cave to gather this summary. Upon use, one may obtain seeds for 3 types of Sage Mode, directly acquiring the intra-level stage and enabling effect fusion. Tadpole, Daddy loves you, Guo Feng expressed with joy. Knowing that Sage Mode is among the highest powers in the ninja realm, mastering it would significantly elevate one's strength. Not to mention the convergence of 3 Sage Modes would yield effects far beyond simple addition. Therefore, the second gift must be the Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Fusion originating from the world of Naruto, the Tadpole has fused the abilities of the modern Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan into this product. It was a simple introduction. Yet Guo Feng understood just how formidable these eyes truly were. The modern Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, a pinnacle of power, encompassed illusions, space manipulation, and offensive capabilities. The abilities post-fusion were nearly all-encompassing. Most importantly, these gifts, upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, would be enhanced according to the power levels of that universe. Alas, it is not the Rinnegan. I wonder if the Tadpole will have the chance to revisit the ninja realm and bring back Hashirama's cells, Guo Feng mused softly. He then proceeded to utilize the gifts brought by the Tadpole. Upon merging with Sage Mode, a profound energy coursed through Guo Feng's body, and he could distinctly feel his strength increase. The moment Guo Feng opened his eyes, a pair of cold, scarlet dragon-like eyes emerged. The fusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan with his body transformed it into the lower-tier power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Sage Mode too underwent this transformation, aligning perfectly with Guo Feng's desires. He preferred to maintain the Azure Dragon form rather than morph into something bizarre due to the amalgamation of multiple powers. Once more, he accessed the game interface, preparing the necessary gear for the Tadpole's upcoming journey. The clovers accumulated over the past few days were sufficient for a comprehensive enhancement of the Tadpole. First, the amulet. Guo Feng purchased an origami crane, spending a full 2,000 clovers. This not only significantly increased the Tadpole's luck, but also allowed for the specification of a particular world system. The green crane could reach realms of cultivation or fantasy. The white crane was destined for a world of wonder. The red crane would lead to a realm of bizarre magic. The blue crane was intended for a sci-fi universe. Guo Feng opted for the green crane. Naturally, the price fluctuations of the cranes varied greatly, with the more expensive ones granting access to higher-tier worlds. Next came the bento. Guo Feng acquired a luxurious travel package. Lastly, he upgraded the Tadpole's previous enhanced traits, nearly depleting his clovers in the process. Having completed these preparations, Guo Feng closed the game interface, now awaiting the Tadpole's expedition. Soon, a notification chimed. The Tadpole has set out on a journey. During the journey, the Tadpole will send back photographs. Please pay attention to the receipt. Meanwhile, at Hammer Industries, with less than 3 days until the exhibition, the lack of news, compounded by the influence of Stark Industries, led to Hammer Industries stock plummeting to unprecedented lows. Justin Hammer stormed into the laboratory, his gaze immediately falling upon Ivan Vanko, who was busily calibrating machinery. Damn it, don't you realize time is of the essence? What have you accomplished up to this point? Justin Hammer vociferously demanded. Ivan Vanko remained unperturbed. Rest assured, Mr. Hammer, when the day arrives, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. Justin Hammer nodded, but in the next moment, seized Ivan Vanko by the collar, his face contorted with anger. I said I want to see results. Ivan Vanko coldly pushed Hammer's hand away. Do not be so impulsive. The machine capable of housing a human has been completed. However, other matters are not your concern. Chapter 22. A renewed confrontation, Tony Stark's new series. With that, Ivan Vanko revealed a suit of armor. Its gleaming silver hue reminiscent of the Mark I, albeit with a closer resemblance. Under the watchful eyes of Justin Hammer and his associates, the armor began to separate, revealing a human form within. This armor has been thoroughly tested and is devoid of any issues. You may take it for your purposes, Ivan declared. Justin Hammer's eyes glowed with fervor as he gazed at the armor, quickly reverting to a congenial smile. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You, like Tony Stark, are a rare genius in this world. Ivan Vanko scoffed. Take it and leave. I still have my own work to attend to. Disregarding Ivan Vanko's demeanor, Justin Hammer instructed his subordinates to take the armor away, eager to disseminate the news to salvage Hammer Industries stock market. Following the announcement, Stark Industries swiftly received the information. Tony Stark immediately sought out Guo Feng. Jack, take a look at this armor, an inferior imitation. I must admit, I overestimated Justin Hammer. I would be embarrassed to even accept such merchandise. Tony Stark grumbled. Guo Feng perused the report and, after a moment, maintained a calm expression. Do not underestimate Hammer Industries. That ally of Obadiah is no simpleton, particularly from your perspective. Tony Stark snorted arrogantly. Without your presence, he might have posed a decent challenge. However, the data you've compiled on armor development far surpasses his capabilities. Even the first generation could easily crush him. Upon hearing Tony Stark's words, Guo Feng smirked. That may be true, but Mr. Stark, are you certain that data is genuinely useful? Would you like me to provide you with an updated version? Although a hint of displeasure flickered across Tony Stark's face, he secretly relished the challenge. You truly chose an opportune moment, Jack. Let us proceed. I shall let you experience my latest armor. Soon, the two arrived at an abandoned building situated in the suburbs, a temporary accommodation Tony had secured, ideal for a battleground. Shortly after their arrival, a transport aircraft airdropped a crimson-painted metal crate. As the crate descended, it began to transform, completing the assembly of the armor by the time it reached Tony Stark. Guo Feng scrutinized the armor. Its design and paint scheme bore a striking resemblance to the Mark I, yet it appeared significantly bulkier. Is this focused on strength and defense? By the way, what generation is this? Tony Stark stretched his limbs, smiling as he replied, This is the new series of armor, which I have dubbed the Windbreaker. This is currently the second generation. Jarvis, initiate combat mode. In an instant, the Windbreaker illuminated with a crimson glow, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Guo Feng. Seizing his shoulders, the armor exerted considerable force, yet Guo Feng remained immovable, causing the ground beneath them to fracture. How is that possible? Tony Stark exclaimed, astonished. He had unleashed maximum power, the data exceeding 1,000 tons. Yet, under such force, he could not budge Guo Feng in the slightest. I told you, your data is already outdated. However, this does present an intriguing avenue for research. Do you have anything else? Damn it, Jack, you monster. Your growth rate has surpassed all previous records. Tony Stark cursed, quickly creating distance as the armor's back panel opened, swiftly assembling into a cannon. Rather than firing immediately, he introduced, this weapon, named the God of Fire Cannon, is developed based on the data from your previous fiery fists. It can reach temperatures of 10,000 degrees. Upon hearing Tony Stark's introduction, Guo Feng expressed surprise. I know you can withstand it, but at least allow me to inflict some damage, Jack. Tony Stark said excitedly, promptly activating the God of Fire Cannon. Seething heat rapidly filled the cannon, and with a thunderous roar that rent the air, it unleashed a wave of molten energy that struck Guo Feng. Yet, enveloped in the red flow, Guo Feng merely felt as though he were enjoying a bath. When the God of Fire Cannon overloaded and ceased, Tony Stark's expression turned grave as he gazed at the pool now filled with molten lava. Suddenly, Guo Feng emerged from the lava pool, leaning against the edge with a smile. To be honest, this is my first experience bathing in molten lava, quite pleasant. Would you care to join me? Good grief, how can you be completely unscathed? That was molten lava at 10,000 degrees. Tony Stark exclaimed, exasperated. The God of Fire Cannon was his most formidable weapon at present, yet it had merely ruined Guo Feng's clothing without inflicting any harm. He recalled previous tests where lasers had at least managed to damage Guo Feng's skin. Now, to Guo Feng, lasers likely felt akin to a flashlight's beam. Guo Feng shrugged. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's just a talent I possess. After all, Mr. Stark, even 100 of my heads wouldn't measure up to you. Tony Stark's words were a common refrain, yet he had to concede that in this practical test, he had faced a complete defeat. Jack, do not become too complacent. You will eventually fall to the Windbreaker. Tony Stark retorted, begrudgingly piloting his armor back to the laboratory. This brief confrontation had yielded a wealth of data for Jarvis, who was eager to develop new armor. After Tony Stark departed, Guo Feng cast a glance at the nearby building, speaking coldly, Come out, Natasha. Spying on men during their battles is hardly commendable. You are truly a monster, Guo Feng. Natasha, clad in a black combat suit, stepped out from the shadows of the building, her astonishment still evident. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., she had been assigned by Nick Fury to monitor the movements of Tony Stark and Guo Feng. This encounter, albeit brief, had profoundly altered her perceptions. The notion of an individual withstanding such extreme temperatures while appearing unperturbed was beyond anything Natasha had previously imagined. Naturally, she was also astounded by Tony Stark's displayed power. How had their strengths diverged so dramatically in such a short time? Emerging from the lava pool, Guo Feng changed into a black suit before Natasha's eyes. Go back and inform your director that while I am unconcerned with his clandestine maneuvers, he must not impede my affairs. Otherwise, the temperature S.H.I.E.L.D. endures will be far beyond mere thousands. Are you threatening us? Natasha's expression shifted. Guo Feng shook his head. Threatening? I am merely stating a fact. Natasha regarded Guo Feng intently. I apologize for the previous incident, but let me reiterate, S.H.I.E.L.D. holds no hostility towards you. With that, Natasha retreated into the shadows and vanished. Chapter 23, The Search for Gold. Shortly after Natasha's departure, Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters received reports regarding the encounter between Tony Stark and Guo Feng. The initial confrontation had lacked any notable highlights, and Fury remained surprisingly calm as he discussed the matter with Coulson. Tony Stark truly is a genius. He surpasses his father, Howard Stark, in many respects. As for Guo Feng, his capabilities remain somewhat elusive. However, I suspect they are comparable. Coulson nodded, but his expression shifted to one of disbelief upon witnessing Tony Stark activate the God of Fire cannon. Good heavens, Tony Stark has developed such a terrifying weapon. As Lu Dan marveled at the sight of Guo Feng braving the onslaught of the Fire God's cannon, confusion filled his eyes. Was Tony Stark truly intent on eliminating Guo Feng with such a ferocious assault? Impossible. When he witnessed Guo Feng emerging unscathed from the molten pit, both Lu Dan and Coulson stared in disbelief. How could one withstand such a magnitude of attack without a scratch? Even after the battle report concluded, their astonishment lingered. After a moment, Lu Dan, regaining his composure, spoke gravely. Guo Feng's displayed strength has exceeded my expectations, and the comparative intelligence indicates a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. Coulson replied solemnly, Director, thus far, we have seen only a fraction of Guo Feng's potential. What we have witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. With a sigh, Lu Dan reflected on the conundrum. Individuals of such caliber should not serve S.H.I.E.L.D. With Guo Feng in the mix, many troubles could be alleviated. His feelings towards Guo Feng were a complex blend of admiration and exasperation. He still harbored thoughts of restraining him. Yet the latest intelligence hinted at the possibility of deploying mushroom bombs. For the time being, Natasha should continue her surveillance. Lu Dan's gaze deepened. S.H.I.E.L.D. faced numerous challenges lately, not only from external threats, but also from severe internal issues. After several investigations, Lu Dan could ascertain one thing. Their long-standing nemesis, Hydra, had not been eradicated but instead lay hidden within the agency, the extent of their infiltration still unknown. In Queens, New York, since the Sandman incident, Peter Parker had not encountered any particularly extraordinary events, yet the frequency of attacks from Hell's Kitchen had escalated. When Guo Feng sought out Peter Parker after work, he found him just having repelled yet another wave of assault. Above the alley, a web hung, with Peter Parker reclining in it, engrossed in his phone. Your speed is remarkable, Win brother, Peter Parker called out as he spotted Guo Feng entering the alley. Guo Feng glanced at the unconscious thugs from Hell's Kitchen nearby and replied with a faint smile, You should be aware of their origins, no? Peter Parker shrugged helplessly, offering a wry smile. When it comes to intelligence, I'm at a disadvantage. All I know is that these individuals hail from a major crime syndicate. They come at me like waves of chives, one after another. Guo Feng nodded. Such was the vexation of Hell's Kitchen. Few could withstand the retaliation from that underworld. Come with me. I will assist you in addressing the problem at its roots. Guo Feng had his own plans regarding Hell's Kitchen. On the top floor of a commercial building, Wilson Fisk, donned in a white suit, sat in his office chair, brandishing a golden scepter. Failed again? Continue sending more men. He commanded. After hanging up the phone, he gazed contemplatively into the distance. Just then, the communicator beside him crackled to life with an urgent voice. Boss, Spider-Man has arrived. And he has someone with him. Spider-Man? How did he find me here? Fisk was taken aback but remained unconcerned. To him, Spider-Man was merely a pest with some extraordinary abilities. Through the surveillance cameras, Fisk discerned the newcomers, and upon spotting Guo Feng beside Spider-Man, His expression shifted. Interesting. The acting chairman of Stark Industries is mingling with Spider-Man, he murmured. Let them in. With Fisk's permission, Guo Feng and his companion proceeded unhindered, taking the elevator to Fisk's office. Upon entering, Peter Parker's gaze fixated on Fisk. My goodness, this guy is massive, he thought in astonishment. For Fisk's hulking figure resembled that of a human bear. Fisk scrutinized the two, quickly shifting his focus from Peter Parker to Guo Feng. Years of training and combat had endowed Fisk with an acute sense of perception, and Guo Feng's presence struck him with an unprecedented sense of danger. This man was perilous. A grave expression crossed Fisk's face. The aura emanating from Guo Feng felt like an imposing mountain pressing down upon him. You appear rather tense, Mr. Fisk, Guo Feng remarked with a light chuckle, casually taking a seat and surveying Fisk. In the Marvel Universe, Wilson Fisk was one of the few mortals who had reached the pinnacle of physical prowess. While he might seem like a bloated figure, he was composed entirely of muscle, honed through rigorous training. Even Peter Parker could be subdued by sheer strength alone. However, what truly set Fisk apart was his cunning intellect. This was precisely why Guo Feng sought him out. He needed someone of Fisk's caliber. Fisk steadied himself, putting on a smile. It is only natural to feel a bit anxious when someone of Mr. Jack's stature pays a visit. Guo Feng's eyes gleamed with amusement. Is that so? Yet. As far as I am aware, Mr. Fisk, you are the sovereign of the underworld, capable of pursuing even Spider-Man. What could possibly intimidate you? Fisk's gaze sharpened. Mr. Jack, if this is about that matter, I can extend a gesture of goodwill and retract the pursuit of Spider-Man. For Fisk, conceding to Guo Feng was a humiliation. Yet he was genuinely reluctant to clash with someone so formidable. Guo Feng nodded. I am pleased to hear you can do that, but Mr. Fisk, that is not my primary reason for visiting. Fisk furrowed his brow. Oh, then what other requests might Mr. Jack have? I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Should it be within my power, do my bidding, Fisk. At this proclamation, Fisk's demeanor shifted dramatically. Mr. Jack, that is not a jest to be taken lightly. Guo Feng's smile vanished, and his tone turned icy. This is no joke. Of course, you have the right to refuse, but you lack the strength to do so. Fisk's eyes hardened as he took a step back, and simultaneously, a green mist began to surge forth from the office. Cunning fiend, Guo Feng observed calmly, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which instantly dispersed the toxic fog, but Fisk's figure had already vanished. Chapter 24, Dealing with Fisk. Meanwhile, alarms blared throughout the building as all elevators and stairways sealed shut, and numerous armed personnel clad in black suits surrounded the premises. Brother, what do we do now? Peter Parker queried, bewildered by the turn of events. Guo Feng smirked. We pursue him. Today, that fat man shall not escape. Rising, Guo Feng exited the office. And as he stepped out, the surrounding doors swung open, with dozens of Hell's Kitchen thugs rushing in, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. As the hail of bullets approached Guo Feng, it suddenly halted mid-flight. With a casual wave of his hand, the bullets returned, striking down all assailants. In the next moment, an intangible force erupted from Guo Feng, enveloping the entire building. Under the impact of his conqueror's haki, nearly everyone lost consciousness in an instant. Fisk, who had reached the escape passage, suddenly paused, as if struck by a heavy blow. Yet, through sheer willpower, he persevered, though all his subordinates around him succumbed to unconsciousness. Fisk's face was a mask of terror. This unknown assault filled him with dread. Was it Jack's doing? Damn it, this man is too terrifying, he thought anxiously. Dashing out of the escape route to the helipad, where he found the pilot already unconscious, leaving him no choice but to pilot the helicopter himself. On the rooftop, Peter Parker pointed at the helicopter, gradually fading from view. Brother, where's that guy going? A purple flame cloud swirled around Guo Feng, enveloping both him and Peter Parker as they pursued Fisk. Guo Feng chose not to engage in the air, but followed Fisk to a hidden base. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Fisk sighed in relief, his demeanor regaining its former authority. The threat posed by Guo Feng was too significant. He resolved to restrain Hell's Kitchen for a while, lest they attract unwanted attention again. Yo! Peter Parker descended from above, webs ensnaring Fisk's legs as he landed on the helicopter and pulled forcefully. Fisk nearly stumbled, his expression darkening as he yanked back, causing Peter Parker to wobble precariously. What? Peter Parker wore a look of bewilderment. The power of Kingpin was indeed formidable enough to contend with his own. Skeptical of this reality, he engaged Kingpin in a test of strength. In response, Kingpin, with resolute determination, discarded his staff and grasped the webbing with both hands, pulling with all his might. Goodness! Is this brute truly that strong? Peter Parker muttered, finding himself at a disadvantage in their struggle. Meanwhile, a horde of Kingpin's henchmen arrived, countless weapons trained on Peter Parker. Just as Peter felt himself being drawn closer to Kingpin, a hand delicately tugged at the web. Kingpin, utterly defenseless, was yanked forward and tumbled to the ground. Lifting his gaze to behold Guo Feng looming above him. How is this possible? Kingpin thought in disbelief. The force transmitted through the web had rendered him incapable of resistance. And it was merely a casual pull from the man before him. It was difficult to fathom the true extent of this individual's terrifying power. Talking mid-flight, Kingpin. I require an explanation. As Kingpin attempted to rise, Guo Feng pressed a foot upon his back, making him feel as though an immovable mountain was bearing down on him. Damn you, you bastard. The humiliation drove Kingpin into a fit of rage. Observing this, Kingpin's subordinates glared at Guo Feng, redirecting their firepower towards him. Guo Feng merely shrugged, completely disregarding Kingpin's men, and remarked with a hint of amusement, Kingpin, it's time to sheath that so-called dignity of yours as the ruler of the underworld. I reiterate, I need an explanation. Kingpin glared defiantly at Guo Feng, unwilling to concede. Jack, in terms of strength, you are indeed formidable. But you cannot possibly account for the entire world, can you? Believe it or not, within 5 minutes, there will be trouble at Stark Industries. Is that your threat? Guo Feng replied with an air of indifference. Kingpin smiled, for this was merely a statement of fact, after all. Such matters were well within the expertise of those like him. Jack, don't you seek an explanation? Release me. Guo Feng fixed his gaze on Kingpin and slowly lifted his foot. He was not afraid of Kingpin's threats. Rather, he required Kingpin and his dominion, Hell's Kitchen. Simply suppressing Kingpin to feign submission would lead to his loss of authority within Hell's Kitchen, and presently, Kingpin seemed inclined to compromise. Once on his feet, Kingpin retrieved his staff and approached Guo Feng with a cordial smile. Jack, you are a powerful entity. Thus far, you are the most dangerous individual I have encountered, and I would be more than willing to befriend you. I sincerely hope you prove to be a loyal friend. Kingpin, Guo Feng replied calmly, then took Peter Parker by the arm and departed. Along the way, Peter Parker expressed his confusion. Brother Feng, you're just letting this guy go? He is an evil criminal. Guo Feng shook his head. Peter, criminals in this world are as inexhaustible as chives, especially within a vast criminal organization like Hell's Kitchen. Do you know what would happen if we were to eliminate Kingpin? Those criminals would become even more unruly, for they lack a leader. No, those scoundrels would act with even greater impunity. Kingpin is their rule. Even if we were to remove one Kingpin, others would undoubtedly arise. This outcome would be the most favorable. Guo Feng chuckled. Of course, when those villains emerge to commit their misdeeds, you can still send them to prison. As is the duty of Spider-Man, Peter Parker pondered this. Before long, the duo arrived at Stark Industries, where they were met with a message from Tony Stark. Upon entering Tony Stark's laboratory, the man called Peter Parker aside. Do you recall the promise I made to you earlier, Peter? Peter Parker's eyes sparkled with realization. Mr. Stark, you mean the spider armor? Tony Stark, brimming with pride, snapped his fingers, causing a nearby workbench to elevate. As it unfolded, a striking black and red spider armor emerged. The futuristic design captivated Peter Parker, and he eagerly approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Tony Stark was thoroughly satisfied with Peter Parker's reaction. This was the treatment a genius deserved, unlike some who merely sat nearby sipping tea. Mr. Stark, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. After all, I have not contributed anything to Stark Industries. Despite his longing for the spider armor, Peter Parker still felt a sense of reluctance. Accept it, Peter. I crafted this specifically for you. If it cannot be utilized by you, then the armor loses its significance. Faced with Tony Stark's firm stance, Peter Parker had no choice but to accept the gift. By the way, I remember you mentioned preparing a set of armor for Brother Feng as well. Any updates? Peter Parker's casual inquiry caused Tony Stark's smile to falter. Ahem. Peter, you should understand Jack's power. Even with my genius intellect, it will take some time to create an appropriate armor. Peter Parker nodded and began donning the spider armor. Tony Stark had prepared a designated area for Peter to test the armor's capabilities. After Peter entered the testing zone, Tony Stark turned to Guo Feng. You've been quite active in Queens recently. Any news? Guo Feng, observing Tony Stark's eagerness, replied nonchalantly, a rather peculiar individual has been causing trouble for Peter lately, and I want to handle it. You should leave that to me. Dealing with ordinary criminals every day is simply too mundane. Guo Feng shook his head. Don't let my easy victory fool you. Your current strength is still overqualified for this incident. Rest assured, for the time being, Hammer Industries will meet your demands. Tony Stark squinted, puzzled. Justin Hammer? Don't make me laugh. He is hardly capable. Of course not Justin Hammer. It's the individual behind him. Tomorrow is the Hammer Industries exhibition, and by then, you'll be free to unleash your full potential. With the kind of rubbish he produces, I could dispatch it in no time, Tony Stark boasted, regarding the exhibits of Hammer Industries as inferior. Guo Feng smiled mysteriously. That fellow thinks differently than you. He doesn't like to use humans in his armors. Frankly, I'm quite curious about what the renowned Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, will pull off tomorrow. However, if he resorts to the same robotic army as before, the outcome will be no different from being crushed. Not to mention the anti-wind series of armors. Even the first-generation Mark armor would outclass Ivan Vanko's assembly line robots. But considering Ivan Vanko's previous association with Obadiah, his manufacturing skills should have improved since then. Stop with the riddles and just tell me, Tony Stark said, curiosity etched across his face, but Guo Feng simply refused to divulge further. I already told you. You'll find out tomorrow. That's my gift to you for the transition. Now, let us go see Peter. After being repeatedly rebuffed, Tony Stark let out a huff before following Guo Feng to the testing area. In the expansive testing facility, Peter Parker reveled in the spider armor, finding all its features to be perfectly suited to his tastes. He felt that donning this armor would prevent him from facing Kingpin in such a pitiful manner again. While he may not dominate like Guo Feng, at least dealing with Kingpin would be significantly easier. After Peter completed his trials, Tony Stark recorded the data and transformed the spider armor into a melon-sized mechanical sphere. Place this in your backpack when you need it. Simply press the button in the center to deploy it. Peter Parker's eyes lit up as he stored the mechanical sphere in his backpack. Tony Stark continued, "This is just the beginning. Once I successfully tackle nanotechnology, future armors will require only a fraction of the space to carry. Mr. Stark, you truly are a genius. It's merely a touch of talent. After all, I am Tony Stark." Tony Stark's countenance radiated joy, for it was only in the company of Peter Parker that he could discover the delight befitting a genius. Guo Feng, oblivious to Stark's subtle musings, quietly departed from the scene. Just moments ago, he had received communication from Dr. Octavius, indicating that there was news from the Osborne group. Dr. Connors had briefed Guo Feng on the recent developments within the Osborne organization. "You have done remarkably well, Dr. Connors." Guo Feng harbored a profound trust in Connors. Ever since their last encounter when he had been transformed, in Connors' subconscious, he had become the Supreme Master. After terminating the communication, Guo Feng pondered the intelligence that Connors had just relayed. Lately, Norman Osborn had been exceedingly active, initiating numerous projects, the most significant of which was the development of the exoskeleton battlesuit. The project leader piqued Guo Feng's interest, Dr. Octavius, the future Dr. Octopus, whose collaboration had propelled the Osborne Group's armored project to groundbreaking advancements, in addition to spawning various other robotic endeavors. "The Osborne Group is up to something," Guo Feng murmured, contemplating the opportune moment to intervene. The following day, the Hammer Group's exhibition was scheduled for the afternoon, predominantly showcasing the exoskeleton battlesuit. Within the underground laboratory, Ivan Vanko was conducting final adjustments on his tablet, surrounded by thousands of silver-painted robots. These automatons bore a resemblance to the Mark I, but were uncrewed, governed by a centralized intelligence system, and categorized into light, medium, and heavy models. Upon completing the last adjustments, Ivan Vanko stowed away his computer. Behind him, a suit of armor adorned in blue and white emerged, distinctly different from the other robots, most notably featuring arms transformed into whips. This was Ivan Vanko's personal battle suit, which integrated the system terminal within it. "The Stark family shall face my vengeance," he declared, donning the armor as all the robots activated. Shortly thereafter, Justin Hammer arrived, as the exhibition was about to commence and he required some samples. "Where is Ivan Vanko?" Justin inquired of his subordinates. He mentioned something about conducting private research. "Should we inform the boss?" Justin waved his hand dismissively, instructing them to disregard Vanko for the time being and to mobilize the robots, leaving two individuals behind to await Vanko's return. With that, Justin made a slicing motion across his throat. He had long sensed that Ivan Vanko was spiraling out of control. The critical moment had passed, and Vanko could very well meet his demise. Once Justin Hammer had the machines transported away, Ivan Vanko emerged clad in his battle suit, effortlessly dispatching the personnel left behind by Justin Hammer. Meanwhile, the Hammer Group's exhibition was on the verge of commencing, just as Tony Stark and Guo Feng arrived. Justin Hammer was on stage elaborating on the presentation. As the battle suit was unveiled, attendees expressed keen interest, with the exception of Tony Stark and Guo Feng. Seated in the back, Tony scoffed, directing his comments to Guo Feng. "Jack, behold this pitiful design. Even my initial blueprint discarded in the trash would surpass this." With a tone laced in skepticism, he continued, "Only those fools would desire such rubbish, in practical application. It is no better than the weaponry wielded by those terrorists in the East." Guo Feng replied with a serene smile, "Indeed, the suit on stage is rather subpar. Yet one must recognize that Ivan Vanko is not a proponent of elitism like yourself. He is, in fact, a genius in mass production. Subsequently, Guo Feng rose to depart. Enjoy the ensuing battle, Mr. Stark. I must attend to Pepper and Happy, lest our dear friend finds himself in a bind. With that, Guo Feng vanished from Stark's view. TCH, Tony Stark let out a cold snort, leaning back in his seat, his interest waning as he observed the stage. Concurrently, a sci-fi-inspired aircraft hovered above the exhibition venue, equipped with various models of battle suits ready to be deployed to Stark as per the circumstances. Despite his outward disdain, Tony had meticulously prepared an array of contingency plans for this occasion. As the exhibition continued and Justin Hammer presented, Ivan Vanko, clad in his whip-armored suit, stepped out from the shadows. The sudden appearance of the new suit immediately captivated the attention of all present. The unexpected turn of events left Justin Hammer momentarily stunned as he gazed at the whip-armored suit, questioning, Ivan Vanko, is that you? Indeed, it is I, Mr. Hammer, came Ivan Vanko's icy voice from within the suit. Justin Hammer surveyed the whip-armored suit, his expression shifting to one of delight. Look at this suit. You've been conducting research behind my back, but your timely arrival is indeed a surprise. Approaching the whip-armored suit, his demeanor darkened. Let us set aside past grievances. This is a golden opportunity. Once we conclude, I shall compensate you, and we can consider this a clean slate. Ivan Vanko remained silent for a few seconds before raising his hand to seize Justin Hammer by the throat, the immense pressure causing Justin to writhe in agony. A clean slate, indeed. I arrived here today specifically for this purpose. The feud between you and the Stark family shall be resolved here and now. The shocking turn of events left the audience in disbelief. Before they could react, the power in the venue suddenly cut, plunging the space into darkness, where countless crimson eyes ignited. Rows of silver-painted war robots emerged. How intriguing, Tony Stark observed calmly from the back, as the ceiling exploded, and a metallic crate plummeted towards him. In an instant, Tony donned his armor, the second generation of the Anti-Wind series, his most formidable suit to date. Noticing the commotion, Ivan Vanko discarded the unconscious Justin Hammer and exclaimed with fervor, Tony Stark, you dare come here alone? Where is that yellow-skinned companion of yours? Has he fled in fear? Tony Stark leaped forward, landing before Ivan Vanko, disdain evident in his voice. Jack has informed me of your antics. I can only conclude that my father's judgment was indeed correct. As for Jack, you should be grateful he is not here, for otherwise, you would be crushed like scrap metal beneath his hand. Faced with these words, Ivan Vanko's composure shattered, and he roared, you shall pay dearly for this. By killing you, I will obliterate Stark Industries and eradicate your family's legacy. Instantly, the surrounding robots launched an assault on Tony Stark, while Ivan Vanko retreated to the side. He understood that in terms of quality, his forces could not match Stark's. With the consumption of thousands of robots, he believed Stark would ultimately falter. As the onslaught commenced, Tony Stark stood resolute, enduring the barrage of fire from the war robots. Crafted from Guo Feng's data, his armor's defensive capabilities were paramount. While it could not withstand temperatures as extreme as Guo Feng's, it was more than adequate to withstand the attacks of standard-issue war robots. Sir, I must remind you that while this may appear quite impressive, it consumes a substantial amount of energy, Jarvis cautioned. I am aware. However, this sensation is exhilarating. No wonder Jack enjoys this. With that, the armor's arms and back opened several compartments. Almost instantaneously, Jarvis completed target acquisition, unleashing a torrent of missiles the size of hummingbirds. Each shot struck the war machine with precision, obliterating it. Shortly thereafter, the arm of the battle suit morphed, revealing an orange blade. With the activation of flight mode, Tony Stark glided among the war machines, the blade slicing through them with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ivan Vanko led the war machines to surround the upper echelons of Stark Industries. Under the scrutiny of the system's scans, Vanko swiftly pinpointed the target's location. Inside the office, Guo Feng leisurely sipped his tea, with Pepper Potts and Happy seated in a specialized protective pod behind him. Jack, isn't it perilous to leave Tony out there alone? Pepper voiced her concern, a sentiment echoed by Happy. Guo Feng chuckled softly, rest assured, Potts. Mr. Stark is thoroughly enjoying himself out there, and we aren't merely waiting. The enemy has arrived. As he spoke, the adjacent wall was blasted open, and a swarm of war machines surged in, with Ivan Vanko being the last to enter. Look, the main character has finally arrived, Guo Feng remarked, disregarding the surrounding war machines and casting a mocking gaze at Vanko. The mask of the whip-armored suit retracted, revealing Vanko's cold visage. You seem to underestimate me, perhaps due to defeating that fool Obadiah? But you must realize, the Ironmonger is merely a subpar replica. To defeat such a defective model and swell with pride, truly a testament to the arrogance of Tony Stark's lapdog. Guo Feng remained unfazed. You are correct. The Ironmonger is indeed a flawed creation. However, the most significant disparity between you and Tony Stark lies not in technology or talent, but in your refusal to acknowledge your own shortcomings, forever trapped in your own world. Seeing Vanko's expression darken, Guo Feng continued, Tony is indeed arrogant, but he possesses the merit to be so. As for you, I had hoped Obadiah's demise would prompt some transformation in you, yet here you are, still this rubbish. I am quite disappointed. Provoked by such derision, Vanko launched an attack, and the surrounding war machines surged forward. Chapter 27, Ruthless Overwhelm. An invisible force erupted from Guo Feng, causing Vanko's consciousness to momentarily fade. However, thanks to the suit's auxiliary functions, he quickly regained his senses. When he did, the sight around him left him in disbelief. All his war machines lay incapacitated, a scene that profoundly shook Vanko's rationality. Now you should comprehend my words, Guo Feng remarked, casually settling back into his seat. His expression, one of sardonic amusement, directed at Vanko. Having ascended to the intermediate level of the Conqueror's Haki, its power exceeded his expectations. With but a slight release, it could instantaneously disrupt the surrounding magnetic fields. Had he not restrained himself at a critical moment, Vanko would have already collapsed into unconsciousness. As witnesses, Pepper and Happy were utterly stunned. Initially, when Vanko arrived, both were on edge, well aware of the formidable weaponry the robots were equipped with. When Guo Feng stepped up to intervene, despair filled their hearts. Yet, in the blink of an eye, every robot had been incapacitated. Mr. Jack, did you do this? Pepper asked, astonished. Guo Feng smiled lightly. You could say that. It is my instinct. Watch out, Pepper cried, noticing Vanko activating the whips on his hands, aiming for Guo Feng's head. Vanko sneered, convinced that at such a close range, the man's reflexes could not possibly surpass those of his suit. Even if this individual were an extraordinary being, a strike to the head would surely incapacitate him. Guo Feng remained composed, showing no inclination to evade such a meager attack. The next moment, the energy whip struck Guo Feng's head with a resounding impact. Bang! The whip exploded, leaving Vanko aghast. How is that possible? He had envisioned numerous scenarios. Yet reality dictated that Guo Feng emerged unscathed, while he himself had caused significant damage to his suit due to the overload. From this, I can discern the gap between you and Tony Stark. At least he can evoke a modicum of pain in me, Guo Feng remarked nonchalantly. This is utterly inconceivable. How could a human surpass machinery? Vanko bellowed in despair, yet he remained unwilling to concede defeat. You are indeed formidable, but what of Tony Stark? He faces thousands of foes. If he falls, even if I am defeated by you today, it would still be a success, for I would have achieved my vengeance. Oh, that fool is wishing for my demise. A mocking voice echoed from behind Vanko, causing him to tremble in disbelief as he turned to see Tony Stark. Vanko's expression shifted to one of despondence. His revenge had utterly failed. Stark approached Guo Feng with a leisurely gait, his suit only slightly dusted, showing minimal damage. What do you wish to do with him? Guo Feng inquired, genuinely reluctant to eliminate Vanko, recognizing his potential. Stark pondered for a moment, while Vanko seized the opportunity to charge at him in fury. Crack! Vanko suddenly dropped to his knees, an invisible force bearing down upon him like a mountain. Do not stir trouble, Vanko. You are a failure now. Should you attempt any further antics, I shall ensure you are left with broken legs, Guo Feng warned coldly. Stark glanced at Vanko, smirking. Take him to prison, where he can live out his life bearing today's shame. Kill me. Vanko spat, his anger flaring. He would rather die than endure the humiliation of imprisonment. Then you shall arrange the matter, Guo Feng commanded with a wave of his hand, causing Vanko to lose consciousness before releasing Pepper and Happy from the protective pod. Now you are safe. Carry on with your tasks, Guo Feng said. The astonishment on their faces had yet to fade, and it took them a moment to process before they departed, their expressions complex. Subsequently, Vanko was delivered to prison by Tony Stark. The ensuing chaos would naturally be dealt with by others, with Hammer Industries suffering the most grievous consequences. This incident had nearly devastated Hammer Industries, both in stock market value and reputation, leaving them with no capital to compete with Stark Industries. News of this event swiftly reached S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury surveyed the battle report, his already dark expression deepening. Vanko's army of war machines was perceived as a terrifying force by most factions on Earth, capable of easily annihilating a small nation with its firepower. Yet, such a formidable force had been dispatched as easily as mowing grass by Tony Stark. Guo Feng's power was already a source of concern. Now, Stark possessed an equally formidable strength. The critical issue was that both were allies. Contemplating this, Fury felt a pang of frustration, pondering why such power did not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. Have the manufacturers of these machines been identified? Fury inquired of his assistant behind him. Yes, it has been traced to an individual named Ivan Vanko from the Bear Country, the assistant reported, detailing Vanko's background and his connections to the Stark family. Upon hearing this, Fury fell into deep thought. He was unconcerned with Vanko's complex relationships, but rather his capabilities. Thus far, only Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko had managed to develop the arc reactor technology. While Stark was currently unavailable for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s use, Vanko might prove to be a valuable asset. Perhaps, with proper cultivation, he could serve as a counterbalance to Stark Industries. Resolving this, Fury immediately contacted Coulson, instructing him to bring Vanko to S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. This may pose some difficulty. Just now, Tony Stark released a statement warning that anyone attempting to retrieve Vanko should be prepared for retribution. Coulson replied, looking troubled. Fury's expression shifted, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Retribution? Truly befitting of him, yet Tony seems to overestimate his own significance. Let us not forget that behind S.H.I.E.L.D. lies the United Nations. To retrieve Ivan Vanko, even if Tony were to pursue the matter, it would bear no consequence. It was Director Coulson who severed communication and promptly took action to extricate Vanko from prison. Revenge? The egghead merely shook his head and smiled. He had conducted an extensive investigation into Tony Stark and was well acquainted with his temperament. While other organizations might truly provoke Tony Stark, the official entity would undoubtedly yield to some extent. However, one uncertainty lingered in Egghead's mind: the influence of Guo Feng behind Tony Stark. Chapter 28. S.H.I.E.L.D. stirs trouble again. Stark Industries. Has the news been disseminated? Indeed, it has been released, but I doubt anyone would be willing to rescue Ivan Vanko. After all, he is merely a failure. Tony Stark chuckled lightly, settling beside Guo Feng with a cup of coffee in hand. Curiously, he inquired, I heard from Pepper that yesterday you dealt with those robots without lifting a finger. You merely stood there, and they were all neutralized. Guo Feng responded with a mysterious smile. You might interpret that as a form of biological magnetic field. It possesses many remarkable applications, such as efficiently clearing out the riffraff. A biological magnetic field, you say? Tony Stark pondered, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. This indeed was an excellent idea. With newfound determination, Tony Stark promptly departed for the laboratory. Upon his exit, a purple flame enveloped Guo Feng, transforming into a radiant arc that swiftly soared towards the prison where Ivan Vanko was held. By the time he arrived, however, Ivan Vanko had vanished. After some investigation, it became apparent that Vanko had been taken away by a group of official personnel. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, perhaps? Guo Feng's gaze turned complex as he peered into the distance. Under these circumstances, the only force audacious enough to desire Ivan Vanko would most likely be S.H.I.E.L.D. After considerable contemplation, Guo Feng resolved to visit S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base in New York, several black transport vehicles arrived. The leading vehicle came to a halt, and Ivan Vanko emerged, shackled in chains. His expression bore a sense of numbness. This marked the second time he had been extricated from prison. Come with me, Ivan Vanko, Coulson stated coldly, ushering him into the base. At that moment, in a secluded chamber within the base, Egghead awaited with his assistant. The door swung open, and Ivan Vanko entered alone. He surveyed his surroundings before directing his attention to Egghead. It seems you are the leader of this group, he remarked. Egghead smiled. Ivan Vanko, you are a clever man. You should understand the purpose of our invitation. Vanko scoffed. What else could it be? Only for those technologies, I presume? But you should seek out Tony Stark for such matters. I am merely a failure. Egghead remained unfazed by Vanko's demeanor and continued. Indeed, you are a failure. But that does not negate your talent. Firstly, you must understand that we are not like Justin Hammer. Here, your talents can truly find their purpose. At this, Vanko's expression turned even more disdainful. Such grandiose claims, he retorted. Egghead, undeterred, patiently began to persuade him. After hearing about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s background, Vanko's demeanor shifted to seriousness. If what this man said was true, he indeed had formidable backing. I will join S.H.I.E.L.D. But you must agree to one condition. Egghead shook his head. I know what you wish to say, but we cannot assist you in seeking revenge against Tony Stark. However, Another individual might. Vanko was taken aback, but seeing Egghead's resolute attitude, he hesitated before responding. That is acceptable, but can you truly accomplish that? That fellow named Jack is quite powerful. At least, I believe he is stronger than Tony Stark. Egghead replied, you need not worry about that. Moreover, we do not aim to eliminate him, but rather to constrain him. Ignoring Vanko's expression, he continued, this is the only assurance I can offer. In reality, you have no other options. Rather than languishing in prison for the rest of your life, why not continue your research? What do you say? Vanko's expression grew complicated, and he sighed. He indeed had no alternative. Then welcome to SHIELD. We will provide you with the best conditions. Egghead smiled. Although internally he felt somewhat helpless. If he could secure Tony Stark's assistance, who would even bother with Ivan Vanko? Just as the group prepared to leave for headquarters, a purple arc of light descended from the heavens, landing in the parking lot. Boom. The tremendous force obliterated every vehicle in the vicinity, leaving Egghead and his companions in utter disarray. Damn it, that bastard fired a missile at us. Egghead cursed, hastily retrieving his weapon and seeking cover, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, armed personnel within the base rushed to the scene. Amidst the debris of the parking lot, a figure emerged from the swirling dust. Guo Feng. Nick Fury exclaimed in shock, yet he did not emerge from his cover. Instead, he commanded his subordinates to surround Guo Feng, disregarding the guards surrounding him. Guo Feng's eyes locked onto Egghead's position. Fury, you are indeed audacious. You dare to pursue someone like Ivan Vanko. Have you forgotten the fates of Obadiah and Justin Hammer? With that, Guo Feng snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame that detonated Egghead's cover. Egghead was sent sprawling, his face covered in dirt, instinctively preparing to retaliate. But he regained his composure just before pulling the trigger. The guards, however, were far less composed. Upon hearing the explosion, they opened fire on Guo Feng. Yet, the barrage of bullets came to a sudden halt mere inches from Guo Feng. Cease fire, cease fire. Egghead shouted urgently. If they provoked Guo Feng, all of them would perish. As the guards halted their fire, the bullets hovering around Guo Feng suddenly altered their trajectory. The bullets struck the limbs of the guards, incapacitating them without inflicting fatal injuries. Egghead furrowed his brow, questioning Guo Feng. Guo Feng, are you truly intent on opposing SHIELD? Guo Feng scoffed, are you jesting? You chose to oppose me when you took Ivan Vanko. This is merely a minor lesson. Egghead's expression darkened, unable to fathom Guo Feng's audacity. Hand over Ivan Vanko, and I will not make things difficult for you. Why bother? Guo Feng retorted. Ivan Vanko has already been defeated by you. Why cling to such a person? You are not attempting to recruit him for SHIELD's exclusive armor project, are you? Surely you jest. It is for that cosmic cube, isn't it? Upon hearing Guo Feng's words, Egghead's expression turned to one of shock. It is known that the research on the Tesseract is a top-secret project of SHIELD. Ever since they eliminated Hydra, they have not ceased their studies on it. Yet, despite the years that have passed, SHIELD has made little progress on the Tesseract, which is precisely why Egghead has been so keen on Tony Stark. Egghead did not inquire how Guo Feng came to know of this matter. Instead, he earnestly implored. Now that you understand the importance of the Tesseract, I do not wish to explain further. That object is of immense significance to us. If we can decipher it, the entire planet will experience unprecedented advancement, and we will no longer have to fear those threats. Chapter 29. A Meeting with Kamar Taj. Guo Feng was rendered speechless. Anyone familiar with the Marvel Universe knows that the Tesseract is not a treasure of civilization, but rather a Pandora's box. Of course, Guo Feng had no intention of revealing the secrets behind the Tesseract to Egghead. Not only would Egghead likely not believe him, but he himself had no desire to play the role of a prophetic savior. Do you truly believe that surrendering the fate of all humanity to the Tesseract will ensure its protection? However, your foolish intentions are beyond my concern. Ivan Vanko must die today. Guo Feng's attitude astonished Lu Dan, yet he remained undeterred in his attempts to dissuade him. Convincing him would be ideal, if only to buy time until Coulson returns with Ivan Vanko to headquarters, at which point the matter would be settled. At that juncture, Lu Dan believed Guo Feng would eventually relent. After all, no one could withstand those strategic weapons, no matter how formidable they might be. However, Guo Feng showed no inclination to continue the idle chatter with Lu Dan and swiftly departed the scene. Damn it, this guy knows Coulson's location. Lu Dan's expression darkened as he hurriedly contacted Coulson. At that moment, Coulson's helicopter had just exited the boundaries of New York, heading towards the sea. where a specialized supersonic aircraft awaited to transport them to headquarters. Accompanying this helicopter were 2 fighter jets for protection. Just then, a beam of violet light streaked across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, both fighter jets were shot down. By the time Coulson reacted, Guo Feng was already standing before him. "Long time no see, Coulson." Coulson stared incredulously at Guo Feng. "Jack, how did you get here? You ought to know. Ivan Vanko is right behind me. Do not impede me, or this helicopter will plummet," Guo Feng stated calmly, striding toward the rear door, which he effortlessly pried open with ease. "Stop, Jack, you can't do this." Coulson attempted to interject, met with Guo Feng's indifferent gaze. Coulson immediately ceased his movements, reluctantly asserting, "By doing this, you are opposing SHIELD and the official world. Spare me the threats, Coulson. The situation with Ivan Vanko was a unilateral decision by your director. Do you truly believe the world's officials would remain in your corner regarding the Tesseract? Especially in light of such a minor character as Ivan Vanko?" Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a word, Guo Feng had already entered the back. Upon seeing Guo Feng appear, Ivan Vanko paused momentarily, then, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, remarked, "Was it Tony Stark who sent you to eliminate me?" "Indeed. The Stark family is filled with treacherous scoundrels. If you had simply remained in prison, you would have been fine, at least for the time being. I had no intentions of killing you." Guo Feng's expression remained serene. Ivan Vanko wished to say more, but Guo Feng provided him no opportunity, swiftly snapping his neck and incinerating his body to ashes. Witnessing Ivan Vanko's demise, Coulson's countenance shifted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Guo Feng would dare to execute Ivan Vanko. Guo Feng cast him a glance. "Farewell, Coulson. When you see Fury, tell him that if he seeks vengeance, he is welcome to come for me." Guo Feng continued, "Out of respect for your service at Stark Industries, I shall impart a piece of information. Captain Rogers is not dead. I trust you will soon uncover the truth." With that, Guo Feng leaped from the helicopter and vanished. Coulson stood frozen, astonished that Guo Feng claimed Captain America was alive. Yet, considering Guo Feng's knowledge of the Tesseract, it was quite possible that this revelation held truth. Upon returning to headquarters, Liu Dan realized the outcome the moment he found Ivan Vanko absent. "Damn it, how dare he?" Liu Dan seethed through clenched teeth, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, Ivan Vanko's identity was rather sensitive. Implicating the upper echelons would reflect poorly on SHIELD. And if the matter of the Tesseract were to come to light, SHIELD would face grave trouble. "Director," Jack conveyed a message before he left. He said Captain America is still alive. Liu Dan's expression shifted, astonished. "Rogers is alive? How can that be? Did he not perish alongside Red Skull?" Coulson replied, "But no one has ever seen Captain America's body. He may well be alive." Liu Dan contemplated for a moment. "You make a valid point. If Rogers is indeed alive, it would be monumental news for us. Coulson, you shall take charge of this matter." Meanwhile, upon Guo Feng's return to New York, he encountered an unexpected visitor. A crimson portal materialized before him. Recognizing such a distinctive rift, Guo Feng immediately discerned the identity of the visitor. The sorcerer from Camartage. Surprised, yet quickly regaining his composure. It was only natural that his recent actions would draw attention from Camartage. Soon after, a portly, yellow-skinned figure clad in black robes emerged from the portal. "You seem unfazed by my arrival. You must have some knowledge of us." The Ancient One's disciple smiled, his hands poised for combat spells. Guo Feng replied with a calm smile, "I have a bit of understanding, but Master Wong, you appear somewhat anxious." Wong, taken aback, asked, "You actually know me? That is quite an understanding indeed. Let us not waste words. Master Gu Yi wishes to see you. Follow me. Gu Yi desires to meet me? Indeed. Though you may refuse, no harm shall come to you." Guo Feng pondered for a moment and then replied with a light chuckle, "Why would I refuse? I am eager to witness the legendary Camartage. Then come with me." Wong reopened a portal, and Guo Feng followed him through. In an instant, Guo Feng found himself within the heart of Camartage, standing before the grand hall where Gu Yi resided. Having fulfilled his task, Wong departed, leaving Guo Feng in the company of Master Mordo. Mordo guided Guo Feng to a tea room, stationed himself at the door, and gestured for Guo Feng to enter. Guo Feng nodded and stepped inside to find Master Gu Yi meditating at a tea table. "Please, sit down. The tea is ready." Gu Yi opened his eyes, gesturing for Guo Feng to take a seat, and began to brew the tea. Guo Feng settled opposite Gu Yi, cautiously observing the master. In the presence of the Sorcerer Supreme, Gu Yi, Guo Feng felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. After all, this individual was not a mere Ivan Vanko but a being imbued with divine power. Up to this point, Guo Guo Feng had no confidence in besting Gui. Relax. Guo Feng. Camartage is not your enemy, nor are you ours. Gui seemed to sense Guo Feng's apprehension, speaking patiently. The power you possess should be that of the dragon. It is formidable. Even I cannot fully comprehend it. Guo Feng accepted the tea from Gui, saying, Master Gui, your invitation to this place must not be solely for the purpose of observing my power. Gui nodded. Fate and the future are tangible realities. I have witnessed them countless times. However, Guo Feng, your emergence has significantly altered their course. Gui's expression bore a hint of resignation as he continued. From the moment you rescued Tony Stark, rewriting his destiny, the entire timeline has become chaotic. Guo Feng remained silent for a moment. So, Master Gui, do you intend to hold me accountable? No. Gui shook his head. Even if fate becomes chaotic, it is simply as it should be. My reason for inviting you to Camartage is not to hold you accountable, but to seek your assistance regarding certain matters. I am all ears. Without further ado, Gui broadly outlined the impending invasion from the Dark Dimension and the significance of the successor. Upon concluding, Gui sighed. My time is limited. If you choose not to partake, I will not enforce your participation. He added, I sense that in the future, you have the potential to become a great being. Naturally, I hope you do not succumb to darkness, as it would be a nightmare for countless souls. Guo Feng considered this thoughtfully and responded, I will contemplate your words. I also appreciate your kindness. Gui nodded, refraining from further comments. In the next moment, the scene before Guo Feng shifted, transitioning from Gui's tea room to the Stark Industries office. Spatial magic? Truly a useful tool, Guo Feng murmured, lamenting the fact that he was unable to study magic in Camartage. Nonetheless, he had the Tadpole by his side, and perhaps in the not-too-distant future, it might bring him back such skills. Speaking of the Tadpole, Guo Feng opened the game interface. Previously, during his visit to Camartage, he had received a letter from the Tadpole, and this time it had sent back photographs from its travels. Upon opening the photos, he was greeted by the sight of a majestic hall suffused with an ethereal aura where the Tadpole sat upon a stone, while above it soared a dozen robed practitioners riding on flying swords. A realm of cultivation, perhaps? Guo Feng mused, uncertain of the specific world just from the background. But he knew that the resources in a cultivation realm were exceedingly abundant, and he was rather eager to see what the Tadpole would bring upon its return. Closing the game interface, Guo Feng commenced his meditation. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson arrived at a base dedicated to the study of the Tesseract. Ascending via a private elevator to the lowest level of the facility, he entered an immensely grand laboratory teeming with scientists and high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the center of the laboratory stood a colossal apparatus, atop which rested a tesseract pulsating with a haunting blue energy. Coulson's gaze was fixated upon the cosmic cube. He then summoned several heads of departments to inquire about their progress. I regret to inform you, Director, that we have yet to unravel the mysteries of the tesseract. Our progress remains stagnant, a scientist confessed with a pained expression. Coulson gestured for them to leave, his mind engulfed in contemplation. Despite gathering numerous talents from around the globe to study the Tesseract, the breakthrough could only be achieved by the most exceptional geniuses. Tony Stark was currently unavailable. Ivan Vanko was deceased, and the only person left at his disposal was Dr. Banner. Perhaps he could be of assistance. Coulson recalled a mention of Banner from a prior case, though that matter had been taken over by General Ross, leaving him merely to follow up on the investigation. However, he found himself with no other options. In a slum of India, Dr. Banner's makeshift dwelling was now surrounded by General Ross's forces. Inside an armored jeep, Ross, cigarette in mouth, scrutinized the information on his tablet. The details pertained to the confrontation between Iron Man and Ivan Vanko. Although this information had long been disseminated, General Ross never tired of reviewing it. This battle had nearly overturned his understanding of warfare. The firepower of a single suit could effortlessly decimate an entire battalion. General, we have confirmed the target's location. Should we proceed immediately? After hearing his officer's report, General Ross refrained from responding right away, instead asking, which do you believe is superior, our super soldier program or Stark Industries armored technology? General, I cannot ascertain which is stronger, but I do know that the super soldier program belongs to us. Ha ha ha, well said. Ross tucked away his tablet, his expression turning steely. The super soldier program is ours. Once I acquire everything, I will have Stark Industries craft us specialized armor, and then we shall be the mightiest force on Earth. Proceed at once, apprehend Banner. With Ross's command, the surrounding troops sprang into action, unleashing a fierce barrage directed at Dr. Banner's abode. The humble dwelling was obliterated in an instant, and amidst the flames, a towering green figure emerged. Upon witnessing the Hulk's appearance, the surrounding firepower intensified. Yet, no weapon could inflict harm upon the Hulk. Instead, it only served to amplify his fury. With a resounding roar, the Hulk retaliated, charging towards the military's defenses. In mere minutes, the first line of defense established by General Ross was torn asunder. A single punch sent a jeep flying, and the Hulk's furious gaze fixated on Ross's position. The general met the Hulk's gaze with an air of indifference. Such formidable strength. Have the soldiers fall back and utilize that device. In the next moment, several armored vehicles approached the Hulk, but instead of cannons or machine guns, they bore specialized capture devices. The Hulk pressed forward, and the armored vehicles launched their capture devices. A net crackling with blue energy ensnared the Hulk, the intense electrical charge swiftly rendering him paralyzed. The Hulk halted his charge, struggling mightily. But soon, more nets descended upon him, continually incapacitating him and rendering him nearly immobile. At last, we have succeeded. General Ross beamed, gesturing for specialized personnel to secure the Hulk. Yet, as these individuals approached, the Hulk, despite the paralysis, managed to stir, albeit with limited movement. Quickly, restrain him. General Ross lost his composure entirely as the Hulk's movements grew more vigorous. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk broke free from the net's grasp, once again breaching General Ross's lines and hastily fleeing the scene. At this juncture, General Ross's forces had suffered substantial losses, unable to muster the strength to continue the pursuit of the Hulk. In a secluded corner of the vicinity, several SHIELD agents silently observed the unfolding chaos, promptly relaying the circumstances back to headquarters following the Hulk's successful escape. Upon receiving the news, Coulson wasted no time in mobilizing his team. However, regarding the Hulk's actions, he played a clever maneuver by informing Tony Stark of the developments. The individual tasked with communicating with Stark was none other than Natasha. When Tony Stark learned that Natasha wished to meet him, having just exited his workshop, he found himself somewhat perplexed. His instinctive reaction was to notify Guo Feng. Upon hearing this news, Guo Feng, who had just concluded his meditation, was taken aback but refrained from allowing Tony Stark to dismiss Natasha. Upon his arrival, he found Natasha, clad in a black tactical suit, leaning against a wall with a serious demeanor. "You have finally arrived, Jack," Natasha remarked, revealing a most enticing piece of information. Tony Stark approached Guo Feng, his face aglow with excitement. "Jack, you must understand how isolating invincibility can feel. That Ivan Vanko was like a child, utterly incapable of providing me with a sense of battle. So SHIELD seeks your assistance to resolve their predicament?" Guo Feng furrowed his brow. Stark continued, "You could say that. But my stance remains unchanged, and what SHIELD has entrusted to me is indeed quite challenging." Guo Feng couldn't help but feel intrigued about the trouble SHIELD had encountered that necessitated Tony Stark's involvement. Of course, should that fool Coulson have ulterior motives, Guo Feng would not hesitate to become a source of trouble for SHIELD. "We are dealing with a mutated entity. This individual is exceedingly dangerous, which is precisely why we require Tony's assistance," Natasha interjected suddenly, handing Guo Feng a dossier. After perusing the contents, Guo Feng's expression grew complex. The adversary SHIELD aimed to confront was none other than the Hulk. As for the descriptions and introductions within, Guo Feng found them utterly untrustworthy. The document made no mention of Dr. Banner, instead portraying the Hulk as a malicious monster assaulting the military. "Well done, Fury," Guo Feng mused, as he began to piece together Coulson's intentions. With this realization, Guo Feng resolved to involve himself in the matter, especially as he was eager for a confrontation with the Hulk. "I shall participate in this affair." Natasha smiled brightly. "That is splendid. Your help will greatly enhance our chances. However, it shall not be without cost. I require some information from SHIELD regarding extraterrestrial technology," Guo Feng asserted unequivocally. Natasha's smile immediately faltered, observing her silence. Tony Stark's eyes gleamed with interest. "Extraterrestrial technology. Natasha, Jack's request is also something I require. To be frank, I find it somewhat extravagant. Do aliens truly exist?" Guo Feng replied, "Certainly, it exists, and it is far more intricate than you can imagine, Mr. Stark. The notion of invincibility is quite lonely. So perhaps you should temper your thoughts. We shall have many adversaries in the future." Tony Stark rested his chin on his hand, contemplating Guo Feng's words. After a brief silence, Natasha, who had been quiet until then, finally spoke. "Regarding what you mentioned, I do not possess the authority to make a decision. I will report this matter to the director." Guo Feng nodded. "Then please expedite the report. By the way, inform Fury that our patience is limited, and we shall not entertain negotiations." Natasha offered a wry smile before connecting with Coulson. "What is the situation, Agent Romanoff?" "Tony and Jack are willing to assist us in dealing with the Hulk, but they have one condition." Coulson responded promptly. "That is indeed excellent news. As long as they are willing, we can accommodate not just one condition, but even three. They require information on extraterrestrial technology. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Coulson's incredulous voice. What? How do they know about extraterrestrial technology? Natasha relayed Guo Feng's exact words to Coulson. After listening, he remained silent for a moment before saying, "Tell them I can provide the information on extraterrestrial technology, but only after we have secured the Hulk." Surprised by Coulson's agreement, Guo Feng decided not to prolong the matter. Where is the Hulk located? In Mexico. Natasha displayed the synchronized location of the Hulk to the two men. Then let us set off. A purple flame cloud surged from beneath Guo Feng's feet, enveloping him and Natasha as they ascended into the air. In Mexico, in a small border town, the disheveled Dr. Banner cautiously entered a tavern, sitting alone in a corner to drink. Damn it, why is this happening? Dr. Banner uttered a low growl of frustration. Not long ago, he was a renowned physicist, but now, due to exposure to gamma rays, he had transformed into a green monster, leading to countless people hunting him down. Unbeknownst to him, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were trailing behind him as he entered the tavern. Target confirmed, Dr. Banner. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Coulson received the news and immediately contacted Natasha. Natasha, I have located Dr. Banner. I will dispatch a Quinjet to retrieve you. No need, Director. We have already arrived. What? Coulson was taken aback, suspecting Natasha was joking. The distance from New York to Mexico was considerable. Even a missile would take time to reach its destination. How long had it been since Guo Feng's response? I am not joking, Director. In fact, I am not entirely certain of the process myself. At the Mexican border, Natasha, her hair slightly disheveled, wore an expression of disbelief. Reaching this place from New York felt like traversing realms. Tony Stark empathized with Natasha's astonishment. Guo Feng's flying speed continually shattered his perceptions, rendering the transport craft unable to keep pace, leaving them to wait for a while. After approximately 10 minutes, the transport craft arrived, delivering the armor. This time, Tony Stark opted for the latest iteration of the anti-wind series suit. In his view, the Hulk was merely a low-tier version of Guo Feng, and this armor's performance would be entirely adequate. However, it was not only S.H.I.E.L.D. that sought Dr. Banner. General Ross, who had previously failed, had also arrived, this time bringing greater military strength and equipment. Chapter 32, Armored Suits and Flesh. The rumbling of tanks and armored vehicles reverberated through the small town as General Ross swiftly surrounded the area with his forces. The arrival of the military sent nearly everyone in the tavern fleeing, save for Dr. Banner and a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. You are with General Ross. Dr. Banner turned his weary face, speaking coldly. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hesitated for a moment, and the lead agent said, Dr. Banner, we are not with General Ross. We mean you no harm. Just as he finished speaking, Ross's special forces burst into the tavern, surrounding Dr. Banner. Behave yourselves. My bullets do not discriminate. The squad's leader, Emil Blonsky, aimed his gun at Dr. Banner. Come with me, Dr. Banner. Let us end this. I would rather die than become a specimen for you. Dr. Banner retorted angrily, charging at Emil. Bang, bang, bang. Emil and all the soldiers instinctively fired upon Dr. Banner, their overwhelming firepower quickly bringing him down. Yet, Dr. Banner's wounds healed at a visible speed, and his body began to swell. Retreat, Emil bellowed. As they fell back, he fixed his fiery gaze on Dr. Banner, who was about to transform completely. They had pursued Dr. Banner using various methods, but whenever he was provoked, he would inevitably become the Hulk. This formidable power was precisely what General Ross and Emil sought. Roar. The Hulk transformed, letting out a deep growl, his gaze sweeping around before locking onto the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. In his fury, he struck them down before bursting out of the tavern. As he emerged, a torrent of firepower rained down upon him. Yet, under such concentrated fire, not only was the Hulk unscathed, but he was also impossible to suppress. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, Guo Feng and his companions were closely observing the unfolding events. Are those military personnel? Tony Stark furrowed his brow, and Natasha explained. The Hulk has long been a target for the military, but multiple attempts to capture him have ended in failure, resulting in significant losses, which is why S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened. Guo Feng smiled, remaining silent. He understood S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intentions. Then let us take action. Tony Stark could not bear to see the military's futile efforts any longer and sprang forward toward the battlefield. The Hulk was rampaging through the military's defenses when suddenly, a red light descended from the sky before him. Boom. Tony Stark caught the Hulk's fist, his visor glowing red as he focused on the green behemoth. Green Giant. Your foe is me. The onlookers gasped in shock. They had not anticipated Iron Man's arrival. This guy actually caught the Hulk's punch. General Ross was astonished. Knowing that a single punch from the Hulk could render a main battle tank as fragile as paper, and Iron Man seemed to handle it effortlessly. Even the Hulk himself was momentarily bewildered. He could not fathom how this peculiar little man was capable of withstanding his strike. Roar. The Hulk roared and swung his fists in succession. Bang, bang, bang. Tony Stark absorbed each blow, then activated his suit's engines, pushing back against the Hulk. Get back. With a sudden surge of thrust from the armor, the Hulk was sent flying. The Hulk, having crashed through a dozen buildings, staggered to his feet, his fury only intensifying, making him even stronger. Withdraw from the battlefield. General Ross commanded a retreat, hoping to capture the Hulk with Iron Man's assistance. As for whether Iron Man would comply, as a citizen of the United States, he could not refuse an official request. At this moment, the Hulk charged once more at Tony Stark. Tony absorbed the impact and hurled him away again. The overwhelming power exhilarated him. The Hulk, repeatedly sent flying, continued to charge at Tony Stark. Each setback only fueled his rage, making him increasingly powerful. After a series of confrontations, Tony Stark finally sensed something amiss. While he had anticipated the Hulk's formidable vitality and endurance, he could not comprehend why. Despite continuous exertion, the Hulk's strength seemed to be growing rather than declining. Something was not right. Once again repelling the Hulk, Tony Stark resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. JARVIS. Activate firepower mode to suppress the target. Understood, sir. Powerful blasts emanated from the armor, precisely targeting the Hulk. Under the barrage, the Hulk was indeed momentarily subdued. This scene struck General Ross hard. He, along with his team, had failed to achieve what Tony Stark accomplished single-handedly. Is this the pinnacle of Stark Industries technology? Witnessing the event unfold, he found himself wavering. Could the Super Soldier program, based on Hulk's genetics, truly gain an upper hand under Stark Industries' advancements? Shaking his head, General Ross dismissed the comparison as futile. Ultimately, it all needed to be for the greater good. After all, once they obtained the Hulk's genes, acquiring the necessary technology from Stark Industries would be a breeze, right? Boom, boom, boom. In a short span of concentrated fire, the area where the Hulk stood had been blasted into a massive crater. Sir, the target's vitality remains unchanged. JARVIS alerted. Tony Stark frowned, pondering whether this was a mutation akin to Jack's. Ceasefire mode. Activate combat mode and incapacitate this behemoth. Instantly, the armor transformed, resembling Guo Feng's dragon-like form. Guo Feng, observing from a distance, couldn't help but change his expression. Aren't you going to help? Natasha suddenly inquired. Not for the moment. Mr. Stark can handle it, after all. This suit was designed based on my template, Guo Feng replied. Meanwhile, not far from the small town, an expedition team was excavating an Indian relic. Mr. Chung Long, are you certain there are artifacts here? A young man in a brown vest asked. Of course, I am quite the expert in archaeology, Chung Long responded. Suddenly, Chung Long's phone rang. Dad, what's the matter? Chung Long, Xiao Yu is missing. What? Chung Long's expression changed. Did I not ask you to keep an eye on her? How can an old man like me keep track of her? By the way, there's something else. New York hasn't been very stable lately, so be cautious. His father advised earnestly. And don't forget to bring back some local specialties. I understand, Dad, Chung Long concluded the call. His face contorted with worry as he rubbed his temples. Uncle Long, you look troubled, a voice interjected. Yes, wait, Xiao Yu. Chung Long exclaimed in surprise, turning to find Xiao Yu right beside him. Weren't you in New York? I got a bit bored at Grandpa's, so I came to find you. By the way, I saw something really interesting on my way here. Remember Iron Man from the news some time ago? He's currently battling a green giant. Chung Long covered his face and squatted down to Xiao Yu. I know about Iron Man. I admit he is indeed quite impressive. But Xiao Yu, you must understand. Reality isn't like a novel. There's no such thing as a green giant. Also, I'm going to have someone take you back to New York. This isn't a place for a child. I know, Uncle Long, but I promise I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it. It's way more interesting than archaeology. Xiao Yu insisted earnestly. Chung Long sighed in resignation. All right, if I go with you. You must promise to return to New York without any fuss. He still regarded Xiao Yu's words as a jest. After all, children's imaginations are boundless. Okay, Uncle Long. Xiao Yu beamed, confident that once they arrived, Chung Long would forget all about archaeology. Chung Long temporarily bid farewell to the expedition team, driving a jeep with Xiaoyu towards the small town. Before long, as the town came into view, his expression shifted. Just then, a figure landed directly in front of their vehicle, the immense force akin to an explosion, and Chenglong narrowly avoided disaster. As the dust settled, a towering green giant came into view. "See, Uncle Long, I wasn't lying," Xiaoyu exclaimed, hands on her hips. Full of pride. Chenglong, however, was too astonished to respond. He was genuinely shocked that the green giant existed. At that moment, he would have believed anyone who told him demons were real. The Hulk glared at Chenglong and the others, and in his fury, launched an attack. Bang! With a single punch, the jeep was demolished. Fortunately, Chenglong reacted just in time, leaping from the vehicle while cradling Xiaoyu. Setting Xiaoyu down, he addressed the approaching Hulk. "Mighty giant, we mean you no harm. Please do not hurt us." In response, the Hulk raised his fist, prompting Chenglong to shield Xiaoyu and evade. The relentless onslaught ignited Chenglong's anger. He dropped Xiaoyu and charged at the Hulk, delivering a flying kick. As his foot connected with the Hulk's head, it felt as though he had struck steel. "Ouch!" Chenglong exclaimed, shaking his leg. "Uncle Long, be careful," Xiaoyu shouted in alarm, while Chenglong narrowly dodged again. The Hulk continued his assault, forcing Chenglong to escape while holding Xiaoyu in one arm. "What terrible luck," he lamented. Boom! A missile struck the Hulk, halting his advance. Tony Stark hovered in the air, surveying the Hulk, his gaze sweeping over Chenglong and Xiaoyu with surprise. "Just ordinary people," he mused. "To engage with the Hulk like that requires considerable skill." "Uncle Long, look! It's Iron Man!" Xiaoyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Chenglong followed her gaze. Equally astonished by Iron Man previously, he had dismissed the hero as merely a wealthy individual seeking attention. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would have doubted the existence of a single soldier armor, but witnessing it firsthand, Chenglong understood that the news had not exaggerated. Rather, it had understated the reality. "Xiaoyu, we need to leave this place quickly. Let Iron Man handle the green giant," Chenglong urged. Xiaoyu shook her head, "But Uncle Long, it's Iron Man. I can't miss this opportunity." At that moment, Guo Feng and Natasha arrived on the scene, spotting Chenglong and Xiaoyu among the crowd. The more he looked, the more familiar they appeared. "Chenglong, Xiaoyu?" Guo Feng thought, astonished. He never expected to encounter them in the Marvel Universe. This meant that Chenglong's father and those ancient demons might also exist. The realization complicated his emotions. It seemed that the universe he inhabited was far from ordinary. Guo Feng refrained from approaching Chenglong and Xiaoyu immediately, mindful of Natasha's presence, fearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. might take an interest in them. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D., he wondered if the notorious Sector 13 from Chenglong's adventures also existed. Roar! The Hulk's roar echoed, his fury reaching a threshold that triggered a transformation in his strength. In yet another clash with Tony Stark, he surprisingly overturned the disadvantage. Noticing the shift in power, Tony Stark's smile faltered. "How long has it been? This giant's strength has surged so dramatically." The confrontation became stalemated, and perhaps it was an illusion. But Stark discerned a cunning smile on the Hulk's face. Bang! The Hulk suddenly surged forward, forcing Tony Stark to retreat before launching a charge. Stark was sent flying, landing right beside Guo Feng. "Damn it, this guy is like a bottomless pit, constantly growing stronger." Stark grumbled as he got back on his feet. Charging once again at the Hulk, a fierce battle ensued, and at a crucial moment, Stark seized the opportunity to leap onto the Hulk's shoulders. One hand gripping his head, while the other aimed a series of punches at his skull. "Time for a nap, big guy." His iron fists fell like rain, striking the Hulk's head repeatedly. Under this barrage, the Hulk sustained several injuries, yet there was no sign of him succumbing to unconsciousness. Rather, his fury intensified. In the end, with a furious roar, the Hulk seized Tony Stark and slammed him against the ground with tremendous force. Thud, thud, thud. The earth was marked by several deep craters, leaving Tony Stark, encased in his armor, momentarily bewildered. Subsequently, he directed his palms towards the Hulk's head and unleashed energy blasts, utilizing the shockwave to liberate himself from the Hulk's grasp. "Jack, it's your turn," Tony called out to Guo Feng, as he neared the brink of exhaustion while the Hulk continued to grow stronger. "All right," Guo Feng replied calmly, swiftly appearing before the Hulk. The sudden appearance of another person surprised Chenglong and the others who were spectating from a distance. "Oh, Uncle Long, I recognize him. He's the acting chairman of Stark Industries, and like us, a citizen of Longhua. But Xiaoyu, he's facing that green giant. That's perilous since he isn't wearing armor." Chenglong expressed his concern. Xiaoyu supported her chin with her hand, chuckling lightly. "Perhaps he possesses martial skills like Uncle Long Chapter 34. the clash of strength. The bewildered Hulk. Upon encountering Guo Feng, the Hulk swung a punch. Guo Feng raised his hand to intercept the blow, causing the Hulk to halt. His coarse features displaying a look of shock as he regarded Guo Feng. This seemingly effortless act astonished both Cheng Long and Xiaoyu. He actually caught the punch, Xiaoyu exclaimed, while Cheng Long stood in stunned silence. He could understand Iron Man withstanding the Hulk's strikes, given the nature of technology. But Guo Feng managed to do so solely by his own prowess. Was Xiaoyu right? Was he indeed a masterful martial artist? Meanwhile, the Hulk's other fist came crashing down. But this time Guo Feng did not block it as he had previously. Instead, he faced the blow head-on. The immense force shattered the ground beneath him, lifting the hem of his clothing, yet he did not even stagger. Not bad. It's even heavier than I expected. To be honest, Guo Feng was somewhat surprised by his performance. The Hulk's attack felt akin to a massage. Of course, considering the Hulk's capacity for boundless rage. His abilities were certainly not as simple as they appeared. The Hulk understood Guo Feng's provocation and swung his fist once more. Bring it on. Guo Feng no longer opted to endure the blows, but met the Hulk's attack head-on. Bang! In their initial collision, the Hulk was sent flying by Guo Feng's strike. In the next instant, Guo Feng appeared before the Hulk again, denying him any chance to rise as he grasped the Hulk's ankle. With a motion reminiscent of the original narrative where the Hulk dealt with Loki, he swung him down against the ground. This spectacle was witnessed by the arriving General Ross and his entourage, leaving them in shock, questioning whether they were hallucinating. A seemingly frail individual could so effortlessly pummel the Hulk. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Regaining his composure, General Ross fixed his gaze on Guo Feng, realizing that such strength undoubtedly indicated he was an anomaly. During this time, Guo Feng continued to swing the Hulk before ultimately hurling him away. As the Hulk rose from the ground, shaking his dazed head, he did not immediately charge at Guo Feng, but instead eyed him warily. Goodness! Isn't this creature supposed to be a mindless monster? Why does he exhibit such an expression? Tony Stark exclaimed. Guo Feng turned his head and remarked, of course not. The Hulk is much like the Zhang Fei described in our Longwood Tales, rough yet intricately nuanced. His erratic behavior merely stems from facing an opponent he considers too weak to warrant thought. It seems Stark is indeed that weak opponent, Guo Feng mused, his gaze returning to the Hulk with a light smirk. So, big guy, if you're still eager to continue, I can oblige. After all, I've merely begun to warm up. Observing the Hulk's hesitant expression, Guo Feng added, if you're feeling timid, perhaps you should let Dr. Banner take over. I know you can manage that. But it would mean you'd have to enter the lab. The mention of the lab ignited fury on the Hulk's face, yet he did not charge at Guo Feng. Instead, he turned towards the defensive line set by General Ross. Understanding the wisdom in retreating when outmatched, he dashed away. In a flash, Guo Feng appeared before the Hulk, pressing one hand against his face and forcing him down. Boom. The earth trembled as the Hulk became embedded within it, surrounded by fractures resembling spider webs. Witnessing this scene, all present were left in awe. Uncle Long, did you see that? It's absolutely incredible, Xiaoyu exclaimed, tugging at Cheng Long's sleeve in excitement. Cheng Long's expression turned anxious. No, Xiaoyu, it's not cool at all. This place has become exceedingly dangerous for ordinary people like us. But Uncle Long, even if we want to leave, they won't let us, Xiaoyu muttered, as several of General Ross's subordinates had appeared around them unbeknownst. With guns pointed at them, Cheng Long raised his hands in understanding but remained unfazed. Director Blake from Area 13 is my friend. Let us leave this place, and we will keep everything that has transpired here confidential. However, the soldiers ignored his plea, threatening them not to make any sudden movements. This was overheard by Natasha, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., who was well aware of Area 13. While her knowledge was limited, she understood that like S.H.I.E.L.D., it fell under the jurisdiction of the United Nations, sharing similar authority. However, their primary focus diverged, as Area 13 primarily dealt with matters of sorcery and magic. With this thought in mind, Natasha approached Cheng Long and swiftly incapacitated the soldiers. Seeing Natasha so effortlessly dispatch the soldiers sparked a glimmer of admiration in Xiaoyu. This was the kind of strength she aspired to possess. Madam, what are you planning to do? Cheng Long assumed a defensive stance, eyeing Natasha warily. I overheard you mention that the director of Area 13, Blake, is your friend. Indeed, so I advise you not to act rashly. Cheng Long's eyes narrowed further in suspicion. Natasha smiled. Very well, you may take this lovely young girl and leave. With that, she turned to depart. Cheng Long wore a puzzled expression, only to realize that Xiaoyu had vanished when he looked down. Meanwhile, after being struck down by Guo Feng, the Hulk lay motionless for some time. Guo Feng had leaned down, observing the Hulk. Well done, Jack, leave the rest to us. General Ross, standing atop a vehicle with a megaphone, shouted over to them. Though he did not appear particularly enthusiastic, the Hulk had once been considered by him the epitome of a biological weapon, yet today, that perfect giant had been shattered by Guo Feng, who appeared no different from an ordinary person, wielding nothing but sheer strength. Though he coveted such power, General Ross lacked the courage to entertain any thoughts of challenging Guo Feng. It's not over yet, General Ross. Tell your men not to make any sudden moves. If they accidentally meet their demise, I won't take responsibility. After all, ordinary humans are quite fragile, Guo Feng remarked, facing away from General Ross. At the warning, General Ross hesitated. However, one of his subordinates, Emile, stepped forward, declaring, Jack, don't forget you are a citizen of the United States, obligated to obey General Ross's orders. I now command you to assist us in capturing the Hulk. Emile, you fool. General Ross's expression darkened. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Guo Feng turned, fixing his gaze upon Emile. Chapter 35. An attack like divine retribution. Indeed, this is an official order from the United States, Emile stated with unyielding righteousness. General Ross was exasperated. How could this man not grasp the gravity of the situation? He quickly rebuked, Colonel Emile, how dare you be so disrespectful to Mr. Jack? Withdraw immediately. General, this is our only opportunity. Isn't our super soldier program designed for this very moment? Emile exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he faced General Ross's icy gaze. Colonel Emile, what we are pursuing has already been defeated by Mr. Jack. The initiative lies in his hands. I am now commanding you to withdraw. In my capacity as a major general, then let that citizen of the Dragon Nation become our subject of study. We can make him cooperate. Emile's fervor intensified. Do not forget, General, we have the backing of the United States. We possess nuclear capabilities. His expression grew manic, revealing a zeal for the super soldier program that surpassed even Ross's. Guo Feng observed silently, unfazed by Emile's madness, for he understood the man's contemptible nature. To Emile's astonishment, even General Ross hesitated. He then turned to Guo Feng and said, Mr. Jack, please assist us in capturing the Hulk. A sly smile crept across Guo Feng's face. And then what? Will you subsequently collaborate in studying me? If you are willing to cooperate, I assure you a substantial reward afterward. Trust the generosity of the United States government. Such words were meant for children, Guo Feng retorted coldly. I will not agree to your terms. Since I took command of this battle, the initiative has been mine. If you wish for my cooperation, then prove it with your strength. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a sniper fired at Guo Feng's temple from a distance. The special ammunition, designed for anti-material rifles, could penetrate even the Hulk's skin. This was one of Ross's contingency plans. If they could not capture the Hulk, they would eliminate him. Now, the responsibility lay with Guo Feng. At the sound of the shot, a smirk appeared on Ross's lips. Damn it, you bastards. Tony Stark, rushing to the scene, was furious. He knew Guo Feng was likely unharmed, but such treachery against his friend was intolerable. The specialized bullet struck Guo Feng's temple, yet it did not penetrate. Instead, it deformed and crumbled. Witnessing Guo Feng unscathed, Ross and his men were left speechless. Not bad. I haven't felt a headache in quite some time, Guo Feng remarked, his expression suddenly turning frigid. If you cannot even handle a cold shot, then there is nothing left to discuss. Let us all perish. A roar erupted as the Hulk rose, glaring at Guo Feng, yet soon hesitated. Instinct warned him of the danger in Guo Feng's current state, and in a bid to avoid a beating, he lay back down. Cowardice was not an option. This was merely a strategy to accumulate rage for a decisive counterattack. Jack, you cannot harm us. We are government officials. The bullets may not kill you, but what about the nuclear options? You must consider the consequences. Ross implored hastily. You allow yourselves to fire while forbidding my retaliation? What nonsense. Guo Feng scoffed, as the once clear sky darkened. Within a few breaths, ominous storm clouds enveloped the heavens, evoking shock among all present. The overwhelming pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Jarvis, didn't you just tell me the weather was clear? What is with these storm clouds? Tony Stark landed hastily. My apologies, sir. This phenomenon is not natural. My calculations suggest these storm clouds originate from Mr. Jack, Jarvis replied. Are you jesting? Storm clouds from Jack? This is utterly absurd. Stark's expression turned complex, once again shattered by Guo Feng's displayed power. I am not joking, sir. My database contains records of your files. Mr. Jack has claimed to be a dragon from the East, and in legends, Eastern dragons have the power to summon winds and rain. Stark had no time for Jarvis's explanations. Just then, the storm clouds revealed a terrifying vortex, unleashing torrents of lightning. The targeted area was precisely where the sniper had taken cover, situated 3 kilometers away in a forest adjacent to mountains. The sniper, having failed his shot, had already fled, but his escape could not match the speed of the lightning. Boom! A deluge of lightning cascaded down, filling the sky with blinding white light, accompanied by a deafening roar. Even from a distance, everyone except Guo Feng was affected. Ordinary individuals were instantly killed, with only a few surviving. Even Stark, encased in his armor, felt dazed, though soon recovered thanks to his assistant's functions. As the first to regain clarity, he immediately gazed toward the direction of the lightning, left dumbfounded. The forest and adjacent mountains had been utterly obliterated, leaving behind a chasm resembling an abyss. With remnants of lightning flickering within, Stark understood that area had become a forbidden zone. He believed that this level of destruction was still within Guo Feng's control. The previous intensity of lightning could yield far more terrifying devastation. Good grief, this is outrageous. I would believe it was divine retribution, Stark marveled. Astonishment still etched on his face. Alongside him, Chung Long and Xiao Yu, along with the reclining Hulk, bore witness to the spectacle. Uncle Long, did you see that? Xiao Yu tugged at Chung Long's sleeve, who remained in shock and did not reply. Noticing his silence, Xiao Yu continued, I witnessed everything. It was incredible. Uncle Long, I want to apprentice under him. He must be the legendary cultivator from our country. As for the Hulk, closest to Guo Feng, he gazed at the swirling storm clouds above, his previously built-up fury dissipating. Soon, his form began to shrink, transforming back into the slumbering Dr. Banner. Deciding not to engage with Guo Feng any longer, Guo Feng glanced at the unconscious Dr. Banner before striding toward General Ross. Cough, cough, cough. Upon awakening, Ross immediately hid in a nearby tank, desperately hoping Guo Feng would forget about him. Even with his extensive experience, he was intimidated. Damn Emile, why provoke this man? Chapter 36, Loyalty and Puppet. Guo Feng effortlessly tore a tank in half, plunging Ross into despair. You cannot kill me, Jack. I am a Major General of the United States. Killing me would be tantamount to declaring war on the U.S. Do not forget that the Stark Corporation's headquarters is located in the U.S. Guo Feng chuckled derisively. Even now, you threaten me, General Ross. Do not think that just because you are a Major General, I would face any repercussions for eliminating you here. Remember, you are merely a failure. Bang, bang, bang. Emile, with a rifle in hand, aimed at Guo Feng's head, shouting, You monster, die! However, the bullets halted mere centimeters from Guo Feng, deforming and falling to the ground. Even after exhausting his magazine, Emile continued pulling the trigger, consumed by extreme fear and anger. Oh, I almost forgot about you, Colonel Emile, Guo Feng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him as his Sharingan activated. In an instant, Emile's eyes glazed over, his expression shifting to one of terror. Ignoring the entranced Emile, Guo Feng redirected his attention to General Ross. A smirk graced his lips. Fear not, Your Excellency, I shall not kill you, although I am still quite angry. Your continued existence holds greater value. Hearing this, Ross sighed in relief, believing Guo Feng had relented. Little did he know, Guo Feng continued, however, in the time to come, you must live entirely for me, becoming one of my pawns. General Ross felt a tremor within, as the realization dawned upon him that he was to become a subordinate, nay, a mere puppet. With that, Guo Feng unleashed his Sharingan upon General Ross, swiftly altering the very fabric of his mind. Following this, he dispelled Emile's illusion, and with a gaze steeped in trepidation, he inquired, Are you content to perish here, Colonel Emile? Why you don't intend to kill me? Emile stammered. Guo Feng merely shook his finger, speaking with profound significance. Those who survive beneath my thunder possess worth. I have an inclination for repurposing the seemingly useless. Now tell me, do you wish to become the second Hulk? The second Hulk? Emile whispered, his eyes igniting with fervor. If you can assist me, I pledge my loyalty to you. Guo Feng nodded. I accept your fealty, Colonel Emile, but I must take precautions. In the next moment, he initiated the Tsukuyomi on Emile. I shall not control your will. But should you harbor thoughts of betrayal, believe me, death will be a generous fate for you. I understand, sir, Emile replied, humbly bowing his head. Feeling the heavy imprint of power within him, a mere flicker of ill intent would summon a wave of despairing dread. Guo Feng gestured toward General Ross. Take him back with you. You should know how to explain today's events. Emile hoisted General Ross up. I assure you of your satisfaction. But sir, what about your promise? Simply await my notification. Let us depart. Meanwhile, the tumultuous storm clouds enveloping the sky began to dissipate as Guo Feng carried the unconscious Dr. Banner towards Tony Stark. The matter has been resolved. We may return. Ah, it's over? The helmet of the armor retracted, revealing Tony Stark's astonished face as he glanced at Dr. Banner in Guo Feng's grasp, then looked back at the sky. You know, Jack, you nearly scared the life out of me just now. Guo Feng chuckled lightly, jesting. How could someone of your stature be so easily frightened? Stark sighed Jack. I had intended to ask for your assistance in testing the performance of the new generation of armor after this incident, but it seems that plan must be scrapped. Guo Feng patted his shoulder. You may come to me for testing any time. He then presented Dr. Banner to Tony. Take him back to Stark Industries, and remember, until I return, do not relinquish him to anyone. I will clarify matters concerning him later. Then, casting a glance at the distant, unconscious Natasha, he added, bring that woman back as well. Keep her in custody for the time being. Tony hesitated briefly before nodding, taking Dr. Banner and Natasha aboard the aircraft as they departed. Once Tony had left, Guo Feng turned his attention to Cheng Long and his group in the distance. Uncle Long, P.S. looking over here, Xiaoyu exclaimed, tugging at Cheng Long's sleeve. Cheng Long's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and in the next moment, Guo Feng materialized before them. Cheng Long was taken aback, feigning calmness as he spoke. Sir, we merely stumbled into this matter unintentionally. I assure you, I shall not divulge today's events to anyone. Please do not make things difficult for us. Guo Feng smiled silently, scrutinizing the two. This left Cheng Long somewhat perplexed, and he cautiously asked in Dragon Country dialect, Mr. Jack, as fellow citizens of Dragon Country, could you let us go? We pose no threat to you, as ordinary people. He gestured toward the distant storm. Look, if we dared to leak information, you could strike us down with lightning. Am I merely a demon of destruction in your eyes? Moreover, Mr. Cheng Long, I hope you will address me by the customs of our homeland. By the way, I am Guo Feng. Guo Feng wore a gentle smile. Cheng Long's expression turned astonished. You even know my name. He then exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face. My apologies, I misjudged you. Guo Feng, a splendid name. Thank you. However, Mr. Cheng Long, you and your niece cannot leave this place just yet. I require your assistance with something. Cheng Long hesitated, but Xiaoyu boldly declared, no problem. We are more than willing to help you. But could you grant me one request? Xiaoyu. Cheng Long was about to admonish her, but Guo Feng interjected. A request, you say? Speak freely. May I become your disciple? Xiaoyu gazed at Guo Feng with hopeful eyes. Guo Feng was taken aback, not expecting such a request from Xiaoyu. He felt a genuine willingness in his heart, for Xiaoyu's talent was exceptional in the original narrative. She was a reincarnation of an ancient sorceress. Contemplating this, Guo Feng conceived an idea. He had previously made an agreement with the Ancient One. Now, having discovered Xiaoyu's prodigious talent, could he not venture to camartage alongside Steve to inherit the Ancient One's legacy? After all, there was no decree stating that the Sorcerer Supreme must be singular, and he could oversee the teaching of other skills himself. The more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared to him. Thus, he crouched down, patting Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Very well, but as my disciple, you must heed my guidance. Should you behave as you do with your Uncle Long, I may reconsider my decision. Chapter 37. Xiaoyu becomes a disciple and faces the old man. Xiaoyu erupted in joyful cheers, promptly assuring, Master, I vow to heed your words. Guo Feng laughed heartily. You little rascal, calling me master feels rather antiquated. Simply refer to me as teacher. Understood, teacher. Full of delight, Xiaoyu displayed an admirable demeanor, leaving Cheng Long utterly bewildered. Was this still his mischievous niece, behaving so obediently before an outsider? Guo Feng turned his gaze to Cheng Long, stating, Now, I shan't waste much more time. I wish for you to take me to meet the old man. You wish to see the old man? Cheng Long exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Guo, may I inquire what business you have with him? If it pertains to acquiring antiques, I could handle that myself. No need to trouble him. Just take me to him. Rest assured, I will not cause him any distress. Moreover, as his nephew, your understanding of him seems rather limited. Guo Feng smiled mysteriously, for he was not merely a practitioner of martial arts. Now, please provide me with the address. Cheng Long sighed in resignation, revealing the location of the old man's antique shop, while also pondering Guo Feng's words. In his recollection, the old man was simply a formidable martial artist. Could he possibly possess magical abilities as well? Oh, the old man's antique shop is located in Queens, New York. Guo Feng expressed surprise, having assumed it remained in San Francisco. Cheng Long explained, actually, the old man's shop used to be in San Francisco, but he suddenly decided to relocate to New York. Just the other day, he mentioned that things have been rather unsettled in New York lately. I wonder what he's thinking. Then let us inquire directly with the old man. Now, we must be on our way. On our way? But Mr. Guo, we lack a means of transport, Cheng Long said, his expression troubled. Guo Feng smiled calmly. No need for a vehicle. Trust me, we will reach the old man's antique shop swiftly. With that, purple flames ascended, enveloping them as Cheng Long and Xiao Yu looked on in astonishment, lifting them into the sky alongside Guo Feng. In Queens, New York, an old neighborhood filled with gangs and various crime syndicates, there stood a conspicuous establishment, a vintage antique shop styled in the manner of ancient dragon country. As the shop door swung open, the old man strolled out leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. The moment several gang members near the shop caught sight of the old man, fear washed over their faces, and they humbly greeted him. They were well aware of the disturbances faced by the old man since he had moved his shop to this location, yet none had met with a favorable outcome. Even entire gangs had come seeking trouble with him. Yet, in the face of hundreds, this seemingly frail old man astonishingly defeated them all with nothing but his bare hands. Go, go, go! If you're not here to make a purchase, then do not loiter at my shop's entrance. Or are you seeking to trouble me? The old man glared fiercely. We wouldn't dare, we're leaving right away, they replied, hastily retreating. The old man, rather than keeping his gaze on them, turned his attention to the sky, murmuring, Cheng Long, you've certainly brought me a significant dilemma. A purple flame cloud swiftly descended at the alley beside the old man's antique shop, and soon after, Guo Feng emerged with a shocked Cheng Long and Xiao Yu. Guo Feng's eyes were locked onto the old man. Having cultivated his advanced observation haki, he possessed a keen sixth sense. Although the old man appeared to be an ordinary elder, he emanated an aura reminiscent of the formidable Gui. Could he be a grand sorcerer on par with Gui? It seems even the old man has undergone epic enhancements in this universe, Guo Feng pondered, unable to ascertain the old man's true capabilities. After all, the old man's potential was nebulous, thriving when faced with stronger opponents. Old man, we have returned, Cheng Long announced as he approached the elder with Xiao Yu in tow. Snap! The old man flicked his fingers at the howling Cheng Long, saying, have you forgotten my words? I warned you that New York is currently unsafe. Not only have you returned, but you've also brought trouble with you. Xiao Yu interjected. But old man, he isn't trouble. He saved us. Her excitement was palpable. Moreover, we rode back on a purple nimbus cloud, which is far faster than any airplane. In response, the old man flicked his fingers again, albeit with a gentler touch. You actually took that person as your master? Xiao Yu, taking on a master is no trivial matter. Seeing the antics of you two is giving me quite the headache, he lamented, rubbing his temples before casting a sharp gaze at Guo Feng. From the very beginning, you've been probing my depths. Are you intending to challenge me? Guo Feng remained unfazed, countering, but Cheng Long has been exploring mine as well, though I suspect you haven't gleaned much. Of course, if you wish to spar with this old bone of mine, I am always available. The old man fell silent for a moment before sighing. Very well. You youngsters are more resilient. I, as an old man, shall not engage in battle with you. He turned his back, addressing Guo Feng, come inside the shop. Although you are a nuisance, you did save them both, and I shall repay that kindness. Guo Feng nodded and followed the old man inside. Once inside the shop, the old man instructed Cheng Long to have Xiao Yu do her homework. Once the two had departed, the old man waved his hand lightly, conjuring a green magical door. Without uttering a word, he stepped inside, and after a moment's hesitation, Guo Feng followed suit. Upon entering the magical door, the scenery shifted instantly, and Guo Feng found himself in an ancient tea room. Through the windows, he beheld a mist-shrouded mountain range, reminiscent of a legendary paradise. As the old man prepared tea, he remarked, in the words of our dragon kingdom, this is essentially my lair. Young man, I sense the essence of Camartage within you. Have you been there? Guo Feng accepted the tea, responding with a question of his own. Cheng Lao knows of Camartage. Then you must be acquainted with the Grand Sorcerer Gui? The old man took a sip of tea and replied, you speak of the Grand Sorcerer Gui? Of course, I know her. When I first arrived at Camartage to study, she was the first I encountered, and she served as an excellent mentor. Guo Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an answer from a casual inquiry. The old man continued, if you have met the Grand Sorcerer, you should be aware of what Camartage and the entire magical realm must confront. Chapter 38, The Old Man's Secret. Gui has discussed these matters with me. But Cheng Long, I also have questions for you. Do those ancient demons truly exist? For instance, the Holy Master? The old man appeared astonished. It seems you are privy to many secrets, yet I cannot provide a definitive answer regarding demons. They are a taboo subject best left untouched. I understand, Guo Feng nodded, having gleaned the answer from the old man. There is one more thing, the old man stated earnestly. I do not oppose your taking Xiao Yu as a disciple. But she is still a child. Do not allow her to come near danger. Her studies must not be neglected. Guo Feng replied, I will do my best. Cheng Long, you know this world will gradually become more perilous. Some dangers are unavoidable. Moreover, I have a proposal. He then informed the old man of the next Supreme Sorcerer's matter, suggesting that Xiao Yu join in inheriting Gu Yi's legacy. Though Guo Feng might wish to keep this a secret, the old man, with his skills, would inevitably learn of it. Therefore, it was better to discuss it early rather than face complications later. After listening, the old man fell into contemplation. Very well, however, before that, I will first assess Xiao Yu's talent. If she does not meet the standard, I will choose to abandon the idea. At this point, the old man cast a reproachful glance at Guo Feng. Young man, you have hastened Xiao Yu's fate significantly, yet since it has already been set, I shall not stand in the way. With that, the old man retrieved a squid tentacle from his robe and tossed it to Guo Feng. This is my magical token. Should you require my assistance, you can use it. Consider it a repayment for your saving Cheng Long and the others. In the next moment, the old man summoned the magical door. It is time to leave, young man. Do not return until I have tested Xiao Yu's talents. Thank you, Cheng Lao, Guo Feng said, understanding the situation as he approached the magical door. As the scene shifted, he found himself back in the Stark Industries office. Just then, Tony Stark entered and was taken aback, exclaiming, "A green door? Jack, you can do this too?" Guo Feng did not respond. Instead, he inquired, "How are Dr. Banner and Natasha?" Upon mentioning this, Tony Stark hesitated. "Jack, I must ask you not to be upset. The fellow named Banner is still with us. But the female agent escaped." "Escaped?" Guo Feng echoed. "Indeed, she actually woke up midway, but I didn't think much of it at first. And when we returned to Stark Industries, she seized the opportunity to flee." Guo Feng was not angered. Natasha's escape did not surprise him, for she was the leading lady of the Marvel Universe. Despite being merely human, fortune seemed to favor her. Seeing Guo Feng unfazed, Tony Stark asked, "By the way, Jack, how did you deal with those two? You didn't kill them, did you?" Guo Feng replied, "Do I seem like a cold-blooded killer to you? I brought them home." Tony Stark sighed in relief. "That's good. Do you need me to handle any confidentiality matters? A few $1,000,000 should suffice." Guo Feng shook his head. "No need for that. Let's put this matter on hold for now. Just tell me where Dr. Banner is." Tony Stark and Guo Feng took the exclusive elevator down to Stark Industries' basement, a base established by Tony Stark after becoming Iron Man. After passing through multiple security doors, they arrived at a specialized containment room. In the center of the room stood an alloy hatch, behind which lay the unconscious Dr. Banner, surrounded by numerous weapons on standby. Tony Stark proudly declared, "Inside that hatch, I've even installed a tactical nuclear bomb. It will activate automatically if the hatch is opened." Guo Feng replied, "This is a result of Natasha's escape, isn't it? There's no need for that, Mr. Stark. Dr. Banner is not our enemy." Seizing the opportunity, Guo Feng informed Tony Stark about Dr. Banner's situation. Upon hearing about Dr. Banner's circumstances, Tony Stark expressed his anger. "Damn it, Jack. You were right about SHIELD. Being a bunch of frauds, I will no longer trust them." However, despite Banner's tragic experience, the being within him, known as Hulk, remains exceedingly dangerous. Guo Feng smiled mysteriously. "Rest assured, you may release him. Hulk will not manifest, at least not in my presence." Tony Stark was somewhat perplexed, but nonetheless commanded Jarvis to release Dr. Banner. After all, even if the Hulk emerged, he would not pose a challenge to Guo Feng. Perhaps they could witness an entertaining spectacle of the Hulk being bested. As the hatch opened, Guo Feng approached Dr. Banner, who was being roused from his slumber. Dazed, he surveyed his surroundings, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. "Is this a laboratory? I've been captured by General Ross." A wave of despair washed over Dr. Banner, coupled with disbelief. Although the Hulk was beyond his control, he had never failed to evade General Ross's pursuit. "You seem quite flustered, Dr. Banner," Guo Feng remarked, leaning in to scrutinize him. Startled, Dr. Banner feigned composure, stating, "Don't come any closer. If I become emotionally agitated, you will regret it." Guo Feng could not help but chuckle. "I am rather curious to see what happens when you become emotionally agitated." Dr. Banner's expression froze momentarily before he continued. "I am quite serious. When I get angry, it can be terrifying. If you wish to preserve your life, you should release me immediately. And if I choose not to?" Dr. Banner sighed. "I apologize in advance for any harm I may inflict upon you. My subsequent actions will be beyond my control. Any regret should be reserved for the afterlife." With that, he focused on thoughts that ignited his anger. Within moments, an unmistakable fury enveloped Dr. Banner, his visage tinged with a purplish hue. "Ha ha." Tony Stark guffawed at this grimacing expression, which resembled that of a constipated individual, much to Dr. Banner's dismay. In the past, his anger had always summoned the Hulk, yet now there was no sign of the transformation. "What have you done to me?" Dr. Banner asked despairingly, realizing that without the Hulk, he was utterly defenseless. Guo Feng shook his head with a smile. Do not be overly agitated, Dr. Banner. The Hulk's absence is indeed due to my influence, but it is not as you suspect. He is simply sulking. Dr. Banner stood despondently, resigned to his fate of being studied. Chapter 39. The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. Noticing Dr. Banner's state, Guo Feng decided against further intimidation and spoke plainly. We are not aligned with General Ross. Of course, you may not take my word for it, but a glance at the news will reveal our identities. Guo Feng gestured to Tony Stark, who promptly handed a tablet to Dr. Banner. After a moment of hesitation, Dr. Banner opened it to peruse the news. Upon discovering their identities, he exhaled a sigh of relief. They were not affiliated with General Ross. He was well aware of Stark Industries, a major arms conglomerate. However, Tony Stark's accomplishments piqued Dr. Banner's interest, while Guo Feng remained an enigma, instinctively emanating an aura of danger. Guo Feng continued, Rest assured, Dr. Banner, we have no interest in the Hulk residing within you. That power belongs solely to you. He tapped his head. What we value is your intellect. You, like Mr. Stark, are an exceptional scientific genius. In our country, we have a saying, strong alliances yield greater strength. I trust you will not decline our proposal. Though Guo Feng's tone was courteous, Dr. Banner understood he had no power to refuse. Yet, he did not find the outcome displeasing. He had long grown weary of a life of constant flight, and working at Stark Industries could very well be a fortuitous beginning. Meanwhile, Tony Stark received an unexpected message from Jarvis. After digesting the information, his expression shifted, and he approached Guo Feng, saying, Jack S.H.I.E.L.D. has arrived, led by director Nick Fury. He added with a hint of regret. But it seems we will not see Natasha this time. What a pity. Guo Feng found it hard to believe that Tony Stark desired to capture Natasha to redeem himself. The man appeared merely to be driven by base desires. Let us go meet that egghead. Oh, and Dr. Banner, you shall accompany us. Doctor. Banner was momentarily taken aback, but obediently followed along. Simultaneously, at the entrance of Stark Industries, the egghead, clad in civilian attire, entered flanked by two individuals, Agent Coulson and the esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Hawkeye, Clint Barton. As for Natasha, she was preoccupied with another equally crucial task. Proceed to the private elevator. I believe Tony is aware of our arrival. Upon reaching the designated elevator, its doors opened, revealing Tony Stark's voice. Had it not been for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s connection to my father, I might have considered installing a bomb in this elevator to teach you rude folks a lesson. The egghead smirked. What an honor, Tony. I was quite pleased with your performance in Mexico. It is now time to fulfill your promise. He instructed Clint to enter the elevator to check for any potential explosives. The egghead trusted that Tony Stark would not resort to such measures, but he could not guarantee Guo Feng would refrain from doing so. After several thorough inspections, the group finally boarded the elevator to the upper floors. As the doors parted, the egghead spotted Guo Feng and his entourage, but his gaze quickly fixated on Dr. Banner. Guo Feng did not afford the egghead the opportunity to speak. Fury, I know you are here for Dr. Banner, but I must amend our previous agreement. Dr. Banner will not be handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing the latter half of the statement, the egghead's smile faltered, though he quickly regained his composure. Guo Feng, you must remember that Banner is a wanted man in the United States. Many powerful figures covet his abilities, and only S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide him protection. Guo Feng scoffed, dismissing the notion. You are all cut from the same cloth. Your desire to take Dr. Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. is merely a ploy to harness the Hulk's power for humanity's sake? Spare me the jest. You aim to exploit him for the Tesseract, do you not? The egghead's expression darkened. The scenario he dreaded had unfolded. He had initially believed that an exchange involving extraterrestrial technology would compel Guo Feng to relinquish Dr. Banner easily, yet it had all come down to the Tesseract. With a resigned sigh, the egghead remarked, Guo Feng, it seems you are quite invested in the matter of the Tesseract. Let us make a compromise. You allow Tony and Banner to assist us, and I will procure the Tesseract for Stark Industries. No need for such arrangements. I will retrieve it myself when the time comes. The egghead's countenance darkened with anger. You have gone too far, Guo Feng. You must understand that S.H.I.E.L.D. is backed by the United Nations. Do you wish to defy the interests of all humanity? Guo Feng remained unperturbed, responding with a cold smirk. Do not don the cloak of righteousness. The fate of humanity is not for you to determine. I can say plainly that the Tesseract is nothing but a source of trouble. The egghead regained his amicable demeanor. What you say may hold some truth, but I regret to inform you, Guo Feng, that we have no choice but to persevere down this path. Now, let us return to the terms of our agreement. With that, Coulson placed a briefcase on the table. This contains data on extraterrestrial technology. The knowledge contained within is merely the tip of the iceberg. I believe it is sufficient for Tony to study for a time. Tony Stark's eyes gleamed with interest. Despite his desire for the information, he remained silent. He believed the egghead had further leverage and thought it prudent to see Guo Feng extract more from the deal. However, the ensuing events astonished even Tony Stark. Guo Feng eschewed conventional negotiation tactics, seizing the briefcase to inspect its contents before tossing it back to Tony. There are no traps within, the rest is up to you. He then addressed the egghead, stating, "The deal is struck, you may take your leave." "What are you joking about?" The ever-silent Clint could no longer contain himself. Despite the egghead's prior warnings about Guo Feng's dangerous nature, Guo Feng cast a cold glance in his direction. "Hasn't your director informed you? He merely tasked us with dealing with the Hulk. What concern is there for Dr. Banner? You shameless scoundrel." Clinton glared at Guo Feng, instinctively drawing his battle bow. However, at the moment he knocked an arrow, he was met with Guo Feng's icy gaze. A shiver coursed through Clinton's body, as if his blood had congealed, rendering him immobile. "Stand down," Lu Dan hastily admonished, unwilling to engage in a confrontation with Guo Feng, whose power was in an entirely different league. Yet, Guo Feng had no intention of letting Clinton off so easily. A scream erupted as Clinton clutched his eyes in agony, the pain fleeting, yet it left him blind. Guo Feng remarked coolly, "Don't even think about eye transplants. Any other eyes will meet the same fate. I've delivered my lesson, and when you regain your sight depends solely on my mood." Enraged, Lu Dan retorted, "Enough, Guo Feng. The alien technology and Dr. Banner can remain with you at Stark Industries, but your assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. agents is utterly outrageous." Guo Feng remained unmoved. He pointed at Lu Dan's remaining eye, stating, "If you wish to continue this argument, I wouldn't mind rendering your other eye useless as well." Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Sovereign, Valong's Invitation. Lu Dan, suppressing his fury, declared, "Guo Feng, today's transaction is your victory. Dr. Banner will temporarily stay with your Stark group." With that, he departed with Coulson and the others. Yet, as they reached the elevator, it stubbornly refused to open. Guo Feng's voice drifted from behind, "I apologize, but this elevator won't take you down. If you wish to leave, you'll have to take the stairs." Lu Dan inhaled deeply, ultimately leading his team to the stairs. They did not ascend all 100 floors in one go. Instead, they called for a helicopter to pick them up from a nearby window. Watching the helicopter depart, Tony Stark's expression turned complex. This incident had undeniably severed his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. "Jack, what exactly is the cosmic cube you mentioned? Did Fury invite me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. for that?" In response to Tony Stark's inquiry, Guo Feng explained, "You may perceive it as an extraterrestrial artifact, a treasure endowed with formidable capabilities. However, in its current state, the cosmic cube carries coordinates." Tony Stark furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you suggesting that once activated, the cosmic cube will expose Earth's coordinates?" "It is more than just that. It would essentially open a gateway for aliens to invade. We must prevent Fury from doing this," Tony Stark exclaimed. Though he was enticed by the allure of alien technology, he certainly did not wish for extraterrestrials to invade Earth. The activation of the cosmic cube is an inevitability, regardless of Fury's involvement. However, we still have ample time. For now, let us set aside thoughts of the cosmic cube, Mr. Stark. The priority is to enhance our strength. "You are correct, Jack. I will leave the ensuing matters in your capable hands. I shall escort Banner to the laboratory." Once Guo Feng found himself alone, he accessed the gaming interface. During this period, he had received no further news from Frog, as his usual routine involved harvesting 3-leaf clovers and browsing the shop's offerings to prepare for his next journey. Yet, through his previous travels, Guo Feng had noted that the longer Frog's expeditions lasted, the more bountiful the spoils he returned with, especially considering this was a higher-level cultivation realm. Meanwhile, in a building in San Francisco, Valong, donned in a green suit, ascended to the top floor with his entourage, passing through multiple security measures until he finally reached a tastefully decorated secret chamber. The chamber was spacious, devoid of unnecessary clutter. Save for a coiled dragon sculpture adorning the far wall, which featured 12 perfectly shaped recesses. As Valong approached the dragon sculpture, its previously silent eyes suddenly glowed red, emitting a hoarse and ominous voice. "Valong, have you any news regarding the talismans?" Valong's face displayed a look of distress. "I sincerely apologize, Sovereign. Despite my Black Hand Gang's utmost efforts to assist you, We have yet to uncover any leads on the talismans. The sovereign's countenance darkened. You have not found the talismans? Then hurry and search. Sovereign, please temper your anger. I too wish to expedite the search for your assistance, but consider the immense costs of mobilizing so many individuals. Costs. The sovereign's tone grew more irate. I recall providing you with a treasure just days ago. It has barely been a short time since. Valong, do you take me for a fool? Witnessing the flames flicker in the sovereign's eyes, Valong hastily replied, I would never dare to deceive you, sovereign. However, my old rival, Jin Bing, has been frequently attacking my territory lately, resulting in significant damages. Seeing the flames extinguish, Valong sighed in relief and continued, moreover, sovereign, my efforts in searching for the talismans have drawn Jin Bing's attention. Though he may not know exactly what I seek, he will undoubtedly cause trouble in the shadows. The sovereign fell silent for a moment before responding, then summoned Jin Bing. You both shall search for the talismans together. Valong was taken aback. He had merely mentioned Jin Bing to persuade the sovereign to increase funding, never anticipating that the sovereign would want to collaborate with Jin Bing, setting aside their relationship. The most crucial point was the treasure of the Golden Rooster King. He was unwilling to share it with Jin Bing. The sovereign, perceiving Valong's thoughts, assured him, rest assured. The treasure of the Golden Rooster King will belong to you, but I must acquire the talismans first. With that, several shadowy ninja figures emerged from the shadows, each clutching treasures. Upon seeing the treasures, Valong's expression brightened. Fear not, sovereign, I will ensure that Jin Bing assists you in your search for the talismans. After leaving the sovereign's secret chamber, Valong dispatched someone to Hell's Kitchen to contact Jin Bing. Upon learning that Valong wished to see him, Jin Bing was somewhat surprised. In his youth, he had fought in San Francisco, with Valong being one of his partners, though circumstances had caused them to part ways. One had established the infamous Black Hand Gang, while the other had taken over Hell's Kitchen. After some contemplation, Jin Bing decided to reach out to Guo Feng. What is it, Jin Bing? Jin Bing succinctly relayed Valong's proposition to Guo Feng. Oh, Valong from the Black Hand Gang. This is intriguing. Guo Feng expressed surprise. He had not anticipated Valong's existence. This meant that the sovereign's statue might also be in Valong's possession, making this matter worthy of his involvement. Bring me along when you meet Valong, and just inform me when you arrive at the location. Once Jin Bing ended the call, his expression grew complex. By the afternoon, Jin Bing arrived in San Francisco via helicopter, with their meeting location set at a fishing ground by the dock. The gathering was modest, with Jin Bing accompanied only by Guo Feng, while Valong brought along the rascal trio. Seated on a chair, Valong, wielding a golden staff, stood up with a smile as he saw Jin Bing and his companions enter. Long time no see, Jin Bing. I've been thinking about you all these years. After all, you were once my closest friend. You too, Valong. However, we are both very busy men, and I expect no delays unless there is significant business to discuss. Jin Bing replied coldly. Valong narrowed his eyes, having paid little regard to Guo Feng beside him. He then snapped his fingers, causing several shadowy figures holding treasures to emerge from the shadows. Upon witnessing this, Jin Bing's expression shifted. The ninja-like figures exuded an air of danger. Yet he was soon captivated by the treasures they bore. Chapter 41, The Sovereign's Leverage. The treasures provided by the sovereign were not merely the simple gold and silver riches as depicted in the original tale. The precious metals were merely the most basic offerings. Within them lay various extraordinary artifacts and medicinal materials, each capable of igniting desire even in those unacquainted with their value. Valong smiled, stating, These are merely a portion of the deposit. Should you agree to collaborate with me, even greater treasures await you. Jin Bing's expression regained its composure as he addressed Valon. Your words are indeed captivating, but prior to any collaboration, could you enlighten me on the desires of the individual behind you? Valon, under the impression that Jin Bing was inclined towards cooperation, replied with a smile, Of course. That is precisely the intention of the individual I represent. He then proceeded to inform Jin Bing about the matter of the talismans, deliberately omitting their specific nature while emphasizing their characteristics. Jin Bing pondered. Compared to the treasures bestowed by the sovereign, his curiosity about the talismans was piqued, prompting him to take Guo Feng aside to discuss matters privately. Valon observed the pair depart with a confident demeanor. As a former partner, he understood Jin Bing's character all too well, a cunning and avaricious individual who might indeed entertain thoughts regarding the sovereign's talismans. But what of it? Having witnessed the sovereign's might, Valon felt assured that even if Jin Bing coveted the talismans, he lacked the capability to attain them. Jack, by your expression, you must be aware of the talismans Valon mentioned, correct? He is certainly concealing much, and I am eager to uncover the truth behind this matter. Guo Feng responded to Jin Bing's inquiry. Valen has indeed withheld crucial information. Those talismans are extraordinary, each symbolizing a form of remarkable transcendent power. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that wielding these formidable powers incurs no cost. One merely needs to master them to unleash their capabilities without restraint. Such treasures exist, Jin Bing remarked with keen interest. However, he was acutely aware that Guo Feng's forthrightness regarding the talismans indicated either a lack of interest or an unwavering determination to possess them. If it were the latter, he would have to suppress his own ambitions. As Jin Bing suspected, Guo Feng indeed sought the 12 talismans, but not through piecemeal collection. It is essential to understand that the talismans were artifacts formed from the sovereign's own powers, and their full potential could only be realized through the sovereign's reassembly. I will assist Valen by providing some information, Guo Feng stated, to which Jin Bing had no reason to decline, promptly approaching Valen to agree to the collaboration. Trust me, my friend, this is the wisest decision of your life. Now, I shall lead you to meet my employer, though you must go alone, Valen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Guo Feng. No problem. Soon, several shadow ninjas materialized, seizing Valen and Jin Bing, vanishing into the shadows. While Valen's trio approached Guo Feng. Hey, brother, what is your name? A Fen greeted with familiarity. You may call me Jack. A fine name. I am A Fen. This one beside me, wearing sunglasses, is Zhou, and the tall fellow is Lei Su. Upon concluding his introduction, A Fen linked arms with Guo Feng and said, Now that the bosses have departed, we can relax for a moment. Jack, would you care to join us for some fun? Guo Feng shrugged off A Fen's arm, replying no. I still have tasks assigned by the boss to complete. You all go ahead. Such a pity. Leave your contact information. As being alongside boss Jin Bing suggests you are also a confidant. We shall undoubtedly have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Having undergone a simple disguise, Guo Feng was not particularly concerned about being recognized, but A Fen's suggestion intrigued him. The plan regarding the sovereign's talismans necessitated the talents of those individuals. After departing the docks, Guo Feng opted to return to the Stark group. Meanwhile, the shadow ninjas escorted Valen and his companions into the sovereign's secret chamber. Jin Bing, experiencing the thrill of traversing shadows for the first time, was taken aback by the sensation and efficiency, making it difficult for him to fathom the nature of the master behind these dark ninjas. Upon entering the spacious chamber, Jin Bing surveyed his surroundings, his tone unfriendly. Valen, you know I detest these theatrics. There is no one here aside from a statue. Valen chuckled lightly. Patience, my friend. Why not consider that the statue you speak of could very well be my employer? What? At that moment, the sovereign's eyes ignited with a fierce glow, followed by a hoarse, ominous voice. Valen, is this the Jin Bing you referred to? In terms of power and intellect, he appears to be a commendable choice. Valen bowed respectfully. I appreciate your kind words. However, Sovereign, while my friend has agreed to assist you in locating the talismans, we also require considerable support in return. What a greedy fellow, the Sovereign mused inwardly, yet maintained a facade of support for the duo. As long as you can help me find the talismans, I shall fulfill your desires for treasures or power. With that, a dozen shadow ninjas presented a trove of treasures, a display so lavish that it satiated Valen's ambitions, even leaving Jin Bing astonished. What a grand display! After distributing the treasures, Jin Bing bid farewell to Valen, intending to return to Hell's Kitchen to consolidate his power. Upon returning to Hell's Kitchen, Jin Bing immediately contacted Guo Feng to inform him about the Sovereign. Leave this to me. Collecting the talismans is no simple task. Understood. After ending the call with Jin Bing, Guo Feng gazed ahead at the shop. Old Man's Antique Shop. Just moments ago, Cheng Long had informed Guo Feng that the old man was seeking him, indicating that there was news regarding Xiao Yu. Upon entering the antique shop, Guo Feng was greeted by the stern visage of the old man. You arrived even sooner than I anticipated. Guo Feng nodded and inquired. What is the situation with Xiao Yu? The mere mention of Xiao Yu caused the old man's expression to turn complex. I wonder if you were already aware of Xiao Yu's circumstances. Her talent, to put it in ancient terms, is nothing short of prodigious. She faces no issues in either magical practice or martial arts. Although Guo Feng was already aware of Xiao Yu's talent, hearing such praise from the old man left him somewhat astonished, signaling that his subsequent plans could be executed more effectively. The old man sighed, appearing quite disheartened. Despite his reluctance to part with Xiao Yu, her talent necessitated a choice. Guo Feng, when do you plan to take Xiao Yu to Kamartaj? The old man asked earnestly. Guo Feng shook his head. That depends on the circumstances with Master Gui. Once the time is right, I will take Xiao Yu there. The old man fell silent for a moment, seemingly making a resolution. Then for the time being, you shall come here to teach Xiao Yu. Additionally, It is imperative that Xiao Yu's regular class schedule is not disrupted, nor should she be allowed to roam outside. I am aware of your considerable wealth. The old man turned, raising a finger. Furthermore, I shall also instruct Xiao Yu in magic to lay a solid foundation. Chapter 42. Xiao Yu's astonishing talent. Gu Yi's acceptance. I am grateful to old Cheng. So, when shall the lessons for Xiao Yu commence? It can begin now. She has just returned from school. The old man beamed with satisfaction, and Guo Feng chuckled as he followed the old man. When Xiao Yu returned from school, she found Guo Feng and the old man, who was organizing magical tomes in the lobby of the antique shop. Xiao Yu excitedly approached Guo Feng. Teacher, are you going to teach me spells? The kind that summons lightning. Guo Feng chuckled lightly. That would be considered a spell, but mine is not suitable for you. Another will instruct you in spells. Who is it? Xiao Yu asked, tilting her head in confusion. It is the old man. The old man closed the magic tome and looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? She thought she had misheard and gazed incredulously at the old man. What did you say? You will teach me spells. The old man replied sternly. Do I seem like someone who makes jokes? Xiao Yu paused for a moment before bursting into cheers. That is truly wonderful. Old man, I can't wait. I want to learn the lightning spell. Snap. The old man snapped his fingers, addressing the pained Xiao Yu. You cannot learn without any magical energy. We shall start with meditation first. Additionally, the courses under your teacher commence with meditation. Huh. Xiao Yu felt a bit aggrieved, questioning why everything begins with meditation. Teacher, is this true? Guo Feng nodded affirmatively, asserting that indeed, it starts with meditation as it is the fundamental aspect. Once you successfully grasp it, you may proceed to further studies. All right then. Xiao Yu acquiesced, obediently following her father to commence her meditation practice. It must be said, geniuses defy logic. Xiao Yu astonishingly grasped the essentials in merely an afternoon. Both her magical prowess and energy manipulation had reached a preliminary level of application. In the hall, her father and Guo Feng exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise. Her father had underestimated Xiao Yu's innate talent. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she ascended to mastery. He wore a satisfied smile. Guo Feng, remaining silent yet pleased, found joy in Xiao Yu's exceptional performance. At that moment, Cheng Long pushed open the door and entered, his expression fraught with urgency. Guo Feng, father, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Noticing their attention, Cheng Long continued. I encountered Director Blake on my way back, and he entrusted me with a matter. Upon hearing Cheng Long's words, Guo Feng immediately comprehended the situation. The joint operation of the Black Hand Gang and Hell's Kitchen had captured Blake's attention, and through intelligence, he had learned about the talismans. Concerning these ancient matters, Blake's first thought was of Cheng Long. Wait, Cheng Long, you just mentioned talismans. The father's gaze sharpened instantly. Yes, father, but I have no clue about it. Which is why I wanted to ask if you know anything. The father did not respond, but instead approached the bookshelf, retrieving an ancient tome. As he flipped through the pages, he recounted the origins of the talismans. The Holy Master? A demon? Father, are you telling a story? Cheng Long was skeptical. But upon glancing at Guo Feng, he understood. The father closed the book and looked at Guo Feng. Guo Feng, the Holy Master has re-emerged. What are your plans? Leave it to Cheng Long and them. Very well. The father ceased further discussion and turned to depart. Cheng Long was instantly bewildered, wondering what it meant to leave it to him, an ordinary person. How could he possibly contend with a demon? Guo Feng, you must assist me, Cheng Long implored urgently. Guo Feng patted his shoulder, saying, my identity is rather sensitive, so I cannot offer much help. But do not forget, your father is here for you. With that, Guo Feng turned to leave. Cheng Long scratched his head, still unsure of what to do. At that moment, Xiao Yu appeared, proudly declaring, Uncle Long, you're finally back. I have something to tell you. What is it? I can perform magic and chi manipulation. Xiao Yu deliberately lowered her voice. Cheng Long? He was utterly astonished once he witnessed Xiao Yu demonstrate her newfound abilities. When did this mischievous niece of his acquire such skills? At Stark Industries, upon returning, Guo Feng headed straight to the underground laboratory. Upon entering, he found Tony Stark and Dr. Banner engaged in the construction of a spacecraft. Although Egghead enjoyed toying with others, the alien technology promised in their deal was no mere fabrication. Once the data was decrypted, the two immediately commenced their research. Upon seeing Guo Feng, Tony Stark exclaimed with enthusiasm, Jack, you arrived just in time. This spacecraft is merely a step away from completion. Perhaps we could have you test fly it. Test flying is out of the question. I merely wish to know how the S-H-I-E-L-D data fared. Speaking of which, Tony's smile broadened. The data sent by Fury encompasses a vast array of technological advancements. Some of the information I cannot comprehend at the moment, but it has greatly inspired me, enabling rapid iterations for my subsequent armor upgrades. Oh, by the way, there's an issue with Banner regarding you. Guo Feng glanced at Dr. Banner, whose expression turned complex. Jack, can you explain what you did to Hulk? He hasn't responded at all lately. It's as if he is shut down. Huh. Guo Feng was internally astonished. This situation felt eerily familiar. Are you certain he has not responded? Dr. Banner nodded, stating that he had attempted various methods to elicit a response, but to no avail. Nevertheless, this might be a blessing in disguise. At least I can live a normal life now. Guo Feng had never anticipated that he had inadvertently caused Hulk to become withdrawn. However, it was not a significant issue. In the short term, Hulk's intervention was unnecessary. In fact, he had long collected Hulk's DNA, sending it to General Ross before heading to San Francisco with Kim. If all goes as expected, both the Abomination and General Ross's Red Hulk would soon come into existence. Reflecting on this, he realized that his roster of villainous subordinates was steadily growing. After bidding farewell to the two, Guo Feng made his way to a grocery store in New York, where the proprietor was none other than Master Wang. How intriguing. As the Sorcerer Supreme of Camartage, you find yourself not at the Sanctum in New York, but running a grocery store here. Wang replied nonchalantly, my position is rather unique. I do not need to remain at the Sanctum like other station sorcerers. In truth, I enjoy considerable freedom. Chapter 43, The First Talismans Emerge. For instance, to earn extra income at underground arenas? How did you know? Wang exclaimed in surprise. Guo Feng smiled mysteriously, stating that he, like Master Gui, possessed some foreknowledge of past and future events. However, my purpose for visiting you is not this. Take me to Camartage, for I have urgent matters to discuss with Master Gui. Wang nodded and waved his left hand, opening a portal. As Guo Feng stepped through, he found himself before Gui in the familiar tea room. Guo Feng, what brings you to see me? Guo Feng got straight to the point, stating that he had encountered a playful old man in New York, who is also a profoundly skilled sorcerer. Gui's expression turned to one of surprise. Oh, I cannot believe you met the old man. I wish to hear Master Gui's thoughts on him. Gui fell into contemplation. The old man is an exceptionally talented sorcerer. When he first arrived at Camartage to study, his power was already formidable. Every grand sorcerer in Camartage has been challenged by him. Gui continued. He defeated every grand sorcerer who challenged him, and by the time he left Camartage, even I found it difficult to perceive his true strength. Upon hearing Gui's assessment of the old man's abilities, even Guo Feng was taken aback. However, the primary reason he sought out Gui was not to probe the old man's strength, but rather to discuss Xiao Yu's situation. After listening to Guo Feng's intentions, Gui appeared contemplative. Stephen has long been designated as her successor. All her plans have been laid out for Stephen. After a considerable pause, Gui finally acquiesced to Guo Feng's request. I can allow that young girl to study magic alongside Stephen, but the title of Sorcerer Supreme must remain with Stephen. This is not a matter of talent, but of duty. Guo Feng smiled, assuring her, do not worry, Master Gui. As long as Xiao Yu can learn your teachings, I am content. While there is some regret, Guo Feng respected Gui's decision. Subsequently, Gui added, by the way, upon your return, please convey a message to the old man for me. Darkness is soon to descend, and I hope he can lend his assistance. Guo Feng nodded, and in the next moment, he found himself back in the office at Stark Industries. Magic is truly a wondrous thing, Guo Feng mused, recognizing that such abilities were precisely what he lacked. Yet, it was not a significant concern. With the traveling frog by his side, he would eventually acquire these powers. Speaking of the frog, Guo Feng couldn't help but anticipate its return, and his intuition hinted that it would be soon. Meanwhile, the cooperative operation of the Black Hand Gang and Hell's Kitchen had already commenced, with both factions scouring the world for talismans. After extensive investigation, the first lead concerning the talismans was secured. In a relic situated in the Americas, Chung Long, adorned in a brown vest, arrived with a team. As he deftly navigated through traps, he elucidated the historical significance and introduced the artifacts. At the entrance of the ruin, several helicopters and a convoy arrived. With the foremost helicopter carrying Valen, who gripped a golden scepter, his gaze fervently fixed below. This marked his closest approach to success. Boss, we can confirm that a talisman is indeed buried here, Afin announced as he stepped forward. Valen, visibly pleased, replied, excellent. This time, the master will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. Humph. That old scoundrel Jean had the audacity to refuse to come in person. I shall make him understand the consequences of such arrogance. Rest assured, boss. We shall soon present the talisman before you, Afin assured as he gestured to the team. Zhong Su and Zhou, accompanied by their respective subordinates, ventured into the entrance of the ruin. Meanwhile, Inside the ruin, Long's earlier composure vanished. Now, wielding a shield, he fled in haste. Unfortunate, unfortunate, unfortunate. After finally evading a trap, he examined the shield in his possession. This ancient shield had been a mere decorative choice, but upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. At the center of the shield was a recess, embedded with a hexagonal stone, its surface etched with the vivid image of a rooster. Recalling his father's earlier words, could this object be the talisman? Long furrowed his brow and turned to his team, saying, I apologize, everyone, but I must terminate this commission. I will compensate you accordingly. With that, he wrapped the shield in cloth and slung it over his back, preparing to leave. However, as he approached the exit, the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention, prompting him to seek refuge. Moments later, Afun and his entourage appeared in Long's line of sight. We have searched thoroughly. Aside from traps and a few antiques, there is nothing else here, Zhou lamented, adjusting his sunglasses. Zhongsu shook his head. I found nothing either. Afon's brow furrowed in confusion. This shouldn't be. Could the intelligence have been erroneous? Just then, several members of the Black Hand Gang escorted the archaeological team before the trio. Boss, these individuals claim that a man named Long has taken a shield and departed. Shield. Afon's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered a thorough search of the entire ruin. The entrance had been secured. That man named Long was certainly trapped, hidden in the shadows. Long's expression darkened. These people had come for the talisman. This could not continue. He would inevitably be discovered. After some contemplation, he decided to contact Guo Feng. In his office, Guo Feng, deep in meditation, was intrigued when his satellite phone rang, revealing it was Long. What is it, Long? Long's anxious voice came through. Guo Feng, I have found the talisman in a ruin, but I have unfortunately encountered another faction seeking it. They have cornered me within this ruin. Guo Feng immediately grasped the situation, realizing that this faction had trapped Long. While he wouldn't intervene personally, he was uncertain of the Black Hand's strength. Hold on, I will send someone to assist you. With that, Guo Feng ended the call and reached out to Tony Stark. Without hesitation, Tony Stark agreed to Guo Feng's request, as he had just completed his latest suit of armor and was eager to test it against these adversaries. Back at the ruin, amidst the extensive search efforts, Long was discovered. Afon's team cornered him in a narrow passageway. Their eyes immediately fixated on the wrapped shield on his back. Mr. Chung, surrender the shield, and we shall spare your life, Afon commanded. Long raised his hands, donning a benign smile. You desire the shield, do you? I shall present it to you at once. He then removed the shield and tossed it to Afon, who unveiled it, his expression freezing upon realization. The rooster talisman at the center was gone. Afon hurled the shield aside, glaring at Long. Mr. Chung, how dare you mock us? Hand over the talisman, the very item you extracted from the shield. Talisman? What are you talking about? I have returned everything to you as it was. Long feigned ignorance, intent on stalling for time. Chapter 44. Reinforcements arrive, the uncommon Long. Afon's countenance darkened. No one had ever dared to toy with him, and he promptly signaled his men to seize Long. At this juncture, Long dropped his smile and assumed a fighting stance. The members of the Black Hand regarded him with derision, convinced that an archaeologist could not possibly fend them off. Bang, bang, bang. Long delivered a series of punches and a flying kick, swiftly dispatching several attackers. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, he dashed out of the passage towards the exit. Kill him. Afon roared, and his subordinates immediately drew their firearms, aiming at Long's retreating figure. Yet, to their astonishment, Long consistently evaded the gunfire by mere inches, rendering their well-trained marksmen ineffective. Afon, this guy's up to something. Zhou quickly ordered a ceasefire. Realizing that firearms were futile and that they must engage Long in close combat. Navigating through the onslaught, Long drew nearer to the exit. Meanwhile, Valen, guarding the entrance, received Afon's update and instructed his men to set traps at the entrance. Before long, Long's agile form burst through the exit, only to be met with an immediate assault from the surrounding Black Hand members. Yet, whether bullets or traps, he managed to evade them with remarkable finesse. Valen, once brimming with confidence, now wore a grim expression as he witnessed Long's extraordinary evasion. Damn it, that guy is utilizing the power of the talisman, Valen surmised, attributing Long's uncanny abilities to the talisman. Realizing firearms were ineffective, Valen's subordinates resorted to heavy weaponry. Long's eyes widened in disbelief. Were they truly resorting to such extremes? Unfortunate, 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 he shouted, sprinting while narrowly dodging explosions and dispatching several of Valen's henchmen along the way. At this moment, Afon's trio burst from the entrance, their jaws dropping at the scene before them. Valen, incensed by their arrival, pointed at Chung Long and barked, "You worthless fools. Seize that man at once." "Understood, boss." As loyal subordinates of Valen, Afin's team were formidable fighters, and they surrounded Chung Long, engaging him in a fierce confrontation. Zhongsu, the tallest among them, seized the opportunity to restrain Chung Long's arm, while Zhou and Afin lunged forward. Chung Long, startled, lifted his legs and caught Zhongsu's head, flipping him over, then delivered 2 flying kicks to fend off the remaining attackers. Boom! A streak of rainbow light soared across the sky as Tony Stark, clad in a lightweight suit of armor, descended upon the scene. Recognizable to all, Valen and his men immediately recognized him. "Iron Man!" Valen exclaimed, his expression darkening as he ordered his men to fire upon Stark. Under heavy fire, Stark retaliated immediately, unleashing a torrent of firepower that decimated Valen's forces. "You bunch of worthless scoundrels. I have to step in at a critical moment," Valen muttered angrily as he leaped from the helicopter towards Chung Long. A swift flying kick knocked Chung Long down, and Valen brandished his scepter, now transformed into a blade, aimed at Chung Long's neck. "Surrender the talisman, or not only you, but your family will also suffer the consequences." Chung Long hesitated, but thoughts of his father and Xiao Yu's safety steadied him. "Excuse me, sir? Do you not regard me highly?" Tony Stark appeared behind Valen, his palm glowing red as he aimed at Valen's head. Noticing Stark's murderous intent, Valen coolly cast a glance over his shoulder. "Oh, is this not the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark? Is it typical for affluent individuals like yourself to meddle in others' affairs?" Tony Stark's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Release him, or I shall obliterate your skull." "You may attempt that. Should you fail, it will be I who shatters your cranium," Valen retorted, turning his head with eyes that had morphed into a terrifying crimson. Stark's expression shifted. In that moment, he sensed a perilous aura emanating from Valen, reminiscent of a humanoid demon. Not far from the scene, Wang and Guo Feng stood upon a cloud, silently observing the unfolding drama. Wang remarked to Guo Feng, "That fellow possesses the power of a demon. It's my first encounter with such after years of training in Camartage." His demeanor grew grave. "This is no ordinary demon. The force within him is ancient, and the master behind it must be a formidable ancient demon." Guo Feng nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. The demon behind Valen is indeed formidable. What astonishes me is that this miserly demon would bestow such immense power upon Valen. In the original narrative, the master merely granted Valen treasures of gold and silver, yet the strength he displays now exceeds my expectations. Considering the master's current state of being sealed and fragmented, the power afforded to Valen is astounding, making one ponder the true might of the original entity. It appears that in the Marvel Universe, the 8 great demons are not merely background figures. Our previous plans require revision." At that moment, Tony Stark launched an attack. Valen smirked, deftly dodging and instantly appearing beside Stark. Even Jarvis was caught off guard at a critical juncture. Meanwhile, Chung Long seized the opportunity to escape, only to be swiftly surrounded by the trio of Afun, who, like Valen, had also received the Master's boon. "What misfortune!" Chung Long lamented, reluctantly adopting a fighting stance against them. Seizing the moment, he landed a punch on Zhou's head. "Ouch!" Chung Long shook his pained left hand, feeling as if he had struck a steel plate. "Chung Long, cease your resistance. You are merely a mortal and cannot hope to contend with us," Afun taunted, then swept Chung Long away with a swift kick. On the other side, Valen unleashed a furious assault, his exceptional combat skills combined with the master-enhanced physique overwhelming Stark. Inside his armor, Stark watched the incessant data analysis unfold, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Had I known, I would have donned the latest series of anti-wind armor. The Mark series is woefully inadequate against Valen. What folly is this, Tony Stark? Do you truly believe you can play the hero clad in a tin can?" Valen mocked, intensifying his onslaught. His objective was to capture Stark alive to leverage the Stark Industries for his own gain. Chapter 45, The Transfer of the Talismans. The demon's power was too overwhelming. They could not hold out much longer. "Shall I intervene?" Wang inquired of Guo Feng. "Not yet. They are not so easily vanquished." Guo Feng replied, shaking his head. Stark could endure for a while longer, and as Chung Long was the nephew of Old Father, Guo Feng doubted that someone of Old Father's caliber would only impart superficial skills to him. Since his interactions with Old Father, Guo Feng had learned that Old Father was not only adept in magic, but also a master of Qigong. Indeed, after being pressured by the trio for some time, Chung Long's expression grew increasingly serious. "Stand down. If this continues, it will be your downfall," Chung Long warned Afun and his companions. They erupted into laughter at his words. "What a jest, Chung Long. Do take a moment to assess the situation. You are no match for us." If you wish to survive, surrender the talismans. I shall never relinquish the talismans, Chung Long declared resolutely, then assumed a battle stance. At which point A Fun's group sensed a shift in Chung Long's aura. This one is no ordinary foe, A Fun murmured, exchanging glances with Zhou and Zhong Su. Understanding, the two charged at Chung Long, yet this time, he effortlessly absorbed their attacks, gripping their arms and flinging them away with tremendous force. Zhou and Zhong Su felt as if the world was spinning and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. A Fun was momentarily stunned. Upon regaining his composure, he witnessed Chung Long leap forward and deliver a flying kick that felled him. Valen, engaged with Stark, was equally astonished by this turn of events. He was all too familiar with A Fun's group's prowess, with the power of the demon augmenting them. Annihilating a squad would be a trivial task. Yet they were all dispatched by Chung Long in an instant. Realizing this, Valen lost interest in lingering there and retaliated with a punch that sent Stark reeling. He then leaped into the air, swiftly departing, leaving Stark in shock. He anticipated that Valen could fly. Not only Valen, but the trio followed suit. Although Stark attempted to pursue, the damage inflicted by Valen's final punch rendered his mark armor severely compromised, making pursuit impossible. Damn it, I will reclaim my victory. Stark vowed internally. Have they escaped? Are we to let them go, Guo Feng? Wang queried. Should Guo Feng consent, he would immediately employ spatial magic to detain Valen and his companions. Guo Feng shook his head. Do not forget, Wang, they are servants of an ancient demon. As long as their master exists, even if you vanquish them, they will re-emerge in due time. Wang retracted his magic. Very well, if there is nothing further, I shall return to report. Guo Feng nodded, confident that the matter of the talismans could not be concealed from Ancient One. Yet, given Ancient One's current circumstances, she lacked the capacity to confront the master and other ancient demons. The Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, remained Kamartaj's primary adversary. During Guo Feng and Wang's conversation, Stark approached Chung Long. You are quite formidable, Mr. Chung. You effortlessly defeated such opponents. Having removed his helmet, Stark regarded Chung Long with curiosity. When he first encountered Chung Long, he merely perceived him as an ordinary individual, yet he had managed to easily vanquish the trio. Stark felt a pang of bitterness. He had come to the rescue, only to find Chung Long turning the tide. Chung Long scratched his head, donning a humble smile. You flatter me, Mr. Stark. My abilities pale in comparison to Guo Feng's. Stark seemed to recall something and inquired of Chung Long. Mr. Chung, I overheard those individuals mentioning talismans. What are they? Faced with Stark's question, Chung Long felt a twinge of anxiety. Just as he hesitated on whether to divulge the information, Guo Feng contacted the armor's communicator. Mr. Stark, do not concern yourself with the talismans. They belong to the realm of mysticism. But, Stark began, wait until I have gathered all the power of the talismans. I will allow you to study them thoroughly. For now, this is merely the beginning, and the execution is to be handled by Chung Long and the others. Although reluctant, Stark recognized that the realm of mysticism was Guo Feng's forte. I have matters to attend to at the company. I must take my leave, Stark stated before turning to depart. Chung Long was left bewildered, having intended to explain the talismans. Shortly thereafter, personnel from District 13 arrived on the scene, led by Director Blake, who was bald. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chung Long joyfully approached to embrace his old friend. Smack! A familiar snap caused Chung Long to clutch his head and wail in agony. Chung Long, where are the talismans? Old Father approached with his hands behind his back, followed by the inquisitive Xiaoyu. Old Father Xiaoyu, Chung Long exclaimed in surprise. Blake shrugged apologetically. Sorry, Chung Long. It was Old Father's request for me to bring him along, and I have also uncovered the identity of your assailants. He informed Chung Long about the Black Hand Gang. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Old Father is here solely for the matter of the talismans. Old Father stated impatiently, prompting Blake to quickly halt. Chung Long presented the talisman he had been holding to Old Father. The old man pondered the talisman in his hand, his tone gravely serious. The first zodiac had already manifested, and the subsequent ones would gradually reveal themselves. Blake proposed, given the inherent danger of this object, it would be prudent to store it in Zone 13. Trust me, Zone 13 is undoubtedly the safest place in the world. I concurred with Director Blake's assessment. Indeed. Old man, we should secure the talisman in Zone 13. It is foolproof. With a snap of his fingers, the old man addressed the headache-stricken Chung Long, saying, Zone 13 is indeed a commendable location, yet I have an even better alternative in mind. Blake and Chung Long exchanged puzzled glances. Was there a place superior to Zone 13? Old man, do you intend to place the talisman within S-H-I-E-L-D? Blake exclaimed, realizing that was the only other place he could think of. The old man shook his head. This is a matter you need not concern yourselves with. Your task is to gather the talismans. Leave the rest to me. After hearing the old man's words, Blake, though reluctant, had no choice but to acquiesce. It is worth noting that the reason Zone 13 has achieved such success in the realm of the mysterious is largely due to the old man's invaluable contributions. And he is an authority in handling such matters. Indeed, the old man's chosen candidate is Guo Feng. It is not solely due to Guo Feng's formidable strength, but rather because, like the master, he too is a dragon. Chapter 46. The Return of the Tadpole. The Celestial Bottle. Today is a particularly special day for Guo Feng, as the Tadpole, having journeyed to another world, has finally returned. The Tadpole has returned. The Tadpole has brought back local specialties and souvenirs. Please take note of the delivery. Guo Feng's gaze immediately fell upon the last hint. Noting that the only specialty brought back from this trip was a single item, yet it must be of exceptional quality, given the considerable time the Tadpole spent retrieving it. It was a delicately crafted dark green jade bottle. Guo Feng felt an immediate sense of familiarity, and upon reading the hint, his expression shifted dramatically. Celestial Bottle. An artifact from the mortal realm, the treasure of the 9-yuan view in the celestial realm. Birthed from the chaos at the dawn of the heavenly Tao, this is the first of the mysterious celestial objects, possessing numerous wondrous functions, currently in a complete but unactivated state. Tadpole, you are truly remarkable. Guo Feng couldn't help but exclaim, his admiration overflowing. The world of mortal cultivation was one he was well acquainted with. It is a quintessential cultivation realm. The celestial bottle is, without question, the foremost treasure. Not only does it possess formidable powers, but it also pertains to the laws of time and space. Even within the exceedingly elevated Marvel universe, the celestial bottle belongs to the supreme category of treasures. What delighted Guo Feng was that the celestial bottle brought back by the Tadpole was intact. However, what did its unactivated status entail? As if anticipating his confusion, the game interface promptly displayed a message in response. After reading it, Guo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was not as complicated as he had imagined. The reason for its unactivated state was that the spirit of the bottle remained in slumber. Once the spirit awakens, it will unleash all the powers of the celestial bottle. The conditions for the spirit's awakening are quite simple. Fertilize it with the 3-leaf clover from the game. Truly, it is simple. Guo Feng immediately used the 3-leaf clover to nourish the bottle spirit, and in an instant, 1,000 clovers were consumed, just as he wished to continue. A prompt indicated saturation and advised waiting for the next opportunity. With a soft sigh, Guo Feng integrated the celestial bottle into himself. Upon its incorporation, his expression brightened. The celestial bottle is designed to assist in cultivation, and this function became remarkably apparent after fusion. Guo Feng's rate of power growth, already impressive, experienced a near-qualitative enhancement due to the celestial bottle's support. Moreover, he gained insights into the laws of time and space. No longer would he need to envy those mages who effortlessly opened portals. Just then, a green portal opened before Guo Feng, and the old man, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely towards him. The old man scrutinized Guo Feng, and his expression changed. It had only been a short while since they last met. Yet Guo Feng seemed to have transformed significantly. Guo Feng, taken aback by the old man's arrival, remarked, "Old man, you must have come specifically to seek my assistance." Approaching Guo Feng, the old man placed the chicken talisman on the table, stating, "The first talisman has been acquired. You must understand the fervent obsession the master has for these talismans. I do not trust leaving it elsewhere. You wish for me to safeguard the talisman?" Guo Feng responded in astonishment. The old man's actions exceeded his expectations. He had initially intended to retrieve the talisman after all 12 had been gathered, but now it seemed he was entrusted with its protection. "Indeed, it is currently most appropriate for the talisman to be kept with you," the old man replied, his expression unchanged. "There is one more matter." The old man raised a finger. "The talisman is not as crucial as you might think. What truly matters is the master." With that, the old man opened a magical portal and departed. Guo Feng grasped the chicken talisman, his expression a mix of complexity. He discarded the talisman from his hand and temporarily stored it within the space of his Sharingan's Kimui, but this was merely a temporary measure. He certainly would not cling to the talisman indefinitely. As the old man stated, to fully harness this power, the master's involvement is essential. Meanwhile, Valen led his trio to report to the master, with Jean Bing also present. Valen glanced at Jean Bing before fixing his gaze on the master, noting that one of the 12 slots had indeed been filled. The tiger talisman. How could this be? Valen murmured in disbelief. "Valen, where's the talisman?" the master inquired. Valen's expression froze, and he explained, "We have located the talisman, but during our journey, it was seized by an archaeologist named Chung Long. However, rest assured, I will retrieve the talisman promptly. Upon hearing Valen's words, the master's tone was laced with fury. Seized by an archaeologist? How could you be so incompetent? You should have seen the talisman I possess. That was found by Jin Bing. Although he had anticipated who might find it, hearing the master stated outright left Valen feeling quite humiliated. He understood that this time, Jin Bing's standing in the master's eyes had surpassed his own, and the only way to regain favor was to acquire more talismans. Valen knelt on one knee, pledging, "Do not worry, master. This will be my final failure." The master, growing impatient, dismissed him. "Begone. Should you fail again, I will reconsider the ownership of the Golden Rooster King's treasure." "Yes, master," Valen replied, his countenance dark as he retreated. Witnessing Valen's discomfiture brought Jin Bing immense satisfaction. He had not exerted much effort in the search for the tiger talisman, as Guo Feng had provided the intelligence. Stark Industries. Guo Feng stood at the skylight, gazing into the distance. The master should have received the talisman by now. What about the next talisman? Indeed, Guo Feng had sent Jin Bing to the master, ensuring he would not become a lackluster subordinate like Valen. Although the master was a fearsome dragon, he was quite generous to his subordinates before achieving his own ends. Not all 12 talismans possessed significant functionality. Some were meant for assistance and balance. For instance, the Immortal Dog Talisman, the Healing Horse Talisman, and the Balancing Tiger Talisman. These talismans would be well suited for Jin Bing to earn substantial rewards from the master. Regarding the Chicken Talisman, although it had been taken over by Zone 13, news was bound to reach SHIELD. This matter piqued the interest of the Egg, yet given Tony Stark's involvement, the cautious Egg decided to send Natasha to follow up on it. Chung Long naturally became a target for recruitment by the Egg. However, before proceeding with that, the Egg had a significant matter to address. At SHIELD headquarters, in a laboratory, a massive block of ice stood at the center, within which a person was frozen. It was truly unbelievable. Captain America was indeed still alive. Even the seasoned Egg could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Beside him, Coulson expressed similar surprise. "Before we found Captain America, I always thought Jack was deceiving us. I can hardly believe he has survived all this time." Egg's gaze was intricate as he promptly commanded the release of Captain America. Rogers held immense significance for SHIELD. While his combat prowess may not be formidable, his very existence was of unparalleled importance. Even if this unsealing resulted in Rogers becoming a mere shell of his former self, Egg would still find contentment. The term hero carries weight in every corner of the world. To Egg's astonishment, not long after the ice melted away, Rogers awakened. His memories frozen at the moment of his demise alongside the Red Skull, yet otherwise unblemished. Chapter 47. The Awakening of Captain America, A New Beginning. Upon regaining consciousness, Rogers surveyed his surroundings, instinctively preparing to strike upon seeing Egg and the others. "Hold your horses, Captain. We are SHIELD, Egg urged. Hearing Egg's words, Rogers halted his descending fist, casting a skeptical glance in Egg's direction. SHIELD? You'd best not be deceiving me. I would never, Captain. However, before we proceed, I must introduce you to the world of today. After all, you have slumbered for half a century." Egg wore a smile, instructing Coulson to guide Rogers. In Queens, New York, Peter Parker wandered between skyscrapers, ultimately pausing atop a building opposite the Osborne Group headquarters. Ever since acquiring his custom suit from Tony Stark, he had taken to donning the nanotech suit for his excursions. Perched on the apex of the signal tower, Peter gazed intently at the Osborne Group. "Win, brother, why are you suddenly having me surveil the Osborne Group? Harry is my friend. They don't seem like villains." Peter spoke into his earpiece. "Harry may be fine, but his father, Norman Osborn, is a different matter. For now, he should remain untouched." On the other end, Guo Feng was synchronizing Peter's perspective through the suit's camera functionality. This operation was not a whim, but rather a response to intelligence he had received from Dr. Connors. Recently, Norman Osborn had financed Dr. Otto's project to create an artificial sun. Guo Feng was acutely aware that Dr. Otto's endeavor would culminate in failure, leading to an accident that would transform him into Dr. Octopus. Today marked the practical phase of the artificial sun project. Guo Feng assigned Peter the task of rescuing Dr. Otto when the experiment inevitably went awry. While he lacked scientific expertise, assembling a team centered around Tony Stark was part of his strategy. "Let us commence, Peter. The experiment is about to begin, and your sole responsibility is to watch over Dr. Otto." Peter hesitated, "But when, brother, if this experiment is as perilous as you say?" Wouldn't he, Mr. Osborne, be in danger too? After all, he is Harry's father, and I can't ignore that. Guo Feng chuckled softly. Do not concern yourself with Mr. Osborne. This commotion will not affect him. Just follow my instructions. Peter Parker, albeit uncertain, complied with Guo Feng's directives. Meanwhile, within a large laboratory at the Osborne Group, Dr. Otto was instructing his assistants to finalize the assembly of the artificial sun device. As the apparatus was completed, Dr. Otto's gaze ignited with fervor. The artificial sun represented the culmination of his life's work. Once successful, it would revolutionize humanity's energy sources. Dr. Otto, Norman Osborn, accompanied by his aides, entered the laboratory and embraced Dr. Otto, then turned to the device. Today will surely be etched in history, Dr. Otto. We are about to witness this momentous occasion together. Norman's eyes mirrored Dr. Otto's fervor. The artificial sun project had received the highest investment among concurrent initiatives, not out of altruism, but as a strategic play against Stark Industries' arc reactor technology, which had placed him under considerable pressure. In a corner of the laboratory, Peter Parker hung from the ceiling, silently observing the scene. Wind brother, although you assert that this experiment will fail, how does Dr. Otto's artificial sun compare to our company's arc reactor? Guo Feng's laughter resonated from the other end. Despite Mr. Stark's arrogant temperament, he is undeniably a genius at the pinnacle of intellect. Peter Parker recognized the incomparable nature of the two projects. The experiment is commencing, Peter. Keep a close watch on Dr. Otto. Understood. Peter's gaze was fraught with complexity as he regarded Dr. Otto. During his time at State University, he had encountered Dr. Otto, who had left a profound impression on him as a kind and knowledgeable scholar. Under Peter's watchful eyes, Dr. Otto approached the device, and the four mechanical arms behind him began their operations. As the final step was executed, the device activated, conjuring a sun the size of a basketball. The moment the artificial sun emerged, Dr. Otto's expression radiated pure elation. His lifelong ambition had finally come to fruition. The gathered crowd erupted in applause, celebrating this monumental milestone. However, moments later, the artificial sun spiraled into chaos, generating a powerful gravitational pull. How could this fail? No, this cannot be real, Dr. Otto murmured in disbelief, unable to accept the impending disaster. Yet, this brief moment of chaos was enough to signal the equipment's imminent collapse. Realizing the dire situation, Dr. Otto, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to initiate a forced shutdown to avert total catastrophe, knowing full well that this would likely result in an explosion. He even shut his eyes in resignation. A shadow swiftly appeared before Dr. Otto, seizing him and propelling them both out of the laboratory. Norman Osborn witnessed the event unfold. Spider-Man, he hissed through clenched teeth, attempting to thwart Peter Parker, but was thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, cradling Dr. Otto, swung through the city, deftly navigating the urban landscape with his webbing. In no time, they reached the rooftop of Stark Industries, where Guo Feng awaited their arrival. You are the acting chairman of Stark Industries, Dr. Otto exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at Guo Feng, then at Peter. He had never anticipated Spider-Man's association with Stark Industries. Guo Feng addressed Peter Parker. You may leave now. I will handle the rest. All right. Peter Parker departed without further ado. Dr. Otto, with a mixture of emotions, watched Peter leave before turning his attention to Guo Feng, who approached him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Otto. I have known of your work for quite some time. After all, you are a genius in the realm of science. Dr. Otto offered a wry smile. Mr. Jack, you flatter me. I am merely a failure. Yet, I am grateful to you. Otherwise, I would not be standing here, conversing with you in safety. Chapter 48, A Different Green Goblin. Guo Feng smiled. Excellent. You are an astute individual. I will not linger on pleasantries. Stay with Stark Industries and work for me. Dr. Otto's face paled, and he opened his mouth to protest, but was interrupted by Guo Feng. You need not worry about the Osborne Group holding you accountable. I will assist in that regard. Dr. Otto, I believe you understand that this matter leaves you with no choice. Dr. Otto found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, the mechanical arms behind him lunged forward, attempting to seize Guo Feng, their four claws gripping his limbs. Guo Feng remained unfazed. Dr. Otto, you have committed a grave error. At this moment, Dr. Otto was still in control. The mechanical arms were entirely under his volition. My apologies, Mr. Jack, but I must return to the Osborne Group to continue my work. Dr. Otto expressed regret, then commanded the mechanical arms to lift Guo Feng. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left him astounded. No matter how much force the mechanical arms exerted, they could not budge Guo Feng. Guo Feng scoffed derisively. Is this your response, Dr. Otto? If so, I believe it is time you received a lesson. Impossible. You are merely an ordinary individual, Otto. Dr. Otto's incredulity was palpable. Guo Feng let out a disdainful snort, subtly stretching his limbs, and in the next instant, the mechanical arm was torn to shreds by a terrifying force. Dr. Otto emitted a heart-wrenching scream as he collapsed, gazing at Guo Feng with despair. Such detritus need not be a source of embarrassment. You are destined to join my team. So bid farewell to this refuse. Guo Feng stepped forward and grasped the end of the mechanical arm, exerting a gentle but decisive force to detach all 4 appendages. Dr. Otto let out a soul-piercing wail before collapsing helplessly onto the ground. At that moment, Tony Stark arrived, his brow furrowed as he observed the unconscious Dr. Otto. Jack, although this fool provoked you, your response was rather excessive. Those mechanical arms are connected to his neurons. Without them, he may become a mere shell of a man. Guo Feng crushed the mechanical arm in his hand, responding nonchalantly, precisely because they are linked to his neurons that I sought to destroy them. Dr. Otto possesses considerable talent, but these contraptions only serve to hinder him. Tony Stark nodded in understanding. I see. What modifications do you envision for him? Guo Feng waved his hand dismissively. You are the expert in this domain. All I ask is that he remains wholly devoted to our cause. No problem, Stark replied, summoning a suit of armor to carry Dr. Otto away. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, having exited Stark Industries, returned to Oscorp. His mind still unquiet despite Guo Feng's repeated assurances that Norman Osborn was unharmed. After all, he was the father of his dear friend. And Peter wished to spare Harry any anguish. Just as Peter was about to arrive, a green figure soared through the air, colliding with him. His webbing snapped instantly, sending him tumbling to the ground. Bystanders rushed over, and upon recognizing Spider-Man, they eagerly raised their phones to capture the moment. Peter rose, shaking his dazed head. And upon looking up, he finally saw his assailant, a figure clad in green armor, riding a hoverboard. Norman Osborn gazed down at Peter Parker, his monstrous visage concealed beneath a mask that radiated madness. Who are you? Peter demanded. Norman did not respond, but instead hurled several pumpkin bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Several unfortunate bystanders were caught in the explosion, panic swiftly engulfing the scene, leaving only the Green Goblin and Spider-Man. Damn it, Peter exclaimed, agitated, as he shot webs at Norman's hoverboard, using the momentum to launch himself at his foe. Unfazed, Norman delivered a powerful punch that sent Peter crashing to the ground. Peter scrambled to his feet, astonished by the disparity in their strengths. Realizing that he could not simply endure, he immediately contacted Guo Feng. Upon receiving the message, Guo Feng was taken aback but did not blame Peter. Rather, he was astonished by the Green Goblin's strength. This shouldn't be. Norman Osborn's abilities should be on par with Peter's, especially with the enhancements from the spider armor, which should have given Peter the upper hand. Hold on, Peter. I will be there shortly. The situation had escalated, and Guo Feng was eager to confront Norman Osborn. On the other hand, Norman Osborn chose not to directly confront Peter Parker, but instead toyed with him atop his hoverboard. Peter, relieved at the lack of direct aggression, knew that based on his understanding of Guo Feng, he would arrive in less than a minute. This was precisely Norman's intention. He sought to lure Guo Feng into the fray, confident in his own prowess. In under half a minute, a purple cloud of flames streaked across the sky, descending between Peter Parker and Norman Osborn. Leave this to me. You should return, Guo Feng declared, waving a hand as the flame enveloped Peter and whisked him away. The ensuing battle would likely reveal the Green Goblin's true nature, a revelation that would deeply impact Peter, one Guo Feng wished to avoid at present. Ah, Jack, you have indeed arrived. Did you send Peter away to spare him the sight of my true form? Norman Osborn said, his arms crossed, his tone dripping with mockery. Guo Feng was not surprised by Norman's awareness of Spider-Man's identity. It could be surmised that this old madman refrained from attacking Peter out of concern for his son, Harry Osborn. Even in his madness, he still harbored love for his child. A smirk crept across Guo Feng's face. You are correct. Allowing Peter to witness your wretched state would indeed be detrimental. However, your boldness in revealing yourself must stem from Dr. Otto. Yes? Norman's brow furrowed, acknowledging that his aggressive approach was indeed for Otto's sake. The two ceased their verbal sparring, and after a brief standoff, Norman struck first, launching multiple pumpkin bombs while his armor extended razor-sharp blades towards Guo Feng. Guo Feng did not flinch, allowing the pumpkin bombs to explode upon him. As the chaos subsided, Norman approached Guo Feng, cackling madly, his blade poised to slice at Guo Feng's neck. The blade grazed Guo Feng, igniting a shower of sparks. And in a moment of shocking ease, he grasped the blade and crushed it with his hand. You seem to want to know something, and I can indeed enlighten you. But you must allow me to rise. I trust you would grant me this modicum of dignity, Mr. Jack? Of course, Norman replied, struggling to his feet. Suddenly, he produced a butterfly knife and lunged for Guo Feng's throat. Anticipating this move, Guo Feng caught the knife with one hand. A smirk appeared on Norman's lips as the knife's end opened, releasing a plume of green gas. I sincerely apologize, Jack. You shall become my next incarnation. Norman retreated, cackling maniacally, as the noxious cloud enveloped Guo Feng. Although the toxin was not lethal, it was a concoction derived from the Green Goblin serum, designed to disrupt the victim's mental state. The thought of such a formidable entity losing control thrilled Norman immensely. Unperturbed by the gas, Guo Feng's expression remained unchanged. The mind-altering virus was purified the moment it entered his system. Under Norman's expectant gaze, the gas dissipated, but the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Guo Feng relished the sight of Norman's incredulous expression. Mr. Osborne, if this is your trump card, I must say I am quite disappointed. How is this possible? You should be incapacitated. Norman screamed incredulously before turning and fleeing on his hoverboard. A bolt of lightning struck him down from the sky, and Guo Feng approached, grasping him by the throat. I believe I have come to understand. This power of yours must be connected to some demonic entity. Norman Osborne flashed a peculiar smile, neither confirming nor denying Guo Feng's assertion. You have won this round, Jack, but next time may yield a different outcome. In a visible moment, Norman's body disintegrated into ash, leaving behind a shattered green goblin suit amid his maniacal laughter. Guo Feng crushed the armor, his expression turning complex. From their exchange, it was evident that Norman Osborne had merely experienced a temporary demise. A cunning individual such as he could undoubtedly return, presenting a significant dilemma. Yet, Guo Feng's primary concern lay with the malevolent forces behind him. Were they the local demons of Marvel or ancient fiends like the Master? Cursing Norman Osborne under his breath, Guo Feng recognized that Norman's self-destructive act would have the most profound impact on Peter Parker. After much contemplation, Guo Feng resolved to inform Peter Parker of the situation. Before long, Guo Feng arrived at Peter's apartment, where he was greeted by a middle-aged woman with slightly graying hair. Hello, may I ask who you are? May asked. Guo Feng displayed a benevolent smile, introducing himself as the proprietor of the company where Peter is interning and expressing the need to discuss certain matters concerning Peter. Aunt May scrutinized Guo Feng before replying. Please hold on a moment. I shall notify Peter. Shortly after Aunt May entered, Peter Parker emerged, his expression one of surprise as he observed Guo Feng. So soon? How is that fellow faring? Guo Feng replied. May we have a word, Peter? But be forewarned. This matter pertains to you. Puzzled, Peter scratched his head and followed Guo Feng. The two commenced their conversation in a secluded park, and once assured of their privacy, Guo Feng divulged the situation involving the Green Goblin and Norman Osborne to Peter Parker. What? Peter exclaimed in astonishment upon concluding the revelation. You must be jesting, right? How could Harry's father possibly be a villain? Guo Feng's countenance turned grave. Accept the reality, Peter. The Green Goblin is indeed Norman Osborne. As for the reasons behind his transformation, it is a mere accident, much like your own circumstances. Observing the silence of Peter Parker, he continued. If it were merely a mutation, there might still be hope for Norman Osborne, but he is already entangled with malevolent forces. Prepare yourself, Peter. After a considerable pause, Peter Parker finally spoke. I understand, but how should I explain this to Harry? He is innocent. With that, he grasped Guo Feng's hand pleadingly. I implore you, Guo Feng, do not allow Harry to become like his father. I cannot bear to lose this friend. Guo Feng remained silent for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Peter Parker's request. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that handling such a matter alone was somewhat daunting. Confronting demons necessitated the expertise of professionals. At Old Man's antique shop, the elder sat leisurely at the counter, sipping tea, while Xiao Yu diligently studied a magic book beside him. Closing the book, Xiao Yu inquired curiously, Grandpa, when will I have the opportunity to visit Camartage? With a gentle snap of his fingers, the elder replied, the time has not yet arrived, and this decision rests with your teacher. Xiao Yu, supporting her chin with a hint of grievance, responded, but Grandpa, life without opponents is truly dull. I possess skills but lack the chance to apply them. Who is grumbling? Came the voice of her teacher. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened as she turned to the doorway. What brings you here? Today is not a teaching day, is it? The elder spoke in a serious tone. Or do you have a favor to ask of this old man? Guo Feng stepped forward and ruffled Xiao Yu's hair. Addressing the elder, I encountered a matter related to demons today, and I believe old Chung would not hesitate to lend a hand. Demons? The elder's interest was piqued. Thus, Guo Feng recounted the events concerning the Green Goblin, omitting the relationship between Peter Parker and the Osborne family. The elder stirred his tea thoughtfully and eventually remarked, this situation likely pertains to demons. I can assist with that boy named Harry, but you must also do me a favor. Please, go on, Guo Feng replied. The elder glanced at Xiao Yu. Take her along to practice. I know you have a suitable candidate. Yay! Xiao Yu cheered excitedly, seizing Guo Feng's hand. Hurry, teacher. I am eager to showcase my recent learning progress. By the way, today is the weekend. Guo Feng chuckled helplessly. You little rascal, follow me. I indeed have a promising candidate in mind. The candidate he referred to was none other than Tony Stark. As his former companion, Tony Stark's current prowess was difficult to assess, yet it would certainly serve as a fitting challenge for Xiao Yu. At Stark Industries, Tony Stark, while adjusting equipment at his workbench, suddenly experienced a foreboding sensation. What's wrong, Tony? Inquired Dr. Banner, approaching him. It's nothing. I just feel as though someone is thinking about me, but I've grown accustomed to it. After all, I am a dashing genius. What? You want this little girl to spar with me? Are you joking? It hasn't been long since she became your student. Don't be ridiculous, Tony Stark responded incredulously. Moments ago, Guo Feng had accompanied Xiao Yu to his workshop, requesting that she spar with him. Guo Feng gestured for Tony Stark to remain composed. Xiao Yu, like you, is a prodigy. Although she has not been training long, she has certainly acquired a wealth of knowledge. Tony Stark, visibly displeased, retorted, let us not, Jack. Regardless, it's quite embarrassing to spar with a little girl. Xiao Yu crossed her arms, pouting. Come on, Mr. Stark. Aren't you ashamed to shy away from a little girl? This is merely a friendly match. You wouldn't back down, would you? Her innocent tone served to heighten the mockery, causing Tony Stark to grimace. He cast a glance at Guo Feng before ultimately conceding. Though he respected Guo Feng's judgment, he remained skeptical about Xiao Yu's capabilities. For precaution, he opted to don the initial Mark I armor. Even with the Mark I, Tony Stark felt uneasy and requested J.A.R.V.I.S. to downgrade its performance. Guo Feng silently observed the unfolding scene, anticipating the spectacle ahead. The battleground was a specially constructed arena by Tony Stark, robust and spacious enough to withstand even tactical nuclear strikes. Xiao Yu donned a black martial arts uniform. Bowing respectfully to Tony Stark. Let us begin, little girl, he said nonchalantly, not intending to engage, relying on the Mark I's defenses to compel her to concede. However, in a heartbeat, Xiao Yu closed the distance, delivering a sidekick to his waist. Boom. An imprint emerged on the Mark I's waist. The sheer force propelling the armor backward. What in the world? What kind of power is this? Tony Stark, now alarmed within the armor, noted from the analysis panel that the waist was nearing damage. Despite being astounded by Xiao Yu's strength, he discerned that it was not a pure display of might akin to Guo Feng's, but rather accompanied by a peculiar energy. At that moment, Xiao Yu had already positioned herself behind Tony Stark, grinning triumphantly. Apologies, Mr. Stark. My martial skills are quite commendable, wouldn't you say? Tony Stark forced a smile. Your name is Xiao Yu, correct? Impressive agility. That was merely my oversight. Please wait a moment. Xiao Yu flashed a mischievous smile. No problem. This is just a friendly spar. Tony Stark felt an urge to sputter, hastily returning to the lab to remove the Mark I. Yet he had no intention of equipping the anti-wind series armor. Based on J.A.R.V.I.S. data analysis, the latest series of Mark armor would sufficiently secure victory in this friendly contest. Before long, Tony Stark re-emerged onto the arena, clad in the new nanotech armor. As he walked, the suit gradually enveloped him. Cool. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tony Stark gestured. Come on, Xiao Yu. This time, it won't be like last time. Employing the same tactic, Xiao Yu approached from behind to deliver a flying kick. Humph. Tony Stark swiftly turned, seizing her ankle. Gotcha. Xiao Yu. Not quite. Xiao Yu revealed a cunning smile as her form transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing. Simultaneously, another Xiao Yu appeared at Tony Stark's side, launching a palm strike. A handprint marked the armor's abdomen, causing Tony Stark to stagger back, astonished as he watched Xiao Yu retreat to a distance. Was that a clone? Xiao Yu nodded, explaining, a basic spell, but quite practical. And that palm strike? Tony Stark continued, noting from J.A.R.V.I.S. replay that her strike hadn't exhibited much force. That was Qi Gong, a rather fascinating form of energy. However, I have only just begun to harness it. Xiao Yu patiently replied. Now, with the question and answer session concluded, let us resume our sparring. Xiao Yu leapt into the air, delivering a series of kicks that unleashed a wave of Azure energy directed toward Tony Stark. Stark swiftly evaded, yet the energy wave struck the ground, leaving visible fissures in its wake. Stark gasped. The ground was composed of alloy, impervious to typical armor-piercing rounds, yet Xiao Yu's casual strike had wrought such devastation. Guo Feng, observing the spectacle, was taken aback, Xiaoyu was employing one of the 6 techniques he had taught her, the Gale Kick. And he marveled at her rapid advancement in such a brief span of time. J-A-R-V-I-S. Switch to combat mode, Stark declared, no longer underestimating Xiaoyu. The eyes of his helmet glowed red, and in an instant, he stood before Xiaoyu, delivering a swift chop. Xiaoyu's expression was one of exhilaration as she crossed her arms, enveloped in a black, armored aura, successfully blocking the strike. In a fluid motion, she countered with a spinning kick, which Stark's armor deflected. Yet, Xiaoyu unleashed a relentless torrent of attacks. Punches, palm strikes, kicks, and finger jabs flowed seamlessly, augmented by her mastery of ki and magic, leaving Stark on the defensive. At that moment, Stark was incredulous. Was he truly facing a mere girl? Guo Feng, witnessing Stark's predicament, couldn't help but chuckle, nearly breaking Stark's composure. Xiaoyu even summoned magical clones, surrounding Stark and launching a coordinated assault. Stark's expression darkened. Under normal circumstances, he would have activated his weapon systems by now. However, conceding to a little girl felt undignified, and thus he resolved to press on. Wait, Xiaoyu, grant me another opportunity. I shall switch to a different suit, he implored. Xiaoyu paused, glancing at Guo Feng. Agree to it, Xiaoyu. Neither of you has truly showcased your full capabilities. Let us have another match. Very well, let us compete once more, Xiaoyu replied, embracing the moment with anticipation. Stark did not immediately change suits. Instead, he approached Guo Feng, asking, Jack, what armor would be suitable? You know I'm not overly concerned with victory, but I cannot allow Xiaoyu to be harmed. I recall your latest series. The Windbreaker armor has been released. Use that to spar with Xiaoyu, Guo Feng suggested. Stark was astonished. Are you jesting? That suit was designed based on your performance data from Mexico. While it may differ significantly from mine, is it not excessive to use it against Xiaoyu? Guo Feng remained composed. Just refrained from activating the weapon systems. He was well aware of the advanced technology Stark had integrated into that suit, much of which was inspired by extraterrestrial innovations. Even with Xiaoyu's remarkable talent, her rapid growth would not suffice to counter such formidable technology. Chapter 51, A Distinctive Sage Mode. Let us hope so. With you as her mentor, there should be no issues, Stark replied with a resigned smile as he strode towards the laboratory to change suits. Moments later, donned in the latest Windbreaker armor, Stark entered the arena. The armor, adorned in a striking gold and crimson livery, stood nearly 3 meters tall and exuded a robust presence, its head shaped like a fearsome dragon. Cool, Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This suit perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. Inside the armor, Stark began calibrating its functions, temporarily sealing off the advanced technology and weapon systems. Once the adjustments were complete, he relinquished control to J-A-R-V. Yes. This time, Stark initiated the assault. By the time Xiaoyu reacted, the armor was already upon her, its draconic claws poised to strike her face. Just as contact was imminent, the armor suddenly pivoted and swiped backward. You caught me, Xiaoyu laughed, unperturbed by her capture. You have lost, Xiaoyu. But considering the previous round, we should call it a draw, Stark proclaimed triumphantly, relieved to salvage some dignity. Xiaoyu shook her head, playfully retorting, No. This is merely the beginning, Mr. Stark. Prepare yourself, for I shall now fight seriously. Stark's expression shifted to one of concern. Xiaoyu's words filled him with an ominous premonition. As if to validate his fears, the next moment, the Xiaoyu he held transformed into smoke, reappearing behind the armor. With a flourish of her left hand, a crimson beam of magical energy struck the armor, sizzling upon impact. Feudal Xiaoyu, your ki and magic cannot harm my armor. You are an exceptional child. But your time for growth is still too brief, Stark stated, remaining stationary in hopes that Xiaoyu would retreat. Yet Guo Feng interjected, Xiaoyu, utilize that ability. Your current techniques cannot contend with Mr. Stark. Xiaoyu hesitated. But, Master, that skill is still incomplete. I only possess a rudimentary grasp of it. A rudimentary grasp is sufficient. Stark interjected, curiosity piqued. What exactly is this ability you speak of? You aren't suggesting you'll teach her how to transform into a dragon, are you? Stark questioned, somewhat flustered. Guo Feng smiled mysteriously. You're overthinking it, but there is indeed a connection. He pivoted the conversation. If you wish to win, you must interrupt Xiaoyu, allowing her to experience the reality of combat. Stark snorted softly, opting not to disrupt Xiaoyu, instead observing her every movement. Eager to ascertain the strength of the ability Guo Feng had mentioned. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from within Xiaoyu, and intricate, scale-like patterns began to spread across her form. The magnificent golden dragon markings solidified upon her cheek, resembling a regal mask, exuding both nobility and grace. Xiaoyu's black martial attire transformed into a shimmering robe of gold and white. Gazing upon Xiaoyu, now resembling an ancient sage, Guo Feng was astonished. The sage mode he had imparted to her had undergone a metamorphosis. Though it bore traces of draconic influence, it seemed predominantly shaped by Xiaoyu's unique attributes. Xiaoyu's attributes? Guo Feng couldn't help but recall Xiaoyu's past life as a mysteriously powerful magical sage. Stark was taken aback, not by Xiaoyu's scion-like appearance, but by the data JA.R.V.I.S. was analyzing, surpassing his expectations. He cast a questioning glance at Guo Feng. Guo Feng shrugged, indicating he was equally perplexed. Xiaoyu, exhilarated, examined herself, exclaiming, "This is absolutely incredible." With that, 2 golden magical circles manifested in her hands, unleashing a torrent of volatile energy. Guo Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the impending chaos, especially upon witnessing Xiaoyu's alarmed expression. "Teacher, I can't control it," Xiaoyu cried out in desperation, having merely sought to test the power of her magic. Yet the overwhelming energy within her spiraled out of control. "Aim towards me," Guo Feng instructed. Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily before struggling to align the magical circles toward him. Boom. The magical circles erupted into 2 golden beams, obliterating everything in their path. Guo Feng transformed into his dragon form, bracing himself to absorb the dual onslaught. This transpired in an instant. Once she released her magic, Xiaoyu reverted to her original state, visibly fatigued. Guo Feng compressed the energy from the 2 beams into a singular, ferocious golden energy orb, which he subsequently dispatched into the dimensional space. Once the dust settled, Guo Feng approached Xiaoyu, expressing concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" Xiaoyu cradled her head, assuring him she was mostly fine, just a bit dizzy. Then, she shifted the conversation. "Master, how did I fare? Do I win?" Guo Feng exchanged glances with Stark before announcing the outcome of the sparring match. Xiaoyu emerged victorious. Yay, I won." Xiaoyu cheered with excitement, but soon began to yawn. "Let me take you to old dad's antique shop," Guo Feng said, cradling Xiaoyu in his arms as he ascended with a plume of flames, departing from the scene. Tony Stark let out a melancholic sigh, recalling Xiaoyu's earlier strike, which sent tremors through his heart. An assault of such magnitude could not be thwarted solely by the armor's innate defenses. If it were not for Guo Feng's presence, he would have been unable to activate the energy shield in such a brief span of time. Damn it, it's one thing for Jack to possess such monstrous strength, but how can a little girl be so formidable? Meanwhile, Guo Feng had already returned Xiaoyu to the antique shop. Observing the slumbering Xiaoyu in Guo Feng's embrace, old dad's expression shifted. After all these years, it was the first time old dad had witnessed Xiaoyu in such a state. Her vitality was boundless. "What method did you employ to bring her to this state?" Guo Feng gently set Xiaoyu down, replying, "It's nothing. I merely exerted too much effort during our sparring, but she emerged victorious." Old dad nodded and instructed Cheng Long, who was tidying up, to take Xiaoyu to rest. Once it was just old dad and Guo Feng, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "The boy you asked me to look after has shown results. Although his father is a demon, he remains untainted." Guo Feng was not surprised to hear that Harry was unharmed. Despite Norman Osborn transforming into the malevolent Green Goblin, he had always harbored affection for Harry. Old dad continued, "I have placed psychological safeguards on the boy. Even if that demon returns, he cannot corrupt him. However, there is another matter. They are, after all, father and son. While the demon's power cannot taint him, words and humanity can, and I shall not involve myself in that." Guo Feng nodded in understanding, recalling that in the original narrative, Harry inherited the Green Goblin's will due to Norman Osborn's demise. He intended to entrust this matter to Peter Parker. Chapter 52, The Emergence of the Mouse Amulet. Just as Guo Feng was about to depart, old dad called out to him. "There is one more thing, Guo Feng. A new amulet has appeared, the Mouse Amulet, but this time the forces involved are numerous, and you must go in person." The mention of the Mouse Amulet caused Guo Feng's expression to shift. As the foremost of the 12 amulets, the Mouse Amulet was pivotal. It served as the foundation for the resurrection of the Holy Master, and its effects were immensely powerful. It was not merely a matter of animating inanimate objects. It could perfectly embody the attributes of the lifeless. It seemed that the timeline had undergone significant alterations, for the Mouse Amulet had appeared earlier than anticipated, Guo Feng mused. Old dad conjured a magical map, pointing to a marker indicating that the Mouse Amulet was located in Hollywood, currently inactive. That place brimmed with imagination. Once the Mouse Amulet activated, it would spell considerable trouble. Guo Feng's countenance grew solemn as he hastily departed the antique shop for Hollywood. Hollywood. In this largest film hub in the world, multiple factions had gathered. The Black Hand Gang and Hell's Kitchen under the Holy Master, the 13th District attempting to intervene, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents eager to exploit the situation. Inside a cafe on Hollywood Boulevard, the disguised Egghead scrutinized the passers-by outside. Seated beside him were several high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Captain Rogers. Fury, could you enlighten me on the purpose of this operation? We've been nursing our coffees for half the day. Rogers could no longer contain his curiosity. Egghead sipped his coffee and lowered his voice. Patience, Captain. Once those individuals make their move, we shall have our answers. It was Coulson who responded. It concerns an entity known as the Amulet, which according to our intel, seems to relate to ancient magic. Here they come. Egghead's gaze sharpened. His personal involvement in this operation stemmed from the overwhelming force dispatched by the 13th District. Although he lacked knowledge of magic and metaphysics, the power of the amulet could potentially enhance S.H.I.E.L.D.'s foundation and perhaps even restrain Guo Feng. At this moment, both Valin's faction and the 13th District were deploying large numbers of personnel throughout Hollywood, conducting thorough searches. We found it. The trio led by Afun discovered the mouse amulet in a prop warehouse. Afun excitedly retrieved it from a heap of stone props. We are truly fortunate. We found it on our first try. Zhou urged, quick, notify the boss. I saw many others like us on the way here. The Holy Master has issued a strict order. The mouse amulet must not be lost. Afun tucked the mouse amulet into his pocket, confidently asserting, those people won't dare to snatch it from us. Not even Chung Long could manage that. Just as Afun and his companions were about to exit, a striking shadow leapt down from above, snapping Afun's neck with a scissor kick, effortlessly seizing the mouse amulet from his grasp. Zhou and Zhong Su stood frozen before the beautiful woman before them. Natasha toyed with the amulet in her hand, while tossing a smoke bomb with her other hand. Damn it, that woman. Afun straightened his neck, rising. Possessing demonic powers, they were hard to kill. Although furious, the trio was unconcerned about Natasha escaping. Zhong Su, retrieve the item. I want that woman to pay dearly. Zhong Su pulled out a golden dragon-carved staff from his pocket. A treasure bestowed by the Holy Master to track the amulet. News of the amulet's emergence and theft swiftly spread among the various factions. At a sci-fi film set, Blake, upon hearing the news, immediately ordered a lockdown of Hollywood. He didn't need to think to know who had stolen the amulet. To dare extend a hand into the 13th District, Nick Fury, you are indeed bold, Blake scoffed, then dialed Chung Long's number. Meanwhile, those in Hollywood looked up at the sky. At an unknown time, heavy dark clouds obscured the heavens, casting an even more oppressive atmosphere over the impending chaos in Hollywood. How strange. Wasn't the weather forecast predicting clear skies? I made a special trip here, and now it feels like bad luck, a passerby complained. You believe in the weather forecast? But those clouds are uncommonly thick, another remarked. Look, the clouds have formed an eye. People noticed the clouds forming a ring, with lightning swirling within, as if a deity were observing the world below. At the center of the Eye of Thunder, Guo Feng leaned against the storm clouds, surveying Hollywood. And soon his gaze fell upon Natasha, who was mingling among the crowd. After seizing the amulet, Natasha had disguised herself as an aspiring actress, skillfully evading numerous hazards. With a steady gait, she approached a film crew. Egghead, masquerading as a director, beckoned her over for an audition. During the audition, Natasha discreetly handed the mouse amulet to Egghead. Is this the amulet? It looks just like an ordinary stone, Egghead murmured. As Natasha completed her audition, the entire crew began to wrap up. Egghead was eager to return and have the technicians analyze the amulet. Hey, a hasty wrap-up is a sign of a bad crew. Afun's trio arrived, followed closely by a large contingent of suited individuals encircling the area. Natasha looked at Afun in astonishment. She had clearly snapped this man's neck, yet he stood unharmed before her. Afun approached Egghead, taunting, Director, hand over the item, and we can avoid unnecessary suffering. Oh, and as for you, beautiful lady, I will certainly hold you accountable for breaking my neck. Afun turned his gaze toward Natasha. Egghead smiled wryly. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. We are merely a small crew. Afun patted Egghead's shoulder. Stop feigning ignorance. Hand over the amulet. And everyone but this woman can live. I won't repeat myself. All right. Egghead nodded in agreement, slowly reaching into his pocket. At the moment he drew his hand, he brandished a pistol, aiming it at Offing's head, his fearful expression transforming into one of cold ferocity. Disperse your men, or I shall blow your brains out. Offing chuckled, joined in laughter by Zhou and Lei Su beside him. Chapter 53, Where Thunder Casts Its Shadow. Go ahead and shoot. If I manage to evade, I will let you depart. Offing pressed his head against the barrel of the gun held by Lu Dan. Bang! Lu Dan decisively pulled the trigger, regardless of whether his opponent would survive. The current situation demanded a gamble. White smoke began to rise from Offing's forehead, the bullet leaving not a trace behind. With the demonic powers awakened, Offing revealed a sinister grin. Futile. I shall grant you another chance. Surrender the talisman. Before Offing could finish his sentence, a shield struck the back of his head. The first to act, Rogers, retracted his shield, positioning himself in front of Lu Dan. Simultaneously, Offing's subordinates drew their weapons and opened fire. Yet the hail of bullets proved utterly ineffective against the vibranium shield. Natasha and several other agents retaliated. Hawkeye retrieved a bow and arrow from a nearby prop box, swiftly launching 3 specialized arrows that exploded, combining flash and smoke, creating chaos on sight. Lu Dan and his companions seized the opportunity to flee. Such a commotion immediately attracted the attention of the personnel from Sector 13. Witnessing their movement, Valen could no longer restrain himself, commanding his men to thwart Sector 13. While he ventured to support Offing and the others, Lu Dan and his group escaped into a shopping mall, a large Hollywood establishment filled with a plethora of Hollywood memorabilia. Intriguingly, Guo Feng, observing from the sky, sensed a change in the atmosphere. Should the Mouse Talisman activate here, it would undoubtedly trigger a colossal extraordinary event. Shortly after Lu Dan and his group entered the mall, Sector 13 and Valen followed suit. Once Valen and his team arrived, countless pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows throughout the various locations in the mall. The Mouse Talisman was of paramount importance to the Master. With the balance of yin and yang already achieved through the Hu Talisman, the addition of the Mouse Talisman would enable a preliminary resurrection. In addition to dispatching Valen and Jean Bin, the Master also sent a multitude of shadow ninjas to assist in the battle. Speaking of Jean Bin, he was currently en route via helicopter. Gazing at the terrifying thundercloud looming over Hollywood, he felt a sense of insignificance. Boss, it's highly likely that a massive storm will erupt here. Flying over like this is far too perilous, the pilot expressed. Having never encountered such a fearsome thundercloud in his decades of flying, Jean Bin hesitated, contemplating agreement. After all, he had intended to coast through this operation, banking on his previous merits for leniency from the Master. Just then, his private phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jean Bin's expression turned grave. What are your instructions, Mr. Jack? Fly over. It's not chaotic enough yet, and we need you to add some fire. But sir, the weather is too dire. Even fighter jets wouldn't dare to fly through such a storm. Jean Bin hastily replied, unwilling to gamble with his life. On the other end of the line, Guo Feng chuckled lightly. No other aircraft will make it through, but you certainly can. Boom, boom, boom. The eye of the storm in the sky slowly turned towards Jean Bin's position, and a look of shock crossed his face. In that instant, he understood the meaning of Guo Feng's words. This apocalyptic storm was, in fact, under Guo Feng's control. The thought sent a shiver down Jean Bin's spine, instantly dispelling any notions of coasting, and he commanded the pilot to accelerate towards the destination. The pilot believed Jean Bin had lost his mind, but, under the threat of the gun, could only grit his teeth and proceed. After all, if death were to come, he would at least die alongside his boss. As Jean Bin flew towards the mall, many were watching. When they saw the helicopter arrive safely under the storm's shroud, other factions decided to take a gamble as well. The first to strike was S.H.I.E.L.D., with several armed helicopters heading towards the mall. Boom. However, as these armed helicopters reached the storm's periphery, they either crashed due to magnetic interference or were struck down by lightning. Other factions' aircraft met the same fate. Not one could breach the storm, let alone cross it. Inside the mall, damn it, it must be Guo Feng. Lu Dan cursed as he discarded his communicator. All aerial support was thwarted by the storm above. Natasha had already reported Guo Feng's situation during the previous operation, while others might perceive the storm as a natural phenomenon. Lu Dan understood that it was Guo Feng pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Yet, he could only seethe in impotent rage, for such power was utterly outrageous. The storm converging over Hollywood could not be dispersed even with the use of a mushroom bomb. We cannot sit idly by. Those bastards seem to have means of tracking us. Our only option is to break through. Rogers could no longer hold back. The Black Hand and those elusive shadow ninjas always found them first. Lu Dan shot Rogers a look of exasperation, although their side was composed of elite fighters. Attempting a breakout would be tantamount to courting death. The Black Hand was manageable, but those shadow ninjas emerging from the shadows were formidable. No, Captain. Our hope lies not in breaking out, but in this. Lu Dan revealed the Mouse Talisman, a coveted treasure that must possess extraordinary abilities. Rogers hesitated, but fury. None of us understand magic. To us, it's just an ordinary stone. Yet, trying is better than despair. Just then, several shadow ninjas surged from the shadows in the corner, charging towards Lu Dan and the others. They quickly prepared to respond. However, at that moment, Valen and his men also arrived, surrounding Lu Dan's group entirely. Outside the mall, a black jeep arrived, and Chung Long stepped out, wearing a blue short-sleeve shirt. Seeing Chung Long, Blake, who had been waiting, finally broke into a smile. Chung Long, your timing is impeccable. The Black Hand and those demonic lackeys have all entered. My men have secured the perimeter. Chung Long nodded. Rest assured, Director Blake. I will retrieve the talisman. So will I? The sudden voice startled both Chung Long and Blake, and upon turning, they were surprised to see Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Weren't you asleep? Chung Long exclaimed. Xiao Yu casually pointed at the jeep. I came in your car, and you know I sleep quite soundly. Chung Long shook his head, placing a hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder. Xiao Yu, it's too dangerous here. You must go back. Xiao Yu pouted. Uncle Long, I'm no longer that ordinary little girl. Besides, it's too much for you to fight those rogues alone. You need a partner. Chung Long helplessly rubbed his head. He knew Xiao Yu was not going anywhere. He could only instruct, stay close to me and avoid engaging unless absolutely necessary. No problem, Uncle Long. Chapter 54. Activation of the Mouse Talisman, the resurgence of Megatron. As Chung Long and Xiao Yu entered the mall, the battle within escalated to a fever pitch. Though Lu Dan's side consisted entirely of mortals, they managed to hold their ground against the onslaught of extraordinary powers. Get back. Valen struck Roger's shield with a punch. Although most of the force was absorbed by the vibranium, the residual power still sent Roger staggering backward, exposing Lu Dan to Valen's assault. Valen landed a kick on Lu Dan, reaching down to pick up the fallen Mouse Talisman. Bang! In the instant Lu Dan hit the ground, he shot at Valen's fingers. Though the bullet did not penetrate, it successfully interrupted Valen's motion. Immediately after, Lu Dan fired again, this time at the talisman. The powerful inertia causing it to bounce off and land on a nearby shelf. The shelf nearby was stocked with Transformers merchandise, and after several bounces, the Mouse Talisman ultimately landed within a model of Megatron. This Megatron model was a one-to-one replica from the movie. Damn it! Valen cast a dismal glance at the boiled egg and charged towards the Megatron model, now unimpeded in his quest to seize the talisman. The boiled egg and Rogers attempted to thwart Valen, only to be intercepted by the Spectre Ninja, who had arrived to assist. Everything had come to a close. The talisman was ours. Standing atop Megatron's head, Valen wore a triumphant grin before delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The remarkably solid texture left Valen momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this model made of plastic? How could it possess a metallic feel? Human, how dare you stand atop my head? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? A raspy voice emanated from Megatron, and to the astonishment of all present, the model had come to life. Simultaneously, Chung Long and Xiao Yu arrived, initially intent on a surprise attack, but they were taken aback by the scene before them. Uncle Long, look, it's Megatron. He.S. my second favorite character from Transformers. Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly, capturing the attention of the others in that moment. Cackle, cackle, little girl. Who is your most favorite character? Megatron flung Valen aside, inquiring of Xiao Yu. Without a doubt, it's Optimus Prime, Megatron's arch-nemesis. Xiao Yu replied, her tone unwavering. As soon as Xiao Yu's words left her lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the Transformers storyline would recognize that mentioning Optimus Prime was akin to stepping on a landmine for Megatron. Run. The boiled egg disregarded any thoughts of the talisman, knowing that mere mortals like them could not withstand Megatron's wrath. Oh no, Xiao Yu, you've enraged him. Chung Long's expression changed drastically as he scooped up Xiao Yu and prepared to flee. Bang, bang, bang. Megatron's left hand transformed into a cannon, aiming directly at Xiao Yu. Yet he was astonished to find that two ordinary humans could evade bullets. Even with automatic targeting, it always seemed to miss by a hair's breadth. Just as Megatron was preparing to switch to heavier weaponry, Valen appeared beside him, his staff having morphed into a blade. With a flash of white light, Megatron's left arm was severed cleanly away. Spit out the talisman. Valen, his demeanor bordering on frenzied, brandished the blade in a frenzy, disassembling Megatron piece by piece. Spitting disdainfully upon the ground, Valen scoffed. Just a mere machine. How could it possibly withstand the power of the Sovereign? Those witnessing this spectacle were struck with disbelief. They had not anticipated Valen to be so formidable. With only Megatron's head still intact, he spoke with an air of composure. Human, your strength is commendable. But this is far from over. Decepticons, assemble. A green wave emanated from Megatron's head, and in an instant, it rippled throughout Hollywood. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Every mechanical and electronic item within the vicinity of Hollywood sprang to life. Some transformed into fearsome Decepticon warriors, while smaller entities began to combine. Within a minute, a terrifying legion of Decepticons had materialized. Outside the mall, Blake stared incredulously at the towering robot before him, having witnessed his own vehicle transform. As he regained his senses, he observed countless robots, including his own, surging towards the mall, darkening the skies and earth, instilling a sense of despair. Even Guo Feng was taken aback. The emergence of the Decepticon Legion illustrated that the Mouse Talisman's function was far from singular, possessing a terrifying capacity for propagation. The ability to activate so many robots in such a short span of time surpassed even the Allspark from Transformers. And Guo Feng understood that this was not the Mouse Talisman's limit. The talisman's power was fully unleashed, potentially capable of animating every inanimate object within its range. Gazing upon the astonishingly numerous Decepticon Legion, Guo Feng had no intention of intervening, opting instead to contact Tony Stark and others. A Stark Industries marked spacecraft descended upon Hollywood. Inside the cockpit were Tony Stark, Peter Parker, Dr. Otto, and Dr. Banner. Good heavens, is this an alien invasion of Earth? Dr. Banner exclaimed. Equally astonished were Tony Stark and the others. They had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Upon regaining composure, Tony Stark's gaze ignited with excitement. This was his battlefield. Compared to Ivan Vanko's robotic army, the current Decepticon Legion was a league apart. Dr. Otto, you're in charge of the ship for fire support. Dr. Banner, it's time for us to make our entrance. With that, Tony Stark donned his Iron Man armor and dove towards the ground, while Dr. Banner closed his eyes to commune with the Hulk. Moments later, Dr. Banner opened his eyes, revealing a smile. Thank you, Hulk. It's our turn now. With a primal roar, Dr. Banner leaped from the ship, transforming into the Hulk midair. Meanwhile, Megatron, now imbued with the Mouse Talisman, merged into the Decepticon Legion. Completing his resurrection, commanding the Decepticons, he directed them to encircle the individuals within the mall. Damn it, why is this talisman so outrageous? Afen couldn't help but grumble. Even with the Sovereign's blessing, they lacked confidence in facing so many Decepticons. Retreat, Valen decisively ordered, knowing that attempting to seize the talisman under such conditions would be tantamount to suicide. Almost simultaneously with Valen's command, the others began their withdrawal. Director, we must follow them. Natasha pointed at Chung Long and Xiaoyu. Indeed, the boiled egg promptly led his group in pursuit of Chung Long and the others. However, like Valen, he could not entirely abandon this mission. The allure of the Mouse Talisman was simply too great. If a single Mouse Talisman could summon such a terrifying army, how astonishing would it be if he could control it? At that point, not only would Guo Feng from Stark Industries be insignificant, but even an alien fleet would think twice before descending upon Earth. Chapter 55, Tony Stark's bold moves. Moreover, the talismans were not singular. The boiled egg knew about the 12 Zodiac talismans. If he could gather all 12, it would undeniably be a strategic treasure rivaling or even surpassing the Cosmic Cube. The more he pondered this, the greater his greed for the talismans grew. Once this was over, he resolved to establish a dedicated department to seek out the talismans. The boiled egg mused, casting his gaze towards Chung Long ahead. This fellow, Chung Long, despite his ties to Area 13, still presented an opportunity for persuasion. Boom, boom, boom. The Decepticon legions surged into the mall. Under Megatron's orders to capture, they engaged in close-quarters combat rather than a firepower assault. However, aside from the unfortunate victims, significant figures like Chung Long and Valen slipped through their grasp like eels. Outside the mall, Tony Stark and his group had already engaged the Decepticon Legion. Boom, boom, boom. Tony Stark navigated the battlefield, activating all the built-in weapons of his armor. Yet, amidst the overwhelming firepower of the Decepticon Legion, a sense of despair began to creep into Tony's heart. In mere moments, his energy shield had rebooted several times. Damn it. These robots are nothing like those in the movies. The continuously refreshing data and J.A.R.V.I.S.S. alerts prompted Tony Stark to contemplate a retreat. Not only was Tony Stark ensnared, but the situation for the Hulk, supported by the spacecraft, was equally grim. The Hulk's massive form appeared diminutive before the towering Decepticon robots, and crucially, these Decepticons were far more formidable than depicted in the films. Their powerful fire control systems, combined with their steel physiques, made even the ordinary Decepticon soldiers challenging for the Hulk to dismantle. Stand aside, let me handle this little green fellow. A hoarse voice rang out behind the Hulk as he crushed a Decepticon's head. Turning around, the Hulk beheld a towering Decepticon standing at over 20 meters. Clearly designed for close combat. The heavy armor plates enveloped his entire being like a protective shell, while his hands wielded two plasma blades aglow with a crimson light. With a thunderous roar, Hulk hurled the lifeless body of the Decepticon at his adversary and charged forward. Zeus, with a wicked grin, cleaved through the corpse and prepared to face Hulk, intent on reducing the green carbon-based creature to mere fragments. High above in a Hollywood skyscraper, a fighter jet soared past and began its transformation. Red Spider, what is the situation? Megatron inquired, glancing over his shoulder. Red Spider knelt on one knee, humbly responding, Lord Megatron, our warriors are still unable to depart from this area. It is likely due to the tempest above us. Bowing his head further, he added, Yes, my lord. Any attempt by our warriors to breach the storm's perimeter would result in their annihilation by the terrifying thunder. Megatron fell silent, having ordered a breakout from Hollywood to spread their dominion across the globe as the Decepticon forces revived. Temporarily halt the breakout. First, we must subjugate all humans in this vicinity, especially those troublesome few. Understood, Lord Megatron. In the eye of the storm, Guo Feng observed the unfolding chaos below, the situation still firmly within his grasp. The waters had been muddied, and all he needed to do was await the potion prepared by his father. Only the exclusive elixir could dispel the mouse curse. Otherwise, even if Guo Feng unleashed thunder to obliterate the Decepticons in Hollywood, it would be in vain. Without the Decepticons, the activated mouse curse could forge other legions. It's up to you, Xiaoyu. Do not let me down, my dear teacher, Guo Feng murmured, turning his gaze toward Tony Stark's position. Stark was currently in a precarious situation, cornered by a well-structured Decepticon. In stark contrast, Hulk's circumstances were significantly more favorable. Zeus, an elite Decepticon, now lay beneath Hulk's foot, his fearsome head twisted grotesquely. As Hulk panted, several wounds on his back began to heal. Spotting the incoming Decepticons, Hulk fixated on Zeus's weapons. Those short blades, formidable in Zeus's hands, appeared to Hulk as mere oversized cleavers suited for an ordinary person. With a mighty heave, Hulk tore away the two blades, and a miraculous transformation ensued. The plasma blades morphed in Hulk's grasp, becoming heavy, piercing gauntlets adorned with flowing plasma. In that moment, Hulk's face broke into a blissful smile. The explosive gear resonated perfectly with his essence. Empowered by this equipment, Hulk entered a state of unparalleled fury, each punch unleashing plasma shockwaves that melted or shattered any Decepticon caught in their wake. Observing Hulk's rampage from the ship, Dr. Otto decided to assist Tony Stark. Stark, beleaguered and cornered, beamed upon seeing the ship's arrival. At last, he could retaliate. With a swift motion, Stark piloted his armor into the air. As the ship's underside opened a compartment, after Stark's armor entered, the entire vessel began to transform. Stark had not merely designed this ship for transportation and fire support. No. With sufficient technical prowess and data, he had crafted a mecha. In an instant, the ship morphed into a magnificent machine adorned in a striking gold and crimson paint job. Towering nearly 50 meters tall and bearing a striking resemblance to the Jaeger from Pacific Rim. However, as a master of firepower, Stark would not design a mecha suited solely for melee combat with monsters. Lasers, electromagnetic cannons, and a plethora of missiles constituted the standard arsenal of this formidable mecha, which also housed various forms of cutting-edge and extraterrestrial technology. Dr. Otto, situated in the cockpit, was momentarily stunned. There are controls. Tony Stark, you have truly opened my eyes. Through the communicator, Stark's triumphant voice resonated. Even Dr. Banner is unaware of this. This should be my first test of the mecha's capabilities. Now, Dr. Otto, let us show those inferior beings below who is the true master. The emergence of the mecha sent shockwaves through numerous factions, including Guo Feng, who had underestimated Stark's ingenuity in creating such a formidable contraption. While he lacked technical knowledge, he could discern that the mecha's firepower was far beyond anything depicted in films. As the mecha descended, the previously towering Decepticons appeared diminutive in comparison. The sheer advantage in size allowed the mecha to effortlessly obliterate ordinary Decepticon soldiers. Chapter 56. The Emergence of the Jundan Wave, a Turbulent Situation. Named Mark Dragon by Tony Stark. The mecha quickly garnered the attention of various factions upon its battlefield debut. What in the world is that? Exclaimed Blake, leading his team in a game. Unable to contain his disbelief. Transformers were already absurd enough, but now we have mecha? Blake had long been aware of Stark's ship, but never imagined the technological prowess of Stark's faction would be so extraordinary, boasting both spacecraft and transforming mecha. Meanwhile, the group, led by Liu Dan, on the run, also turned their gaze toward the mecha, the conspicuous Stark Industries emblem emblazoned on its exterior striking awe in their hearts. Particularly for Lu Dan, the alien technology that S.H.I.E.L.D. had studied for so long had only recently yielded a space carrier. How could Stark, after crafting a cosmic ship, innovate a mecha so swiftly? The more he pondered, the more frustrated Lu Dan became. Why couldn't this genius Tony Stark serve S.H.I.E.L.D.? And that fellow Guo Feng, always thwarting his plans, possessed immense strength yet retained so many skilled talents. Yet, Lu Dan felt utterly helpless. While he could dispatch individuals to abduct Stark and other technical prodigies, the wrath of Guo Feng loomed ominously. That monstrous entity seemed indifferent to the U.S. government's concerns. And compromising with S.H.I.E.L.D. was out of the question. The talisman, I must acquire the talisman, Lu Dan thought, realizing that controlling such a powerful magical artifact was key to breaking the stalemate. In the rear, Megatron witnessed the mecha's relentless slaughter and immediately commanded the Decepticon forces to destroy it at all costs. This order alleviated some pressure on Chung Long and his group, who swiftly escaped from the shopping mall, dispersing in various directions. Chung Long paused amidst the ruins, peering around cautiously before turning to Lu Dan and his companions. We have tasks to complete. Your following me complicates matters. Lu Dan flashed a friendly smile and approached Chung Long. Mr. Chung Long, your misunderstanding of us is considerable. We, like your friend Blake, are affiliated with a global governing organization. He gestured to the others behind him. We are not a burden. Trust me, Mr. Chung Long. Collaborating with us will make it easier for you to navigate this crisis. You are from S.H.I.E.L.D., aren't you? Xiaoyu interjected. Lu Dan nodded. Indeed, clever little girl. Your name is Xiaoyu, correct? Do you see that gentleman behind me holding a shield? He is Captain America. Hello, Rogers acknowledged with a nod towards Xiaoyu. Lu Dan's lips curled into a slight smile. Rogers was a national icon, and he believed that leveraging his charm and popularity would undoubtedly earn Xiaoyu's favor. He had researched Xiaoyu's background, and while much of the crucial information had been processed by Section 13, the mere fact of her association with Guo Feng was enough to warrant his efforts to win her over. Xiaoyu pouted, is that so? But I'm not interested in Captain America. My favorite hero is Super Moose. And one more thing, she added, mimicking her father's tone. I wish to act independently with Uncle Long. I won't be bringing you along. Wait. Egg wanted to say something further, but was abruptly interrupted by Chung Long's icy demeanor. Mr. Fury, we indeed have personal matters to attend to. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall consider it. Egg was taken aback by Chung Long's attitude. Wasn't this fellow supposed to be a benevolent soul? Xiaoyu paid them no mind, waving her small hand to conjure a portal, pulling Chung Long into it. Egg and the others attempted to follow, but were a moment too late. Heavens, what have I just witnessed? This little girl can wield magic, exclaimed the usually composed Coulson, and his sentiments were echoed by several others present. At that moment, a Decepticon crawled out from behind the ruins, its scarlet gaze fixated on Egg and his companions. Meanwhile, in an alley at the fringe of Hollywood, Xiaoyu's portal opened. As Chung Long and Xiaoyu stepped out, they were greeted by the sight of Old Man. He handed Xiaoyu a vial of green potion, cautioning, the potion serves merely as a medium to extract the talisman. One must detach it from the object it is affixed to using both hands. Additionally, there is but one dose of the potion, and once used, you must hasten to retrieve the talisman within approximately 10 minutes. Xiaoyu inquired, what is it that you intend to do, old man? With your prowess, reclaiming the talisman should be quite effortless. The old man shook his head. The talisman holds little importance. I have far weightier matters to address. With that, his figure began to fade away. The talisman had never been of significance to the old man. What truly occupied his thoughts were the demons. The Mouse Talisman was crucial to the Lord, and he certainly could not rely solely on Valen and Jinbing. The old man's purpose for being in Hollywood was to confront the Lord directly in the pursuit of the talisman. Despite the Lord's presence lingering in the hands of the Black Hand Gang, this ancient dragon's profession was that of a demon sorcerer. Even without physical form, those dark magics could exert a profound influence on the current circumstances. In addition to preventing the Lord from causing turmoil, the old man also sought to rescue the ordinary folk trapped in Hollywood. A grand teleportation spell would suffice. At Tony Stark's location, he piloted his mech in full-on combat mode. Were it not for the concern over excessive destruction, he would have already activated a devastating weapon to obliterate Hollywood. Most of the Decepticon forces had been mobilized to besiege the mech. Megatron surveyed the battlefield from a height, observing that a single mech and the Hulk had inflicted substantial losses on the Decepticon army. The terrifying storm above only compounded his worries, obstructing the Decepticons' expansion. Although Hollywood was replete with machinery, given the current situation, the annihilation of thousands of Decepticons was merely a matter of time. Soundwave. Megatron summoned his lieutenant. A blue-painted, single-eyed Decepticon approached him. Megatron pointed at the mech, stating, "I can no longer wait. Take your pet and eliminate this pest." Soundwave's eye gleamed as he leapt from his elevated position. Just as he was about to land, the concrete below collapsed, and an enormous mechanical worm erupted forth, swallowing Soundwave whole. The mechanical worm then advanced towards the mech. The moment the mechanical worm made its appearance, Tony Stark detected the surge of energy. Such a high energy response. Do these silicon-based beings have an ace up their sleeve? Stark marveled, but the ground beneath his mech began to crumble. The mechanical worm surfaced, its massive maw resembling a meat grinder, poised to devour the mech. Prepared for this eventuality, the mech launched upward to evade the worm's attack in midair. Stark gazed in astonishment at the colossal creature below. What a splendid beast. J-A-R-V-I-S. Eliminated. Stark's voice brimmed with excitement. Eager to study the mechanical worm's structure, the mechanical worm extended part of its body, its head opening to reveal a recess. While Soundwave's cold eye fixated on the mech above. Recently revived by the power of the Mouse Talisman, he was unaware of the battle's trajectory. Just as Stark coveted his pet, Soundwave too coveted Stark's mech, being a technician himself. Boom. Stark opened fire first, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the mechanical worm. Despite the onslaught, the mechanical worm remained largely unscathed, while Soundwave initiated his counterattack. The energy cannon mounted on his left arm unleashed a relentless barrage at the mech. The other Decepticon attacks merely created minor ripples against the mech's energy shield, but Soundwave's strikes proved effective in breaching its defenses. Stark was taken aback. Was this one-eyed Decepticon truly this formidable? Not only Stark faced a formidable opponent, but the Hulk too was besieged by elite Decepticons, led by the Red Widow. With the mech and Hulk under siege, Megatron finally felt a sense of relief. The next step was to address the storm above. Megatron's strategy was direct, to blast through the storm with potent kinetic weaponry. His subordinates were already preparing for this task. Unbeknownst to Megatron, in the shadows behind him, a circular red portal appeared on the ground. Chung Long and Xiao Yu quietly emerged, exchanging gestures as they observed Megatron's back. Xiao Yu opened the potion and dripped it onto Chung Long's hands, instantly illuminating them with a green glow. Taking a deep breath, Chung Long lunged at Megatron. As Chung Long landed on Megatron's shoulder, it immediately aroused the Decepticon's wariness. "You certainly possess audacity, human," Megatron sneered, raising his hand to crush Chung Long. However, Chung Long nimbly evaded Megatron's grasp, thrusting his hands into the Decepticon's interior. "No, not here." Chung Long maneuvered around Megatron's shoulder, yet could not locate the Mouse Talisman. This only served to infuriate Megatron. Though he did not comprehend Chung Long's intentions, the glowing green hands instilled a sense of danger. Several times, Chung Long barely escaped Megatron's clutches, but he still had not achieved his goal. Where on earth is the talisman? Chung Long pondered, dodging with increasing confusion. "Uncle Long, try the center of his chest," Xiao Yu called out, pinpointing the location of the all-spark, which caught Megatron's attention. "So that's what the human intends to do?" Megatron mused. Simultaneously, dozens of diminutive Decepticons arrived, most crawling onto Megatron's body to deal with Chung Long, while a few darted towards Xiao Yu. Though these mini Decepticons were no larger than lambs, they were remarkably agile. "Oh, look at these adorable little creatures," Xiao Yu remarked, crossing her arms to scrutinize the Decepticons. Just as the mini Decepticons lunged at her, Xiao Yu sprang into action, effortlessly conjuring an equal number of clones to dispatch them with precision. The situation for Megatron was equally grim, despite the assistance of the mini Decepticons. They could not impede Chung Long. This seemingly ordinary human consistently managed to evade capture through a series of fortuitous maneuvers. In no time, Chung Long maneuvered to face Megatron directly, evading his outstretched hands before lunging towards the Allspark's location. The moment his hands made contact, a smile broke across Chung Long's face. "At last, I found the talisman." Yet, as he successfully extracted the Allspark, neither Megatron nor the Decepticons perished. "What?" Chung Long exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the Allspark in his hands. In that moment of distraction, Megatron seized him with one hand. Gazing at the struggling Chung Long, Megatron's grin widened with satisfaction. "Human, you have indeed instilled fear within me, though I find it remarkable that I still live after losing the Allspark." "Oh, this is bad." Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she dashed towards Megatron, opening a spatial portal in the midst of his arm and severing it. Chung Long, having narrowly escaped, quickly distanced himself. Time was of the essence. Furrowing his brow, Chung Long realized that retrieving the source of fire had already consumed a significant amount of time. The potion's effects would soon wane. Simultaneously, reinforcements from the Decepticons arrived, encircling Chung Long and his companions with dozens of their ranks. You are doomed, Megatron growled. Tearing off the arm of one of the Decepticons to attach to himself, his malevolent gaze fixed on Chung Long and Xiaoyu. Oh, is that so? Let's see who is truly doomed, Xiaoyu scoffed, assuming a combat stance. Uncle Long, leave these clumsy giants to me. Just focus on retrieving the talisman. Chung Long hesitated, reluctant to put Xiaoyu in danger. Despite her transformation into an extraordinary being, she remained merely a young girl. Trust me, Uncle Long. Xiaoyu turned to Chung Long, her seriousness compelling him. He took a deep breath and nodded. Then I entrust this to you. But promise me, Xiaoyu, if things go awry, you must flee without regard for me. During their brief exchange, the number of Decepticons surrounding them increased, and Megatron, sensing the danger, tactically withdrew. Attack! Xiaoyu was the first to strike, conjuring several magical doppelgangers to assault the surrounding Decepticons. While her spells did not cause significant harm, they sowed chaos among the ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Chung Long charged directly at Megatron. The Decepticons attempted to pursue him, but were hindered by Xiaoyu's interference. Stay here, you clumsy giants. Xiaoyu and her doppelgangers uttered in unison, some unleashing magical attacks while others engaged in close combat with the Decepticons. This combination effectively subdued hundreds of them. Meanwhile, Chung Long caught up with Megatron and delivered a powerful flying kick. Bang! Megatron was sent crashing to the ground, stunned, while Chung Long winced in pain from the impact. Struggling to rise, Megatron stared incredulously at Chung Long, astonished that a mere human had managed to topple him. Just as Chung Long was about to seize the talisman from Megatron, an uninvited group arrived. Chapter 58, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Looks like we arrived just in time. Chung Long, it's time for you to exit the stage, Wolong proclaimed with a smug grin, as Offing and others charged towards Chung Long, who pulled a vial of potion from his pocket. The activation of the talisman had been anticipated by the master, thus the potion had been prepared beforehand. It's time to end this. Wolong poured the potion over his hands and lunged at Megatron. Don't come any closer. Megatron brandished his battle blade at Wolong, who effortlessly dodged and reached for Megatron's right knee. At the moment he extended his hand, the Mouse Talisman was already in his grasp. No, Megatron howled in despair. And in the next instant, he reverted to a mere model, while the Decepticon army in Hollywood instantly lost vitality, transforming into scrap metal. What just happened? Tony Stark in his mech was bewildered. He had just defeated the Jundan Wave and the Mechanical Worm, but had not had the chance to finish them off before witnessing their transformation into junk. Fortunately, battle data had been recorded, so although he had not obtained a sample, it was not a total loss. Hulk, equally frustrated, lamented the destruction of the weapon he had confiscated from Zeus. His mood mirrored that of a child who had lost a cherished toy. After venting his frustration by smashing a nearby pile of scrap, Hulk's form began to shrink, transforming back into Dr. Banner. As Dr. Banner regained consciousness, he surveyed the ravaged battlefield in shock, his expression soon shifting to confusion. What? You want a gauntlet? Otherwise, you won't be coming out again. While the chaos temporarily subsided, a new conflict was brewing. Chung Long, engaged in a fierce battle with Offing and the others, stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He had previously targeted Megatron's knee, yet why had Wolong succeeded in obtaining the Mouse Talisman with the same approach? Was the potion given by his father flawed? Wolong tightened his grip on the talisman, casting a glance at Chung Long, his confidence evident as he reveled in his victory. Seeing your expression brings me such joy. Chung Long, you must be perplexed as to why I acquired the talisman. It's quite simple. Talismans do not remain fixed in one location. They can move at any time. Chung Long's complexion darkened further as he watched Wolong prepare to leave with the ghost shadow ninja. Despair washed over him. At that moment, a red spatial portal opened beside Wolong, and a stealthy hand snatched the Mouse Talisman away. Wolong, caught off guard, only realized the talisman's disappearance when it vanished from his grasp. The talisman is ours. Xiaoyu triumphantly raised the talisman in the air, mocking Wolong from a distance. Damn it! Wolong shouted, frantically rushing towards Xiaoyu. In an instant, he was behind her, reaching for her shoulder. Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically, unprepared for Wolong's sudden burst of speed, leaving her unable to react. With a snap, a finger struck the back of Wolong's head, and he felt an overwhelming surge of pain, clutching his head in agony. Honestly, a grown man attacking a little girl, an elderly figure appeared beside Wolong, hands clasped behind his back. Who the hell are you? Wolong glared at the old man, perceiving him merely as an ordinary elder. Impolite fellow, the elder retorted, snapping his fingers again. Though it seemed slow, Wolong found it impossible to evade, his body freezing in place. With another snap, Walong's expression twisted in agony as he distanced himself from the elder. What the hell is this? Walong thought, internally breaking down. Even a bullet to his head would be trivial with his current physique, but the old man's finger snap inflicted tremendous pain. Have you learned some manners? If you continue to provoke me, I might take it seriously, the elder warned. Walong, holding his head and grimacing in pain, hesitated to speak. Yet, a few more audacious individuals remained. Offing, hands on his hips, approached the elder, glaring fiercely. Old man, the talisman belongs to us. Don't think you can scare us off with a few tricks. We don't. Before Offing could finish, the elder placed a hand on his forehead. And in an instant, Offing felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Bang! Before the eyes of countless onlookers, Offing's body disintegrated into nothingness. Xiaoyu stared in shock, tugging at the elder's sleeve. Old man, did you just eliminate him? The elder replied calmly. I would love to eliminate the minions of evil. But as long as the source remains, they cannot die. That old lunatic. Walong's face went pale with fear. As the elder acted, he sensed the same pressure he had felt when facing the master. As the elder had stated, those blessed by the master had indeed become immortal. But the process of resurrection was anything but pleasant. Death equated to failure in the eyes of the master, and that malicious old man would not let it go easily. Let us go? Without hesitation, Walong pulled the terrified Zhou and Lei Su away. The elder, hands clasped behind his back, allowed them to leave. Xiaoyu could no longer restrain herself. She attempted to confront them, but the elder stopped her, shaking his head. Remember, Xiaoyu, we are neither executioners nor judges. And addressing the evil at its roots holds no significance until it is completely eradicated. Faced with her father's earnest counsel, Xiaoyu could only nod obediently. I understand, father. But if the teacher were here, he would never let these people go. Her father snapped his fingers, addressing Xiaoyu, who was clutching her head in pain. Do you think Guo Feng is able to act in such a manner? He is a formidable, fearsome dragon, possessing both the qualifications and strength to act with impunity. Implicitly, this suggested that once I attain power, I too could behave like the teacher, right? Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, retreating immediately as her father raised his hand. With a resigned smile, her father ignored Xiaoyu and approached Chenglong. I apologize, father, but I require your personal assistance. I have disappointed you. Chenglong lowered his head. Her father remained unfazed, letting out a sigh. Times have changed. You must embark on the path of training anew. Understood, father, Chenglong replied, bowing his head further. Her father smiled, adding, there is one more matter. Take Xiaoyu back to the antique shop. And what about you, father? Both Chenglong and Xiaoyu asked simultaneously. Her father opened a magical portal, intending to deal with matters regarding the talismans. Chapter 59, Conclusion, the ownership of the talismans. Witnessing the departure of the two, her father gazed upwards at the storm above, murmuring, the potential of youth is truly terrifying. In such a short span, their strength has surged so remarkably. Bang! The elevator doors on the top floor swung open, and the group, led by Lu Dan, rushed out, surrounding her father. Sir, we are an official organization from the United States. We need your assistance. Lu Dan displayed credentials from a certain intelligence agency. Her father paid them no heed. Step aside quickly. Do you young folks not realize that an elder's time is precious? We apologize, sir, but you must cooperate with our investigation, Lu Dan insisted firmly. Now left alone with this solitary clue, her father was determined not to let it slip away. Oh, are you attempting to trouble an elder? Her father spoke, a hint of amusement in his tone. We apologize, sir. We will provide appropriate compensation once the investigation concludes. Seeing her father unmoved, Lu Dan decided to take a more forceful approach, signaling to Coulson. With a resigned expression, Coulson produced a pair of handcuffs and approached her father. We hope you can cooperate with us, sir. Instantly, her father's gaze sharpened. So, you wish to contend with me? Coulson glanced at her father, preparing to cuff him. But at that moment, her father raised his hand and pointed at him. In an instant, Coulson found himself unable to move, save for his consciousness. Observing Coulson frozen in place, Lu Dan instinctively drew his weapon. In a blink, Lu Dan shared Coulson's fate. The others were similarly incapacitated the moment they attempted to act. As punishment for disrespecting an elder, you shall stand in place for 2 days, her father remarked, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled away, leaving Lu Dan and his companions wide-eyed and speechless. Their spirits were dampened. Having been bullied by the Decepticons and the Black Hand Gang was one thing, but to be easily subdued by a frail old man was quite another. Fortunately, 2 days wasn't too long. After all, this embarrassing incident would remain a secret, lest S.H.I.E.L.D. become the subject of ridicule. Just as they were contemplating this, a mocking voice echoed, Oh, Isn't that fury? What are you and your agents doing here striking poses? Is SHIELD so idle these days? It seems the resources allocated to you by the global authorities are somewhat wasted. Lu Dan found himself face to face with the last person he wanted to see. Blake, accompanied by several subordinates, circled Lu Dan, occasionally snapping photos, fully aware of who was behind their predicament. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her father for allowing him to witness his old rival, Nick Fury, in a state of embarrassment. This was more satisfying than completing a mission. After the mockery, Blake ordered his men to seal the area. While he was uncertain of how long her father intended to keep them there, he had no intention of undermining her father's plans as long as the situation did not deteriorate too severely. He might as well enjoy himself during this time. Meanwhile, the storm that had enveloped the sky began to abate. From the once mighty Stark mech, now a gray spaceship, Otto Octavius gazed at the receding tempest, exclaiming, "At last. It has ceased. This is the largest storm I have ever witnessed in my life. Honestly, if someone told me it was controlled by a deity, I would believe it." "Really? Dr. Otto?" A sudden voice startled Otto. He turned to find Guo Feng, clad in a sleek black suit, observing him with an amused expression. "Jack, how did you end up here?" Otto inquired, exasperation evident in his voice. "Someone was discussing me, so I came to see," Guo Feng replied. "Discussing you? Surely you must be imagining things. I was talking about the storm." "Wait a moment." Otto seemed to connect the dots, glancing at Tony Stark and Banner, who were watching the spectacle with interest. He looked back at Guo Feng incredulously. "That storm over Hollywood was your doing? Good heavens, has Stark Industries developed weather weapons?" "Tony never mentioned it. Is this your private research?" Guo Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "Dr. Otto, while you are indeed a technological genius, your imagination is lacking, which could hinder your progress. Not a weather weapon?" Otto was taken aback for a moment before comprehending the implication. "You mean to say you conjured that storm solely through your own power? Oh my God, that is simply absurd," Otto declared in shock. He had initially assumed Guo Feng was a mutant like Norman Osborn, enhanced by genetic serum. But he had not anticipated Guo Feng wielding powers akin to those of a deity. In reality, the extent of Guo Feng's abilities surpassed Otto's imagination. Enveloping Hollywood was merely a choice made by Guo Feng to avoid drawing excessive attention with his current might. Covering the entire American continent with a storm would not pose much of a challenge. Unbeknownst to him, Guo Feng had already stepped onto the threshold of annihilation. Of course, in his eyes, this divine-like power was still woefully insufficient. In the Marvel Universe, the power needed for world-ending capabilities was merely a basic requirement to enter this grand stage. To truly achieve freedom, one must possess the strength to rival the 5 great deities. "Jack, you didn't come here merely to intimidate Dr. Otto, did you?" Tony Stark interjected. Guo Feng nodded. "Of course not. As your ally, I must remain vigilant of your conditions, including yours, Mr. Tony. You have managed to develop such formidable mechs." Tony's demeanor shifted to one of pride at the mention of mechs. "It's been a while since I've received your praise, Jack, but this was indeed unexpected. While I have you as an extraordinary reference for data during the mechs iteration, we have not been able to achieve significant breakthroughs in technology recently." Tony reminisced. "So, I arranged to take Pepper out for a stroll to seek inspiration and stumbled upon an anime poster from the land of cherry blossoms. Is it Gundam?" Tony nodded. "Indeed. But that type of mech does not adhere to design logic. However, through this battle, the mech's performance did not meet my expectations, and I also failed to acquire the necessary samples during this confrontation. That mechanical worm, right?" Tony sighed, lamenting, "What a pity, but this time, Jack, you truly can't assist me. After all, you lack technical knowledge." Guo Feng smiled mysteriously. "While I may not understand technology, recreating that mechanical worm is not a challenge. Soon, you shall have your desires fulfilled." "What?" Guo Feng offered no further explanation to Tony, turning to leave. As he exited the cockpit, a familiar magical door opened before him. Chapter 60, The Journey of the Tadpole begins. Her father emerged from the magical portal, and upon seeing Guo Feng, he forewent any pleasantries, directly producing the rat talisman. The crucial talisman is finally in hand. The saint must be growing anxious. Guo Feng glanced at the talisman, accepting it and placing it into the divine might space, just as he had done with the chicken talisman before. The old man casually remarked, "Indeed, the Lord is somewhat anxious. After I took the Mouse Talisman, those demonic minions swiftly infiltrated Sector 13. As he spoke, a playful smile appeared on his face. Guo Feng was taken aback. He too found the situation intriguing. However, from the old man's words, it seemed that Sector 13 in this world remained the safe haven he remembered, the garden of the villains. Yet, Even if the old man truly allowed the talisman to be stolen in Sector 13, it would hardly be a significant matter for him. The talisman itself is unimportant. While it embodies the Lord's power, it is not the sole representation of it. What Guo Feng sought was not merely 12 talismans, but the entirety of these rules and powers, which constituted his next grand strategic move. The old man spoke earnestly. Additionally, there shouldn't be any major upheavals from the Lord's side in the near future, so we can afford to take a breather regarding the talisman. Oh, and do visit the antique shop when you have time. Xiaoyu requires advanced training. Guo Feng's expression grew serious. The advanced training the old man mentioned was crucial for the upcoming events concerning Camartage, and it warranted careful consideration. With that, the old man said no more and departed. Guo Feng returned to the cockpit, where, under Tony Stark's curious gaze, he produced the Mouse Talisman. Upon seeing the talisman, Tony Stark's demeanor transformed into one of excitement, while the other two exhibited confusion, for it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary stone. Guo Feng refrained from explaining the talisman and simply tossed it to Tony Stark. I'll lend this to you for a while. I shall reclaim it when the time is right. Tony Stark's joy diminished slightly as he quipped, what a pity that such a splendid item can only be borrowed temporarily. Guo Feng chuckled and replied, use it for now. However, should everything proceed smoothly, you may have the opportunity to continue using it. Though next time it won't be a talisman. That would be splendid. Tony Stark's smile returned, and he refrained from inquiring further about the talisman's future arrangements, choosing instead to place his unconditional trust in Guo Feng. Amidst the complex emotions of the group, the spacecraft returned to Stark Industries. This futuristic vessel hovered prominently above Stark Tower, and Tony Stark had no intention of concealing his pride. On the day he announced his transformation into Iron Man, showcasing results and prowess was his philosophy. Meanwhile, the only rival capable of contending with Stark Industries, the Osborne Group, had fallen into disarray since Norman Osborn's disappearance, allowing Stark Industries to firmly establish itself as the leader in the technological realm. Nevertheless, despite being a super enterprise on American soil, Stark Industries elicited no sense of pride from the U.S. government. Besides the strategic distancing from the U.S. government due to Stark Industries collaborations, the most significant factor was Tony Stark's transfer of power to Guo Feng, a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Indeed, Guo Feng was no longer merely the nominal acting chairman. He had become the true helmsman. Having returned to Stark Industries, Guo Feng separated from Tony Stark and the others and made his way to his office. In this rare moment of leisure, he opened the game interface. With resources sufficiently stocked, it was time to arrange the next journey for the Tadpole. Preparing the provisions, Guo Feng spent the majority of his remaining clovers to acquire a talisman leading to the High Martial World. Upon issuing the travel command, the familiar voice echoed. The Tadpole has embarked on a journey. Another exciting adventure awaited. Guo Feng murmured with excitement. Having invested most of his resources into the Tadpole, just the thought thrilled him. At that moment, his communicator chimed. It was Jean Bing. How intriguing. A smile crept upon Guo Feng's lips. Jean Bing's call at this juncture likely pertained to updates from the Lord. Indeed, Jean Bing sought Guo Feng to report on the Lord's situation. Upon returning to headquarters, Varun and the others faced the Lord's wrath. Not only were they reprimanded, but their support for upcoming operations was also curtailed. Consequently, the resources deducted from Varun's and naturally flowed to Jean Bing. Moreover, due to this failure, the leadership had shifted to Jean Bing. Well done, Jean Bing. Now, take a good rest for a while. Yes, boss. After ending the call, Guo Feng wore a contemplative expression. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door, prompting him to regain his composure. Come in, Peter. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Peter Parker entered the office. Guo Feng assessed him with a teasing glint, looking sharp. Peter, you exude the aura of a business elite. Peter Parker forced a smile. Don't joke around, Feng Guo. I have something very important to discuss with you. Speak on. Peter Parker took a deep breath and recounted his recent experiences to Guo Feng. Upon hearing Peter's account, Guo Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He understood the situation from Peter's narrative. Just as in the familiar history of the Marvel Universe, Peter Parker had caught the attention of Venom. That infamous symbiote had latched onto Peter after he completed a mission. Where did you leave that creature? Guo Feng inquired. Peter Parker sighed in exasperation. I tossed that revolting thing into a freezer. That was a terrible idea, Peter. Trust me. It is currently waiting for you at home. What? Peter Parker panicked. Aunt May was at home, and he couldn't allow that creature to harm her. Noticing Peter's urgency, Guo Feng reassured him. There's no need to fret, Peter. Venom possesses intelligence, and it has already regarded you as its host. Aunt May is unlikely to be in any danger for the time being. With that, Guo Feng summoned the flame cloud, whisking Peter Parker to Queens. At that moment, In Peter Parker's apartment, a viscous black liquid, reminiscent of asphalt, oozed through the window's crevice and slithered along the corner into Peter's room. Venom lingered in Peter's room for a moment before attaching itself to a suit that Peter had concealed, the very suit he had originally hand-stitched. Although equipped with a nanotech spider suit, Peter did not always opt for it. Sometimes, nostalgia would compel him to don this handmade suit for a trip down memory lane. Venom's first attachment was to the nanotech spider suit, but it was expelled as a contaminant by the system. Chapter 61, Confrontation with Venom. This scene unfolded just as Peter Parker entered the room, accompanied by Guo Feng. Guo Feng's eyes sparkled with mischief. He was already aware of Venom's location. Where is it? Peter Parker asked anxiously. Guo Feng calmly patted his shoulder. No need to rush, Peter. It's merely a pitiable extraterrestrial being. This statement caught Venom's attention. Ignorant human. I shall remember this grudge. I will be the first to devour your brain, Venom thought menacingly. Just then, Guo Feng approached a cabinet in the corner of the room. Feng Ge, Peter exclaimed, realizing that the cabinet contained his original suit, feeling a bit embarrassed about showing it to someone familiar. It's all right, let me take a look. Guo Feng opened the cabinet and retrieved the cartoonish spider suit, examining it before turning to Peter. Put it on. Peter, this is an order from your superior. Peter Parker was taken aback. Did Guo Feng just command him to wear that suit? Seeing Peter's hesitant expression, Guo Feng insisted, put it on, Peter. I promised to add a bonus at the end of the year. Upon hearing the mention of a bonus, Peter Parker hesitated no longer. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to indulge his boss's quirky whims this time. As Peter Parker donned his battle suit, even Guo Feng couldn't suppress a chuckle. His primary intent in having Peter wear this outfit was indeed to satiate his own curiosity. To be frank, the suit, which Peter had stitched together for the first time, lacked any semblance of coolness. Instead, it evoked a whimsical resemblance to Mickey Mouse. Under Guo Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Peter's expression gradually morphed into one of embarrassment. However, unbeknownst to him, Venom was beginning to exert its symbiotic powers. Simultaneously, Peter found himself inexplicably engulfed by a surge of anger, particularly as the initial awkwardness began to be overshadowed by a burgeoning fury under Guo Feng's watchful eyes. It felt as though Guo Feng was mocking him mercilessly, and with that thought, his anger intensified. I could kill this person for daring to ridicule me, Peter contemplated, but in the next instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically. No. How could I even entertain such thoughts? Guo Feng observed Peter's transformation in silence, and only when Peter regained his composure did he inquire. How does it feel to experience such anger, Peter? Peter hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Feng. I don't know what's happening. I just suddenly felt this rage. There is no need for an apology, Peter, for this is no mere accident. After hearing Guo Feng's words, Peter immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. He swiftly tore off the suit and reached for something to destroy it. Guo Feng halted his actions, calmly stating, Stay calm, Peter. The moment you put on that suit, you became the host of Venom. This revelation was profoundly shocking to Peter, who gazed at Guo Feng with a complex expression. It seemed Guo Feng was aware of Venom's attachment to the suit, so why compel him to wear it? Wouldn't that be a trap? Guo Feng continued, Indeed. Making you Venom's host was my intention, but it is not to ensnare you. Rather, it is to empower you. Empower me? Peter questioned, bewildered. Guo Feng nodded. That mutated spider did grant you extraordinary powers, but it is insufficient. Your individual strength requires enhancement. But Brother Feng, you mentioned that this extraterrestrial symbiote possesses intelligence. Peter expressed his concern. Moreover, judging by the recent influence, it seems this entity could interfere with my will. Perhaps I should forgo this power. Venom is indeed a rebellious child, Guo Feng remarked with a smirk. A good thrashing will suffice to tame a disobedient brat. Rest assured, Peter, I will ensure that Venom obeys you like a loyal dog. Now, relax your consciousness. No sooner had Guo Feng finished speaking than a violent voice echoed in Peter's mind. Arrogant human, I shall make you regret ever stepping foot in this world. Venom attempted to seize control of Peter's body, but Peter, wanting to resist, was halted by Guo Feng's penetrating gaze. Damn, Peter cursed under his breath before closing his eyes. He was not afraid of harming Guo Feng. Rather, he was concerned that Guo Feng might strike too hard, as he had no desire to be killed by him. Noticing Peter's cessation of resistance, Venom was taken aback, quickly followed by a surge of elation. Peter was the perfect host for him, allowing his combat capabilities to reach their zenith upon symbiosis. As Venom enveloped Peter's head, it bared its grotesque maw towards Guo Feng and declared, Human, as my first meal, you have the privilege to choose your manner of death. Yet, before Venom could finish, Guo Feng interrupted, You wish to bite me? Are you not afraid of breaking your fangs? This retort ignited Venom's fury, and it lunged at Guo Feng's head. Guo Feng, unperturbed, regarded Venom's gaping maw before delivering a swift slap with his left hand. The sequence of events transpired with such rapidity that Venom failed to perceive Guo Feng's attack. It merely felt an overwhelming force strike its face. Even though Guo Feng had deliberately restrained his strength, the slap sent most of Venom's teeth flying. Staring at Guo Feng in disbelief, Venom instinctively withdrew. The ability to strike without any forewarning indicated that this human far surpassed him in agility and reflexes. Run! Venom bolted through the window, scuttling like a beast across all fours. As night fell over Queens, no one would notice Venom's presence as it navigated through towering edifices, occasionally surveying its surroundings. Eventually, Venom halted in a dimly lit alley, greedily eyeing a few homeless individuals below. To consume life was the instinct of the symbiote. They appear quite delectable, don't they? Indeed, utterly scrumptious, Venom exclaimed, only to have its expression freeze the next moment. Guo Feng's head emerged from behind Venom, observing it with amusement. To be honest, you are quite a subpar symbiote. Fortunately, your potential is commendable. I shall ensure that Peter receives adequate training from you. Venom panicked and swung a punch, but struck nothing. Here I am. Guo Feng had already positioned himself above Venom, and as it attempted to strike again, it missed once more. How can he possess such speed? Is this being truly human? Venom's mind raced with terror. Although it was considered ordinary on its home planet, it felt a natural superiority upon arriving on Earth. In its view, as long as it found the right host, this planet would become its dominion. Yet Guo Feng's appearance shattered Venom's illusions, prompting it to wonder whether Guo Feng was also an extraterrestrial. For how could such a fragile creature as a human wield such power? What are you hesitating for, Venom? Guo Feng's face drew near, and in the instant Venom reacted. A hand pressed upon its shoulder. In that moment, Venom experienced an unprecedented terror, realizing that its life was now at the mercy of Guo Feng. Stop! I surrender. I am willing to become Peter's servant. Venom nearly roared. This eerie sound, reminiscent of a beast's roar, startled the homeless individuals in the alley. While Guo Feng withdrew his hand, gazing at Venom with disappointment. You are a symbiote after all. Is it truly appropriate to submit to a mere human so readily? Venom disregarded Guo Feng's mocking tone, pleading, Mighty being, I am willing to serve you. I am truly useful. Although my current strength may seem insignificant to you, we symbiotes are creatures of immense potential. Noticing Guo Feng's silence, Venom lowered its posture even further. I promise that within a month, I will elevate Peter's abilities to a transformative level, and I will not interfere with his will. From this moment on, I shall be the most loyal servant to both Peter and you. Guo Feng couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that while he knew Venom was a bully towards the weak, he hadn't anticipated such submission for the sake of survival. Under Venom's fearful yet eager gaze, Guo Feng spoke, though it may be somewhat disappointing, I accept your plea. However, as an intelligent being, you should understand that the loyalty of mere words is utterly unreliable. With that, Guo Feng activated his Sharingan, marking Venom with a seal. Upon sensing the mark, Venom's anxiety heightened. Any hint of treachery would result in a formidable force obliterating it. What a terrifying existence. Even the methods employed are despair-inducing. Guo Feng retracted his Sharingan and instructed Venom, take Peter back to his apartment and let him rest. From now on, you shall obediently adhere to his will. Understood. My master. Venom replied with a servile grin, though the grotesque visage made it appear somewhat ludicrous. Guo Feng chose not to say more and transformed into a cloud of flames, departing from the scene. Rather than returning directly to Stark Industries, Guo Feng made his way to Oscorp. As he gazed upon the towering edifice before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. At that moment, a vehicle came to a halt in front of him, and the window rolled down to reveal the weary face of Dr. Connors. Boss, we finally waited for you. Guo Feng took his seat in the passenger's side, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated such a swift return. It appeared that the malevolent master lurking behind him was intent on stirring up trouble. Dr. Connors interjected, stating that the situation had arisen unexpectedly. He had only encountered Norman Osborn upon returning to the office to retrieve some documents. The transformation in Osborn's demeanor was striking. Though he retained his familiar visage, he now exuded an aura that seemed anything but human. Indeed, the Norman Osborn who had previously been vanquished by Guo Feng had resurrected and returned to the Osborne Corporation. Guo Feng inquired about the public announcement. Dr. Connors replied that Osborn had declared he was taking a personal journey due to overwhelming pressure. Guo Feng asked, what are the next steps, boss? To which Connors responded, for now, we shall remain passive. Guo Feng appeared contemplative. He had enlisted his father to investigate the Osborne Corporation and discovered that the malevolent force behind Norman Osborn was not an ancient demon like the Holy Master. but rather something connected to the infernal realms. Hell, this intricate domain holds significant importance within the history and evolution of the Marvel Universe, with the most recognized character being the Ghost Rider. In light of Norman Osborn's circumstances, Guo Feng suspected that the demon master behind him was Mephisto, the very demon lord responsible for the creation of the Ghost Rider, who was notably active during this time. Keep a close watch on Norman Osborn. Report any developments to me promptly, he instructed. Rest assured, boss. Guo Feng nodded and promptly departed, embarking on a journey. Meanwhile, in a small town in the western United States, a Harley motorcycle came to a halt in front of a tavern. Johnny removed his helmet and entered. After ordering a bottle of cheap liquor, he settled into a corner. Shortly thereafter, a kindly old man wielding a staff approached him. Johnny glanced at the elder, his tone harsh. You should know that seeing you makes it hard for me to keep my composure. The old man remained unperturbed, responding with a gentle voice. Johnny, I am quite disappointed in you. After all this time, you still have not acquired the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. And you have not even managed to deal with my inept son. Infuriated, Johnny seized the old man's collar, flames igniting in his eyes. Are you certain you wish to transform here? Mephisto, the demon lord, regarded Johnny with a twisted amusement. Do not forget, it is I who granted you your power. At this, the flames in Johnny's eyes extinguished. Releasing his grip, he sat back down, begrudgingly muttering, I will expedite your task, but you must also fulfill your promise. And it cannot be as it was before. Mephisto smiled. Of course, honoring contracts is my principle. However, after you complete the task, there is one more thing you must do for me. Ignoring Johnny's demeanor, he continued. Travel to New York and assist another of my servants in dealing with a certain individual. Upon completion, I will not only resurrect your father, but also restore your normal life. I agree. Johnny understood he had no choice in the matter. From the moment he signed the contract with this demon, he had been ensnared in this cursed fate. My son is also preparing to act. I will provide you with the address. Eliminate him and retrieve the contract for me. With that, Mephisto vanished from Johnny's sight. Damn it, that wretched devil. Johnny muttered under his breath. Onlookers regarded him with bemusement, witnessing him converse with thin air. A few intoxicated patrons approached, eager to provoke the apparent madman. Just as they were about to taunt him, Guo Feng intervened. Hey, gentlemen, this is my friend. I need to take him away. He produced a stack of cash to placate the drunken men. Upon seeing the money, they instantly sobered up and departed. Johnny stared in astonishment at this scene, then turned to Guo Feng. Thank you. I will repay you. No need for gratitude. Guo Feng replied, I am not helping you. I simply do not wish for these unfortunate souls to be reduced to ashes. Ghost Rider Johnny, let us converse privately. Guo Feng lowered his voice. The latter part of his statement caused Johnny's expression to shift dramatically. He regarded Guo Feng with caution. You know about that? What is your connection to that old demon? It was no surprise that Johnny inquired thus, as the identity of the Ghost Rider was known only to Mephisto and the Sorcerer Supreme. Others who glimpsed his true form would merely perceive him as a devil. Guo Feng smiled calmly. Relax, Johnny. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. As for my identity, let us speak in private. After a moment's hesitation, Johnny consented to speak with Guo Feng alone. He was not concerned about Guo Feng's ulterior motives. No mortal could withstand the Ghost Rider's might. Guo Feng led Johnny to a cemetery near the small town. Neither paid heed to the somber atmosphere. Johnny spoke first. Tell me your identity and purpose. If you know I am the Ghost Rider, you should realize that lies hold no sway with me. Guo Feng dispelled his disguise. And upon witnessing his true face, Johnny was momentarily stunned. He recognized that visage all too well. It had graced countless headlines. The current chairman of Stark Industries, Guo Feng, was heralded as a legendary figure among countless youths. However, Johnny's expression soon turned serious. I see. You two have made a pact with that old demon? He perceived Guo Feng as Mephisto's agent. After all, how could an unanchored, young individual from the Dragon Kingdom ascend to leadership of Stark Industries without selling his soul to a demon? Guo Feng scoffed, his eyes reflecting disdain. You think I am a pawn of Mephisto? While I have achieved remarkable success, I have no ties to demons. As for my identity, Mephisto should have mentioned it to you. Guo Feng had been observing during Mephisto's conversation with Johnny. Thankfully, Mephisto was merely a projection. Otherwise, with Guo Feng's current strength, he would not have been able to evade the other's awareness. Johnny fell into contemplation, then gazed at Guo Feng in astonishment. You are the enemy he mentioned in New York. Indeed, Guo Feng affirmed with a nod. Truthfully, this revelation was a pleasant surprise for him. He had initially sought Johnny's assistance in fulfilling Mephisto's task to glean insight into Mephisto's motives. To his astonishment, he had uncovered the truth he sought immediately upon arrival. Truly, the cunning demon lord was formidable, Guo Feng mused. as he plotted to uncover the depths of Mephisto's schemes, particularly regarding his assistance to Norman Osborn. Suddenly, Johnny's gaze ignited with flames, signaling his transformation into the Ghost Rider. "I apologize, Mr. Jack, but I must eliminate you here." Johnny's tone was regretful. Yet he had no alternative. To fulfill Mephisto's contract, he had to strike, even against a friend. What an intriguing turn of events. "I suppose I could use a bit of exercise," Guo Feng smirked, showing no fear towards Johnny's fiery form. Johnny found Guo Feng's reaction puzzling, especially the way Guo Feng looked at him, reminiscent of how one would regard a sinner. "Am I to be considered prey? Alas, I hope your sins are not too great," Johnny thought, as his will succumb to the violent frenzy of the Ghost Rider. Observing this transformation, Guo Feng realized that further communication was futile. The Ghost Rider drew forth the chains that hung from his body, which, enchanted, coiled around Guo Feng like a fiery serpent. As Guo Feng found himself ensnared, the Ghost Rider advanced, ready to judge Guo Feng's soul. With a resounding snap, Guo Feng effortlessly broke the chains, shocking the Ghost Rider with his ease. The enchanted chains, capable of withstanding even bullets, had failed to restrain him, leaving even Mephisto's minions in despair. As the vengeful Spirit Knight regained his composure, he charged once more towards Guo Feng. What does it matter if his strength is formidable? All that is required is for him to find an opportunity to meet Guo Feng's gaze directly, and he would be left at the knight's mercy. Guo Feng deftly evaded the knight's assault and retaliated with a swift slap. Although he tempered most of his force, the impact still shattered the knight's head. Even with his undying body, this blow proved uncomfortable, and as the knight reconstituted his head, he glared fiercely at Guo Feng. Guo Feng delivered another slap, once again obliterating the knight's head. After several such encounters, the knight instinctively shielded his head upon restoring it. "Huh," Guo Feng chuckled, tauntingly remarking. "Aren't you supposed to have the flames of vengeance? Here is your chance." Provoked, the flames of retribution enveloped the knight with renewed intensity, and he unleashed a torrent of fire that consumed Guo Feng. As he beheld the raging inferno of vengeance, the knight paused. This flame, born from the depths of hell, was said to be unstoppable even by demons. Although Guo Feng's body might withstand it, his soul could never endure such a force. Is this the fire of hell? It feels utterly devoid of heat. What a disappointment. The knight, incredulous, questioned whether he was imagining things. How could Guo Feng, engulfed in the flames of vengeance, possibly emerge unscathed? Yet, in the next moment, Guo Feng's figure emerged intact from the inferno, inhaling deeply as he absorbed the flames. Guo Feng's audacity was not merely a product of his physical prowess. The flames of vengeance, which specifically targeted the soul, rendered physical attributes of little consequence. However, it is essential to remember that Guo Feng possessed the celestial bottle, a treasure of extraordinary capabilities. In matters concerning the soul and spirit, he had long transcended his previous weaknesses. "Impossible. How could you remain unharmed?" the knight uttered in disbelief. Guo Feng shook his head with a smile, retorting, "There is nothing impossible about it. Of course, I can offer you another chance." Before he could finish his statement, Guo Feng stood before the knight, his mocking gaze locking onto the knight's eyes. This left the knight at a loss. He knew that his eyes were the most perilous aspect of his being. Any target that met his gaze would face the judgment of the soul. He could not fathom how a being like Guo Feng could be devoid of transgressions. "Prepare to pay the price for your arrogance," the knight proclaimed, initiating the judgment of the soul. At that moment, he sensed the malevolence surrounding Guo Feng. However, the ensuing spectacle astonished the knight. Despite Guo Feng's evident sins, he remained unscathed, not reduced to ashes but instead regarding the knight with a mocking stare. Guo Feng found amusement in facing the knight's soul judgment. He understood that he would undoubtedly trigger the judgment, as nearly all sentient beings possess some form of sin, not in the legal sense, but in the sense of original sin. Chapter 64, A Mere Soul Attack. Although it was an assault targeting the very essence of the soul, its weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Entities like Guo Feng, whose souls were protected by treasures or who possessed elevated spiritual levels, could render the knight's judgment ineffective. Ultimately, the knight was merely a creation of Mephisto's power, capable of confronting mortals and lower-tier extraordinary beings, but rather inconsequential against higher existential realms. "Why are you completely unscathed? This cannot be. You must have some sin." The knight murmured in disbelief, still intent on continuing his soul judgment against Guo Feng. Guo Feng responded with a swift slap that obliterated the knight's head once more, irritably stating, "Do not overestimate your significance. Your eyes are not omnipotent, and it is not that I lack sin. Rather, you lack the authority to judge me." Stunned, the knight paused, Guo Feng's words striking a profound chord within him. Lack the authority to judge? Such an idea had never crossed the knight's mind. He believed that any being with sins would inevitably face the judgment of the soul. Guo Feng nonchalantly asked, "Shall we continue? If you wish to experience the sensation of being obliterated, I can certainly oblige." With a roar, the knight's flames of vengeance blazed even more fiercely, akin to a demon of flames from hell. "You wish to play with fire?" Guo Feng scoffed, feeling invigorated by the knight's state. In an instant, a sphere of fire erupted in Guo Feng's left hand, appearing deceptively ordinary while emanating a palpable aura of destruction. For the first time, the knight felt a tingle of apprehension. Boom! Guo Feng unleashed a punch, igniting the flames in his hand, transforming them into a roaring dragon of fire that lunged towards the knight. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon engulfed the knight, and a colossal explosion of flames ensued, reminiscent of divine fire raining down from the heavens, illuminating the surrounding area for miles, with the conflagration reaching the skies. At the crucial moment, Guo Feng extinguished the flames. When the inferno subsided, only a terrifying fissure remained, with molten lava still simmering within. From the boiling lava, a figure emerged, struggling to crawl out. Under the force of Guo Feng's punch, the knight's body had been annihilated in an instant, even with his undying form. It took considerable time for him to reconstitute himself. He now appeared quite feeble, the flames of vengeance reduced to mere flickering embers. How could such power exist? The knight was engulfed in self-doubt. Although his body remained intact, his mindset was crumbling. That old bastard Mephisto, is he attempting to use me as a pawn? This is beyond my ability to handle. The knight's consciousness began to fade, and as Johnny regained his sense of self, he cursed Mephisto internally. That damn demon. Not only does he refuse to fulfill the contract, but he also digs such a deep pit for me. Having finally crawled out of the fissure, the now reformed Johnny saw Guo Feng standing before him and quickly raised his hands in surrender. "No more fighting. You have won. I will do whatever you wish." Guo Feng chuckled lightly. "If you had done so sooner, it would have benefited everyone. Now, let us discuss our next course of action." Johnny nodded. "I can cooperate with you, but I must first complete Mephisto's task." "You mean eliminating the witch heart demon and retrieving the sanctified Vengasa contract?" "Precisely," Johnny replied, his tone tinged with resignation. "But I only know the location of the witch heart demon. The whereabouts of the contract remain a mystery." "I know where the contract is. Follow me," Guo Feng declared, summoning a fiery cloud to wisp Johnny away. Shortly after their departure, Mephisto materialized at the scene. What terrifying destructive power! Mephisto furrowed his brow, noting that the traces of power here had been erased. With merely his avatar's strength, he could glean little. Nevertheless, even with an interloper present, my plans remain unimpeded. Mephisto's demeanor regained its composure. The spirit knight and the contract held little significance for him. His true objective was not to reclaim the sinful souls bound to the contract. Although those souls possessed considerable quality, they were mere after-dinner treats to him. "It is time to head to New York. My loyal servant should be in motion by now." With that, Mephisto vanished into the shadows, temporarily setting aside any concerns regarding the knight's fate. That night, in a tranquil graveyard, an elderly man wearing a cowboy hat surveyed the area with a shovel in hand. "Look at this, a night watchman devoid of spirit." A mocking voice echoed from behind the elder. Carter Slade instinctively reached for the shotgun slung over his shoulder. Upon turning around, he beheld Guo Feng and Johnny. Ignoring Guo Feng, Carter's gaze fixed intently on Johnny, sensing a familiar aura emanating from him, a power from hell. Guo Feng disregarded the shotgun in Carter's hands and directly stated, "Carter Slade, the last spirit knight of modern times. As you can see, I have brought you a fresh infusion of blood." Carter aimed his shotgun at Guo Feng, questioning, "How do you know my identity? And why are you with the spirit knight? It seems you have ties to hell as well." Click. The shotgun in Carter Schreier's hands was twisted into scrap metal, a bizarre scene that sent a jolt through his heart. Could it indeed be a demon? Guo Feng sneered. "A demon? Is that the extent of your impoverished imagination? Very well, if you do not wish to use your last transformation to contend with me, then I suggest you sheath your hostility." Carter Schreier fell silent, scrutinizing Guo Feng for a moment before glancing at Johnny, the flames of rage in his eyes gradually extinguishing. "For now, I shall trust you, stranger. But should you play any tricks, this old man will not hesitate to fight back," Carter Schreier declared menacingly. Unfazed, Guo Feng replied, "Rest assured, our purpose in seeking you is united, to confront Mephisto. You know of him." Carter Schreier's expression turned grave, his gaze cautiously surveying the surroundings. Guo Feng chuckled softly. "Unless he personally descends, his mere earthly avatars would be oblivious to our presence, even if you were to hurl insults at him." Carter Schreier remained unconvinced, haunted by the overwhelming shadow cast by that demon lord. "Trust him. That bastard demon will not detect our movements. if he dares approach. He won't escape unscathed, Johnny interjected, his confident tone leaving Carter Shrey momentarily stunned. Are the younger generations so audacious now? While it is true Mephisto cannot manifest in his true form, even his avatars possess sufficient power to toy with you, given that your strength derives from him, Johnny noted, sensing Carter's apprehension. Not me, but the Jack who brought me here possesses strength that rivals the divine. It would be prudent not to provoke him. Carter Shrey was struck by the seriousness in Johnny's demeanor. Chapter 65, The Crumbling Heart of the Sorcerer. He was acutely aware of the power wielded by the undead knights. After all, their immortality combined with soul-targeting attacks rendered them formidable enough to challenge even high-ranking demons in hell. Moreover, Johnny, as a newly minted undead knight, was at the zenith of his capabilities, yet displayed such humility before Guo Feng. This sensation was all too familiar to him as a hunter, akin to a frail rabbit confronting a fierce tiger. Damn it, this young man is merely an ordinary human. Why am I so fearful? Doubts flooded Carter Shrey's mind. You still seem skeptical? Guo Feng smirked, noting the old stubbornness lingering in his heart, and decided to demonstrate through action. In the next moment, Guo Feng ceased to restrain his aura. Upon sensing the shift in his presence, both Carter Shrey and Johnny's expressions morphed dramatically. This is... Just moments ago, Guo Feng appeared as an ordinary man, yet now he emanated the overwhelming might of a world-destroying dragon. The palpable terror pressed upon them, as if they were on the verge of being crushed by this formidable energy. Having gauged the impact, Guo Feng reigned in his aura. The astonishment on their faces lingered until Guo Feng's light chuckle snapped them back to reality. Now, Carter Shrey, are you willing to join us in opposing Mephisto? I am. Carter Shrey's demeanor shifted dramatically. His earlier aloofness was replaced by fervent excitement. In his twilight years, he had resigned himself to a life of regrets, never expecting such an opportunity to arise. Not only was he willing to confront Mephisto's earthly avatar with Guo Feng's support, he would dare challenge the demon lord himself in hell. Excellent. Now, for the first step in our collaboration, hand over the contract from the shovel. You even know about this. Carter Shrey chuckled helplessly, snapping the old shovel in his hands. Within its hollowed cavity lay an ancient contract. The Sanctus Vengasa contract, Johnny exclaimed, astonishment flooding his features. No one anticipated that Mephisto's coveted contract would be concealed within a mere shovel. Carter Shrey grinned. There's an old saying in the East, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Thus, that old fool could never find it. However, Guo Feng quickly doused his optimism. No, Mephisto is undoubtedly aware of the contract's location. What? Both undead knights displayed confusion. If Mephisto knew where the contract was, why had he not come to retrieve it? After all, the contract contained thousands of malevolent souls, his ultimate goal for descending to the mortal realm. Guo Feng held the contract aloft, sneering. You have both been deceived by Mephisto. The Sanctus Vengasa contract is merely a decoy to mislead you. The souls within are insignificant to a demon lord of his caliber. Merely an after-dinner treat. Shock washed over their faces, particularly Carter Shrey's, who had lived his life in pursuit of this contract. To him, it symbolized the only hope of overcoming Mephisto, yet it was merely an indulgence to the demon. Guo Feng paid little heed to their expressions and continued. I do not exaggerate the contract's significance. Your perception of its importance merely reflects your ignorance of hell's true power. What about the sorcerer's heart demon? Surely he is not merely a bait, Johnny inquired swiftly, only to be met with Guo Feng's knowing gaze. Demons are not like humans. Offspring are simply extensions of their power. Johnny grasped the implication. Both he and Carter Shrey had been played for fools by Mephisto. Guo Feng tossed the contract to Johnny. Let us first deal with the sorcerer's heart demon before confronting Mephisto. Though he may be a weakling, he is nonetheless a nuisance. And you and the contract make the perfect bait. With that, Guo Feng settled down in a nearby spot. Once the Sanctus Vengasa contract emerged, there would be no need for them to actively seek the sorcerer's heart demon. He would arrive as swiftly as a shark drawn to blood. Before long, a strange black cloud descended, morphing into a grim-looking man. The sorcerer's heart demon savored the presence of the sinful souls, exclaiming, These wicked souls are simply exquisite. Ignoring Carter Shrey and Guo Feng, he addressed Johnny. Hand over the contract. Once I absorb the souls within, I promise to help you deal with my wretched father. It is a necessity. Johnny remained silent, his gaze filled with pity. Another soul misled into believing that the power of the contract would enable him to vanquish Mephisto? Give it to him, Johnny. Destroying the contract would be a waste. Might as well let this weakling gain some power to stave off the boredom of the night. The sorcerer's heart demon glared at Guo Feng, anger boiling within him. How dare a mere mortal mock my weakness? Guo Feng scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. If you wish to make a move, you should first absorb the souls within the Sanctus Vengasa contract. Otherwise, it would be rather dull for me to simply crush you with one punch. I'll devour your soul first. The sorcerer's heart demon transformed into a black mist, lunging at Guo Feng, who remained unperturbed. Soon, the black mist enveloped Guo Feng, and in the demon's eyes, it appeared as though he had met his demise. Yet the next moment, a tempestuous force sent him crashing back to his original form, and before he could react, Guo Feng's hand had seized his throat. Johnny watched with a smirk, recalling how he had previously endured a similar lesson from Guo Feng. This is impossible. The sorcerer's heart demon gasped in disbelief, convinced that only Mephisto could defeat him, yet a mere human had dispatched him in an instant. Guo Feng casually tossed the sorcerer's heart demon aside and instructed Johnny, "Give him the contract." With a bemused expression, Johnny tossed the contract before the demon. Before the coveted contract, the sorcerer's heart demon felt no joy, only dread, akin to standing before Mephisto himself. No, the sorcerer's heart demon transformed into black mist, attempting to flee, but was repelled by an invisible barrier. Guo Feng appeared behind him, coldly stating, "From the moment you stepped into this place, there has been no possibility of escape. You now face two choices: either be eradicated by the judgment of the undead knights, or absorb the contract and battle me." The witch heart demon bellowed maniacally, "You are the true devil. How could such a formidable being conspire with that mongrel?" Johnny, the one branded as a mongrel, suppressed his mirth, yearning to transform into the Ghost Rider and incinerate the witch heart demon. Guo Feng gestured for him to stand down and continued to address the witch heart demon. "I shall not grant you the opportunity to plead for mercy. You have 5 seconds. 5. Chapter 66. The Witch Heart Demon's Self-Destruction. As Guo Feng began the countdown, the witch heart demon's expression hardened, and he tore apart the contract in his grasp. With the contract shredded, all the souls contained within were liberated. Countless malevolent souls coalesced into a grotesque and terrifying black mist, yet before they could revel in their newfound freedom, they were consumed by the witch heart demon. Guo Feng silently observed this scene. As the souls were entirely absorbed, the witch heart demon's aura surged, ultimately revealing his true form. Such overwhelming power. The witch heart demon reveled in his newfound strength, the prior fear dissipating, leaving only madness in its wake. How foolish he had been to underestimate the power of the Holy Vargas contract due to Guo Feng. Now, emboldened by this power, he believed he could conquer all before him and return to hell to challenge his father. "Mortals, I shall make you aware of the cost of offending me." The witch heart demon's first target was Guo Feng. Guo Feng paid little heed to the witch heart demon's words, merely beckoning him with a finger. "Confidence is a virtue. Come. I hope you will not bore me. Presumptuous." In an instant, the witch heart demon appeared before Guo Feng, his fist poised to strike down with the same force Guo Feng had used against him. Guo Feng did not evade this blow, absorbing it directly. A shockwave rippled outward, causing Johnny and Carter Slate to hastily retreat, their faces etched with disbelief at the devastation. Yet, at the center of the wreckage, Guo Feng remained unscathed. What? Not only was the witch heart demon astonished, but Johnny and the others also found it hard to believe. Guo Feng, somewhat disappointed, remarked to the witch heart demon, "That was rather lackluster. Do continue." The witch heart demon's fury evaporated at that moment. That punch had been his full power, yet it had barely grazed Guo Feng's skin. "No, I shall be the victor." The witch heart demon's expression twisted back into madness. He still had a chance to turn the tide. If a contest of strength would not suffice, he would attack from the realm of souls, transforming into black mist to invade Guo Feng's body. Once inside Guo Feng, the witch heart demon felt euphoric. What a perfect vessel this was, an extraordinarily powerful physique and innate talent. Should he succeed in taking control, he would ascend to an entirely new realm. At that moment, not only could he defeat Mephisto, but he might even contend for the position of Satan, the Lord of Hell himself. "This body shall be mine. I will spare your soul, as a token of gratitude for your generous contribution of this vessel." The witch heart demon laughed maniacally as he surged into the depths of Guo Feng's consciousness. However, he was not confronted by a feeble soul. Instead, he encountered an expansive and boundless domain. "Have you lost your sanity, witch heart demon? You pose less of a threat than even a fledgling ghost rider like Johnny. To invade the soul of one whose power surpasses your own without reservation. Are you truly a demon?" A familiar voice echoed behind the witch heart demon, causing his expression to freeze. "Spare me, great being. Allow this humble demon to live." Realizing the insignificance of his existence, the witch heart demon could only plead. "I have stated I would not grant you the chance to beg for mercy. A being like you holds no value and loyalty to me." In the next moment, The scene before the witch heart demon vanished, revealing a descending sun. No, it was not a sun, it was an eye, a dragon's eye, filled with majesty and sanctity. This was the final moment of the witch heart demon's consciousness, and under the gaze of the dragon's eye, his soul disintegrated entirely. This marked Guo Feng's true victory over a demon. Demons are inherently resilient. Guo Feng had initially intended for Johnny to transform into the Ghost Rider to conclude the encounter. Who could have anticipated that this creature would dare to assault him in the realm of souls? In his consciousness, even if Mephisto himself appeared, Guo Feng felt assured he could vanquish him. This was not merely a matter of life and death, but a result of the protection afforded by the celestial vessel. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Johnny and the others witnessed the witch heart demon attempting to possess Guo Feng, only for Guo Feng to regain his composure in an instant. They eyed him warily. Should the witch heart demon succeed in possessing Guo Feng, it would spell disaster for them both. Ignoring the judgment of souls, wielding strength that rivaled the divine, could they stand against that? The witch heart demon is dead, utterly eradicated, Guo Feng remarked with a light chuckle. Yet, the expressions of the two remained wary. Guo Feng shook his head. Think carefully. I can disregard your judgmental eyes. Did you truly believe the witch heart demon could succeed? Seeing their lingering doubts, Guo Feng refrained from further explanation and instead projected his soul outward. This brief release nearly shattered their souls. As experts in dealing with souls, both displayed expressions of shock. The strength of Guo Feng's soul would likely obliterate the witch heart demon upon sight. Especially Carter Slate, whose aged visage was alight with excitement. A being of immense power and soul strength, he finally felt confident in defeating Mephisto. Yet soon, his expression shifted to one of concern. What troubles you? Johnny inquired. Carter Slate sighed. I ponder, why would a being of his caliber require our assistance against Mephisto? In such a battle, we are mere fodder. And so what? Johnny replied resolutely. Whether Mr. Jack intends to use us or not, as long as we can take revenge on that old demon, it is all worthwhile. Carter Slate lit a cigarette, his gaze flickering with fire. You speak true. We have nothing left to lose. Allow me, this old knight, to complete this final hunt. Johnny approached Guo Feng and asked, Mr. Jack, the witch heart demon is deceased. Where shall we go next? New York. Meanwhile, in New York, at the Osborne Group. In Norman Osborne's private chamber, clad in a black suit, he stood before a mirror reflecting not his own visage, but that of a grotesque green demon with a sinister smile. I have received word from my master. He approaches, and our vengeance is nigh. When the master descends upon the mortal realm, both Stark Industries and the one known as Guo Feng shall be reduced to ashes. Indeed, we can hardly wait. The Green Goblin whispered from the mirror, while Norman Osborne, standing before it, responded with an eerie smile. At that moment, the room's lights flickered, and Mephisto's earthly avatar materialized behind Norman Osborne. Upon his arrival, the green demon in the mirror vanished, and Norman Osborne turned, humbly stating, Welcome, Lord Mephisto. Mephisto smiled. Indeed, you are one I hold in high regard, Norman. How goes the plan? Chapter 67, A Deal with the Demon. Norman Osborne replied confidently, The preparations for the ritual are complete. All that remains is your command. Very well. Mephisto nodded. Had it not been for Guo Feng's interference, the ritual would have commenced long ago. Now he must seek a substitute for the sacrifice. Originally, Mephisto had prepared two offerings for this descent ritual, Johnny and the witch heart demon. Regardless of who triumphed, both would serve as his sacrifices. Do you have a suitable candidate? Mephisto inquired. A smirk crept across Norman Osborne's lips. He had already identified his choice. Master, trust me, you shall be most pleased with this selection. The candidate for sacrifice must meet two criteria, either an exceptionally malevolent soul or an exceedingly pure one. Norman Osborne had chosen the latter. Indeed, the individual in question is none other than Peter Parker. From long ago, Norman Osborne had set his sights on Peter Parker, a young man who is a friend of his son, and he constantly brings him surprises. Not only is he Spider-Man, but the purity of his soul astounds Osborne. Upon hearing Norman Osborne's description of Peter Parker, Mephisto's interest was piqued. Such a soul exists. Mephisto felt a pang of regret. A soul like Peter Parker's should be cherished. Yet at this juncture, there was no time to seek out a more suitable soul. However, my lord, capturing him may prove to be somewhat troublesome. His own power is not formidable, yet he is deeply intertwined with that fellow named Guo Feng. Speaking of Guo Feng, Norman Osborne's tone brimmed with animosity. But he was acutely aware that even with his current strength, he was no match for Guo Feng. Mephisto furrowed his brow. Indeed, Guo Feng posed a significant challenge. It seemed time to seek allies. In San Francisco, at the Black Hand Gang headquarters, a dark magical portal opened before the Master, and the waiting Valen and his companions quickly surrounded it. The Master's eyes gleamed with disdain. This loathsome presence. Mephisto, you dare to seek me out? Long time no see. Master, I vividly recall your imposing demeanor from our last encounter. Mephisto stepped through the portal, staff in hand, followed by Norman Osborne clad in the green goblin armor. Both parties scrutinized one another. What shall we do, Master? Valen inquired, as this elder appeared to be of the same caliber as the Master. If it came to blows, they felt uncertain. Stand down. Valen, elated, retreated with his subordinates. Mephisto paid little heed to Valen and approached the Master with Norman Osborne. The Master spoke first. Speak. You cunning scoundrel, what brings you to me? Mephisto smiled. I graciously accept your compliment, Master. I have come to propose a transaction. A transaction? The Master's tone held a hint of amusement. Indeed, a deal that benefits both of us. The times have changed, Master. You are no longer the great demon that once instilled fear across the stars, and can your inept subordinates truly aid you in regaining your power? Mephisto cast a sidelong glance at Valen and the others. The Master fell silent for a moment. You speak the truth. So what transaction do you propose? Simply assist me in restraining one individual, and upon completion, I shall personally aid you in regaining your power. I swear by the name of Satan. The Master's expression grew serious. He understood the significance of the name Satan to hellish demons. Once invoked, even a demon lord like Mephisto would face dire repercussions for breaking such an oath. Yet, he did not fully trust Mephisto. This treacherous demon lord surely harbored ulterior motives, and a misstep could lead to significant losses. Nevertheless, the Master agreed to the transaction, as he indeed required external assistance. Excellent. Master, you remain as wise as ever. The Master scoffed. Speak. Who is the target of your machinations? Mephisto chuckled lightly. Guo Feng, the chairman of Stark Industries. Your subordinates should be well aware of him. Guo Feng. The Master's tone was one of surprise. At that moment, Valen stepped forward, confidently asserting, Master, I know this man. I have long wished to confront him. So leave this task to us. Following the failure during the mouse charm incident, Valen had been eager to redeem himself, and this opportunity seemed like a gift of glory. He did not consider Guo Feng an ordinary individual. As the chairman of Stark Industries, he likely possessed high-tech equipment akin to that of Tony Stark. However, Valen felt confident he could handle such challenges. The following morning, clad in the Venom suit, Peter Parker suspended a group of criminals with webs and, as per his routine, dialed the police to come and take them away. What a pity. Why send these scoundrels to prison when they deserve true punishment? The voice of Venom echoed in Peter Parker's mind. Peter immediately warned, even if they are guilty beyond measure, I will not allow you to consume them. If you bring this up again, I might have to call Guo Feng to deal with you. Please don't say that. Hearing Guo Feng's name, Venom instantly complied. You know, eating chicken all the time gets boring. I merely wish to diversify the menu. Peter Parker replied, then let us add a few other meats. I think pork and beef would be splendid. Speaking of meat, I'm feeling a bit hungry. It's time to go shopping. After a day of acclimatization, Peter Parker and Venom worked in perfect harmony. Peter was profoundly grateful to Guo Feng for helping him tame Venom, as it not only significantly enhanced his own strength, but also provided him with a conversational companion. Although their species differed, their personalities remarkably aligned. Peter was puzzled as to why Venom, like him, was so talkative. Just as they were discussing which mall to visit, Peter Parker's spider sense tingled. In the next moment, a pumpkin bomb descended. Boom. A green toxin erupted from the bomb, enveloping Peter Parker in poisonous gas, but Venom filtered it out. Through the haze, Peter Parker discerned the assailant. Mr. Norman. It was him. Peter Parker was taken aback. Long time no see, Peter. Riding on his glider. Norman Osborne lifted the visor of his green goblin armor, and upon seeing that familiar face, Peter Parker's emotions became tumultuous. However, Peter Parker did not respond to Norman Osborn, but instead used his webs to propel himself away from the poison, seeking to lead Norman Osborn to a deserted area. Norman Osborn, with a sneer, watched Peter Parker's retreating figure and controlled his glider to pursue him. Chapter 68. The Unfortunate Peter Parker. Under Norman Osborn's relentless pursuit, Peter Parker soon arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. He halted atop a building's rooftop, gazing up at the approaching Norman Osborn. Mr. Norman, how do you think your son Harry feels about your actions? Peter Parker spoke earnestly. At the mention of Harry, Norman Osborn felt no shame. Instead, he was filled with pride. You do not understand. Everything I do is for Harry. This mundane world requires a complete transformation, Peter, and you are the key to changing it. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker fell silent. What are you hesitating for? This old coot wants you dead. Don't overthink it. Trust me, it's simple to make him listen, just knock him flat. Venom interjected urgently. But no buts. This isn't a matter that can be resolved with a few words. If you lack confidence, contact the master immediately, stall him until the master arrives, and then you can handle it however you wish. Peter Parker chose to heed Venom's advice and used his built-in communicator to contact Guo Feng. At Stark Industries, Guo Feng, deep in meditation, was taken aback upon receiving the signal. This signal indicated that Peter Parker was in trouble he could not resolve, and without hesitation, he rushed to the scene. However, just as he was about to leave, he paused and glanced to the side. A ripple of space manifested, and Valen and his crew appeared. Simultaneously, countless pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows in the room. The Ghost Shadow Legion had arrived as well. How intriguing. Guo Feng had not anticipated Valen would come knocking. Could it be related to the charm incident? At the same time, Valen was sizing up Guo Feng, mockingly stating, "I apologize for our meeting under such circumstances, sir. I had intended to make a formal introduction, but today you are in for a rough time." From the words of Valen, it appears that this fellow is oblivious to the connection between talismans and himself. Yet, why would he go to such lengths to provoke him? Could it be for wealth? That seems plausible. Could this matter pertain to Peter? Guo Feng pondered. Observing Guo Feng's calm demeanor, Valen felt a surge of irritation. However, instead of making the first move, he signaled to A Fen. "Haha, no problem, boss. I'll make this young tycoon taste some hardship." A Fen boasted as he rubbed his fists, approaching Guo Feng with a grin. "Young man, are you ready for some suffering?" Guo Feng disregarded A Fen, lost in contemplation. A Fen's expression darkened immediately. "Without high-tech at your side, you are rather audacious," he declared, launching a punch aimed at Guo Feng's abdomen. Clang! A Fen's face paled. He had infused his punch with a modicum of demonic power, yet it felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Could this man be a cyborg, entirely replaced with machinery? At that moment, Guo Feng cast a glance at A Fen, and in the next second, A Fen shuddered, feeling akin to a sheep in the gaze of a lion, overwhelmed with fear and powerlessness. Meanwhile, Valen and the others sensed the impending danger and assumed aggressive stances. However, Guo Feng did not retaliate. Instead, he addressed a mechanical entity in the room. "Mr. Tony, I leave these fellows to you. Remember to don your high-level battle armor." Having said that, Guo Feng departed without a backward glance. Valen and his companions attempted to thwart him, but in an instant, Guo Feng vanished from sight. Concurrently, alarms blared in Guo Feng's office, and the area was swiftly sealed off. This unforeseen turn of events left Valen and his comrades momentarily paralyzed, unsure of their next move. "Follow him, Ghost Shadow Legion," Valen commanded as he hastily produced a magical artifact bestowed by the Lord, preparing to open a portal for their escape. How is this possible? It won't open? Valen stared in disbelief at the malfunctioning artifact. It had worked seamlessly upon their arrival. Why would it fail now? He could not fathom that the Lord would provide him with a defective item. It could only mean that the space here had been tampered with. Was it him? Valen thought of Guo Feng. At that moment, a small opening in the sealed area appeared, and Tony Stark, clad in anti-wind battle armor, emerged. "Gentlemen, you cannot simply arrive here without an appointment. Allow me to properly educate you on what constitutes decorum," Tony Stark grinned, secretly admiring these intruders as he arrived upon hearing of their incursion into Guo Feng's office. Goodness, how misguided must one be to confront Guo Feng directly? Naturally, he did not dismiss the possibility that these individuals possessed formidable strength, hence Tony's complex feelings as he approached. To his surprise, he recognized them. He had noted this group during the Mouse Talisman incident, and indeed they were quite capable. Valen and his associates posed a worthy challenge. "Boss, what should we do?" A Fen asked nervously, having witnessed firsthand the terrifying feats of Tony Stark piloting his mech suit. Observing the anxious demeanor of his subordinates, Valen felt a surge of irritation. "Though Stark pilots a Gundam, we are not mere weaklings. We possess demonic power. What is there to fear? Death is merely a precursor to resurrection. Break through. Fight your way out." Valen brandished his staff and led the charge. A Fen and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. Excellent. Tony Stark's eyes gleamed with excitement. His combat mode was already activated. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, after contacting Guo Feng, found himself under attack from Norman Osborn. Boom, boom, boom. Pumpkin bombs rained down like a torrential storm, and Peter swung through the webs to evade the explosions. At this moment, Peter appeared quite disheveled. Having heeded Venom's advice to strike first, he found Norman Osborn's power to be far superior. The brief skirmish left Peter struggling to react. Had it not been for Norman's reluctance to kill, coupled with Venom's assistance, he would have surely been defeated by now. As Norman launched pumpkin bombs, He deftly maneuvered on his glider, pursuing Peter Parker closely. Give up, Peter, you cannot escape. I am only being courteous because you are Harry's friend. If you wish to continue delaying, you are merely courting disaster. Peter Parker did not respond, but shot a web at Norman Osborn. Norman effortlessly dodged, his expression growing increasingly impatient. Honestly, Peter, you should really get some rest. With a flick of his left hand, Norman unleashed a stream of black mist, moving so rapidly that, despite Peter's spider sense alerting him, he could not evade it. Ultimately, Peter could only watch as the black mist engulfed him, and his consciousness faded to black. Chapter 69, I am helping you. Why struggle? Norman Osborn hovered above Peter Parker, preparing to take him away. Just as his hand brushed against Peter's form, a hand seized his wrist. Impossible. Norman stared in disbelief at the awakening Peter Parker. Wait, you're not Peter? Before he could finish his sentence, he was flung away, and Peter Parker sprang to his feet, his slender frame beginning to swell. At last, it's my turn, Venom, now in its symbiotic form, revealed a sinister smile. With Peter Parker unconscious, the body under Venom's control could unleash unprecedented strength. The sensation of power filling him exhilarated Venom. Indeed, Peter Parker was the most compatible host he could have wished for. However, while Venom might feel emboldened by this newfound strength to challenge Guo Feng, the increase in power only served to heighten his awareness of the vast chasm between himself and Guo Feng. Norman Osborn stood, astonished, gazing at Venom. What is happening? Spider-Man has transformed into a monster. Has he, like me, tapped into demonic power? In that moment, Venom was upon Norman Osborn in an instant, delivering a heavy punch. So fast. Bam! The punch drove Norman into the ground, creating fissures like a spider's web beneath him. Before he could react, Venom unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. Bam! 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 The tremendous force shook the surrounding ground, sending debris flying as if an earthquake had struck, and the earth crumbled beneath the onslaught. When Venom finally ceased his assault, a man-made crater had formed. What a thrill! Venom cackled, arms wide open in laughter. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn had been reduced to a pulp, both man and armor. What astonishing power! You remind me of someone. Despite being reduced to such a state, Norman Osborn managed to speak. And in the astonished gaze of Venom, he transformed into a cloud of black mist. Venom, surviving such a beating? Your vitality rivals that of a symbiote. Yet the greatest difference lay in the fact that that individual's power was utterly despairing. Even now, I would not dare to confront him. Norman Osborn's tone carried a sense of reminiscence, and in the next moment, the black mist coalesced into a grotesque green demon. Its towering form, enveloped in green flames, bore down with mocking red eyes fixed on Venom below. Damn! Venom turned to flee. This incarnation of Norman Osborn was beyond his capacity to confront. Boom! Norman Osborn's fist descended, crashing Venom into the ground, followed by maniacal laughter. Venom struggled to rise, only to be engulfed in flames that not only scorched his form, but also bound him. Norman Osborn scrutinized Venom, nodding with understanding. I see now. You are merely a parasite. However, it matters not. You shall be sacrificed alongside your host. With that, he waved his hand, sending Venom soaring into the sky as a streak of green light. Oscorp. Beneath this grand edifice lies an exceedingly vast chamber, devoid of anything save for an immense altar. At this moment, the altar has been activated, with Mephisto standing at its center, awaiting the final offering. Simultaneously, a beam of violet light descends upon the pinnacle of the Osborn Group building. Thus, it becomes clear, Mephisto's aim is indeed this. Guo Feng muses, having discovered the altar beneath the building through the full extent of his observation hockey. However, he does not intend to destroy the altar immediately. This is not a knightly tale where the hero halts the Dark Overlord's schemes. Even if he were to dismantle the altar, it would bear little significance, as Mephisto could establish another at any moment. Furthermore, given Mephisto's modus operandi, could the altar at the Osborn Group truly be the only one? Guo Feng's objective is not to obstruct, but rather to facilitate Mephisto's descent into the mortal realm, and then to deliver a crippling blow to this cunning demon lord, achieving the greatest victory. Of course, he will ensure that Peter is not sacrificed, having already enlisted the aid of specialists in that regard. A green magical portal opens beside Guo Feng, and old dad strides forth leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. Ah, youngsters are always so hasty. Do you not know that I am preparing afternoon tea? Guo Feng chuckles. Isn't there a demon lord ready to descend? I believe this adversary will pique your interest. Old chum. Old dad's demeanor grows solemn. The balance has been disrupted. In a world still plagued by evil, the demon lord of hell should not intervene, especially given his elevated rank. There is one more matter. I concur with the plan you mentioned, but it requires considerable effort on my part. So I have summoned little you as well. Teacher, I'm here. Little you exclaims, raising her hand excitedly. She approaches. I've heard old Dad speak of this operation, the demon Lord Mephisto, a malevolent figure rivaling the Saint Lord. I can hardly contain my excitement. If we succeed, we shall be hailed as the heroes who save the world. Her exuberance is abruptly halted as she winces, clutching her head. Old Dad retracts his finger, his tone serious. Do not be overly optimistic, little you. Furthermore, I have never claimed that Mephisto is on par with the Saint Lord, although Mephisto holds considerable sway in hell. The ancient demons of the Saint Lord's hierarchy far surpass the ranks of the demon lords of hell. My goodness, is the Saint Lord truly that formidable? Little you gasps. Her curiosity piqued. However, old Dad chooses not to elaborate further. Instead, he produces a pufferfish artifact, gesturing at the side to form a green magical portal, and retrieves a squid tentacle from his pocket. Placing this at the center of the altar will substitute it for the offering, summoning Mephisto. Guo Feng takes the squid tentacle and steps into the magical portal, while little you attempts to follow but is halted by old Dad. This task must be accomplished solely by Guo Feng. Little you shall assist old Dad in setting up the barrier. The forthcoming battle is perilous, and we cannot allow innocent bystanders to be affected. Little you lowers her head in resignation. Understood, old Dad. At the altar, Mephisto casts a glance at the magical portal forming beside him, surprised to see Guo Feng emerge. This must be our first formal encounter, Mr. Guo Feng, Mephisto states with a cordial tone. Indeed, but it is not an auspicious beginning. Observing Guo Feng's calm demeanor, Mephisto smiles. Are you planning to destroy the altar? A commendable strategy, though regrettably futile. Of course, if you wish to act against me, feel free. After all, I am merely a frail old man. However, Guo Feng's response astonishes Mephisto. No, I wish to assist you in bringing the demon lord's true form to the mortal realm. Chapter 70, a continuously refreshing evaluation. Mephisto's composed expression swiftly morphs into one of incredulity. Did he just hear correctly? Guo Feng is actually offering to help him complete the sacrifice for his true manifestation? What a hellish jest. I never imagined you to be a madman. Or perhaps you wish to join hell. Mephisto struggles to comprehend Guo Feng's actions. Yet he does not perceive Guo Feng as someone who would willingly submit to him. Guo Feng chuckles softly. How could mere mortals possibly impede the descent of the demon lord into the world? In the face of this inevitable conclusion, I shall, of course, acquiesce to reality. Ha ha. Mephisto's demeanor regains its composure as he begins to believe Guo Feng's words. This is not a matter of conspiracy, but rather a confidence derived from strength. Mephisto's earthly incarnation has traversed the world countless times and is well aware of the mortal realm's capabilities. While he cannot guarantee a straightforward conquest of the world, he is confident in his ability to establish an empire akin to the likes of the simple Saint Lord. Perfectly, Guo Feng's strength is adequate and can be cultivated as a significant figure in the future demon empire. At this juncture, Guo Feng retrieves the squid tentacle provided by old Dad and casts it into the center of the altar. Concurrently, old Dad, alongside little Yu's assistance, completes an intricate magical barrier. Upon activation, it will transport them into a magical space, not only shielding them from repercussions, but also allowing Guo Feng to engage in battle freely. The moment the squid tentacle lands upon the altar, the entire structure begins to activate, unleashing a terrifying pressure that coalesces into a dark rift at the altar's center. Seeing the rift manifest, Mephisto is astounded. Guo Feng has truly accomplished the final step. Moreover, this method is far more stable than a soul sacrifice. Despite its modest size, the rift is sufficient for the true form to descend flawlessly. Guo Feng, you shall become a key figure in the empire, and the great demon lord shall generously reward you. Mephisto approaches Guo Feng, adopting a posture of authority. Thank you, but you misunderstand my intent. As Mephisto senses something amiss and attempts to distance himself, he is suddenly ensnared by Guo Feng. Guo Feng grins. I do not seek to submit to the demon lord. Rather, I wish to engage him in combat. Mephisto, incredulous, is at a loss for words, but before he can articulate a response, Guo Feng's power overwhelms him. Guo Feng's gaze returns to the rift, from which an almost tangible malevolent aura begins to surge forth. In a matter of moments, a withered, dark hand emerges from the abyss. Subsequently, the hand yanks, causing the rift to expand instantaneously. Simultaneously, the surrounding space begins to transform, and in the blink of an eye, they find themselves enveloped in a hellish realm replete with sulfur and flame. Standing upon the scorched earth, Guo Feng is acutely aware that this is no mere illusion, but rather a manifestation of the demon lord's innate dominion over his territory. Such astonishing assimilation speed would allow Mephisto to transform Earth into hell with just a brief excursion. Before long, countless tendrils of black mist encircle Guo Feng, from which a multitude of demons emerge, each lacking a fixed form, grotesque and twisted. These demons swiftly encircle Guo Feng, their greedy gazes fixed upon him, yet they refrain from striking. As the demon lord descends, Norman Osborn returns to the Osborne group, cradling the unconscious Peter Parker. Just as he reverts to his human guise, the scene before him abruptly shifts. The entire Osborne group building stands isolated within a boundless green expanse, surrounded solely by desolate wasteland. Is this the Master's doing? No, it is our doing. Little U materializes before Norman Osborn, hands on her hips, wearing a mischievous grin. Norman Osborn's expression instantly turns grave. He does not underestimate Little U as merely a girl. Regardless of who you are, I advise you to abandon your struggle. Even if you destroy this place, you cannot alter the predetermined outcome. Little U shrugs. Are you referring to the Demon Lord's descent into the mortal realm? We have no intention of stopping that. Norman Osborn scoffs, but his expression suddenly shifts as he realizes Peter Parker is missing. When did this happen? A wave of panic washes over Norman Osborn. Peter Parker has always been under his control and vigilance. How could he have vanished so suddenly? Xiao Yu gazed at the unfolding scene with a teasing glint in his eyes, fully aware that Peter Parker had already been transported to the apartment by his father. It was likely that by the time Peter awoke, this tumultuous event would have reached its conclusion. Just as Norman Osborn contemplated unleashing his fury, he sensed the overwhelming presence of Mephisto, the Lord of Demons, descending upon the mortal realm. This must signify the activation of his master's contingency plan. Farewell, little girl. With that, Norman Osborn dissipated into a cloud of darkness. Xiao Yu contemplated intervening but was restrained by his father, who cautioned that the Demon Lord's minions were inconsequential. Without addressing the root cause, any effort would be futile. Moreover, while only his father was required to maintain the barrier, Xiao Yu was forbidden from approaching Guo Feng's domain, which was not his place to interfere. The gravity in his father's expression grew serious. He warned Xiao Yu not to be clever, for should he take risks, his father would prevent him from venturing to Kamartaj. Recognizing her father's earnestness, Xiao Yu quelled her own aspirations to assist Guo Feng. Meanwhile, as the dark rift expanded, another hand of the Demon Lord emerged. Though it appeared sluggish, Guo Feng refrained from making a move. Under the complete activation of the ritual, his current strength was insufficient to disrupt it, as it was a matter of fundamental power. With the progress of Mephisto's descent, the scale of Hell's assimilation intensified, and Guo Feng witnessed several upper-level demons, more formidable than the Witch King, materializing. Human, your soul appears quite delectable, remarked a grotesquely contorted upper demon, its multitude of eyes glistening with greed. Boom. Guo Feng struck with a palm, the terrifying shockwave obliterating the demon and its surrounding kin. The surviving demons fled in terror, utterly astonished that such a seemingly ordinary human possessed such extraordinary might. Yet, tranquility was short-lived, as more demons soon descended, the dark rift having reached its limit. In an instant, the aura spilling from the rift was drawn back, and before Guo Feng's watchful gaze, an elderly figure clad in noble robes and wielding a staff emerged from the fissure. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Mephisto, yet even with his aura somewhat restrained, it remained formidable. Despite his grandfatherly appearance, any mere mortal who dared to touch him would find their body and soul swiftly dominated by Mephisto's influence. This marked the most formidable adversary Guo Feng had faced since traversing the Marvel Universe. Chapter 71. The Shock of Mephisto. With Mephisto's arrival, the other demons collectively bowed in submission, creating a significant space for Guo Feng. Mephisto, elegantly wielding his staff, approached Guo Feng with grace. Though I am unaware of who completed the ritual, it seems my avatar was absent from the scene. Did you eliminate him? Quite the impressive mortal, Mephisto rasped. Guo Feng met his gaze, a smirk gracing his lips. Are you aware of why I chose to remain here, awaiting your arrival? Mephisto's expression darkened with displeasure. Mortal, you exhibit excessive arrogance. The arrogance lies with you, Lord Mephisto. With those words, Guo Feng struck, a powerful fist aimed at Mephisto's head. The demon lord, caught off guard, could not evade the blow, dismissing it at first. However, upon impact, Mephisto's expression shifted as he felt genuine pain from the strike. Though slight, his perception of Guo Feng transformed from that of a merely impressive mortal to one of astonishing prowess. Mephisto instantly created distance, intrigued as he scrutinized Guo Feng. I did not anticipate the existence of someone like you in this world. As recompense for your affront, I offer you a choice. Submit to me. Guo Feng scoffed. Truly, the demon lord of hell is insufferably arrogant. Then let your strength prove it. Mortal, Mephisto replied with amusement, eager to toy with Guo Feng before conquering the world. In the next moment, Guo Feng activated his Dragon Man form, no longer concealing his aura. Mephisto's playful demeanor vanished as he stared, astonished at Guo Feng's power. He had underestimated him. This presence warranted his earnest attention, though only slightly. The demons observing the spectacle scattered in fear as Guo Feng's aura resonated. Incompetence, Mephisto sneered, promptly absorbing their souls. This was the advantage of the demon lord fighting on his home turf. He could continuously summon demons, who served not only as fodder, but also as sustenance for Mephisto. Even this wave of souls was of far superior quality to that of the Sanctum Sanctorum's contract. At this juncture, Guo Feng advanced upon Mephisto, his arms enveloped in the advanced armament haki, displaying a distinctive crimson-gold hue. Furthermore, Guo Feng infused his conqueror's haki into his attack. With a single punch, Mephisto's demeanor shifted dramatically. The shield conjured by magic shattered like glass, and in the next instant, Guo Feng's fist connected with Mephisto's abdomen, unleashing an explosive force that flattened the surrounding space. Boom! The Elder, who was maintaining the barrier, glanced towards the disturbance. In the next heartbeat, the ground fractured, creating a chasm spanning dozens of miles, and amidst the dust cloud, a cerulean figure darted past. Mephisto's form coalesced in midair. Stripped of his previous elegance, now marred by a fist-shaped indentation on his abdomen, crackling with violet lightning. How can this be so strong? Mephisto gasped, his current vessel nearly shattered by Guo Feng's punch. Additionally, he realized that his domain was now inaccessible. A vast magical barrier. Damn it, not only is my domain restricted, but my power is also suppressed. Mephisto's expression darkened. He understood that, apart from the formidable Guo Feng, another equally powerful sorcerer was present. He grasped that he had been ensnared. These individuals sought to hunt him down. This realization filled Mephisto with humiliation. The Lord of Demons, so close to Satan, reduced to suffering in the mortal realm? Suddenly, he unleashed a spell, conjuring a skeletal figure formed from hellfire. Guo Feng's fist obliterated the hellfire, while Mephisto distanced himself, summoning a massive black mist from which countless souls wailed in despair. In the next instant, a horde of phantoms surged forth from the mist, charging towards Guo Feng. Interesting, Guo Feng mused, conjuring flames in his left hand and sweeping them forth, transforming into a purple fiery cloud that surged towards the phantom army. The flames swept through, erasing the phantoms at a visible rate. Mephisto's expression soured as he summoned a torrent of hellfire to counter the fiery cloud, leading to a stalemate between the two forces. The clash of energies generated a tempest, warping the very fabric of space. Seeing the standoff, Guo Feng relinquished the fiery cloud, propelling himself forward with thunder towards Mephisto. Upon witnessing Guo Feng's advance, the black mist enveloping Mephisto surged forth. Boom! The thunder raged through the mist as Guo Feng activated his observation haki, searching for Mephisto's whereabouts. Here, the thunder erupted, momentarily dispersing the black mist, granting Guo Feng his opportunity to close in on Mephisto. The demon lord's expression soured at the rapidity with which Guo Feng locked onto his position. Another punch descended, and Mephisto had no time to evade. Despite the agony, he attempted to create distance, but Guo Feng relentlessly pursued, raining down rapid blows. In the blink of an eye, Mephisto's form was riddled with cracks. Immediately, Mephisto unleashed a shockwave that sent Guo Feng sprawling. Suspended in midair, Guo Feng's expression turned grave. The obliteration of this corporeal form was merely the beginning. The true might of the demon lord had yet to manifest. Observing the disintegrating body, Mephisto's twisted visage radiated fury. His meticulously crafted attire lay in tatters. Soon after, Mephisto's form completely shattered. Concurrently, the earth fractured, and molten magma, composed of hellfire, surged forth, rapidly spreading and forming a chasm ablaze with infernal flames. Within this abyss, a colossal demon, entirely crimson, emerged. Guo Feng scrutinized the demon. It was not an amorphous monstrosity, but rather humanoid in shape, adorned with goat-like horns atop its head. Its physique was overwhelmingly vast. To illustrate, the complete form of Surtr, the fire giant king from Thor, Ragnarok, seemed like a mere ping-pong ball in comparison to Mephisto. Yet, this still did not represent Mephisto's true form. This cunning demon would never engage Guo Feng directly. Before ascertaining Guo Feng's strength, Mephisto was inclined to conduct such a trial. Not far away, Xiao Yu and Old Dad observed the battle, ensconced in a separate realm, comprehending the entirety of the barrier's dynamics. What a behemoth! Old Dad, is this truly Mephisto's true self? Xiao Yu exclaimed, astonished. The mere thought of Mephisto manifesting in the external world was unfathomable. A few strikes could likely obliterate an entire city. Chapter 72. Transmutation into a True Dragon. Ha. Mephisto's sun-like eyes gazed down upon Guo Feng. To have driven me to this extent, you are indeed a formidable warrior, but your arrogance is rather excessive. Mephisto bellowed, fully aware of Guo Feng's intentions. This individual harbored no desire to banish him back to hell. Rather, he sought to eliminate him here. What madness! In response to Mephisto's proclamation was a tempest of furious thunder. A multitude of lightning bolts coalesced into a colossal spear, striking Mephisto. Crack! The horns atop Mephisto's head were severed, and simultaneously, he retaliated, unleashing torrents of hellfire from all directions toward Guo Feng. Armed with a trident forged from concentrated lightning, Guo Feng stood resolute upon a cloud of flames, confronting the inferno. Rise! Guo Feng swung the trident, dispersing the flames with a surge of thunder, propelling himself towards Mephisto's eyes atop the fiery cloud. Mephisto relentlessly summoned hellfire to assail Guo Feng, while simultaneously casting a barrage of soul-targeting spells. These ethereal incantations instantaneously struck Guo Feng, yet the moment they penetrated his soul, they were purged by the heaven's bottle. Guo Feng remained blissfully unaware. How is this possible? Mephisto exclaimed in disbelief. These spells were his prized trump cards. Even if Guo Feng could endure, he should not have shown no signs of distress. In an instant, Guo Feng had closed the distance to Mephisto's eyes, raising his trident, which radiated endless thunder as it descended. This spectacle, akin to a mythological scene, was witnessed by Carter Slay and Johnny, who had just been teleported. The brilliance of the lightning erupted, rendering their vision a stark white, even from a considerable distance. They could feel the overwhelming might. What the hell? Why have we been transported here? This is a battle beyond our intervention. We should have awaited the outcome outside. Carter Slay cursed, regret consuming him. Johnny shared his sentiments, lamenting his decision to step onto the teleportation coordinates. That point had been reserved by Guo Feng for Old Dad. The two ghostly knights had stepped onto it without hesitation, expecting to contribute to the battle and perhaps gain some interest from Mephisto's essence. Yet, instead of accruing interest, Mephisto's cataclysmic presence extinguished any thoughts of engagement. Their initial courage stemmed from the witch's heart demon. Although Guo Feng had claimed it was merely a trivial creation of Mephisto, the disparity in strength was evidently vast. We should keep our distance, Johnny. This battlefield belongs to the divine. I have no desire to be caught in the crossfire of their conflict. Wait, Carter Slay called out, hastily pursuing Johnny, who had already begun to retreat. However, the two soon collided with Xiaoyu. The sudden appearance of the young girl took them by surprise. You are the ghostly knights that the teacher spoke of, right? You seem no different from ordinary humans, Xiaoyu remarked with a mischievous grin. You are Mr. Jack's student? Johnny inquired cautiously. Indeed. Xiaoyu beamed, then turned and waved her hand. Follow me, we're going to hunt Mephisto's minions. I hadn't planned on dealing with them, but since you are here, we might as well take care of it. What are you two still dawdling for? Xiaoyu questioned, looking at them quizzically. Carter Slay hesitated. What should we call you? Just call me Xiaoyu, she replied. So, Xiaoyu, how formidable are the demon minions you mentioned? Are our strengths sufficient to handle them? The two were clearly shaken by the scene before them. I'm not certain. We'll find out when we get there. Technically, you two are demons as well. So even if you cannot prevail, it won't be an issue. Xiaoyu smirked cunningly. Once you enter this barrier, there's no going back. If you wander aimlessly, it could be perilous. We're in. The two nodded eagerly. Although uncertain about the strength of the demon, it was certainly safer than remaining to spectate. Old Dad was also keeping a watchful eye on them. Guo Feng, your ambitions are truly audacious. Alas, as an old man, all I can do is exert a bit more effort, Old Dad murmured. These two ghostly knights would have no impact on the battle's outcome. Yet the final result was crucial. It was a monumental endeavor. If successful, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Of course, at that juncture, their fates would be irrevocably intertwined with Guo Feng's. What if they were unwilling? Without Guo Feng's intervention, Old Dad too disdained uncontrollable power. Meanwhile, Guo Feng's thunderous strike obliterated Mephisto's head. Unlike Mephisto, each of Guo Feng's attacks was imbued with pure intent. Although Mephisto, bereft of his head, faced no grave harm, his recovery proved arduous. Guo Feng's lightning stifled Mephisto's regenerative abilities, compounded by the incessant suppression of his powers by the barrier laid by Old Dad. Damn it, how could this be? Mephisto lamented, sensing the relentless drain of his power. The mage who established this grand barrier was undoubtedly an expert in dealing with demons. As time progressed, the extent of his power suppression grew increasingly severe. Most infuriatingly, Each time he exerted his strength, a portion would be siphoned by the barrier. This phenomenon had commenced the moment Guo Feng shattered his own head. It was evident that this was not a function of the barrier, but a tactical adjustment made by the mage who had crafted it in response to the battle's unfolding. Such a level of magical prowess was something Mephisto had only witnessed in the prime of the Holy Master. He could not afford to delay any longer. Mephisto resolved to cease testing Guo Feng. In comparison to Guo Feng, the mage lurking in the shadows posed the greatest threat. After withstanding another of Guo Feng's assaults, Mephisto's demonic form melted into molten sludge, sinking into the depths of the abyss. The next moment, amidst the hellfire-filled chasm, a red figure emerged. Unchanged in form, but now of human size, wielding a scepter. Guo Feng narrowed his eyes. Mephisto was revealing his true form, indicating he was prepared to get serious. Mephisto instantaneously materialized behind Guo Feng, raising one hand. In an instant, Guo Feng felt a formidable force constraining him. The game ends here, mortal. The power to rival the divine ultimately pales in comparison to that of the divine. Mephisto coldly declared, "This is the true power of a demon lord. Remember, mortal, your soul now belongs to me." Ha ha. Guo Feng's expression displayed no signs of panic. "Lord Mephisto, your arrogance remains unchanged. Indeed, even with your power suppressed, your displayed strength has exceeded my expectations." Sensing something amiss, Mephisto acted immediately. Guo Feng's body began to bear wounds, yet he did not exhibit any signs of distress. Rather, a smile graced his lips. The true battle had begun. Chapter 73. The final move, despairing Mephisto. Guo Feng's form began to swell, transforming into his dragonman state. Since unlocking his true dragon form, this was the first time Guo Feng had utilized it. In previous encounters, his opponents had been overwhelmed while he remained in human form. As for the power of his true dragon state, Guo Feng was uncertain, knowing only that it represented the pinnacle of his current strength. A resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens and the earth, while the skies ignited with tumultuous flames and raging thunder. At the heart of the tempest, a colossal azure dragon coiled, its regal golden eyes gazing down upon Mephisto. Heavens, what is this? In the distance, Johnny and the others were captivated by this spectacle. Filled with astonishment, Xiaoyu cast a glance at them and proudly proclaimed, "This is the divine dragon from our Dragon Kingdom's legends. Did Mr. Jack summon this divine dragon? It's truly magnificent." Johnny's eyes sparkled with longing. "No, the divine dragon is actually my teacher." "What?" Johnny and Carter stared wide-eyed. This divine dragon was Guo Feng. They quickly revealed relieved smiles. No wonder Guo Feng could battle Mephisto. It turned out he was not human, but a being from myth. To cooperate with such an entity was indeed an honor. "All right, our battle is about to commence as well." Xiaoyu glanced aside and launched a magic missile. The projectile detonated, revealing Norman Osborne, who looked at Xiaoyu in astonishment. Xiaoyu snorted, "Here, there is nowhere for you to hide. Your malevolent demon lord shall meet his demise, and you will not escape unscathed." Norman Osborne's expression darkened. Truth be told, he held no loyalty to Mephisto. His allegiance was merely a stepping stone to fulfill his ambitions. Yet, he never anticipated Guo Feng's power to be so terrifying that even with Mephisto's true form present, he was still embroiled in a fierce struggle. Not to mention, there was still an unseen sorcerer yet to make a move. To Norman Osborne, regardless of whether Mephisto could escape this place, he had already resolved to abandon his allegiance. "You are Guo Feng's student." Norman Osborne eyed Xiaoyu warily, dismissing the two evil knights entirely. "Indeed, and I intend to help my teacher eliminate you, thereby achieving a small accomplishment for my upcoming studies." "The title of Demon Hunter is quite impressive, isn't it?" Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, her hands conjuring a crimson magic circle. "So, you're a sorceress. How intriguing." Knowing he could not escape, Norman Osborne transformed into a grotesque green devil. Upon witnessing the green devil's emergence, Johnny instinctively transformed into an evil knight, while Carter, with only one transformation opportunity remaining, wisely concealed himself, deeming the situation not yet critical. Johnny initiated the assault, swinging a chain imbued with hellfire at the green devil's head. The green devil sneered and effortlessly flicked Johnny's chain aside, blocking with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoyu's continuous magic missiles were intercepted, and then she summoned a new magic circle, creating several clones that surged toward the green devil from all directions. Johnny had no choice but to wield his chain to shield Xiaoyu. Huh. The green devil charged, scattering Xiaoyu's clones and ignoring Johnny's chain as it targeted Xiaoyu's true form. A smile crept upon Xiaoyu's lips as she suddenly appeared behind the green devil, unleashing a pre-prepared sealing spell upon it. A magic circle materialized beneath the green devil's feet. Binding it firmly, Simultaneously, Johnny's chain ensnared the Green Devil. Under this dual confinement, the Green Devil found itself utterly immobilized. The Green Devil's expression soured, despite his vigilance. He could not evade Xiaoyu's abilities. At that moment, Johnny stood before the Green Devil, his eyes ablaze with fire as he met its gaze. "Prepare to pay for your sins, demon," he chuckled ominously. The Green Devil coldly regarded Johnny. Johnny was stunned. "No way, has my soul judgment failed?" Given the Green Devil's strength, it should not have been exempt. He gazed incredulously at the Green Devil, his tone laced with uncertainty. "You are like us, devoid of a soul." The evil knights lacked souls because they had been taken by Mephisto, but how could the Green Devil also be without one? "Because I never had one to begin with," the Green Devil replied playfully. This was the leverage that allowed him to betray Mephisto, unlike the evil knights. He had taken Mephisto's power without any cost. Mephisto could do nothing about this. The Green Devil was far too unique. A mutated human possessing traits surpassing even those of demons in hell. Just as Johnny was about to protest, the Green Devil vanished before his eyes. This spectacle left Xiaoyu in a daze. "Xiaoyu, father has banished him. Such a unique entity must be set aside for now." Her father's voice resonated in Xiaoyu's mind. "Understood, father." Meanwhile, the battle between Guo Feng and Mephisto had reached a fever pitch. Their clash cleaved the heavens and the earth in two. One side was thunder and flames, while the other was darkness and fire. Mephisto fixated on the Azure Dragon across from him, his confidence waning. Even though he held a higher rank than Guo Feng, the power Guo Feng wielded was of an exceptionally high caliber, compensating for the disparity in their levels. As time passed, the thunder and flames began to show signs of overpowering the darkness and fire. "That damn barrier." Mephisto's expression darkened. A resounding dragon's roar erupted as Guo Feng soared towards Mephisto, the massive dragon's form moving with incredible speed. In that moment, Guo Feng unleashed the accumulated power within him. A torrent of magnificent thunder surged through the darkness and fire, converging before Mephisto. Simultaneously, Father emerged from the void, holding a pufferfish artifact in his hands. "Evil spirits, begone! Evil spirits, begone!" Father chanted incantations, spiraling his legs as the pufferfish artifact circled Mephisto. Mephisto attempted to flee but found himself ensnared. He stared in shock at Father. Although he had anticipated the intervention of the behind-the-scenes sorcerer, he never expected such a decisive strike upon entry. This sealing spell, combined with the barrier's suppression, reduced Mephisto's power to a mere fraction. Guo Feng circled above Mephisto, the regal dragon head opening its mouth to gather dragon breath. Mephisto's expression changed drastically. Even as the dragon breath began to accumulate, he felt the pressure mounting. Once fully unleashed, he knew he could not withstand it in his current state. Chapter 74, The Unwelcome Arrival of Rogers. Mephisto struggled, and seeing this, Father intensified his magical output, tightening the binding. "Impossible. How can such powerful beings exist in the mortal realm?" Mephisto roared madly, unwilling to return to hell after finally seizing the opportunity to descend upon the human realm. If he were forced back, the other demon lords would undoubtedly seize the chance to strike at his weakened state. It would be a question of survival, let alone seeking revenge in the human realm. At that moment, Guo Feng unleashed his gathered dragon breath, and a blinding white light pierced through the heavens and the earth, silent yet annihilating in its intensity. At the center, Mephisto screamed in agony as his form was visibly obliterated. As the breath of the dragon swept through, even the barrier set by the old man trembled and began to crumble. By the time the dragon's breath subsided, the entire barrier had reached a state of disintegration. Meanwhile, Mephisto's form was equally battered. "I have not yet been defeated," Mephisto proclaimed weakly. Guo Feng, having regained his human form, was also in a state of fatigue, having expended nearly all his strength in that one breath of the dragon. This seemingly mutually destructive scenario appeared to seal their fate. But let us not forget that the old man still possessed power. "Lord Mephisto, there is a saying in our dragon kingdom, surviving a great calamity guarantees a follow-up strike. Look behind you." Mephisto turned stiffly to see the old man waving a squid tentacle. "Monsters begone! Monsters begone!" Accompanied by a flash of green light, a crimson portal opened behind Mephisto. "This is the gate of hell." Mephisto's expression changed dramatically. The hell to which this gate led was not the one he inhabited, but rather the ancient prison of the 8 great demons. No. Mephisto immediately attempted to unleash his powers, wishing to return to the realm of Satan. Yet, it was too late. The gate of hell instantaneously sealed all of Mephisto's powers, dragging him within, as his desperate wails echoed, and the gate shut behind him. Cough, cough, cough. The old man's face turned pale, Summoning the gate of hell to banish a demon lord like Mephisto without a medium was a tremendous drain on his resources. The barrier, old man, Guo Feng exclaimed. You pushed yourself too hard. The old man lamented, realizing that a large magical barrier had been lost. Don't say that, Chung Lao. I know you still have plenty left. I'm quite destitute and cannot compensate. The old man shot Guo Feng a glare. In my youth, I never had such a thick skin as you. All right. Ultimately, we have banished the demon lord. I shall return to rest. The aftermath is in your hands. With that, the old man waved his hand, and Guo Feng found himself back in the familiar setting of the Osborne Tower rooftop. Gazing at the well-known surroundings, Guo Feng was filled with myriad emotions. Mephisto had been cast back to hell, and the series of events concerning the Ghost Rider had come to a close. Naturally, the prospect of enjoying a tranquil life was unlikely. Although the timeline had become chaotic, significant events were still destined to unfold. As Guo Feng pondered his next steps, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. He looked up, a hint of amusement crossing his face. Indeed, the agents of SHIELD had arrived. On the armed helicopter, Coulson was observing the situation at Osborne Tower while communicating through his earpiece. Beside him stood Captain Rogers, clad in uniform, his shield poised and ready for combat. Report, target identified on the rooftop of Osborne Tower. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Coulson immediately raised his binoculars. When he discerned the true identity of the target, his expression froze. You look unwell. Who is below? Rogers inquired. Coulson's face twitched as he reluctantly replied. It's someone from Stark Industries. Though I am unsure why he is here, it must be connected to the sudden disappearance of Osborne Tower. Alas, even if there is a connection, it remains quite troublesome. Rogers' demeanor turned cold, his tone displeased. I have reviewed the intel on this individual, and regardless of his peculiarities, he must cooperate with our investigation. After all, this is occurring on our soil. Coulson's expression grew more resigned. Rogers' unwavering loyalty to the U.S. government was indeed beneficial for SHIELD, yet that loyalty was ill-suited for the current situation. It should be noted that SHIELD and Guo Feng had clashed multiple times, and each time, SHIELD opted for compromise, for they were dealing with a human nuclear bomb. Even now, SHIELD remained unaware of the full extent of Guo Feng's powers. This individual seemed limitless, consistently displaying strength that exceeded their expectations. Even as they recognized this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities. Ignore him, Captain. SHIELD currently wishes to avoid conflict with him. By the way, this is an order from the director. Coulson's words did not sit well with Rogers, who was loyal to the entirety of the United States. He could not allow Guo Feng to depart unchallenged. At the very least, he needed to confront Guo Feng. I apologize, but I cannot allow him to leave so easily. Rogers lowered his mask and leapt from the helicopter. Coulson was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Rogers' stubbornness to defy even Director Fury's orders. He hurriedly informed the Egg about the situation. On the other end, Egg fell silent for a moment, and then said, "Let him go, Coulson. Allowing the captain to experience a setback could prove advantageous for us. At least it may keep him in line for a while." Guo Feng had intended to leave, but upon seeing Rogers descend from the helicopter before him, he felt perplexed. This was his first time facing the illustrious Captain America at such close quarters. Truth be told, although Rogers' intel had been provided by him to SHIELD, he did not harbor any fondness for this American idol. His persona and style epitomized American individualistic heroism, and someone like him was destined to view Guo Feng as a villain. Thus, they could never be friends. What connection do you have with the sudden disappearance of this building? Tell me, Guo Feng demanded. With a scoff, Guo Feng replied, when inquiring about matters. One should exhibit politeness, Captain, or has no one ever taught you such manners? Oh, I forgot. You are a pitiable orphan. How could I expect you to be cultured? His words ignited Rogers' fury, but at that moment, an overwhelming pressure materialized out of thin air. Under Rogers' astonished gaze, he found himself kneeling before Guo Feng, despite his desperate efforts to resist against the unyielding force. Chapter 75, The Condition? I only desire the Tesseract. What have you done to me? Rogers gritted his teeth, struggling to speak. Guo Feng cast a cold glance at him. Then a playful smile crept across his lips. Isn't it quite evident? This is a punishment for your lack of upbringing. Therefore, Captain, I shall grant you an opportunity to reorganize your phrasing. Meanwhile, Coulson's helicopter drew closer, and the scene of Rogers kneeling under pressure crossed a line for Egg. As Coulson, serving as Egg's voice, could only comply with orders, he approached Guo Feng to negotiate. Leaning out from the helicopter, Coulson spoke in a gentle tone. Mr. Guo Feng, the captain's actions were indeed somewhat reckless, but he is a hero. Please do not humiliate him thus. However, Guo Feng showed no intention of relenting. Instead, he grasped the air, pulling Coulson from the helicopter. Upon witnessing this, the helicopter's pilot instinctively activated the fire control system, but in the next moment, Guo Feng unleashed a fireball, obliterating the helicopter. As the chopper exploded midair, Coulson, upon landing, gazed at Guo Feng in disbelief, unsure of what he had done to provoke such severity. Guo Feng shot him a sidelong glance. Do not look at me with such eyes, Coulson. I simply dislike being looked down upon while being subjected to nauseating and cliched remarks. Coulson was flabbergasted. It was over such a trivial matter. However, as an excellent agent, he maintained a clear understanding of the current situation. He refrained from adopting a confrontational tone that might further provoke Guo Feng and instead stood silently to the side. As for Rogers, when Guo Feng granted him an opportunity to reorganize his words, he squandered it by hurling his shield at Guo Feng. You lunatic! How dare you assault an official? Guo Feng, you must face the consequences you deserve. In Rogers' eyes, Guo Feng was no different from the Hydra of old. Both were arrogant brigands devoid of respect. Bang! The vibranium shield was effortlessly intercepted by Guo Feng, who couldn't even be bothered to glance at it. With a swift motion, he struck Rogers across the face with the shield, delivering a blow so solid that even Rogers' superhuman physique suffered considerable damage. Rogers collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his contorted visage reflecting a dazed expression. Guo Feng discarded the shield beside him, looking down upon Rogers with a gaze brimming with disdain and mockery. I address you as captain, but I do not regard you as such. To the majority, you may be a hero, but to me, you are merely a self-righteous piece of filth. He raised his foot and pressed it against Rogers' head, his tone frigid. So, my dear captain, are you prepared to adjust your tone for our conversation today? At that moment, Guo Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was a long-desired act. Regardless of Rogers' virtuous character, as long as he remained true to his nature, he would always view individuals like Guo Feng as villains, and their conflict was thus inevitable. Yet, in this predestined clash, Guo Feng would show no leniency towards Rogers. If he was to be seen as the antagonist, he would embrace the role of the victorious villain. Please, stop this, Guo Feng. The captain has indeed offended you, but you cannot humiliate him in this manner. Coulson could no longer bear to watch. After all, Rogers was a representative of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Guo Feng's actions would only exacerbate the agency's animosity. Silence, Coulson. Speaking such words now is utterly pointless. You S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have failed to manage this rabid dog, and now I shall take charge. Guo Feng scoffed, even grinding his foot against Rogers' head a few times. Rogers' expression was one of agony. Guo Feng had expertly calibrated his force to inflict maximum pain while keeping Rogers conscious. The fury in Rogers' eyes burned fiercely, and the helpless humiliation reminded him of his youthful tribulations. Guo Feng paid no heed to Rogers' glare. He was both reprimanding him and demonstrating his stance to S.H.I.E.L.D. The egghead, allowing Rogers to trouble him, was clearly testing the waters. Even the slightest concession on Guo Feng's part would be seen as a compromise in the egghead's eyes. Captain America. Huh, you are merely a stepping stone for S.H.I.E.L.D. Guo Feng chuckled coldly to himself. Enough. Guo Feng, you have won. Coulson shouted, acknowledging that this trial had resulted in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defeat, and the vanquished could only yield to the victor. No, Coulson, we cannot capitulate to evil. I would rather die here than allow that. Rogers cried out desperately, but his words failed to sway Coulson, who regarded him with a look of incredulity. How could this man be so oblivious to the situation? If it weren't for his blunders, would S.H.I.E.L.D. truly need to concede to Guo Feng? Your opinions seem to conflict. Which one shall I heed? Guo Feng feigned a look of confusion, yet the pressure beneath his foot remained unyielding. The captain belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Disregard his reckless notions. We are willing to bear the appropriate costs for this conflict. Coulson quickly interjected. Rogers' eyes turned red. There could be no compromise. Be silent, Rogers, Coulson snapped, having reached his limit with him. This man still clung to outdated ideals. Did he truly believe that Guo Feng would relent if he died? It was laughable. That thunderous wrath was not something the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was prepared to endure. Coulson turned his attention back to Guo Feng, speaking patiently. Speak, Guo Feng. What price must S.H.I.E.L.D. pay to quell this incident? I demand the Tesseract. The Tesseract? What? Coulson exclaimed incredulously, though he had braced himself for Guo Feng's audacious demands. He had not anticipated such outrageous appetite. The egghead, who was in communication with Coulson, had intended to remain silent, but could not contain himself upon hearing that request. Guo Feng, choose another demand. The Tesseract is of immense significance. I cannot decide on that. Crack. Guo Feng pressed down with his foot, driving Roger's head into the ground. His body convulsed a few times, leaving his fate uncertain. Apologies, my emotions have gotten the better of me, Guo Feng said with a cold smile. The egghead's voice grew frantic. Stop, Guo Feng. Do you wish to wage war against S.H.I.E.L.D.? Do not forget, we have the backing of the world's authorities. Guo Feng shrugged. Let me clarify. It is you S.H.I.E.L.D. that must concede and compromise, yet now, you lack even the awareness befitting a defeated party. He raised a finger. My condition remains the Tesseract. Even if this negotiation fails, I shall procure it myself. The egghead on the other end wished to say more, but was cut off by Coulson, who understood Guo Feng's temperament all too well. As one of the first agents to approach Guo Feng, the egghead could afford to make threats from a distance, but the personnel present were not so fortunate. The half-lifeless Rogers on the ground could very well be his fate. Chapter 76, A Major Crisis for S.H.I.E.L.D. Guo Feng, may I explain myself? Coulson inquired cautiously, and upon seeing Guo Feng make no further moves, he hurriedly added, I know you are aware of the Tesseract's secrets. It indeed possesses unfathomable energy. But to someone of your stature, the Tesseract is akin to a mere trinket. Guo Feng shook his head with a smile. Coulson, there is no need for such extensive explanation. The Tesseract is mine to claim. Even if you abandon the captain this time, I will retrieve it personally. Why must you insist on the Tesseract? It represents the hope for the rise of human civilization. Guo Feng, you cannot be so selfish. Coulson was growing desperate. As a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he understood the Tesseract's significance better than the egghead. It was precisely for this reason that it became Coulson's bottom line. Treasures like the Tesseract should serve the betterment of all humanity. Boom. A formidable presence descended, forcing Coulson, a mere mortal, to prostrate himself on the ground. Guo Feng remarked coldly, I dislike being questioned. In any case, the matter of the Tesseract is settled. You and this dead dog may leave now. And prepare to face the consequences. With a kick, he sent the half-conscious Rogers tumbling beside Coulson before departing atop a plume of fiery clouds. Shortly after Guo Feng's departure, reinforcements from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived at the scene. Natasha and Clint Barton approached Coulson, while the accompanying personnel carried away the nearly lifeless Rogers. Clint helped Coulson to his feet. Frowning as he asked, has that guy gone mad? Recovering his senses, Coulson quickly urged, notify the director. Guo Feng intends to seize the Tesseract, and he may have already begun his move. Natasha and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. They had been dispatched to settle matters, never anticipating Guo Feng's audacity. As agents, they were authorized to comprehend the Tesseract's significance. That unique artifact, acquired from the Hydra organization, had become S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest-level strategic resource. If Guo Feng sought the Tesseract, S.H.I.E.L.D. would spare no effort to protect it. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the egghead paced in his office, his countenance darkening. The moment Coulson issued the notification, he had triggered the highest level of security alert. At that moment, the egghead could not afford to contemplate the presence of Hydra remnants within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even revealing the Tesseract's location to Hydra was preferable to allowing Guo Feng to obtain it. Director, all combat personnel have begun mobilization. They will be in position shortly. And the laboratory is also prepared, the egghead's secretary reported. The egghead nodded solemnly, saying, this is the greatest crisis we have faced since S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inception. Yet I firmly believe that justice will triumph over evil. Should Guo Feng dare to seize the Tesseract, he will meet the same fate as the Red Skull. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the headquarters. The expression on Lu Dan's face visibly relaxed, for it was the sound of the aerospace carrier's activation. This marked the inaugural operational endeavor since the carrier's construction. It is noteworthy that this formidable vessel was designed as a countermeasure against extraterrestrial forces. With such a strategic weapon at his disposal, Lu Dan brimmed with confidence for this undertaking. Guo Feng, he mused inwardly, after all these confrontations with S.H.I.E.L.D., it is time you pay the price. Meanwhile, Guo Feng, the target of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s heightened vigilance, found himself at Stark Industries. In the chairman's office, he held a cup of hot tea, gazing out through the skylight into the distance. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Tony Stark entered with a complicated expression. Jack, I understand your ongoing feud with S.H.I.E.L.D., but this time you're being utterly reckless. Do you comprehend what you are about to face? Tony's tone betrayed a hint of distress. He believed himself audacious enough, dismissing even the U.S. government. Yet, in comparison to Guo Feng's current actions, Stark felt like a mere compliant child. Guo Feng smiled faintly and took a sip of his tea. I presume it was S.H.I.E.L.D. that informed you. Given their modus operandi, I must appear to them as the harbinger of doom. That is inconsequential, Stark implored. You cannot allow a moment of impulse to incite this pointless war. He understood that, with Guo Feng's prowess, the ordinary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be powerless to stop him. However, as a global organization, Stark was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. undoubtedly possessed its own trump cards. The impending conflict would likely culminate in mutual destruction. Guo Feng patted Stark's shoulder. Do you genuinely think I am instigating this war solely due to Captain America? Do you recall my words? The Tesseract is a Pandora's box. I know, Jack. I believe in what you say, but S.H.I.E.L.D. will not. This crosses their threshold. Guo Feng's expression remained unchanged. If you are willing to trust me, then, Mr. Stark, I present you with a choice. Will you stand against S.H.I.E.L.D. or the alien army? I trust one have made myself abundantly clear. Stark's countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. Are you suggesting that the Tesseract will attract aliens? Upon witnessing Guo Feng's silence, Stark's demeanor turned serious, and within a fleeting moment, he resolved, Jack, I will not obstruct you. Include me in this operation. I wish to witness the truth firsthand. Guo Feng chuckled softly, setting down his teacup. That is entirely up to you. Moreover, this endeavor will not be solely mine. You are aware that mere mortals struggle to bear my strength, thus, professionals will be assigned to assist me. He has arrived, Guo Feng announced, and as he spoke, a crimson portal materialized beside him. A figure clad in a black robe stepped forth, followed closely by a sorcerer adorned in golden robes. Guo Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Camartage would dispatch two grand sorcerers. Long time no see, Guo Feng, Wang and Mordo greeted him with a bow. Mordo spoke. The Ancient One is aware of your actions. She has asked me to convey Camartage's gratitude for your efforts in sparing this planet from a significant crisis. Stark stood dumbfounded. What is happening? You prevented a major crisis on Earth? You and Guo Feng have barely been apart, and yet you missed an opportunity to save the world? Jack, what on earth have you been doing during this time? In response to Stark's bewilderment, Guo Feng remained composed. Nothing of consequence. I merely sent a demon lord back to hell. Stark's expression shifted to one of shock. Although he was unaware of the demon lord's specific power, he recognized that hell was a realm often spoken of in myth, and Guo Feng's ability to confront such an entity spoke volumes about his strength. Chapter 77, A Solo Infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. Very well, I shall elaborate on this matter later. For now, we must commence our operation. Stark nodded, glancing at the two grand sorcerers. Are these the allies you mentioned? I am curious about their abilities. They are practitioners of magic and possess a vast array of skills. However, they will not engage in direct combat this time. Their purpose is to minimize casualties. Listening to Guo Feng's words, the two grand sorcerers remained silent, harboring their reservations about Guo Feng's current course of action. Engaging with terrestrial forces contradicted Camartage's principles, yet with the Ancient One's explicit orders, they felt compelled to comply, albeit with the understanding that they would not inflict harm. Guo Feng smiled. Now, gentlemen, please open the coordinates to the Tesseract's location. I can hardly wait to surprise our esteemed Mr. Lu Dan. Mordo and Wang promptly opened the portal, revealing the Tesseract's base on the other side. The base was under heavy lockdown, with countless combat personnel stationed there, fortified by layers of conventional and advanced weaponry. Above the base, a massive aerospace carrier hovered ominously. Within the command center of the carrier, Lu Dan, flanked by senior agents, fixated intently on the screen ahead, gathering intelligence and adjusting their strategies. Coulson, how are things on your end? Lu Dan inquired with a stern expression. One of the screens illuminated, showcasing Coulson's position within a secure and fortified chamber, at the center of which lay a metallic box. Coulson reported, everything is proceeding smoothly, Director. Excellent. We are fully prepared this time. If Guo Feng dares to show up, he will face the consequences. Lu Dan's demeanor radiated confidence. This operation marked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most formidable deployment yet, bolstered by support from global authorities, with numerous mushroom bomb sites locking their targets on this location. Even if Guo Feng were to breach the defenses, these devastating weapons would strike immediately. And under the might of humanity's most destructive arsenal, Lu Dan was convinced that, even if Guo Feng miraculously survived, he would emerge severely weakened. At that juncture, Guo Feng would have no choice but to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. and talents like Tony Stark and Dr. Banner would inevitably be drawn into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grand designs. By then, the mysteries of the Tesseract would likely be unraveled, ushering humanity into a historic epic. Contemplating this future, Lu Dan couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, an alarm blared, interrupting Lu Dan's reverie. What is happening? Has Guo Feng launched an attack? His assistant's face paled. Director, the attack is originating from within the base. What? Lu Dan was taken aback. He had stationed the majority of his forces externally. Why, then, was the initial assault occurring inside the base? This was inconceivable. Could the adversary possess teleportation capabilities? The target of the attack was confirmed to be Guo Feng, which was impossible. He should have appeared from the outside. The assistant's tone was frantic. But Lu Dan could not afford to dwell on that. Alert all combat personnel. Stop Guo Feng at all costs. Meanwhile, within the base, Guo Feng emerged calmly from the portal, harboring no intentions of concealment. Upon his arrival, a multitude of offensive devices activated, unleashing a torrent of bullets, artillery, and energy weapons. Guo Feng stood resolute, absorbing it all. In the control room, the staff anxiously monitored the screens. How is it? Was the strike effective? There should be no issue. Under such firepower, the target cannot possibly remain unscathed. At the very least, it should inflict substantial damage. The manner of his appearance was indeed outrageous. But is this not excessively audacious? Does he truly believe S-H-I-E-L-D is to be trifled with? Laughter erupted in the control room. Yet the ensuing scene left them utterly astonished. As the relentless barrage of firepower rained down, Guo Feng astonishingly emerged unscathed, not a single imperfection marring his sleek black suit. In the blink of an eye, as he took a step forward, an invisible shockwave obliterated all defensive weaponry along the line, though the cameras managed to capture the event. The S-H-I-E-L-D personnel, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, they grasped the true meaning of a high-alert target. Good heavens! Am I dreaming? He annihilated the entire defense line with a mere step. Simultaneously, a horde of heavily armed operatives arrived to encircle Guo Feng. Yet the instant they surrounded him, they all collapsed to the ground. Guo Feng strolled leisurely through the throng, his conqueror's haki rendering ordinary mortals and their equipment utterly incapable of resistance. Before long, he stepped into a new defensive position, and, just as before, the incoming operatives and their apparatus succumbed to the overwhelming pressure within moments. On board the celestial aircraft carrier, the egg-faced commander glared intensely at the screen. In a matter of mere minutes, Guo Feng had breached several defensive lines. There were no fierce battles, no casualties. It was as if the adversaries were merely out for a leisurely stroll, while the deployed equipment and arriving personnel were akin to ants, obliterated by the residual waves of Guo Feng's unintentional aura. This must be some form of psychic superpower, compelling ordinary soldiers to retreat. They must dispatch specialized units to delay Guo Feng at all costs. Soon, a specialized battalion arrived at the new defensive line, clad in black combat attire and donning technologically advanced helmets. This unit was equipped with various combat functionalities, the most crucial being their capacity to counter mental attacks. Forming a battle array, they fixed their gaze intently upon the alloy gate ahead. With a resounding crash, the alloy gate, impervious even to missiles, was effortlessly torn apart as Guo Feng sauntered through. To his astonishment, the individuals before him did not collapse. In truth, while the unit remained standing, they had succumbed to a state of weakness. The helmets had indeed proven effective, yet Guo Feng's conqueror's haki was simply too potent. Just the initial wave had nearly rendered their defenses futile. Open fire! The commanding officer bellowed with all his might, prompting the operatives to activate their fire control systems. The energy projectiles, capable of easily piercing steel, splashed against Guo Feng as if they were mere droplets of water. Their courage was commendable, yet they were destined to fall. Guo Feng chuckled, shaking his head, and unleashed his conqueror's haki once more, causing this battalion to crumble. Subsequently, Guo Feng shifted to utilize his observation haki, rendering the forthcoming arrangements virtually transparent to his eyes. To conceal the cosmic cube in such a location was rather amusing. Chapter 78. The Fall of the Celestial Aircraft Carrier. Witnessing the specialized unit designed to counter mental assaults fall effortlessly, Egg-Faced's expression darkened further. How could he be this powerful? Damn it. Is there truly nothing that can impede him? He murmured. His meticulously crafted plans had not only failed to thwart Guo Feng, but had also prevented him from even making a symbolic move against him. Send Natasha and Creighton, and inform Coulson to relocate the cosmic cube's position with utmost urgency. Having spoken these words, Egg-Faced issued commands to another channel. Meanwhile, several mushroom egg bases worldwide activated, designating the cosmic cube's experimental base as a target for assault. However, Egg-Faced refrained from informing others about the targeting of the bases by the mushroom eggs. Most individuals would falter in fear upon learning of the mushroom eggs' arrival, which was not the reaction Eggface desired. Retreat was not an option. As long as Guo Feng could be delayed, the sacrifices of these individuals would be worth it. Everything was for the betterment of humanity's future, Eggface coldly murmured. With a resounding kick, Guo Feng kicked open the door and entered the laboratory that once studied the cosmic cube, only to find it completely cleared out. At that moment, a small door in the corner of the lab swung open, revealing Natasha and Creighton, clad in black combat attire. Upon seeing familiar faces, a hint of amusement flickered across Guo Feng's calm demeanor. "Stand down, Guo Feng," Natasha said gently. She and Creighton bore no weapons. Although Eggface had ordered them to stop Guo Feng, they lacked any confidence in employing force, as this was simply not a battle of comparable levels. Guo Feng regarded the two, chuckling softly. "Miss Natasha, we have known each other for quite some time. After investigating me for so long, you should be well aware of my modus operandi. However, your efforts here are utterly futile. Your captain is still in critical condition. Perhaps it is time to temper your anger. Furthermore, we have no intention of pursuing your actions in Queens. That should suffice." Guo Feng, Creighton interjected. "Suffice? Certainly not." Guo Feng dismissed the need to explain himself to Creighton, for this man was merely a fanatic. "You," Creighton attempted to retort, but was instantly crushed to the ground by an immense pressure, like a lifeless dog. Natasha's expression shifted. She had not anticipated Guo Feng would strike Creighton over a mere disagreement. "I detest being questioned. I trust, Miss Natasha, you won't overlook this error?" Guo Feng said, smiling as he looked at Natasha. She gazed back at him meaningfully before silently stepping aside. "What are you doing, Natasha? Find a way to delay Guo Feng. You can't just stand by doing nothing." Eggface's voice echoed through Natasha's communicator. Arriving unarmed had already displeased Eggface. Now, failing to even stall Guo Feng with words was no different from the operatives who had fallen before. Crack! Natasha decisively crushed her communicator, unwilling to provoke Guo Feng further with her superior's useless comments. She was an agent, but not a member of a suicide squad. Quite noisy, wouldn't you agree? Guo Feng turned his head, a playful glint in his eyes. "What do you intend to do?" Natasha felt an ominous premonition. Guo Feng pointed skyward. "Take a guess. Can the celestial aircraft carrier withstand my strike?" "You intend to attack the celestial aircraft carrier." Natasha's expression changed drastically. Realizing this, she immediately regretted destroying her communicator. Based on her understanding of Guo Feng's strength, the chances of the celestial aircraft carrier withstanding his assault were exceedingly slim, even with its integration of advanced alien technologies. While it boasted formidable defensive capabilities, Guo Feng's power had surpassed divine thresholds. They existed in entirely different realms. However, what followed left Natasha bewildered. Guo Feng handed Creighton's communicator to her, saying, in form fury, "I do not wish for him to unwittingly face disaster. I am more than willing to offer him time to prepare." This lunatic, Natasha thought, yet she promptly relayed the news to Eggface. In the command room of the celestial aircraft carrier, Eggface, deep in thought regarding the next strategies, paused upon hearing this news, his expression shifting dramatically. Good grief. This madman intends to strike the celestial aircraft carrier. Nevertheless, he did not order an evacuation of the area. If the adversary planned to attack, they would face it head-on. He could not believe Guo Feng could bring down the celestial aircraft carrier. After all, even facing the mushroom egg's bombardment while fully activated, the carrier could withstand it without issue. Quickly, a blue energy shield enveloped the celestial aircraft carrier. At the moment the energy shield activated, S-H-I-E-L-D. Members aboard felt a twinge of confusion, quickly replaced by calmness. As staff members, they had ample confidence in the carrier, unless internal issues arose. They would not even blink at an impending mushroom egg assault. Meanwhile, Guo Feng, still within the base, conjured a fireball with his hands. As Guo Feng held the diminutive fireball in his hand, Natasha and Creighton exchanged bewildered glances. They were convinced that with Guo Feng's prowess, he could indeed inflict damage on the aerospace carrier. However, such an attack should be cataclysmic in nature. What, then, was this trivial fireball? Was it merely a conjuration for entertainment? Meanwhile, the two grand sorcerers observing from a distance were visibly shaken. They sensed the aura of annihilation emanating from the tiny orb. Prepare to rescue the individuals aboard. That vessel stands no chance against Guo Feng's onslaught, murmured Master Modu with a deep sigh, contemplating that had he been capable of contending with Guo Feng, he would have already confronted him. As the two sorcerers cast their spells, Guo Feng had already propelled the fireball skyward. To the onlookers, the moment the fireball ascended, it vanished from their sight. The inner layers of alloy at the base melted instantaneously upon the fireball's approach, forming a terrifying molten cavern. Within mere seconds, the subterranean facility, thousands of meters deep, was pierced by the fireball, reaching all the way to the heavens. Back at the aerospace carrier, alarms blared vehemently in the command center. Warning, warning. High-energy reaction detected approaching. Almost instantaneously after the alarm sounded, the fireball neared the aerospace carrier, and as it made contact with the outer energy shield, a shattering sound reverberated in everyone's minds. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the Eggman, aghast as the defense he had placed so much faith in was obliterated with such ease. Without the protection of the energy shield, the fate of the aerospace carrier was sealed. As he gazed at the final image locked on the screen, the Eggman could hardly believe his eyes. Chapter 79, The Baptism of the Ultimate Weapon. A fireball the size of an egg. Was this some cruel jest from the divine? This was the Eggman's last thought. Boom. The moment the fireball collided with the aerospace carrier, a conflagration erupted, engulfing the entire vessel in flames, which melted it away as swiftly as snow in the sun. At that moment, a red beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the surviving personnel aboard the aerospace carrier in its protective embrace. Yet it was too late. Not everyone could be saved. In midair, Master Modu sighed resignedly. Witnessing the flames erupting ahead, both Wang and Modu were struck with profound astonishment. While the downing of the aerospace carrier was anticipated, they never expected Guo Feng's casual strike to be so dreadfully potent. It is not that we acted too late. Rather, we underestimated his strength. Wang's words left Master Modu in silence. Indeed, they had miscalculated Guo Feng's capabilities. Initially, Modu had been reluctant to accept Ancient One's assignment to confront Guo Feng, believing that a Grand Sorcerer's power would be sufficient to control the situation and thwart Guo Feng's might with ease. The reality, however, was a stark contrast. Even the combined efforts of two Grand Sorcerers seemed insufficient. Let us proceed with all our might. If the situation spirals beyond our control, we shall contact Master Ancient One. Only she possesses the ability to halt this true dragon. The expressions of the two Grand Sorcerers were laden with complexity. Many personnel aboard the aerospace carrier survived. Yet a significant number perished in the flames, including high-ranking officials from SHIELD, such as Director Nick Fury himself. In a hidden corner of the world, a casually dressed black man gazed skyward. The clone has perished. It seems the aerospace carrier is no more, he muttered. Moments later, a new clone materialized behind him. Back at the base, Natasha and Creighton beheld the scene of the aerospace carrier's destruction through the molten caverns, their faces etched with shock. They could hardly fathom that such a sophisticated vessel, composed of countless advanced technologies, had been so effortlessly annihilated. Guo Feng maintained a tranquil demeanor. It appears SHIELD's technology leaves much to be desired. It is rather unfortunate. I had hoped it would last a while longer, yet it was merely a fleeting illusion. Natasha and the others remained silent, awaiting Guo Feng's verdict. Observing the reluctant expressions on their faces, Guo Feng smiled lightly. You may depart now. Remember this day well, for we shall surely cross paths again. With that, he paid no further attention to them and planted his foot firmly on the ground. Boom. A formidable surge of power created a shockwave, uprooting the laboratory floor. As the underground passage was revealed, Guo Feng transformed into a streak of lightning and surged into it. At the bottom of the passage, Coulson looked upward, his expression resolute. The electric light materialized, revealing Guo Feng's silhouette. He first cast a glance at Coulson, then focused on the metallic box behind him. Humanity's power is truly insignificant, Coulson lamented. Guo Feng replied coolly. Indeed, the strength of humanity is exceedingly meager. Not only in this universe, but even on Earth itself. Upon hearing this, Coulson's expression shifted to rare anger. Then why do you seek to seize the Tesseract? You are well aware it represents humanity's hope for advancement. Guo Feng, you are exceedingly selfish. Humph, Guo Feng scoffed. The hope of human civilization? What right does SHIELD have to represent human civilization? Coulson attempted to retort, but was cut off by Guo Feng. Engaging in debate about the future of human civilization here is utterly futile. Words will not sway you. I shall demonstrate through my actions. He continued. While humanity may be small, it is a race brimming with potential and hope, destined to leave a legacy in this vast universe. This statement served both as a message to Coulson and a promise to himself. Crack. In the next moment, Guo Feng shattered the metallic box, revealing it to be empty. The replicas crafted from the Tesseract's energy are indeed deceptive. I presume they were not merely intended to mislead me. Coulson had no intention of concealing the truth. He had accepted this mission with the resolve to face death. Multiple bases have locked onto this location. Guo Feng, you shall pay for your arrogance. He chuckled. To be honest, I rather miss my time at Stark Industries. Although I was constantly harassed by that rascal Happy, it was the most carefree period of my life. Living like an ordinary person, Simultaneously, Guo Feng's communicator crackled with Tony Stark's anxious voice. Jack, get out of there. This is a trap aimed at you. Multiple tactical nuclear warheads are heading your way, and they are all strategic grade. The base housing the Tesseract was situated overseas, so the world authorities acted without restraint, deploying the most advanced nuclear warheads capable of obliterating a small nation. Hurry, let those two sorcerers teleport you away. The warheads will arrive in 10 seconds. Guo Feng smiled. Do not worry too much, Mr. Stark. I assure you I will be fine. With that, he ended the communication. Beside him, Coulson forced a wry smile. 10 seconds was a fleeting moment. Guo Feng, I know you are powerful, but if there truly were gods in this world, even they would suffer under such an assault. Guo Feng's expression remained unchanged as he addressed the air. I trust you two will assist me. Do we not need to intervene? After all, those are nuclear warheads. Wang's voice echoed in Guo Feng's ears. No need. I can handle this hot bath alone. Guo Feng replied nonchalantly, then with a flash, he vanished, reappearing outside the base. Simultaneously, a swarm of projectiles descended from the sky, racing toward the base. There are fewer than I expected. It's somewhat lacking in vigor. Guo Feng spread his arms wide, embracing the sky. At that moment, he was reminded of a meme from his past life, wherein smoking transitioned from ordinary cigarettes to formidable firepower. Previously, he merely chuckled at the notion, yet now he was experiencing it firsthand. He even felt it was still insufficient. Meanwhile, in A.S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, the Eggman fixated intently on the satellite map. Upon witnessing Guo Feng confronting the incoming nuclear warheads, a sense of foreboding washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure. This is indeed the most formidable weapon of annihilation on Earth. Even the Captain Marvel, as recalled in his memory, would shy away from its might. It is utterly inconceivable that Guo Feng could emerge unscathed. Boom. As the egg contemplated, the mushroom bombs had already descended, enveloping the area in blinding white light. An infinite brilliance and heat blossomed in that moment. Following this, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and torrents of heat and shockwaves rapidly spread, relentlessly battering the vicinity. Chapter 80. A new storm has emerged. Was it successful? The egg's gaze was fixed eagerly on the screen. He had sacrificed far too much for this moment. He had even considered using Coulson as bait, yet the egg felt no regret within. In the face of humanity's future, such sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. On the screen, the aftermath of the mushroom bomb explosion continued, yet the general condition of the site began to reveal itself. The once thriving base had completely vanished, replaced by a vast chasm, while nearby seawater surged in waves, continuously flooding the void. As the residual force began to subside, several fifth-generation fighter jets arrived on the scene. Not only was S.H.I.E.L.D. monitoring this, but officials from around the world were also keeping a close watch. The research on the cosmic cube was primarily driven by global authorities. Guo Feng's desire to seize it was matched by their eagerness to eliminate him, just as everyone's attention was riveted on the scene. The previously calm sea surface at the explosion's epicenter erupted into turbulence, with surging waters forming a vortex that rapidly expanded. Furthermore, a layer of thunderclouds descended from the sky. In an instant, a tremendous storm connected with the sea's whirlpool. The reconnaissance jets attempted to flee, but their speed was no match for the storm's expansion. Those observing from afar were left in shock. While the use of a mushroom bomb indeed alters the environment, the scale of this storm far exceeded the destruction wrought by the prior explosion, and it continued to grow at an alarming rate. From the perspective of satellite imagery, the magnitude of this storm was unprecedented. In no time, inquiries were made to meteorological agencies across multiple nations, only to receive responses indicating no detected factors for the formation of any storm. This colossal tempest seemed almost engineered. Of course, the most astonished of all was the egg. Thunder and storms were emblematic of Guo Feng's power, and the arrival of such a divine tempest left no doubt that Guo Feng had not perished under the bombardment. Perhaps he hadn't even sustained any injuries. Damn, aside from that one individual, humanity could not possibly possess such strength. Oh God, why do you toy with us in such a manner? The egg was thoroughly unsettled now. The ultimate gamble had resulted in nothing but a farce. Given his understanding of Guo Feng, this storm was not merely for their viewing. It would signify the merciless wrath of Guo Feng descending upon his enemies. After much deliberation, the egg retrieved an old pager, his last resort. For humanity, with a steely resolve, the egg ultimately pressed the pager, and simultaneously, a similar signal emerged from a distant location in space. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Stark Industries vessel descended into the waters, witnessing the storm not far off. And Tony Stark's heart trembled. Previously, The thunderclouds that enveloped Hollywood had left him profoundly shaken. In his recollection, that was the work of a deity. However, this time, Tony Stark finally understood what it meant to bear witness to a walking calamity. Could this possibly be orchestrated by Guo Feng? No way. Banner, standing beside Stark, incredulously remarked that surviving multiple rounds of mushroom bomb strikes was already outrageous enough. But to conjure something like this? Stark shook his head with a smile, asserting that there was no need for doubt. This had to be Jack's doing. He was a man of miracles, and this time, I underestimated him. What shall we do next? The storm's intensity is too great. Our vessel cannot approach. Stark fell silent. In light of the current events, it was indeed challenging for him and Banner to intervene. It was not that their adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful, but rather that this incident was a matter of internal strife among humanity. Although they stood with Guo Feng, engaging directly was beyond their capacity. After all, these were global authorities, yet if Guo Feng sought revenge, they would neither impede him. Under the pressures of allegiance and friendship, they could only choose inaction. Let us depart. Banner, as long as Jack is unharmed, we shall return and await the outcome. Stark gazed towards the heart of the storm, murmuring, "May this tempest not bring turmoil to the world of humanity." At this moment, at the storm's center, Guo Feng sat cross-legged, accompanied by Coulson and others. Their expressions were still etched with shock and disbelief. While Coulson was aware of the mushroom bomb, Natasha and Creighton were entirely in the dark. Their orders had merely been to stall Guo Feng. Why would the director do this? Creighton's tone brimmed with skepticism. It should be noted that besides their small group, the base was still home to many members from S, H, I, E, L, D, and global authorities. Although they had prepared to sacrifice their lives before arriving, it was clear that this mushroom bomb strike had been meticulously planned. They were merely cannon fodder, and even a former director like Coulson could be treated as expendable. Even more disheartening was the realization that their savior was none other than the man they considered an enemy, Guo Feng. Guo Feng, why did you save us? We are clearly adversaries. Coulson was the first to voice his question. Guo Feng glanced at him, his tone indifferent. Do not jest. You are not worthy to be my enemies. As for saving you, it was merely a side benefit. I simply do not wish to be bored moving forward. He continued. The invitation has been extended, and now it is my turn to strike back. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. They had witnessed the entire assault firsthand. Guo Feng had absorbed the brunt of the damage, yet the outcome was that he appeared utterly unscathed. The only casualty being his damaged suit. Despite being at the epicenter of a nuclear strike, Guo Feng seemed as ordinary as someone taking a bath, profoundly shaking their worldview. In that moment, all hope for survival dissipated. The term extraordinary no longer sufficed to describe this man before them. Only the word deity seemed fitting. At that juncture, Wang and Mordo appeared before Guo Feng. Mordo spoke. We have handled the personnel situation, and we have erased their memories related to this incident. Wang continued. Humanity's actions this time have gone too far, but Guo Feng, you must temper your response. The Ancient One has taken notice. Is she also trying to stop me? Guo Feng raised an eyebrow. You misunderstand. Given our strength, assisting you is rather daunting. If you choose not to restrain yourself, others will come to aid you. Let me guess, it's old Master Chang, right? As Guo Feng finished speaking, a green magical portal opened behind him, and old Master Chang stepped through, hands clasped behind his back. Upon his arrival, he heard someone mentioning him. Guo Feng, you truly are a troublesome one. Chapter 81. Activating the Cosmic Cube. Master Chang. Wang and Mordo gazed at the old man with reverence and bowed. Old Master Chang nodded. You may return. The next phase is in my hands. The two Grand Sorcerers readily agreed, turning their attention to Coulson and the others. They were to remain as witnesses to this event. Observing Guo Feng's assertion, the two Grand Sorcerers exchanged no further words and opened a portal to depart. This scene was witnessed by Coulson and his companions, who stared in astonishment at the old man. They had investigated this elder, ruling out the identity of Uncle Chang, revealing him to be just an ordinary individual. Yet, through this encounter, it appeared that this elder was on the same level as Guo Feng. Most importantly, both individuals are authentic citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. It is no surprise that such a powerful existence has emerged from a nation steeped in a rich and enigmatic history. Perhaps this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Guo Feng paid no heed to the others, instead addressing his father. Did you bring the item? His father nodded, extending his hand, and in an instant, a cube radiating a brilliant blue light materialized. The Cosmic Cube. The expressions of Coulson and the others turned incredulous, particularly Coulson, who frequently dealt with the Cosmic Cube, quickly deduced its authenticity. But what was going on? The Cosmic Cube had supposedly been relocated. His father tossed the Cosmic Cube to Guo Feng, saying, Here, take it. This troublesome object needs to be dealt with. Guo Feng, you cannot do this. The cosmic cube is humanity's hope, Coulson exclaimed urgently, even rising to attempt to seize the cosmic cube. Bang! A bolt of lightning ensnared Coulson, as Guo Feng held the cosmic cube with disdain, retorting, "You will soon discover whether it is indeed humanity's hope. Do you truly believe that I created such a commotion merely to settle scores with those who launch mushroom bombs? Such a use of artillery against mosquitoes is not my style. It is time to witness history." With that, Guo Feng infused his own energy into the cosmic cube. And in an instant, the cube's radiance surged and began to transform. Observing the changes in the cosmic cube, Coulson and the others were astounded. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had spent half a century without eliciting any response from the cosmic cube, yet under Guo Feng's influence, it exhibited such tumultuous alterations. Gazing at the increasingly unstable cosmic cube, Guo Feng remarked, "Isn't it enticing? If such pure energy could be harnessed, humanity's civilization would indeed experience tremendous advancement. Alas, this is merely a bait." Meanwhile, news of the theft of the cosmic cube reached a distant location. In a conference room, Nick Fury was explaining to high-ranking officials of the world, but the responses he received were rife with scorn and inquiries. "Fury, we are profoundly disappointed in you. This operation has already incurred too great a cost, and yet you cannot even safeguard the cosmic cube. Truly pathetic. You should realize that without the cosmic cube, S.H.I.E.L.D. will no longer hold significance. If you cannot retrieve it, other organizations will rise in its place." Faced with the official skepticism, Fury could only continue to assure them until the meeting concluded. Bang! Fury slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "Damn it. A group of old bastards only knows how to make me take the blame." At that moment, an assistant rushed into the conference room. "Director, we have detected an energy response from the cosmic cube. This is the strongest reaction we have encountered to date. We suspect the cosmic cube has been activated." "The cosmic cube has been activated?" Fury's expression turned to one of shock, doubting whether he had misheard. After half a century of no reaction from the cosmic cube, it had activated merely after being misplaced for a brief moment. Soon, however, joy replaced his astonishment, regardless of the circumstances. The activation of the cosmic cube was a good omen, and retrieving it would enable the immediate commencement of related projects. The assistant's tone grew uncomfortable. "But director, the cosmic cube is located at the storm's center. We cannot approach it at all." Fury's smile instantly froze. He felt as though fate was mocking him. The cosmic cube had undoubtedly fallen into Guo Feng's hands at the eye of the storm. This was no longer a matter of whether it could be retrieved. If Guo Feng were to utilize the cosmic cube for anything, the implications were too dire to contemplate. Yet the question remained, how had the cosmic cube been lost when Guo Feng had been at the center of the storm all along? Boom! The cosmic cube fully activated, and the energy spiraled out of control, erupting into the sky. In an instant, the heavens trembled, a blue rift in space materialized, swiftly expanding into a colossal vortex, beyond which lay a sea of stars. Yet above this stellar ocean loomed a colossal shadow, an army of terrifying numbers. Simultaneously, on a distant planet in the depths of the cosmos, within a massive and menacing spacecraft, a figure seated on a golden throne bore an expression of surprise. Strange. How did the coordinates hidden within trigger ahead of schedule? He mused. No matter, this is merely a test. The timing is inconsequential. The next moment, an elegant figure approached Thanos from behind, respectfully stating, "My lord, do you have any commands? The arrangement I left on Earth has activated prematurely. Inform our pawn in Asgard. He will know what to do. As you command." On Earth, the cosmic vortex that appeared in the sky swiftly captured global attention, this sudden marvel igniting various discussions. Some claimed it was a mirage, akin to the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, while others suggested it was an experimental meteorological weapon by the authorities. In contrast to the public's reactions, officials were exceedingly anxious. However, they did not perceive this as an extraterrestrial invasion, but rather as a portent of some entity conspiring. After all, if a storm could be conjured, a space vortex could also be accepted. The world's officials promptly convened an emergency meeting. This lunatic, does he intend to annihilate humanity? I warned long ago that we should have eliminated him after the first recruitment failure. Now he has become a climate crisis, and we are all doomed, exclaimed an exasperated legislator from the land of the cherry blossoms. Other delegates turned their gaze toward the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom, raising numerous inquiries. Guo Feng is one of your own. The emergence of such a superhuman presence without timely reporting is irresponsibility regarding the safety of all humanity. This is a dereliction of duty on your part. As it is one of your own, you must provide a response to the world's officials. I concur. As one of the 5 great powers of the world, The Dragon Kingdom is the only party that has not employed mushroom bombs in this operation. Your complicity is intolerable. The atmosphere of the meeting shifted dramatically, transforming from a discussion about Guo Feng to a condemnation of the Dragon Kingdom by other nations. In response, the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom felt a surge of indignation. These imperialist scoundrels, though they speak of the Dragon Kingdom's irresponsibility towards Guo Feng, are merely exploiting the situation to siphon off from our nation. Yet, this anger had to be suppressed. While the Dragon Kingdom had indeed risen in stature, facing the collective antagonism of numerous nations, all they could do was remain silent. However, it was impossible to compel the Dragon Kingdom to compromise. In principle, they supported and trusted Guo Feng, not solely because he was one of them, but also due to the assurances of that imminent existence. A gaggle of clowns. Opposing Guo Feng is your gravest error. Chapter 82, The Arrival of the Chitauri. After intense discussions, the World Council ultimately decided to deploy mushroom bombs for an offensive. They remained confident in the destructive power of the mushrooms. Since the previous dozen or so had proven ineffective, they would employ even more this time. After all, during the Cold War, the great powers had accumulated considerable stockpiles. They were willing to take the gamble. However, before deploying the mushroom bombs, the World Council invited Fury to participate, as he was the overseer of this incident. Upon his arrival, Fury did not intend to immediately initiate a new round of attacks with mushroom bombs. His reasoning was that the rift in the sky was significantly correlated with the cosmic cube, and it was a rare occasion for the cosmic cube to activate. Perhaps this time it could unveil the secrets of the cosmic cube. On Guo Feng's side, gazing at the fully stabilized rift in space, his emotions became complicated. What exactly have you done to the cosmic cube? Coulson's voice trembled, unwilling to accept the horrifying truth. I have done nothing, is it not evident? This is the truth you wish to witness. Sensing the approaching presence from the other side of the rift, Guo Feng knew that the Chitauri army had already mobilized. Gentlemen, behold, a race from the other side of the universe is about to arrive. Upon hearing Guo Feng's words, the expressions of Coulson and his companions fell into despondency. The cosmic cube, which they had hailed as the hope of human civilization, was, in fact, a tool for the extraterrestrial invasion of Earth. They could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences that would have ensued had Guo Feng not intervened and allowed them to activate the cosmic cube. Is there truly no possibility for negotiation? Not all extraterrestrials can be malevolent, can they? Guo Feng scoffed, observing the Chitauri streaming through the rift in space. Perhaps, but it is unequivocally impossible this time. Only one of our species can ultimately prevail. Guo Feng rose, a smirk gracing his lips. It is time to stretch my legs and showcase Earth's hospitality to these distant visitors. The Chitauri, having traversed through the rift, began to assemble and regroup midair. Each Chitauri's expression was imbued with a mixture of exhilaration and bloodlust. Despite this being their inaugural visit to Earth, they were already well acquainted with this planet. To the Chitauri, Earth resembled a succulent fruit ripe for the picking. The sole drawback was that they had descended upon a region besieged by natural disasters. The rift was intended to open above a city. After all, the ferocity of the meteorological calamities on this planet was utterly unforeseen. Indeed, while these were surface-level disasters, the energy signatures they emitted were even more potent than typical cosmic catastrophes. The Chitauri regarded the tempest below with utmost seriousness, as the magnetic fields of the storm were capable of interfering with their legion's equipment and technology. Meanwhile, the spectacle of the Chitauri's emergence through the rift was captured by human satellites. At the World Council, a wave of astonishment swept over the assembly of delegates. What in the world? A mysterious fleet has appeared. As the upper echelons of humanity braced themselves for the alien encounter, the reality of the Chitauri's arrival had caught them entirely off guard. Damn it, I had already suggested deploying mushroom bombs for a direct strike. It became clear why Guo Feng had sought to seize the Tesseract. It was for this very moment, elucidating his possession of formidable otherworldly powers. He was no mere human. Agreed. Guo Feng is utilizing the Tesseract's immense energy to summon the fleet. He has become humanity's nemesis. Thus, the vote commenced regarding the use of mushroom bombs against the rift. Amidst the uproar, the World Council began to cast their votes, with the majority in favor of deploying mushroom bombs on the rift's location. Save for a few nations like the Dragon Kingdom. Stark Industries. Upon his return, Tony Stark instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to monitor the proceedings of the World Council. Damn it. These high officials are resorting to mushroom bombs again, Tony cursed. Though what shocked him most was still the arrival of the Chitauri. Initially, when Guo Feng referred to the Tesseract as Pandora's box, Tony had deemed it an exaggeration. Now, it appeared to be an understatement. Pandora's box brought disease and disaster, which humanity could manage. But the Tesseract heralded an alien army. The sight from the other end of the rift left him feeling uneasy. After some consideration, Tony resolved to head towards the rift to assist Guo Feng. He could not afford to miss this critical event. As for safety concerns, the presence of Guo Feng and other formidable beings rendered them negligible. While various factions mobilized, the Chitauri's vanguard had completed their assembly, their fearsome black ships emitting piercing shrieks, flanked by numerous Chitauri soldiers advancing on all fronts. Boom! The moment the Chitauri initiated their movement, the storm raging upon the sea erupted violently, and in the next instant, furious lightning descended from the heavens. The entire sky was illuminated by the brilliance of thunder, and under the onslaught of the tempest, the Chitauri's vanguard was obliterated in an instant. Silence enveloped the world, save for the howling fury of the storm. Equally shaken were those observing the scene. As the Chitauri's vanguard mobilized, their hearts raced with trepidation. They could scarcely fathom the catastrophic aftermath of these extraterrestrial forces descending upon a city. Perhaps only mushroom bombs could offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, the vast Chitauri vanguard had been vanquished by lightning. If it weren't for the ongoing storm, they might have believed it to be a mere dream. How is this possible? This is an alien fleet, and yet it was annihilated in a single encounter. Lu Dan exclaimed, rising from his seat in disbelief, staring intently at the screen before him. During the Chitauri invasion, Lu Dan harbored selfish thoughts, hoping that this alien fleet would be able to contend with Guo Feng, resulting in mutual destruction, something he yearned to witness. Indeed, even knowing that the Chitauri were summoned by the Tesseract, Lu Dan had not abandoned his studies on it. The pure energy of the Tesseract held immense potential. He even regarded the Chitauri as an opportunity. If he could acquire their alien technology, humanity's civilization would experience monumental advancement in a short span. Director, the World Council is prepared to launch mushroom bombs for a new round of strikes, an assistant reported. Lu Dan's eyes gleamed as he replied. Inform them to prioritize targeting the storm's center when the alien fleet arrives. They will surely acquiesce to that. Indeed, Lu Dan's suggestion was promptly adopted by the World Council. While repelling the alien invasion was undeniably crucial, undermining Guo Feng was equally paramount. In such a scenario, both objectives could be pursued concurrently. On the other side of the rift, amidst the starry expanse, the Chitauri forces continued to converge upon the rift. Unlike Earth, they could not discern the situation on the other side, relying solely on technological means to gather intelligence. Chapter 83, Terrifying as a Demon King. What? The signal from the vanguard has been lost. This is inconceivable. The Chitauri commander was taken aback, given Earth's technological level. While it was improbable for the vanguard to seize victory alone, a sweeping advance during the initial invasion should have been achievable. Commander, I heard that Earth has developed mushroom bombs. Could this be the reason? That may indeed be the case. Instruct the next wave of ships to activate their defenses early. I want Earth to understand the plight of a primitive civilization. Earth. The rift once again glowed, signaling the commencement of a new wave of invasion. Enormous, fearsome black ships surged forth from the rift, their surfaces shimmering with a flowing luminescence. At the storm's epicenter, Guo Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise. The new wave of Chitauri vessels appeared markedly different from what he had previously observed. How naive of me. I nearly forgot that this universe is not merely a cinematic realm. Guo Feng mused, realizing he had underestimated the Chitauri. After all, they were a spacefaring civilization. As the Chitauri fleet traversed, the mushroom bombs from the World Council were launched simultaneously. The moment the bombs were fired, they were detected by the Chitauri. Filled with disdain, the Chitauri acknowledged the commander's assertion that Earthlings had become adept at deploying mushroom bombs. However, in their eyes, this ultimate strategic weapon posed little threat. Did they truly believe they could obliterate them as they had during the first wave of invasion? They could already envision the despair on Earth's face after the mushroom bomb strike faltered. The Chitauri fleet began to assemble, despite the anomalous storm below. They regarded it with indifference, considering it merely a trivial atmospheric disturbance. In less than a minute, the mushroom bombs launched from various locations reached the scene, the scale unprecedented. With nearly 100 bombs descending upon the storm, this left the Chitauri bewildered. Why was the primary target the storm? Did the Earthlings have a precision development issue? Guo Feng was equally astonished. He had not interfered with the mushroom bombs, which could only indicate one thing. These bombs were aimed at him. Reality felt surreal. Chung Lao. They actually perceived me as the primary threat. Guo Feng's countenance darkened. After resolving the Chitauri, he intended to settle accounts with those in the World Council. Old Man sighed. I can only assure you that the Dragon Kingdom is not involved. The rest is up to you. Upon concluding his words, the old man raised his hand. And in the next instant, a verdant spatial vortex materialized outside the tempest, swiftly consuming the oncoming mushroom bombs. Coulson and his companions gasped in astonishment. Guo Feng's annihilation of the Chitauri forces had already left them in shock, but they were utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of the old man's abilities. With a mere gesture, nearly 100 mushroom bombs vanished into oblivion. On the side of the World Council, numerous legislators gazed with eager anticipation at the satellite imagery, awaiting the moment of the mushroom bomb's detonation, hoping it would not only devastate Guo Feng, but also obliterate the Chitauri fleet in the process. Even if the results fell short of their expectations, they had prepared several rounds of strikes. However, the reality was far too absurd. This round of assault produced not even a ripple before it dissipated. At this moment, they finally grasped the truth. Despite wielding mushroom bombs in this incident, they were merely spectators, not players in the game. Similarly, the ever-watchful Egg, whose already dark visage grew even more somber, found the situation had once again exceeded his expectations. The Cosmic Cube, the Chitauri's advanced technology, he was left with no thoughts on the matter. Once this incident concluded, Egg resolved to vanish for a time. The only hope for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resurgence lay in the return of that singular individual. You can rest assured in dealing with these intruders. The old man will handle the other disturbances for you. Then I entrust this to you, old Chung. With that, Guo Feng rose from the eye of the storm. A resounding dragon's roar echoed across the heavens as Guo Feng, transformed into a dragon man, surged forth from the tempest, positioning himself before the Chitauri fleet. In comparison to their warships, Guo Feng appeared minuscule, yet the moment he emerged, he became the focal point of the entire spectacle. The Chitauri had only just begun to process the bizarre disappearance of the mushroom bombs when they beheld Guo Feng. High-energy alerts blared across each warship's comms. Without the need for automated announcements, the sight of Guo Feng struck a profound sense of threat into the hearts of every Chitauri present. The being before them, akin to a harbinger of calamity, commanded their immediate attention. Focus fire. Attack at all costs. The Chitauri fleet commenced their assault, and Guo Feng responded in kind. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the Chitauri armada. Where he passed, the shields of their warships shattered like fragile bubbles, followed by the complete dissolution of entire vessels. In the blink of an eye, the front lines of the fleet were obliterated. The warships in the rear quickly locked onto Guo Feng, their myriad weapons converging into a stellar array of luminous energy directed at him. Boom, boom, boom. Guo Feng burst forth from the remnants of the attacks, cutting through to the rear of the fleet. Witnessing their ships melting away, the Chitauri grew frantic, dispatching super soldiers who, riding on flying crafts, attempted to close in on Guo Feng. However, before they could approach, a bolt of lightning erupted from Guo Feng's palm, connecting like a chain, instantly reducing the super soldiers to ashes. As they witnessed the annihilation of their elite troops, the remaining Chitauri fell into despair. Who had told them that Earth was a primitive planet? If it were truly so backward, how could such a terrifying entity exist? Much like their encounters with Earth's technology, facing Guo Feng was akin to an overwhelming dimensional assault. Quickly inform the commander, Earth is home to a terrifying life form. We cannot send more to their doom. However, their communications failed. A peculiar magnetic field interfered. Damn it, this is a trap set against us by those cunning Earthlings. Amidst the Chitauri's despair, Guo Feng had already advanced to the final line. Realizing their resistance was futile, the crumbling Chitauri decided to disperse their forces and flee in every direction. Yet, before they could escape, they were struck down by sudden bolts of lightning. In no time, Guo Feng had annihilated the fleet, sparing only the flagship for research purposes. As the Chitauri's technology still held some merit, as Guo Feng hovered before the flagship, the Chitauri within felt a wave of confusion. Could it be that this fearsome life form desired captives? The thought thrilled them. Was this not akin to surrender, a skill they prided themselves on? Subsequently, the flagship opened a small aperture, projecting a banner inscribed with the word surrender in Earth's language. Chapter 84. The Temporary Retreat of the Chitauri. Guo Feng scoffed lightly. While he indeed required the flagship, he had no intention of accepting the Chitauri within. Observing Guo Feng's inactivity, the remaining Chitauri were suddenly filled with hope and joy, thinking that this terrifying harbinger of death would accept their surrender. Yet in the next moment, an invisible wave emanated from Guo Feng, sweeping through the flagship and washing over the Chitauri inside with a high-frequency aura of conqueror's will. Their consciousnesses faded almost instantaneously, confirming the Chitauri's demise. Guo Feng finally entered the flagship. Concurrently, Tony Stark piloted his aircraft to the scene. Upon witnessing the situation, his gaze immediately fixated on the flagship hovering in the air. What is happening? The Chitauri fleet should have been obliterated, yet one ship remains, and it appears to be the flagship of this armada. Scan the vessel, Jarvis. Scanning complete. The target shows no signs of any special life forms. But, sir, A high-risk signal has been detected. Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Tony Stark furrowed his brow. A signal classified as high risk by Jarvis indicated an incomprehensible level of power, exceeding Jarvis's detection capabilities. As doubts lingered in Tony Stark's mind, Guo Feng emerged from the flagship. Upon seeing him, Stark's expression lit up with a smile. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Evidently, this alien flagship was intentionally seized by Guo Feng, carrying immense significance. Donning his armor, Tony Stark descended from his ship to stand before Guo Feng. You've certainly stolen the limelight this time, Jack. I intend to stay for a while. At the very least, I want a chance to confront the aliens. Guo Feng chuckled lightly. That is certainly agreeable, but you must first secure this warship. Tony Stark's expression dimmed slightly, yet he understood the importance of the vessel. Should they successfully decipher its technology, humanity could leap into the interstellar age. Let us park it above Stark Tower. Is that wise? This technology is of a higher echelon. The authorities won't let it slide easily. Tony Stark frowned. Acutely aware of the predilections of those in power, particularly the U.S. government, which excelled at seizing valuable assets. Guo Feng smiled calmly. Rest assured, they certainly lack the audacity to demand our technology. They have no options left. Either they wait to benefit from our leftovers or face annihilation. His tone brimmed with lethal intent as he spoke of the World Council, a group of meddlesome individuals he would undoubtedly hold accountable once this incident concluded. Very well, but don't go too far. I prefer humanity not to see you as an adversary. After all, you are a hero. Tony Stark conceded with a sigh. Guo Feng said nothing further. He cared little for humanity's perception of him. From the moment he acquired the system, he had resolved to rewrite his fate with his own power, regardless of who stood in his way. Tony Stark returned to his ship, deftly piloting it into the flagship. As a genius, he quickly grasped the controls of the Chitauri vessel and soon navigated the flagship back to New York. As the flagship vanished from view, Guo Feng's expression grew complex. He did not wish for Tony Stark to involve himself in the confrontation with the Chitauri. In the original timeline, even the assembled Avengers had struggled against the Chitauri invasion, let alone the fact that the Chitauri in reality were even more formidable. This incursion alone was sufficient to threaten the very fabric of human civilization. After some contemplation, Guo Feng decided against organizing Stark's involvement. He ought to experience this for himself. At the other end of the spatial rift, the second fleet that had entered reported that they had vanished once again, leaving the commanding officer of the Chitauri in a state of bewilderment. He had already ordered the fleet to activate their defenses in advance, as the mushroom bombs from Earth could hardly breach their defenses in a short span of time. There was a significant issue on Earth. Realizing this, the commander immediately commanded his legion to enter a state of readiness. No further personnel would be dispatched through the spatial rift until they comprehended the situation on the other side. Subsequently, the commander activated the communicator, and shortly thereafter, a virtual projection materialized before him, despite the countless light years separating them. The imposing figure seated upon the throne exuded an overwhelming aura of authority that the commander could not ignore. What is the situation? Upon being questioned, the commander instinctively flinched. Stammering, Master, my fleet was unable to successfully commence operations on Earth. It seems there is some peculiar force lying in wait on the other side. I have dispatched 2 fleets, yet neither has succeeded. Upon hearing the commander's report, Thanos furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of Earth's exceptional nature. Although it appeared to be a primitive civilization, it harbored countless hidden powers, some of which even instilled trepidation in him. With the commander visibly anxious, Thanos finally spoke. Let the fleet remain on standby. I shall send someone to investigate the situation thoroughly, thereby assisting you in successfully landing on Earth. As you command, Master. As the projection faded away, the commander finally exhaled in relief. He feared the punishment of this formidable being far more than the failure of the invasion, for failure could spell the annihilation of his race. On Earth, observing the retreat of the assembled Chitauri forces from the spatial rift, Guo Feng wore a look of confusion. After a brief wait, he realized that the Chitauri were not merely feigning retreat. They had genuinely withdrawn, leaving only a small contingent to guard the rift. At that moment, his father appeared behind him and solemnly remarked, "The power you have displayed is too formidable. They have been frightened and will likely not attempt an invasion in the near future. Additionally, allow me to guard this place. The enemy will not remain idle. During this time, there may be significant upheavals in the mortal realm. My old bones are weary, so I entrust this task to you, my young friend." Guo Feng fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Then I shall leave it to you, old chum. I will manage matters here in the mortal realm." His father's decision aligned perfectly with his own desires. Remaining here felt excessively passive, and given his familiarity with Marvel's history, he had a strong inkling of who would come to Earth to stir trouble. To be honest, he was also eager to discover how his strength compared to that of the so-called divine beings. In the next instant, the tempest raging over the sea ceased with visible rapidity, and at that moment of calm, his father took action. The discreetly operating elder conjured a magical barrier, isolating the spatial rift from the mortal realm. This sudden turn of events astounded the onlookers who had been monitoring the situation. The trajectory of events was gradually slipping from their control. Chapter 85, Actions from Asgard. Just as Tony Stark returned his flagship, he received news from Guo Feng. What? No need to go. The alien fleet has retreated? Indeed, but the turmoil will not dissipate so swiftly. During this time, you may focus on researching Chitauri technology. As for other issues, you need not worry. I will handle them. Tony Stark exhibited a look of disappointment. He had prepared all existing suits for battle, ready to deliver a punishing blow to the Chitauri, only to find that they had retreated entirely, leaving him with a sense of frustration akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart. Next time, I shall ensure that those alien scum witness my true might. Stark gazed upward at the flagship, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He had not returned the flagship to New York, but had stored it in a large underground base, which had once been an abandoned Hydra facility that he had repurposed. Originally, he intended to utilize this place with his team to construct a truly formidable cosmic warship. But now, with a ready reference at hand, they could finally embark on a grand endeavor. Meanwhile, in Asgard, within the grand and sacred temple, a figure lurked in an inconspicuous position, silently observing Thor's triumphant return. Upon hearing Odin summon Thor, jealousy, anger, and resentment flooded his countenance. The next moment, Loki's expression shifted to one of astonishment. That being was summoning him. Instantly, Loki's consciousness became disoriented, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a peculiar space, where Ebony Maw appeared before him. "My lord," Loki said respectfully. Ebony Maw nodded and directly conveyed Thanos' command to Loki. What? Loki was utterly taken aback. According to the plan, he was still far from entering Earth. The Tesseract had been activated prematurely, and although the Lord's army could now descend, they had been intercepted by a peculiar force. Your task is to investigate this matter and facilitate the invasion of Earth by the Lord's army. Loki found it hard to believe. He was responsible for the activation of the Tesseract, and the reason the Lord entrusted him with the Mind Stone was precisely for this moment. The feeling of being thwarted by another was quite displeasing, and now he was required to investigate on Earth, a task that would undoubtedly prove arduous, though he had no power to refuse. No problem, my lord. However, I have one request that is of utmost importance to me. Ebony Maw cast a glance at him, seemingly aware of what he was about to say. Rest assured, Asgard is also a crucial piece on the chessboard. Your foolish brother shall be exiled to the mortal realm ahead of time. A smirk crept across Loki's lips. Thank you, my lord. This mission will undoubtedly be filled with amusement. In the next moment, Loki's consciousness returned to its rightful place. Observing his triumphant brother Thor below, Loki revealed a cold smile. My dear brother, let us play slowly from here on. On Earth, despite the temporary cessation of the alien invasion, humanity remained on edge. While the immediate threat of aliens had receded, a presence far more terrifying than any extraterrestrial being left them restless. In the World Council, although the representatives were merely projections, most wore grim expressions, and the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. Only a few displayed relief and a sense of schadenfreude. After 2 rounds of mushroom bomb strikes, all of which had been decided by the World Council's vote, the much-anticipated mushroom bombs had proven utterly ineffective, provoking Guo Feng's ire instead. I believe we should collectively apologize to Guo Feng and offer him adequate compensation. This should pacify the situation, one representative proposed, breaking the silence in the assembly. Many found this suggestion feasible. Indeed, as long as we demonstrate sincerity, he should forgive us. After all, we are all human. Annihilation is simply not an option, stated the representative who had previously labeled Guo Feng as an alien. Let us proceed with the vote. The proposal is to apologize and compensate. The voting concluded swiftly, with nearly everyone in agreement to apologize and provide compensation to Guo Feng. This dramatic turn of events seemed ludicrous to outsiders, yet truthfully, those present did not wish for Guo Feng to seek vengeance. Many believed that showing sincerity would allow the incident to pass. After all, they were high-ranking officials from various nations, and considering Guo Feng's proactive stance against the aliens, they viewed him as someone with a grand vision who would not easily turn against them. As the intermediary for this apology, the World Council decided to send Egghead. However, when they sought out Egghead, he had vanished without a trace, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly unable to track his whereabouts, leading them to appoint Phil Coulson, who had just returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., as the intermediary instead. Upon receiving this news, Carlson felt a complex swirl of emotions. He felt as though the world was conspiring against him. An apology? This was undoubtedly the most absurd thing he had ever heard. Having interacted with Guo Feng numerous times, he was acutely aware of the latter's modus operandi. Once Guo Feng had set his mind on something, the only way to thwart him was by overwhelming him with superior power. Otherwise, it was an endeavor in futility. However, as the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Carlson felt compelled to undertake this mission. Under mounting pressure from various quarters, he resolved to adopt a laissez-faire attitude, leaving the intermediary to manage the situation while he distanced himself from the ensuing chaos. In the antique shop owned by Old Man, Guo Feng placed his teacup down and turned to Xiao Yu, his tone tinged with exasperation. Xiao Yu, please refrain from pestering me with inquiries about extraterrestrials. Just know this. Most beings from beyond are malevolent. Xiao Yu's expression fell, but she quickly regained her enthusiasm, grasping Guo Feng's hand with a look of eager anticipation. Teacher, when the next aliens arrive, can I join you? I've mastered several formidable spells recently, and my chi skills have improved. I promise not to be a hindrance. Very well. Guo Feng replied, taken aback by his own straightforward agreement. Upon reconfirming, Xiao Yu erupted in jubilant cheers. Hooray! We can fight aliens. My biography will have another thrilling chapter. All right, Xiao Yu, go find Chung Long. I have a guest arriving. Guo Feng chuckled softly as he lifted his teacup. His visit to the antique shop served not only to fulfill Old Man's directives, but also to address personal grievances. The hassle of seeking individuals one by one was far too cumbersome. He preferred to resolve matters all at once. Shortly after Xiao Yu departed, the doorbell chimed. Come in. Guo Feng beckoned. Chapter 86. Hypnosis. The creaky wooden door of the antiquities shop swung open. Hey, Jack, long time no see. Carlson entered hesitantly, his hand wavering in a tentative greeting. What brings you here? If you're merely here to mediate, you may as well leave. Guo Feng's voice was frosty, laced with an undercurrent of menace. There's no need for such finality. I am merely here to fulfill a task. Listen to my conditions, and then you can decide whether to agree. I'll turn and leave without further disturbance. Carlson spoke rapidly, genuinely intent on merely completing his assignment. Achieving a resolution with someone of Guo Feng's caliber would be advantageous for all involved. However, if no resolution was reached, Carlson was prepared. He had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. Speak, Guo Feng replied, his expression unchanging as he poured himself a cup of tea, disregarding its temperature and drinking it down. Don't you find that hot? Carlson, having established his limits, adopted a more relaxed tone. He observed Guo Feng downing the scalding liquid and attempted to shift the topic. Not at all. If you have something to say it. If not, take your leave. Guo Feng's voice remained devoid of inflection. Discussing the heat of hot water with the possessor of the Qinglong fruit was akin to quibbling over who possessed greater knowledge on the subject. I hope your visit pertains to serious matters rather than frivolous banter, Guo Feng added, refilling his cup with piping hot tea, this time holding it, but not drinking. While it is drinkable, its palatability is another matter entirely. Facing Guo Feng's indifference, Carlson, seated across from him, felt the awkwardness of sitting empty-handed. Guo Feng showed no inclination to serve him tea. Listen to me, Jack. The World Council has proposed a compensation of $300 million for emotional damages. After all, you sustained no injuries during that battle. Additionally, they intend to provide you with a luxurious villa on Long Island, outfitted with the finest smart service system available, Carlson relayed, succinctly articulating the resolution that had occupied the World Council for hours. Guo Feng's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Crack. Carlson recoiled as Guo Feng, expressionless, released his grip, causing the scalding tea to cascade down his arm and onto the floor and his attire. Shards of a shattered ceramic cup lay scattered in his palm. Is that all? No apology whatsoever? Did they not expend $30 billion on those mushroom bombs? Guo Feng's voice turned icier still, revealing faint scales forming on his neck and face. Furthermore, this teacup is a cherished artifact of Old Man, a rare antique from the Song Dynasty's Jingdezhen, worth a fortune. Because of your actions, this has occurred. And that debt falls squarely on the World Council's shoulders. $3 million. Make sure it goes to Old Man. A purplish-red aura irradiated from Guo Feng, exuding an oppressive force that bore down on Carlson, who felt as though he were in the presence of a roaring dragon. All right then, Carlson stammered, trembling under the weight of the superior predator's presence. I will request reimbursement from the World Council for this trivial matter. Carlson was acutely aware that the teacup was far from a genuine Song Dynasty artifact, as it bore the unmistakable label of a factory from Los Angeles' Chinatown, clearly fabricated just last week. However, he had no desire to appear clever at this moment. He meticulously gathered the fragments of the cup, carefully wrapping them in a handkerchief from his pocket. Even if it were merely last week's cup, it still represented a $300 million loss. As for the issue of compensation, the World Council has indicated that it is negotiable. Guo Feng's countenance remained as frigid as ever, his expression betraying no emotion as he coldly replied, "Negotiable? What is there to negotiate? Where are they? Tell me their address now, and I shall go discuss matters directly with them." A dark aura of murderous intent enveloped Guo Feng, though Coulson could not fully perceive it. He felt as though a primordial beast were fixating on him, its fearsome maw dripping with anticipation. "Perhaps that's unnecessary," Coulson said, his tone quivering with palpable trepidation. Internally, he berated himself, thinking, "I can see you're not seeking to negotiate. You're intent on sending them to hell to bargain with the demons." Having encountered various incidents, including the Texas Ghost Rider riot, Coulson, as a high-ranking SHIELD officer, was aware of the existence of hell and demons. Yet, this knowledge did not particularly alarm him, as he had entered the field of espionage with a daunting first mission that eclipsed those of his peers. While other rookie agents debated the merits of confronting terrorists versus infiltrating gangs, he was already brandishing a firearm, compelling Skrulls to pilot alien spacecraft. Moreover, Coulson had encountered more than one extraterrestrial species, including Thor, the Asgardian from New Mexico. He was also aware of the parasitic entity currently inhabiting Spider-Man, Peter Parker, which was also an extraterrestrial life form. As for the whereabouts of most members of the World Council, Coulson possessed that knowledge but would never reveal it. After all, they represented a significant portion of the world's political elite, and any incident, even if it seemed inconsequential to the public, could have dire ramifications for their livelihoods. Particularly, the annual funding from the World Council constitutes a substantial portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget. However, while Coulson himself may refrain from uttering this fact, Guo Feng has the ability to elicit his confession willingly. A faint green glimmer flickered in Guo Feng's pupils. In an instant, Coulson, who had been seated before him, became rigid, his body resembling that of a wooden statue, immobile upon the couch. The mystical powers of the Zhun Tian bottle. Soul Hypnosis. Chapter 87. The Onset of Carnage. Coulson sat there, silent as a machine, his once expressive face now rendered stiff and lifeless, akin to a marionette under control. Guo Feng's eyes pulsated with an emerald glow, and were a mage like Old Chung to observe him through the lens of spiritual energy, they would find him overwhelmingly verdant. An aura of vital energy enveloped him, particularly emanating from the center of his forehead, where a delicate, light green phantasm of the Zhun Tian bottle swayed gently. A wondrous artifact, the Zhun Tian bottle. It bestowed upon Guo Feng the divine ability for self-cultivation. "Look into my eyes," he commanded, his tone grave. "Now tell me, who issued the directive from the World Council to deploy mushroom bombs against me?" The dazed Coulson hesitated momentarily. As if ensnared by the hypnotic force of Guo Feng's soul manipulation, his capacity for reaction considerably dulled. "The decision to employ mushroom bombs for the concentrated elimination of you was made through a voting process," he finally articulated, albeit slowly. "And who exactly cast their votes in favor?" Guo Feng pressed, his voice tinged with a barely contained fury. Initially, he had believed it was merely a singular old coin wielding excessive power, disregarding all opposition in a relentless pursuit to eliminate him. Yet, he now comprehended that it was a collective endeavor aimed at his demise. With this realization, a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Guo Feng's eyes. "Then, do not blame me for being ungracious." Long Island, an artificial island nestled within a vast bay near the Brooklyn area of Manhattan, New York City, is home to a neighborhood of opulent villas, housing a substantial portion of the city's elite. Presently, a family vacationing in a seaside villa suddenly noticed that the once warm, even blinding sunlight had abruptly vanished. The entire sky dimmed ominously. Boom! A deafening roar of thunder erupted, as streaks of lightning, white yet tinged with violet, illuminated the heavens. The male head of the household, accompanied by his lover while cradling their child, prepared to return indoors. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck with sudden ferocity. A silvery flash, laced with purple, illuminated the entire sky. Vaguely, the man sensed a colossal shadow passing overhead. Just then, he heard his child innocently exclaim, "Daddy, there's a long-legged snake in the sky." "What?" The villa's master trembled, instinctively glancing skyward. The once clear atmosphere was now shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, which nearly obscured the entire sky, with fine tendrils of lightning striking downward. However, being a discerning businessman, the villa's master, in his 40s, maintained excellent physical health and keen eyesight, noticing a section of the clouds that appeared to be cleaved apart. It resembled a high-speed military aircraft slicing through the sky, creating a visible wake as it broke the sound barrier. Amidst the abrupt meteorological upheaval, with the incessant thunder and the parting clouds, the astute businessman quickly connected the dots. His countenance shifted, one hand shielding his child's eyes as he hastily escorted his lover back into the villa. They swiftly secured the doors and windows, retreating into the preconceived bomb shelter designed for the residents. Once settled, the master sat on the sofa, staring at the southeastern wall. 5 meters above him, and approximately 2 kilometers away, lay the residence of his closest neighbor. Just yesterday, the World Council's U.S. Congressman, Anselson, had arrived for a vacation. Moments later, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, shaking the underground shelter and causing a heavy rumble that even those below could feel. The businessman activated the surveillance systems within the shelter, directing a high-definition camera towards Congressman Anselson's villa. Indeed, his pupils constricted in shock as he marveled at the scene unfolding before him. Through the advanced capabilities of the surveillance equipment, he beheld the opulent seaside villa, now reduced to mere rubble, with traces of the devastating thunderstorm evident everywhere. A light drizzle began to fall from the clouds above, pattering against the charred remnants of wooden structures ignited by lightning. Anselson must be dead, the businessman murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Guo Feng had transformed into a 100-meter-long Azure Dragon, soaring through the skies aboard a plume of purple smoke, having pinpointed Anselson's location based on Coulson's information. As the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson retained his 9th-level clearance. And given the circumstances surrounding Nick Fury's continued 10th-level status despite global manhunts, it was a trivial matter for him to ascertain the whereabouts of a World Security Council member. Upon discovering the addresses of those who had voted to deploy mushroom bombs against him, Guo Feng activated the dragon form of his fish fruit abilities, traveling directly from San Francisco to New York. After navigating the complex numbering system, he located his target without exchanging a word with the World Council member clad in pajamas, engrossed in a game with 2 associates. With a mere gesture, he summoned the clouds and unleashed a torrent of fire. Naturally, an ordinary World Council member, even with a cadre of adequately armed bodyguards, stood no chance against Guo Feng. A single breath incinerated the entire villa. As he soared through the sky, enveloped in swirling purple clouds, Guo Feng suddenly sensed an inexplicable wave of impending danger. The threat was not overwhelming, merely a tingling sensation akin to static electricity, signifying that any forthcoming assault would likely be feeble. However, Guo Feng was not one to await the blows of others. Though he had not diligently trained in the art of Kinbunshika hockey, the Zhentian bottle had significantly enhanced his spiritual perception over time, elevating him to an advanced stage akin to the depths of Kinbunshika hockey. While not as formidable as Enel, he could still sense movements within a radius of several kilometers, granting him formidable sensory capabilities. As Guo Feng flew, he suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Chapter 88, The Slaughter continues. The lightning flashed, casting a brilliant white and purple glow. Under the illumination, a pilot aboard a Black Hawk helicopter, concealed approximately 200 meters to Guo Feng's lower left, turned pale with dread. The target has spotted me. I require assistance. I require assistance. The pilot frantically shouted over the radio. Regrettably, as a reconnaissance aircraft, and in order to prevent the engine noise from alarming the target, only a single plane was dispatched. The sense of crisis that Guo Feng had felt moments ago was, in fact, the pilot's instinctual urge to engage the rocket missile system aboard the aircraft upon witnessing Guo Feng transform into a dragon. Fortunately, he managed to suppress this impulse. Nonetheless, the desire to attack that surged in that fleeting moment was perceptible to Guo Feng, who, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, was acutely aware of it, especially in his fully transformed state, thanks to his heightened sixth sense. Seeking death, with a swift motion of his dragon head, accompanied by his command, a bolt of lightning, roughly the thickness of a forearm, suddenly materialized between 2 thunderclouds. Boom! The lightning, precisely controlled, struck the aircraft's engine cover with blistering heat and voltage. The most advanced fighter jet of the American military was pierced through its nose armor under this thunderous strike, severely damaging the internal engine. Spiraling and emitting thick black smoke, it plummeted towards the earth below. I've been hit. I've been hit. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. This is Falcon 4, preparing to eject. The pilot, feeling disoriented, hastily grabbed the intercom and uttered a few words before swiftly pressing the seat's ejection lever. Thud! As the aircraft seat was ejected, a parachute resembling a white dandelion yet to disperse slowly unfurled in the sky. This is Falcon 4. I have successfully ejected. The pilot exhaled a sigh of relief, still gripping the intercom tightly, but before he could finish speaking, boom! The deafening thunderclap reverberated, and the pilot, nearly deafened, stiffly turned his gaze skyward. To his astonishment, the parachute, which had been intact moments ago, was now marred by a massive hole, a consequence of the lightning's wrath. A tremendous wind pressure rushed in, throwing the parachute into disarray. And as it rapidly descended, the pilot's face turned pale. In the sky, a colossal form wielding thunder surged through the clouds, racing into the distance. Ding 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 ding. The chime gradually resonated, and Guo Feng, in his dragon form, was momentarily taken aback. Gradually, he began to revert to his human form. And his casual attire and oversized shorts, which had seemingly vanished, reappeared as he transformed back. Guo Feng retrieved his phone from his pocket. Moses? Hello, Jack. Where are you right now? The voice of Tony Stark crackled through the speaker, tinged with noticeable agitation. I'm probably vacationing over the Manhattan River. Guo Feng replied tentatively. Then why did Jarvis just inform me that he saw you on surveillance outside a villa in Long Island, breathing fire at a residential area? Tony's voice was now laced with barely contained fury. Jack, he bellowed, it's one thing to kill someone. After all, you're not Batman. But what do you plan to do about the rest? I've hacked into the World Security Council system and checked the votes. Over 30 high-ranking officials from various countries. Are you planning to kill them all? Upon hearing Tony's outburst, Guo Feng's initial irritation dissipated. Are you concerned for my well-being? Those insignificant officials wouldn't dare challenge me, even if I stood atop the clouds. Guo Feng understood that Tony wasn't genuinely worried about the lives of these global dignitaries, but rather about him. Should he eliminate these secretive officials, it would be tantamount to slapping the face of nations worldwide. There would be no turning back. Even Tony couldn't shield him. For if Guo Feng took such drastic action, he would not only face the ire of those affronted nations, but also the powerful factions behind those officials. More than 30 individuals from over 20 countries, essentially representing a significant portion of the world's influential voice. They may be powerless against you, but what about your own position? Once you strike, it's akin to tearing the fabric of this world. Can you guarantee that you will always remain in a godlike state? Tony's frantic voice echoed through the phone, which had automatically activated its screen, revealing his distressed face. It was evident that Tony had utilized Jarvis to infiltrate Guo Feng's phone. I will always be. There are still those I can contend with, but they certainly do not include those commoners. Guo Feng's tone was resolute. Currently, the only entities capable of posing a threat to him on this planet were the Ancient One from Kamartaj and the Gypsy, Witch Selena, who was presumably hidden away in some tribe. As for any other adversaries, Guo Feng held no fear. Having mastered the 6 powers from the world of pirates and the 3 types of hockey, even if Guo Feng were to be cast into the pirate realm, he would be a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. Similarly, having once ventured into the world of Naruto, he returned with Sage Mode and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, making him a top-tier powerhouse in that realm. What of the most advanced weaponry in the human world? What of the mushroom bomb? He had just dealt with 1 days ago. In his true dragon form, the power was immense. And now, here he stood, unharmed. Rest assured, Tony, I will not harm innocent people, but those 30-odd individuals must die. A fierce glint shone in Guo Feng's eyes, and even the clouds above seemed to darken with his murderous intent, swirling ominously. Crack. With that, Guo Feng crushed his phone, extracting the SIM card from the remnants, which he tucked into his pocket. His pupils instantly transformed into a brilliant gold. 3 black tomo began to spin, ultimately forming a complex pentagram. Roar. With a mighty dragon's roar, Guo Feng morphed into a steamer, soaring towards his next target. Chapter 89. Delivering a Grand Ivan to Mother Earth. Guo Feng's flight path was far from aimless. In fact, upon acquiring the addresses of those World Assembly members who had chosen to attack him from Coulson, he had meticulously planned his trajectory. First to New York, followed by a second target, the city in Canada neighboring the United States, where another Assembly member resided. The colossal Azure Dragon, stirring up turbulent winds, raced toward Canada amidst purple mist and incessant flashes of lightning. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Guo Feng found himself nearing the border of the 2 nations. At this moment, his enhanced perception, imbued with observation hockey, signaled a reaction. He slightly reduced his speed, still occupying the dragon form as he hovered above the clouds. Ahead, several kilometers away, a squadron of around 15 Black Hawk helicopters was circling. Boom. As Guo Feng's dragon form emerged, the Black Hawk squadron, equipped with aerial radar, unmistakably registered his presence. However, they showed no inclination to rush in for a direct confrontation. Instead, they began to circle in the sky, and from beneath each aircraft, 2 flames ignited. Boom boom. In less than a second, missiles, traveling at 3 times the speed of sound and trailing long tails of fire, hurtled toward Guo Feng's massive dragon form. To this, Guo Feng merely smiled disdainfully. He scoffed at the mushroom bomb, let alone these missiles. Indifferent and utterly disdainful, he harbored not a single thought of retreat. Standing amidst the clouds, hands firmly placed on his hips, he remained oblivious to the countless satellites observing from the vast expanse of the world below. With a thunderous roar, nearly 100 missiles rained down upon Guo Feng's colossal dragon form, erupting into a massive cloud of smoke. Yet, as the haze dissipated, the immense dragon remained coiled within the clouds, seemingly untouched by dust or blood. However, upon closer inspection of Guo Feng's azure-scaled body, aside from the thick, layered dragon scales, there existed a shroud of pitch-black gas and a ghostly green silhouette for protection, armed hockey-hardened, alongside the complete manifestation of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan's Susanoo. I shall stand here and await your assault. Once you are finished, I shall deal with you. Guo Feng bellowed with a dragon's roar. Confident that the pilots of the opposing aircraft would relay his message, he had resolved to teach these bullies a lesson, releasing the power of his fruit. He gradually transformed into his human form, his attire neatly returning to him as he sat poised upon the clouds. Utilizing the unique abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit, he effortlessly perched upon the cloud, untroubled by the prospect of falling. He then produced a teacup, the size of a fist, placing it upon the clouds, enabling them to support objects with the special control of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Continuing to rummage through his belongings, he retrieved a bag containing approximately 8 ounces of loose black tea. Next, he unearthed a palm-sized purple clay teapot, along with a kettle of boiling water. Thus, it was evident that he did not possess a Doraemon-esque pocket of wonders. The sole truth was that he was a crafty frog with a belly full of schemes. The Frog Spawn brand Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan allowed for the free use of all Mangekyo techniques. In this frigid, ice-prone altitude, Guo Feng paid no heed to the gazes of other spectators, leisurely brewing tea atop the clouds. A faint vibration rippled through the air, which Guo Feng swiftly detected. At that moment, his phone, nestled within his pocket, began to ring incessantly. Hello, Tony? As soon as the line connected, Guo Feng barely managed a greeting before he was met with Tony Stark's agitated voice on the other end. Run, Jack, run. The governments of 17 nations have launched nearly 4,000 missiles at you. The U.S. has even fired several nuclear warheads. They surrounded you in a complete 360-degree arc. Guo Feng activated his observation hockey, and vivid images began to flicker in his mind like a stuttering slideshow. Mere seconds later, a swarm of dark dots emerged at the horizon, closely resembling a mass of ants. Upon closer inspection, those were no mere dots. They were genuine intercontinental and military missiles. Guo Feng, observing the imminent threat of missiles that would reach him in mere seconds, scoffed and took another sip of his hot tea. Rest assured, Tony, given the technological prowess of the nations on Earth, excluding your peculiar capabilities, even if they advanced for a century, they would pose no threat to me. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. As he gazed at the missiles drawing near, Guo Feng remained unperturbed, continuing to sip his tea. Simultaneously, the red and green patterns within his pupils began to whirl rapidly. Kamui. Waves of ripples manifested around him, encircling him in a 360-degree expanse. In the next moment, an overwhelming blaze of fire surged into the Kamui space, unable to breach even half a meter of proximity to Guo Feng. Is this all? As soon as he uttered those words, several missiles, marked by a deadly red glow and the triangular yellow radiation symbol, began to flash ominously. Beep. Boom. For the first time, the Earth's atmosphere bore the legendary taste of the mushroom cloud. Massive mushroom clouds began to rise slowly into the sky. The searing heat and terrifying nuclear radiation threatened to seep through the cracks of the Kamui space, poised to invade Guo Feng's vicinity at any moment. At that moment, Guo Feng furrowed his brow, rising to his feet. You may strike me, but do not soil my tea. This is a personal collection from Old Chun. Susanoo. Activate. With a thunderous command, a colossal spectral figure emanating azure energy erupted from Guo Feng's body. Adorned in dragon-like armor, the giant stood several dozen meters tall, wielding an extraordinarily long sword. Armament hockey. Hardening. Another skill was unleashed, as black material began to envelop the previously azure Susanoo, forming a strikingly fierce and jet-black armored dragon giant. 2 dragon horns curved towards the heavens, and as the giant swept the massive sword, a violent green tempest was unleashed. Chapter 90. What is desired is overwhelming power. Thunderous 8 trigrams. As the Susanoo's cross sword was clad in armament hockey, Guo Feng's muscles bulged. Wielding a sword nearly 8 to 9 lengths long, infused with the ferocity of wind and thunder, along with an unstoppable destructive momentum. Influenced by various factors, his power manifested in a crimson hue, colliding directly with the terrifying thermal energy of the orange mushroom egg. Boom! Guo Feng found himself hovering over the Pacific Ocean. The clash of his attack and the explosion of the nuclear warhead resulted in a brief stalemate. The brilliant red and orange lights illuminated the night sky, casting a radiance akin to the sun at its zenith during the summer months. Two dense clouds collided within the sky, producing a deafening roar that shattered the fish beneath the surface, sending them into a frenzy. However, a nuclear warhead is still a nuclear warhead, the pinnacle of human destructive weaponry. In addition to its formidable shockwave, it unleashed terrifying radiation capable of influencing the very genetic spirals of life. Moreover, the blinding light comparable to staring at the sun from space was unleashed upon contact. Despite unleashing all his chakra and the wind and thunder power granted by the Azure Dragon Fruit, Guo Feng transformed into his dragon form, bolstered by the virtual souvenirs created by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Even so, the nuclear radiation and heat penetrated his chakra armor, encroaching upon his body. Furrowing his brow, Guo Feng glanced down at his arm, where several dragon scales had taken on a yellowish hue. This was beginning to inflict genuine damage. While he couldn't resist a mocking thought, the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by the Zoan-type Azure Dragon Fruit swiftly mended his body. Yet, Guo Feng's lips curled into a smirk. The teacup he had been holding had mysteriously vanished into the Kamui space. What I desire is overwhelming power. What do you intend to counter it with? Guo Feng's already robust arms swelled once more, akin to the mightiest marble on the mountains. His muscles surged like a tidal wave. They became even more pronounced and powerful. Guo Feng erupted with a furious roar, as the dragon's might bestowed by the Qinglong fruit harmoniously intertwined with the haki of the conqueror he had cultivated. Schools of fish and shrimp within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters surged to the surface. The seabirds that had been foraging and hunting in the skies, upon witnessing the clash between Guo Feng and the missile, desperately flapped their wings in a bid to flee this maritime domain, their flight abruptly stalling. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of successive entries into the water resonated as the birds, under the overwhelming pressure of the haki and dragon's might, instantly lost their will and plummeted into the sea. With the explosive surge of spiritual essence, the eternally swirling eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in Guo Feng's eyes began to spin at an accelerated pace, resembling a windmill concealed within his iris. The souvenirs enveloping Guo Feng's half-dragon form, already immense, transformed into a deeper shade of emerald. The dragon-shaped chakra sculptures, which merely served as decorative embellishments on his armor, sprang to life, seemingly roaring silently at the heavens. Amidst the rotation of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Guo Feng's chakra surged once more. The souvenirs enveloping his body expanded from a height of several meters to over 20 meters. The cross-shaped sword in his hand elongated to over 10 meters. Behold! With a forceful swing of the 10-fist sword, Guo Feng unleashed a torrent of emerald green sword energy. The dragon-shaped, seemingly roaring, azure sword energy erupted from the tip of the sword. In the blink of an eye, it rapidly expanded, forming a colossal green dragon, sword energy stretching hundreds to thousands of meters. The temporarily augmented power swiftly subdued a portion of the mushroom bomb's might, causing the orange sky that represented its detonation to seemingly recede by several dozen meters. However, the sword energy was depleting, although the power of the mushroom bomb was diminishing. It was clear that this reduction occurred at a rate exceeding that of the occasional azure sword energy Guo Feng unleashed. Yet, it must be noted that Guo Feng was preparing to confront targets comprising the powerful political figures of nearly half the Western nations coalition. Naturally, these dignitaries would not passively allow Guo Feng to approach and surrender to his will. Almost immediately following the news of Dawson's demise, who had previously advocated for the use of mushroom bombs against Guo Feng at the World Security Council, those political figures ranked among the top 10 in various countries began to panic. What should we do? Should that madman breach our defenses? While we cannot claim a 100% survival rate, the odds are still an alarming 80 to 90%. Moreover, it was not only those who had initially supported the vote to eliminate Guo Feng who were now in a state of distress. Leaders of confidential government positions, such as ministers of defense from various nations, were equally frantic. If this already revealed and known humanoid walking mushroom bomb were to enter their territory and brazenly eliminate a key figure, departing without consequence, who would take the blame for such an egregious failure? The defense ministers were reluctant to voice their concerns, yet they could only acquiesce to the frenzied actions of those World Security Council members, incited by Dawson's death. For instance, the barrage of missiles from over a dozen nations and the nuclear strikes from a couple of countries were the desperate results of politicians who had descended into madness, willing to do anything to eradicate Guo Feng. And, of course, the defense ministers played a role in this chaos. Rather than risk being scapegoated later, it was preferable to let the victim take the fall now. A certain Gaulish dignitary, known for raising both hands above his head, exuding a wild and ancestral aura, proclaimed. Chapter 91, The Eight-Span Mirror. Thus, what actions did these increasingly frantic political figures undertake? They exploited their influence and the power of their backers to forcibly control those defense ministries that publicly opposed the actions. They resolved to eliminate Guo Feng at any cost. As for the political repercussions they would face after his death, who could possibly care? If they did not eliminate that threat, their own lives would be in jeopardy. Consequently, while it appeared that Guo Feng's current power dominated, with the azure sky nearly suppressing the orange glow of the nuclear explosions and missile detonations, in reality, under the manipulation of these desperate government officials, missiles were being launched every moment, crossing hundreds to thousands of kilometers to reach Guo Feng. These missiles had been precisely calculated, with no issues of attrition from other nations' projectiles. Did they think this was the end? A wicked smile crept upon Guo Feng's lips as he beheld the destructive waves generated by the incoming missiles. He had no intention of utilizing the Shinjutsu space, for it lacked the necessary impact. He did not wish to give those nations with some knowledge of spatial studies the impression that he possessed a unique ability akin to a spatial mutant. Without that capability, he would be rendered impotent. But could they truly operate under such misconceptions? If they mistakenly believed it was so, they might one day develop some form of anti-space weaponry and incessantly harass Guo Feng. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary. A swift and decisive blow was required, one that would instill fear and ensure they would cower in his presence. It was not enough to merely strike lightly, allowing them to think they could retaliate in the future. Although tackling the issue of the missiles was not trivial, it was undeniably troublesome and disruptive. Therefore, Guo Feng resolved to initiate a more intense and shocking display. Under the watchful gaze of satellites and radars from various nations, the giant clad in Qinglong armor, standing atop the clouds, raised the 10-fist sword once more and unleashed a 1-kilometer-long azure, slashing energy towards the explosion site. Then, the towering figure, standing dozens of meters tall, slowly lifted its unarmed arm, gathering golden chakra energy points bit by bit. Moments later, a mirror, approximately 3 to 5 meters in size and adorned with peculiar patterns, appeared in his hand. The eight-span mirror. As Guo Feng hurled the mirror, a spiritual weapon also borne by the Susanoo within his eternal kaleidoscope, it rapidly grew in size as it soared through the air. As it rolled through the sky, it seemed to absorb the energy permeating the atmosphere. Within mere seconds, a colossal, radiant, and intricately patterned azure mirror emerged. Under Guo Feng's control, the eight-span mirror sped toward the massive burst of orange flames. As it drew closer to the fiery orange sky conjured by the missiles and nuclear bombs, the mirror, which should have been flat, began to ripple like the surface of water, while the bizarre patterns encircling it animatedly danced. The eight-span mirror, akin to the 10-fist sword previously wielded by Guo Feng, was another virtual spiritual weapon automatically donned by Susanoo within the Naruto universe. The 10-fist sword possesses unparalleled offensive capabilities, significantly enhancing the lethality of chakra. Furthermore, with each swing of its blade, it has the capacity to ensnare living adversaries within a realm of illusion. As a weapon of assault, the 10-fist sword is formidable. On the other hand, the eight-span mirror can be deemed the most potent defensive tool in the Naruto universe, second only to the life-draining techniques of the Uchiha clan, specifically the Wicked Iyaki. The eight-span mirror's function is to provide supreme defense against both energy-based and physical assaults. This means that whether faced with chakra-infused ninjutsu or pure taijutsu attacks such as thrown shurikens, the eight-span mirror can achieve impeccable protection. In the original narrative, as the ailing member of the Uchihas for madmen, if it weren't for Uchiha Itachi's lack of chakra and the fact that his eyes had yet to attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would not have been unable to prolong the use of Susanoo. Otherwise, as a certain notable figure in the ninja world, Kuratsuchi, stated, under the six paths, that state of Uchiha Itachi would be nearly invincible. Thus, unlike the chakra-deficient Uchiha Itachi, Guo Feng, who inherently possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, does not need to worry about depleting his ocular power. Moreover, chakra is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. Does Guo Feng lack any of these? In terms of physical prowess, Guo Feng is the awakened user of the Zoan-type mythical beast, the Azure Dragon Fruit. endowed with a constitution capable of surviving in the vacuum of space without the slightest attire. Regarding the soul, the peculiar artifact, the celestial bottle, continuously emanates sufficient energy to nourish Guo Feng's spirit. It can be said that Guo Feng possesses chakra in abundance. Hence, under the full power of Susanoo, amplified by the 8-span mirror, he swiftly surged into the fiery orange canopy, causing the 8-span mirror to vanish from the view of the government officials monitoring the surroundings from their satellite. Yet, despite the mirror's disappearance, its immediate effects remained vividly evident. The shockwaves generated by missiles and nuclear detonations were rapidly diminishing. Astonished, an official within the U.S. Department of Defense gasped at the footage displayed on screen. In conference rooms worldwide, where live broadcasts were accessible, similar exclamations echoed in unison. Upon Guo Feng's deployment of the 8-span mirror, the inferno that once mirrored the sea below began to dissipate rapidly. Even the energy shockwaves that had been clashing against the Azure Sword aura began to retreat. It was as if time itself were reversing. The destructive radiation and powerful explosive shockwaves converged towards a central point with astonishing swiftness, resembling the workings of a flushing toilet. A vast vortex of flames was formed. As the flames thinned, the celestial satellites above gradually discerned the true culprit amidst the fiery expanse. It was none other than the 8-span mirror, which Guo Feng had just unleashed. As time passed, amid the silent terror reflected in the eyes of numerous officials observing the satellite relay, Guo Feng raised his hand towards the now insubstantial sea of flames and commanded, "Return." Chapter 92, The Great Reckoning. Return. In the now sparse remnants that could hardly be called a sea of flames, the once high-temperature remnants began to coalesce in the gradually cooling atmosphere. A swirling azure mirror, spinning back towards Guo Feng, was now noticeably enlarged, 2 to 3 times its original size, and instead of the ordinary reflective surface, it now radiated a warm orange hue reminiscent of the recent inferno. Guo Feng scanned the vicinity, his observation hockey enveloping several kilometers, confirming the absence of any approaching missiles before he transformed entirely into his dragon form. With 4 claws resting atop a massive purple cloud, he surged forward, accompanied by wind, thunder, and lightning towards his next target, the capital of Canada. A journey that would typically take an aircraft half an hour now required Guo Feng no more than 3 to 4 minutes. Meanwhile, the leaders of Canada, who had rented satellite channels to witness this spectacle, wore expressions as dark as coal, their faces obscured in shadow, resembling Nick Fury despite their Caucasian descent. The Canadian leader glared icily at the middle-aged man pinned to the table by his guards, his voice chillingly calm. "Lidl, he's coming. Our current strength poses no threat to him. If he goes berserk, chaos will ensue." Observing the World Security Council member, who was still struggling but firmly restrained by the well-trained guards, the Canadian leader persuasively continued, "Lidl, I trust you wouldn't want your son bullied at school or your wife abducted in the streets, would you?" Hearing the president's seemingly heartfelt, yet blatantly threatening words, the middle-aged man writhed violently for a moment before succumbing, his face gradually draining of color, a look of resignation settling upon him as he muttered, "Let the guards release me. I want a beef wrap." Upon hearing this, the Canadian president waved his hand in satisfaction, allowing the guards to free Lidl. Producing 2 fast food bags. Time is of the essence. Is that acceptable? 2 minutes later, the previously clear skies over the Canadian capital were suddenly engulfed in dark clouds. Although no raindrops fell, the sky crackled with lightning and thunder, spreading like serpents. Guo Feng, having transformed into a half-dragon form, stood atop 2 swirling purple clouds, still adorned in the Azure Dragon armor of Susanoo. Observing the middle-aged man, now bound and dragged from the Prime Minister's residence, Guo Feng utilized his observation hockey to assess the man's facial features and psychological traits, confirming his identity. From a distance of a kilometer, Guo Feng unleashed a fiery breath tinged with lightning, akin to spitting. Boom! The flames, accompanied by thunder, struck the seated Canadian World Security Council member. 3 seconds later, the clouds that had been unleashing rampant lightning began to dissipate. The colossal dragon form, which had been swimming through the sea of clouds, vanished without a trace, leaving behind bewildered security personnel and a dark residue of ashes swirling in the wind. Woohoo! Today is a splendid day, filled with joy and celebration. Elated after dispatching an adversary who conspired against him, Guo Feng reveled in the skies, gliding through the clouds in his dragon form, humming a tune as he soared towards another destination. I do not know whose husband you are or whose father you are. However, even if your motive for siding with the representative who sought to end my life, Ansadeason, was merely to fulfill a favor, I shall not show mercy. The reason I refrain from annihilating your entire family is not due to leniency on my part. Rather, I am certain these individuals will never possess the power to influence me again. Furthermore, being members of the World Security Council, they are undeniably high-ranking within their families. Without this political backing, they may find themselves unqualified to remain in the upper echelons of society. Subsequently, Guo Feng's dragon form swiftly traversed the skies above multiple nations. The nations complicit in the schemes against him exhibited a remarkable sense of unity, as if they had conspired in silence. Some not only agreed to employ mushroom bombs during the fierce battles in New York, but also prepared the very legislators who sanctioned such actions, delivering them bound to his doorstep. Just moments prior, officials from various defense departments, armed with missiles and nuclear warheads, were also presented to him. However, among these potential scapegoats, Guo Feng decisively eliminated the highest-ranking official. Following this, he casually dismantled several of their military bases before soaring off to his next destination. After swiftly addressing the concerns of over a dozen nations, Guo Feng finally arrived at the ultimate target. The grand prize he had intentionally placed at the end of his list, the prosperous nation of the rising sun. A colossal dragon, cloaked in dark clouds and crackling lightning, soared above the not-so-sweltering city. He gazed down at the delegate from the World Security Council, conspicuously positioned in the expansive public square. Alone, clad in a white prison uniform, this delegate was perhaps the most courteous he had encountered in all his ventures through these nations. A designated priestess stood ready to offer prayers at a shrine, with offerings already prepared. Remarkably, this was the only occasion where no official, while preparing to address the council member, displayed any semblance of resistance or anger towards him. Guo Feng was in high spirits. He circled the skies thrice, causing the clouds beneath him to unleash a gentle drizzle, a testament to his elation. Without a glance at the bound delegate of the World Security Council below, he veered eastward. Has Lord Azure Dragon chosen to spare me? Thought the council member, Richuan Tai Hudging, as a look of relief washed over his face. Indeed, a change in attitude could yield favorable treatment. Just as Richuan Tai Hudging was about to instruct the guard beside him to untie his bindings, a thunderous roar echoed from the direction of the sacred mountain. Chapter 93, Tsunami. Futishan, the sacred mountain of the prosperous nation of the rising sun, was suddenly enveloped by a massive azure dragon intertwined with a tempest of violet clouds. The dragon lingered in the sky for what felt like an eternity, only to murmur, "What a splendid mountain, what exquisite flowers, and how delightful the snow. Alas, I am in the wrong place." Upon concluding this statement, Guo Feng transformed into the azure dragon and unleashed two blasts of purplish-red flames accompanied by thunder. Boom! A bolt of lightning, stretching several thousand meters long and dozens of meters wide, surged with explosive, unstable power into the long-dormant volcano, which had not stirred for over 3 centuries. The lightning struck true, plunging directly into the wide-open mouth of the volcano without disturbing a single pebble. Moments later, the thunder and light began to fade, yet Futishan retained its picturesque visage of snow-capped peaks and lush greenery. However, a peculiar sound emerged, akin to a kettle boiling or someone gargling with water, magnified thousands of times. For the first time in over 300 years, Futishan, previously deemed inactive, began to emit a wisp of black smoke. Then, astonished villagers and tourists at the mountain's base, caught in Guo Feng's ensuing storm, were taken aback to witness the volcano erupting with black smoke. The billowing smoke mingled with volcanic ash, instantly darkening the already overcast sky. Guo Feng, transformed into the divine dragon, found himself caught unawares, becoming covered in ash. Yet, the intense burning sensation of the volcanic ash was trivial against the might of his formidable dragon form. With a resounding roar amidst the ash-laden clouds, a blue dragon shape streaked across the night sky. A mere 10 minutes later, due to the impact of Guo Feng's fiery breath, the internal turmoil of the mantle caused the magma to churn and become active. Simultaneously, the entire island began to experience unprecedented seismic activity. The tremors spread rapidly, engulfing the entire territory of the prosperous nation of the rising sun within merely a minute. The force of the earthquake continued to escalate, causing not only the island to shake, but also influencing the movements beneath the sea. From above, one could observe the cerulean waters surrounding the island of the rising sun forming concentric ripples. This phenomenon, visible even from space, translated into the reality faced by ordinary mortals, a colossal tsunami. Gigantic waves towering over 100 meters surged forth, swiftly advancing towards neighboring islands. The first to bear the brunt of this calamity was none other than the neighboring nation. Often looked down upon by the rising sun, the frigid land of the great Han Ming. As for the tsunami's trajectory toward the distant eastern continent, Guo Feng was not one to remain idle. As the alarm along the eastern coastline had yet to sound, the Azure Dragon, shrouded in mist, soared above the waters. A fisherman, piloting his boat in search of a catch, caught sight of the towering tsunami. With his heart sinking, he made one final call, his voice devoid of emotion as he spoke to his wife and child. "Hello, dear. I'm at Uncle's in the mountains. Don't wait up for dinner. Also, contact the Ocean Surveillance Bureau and inform them to collect my body. The rewards for the 3 torpedoes and 2 marine spies I've recovered should suffice for you both." Despite the calmness in his tone, tears streamed down his face. "Hey kid, what are you doing?" After bidding farewell to his family, the fisherman turned to the young man seated at the bow of the boat. This summer worker had recently returned from Syria, only to find himself on the battlefield, forced to retreat by a sniper from the opposing side. Upon returning home, he had learned that fishing for spy torpedoes in the ocean was lucrative, and he had managed to secure a position on this vessel just 10 days prior. Little did he know he would encounter a colossal tsunami, something the seasoned fisherman had never witnessed in his 30 years at sea. "Oh, I just purchased accident insurance and cleared my browser history." The young man at the bow responded nonchalantly. "Don't worry, Uncle. I'm the second child at home. I beat the game yesterday, and when I went to Syria, my cousin treated me to a 188. I have no regrets in this life." The young man, with a carefree expression, gazed at the approaching tsunami, speaking in a manner that left the fisherman perplexed. In the realm of the next life, where one might find themselves transported to an alternate world, such musings were abruptly interrupted as the sky darkened ominously. Lao Huang, lifting his gaze from the depths of the cabin, relinquished the life jacket and the rope of the kayak in his hands. His attention was drawn to a fleeting azure light in the heavens. Swiftly, he made his way to the bow of the ship and delivered a resounding slap to the back of the young man's head. "Goodness, you fool. Look at the Dragon King." Caught off guard by the sudden tempest, the young man, who had been incessantly muttering about the strange phenomena that heralded his otherworldly transition, was taken aback by the unexpected assault. As he turned to retort, a sight emerged that would be etched into his memory forever. A colossal azure dragon, seemingly 100 meters long, emerged from the purplish-black clouds. Between its fearsome horns, crackling bolts of electricity danced, with an earth-shattering roar that sent waves of dizziness through both Lao Huang and the youth from thousands of meters away. The dragon expelled a torrent of crimson flames towards the surging tsunami. Chapter 94, The Eruption of the Volcano. As the apocalyptic purple-red flame erupted from the dragon's maw, it swiftly met the tsunami, igniting a cloud of vapor that expanded rapidly, even from a distance of several kilometers, and with the damp sea breeze in between. Lao Huang and the young man felt an intense wave of heat enveloping them. The warmth was laden with moisture, yet it was the scalding steam that threatened to sear their skin. In an instant, the young man's neatly parted hair was singed into a metallic sheen. A sudden, searing sensation enveloped him. Lao Huang, seasoned by the trials of life, sensed the looming peril. If this continued, whether the Azure Dragon would quell the tsunami remained uncertain. But if they remained exposed to the searing steam, with temperatures reaching at least 80 or 90 degrees Celsius, it was certain that neither would survive to witness the final outcome. Reacting swiftly, Lao Huang seized the young man, who was writhing in pain, and dashed towards the cabin below. In the face of life and death, human potential surged forth. What would typically take over a minute to traverse the ship's stairs was accomplished in less than 10 seconds. Then, with practiced ease, Lao Huang entered a code to unlock the hatch and pulled the young man into the cold storage compartment of the fishing vessel, filled with shrimp and crabs. Meanwhile, Guo Feng, utilizing his observation hockey, detected the presence of 2 life forms aboard the fishing boat, situated merely a few kilometers away. As he continued to unleash his dragon breath, he extended a hand, and simultaneously, the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly. The Kamui space. In the next moment, Lao Huang and the young man, nestled within the cold storage, abruptly experienced a sensation of weightlessness. Strangely, it was not the upward jolt followed by a plummet that they anticipated, but rather a sudden descent. This indicated that the vessel had not been propelled into the air by the tsunami or the shockwave of the heat, but rather, it was as if the ground had collapsed beneath them, causing the fishing boat to plunge into an unknown location. It was over. A flicker of hope in Lao Huang's heart, that perhaps the dragon would save them, sank once more into despair. "What? We're still alive, aren't we?" the young man remarked, rubbing the back of his head, wincing at the pain while glaring at Lao Huang, who had just retracted his hand. "You don't understand. That sensation of falling clearly indicates we have been pressed into some sort of space. What else could be beneath us besides the sea? Once the oxygen in this cold storage runs out, we are likely to perish, Lao Huang explained. What should we do? Hearing the possibility of impending death, the young man was astonished to find himself devoid of panic. The incessant brushes with mortality had left him numb. The tsunami was approaching, and now a dragon had appeared to quell it. Yet, the flames it unleashed upon the monstrous waves had resulted in a searing steam that threatened their lives. Lao Huang had dragged him into the cold storage, allowing them a temporary reprieve, only to now confront the issue of dwindling oxygen. The atmosphere of dread had dissipated. Should we call home? Lao Huang produced his Nokia satellite phone, only to be met with disbelief as the signal displayed 0 bars. Goodness, you little brat. Could you be right? Are we trapped in some wormhole, far from Earth? No signal on a satellite phone. We must either be in the Mariana Trench or on another planet. Am I truly destined to become a hero and embark on a harem adventure in an alternate world? The young man was suddenly invigorated, contemplating how the various fish and shrimp in their confined space could aid his future life in this new realm. At that moment, another sensation of weightlessness washed over them. Goodness, it felt as if we fell through the air and then crashed back into the water, prompting Lao Huang to involuntarily exclaim a national treasure phrase. Again, the young man, still filled with visions of his alternate reality, found himself frozen in place, devoid of the anticipated thrill of survival. The idealized images of maids and elves, along with the exhilaration of vanquishing minotaurs, seemed to drift further away. No. A despairing howl echoed from the cold storage. In reality, the fishing boat had silently materialized over 20 nautical miles from the site of the tsunami. The operation unfolded thus. Guo Feng first utilized his dragon breath to halt the tsunami's advance. Then, with his observation hockey, pinpointed the fishing vessel's location. Activating the Kamui space inherent to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he opened a vortex beneath the boat. Naturally, the fishing vessel plummeted into the abyss, resulting in the jarring sensation of descent experienced by Lao Huang and the young man. As they traversed the Kamui space, the two men continuously felt as if they were falling, as the Kamui space existed separately from the real world, akin to a miniature mirrored dimension. Thus, when Lao Huang retrieved his satellite phone, it was devoid of signal. As for why they were not simply transported back to their homeland, it was primarily because Guo Feng's range of observation hockey extended only about 20 kilometers. Beyond that, he could not execute a precise Kamui space transfer. However, the situation was not dire. With a final puff of smoldering smoke from the dragon's nostrils, the Azure creature had effectively eradicated the tsunami that had loomed menacingly, transforming it into nothing more than vapor. Countless fish, boiled alive by the dragon's flames, now floated lifelessly in the sea, reduced to ashes. Chapter 95. The hero of the masses. Subsequently, Guo Feng hastened to several locations that had recently experienced massive tsunamis, employing his dragon breath to quell the tumultuous waves. Initially, he had not pondered deeply on the implications. His primary focus was to fulfill the long-cherished aspirations of countless internet users from a past life. However, the geographical disadvantages he had once encountered soon became evident. Guo Feng had never anticipated that the earthquake at Futishan would reverberate through the entire mantle of the Zyriho nation. The volcanic eruption at Futishan directly precipitated a catastrophic earthquake of over 9 magnitude, affecting the surrounding seismic zones and culminating in a colossal tsunami. At present, Guo Feng piloted his dark cloud towards the final target point, situated near the South China Sea. Through his observation hockey, he sensed significant hydrodynamic fluctuations emanating from that direction. Having resolved over a dozen similar situations, Guo Feng was acutely aware. This was indeed a tsunami. If it weren't for the God Smite space being utilized for missile storage, and if those missiles were not susceptible to water, I would have simply contained the seawater within the God Smite space. He lamented, soaring at supersonic speeds while mentally berating the circumstances. He recalled how, during his encounters with the members of the World Security Council, after dispatching the first American representative, he had found himself under bombardment from missiles launched by a multitude of nations. Initially, Guo Feng had absorbed that onslaught using the God Smite space, later resorting to Susanoo to withstand the mushroom bombs that had been set to detonate, and thus could not be absorbed. Reluctantly, he had employed the 8-Shaku mirror. Yet, he constantly grappled with the unease of having appropriated such valuable assets, each missile worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and the mushroom bombs valued in the billions, some even priceless and rarely sold. Guo Feng felt a pang of discomfort at having unwittingly acquired billions worth of goods from others. He resolved to find an opportunity to return them. At that moment, he had already reached a point where the tsunami was about to make landfall. Just as he was poised to emerge from the clouds and unleash a breath of dragon fire from 1986, he was startled to observe a speedboat racing towards the tsunami. Are they courting death? Guo Feng mused and casually employed his observation haki. To his surprise, he discerned that 10 individuals stood at the bow of the boat, clad in what resembled battle suits. Despite their number, his haki revealed the presence of only one distinct aura emanating from them. Moreover, his heightened instincts, enhanced by consuming the Zoan-type Azure Dragon Fruit, detected an ominous energy that posed a significant threat to his life, a threat that, while not immediately fatal, could prove perilous if neglected. Intrigued, Guo Feng conjured several dark clouds to obscure his massive form and settled atop them, observing with keen interest while indulging in a large cup of cola and sunflower seeds. Below, the tsunami, having accumulated strength over the course of its journey through the ocean's relentless waves, had swelled to a terrifying height of over 200 meters. With his discerning eye, Guo Feng could clearly see the fish struggling against the tsunami's immense power, tossed about like leaves in a storm, along with various debris that had been swept from the ocean floor. The small speedboat, merely 4 to 5 meters in length and resembling an ordinary yacht, bore 10 individuals who stood united against the towering waves, embodying the heroics seen in animated films. As the two forces approached each other, the distance between the speedboat and the tsunami rapidly diminished. The once tumultuous waters of the outer sea fell eerily still, heralding the impending arrival of the tsunami. The first wave, towering over 70 meters, was a swirling mass of marine life and debris, even bearing the remnants of a dilapidated fishing vessel encrusted with moss. Under Guo Feng's watchful gaze, the 10 heroic figures clasped hands, and a radiant glow enveloped them. This brilliance, though pure white in appearance, revealed to Guo Feng's powerful haki a singular, resplendent red aura. As the light gradually dissipated, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and clad in a tight suit, emerged at the boat's helm, while 9 of his compatriots had vanished without a trace. Given that these 10 individuals were miraculous quintuplets, it was impossible to discern which 9 had merged into the remaining one. As the robust figure assimilated the essence of his vanished companions, his aura surged, reaching a magnitude that seemed to connect him with the very heavens. With a clenched fist, a visible orb of energy erupted from his hand, as he shattered the air with a punch that mirrored the earnestness of a true hero. A colossal golden energy formed into a fist-shaped projection, hurtling towards the tsunami. At that moment, Guo Feng's haki faintly sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the figure in the tight suit, seemingly materializing from an unknown source. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. The windmill of his eye spun into motion, revealing the intricate golden threads cascading from the hero's back. These threads connected to a distant continent, positioning this champion in defiance of the city behind him. A long-buried memory from Guo Feng's past suddenly resurfaced, and he exclaimed, "By heavens! Is this the Eastern hero of the masses?" Chapter 96. The Eastern Forces. By heavens! Is this the Eastern hero of the masses? Guo Feng, while comfortably seated amidst the clouds enjoying his snack, was suddenly stirred by curiosity. Activating his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he peered down at the man formed from the union of 10 brothers. Although he could not discern the identities of the components comprising the head, torso, or vital regions, the resemblance to a human-scale version of a colossal battle team was unmistakable. This was none other than the legendary Marvel entity, the mysterious Eastern team. Known for their strength yet notorious for their habitual procrastination at critical junctures, the Imperial City Squad. Wasn't it said that this was merely a haphazard creation by a temporary Marvel editor, lacking any legitimate copyright? Guo Feng continued to grumble from his lofty perch, his thoughts racing with a multitude of exasperations. Initially, Guo Feng believed that his current state, augmented by the awakened physical prowess of the dragon fruit, the mental strength conferred by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the protection of the celestial artifact from the world of cultivation, would sufficiently safeguard his soul. He fancied that, while he may not be on the level of beings from the Marvel Universe who could directly contend with deities, he certainly stood at a tier comparable to that of Thanos, a master of close combat, and a formidable ranged sorcerer. Within the grand tapestry of alternate universes, he regarded himself as a peak subdivine entity. However, he was acutely aware that in a protracted battle, he would likely be no match for the fully empowered King Odin, nor for the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange, wielding the Infinity Stones. Yet, when it came to confronting the denizens of Hell, aside from Mephisto and Lucifer, he was confident that while victory was not guaranteed, defeat was an absolute improbability. As for facing the mightiest member of the Avengers, Thor, he perceived the thunder god as merely a terrestrial pinnacle in his current form, far from the all-seeing, one-eyed Odin-powered deity he could become. Moreover, the Hulk, who was reputed to be capable of holding his own against even subdivine beings, appeared to Guo Feng as nothing more than a mere toy, despite his imposing, verdant physique. As a fellow possessor of the eternal kaleidoscope, Guo Feng mused over the absurdity of Uchiha Madara ever feeling threatened by the Nine Tails, which he considered merely a mount and battle armor. Were it not for the fact that Hulk was a humanoid monster, Guo Feng would have felt less discomfort. Otherwise, he would have already unleashed his Susanoo and joyfully ridden the Hulk into the fray. In the absence of the woman commanding the warship in the cosmos, Guo Feng found himself basking in the chaos enveloping the world, indulging in a sense of inflated confidence. Yet now, he was confronted with an utterly ludicrous scene. The 10,000 Heroes team, headed by Captain Yin of the Marvel Huang Empire, a figure mockingly dubbed Red Spandex by netizens, stood before him. Accompanying him were the Monkey King, an inheritor of a fraction of the sealed powers of the great sage equal to heaven, and a host of mutants. In Marvel's lore, while Professor X and Magneto may be leaders among mutants, their dominion is largely confined to the Americas. The true marvels of mutants could be found within the realm of Huang. Zorn and Zorn Guanin, derived from the X-Men comics, were among the few fifth-tier mutants masquerading as fourth-tier, their powers stemming from a black hole and a sun within their minds, respectively. Additionally, there were 8 others, the 8 Immortals, who, despite their claims, were merely 4-tier mutants. Yet the most bewildering of all were the 10,000 Heroes, a team of 10 brothers, each possessing a form of psychic connection and basic energy manipulation akin to a small tactical squad. Should they join forces abroad, even their combined might would only amount to a terrestrial peak. However, within the borders of Huang, their abilities could tap into the collective spiritual essence of all Chinese individuals within the territory, potentially borrowing a fifth of their life and spiritual energy without causing harm. What does this mean? In simple terms, with a population of 1 per billion, if each individual were to strike him once per second, Guo Feng would endure a lifetime without feeling pain. Yet if all 1 per billion struck simultaneously at the same point, according to tradition, he would be utterly overwhelmed. He would ascend to a level of divine supremacy as he lingered above the clouds, witnessing the sheer force of the 10,000 Heroes dispersing tsunamis that towered dozens to hundreds of meters. Guo Feng could only mutter in disbelief. Who truly was the cheat here? After nearly a year of enhancement, he had only just reached subdivine status, while these 10 brothers were born harnessing the strength of an entire nation. With his eternal kaleidoscope activated to observe the spectacle, Guo Feng discerned the golden threads obscuring the sky were merely the collective power of the inhabitants of a coastal city, albeit a second-tier city with millions of residents. Yet their combined strength equated to a single formidable blow. Guo Feng shuddered to imagine the ramifications if the 10,000 Heroes connected with the full might of 1 per billion citizens. Not even Dormammu would dare to show his face in Hong Kong. In this moment of contemplation, Guo Feng felt a pang of sympathy for Doctor Strange, whose world-saving efforts seemed trivial compared to the potential of the 10,000 Heroes who could effortlessly repel Dormammu. However, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps it was inappropriate to view Strange as a mere backup, as the Shield Bureau had a legacy extending back to the Eastern Han Dynasty, making its connection to the Ancient One entirely plausible. Chapter 97. The bewildered duo as Guo Feng lay amidst the clouds, lost in thought. His acute sixth sense suddenly detected an overwhelming gaze. Instinctively, his dragon-imbued body halted, muscles tensed, and even his most intimate defenses tightened. What was watching him? As he prepared to unleash a torrent of lightning-infused flames from his mouth, he felt an unsettling familiarity in the scrutiny, an impression that, while it felt singular, was undeniably the collective attention of millions. Could it be that the 10,000 Heroes, having amassed their strength from countless individuals, were the source of this intense gaze? Guo Feng turned his head, now transformed into the dragon, and peered downward. The fast boat that had charged toward the tsunami was now devoid of occupants, bobbing upon the still tumultuous waters. The superhero, previously poised to unleash a mighty punch against the oncoming wave, had vanished without a trace. Fixating on the source of the penetrating gaze, Guo Feng spotted a figure approximately a kilometer away, cloaked and garbed in a yellow spandex suit, resembling the true bald-headed vigilante. The two locked eyes, an unspoken dialogue hanging in the air. Just as Guo Feng was about to break the silence with a few casual remarks, he noticed the 10,000 Heroes pointing toward the Huang city behind him, coupled with a warning glance. How brazen! Guo Feng's irritation flared as he observed the apparent disregard in the other's demeanor. with purple flames crackling with thunderous energy building in his mouth and thick black smoke billowing from his nostrils. He prepared to unleash a fiery onslaught upon the audacious 10,000 heroes. As Guo Feng observed the preparatory movements indicative of an impending attack, his opponent, Wan Zhongxia, also began to gather the surrounding energies, ready to engage the Azure Dragon in battle. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sensation enveloped them both simultaneously. First, it was Guo Feng, who felt an exceptionally amiable thread entwining around his body, extending a polite inquiry. Although it failed to express any discernible language or pheromones, Guo Feng could clearly comprehend the intended message. Brother, have you eaten? May I borrow a bit of energy? Just a fifth will suffice. Is that agreeable? Guo Feng sensed this heartfelt greeting steeped in the essence of Chinese culture and the warm aura of his counterpart. Before he could fully process this, he found himself inexplicably agreeing. The strange occurrence was not lost on Wan Zhongxiao either. Gazing at the figure before him, he recalled the pertinent information provided by the Divine Spear Bureau. He thought of the formidable powerhouse who once stirred a tempest in North America, capable of combat, endurance, and illusion. Definitely a challenging opponent. Thus, Wan Zhongxia instinctively felt that the strength of his compatriots from the city behind him was inadequate and subconsciously sought to draw energy from those nearby. Yet, a peculiar event transpired. As Wan Zhongxia endeavored to connect with other compatriots from distant cities, he suddenly felt an immensely powerful force converging upon him from an unknown source. The magnitude of this energy was unprecedented, bringing a moment of elation to Wan Zhongxia. Could it be one of my beloved teammates or a hidden master from a prestigious family has taken notice of me? This time, they have chosen not to refuse my request for strength, despite Wan Zhongxia's intention to harness this power to align with the nation's destiny. Many patriotic individuals from the land of Yanhuang would subconsciously acquiesce. However, some stronger beings could outright reject Wan Zhongxia's request for energy in order to preserve their combat prowess. To be candid, the powerful energy he sensed this time was akin to one he had encountered only once before, the Beast King of the Demon Valley. The legendary steed of Qi Yu, a terrifying beast of subdivine origin residing within the mystical realms of China. Yet, as he felt dragon scales sprouting all over his body, brimming with vigor and a tingling sensation that suggested a desire to unleash something, and as his vision expanded along with the emergence of an extraordinary skill in his mind, Wan Zhongxia was left bewildered. Simultaneously, Guo Feng was equally perplexed. What on earth is happening? He watched as Wan Zhongxia's aura surged dramatically, his visage adorned with green dragon scales and twin dragon horns sprouting from his head. A breath imbued with crimson lightning and purple flames burgeoned from his mouth, which he awkwardly attempted to swallow. Even his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Naturally, this transformation did not reach the level of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, as only a fifth of the power had been transferred. What the hell? You siphoned my strength. Guo Feng leaped back several dozen meters, feeling a significant weakness enveloping him. If one were to equate realms, he had plummeted from the pinnacle of subdivine status to the latter stages of that realm. Observing Wan Zhongxia, who had morphed into a miniature version of himself, Guo Feng hastily severed the thread that tethered his power. In that instant, the once formidable Wan Zhongxia, now imbued with a potent and unique energy, collapsed like a deflated balloon, reverting from his 5 to 6 meter tall Azure Dragon form back to his original height of approximately 2 meters. They stood there, staring at each other in bewilderment. The atmosphere over the vast sea fell into an eerie silence, with even the thunder and lightning ceasing their fury. The tension became palpably awkward. Guo Feng discreetly began to claw at the cloud beneath him with his dragon talons. So, do you have anything else to discuss? He ventured tentatively, having entirely abandoned the notion of engaging in a duel with Wan Zhongxia. If not, I shall take my leave. I have numerous matters to attend to. Wan Zhongxia, just having escaped the sensation of losing a significant portion of his lineage and Azure Dragon form, responded with a dazed expression, farewell. Chapter 98, A Gift to the Fleet. The awkwardness was palpable. Guo Feng, who had experienced this firsthand, felt as though his talons were cramping from the tension. Thankfully, seizing the moment, he called out and summoned a great tempest, soaring southward. Having delayed for so long, the majority of the tsunamis that had been poised to ravage the territory of Yanhuang were eradicated before they could fully manifest, extinguished in their infancy. The tsunamis dealt with during this time were merely small fry, mere remnants. Coupled with the emergence of superhuman figures from the Chinese sphere, like Wan Zhongxia, intervening to halt the tsunamis, the crisis of a cataclysmic 9th-level tsunami threatening to devastate the entire coastline of Yanhuang had largely passed. As for the few remaining loose ends among the remnants, Guo Feng perceived that they were not entirely unopposed. For instance, he noticed a fleeting figure amidst the clouds he controlled, an ancient woman dressed in traditional shamanic robes, reminiscent of a Miao ethnic woman, standing upon a small wooden boat. Her arms, resembling pure white jade, were adorned with a myriad of bizarre and colorful patterns. In front of her, facing a tsunami wave nearly 100 meters high, she performed archaic gestures while reciting incomprehensible incantations. With the activation of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Guo Feng could clearly observe the witch as she waved her arms in a ritualistic manner, her incantations drawing the clouds of the sky toward her. Even the moisture carried by the tsunami was being siphoned into the heavens. In a matter of minutes, a thick layer of deep, dark clouds began to billow in the sky. Even the clouds Guo Feng had been using to conceal himself were drawn into the gathering storm. Of course, this was not due to any deliberate obstruction on Guo Feng's part. As a divine beast of the Azure Dragon, controlling clouds and raining was instinctual to him, and he would not falter in that regard. A weather witch, how intriguing. Guo Feng, also possessing the ability to manipulate the weather, found himself captivated by this woman. However, it was not an attraction of a romantic nature, based on the vague perception from his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. This woman, who appeared to be in her 20s, was likely over a century old. Thunder rumbled as the torrential rain, propelled by fierce winds, struck the area where the tsunami was approaching. Bolts of lightning ravaged the sea, stirring up a tempestuous gale. The once tranquil surface of the sea, which should have remained calm before the tsunami's arrival, began to churn restlessly. A series of diminutive waves surged defiantly against the incoming tsunami, growing taller with each collision and the relentless force of the wind. These three converging waves successfully coalesced into a formidable tsunami, towering approximately 20 meters high. Abandoning their vessels, the sailors seemed to soar into the heavens, propelled by the gusts, while the tempestuous actions of the weather which became increasingly fervent. As an incantation emerged, one that eluded verbal expression and resonated like a long-lost tongue. The whirlwinds on the sea intensified, fiercely resisting the impending tsunami. The result of this tumultuous situation was evident. As the tsunami approached from the island of a nation that had been enjoying relatively peaceful days, a colossal tsunami soon emerged to rival it, despite its initial insignificance. With the thunder in the sky transforming into the rhythm of war drums, the two tsunamis collided with the force reminiscent of ancient cavalry charges. Boom! The splash of water that erupted from their clash soared higher than the combined heights of the two tsunamis. This led to an exclamation of frustration. Damn it! I'm merely here to witness a spectacle, and yet I'm drenched. At an altitude of over 500 meters, a small dragon person, clutching a bottle of soda, furiously grasped a flickering bolt of lightning that darted past, ignoring the searing pain of the electric current, which he barely felt. The small dragon pressed the lightning against his drenched form. Zzzzzt. The intense heat of the current evaporated the seawater clinging to Guo Feng. Regrettably, the conductive properties of the human body caused his other hand's soda bottle to melt. A cascade of cola rained down from the sky, dispersing in the wind, with some droplets landing squarely on the head of the weather witch below, who was watching the two tsunamis clash with her arms crossed. Is that cola-flavored rain? She mused, and upon realizing the oddity, she looked up to see the sky shrouded in dark clouds, devoid of any other formations. To her dismay, she found herself drenched in cola, the unexpected result of her own actions, while the true culprit made a hasty escape, soaring thousands of meters high. Eventually, above the surrounding sea, only Guo Feng's solitary dark cloud remained, as other clouds had dispersed. The sky was now clear, with the sun boldly illuminating the tranquil sea, where seagulls and other unfamiliar seabirds scoured the waters for food. Were it not for the immense, iron-like behemoth gradually emerging on the horizon, the scene would have epitomized the idyllic beauty of a sunlit ocean. At last, I have awaited your arrival. I saw your news days ago, and just hours ago your superiors sent me a grand gift. I must reciprocate. A wicked grin crept across Guo Feng's lips as his eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan unfurled. He beheld the aircraft carrier approaching from the horizon, flanked by an array of heavily armed escort ships, with the stars and stripes fluttering atop. A flag not belonging to his nation. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his eyes began to whirl. A familiar spatial vortex swiftly manifested above the aircraft carrier. I must return what is yours. Chapter 99. The Azure Dragon Divine Beast. I am Griffin Wilshire. In ancient British lore, which boasts a history spanning over 2 millennia, this signifies the griffin. Embodying the spirit of courage and adventure, I have always felt this aligns with my essence, despite my American nationality. As the eldest son of the Wilshire family, I am a descendant of a notable admiral from the Kennedy era, my grandfather, Abner Wilshire, who was once a renowned one-star general. My father, Loron Wilshire, served as an advisor to a former president and is also an exceptional lawyer. My grandmother was a member of the British aristocracy, albeit a fallen noblewoman, while my mother hailed from a prominent American business family. With these seemingly insignificant connections, coupled with my rigorous training and hard-earned accolades, I have navigated multiple battlefields. Of course, my status as the only son-in-law of a naval admiral afforded me a slight advantage. I successfully ascended to the position of fleet commander of the 4th Fleet. In accordance with the customary practices of my nation, I commanded our Ford-class aircraft carrier, accompanied by a fleet of destroyers. Initially, we intended to conduct joint military exercises in the open seas near the prosperous nation of the Neon, targeting the region known as the Southern Lands. However, due to an unforeseen earthquake in the Neon Nation, their maritime self-defense forces did not come to greet my arrival. Yet, I remained unconcerned, only wary of provoking the fleet of Yan Huang Nation with any reckless actions. I viewed this as a delicate balancing act, testing the limits of annoyance without crossing into outright anger. I assumed this excursion would proceed without incident, as my predecessors had successfully navigated similar situations. However, I could never have anticipated that on the day of the earthquake, while my fleet was leisurely basking in the sun after evading a tsunami, the sky suddenly darkened. The ominous clouds appeared as if conjured from thin air. Purple lightning and crimson flames danced ominously above. An overwhelming sense of oppression, as if from a superior predator, emanated from the clouds, leaving me breathless. Even some soldiers, weary from the previous night's revelries, fainted on the spot. Then, a resonant voice echoed from the heavens, fortuitously in English, allowing me to comprehend its gravity. These items were previously sent by your nation along with its allies, a matter of reciprocity, and now, I am returning them to you. Following this declaration, a creature resembling an elongated green lizard with 2 horns emerged from the clouds, extending its 100-meter-long form. Griffin's astute and erudite nature, honed while idling at work, swiftly identified this being as the legendary Eastern divine beast, the Azure Dragon, the deity of rain and clouds. Before Griffin could ponder why the Eastern Azure Dragon spoke in English, the sky transformed into the form of the Azure Dragon, and Guo Feng commenced his return gift. Under the gaze of over 1,000 American sailors aboard the aircraft carrier, a spatial vortex, seemingly distorted, opened before the slightly ajar maw of the dragon. Before Griffin and the others could fully comprehend the unfolding situation, various objects began plummeting from the vortex. These were none other than the very aircraft carrier fleet Griffin commanded. What is that? Griffin wondered, observing the growing dark spots in the sky. Although he had called the fleet to alertness the moment the Azure Dragon appeared, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. It's fine. I'll return home to see my child soon. I haven't been back in over a year. Speaking of which, the baby should have been born by now. Griffin sought to quell his tumultuous thoughts, yet as the ominous black specks in the sky grew increasingly prominent, familiar shapes began to materialize in his mind. Quick! It's a missile. Counterattack. Prepare the anti-aircraft guns. Griffin shouted, his voice echoing with urgency. As the dark dots became clearer, he recognized some as the latest surface-to-air missiles developed by the United States. The sudden calmness that had washed over Griffin was swiftly replaced by terror. He hastily rallied the surrounding soldiers for a counteroffensive. However, at this critical juncture, the shortcomings of their infrequent training became glaringly apparent. The missiles, plummeting from the heavens, fell from the divine realm into the tangible world. The relentless pull of gravity, coupled with the weight of the steel and alloy casings of the missiles, created an accelerating force. An immense acceleration, indeed. The hardened warheads, trailing sparks through the atmosphere, served as a testament to their lethal velocity. These missiles, akin to meteors, had achieved speeds several times that of sound. They descended as if they were celestial bodies hurtling from the void. As the black dots drew nearer, the anti-aircraft guns fired in vain, managing to destroy only 3 inconsequential missiles from minor nations. The true threat lay in the formidable missiles from major powers, whose destructive capacity, while not reaching nuclear levels, was nonetheless formidable. Gazing at the approaching swarm of black dots, Griffin felt an unsettling calm wash over him, leaving only a vast sea of desolation. With countless missiles raining down upon the naval fleet, the aircraft carriers remained largely unscathed by a single missile, provided it was indeed just one. Yet the grim reality was that hundreds, if not thousands, of missiles ranging from 2 to over 10 tons were set to strike the path of revenge, or rather, the path of retribution. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the night sky, shattering the silence of the numerous ship compartments. Most soldiers lay battered, cloaked in billowing black smoke, while dozens of small mushroom-shaped clouds blossomed silently in the sky. After a few minutes, Griffin, transformed into the Azure Dragon, reclined upon the clouds, surveying the ravaged sea below with a sense of satisfaction before departing. Chapter 100, Sudden Assault. A multitude of missiles, at least dozens from various nations and models, descended upon the American aircraft carrier. As these missiles plummeted from a height of thousands of meters onto the deck or the sea surface, the violent collisions triggered catastrophic explosions almost instantaneously. Whether they struck the deck of the aircraft carrier or the cargo holds of destroyers, the majority detonated. This was primarily due to the gravitational acceleration from their altitude and the inherent weight of the missiles. Most were falling at speeds that exceeded the speed of sound. A dazzling, mushroom-shaped cloud resembling a golden enoki mushroom emerged at sea level, heralding the impending destruction of the American aircraft carrier encroaching upon the South China Sea. Meanwhile, Mr. Guo, having just completed a round of retribution, transformed once more into the Azure Dragon, observing the chaos as efforts to extinguish fires and provide aid unfolded. Originally, there were 14 vessels, yet now only half of a single remaining destroyer remained intact, with numerous sailors aboard suffering severe burns. Howling in agony as they plunged into the water, compassionate and unable to bear the suffering of others, Guo, poised to assist these distressed sailors in meeting their esteemed Mr. Washington, remained oblivious to the danger lurking above. Suddenly, a golden light flickered in the higher atmosphere. The light, shaped like a cross and radiating a nearly pure golden hue, appeared to have a dark center that rapidly expanded. It was evident that this object was hurtling towards Earth at an alarming speed. Contemplating whether to unleash a torrent of dragon fire or summon bolts of lightning, was suddenly felt a chill at his waist. A powerful surge of spiritual energy and the awakening of his Zoan-type dragon fruit urged him to brace for an imminent and intense attack, one that would surely inflict pain and bloodshed. With the activation of his observation haki, Guo briefly glimpsed the future through the depths of his spiritual awareness. He envisioned himself comfortably seated upon the clouds, preparing to unleash a cleansing breath upon those below. Yet, from the heavens, a golden meteor streaked downward. Boom! A colossal beam of golden light struck his waist with the force of a true meteor. The terrifying kinetic energy propelled Guo's immense dragon form hundreds of meters beneath the sea's surface at an astonishing velocity. In disbelief, Guo realized the extent of the impending injury he would suffer from the foreseen impact. With only a second or two to react, he knew that shifting his body would be futile. Even transforming into a half-dragon would require precious moments. Twisting his waist to evade the imminent blow was impossible, for the core of his dragon form resided in that very area, making it inherently resistant to force. Curse it, I shall confront it head-on, Guo resolved. Feeling the premonition of the golden meteor's impact through his haki, he had an inkling of the meteor's identity, yet this was not a justification for its assault. With the activation of his armament haki, he hardened his defenses. As a barely perceptible rumble resonated within him, a mass of black material surged from between the scales of his waist, swiftly entwining around the area, hardening to an extraordinary degree, revealing a sophisticated matte black finish in an instant. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, was summoned Susanoo. The next moment, armor crafted from chakra, adorned with intricate patterns resembling the Azure Dragon, enveloped his colossal form. Though not entirely encasing him due to his gargantuan size, the waist, poised to absorb the impact, was adequately fortified. At that moment, approximately 1.6 seconds had elapsed, and a sudden golden ray pierced the sky, as a golden cross-shaped apparition flashed beyond the atmosphere. Guo's vision blurred. Boom. The collision was akin to two continents crashing together, generating shockwaves and sound waves that reverberated across a 20-mile radius, stunning the marine life and causing them to surface. A massive void, a kilometer in diameter, manifested amidst the swirling clouds surrounding Guo's dragon form. Thanks to his foresight through observation haki, Guo had anticipated the impending disaster and had readied his defenses. This time, he was spared from being driven into the depths of the ocean. Certainly, he was not in a favorable state either. As if a street thug from his past had dealt him a savage blow to his lower back when he was still an ordinary man. The pain radiated through his waist, rendering him numb. Guo Feng gazed at the figure before him, equally ensnared in a daze of golden light. Suddenly, his eyes hardened. Damn it, that thug who once assaulted me was hospitalized for over 10 days after I retaliated, and they deemed it justifiable self-defense. What do you think you are? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, his immense dragon form swayed, and the powerful, muscular tail of the dragon surged with tremendous energy. Boom! Seizing the moment while the figure enveloped in golden light was still recovering from the impact, the cerulean dragon's tail, akin to an imposing wall, barreled towards her. The recently revived golden figure could only hastily shield her chest with both hands. Bang! The cerulean dragon's tail lashed out, sending a glimmer of golden light, no larger than a mere ant to the dragon, crashing into the ocean with remarkable speed. Due to the angle, the golden figure was ejected at approximately a 45-degree angle. Thus, a streak of golden light suddenly plummeted from the heavens, creating a splash that soared hundreds of meters into the air. Subsequently, this golden light plunged into the ocean depths due to the momentum. At that moment, Guo Feng realized that in his current dragon form, he did not hold an advantage against such a small yet powerful entity. He summoned a mass of dark clouds to cushion his descent, transforming into a half-dragon man towering around 2 meters tall. Chapter 101, A Clash with Captain Marvel. After transforming into a half-dragon man, Guo Feng refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he stood atop the cloud layer, approximately a kilometer high, continuously gathering the surrounding storm clouds and commanding them to conjure lightning. He watched vigilantly as the ripples on the ocean's surface had yet to dissipate. He understood that this was a woman capable of smashing warships with her head. How could she possibly be vanquished by such a trivial tail swipe? As expected, beneath the ocean, at a depth of about 100 meters, the woman clad in a tight-fitting golden-red suit, her golden hair cascading in waves, shook her dazed head and forcefully extracted herself from the coral reef's rocky confines. Radiating a dazzling golden light once more, she illuminated the ocean floor for hundreds of meters. Buzz! Suddenly, a colossal splash erupted from the ocean surface. A woman engulfed in golden light burst forth, her entire being radiating brilliant golden energy, her fist raised as she aimed to strike the cerulean dragon above the water. Huh! Where did the blue dragon go? The woman, momentarily bewildered by the absence of the massive, serpentine creature, was soon met with an overwhelming sense of mental pressure. It was imbued with a personal will that was tyrannical in its quest for freedom and unfettered expression. Even though several dozen kilometers away, clad in life jackets and fleeing the tumultuous sea, were rendered unconscious by this oppressive force. The woman furrowed her brow. As a formidable warrior who had once broken free from the highest echelon of mental control technologies of the Kree Empire, this level of psychic pressure posed no significant threat to her combat capabilities. However, she had expected Earth to be akin to any other ordinary civilization she had encountered in her travels through the cosmos. Yet here she faced a being of unparalleled strength. Moreover, the resilience of the body that had withstood her direct fall from outer space, coupled with the force that had sent her flying thousands of meters, was not something one would encounter on an ordinary planet like Earth. Even amongst the stars, the entity she had just encountered, revealing only a fraction of its strength, would undoubtedly rank within the top 100 on the Kree Empire's most wanted list. At that moment, the figure in the sky, emanating a threatening aura, spoke. The clouds that had obscured his form gradually parted to reveal his true visage. He stood over 2 meters tall, his physique robust and muscular, his azure scales resembling armor enveloping his entire being, crowned with 2 imposing dragon horns reaching skyward. The demon lord of the skies, the god of earthly sovereignty. Hey, Carol, why have you suddenly returned? Guo Feng inquired, both puzzled and intrigued. From the scene he had witnessed through his observation hockey, he recognized that the one who had ambushed him was indeed Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. However, by all accounts, she should still be out in the cosmos, ostensibly fighting to uphold justice, which in reality meant battling against the Kree fleet. She should not have returned at this time. Yet, Guo Feng quickly deduced the reason behind her return. Nick Fury must have summoned you back, right? Noticing the cold expression on her face, Guo Feng paid it no mind and casually remarked, "It seems he hasn't been very cordial with you? Did you spot me as soon as you descended? I'm supposed to be the good guy here." Upon hearing Guo Feng's words, the golden flames surrounding Carol intensified. "The good guy? I only see you here slaughtering a group of unarmed, ordinary soldiers." After saying this, Captain Marvel disregarded any explanation Guo Feng might have offered, one that he hadn't even intended to present, and transformed into a colossal beam of golden light, hurtling towards him. "I too wish to test who among us, as peak beings of demigod caliber, is truly superior." A wicked smile graced Guo Feng's lips as he ignited his entire being with Azure Chakra, his formidable physique resonating with an unseen force that altered the very air around them. In an instant, 2 waves surged forth from the heavens. The 2 powerful entities vanished from their original positions, colliding with one another in less than a second across a distance of 1,000 meters. Just slightly closer to Guo Feng's original location, a cerulean figure clashed with a dazzling figure of golden light. Bang! The ocean surface beneath them collapsed into a circular basin, forcibly compressed to a depth of several meters, reflecting a smooth surface like a mirror. It transformed into a circular arena with a diameter of 1 kilometer, sinking beneath the waves. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures engaged in a flurry of punches at a speed so rapid that even high-speed cameras would struggle to capture their movements. From a distance, all that could be seen was a flash of golden light and a streak of azure colliding. Yet, to the naked eye, the scene appeared as a still animation. Bang! Following their final clash, they simultaneously retreated, each propelled backward several thousand meters. As the force that had sustained their explosive combat dissipated, the ocean beneath them surged violently. Waves crashing against one another in a tumultuous display. Both figures above bore grim expressions. Guo Feng furrowed his brow, though the azure scales obscured his true feelings. Carol, concealed beneath the radiance of her golden aura, felt the weight of the battle ahead. Her speed was astonishing, reaching over 30 times the speed of sound. Guo Feng, too, possessed remarkable speed, with the powers granted by the Azure Dragon Fruit enhancing his strength and command over the weather. However, he was a fraction slower than Carol. Despite their seemingly equal exchange of blows, Guo Feng had endured nearly 2/3 of the strikes she had landed upon him. This acceleration posed a significant challenge. Meanwhile, Carol's concealed expression, masked by the brilliance of her golden light, was equally grave. Originally, I had presumed that my opponent was merely a proficient target skilled in utilizing colossal forms. To my astonishment, it turned out that this individual possessed the extraordinary ability to alter their physical size. While their speed did not quite match my own, it was not significantly slower either. Furthermore, they appeared to wield a formidable sixth sense, or perhaps even a precognitive ability, often anticipating my attacks before I could fully execute them. More crucially, observing the expressions of my opponent, I felt a twinge of soreness in my shoulder. Chapter 102, The Battle Against Captain Marvel. This guy certainly possesses immense strength. I murmured to myself while soaring through the air. I had already exchanged a flurry of punches with Guo Feng. Admittedly, on the surface, neither of us appeared to bear any injuries. In fact, Guo Feng had been struck by a greater number of punches. However, some matters cannot merely be quantified by numbers. Gazing at Guo Feng in the distance, who bore resemblance to an azure dragon, I felt a surge of frustration. Despite my superior speed, his combat instincts and techniques were truly terrifying. What was even more critical was the sheer weight of Guo Feng's power. When my punch connected with Guo Feng, it penetrated through the initial layer of his Susanu's ordinary protective barrier, filtering through the outer layer of skin and the impending black substance, the hardened coating of hockey. Finally, after traversing the numerous layers of Azure Dragon scales, it made contact with Guo Feng's robust muscles brimming with chakra energy. Even if I managed to land several consecutive punches and fortuitously broke through his defenses, inflicting a modicum of damage, the crucial point remained. Guo Feng was an awakened user of the Zoan-type Azure Dragon Fruit. His regenerative abilities were nothing short of astounding. While it could not be said that he could regenerate an arm instantaneously, should it be severed, he could restore it within an hour, provided it had not completely lost its vitality. By applying pressure to the severed limb, recovery would be remarkably effortless. However, I, Carol, could not boast the same resilience. Despite my own proficiency in hand-to-hand combat, it did not elevate my physical prowess beyond the nascent stages of the demigod tier. The true potential that would allow me to confront Thanos in his prime stemmed from the energy I acquired after coming into contact with the cosmic cube, linking me to a dimension suffused with radiant energy. Thus, with a slight ache in my shoulder, I regarded Guo Feng with a serious gaze. My hands involuntarily clenched into fists, and the air that had not yet escaped my grasp was abruptly compressed. My entire being radiated a golden light, akin to a super scion, shining brilliantly from head to toe. Even my platinum hair and light golden eyes began to shimmer with a dazzling hue. Star mode activate. A brilliant golden flame of energy erupted from my form, its powerful waves nearly evaporating the sea beneath me, sending ripples cascading outward. It could be aptly described as the nascent form of a tsunami. Oh, are we truly going to engage in battle? Then let it begin. As I sensed the intensifying golden aura emanating from me, Guo Feng, standing several thousand meters away, could not afford to back down. He was still clinging to the notion of justification. As he spoke, the Susanu enveloping his form began to shift into a deep emerald green. Streams of azure serpents emerged from the seams of his armor, adhering to the previously rather flimsy exterior, forming a unique chakra armor. His complete Susanoo materialized. Moreover, it seemed that, in a subtle manner, Guo Feng's already tall stature had increased further, surpassing 3 meters, nearly eclipsing the height of the Hulk. Additionally, the true dragon horns atop his head became entwined with the nascent forms of thunder and flame. You have star mode, do you? I have yet to utilize my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. The full potential of the Azure Dragon Fruit has yet to be realized. Its powers extend beyond mere physical combat, excelling in the manipulation of wind, rain, flame, and lightning. Guo Feng's gaze fixated intently on Carol, whose threat level had surged exponentially in his perception. A glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Carol felt the palpable pressure emanating from her opponent, the Conqueror's Haki, along with the primal aura radiating from the beast-like man before her. Even in her star mode, she felt the hairs on her neck stand on end. Unbeknownst to either, they refrained from making the first move, perhaps adhering to the age-old adage, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. One must anticipate their opponent's actions. However, just as Carol could no longer contain her frustration and raised her hand to unleash a beam of golden light, a sound akin to a distant gunshot echoed from afar. The golden beam, moving at almost the speed of light, was abruptly intercepted by a dazzling red light. Both Guo Feng and Carol were momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, their gazes drawn towards the source of the petite red beam. Carol's eyebrows raised in surprise at the appearance of an individual who bore a striking resemblance to herself. Meanwhile, Guo Feng's mouth twitched in disbelief, a dual-gun bodysuit, draped in a distinctly American shade of red. This is Captain China. Guo Feng observed the figure who had just unleashed a beam of energy equivalent to a missile's force from a pistol, and he couldn't help but think it resembled an antiquated World War II weapon. Furthermore, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Yin Shuangying from a past television drama. Guo Feng felt a surge of frustration lodged in his throat that he could not articulate. Gentlemen, this is the territory of Yin Huang. Divine beings are forbidden to engage in combat here. The man, resembling Yin Shuangying, spoke with an overly official tone, delivering a rather pompous statement. Guo Feng was unfazed. Recognizing that engaging in battle with Carol would indeed affect the ocean, potentially triggering a tsunami, which would be quite inappropriate, he promptly gestured, summoning a purple cloud beneath him, preparing to depart. However, who could have anticipated that upon witnessing Guo Feng's movements, Carol mistakenly believed he intended to attack the captain of Yin Nation? Without hesitation, she unleashed a beam of light towards Guo Feng, commanding him in an authoritative tone, "Hey, this guy's strength is beyond your imagination. Retreat quickly. I will handle this." Simultaneously, although Guo Feng successfully evaded the beam thanks to his observation haki, he was nonetheless incensed. Chapter 103, A Return Gift. Sensing the commanding tone in Carol's voice, the captain of Yin Nation furrowed his brow. He had merely extinguished a minor underwater volcano affected by the tsunami and the seismic activity from the small nation nearby. To his astonishment, he now detected a surge of intense energy fluctuations. As a peak-level earthling, the captain of Yin Huang possessed a plethora of abilities. For instance, consider the concept of advanced rays, which essentially infuse a weapon with the vigor necessary for accelerated assaults, while simultaneously allowing energy to be imbued into the bullets. Just moments ago, the captain of the Yin Huang nation utilized such a skill to disperse one of Carol's basic attacks. Undoubtedly, that shot aimed at Carol's ordinary strike could be regarded as a significant portion of the captain's ultimate move. Moreover, the captain possesses a myriad of abilities, including flight, semi-invisibility, and heightened sixth sense perception. Thus, when the captain arrived at the scene of the incident, the first sight that met his eyes was not Carol engaged in combat with Guo Feng, but rather Guo Feng delivering a spectacular rebuttal to the entire beautiful nation's aerial fleet. This spectacle filled the captain with immense joy, constrained by international complications. They were indeed unable to address the frequent intrusions upon their territory by these individuals. However, Guo Feng was different. On the surface, he was a citizen of the beautiful nation, and he shared a close relationship with the nation's wealthiest individual, Tony Stark. The annihilation of one's own fleet by a compatriot would scarcely implicate the Yin Huang nation. Coincidentally, at that precise moment, the captain received a message from the Vanguard, which informed all members of the Royal City's combat team that Guo Feng had been connected to their powers. What did this signify? It indicated that Guo Feng's lineage from the Yin Huang nation was remarkably pure. Furthermore, it demonstrated that Guo Feng harbored a genuine allegiance to Yin Huang. Where else could one find such a loyal ally? who possesses a sense of national identification and is unencumbered by identity concerns, free from the pressures of international issues. Therefore, upon witnessing Carol seemingly activating her ultimate ability, Dual Star Mode, the captain instinctively leapt forward to aid Guo Feng. However, this assistance did not entail direct combat. After all, the captain's identity as a member of the Yanhuang Nation's extraordinary forces, in contrast to Carol, who was shrouded in mystery and suspected to be a top-tier figure from another nation, warranted caution to avoid any unauthorized engagement that could lead to international disputes. Nevertheless, it was permissible to suddenly appear and demand that the opponent vacate their national territory, both reasonable and lawful. Thus, the captain emerged onto the scene. Yet, Carol's demeanor clearly indicated her displeasure towards him. Meanwhile, after unexpectedly enduring an attack from Carol, Guo Feng felt a surge of irritation. How dare this 60-something matron ambush a young comrade in his 20s? Such a lack of martial decorum. Guo Feng inwardly scorned her, and disregarding the territorial issues, he enveloped himself in an overwhelming aura of dragon's dominion and oppressive chakra. Damn it, prepare to perish. With a swift motion, Guo Feng brought his hands together, and in the next moment, the 10-fist sword materialized in his grasp, its azure violet blade swirling with intense sensations of illusion and destruction. Carol, naturally, was not one to underestimate her opponent. To her, Guo Feng represented a formidable force among these unfamiliar extraterrestrial beings. Although Guo Feng appeared to possess humanoid features, his true essence was likely that of a colossal cosmic entity, enraged and intent on obliterating everything in sight. With a flourish of her arms, Carol unleashed a brilliant golden light from her being. This radiance, not only imbued with tremendous power, but also exceedingly blinding, surged toward the 10-fist sword as it swung through the air. Bang! The collision of her luminous fist and the violet-blue blade created a shockwave that caused the ocean beneath to plunge several dozen meters downward, resulting in an impeccably smooth surface akin to that of a glass cup filled to its brim. However, just beyond this circle of dozens of meters, the surrounding sea level was elevated by at least 10 meters compared to other areas. The tumultuous waves rapidly coalesced into a circular tsunami. The captain's expression changed drastically. Although he could suppress this tsunami-like kinetic energy as a peak-tier terrestrial powerhouse, his primary focus was on human adversaries. The firearms he wielded were merely 2 enchanted shells, not the rapid-fire artillery of a devastating cannon. The captain's face paled as he hastily seized his satellite communicator, urgently exclaiming, "Coordinates in the South China Sea, 436275. An extraordinarily large tsunami is imminent, circular in nature. Weather Witch, please respond swiftly." "Understood," came a youthful yet somehow seasoned voice from the communicator. The captain quickly adjusted the satellite phone to a different channel. Same location, 2 individuals are engaged in combat, of divine caliber. One is documented as an ally, Jacques Guo Feng, Azure Dragon God, while the other is a suspected celestial-level entity, Ms. Marvel, from Texas, USA, 1987. We require the support of the People's Defense Forces. After a brief pause of 5 to 6 seconds, 10 identical voices responded in unison, "Understood, en route." Upon hearing this, the captain exhaled a sigh of relief. The reinforcements would be the Vanguard, allies of the royal city, representing the most formidable force under the jurisdiction of the Yanhuang nation. It was advisable for the Vanguard to unleash their god-level combat prowess, as the opposing force's strength was conservatively estimated to be at the zenith of divine capability. Unlike the classification of combat strength in the beautiful nation, which ranges from levels 1 to 5, where level 5 denotes a being above the subfather tier, the foundational combat strength in the cosmos is categorized as planetary, subfather, father, and individual universe levels. The Yanhuang nation also possesses its own hierarchy of formidable beings, born from its rich historical and cultural legacy, classified as follows: soldiers, ordinary humans at the peak of human capability, equating to the combat strength of an average person to Captain America; cultivators, typically level 3 to 4 mutants, capable of decisively vanquishing a small special operations team, akin to the majority of characters in the X-Men. The third tier, immortals, corresponds to the top-level mutants, such as Professor X and Magneto, or most inheritors of power in the Eastern Kunlun tradition, equating to Earth's peak level, exemplified by Thor and the current captain of the Yanhuang nation. The fourth tier is referred to as gods, whose existence ordinary nations' conventional weaponry struggles to withstand. Identified in the beautiful nation as level 5 mutants, and in the cosmos as subfather tier beings, while civilizations like Asgard are designated as the main gods. Presently, Only a few individuals within the Yanhuang nation can maintain god-level combat prowess over an extended period, and records of such entities are exceedingly rare. The term higher gods refers to beings of father-tier caliber. Currently, within the observations of the Yanhuang nation, only 3 such entities have been documented. One is the Supreme Master of Kamar Taj, a legendary monastery atop the snowy mountains of the Tibetan Plateau. Another is the suspected Asgardian deity Odin, who is believed to have descended to Earth in the 14th century. And the third is the one who is en route. Boom. The overwhelming energy nearly destabilized the captain's balance, as he could only achieve supersonic flight. Suddenly, he was jolted into the water. Upon resurfacing, the captain found himself momentarily stunned, witnessing the sky distinctly parted into a clear path. On either side of the ominous clouds, thunder and fire raged madly towards the center. A dazzling radiance, imbued with immense energy, blazed between the 2 billowing clouds, shining like the sun itself. No, it was even more outrageous than the sun. The captain of the Yanhuang nation, unable to withstand the sheer brilliance, found his eyes involuntarily shedding tears of functionality. A formidable powerhouse of Earth's pinnacle could scarcely gaze upon the blinding sunlight unleashed by Captain Carol Danvers in her full glory. Damn it. I knew something felt off just now. Those 2 mages insisted on engaging in close combat. Amidst the thunderous clouds, a cerulean dragon, entwined with lightning and flames, disdainfully remarked. After an intense melee with Carol, Guo Feng had come to realize the sheer resilience and rapid recovery of this fellow. Likewise, Guo Feng grasped just how astonishingly fast Carol was. Currently, Guo Feng's speed hovered around 20 times the speed of sound, and even with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, his velocity was nearly on par with Carol's pre-dual star state. The crucial difference was that Carol had indeed activated her dual star mode. The speed of her punches, nearly at the speed of light, was simply ludicrous. Before Guo Feng could land a single blow on Carol, she had already unleashed a flurry of punches, each nearly at light speed, upon his robust dragon form. Were it not for the complete and balanced development granted by the Susanoo, Guo Feng would have long since been left with shattered eyes, his brain turned to mush, reduced to mere spicy tofu pudding. Naturally, Carol was not without her struggles. The 10-fist sword wielded by Guo Feng was not merely powerful in terms of raw strength. More importantly, it bore formidable illusions. Although Carol's mind had been greatly enhanced by the supreme intellect of the Kree, high mental resistance did not equate to immunity to psychic threats. The shifting scenes caused her immense discomfort. Furthermore, the damage inflicted by her numerous punches against Guo Feng did not compare to the times she inadvertently fell prey to the illusions of the 10-fist sword, leading to physical sluggishness and severe injuries. Thus, after unleashing their true powers, both finally recognized the reality before them. One was a mage capable of controlling the weather with his gaze, while the other was a devastating battleship destroyer with mastery over energy. Both were ranged combatants, which culminated in the current spectacle above. Guo Feng commanded 2 colossal thunderclouds, colliding with one another, fervently generating an array of immensely powerful and densely packed thunder and hurricanes. Occasionally, he would poke his head out from the clouds, exhaling ancient dragon breath, a purplish-red mist. Carol, refusing to retreat, stood boldly between the thunderclouds, projecting a luminous barrier. The moment she spotted Guo Feng's dragon silhouette, without hesitation, she would unleash a beam of light several dozen meters wide. However, due to Guo Feng's observation haki, which allowed him brief foresight, coupled with Carol's evasive maneuvers developed from dodging exploding warships in the cosmos, their once fervent duel devolved into a chaotic dance akin to a dance hall competition. The only casualties of this harmonious scene were likely the fish in the surrounding waters. First, the neighbors in adjacent seas were ravaged by tsunamis, and those who survived were subsequently turned into dried fish by the sudden dragon breath. Now, yet another victim had emerged, succumbing to the aftershocks from their aerial clash. The harmonious spectacle of a disco battle was abruptly concluded by the arrival of a singular figure, towering like a shadow over the captain of the Yanhuang nation, yet radiating hope, a colossal giant, standing over 20 meters tall, clad in a flowing traditional robe, approached the surface of the sea, wielding an enormous hammer that measured at least 15 to 16 meters. His robust waist resembled a well-defined assembly of 80 abdominal muscles, and the dense, intricate patterns on his back transformed the vast expanse of ocean behind him into a golden vista. Guo Feng, still airborne, recognized the arrival of the legendary hero. He immediately activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, fixating his gaze upon Carol's attire. This was not the act of a mere lecher. He was activating Amaterasu. Amaterasu, the bane of all tangible matter, held the power to manifest in the void, thus becoming a form of ranged attack. Regrettably, aside from the initial surprise that caught Carol off guard, she remained unscathed as she was bombarded by the main cannons of various civilizations. The robust battlesuit she donned, a pinnacle of Kree technology, began to ignite with black flames. In truth, Carol hadn't initially paid much heed to the igniting black flames on her battlesuit, believing it to be a mere nuisance. Yet, who could have anticipated that the suit, which had withstood the impacts of planetary collisions, would be consumed by these strange black flames? Chapter 105, The Incinerated Garment. As the inky flames materialized in the void, they marked the first instance of damage to the Kree general-grade battlesuit, which had remained unblemished for decades. Carol, who had previously exhibited an unperturbed demeanor, now felt the searing sensation penetrating through her attire for the first time. What in the world is this? The rustic essence of her homeland, which she hadn't seen in decades, involuntarily escaped her lips. Filled with astonishment and fury, she realized this was the culmination of Kree intellect. Had it not possessed self-cleaning functionality and formidable defense, her suit would have long since perished. Initially, Carol attempted to extinguish the bizarre black flames by patting them with her arm, but to no avail. Some of the black flames clung to her like a parasite, refusing to be extinguished. Instead, they further spread to her fingertips. However, given that her battlesuit was crafted from advanced materials, her fingers were somewhat shielded. Thus, as she focused on combating the flames, she endured 2 thunder strikes before finally discerning how to extinguish the enigmatic black blaze. Your black fire can only consume tangible matter, correct? Enveloping her hand in golden cosmic energy, she noticed some black flames flickering. As she severed a portion of her power, the black flames of Amaterasu, having consumed that energy, turned to ash, capable of igniting all substantial structures in the air, yet unable to sustain itself independently. This was the flaw common to all flames, including yours. A surge of golden radiance enveloped Carol as the powerful cosmic energy erupted from every pore of her being. Soon, it surged towards the terrifying black flames, engulfing them in a brilliant display. Confronted by these energies, the unwise black flames were inevitably drawn to them, becoming entirely enmeshed in the golden cosmic energy emanating from Carol's form. However, just as these flames were on the verge of consuming the energy released by Carol, a dragon, concealed within the clouds and orchestrating the lightning, once again opened its eyes. Several magatama instantly coalesced into a circular kaleidoscopic pattern, the earth technique infused with life. From the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Sasuke, capable of manipulating a significant portion of the flames, the kaleidoscope's ocular technique emerged, accompanied by Guo Feng activating the kaleidoscope's ocular technique. The earth technique infused with life exerted its influence, directing chakra through his gaze to summon the Amaterasu flames. The flames corresponding to Carol's presence were already relaxed, effortlessly evading several lightning strikes that had just flashed toward her while she inspected the large hole burned into her attire. Suddenly, a sense of imminent peril washed over her, accompanied by an intense burning sensation. Retreat. The word loomed large in Carol's mind as she, in her dual star mode, almost instantaneously circled a kilometer away at the speed of light. Only after that instinctual warning subsided did Carol cautiously glance back. The flames that had just scorched her clothing, having separated from the energy, seemed to transform into a serpent of black flames, as if manipulated by some unseen force. The deadly threat she had sensed was the sudden attack of this black flame serpent from behind. For a moment, Carol's mind was left in a daze. Can energy be controlled so casually now? She could perceive the chaotic conflagration from a distance, a blaze potent enough to incinerate even the most formidable particle-grade protective gear. Surely not drawn from a bizarre dimension? This was illogical. How could such chaotic power be tamed? Where did this being originate from? Which alien race from which galaxy? Or perhaps a sovereign from some peculiar dimension? Carol, radiating all her experiences and observations in the cosmos, sought to discern the nature of Guo Feng's alien identity or perhaps simply define him as a formidable entity from another dimension. Regardless, Carol would never associate a being of such remarkable prowess within the universe with the diminutive planet of her birth, one that had yet to even step into the cosmos. Boom. Just as Carol adjusted her somewhat damaged battle attire to her shoulder, a sudden and overwhelming sense of threat surged from the southeastern waters. Carol's body stiffened instantly, and the combat suit she had been tugging upwards fell away, accompanied by an oppressive atmosphere. Even the tumultuous waves stirred by her and Guo Feng's battle seemed to freeze in an instant. It was a genuine stillness. Waves that had just surged 2 to 3 meters high hung suspended in midair, droplets unfallen, illuminated by the light of Carol's cosmic energy, vividly visible. A powerful presence. An undeniable powerhouse. Carol assured herself, though she had encountered such a degree of power before. Once, near a black hole, she had ventured into the void of cosmic realms. Upon emerging, she hadn't anticipated that the collector's use of a precious cosmic artifact would lead to anomalies in the surrounding wormholes, transporting her to the vicinity of a black hole just 20 years after leaving Earth. That experience ranked among the closest brushes with death she'd ever faced. The black hole loomed perilously near, with her arrival from a misaligned wormhole placing her less than half a light year from its abyss. The tumultuous space made her dizzy, leaving her barely able to regain her composure. With a mere fraction of a moment, she could have been drawn into the black hole. Fortunately, just as she was on the brink of being consumed, the various radiations and rays surrounding the black hole jolted her back to awareness. She swiftly activated her dual star form and escaped. And it was during that instance, Chapter 106, The True Power of Earth. It was when she neared the black hole that, by harnessing her formidable cosmic energy to disrupt the surrounding rays, she managed to escape the black hole's gravitational pull, and in a fleeting glance back, she beheld an unforgettable scene. Within the immense black hole, a celestial body formed from the sun's demise. Amidst the endless cosmic rays, it emanated a faint glimmer. It revealed something astonishing to Carol, a colossal entity, far surpassing Earth's size, its entire body adorned with a shell of black and blue, a titan that, though dormant, radiated immense menace and pressure. Since then, Carol had never ceased her quest for information about this being. Yet, in the grand libraries of various civilizations, her inquiries yielded naught. Until one day, needing to settle weaker races and procure some obscure planets, she sought an audience with the collector. By chance, Carol mentioned her encounter with this entity. Due to the rarity of the planetary acquisition business with the collector and bolstered by her own formidable strength, he took her on a tour of his premier collection, the true void of the void. Upon hearing Carol's inquiry, the collector displayed a fervent emotional response, pointing beneath their feet. Those are our living kin, ordinary members of the divine assembly, celestial father-level cosmic powerhouses. It was then that Carol first learned that, aside from the Kree's power classification, equivalent to a quasi-celestial father-level marshal, the Kree Empire possessed only the highest leaders, the most supreme intellects capable of controlling the strongest armor powered by miniature stars, termed the Führer level. In the lexicon of most cosmic powerhouses, this tier was referred to as celestial father level. Currently, among the civilizations of the three great empires, only one true entity existed at this life stage, the combined form of the two parental deities of the Xia Empire. As for Carol and her ilk, though they were indeed among the apex cosmic powerhouses, almost every advanced civilization possessed beings capable of threatening quasi-celestial father-level powerhouses or even claiming such strength themselves. The quasi-celestial father level was, indeed, the benchmark for assessing strength within the cosmos. Yet, through Carol's extensive experience navigating the universe, she firmly believed in the instinctual sensations radiating from her corporeal form. The very essence of her being trembled. The cosmic energy that brimmed with destructive power felt as soft as cotton. This was undoubtedly a legendary celestial father-level powerhouse. Moreover, it likely surpassed the ordinary ranks of celestial fathers. For Carol had once confronted a creature that stealthily emerged from the void dimension, reputed to possess celestial father-level physical strength. Yet that creature had merely instilled in her a sense of lethal threat and pressure. Ultimately, after enduring the relentless bombardment from dozens of temporarily deployed battleships of the Xia Empire for over 2 weeks, they managed to vanquish the monstrous octopus. However, the ominous shadow that emerged from the southeast, emanating such an aura of intimidation, was undoubtedly not merely a simple creature like the octopus. It resembled the celestial being she had once glimpsed at the edge of a black hole, a paragon among the celestial titans. Carol stiffly turned her head to behold a figure of Asian descent, towering over 20 meters, weighing at least several hundred tons. Yet, he stood gracefully upon the water's surface. This was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in Carol's ability, due to her long immersion in cosmic energy, to perceive certain energetic substances. Behind this giant lay a vast sea, a sea of gold. It appeared to stretch across a panoramic 260 degrees, as if it were a sheet of pristine and dense top-grade glass crafted from golden energy. Moreover, it was not limited to the golden presence she observed before her. In fact, the moment she caught sight of the giant, all that remained in her vision was a scintillating crimson glow. For, from all corners of the world, fine threads, akin to strands of hair, were interconnected to the giant before her. What appeared as an endless expanse of golden sea, if Carol's conjecture was not amiss, was likely an ocean woven from the same golden threads. The reason it resembled a tranquil, reflective golden sea was perhaps due to the sheer multitude of those golden filaments. Since when did Earth harbor such a creature? Carol was perplexed and profoundly shaken. In her mind, Earth was merely an ordinary blue planet, designated C-62 by the Kree Empire. A civilization so weak that it would not even dare to resist an invasion by the Kree. How was it possible that a being of such celestial might, one that could potentially rival even the Kree Empire, had emerged? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a top-tier entity stealthily emerging from some mysterious dimension or advanced civilization, right? That individual clad in red who had been observing their battle and intervening had to be the pinnacle of combat prowess on this planet. After all, I, Carol, Captain Marvel, am devoted to safeguarding peace in the universe. I cannot allow you to wreak havoc. After a moment of self-affirmation, Carol summoned her courage to engage in battle once more. Her entire being radiated with golden light, clearly indicating her imminent transformation into her binary form. However, at that moment, Carol's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Guo Feng, who had been evading combat in his dragon form amidst the clouds, now inexplicably assuming the guise of an ordinary person. Dressed in an elegant azure robe, he smiled at Wang Zhongxia. This was dire. These two were in cahoots. This planet was in for trouble. A wave of desolation washed over Carol. After all, she was uncertain if she could even contend with Guo Feng alone. Not to mention this formidable Asian giant who had suddenly appeared, almost compelling her body to succumb to defeat. As Guo Feng emerged from the clouds, he noticed the look of despair on the woman's face, which seemed to suggest her mind was somewhat disoriented. He found himself momentarily unable to decipher her thoughts. Chapter 107, A Dire Misunderstanding. Since he could not fathom the intentions of this seemingly eccentric woman, he decided to abandon the effort. Guo Feng politely nodded at Wang Zhongxia, clearly recognizing that Wang Zhongxia now possessed at least 1 billion units of divine power, with space and time absolutely affected. Even Odin would likely hesitate to confront him directly. Wang Zhongxia, you have arrived. Have you eaten? Although it was only their second encounter, Guo Feng greeted Wang Zhongxia with a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing the familiar greeting from a compatriot, Wang Zhongxia momentarily froze, initially assuming that Guo Feng, having grown up in the United States, might not fully grasp the cultural nuances of the Huangyan nation, especially since he had never previously spoken in Chinese. To his surprise, Guo Feng's proficiency was impressive. Of course, I haven't eaten yet, Mr. Guo Feng. If it weren't for the two of you, my 10 brothers and I would have already enjoyed a delightful meal of dumplings in Nanjing. Hearing the subtle reproach in Wang Zhongxia's words, Guo Feng feigned ignorance. Ah, how unfortunate. It was primarily due to the fact that the captain of the Huangyan nation had instructed me to leave this maritime area, yet our coordination faltered. Specifically, this lady's lack of cooperation. Guo Feng pointed at the perplexed Carol with a dragon claw. At that moment, due to some reason unknown to Guo Feng, Carol's mind seemed to be on hiatus. Mr. Guo Feng, may I suggest that you escort this, Guo Feng, who often struggled to remember unfamiliar names, quickly found his footing upon observing Wang Zhongxia's conflicted expression. This is Carol, the marvelous lady from the United States, who has been studying abroad for several years. Upon hearing Guo Feng's rescue, Wang Zhongxia's previously awkward situation felt akin to a drowning person grasping a slender lifeline. Ah, yes. Yes, Ms. Carol, due to your actions, you have severely impacted the sacred and inviolable regulations concerning our territorial waters in the Huangyan nation. After receiving a warning from the captain of the Huangyan nation, you failed to vacate the area. Consequently, we are now entitled to detain you. After Wang Zhongxia's statement, Guo Feng failed to grasp that he too might be facing a few days of confinement. Carol, on the other hand, widened her eyes in astonishment. So these powerful beings were all from the Huangyan nation? The Huangyan nation was indeed so formidable? When those massive Kree battleships breached Earth's atmosphere, why did these beings not show themselves? Admittedly, while it might be exhilarating to ram a battleship with one's head, it was undeniably painful. At that moment, Carol's mind was overwhelmed with an endless stream of complaints yearning for release. Suddenly, she grasped a troubling thought. What if these beings were an extraterrestrial race that had only appeared on Earth after several decades? What if they had secretly manipulated the minds of Earth's elite? Carol was instantly gripped by a chilling realization, yet upon further reflection, it was not entirely implausible. After all, entities akin to the Zerg or aberrant beings existed in the cosmos, albeit rarely. What if that 1 in a billion chance happened to land on Earth? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Carol adopted a defensive posture once more. However, if Wang Zhongxia and Guo Feng, who were privy to her thoughts, were to learn of these suspicions, they would undoubtedly find it amusingly absurd. If Carol truly acted upon her assumptions, her current maneuvers would indeed be foolish. On the surface, she already knew of Guo Feng, who was nearly her equal in strength, as well as Wang Zhongxia, whose overwhelming presence nearly crushed her. Should she display such a posture before those top-tier beings who harbored ulterior motives, Carol would likely find herself obliterated in an instant. Nevertheless, Wang Zhongxia and Guo Feng remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. Yet, the wariness and vigilance Carol exhibited did capture their attention. For individuals who so openly displayed their emotions were a rarity in this world. Miss Carol, Wang Zhongxia was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by Carol, who had transformed into a state of heightened awareness. Do you have any evidence that you are from the Yinhuang nation? In truth, Carol is rather unfamiliar with this nation. Having been born in Florida in the 80th century, although she once entertained the notion of joining the Air Force of the beautiful country, the Yinhuang nation was, at that time, still rapidly evolving. Its outward appearance was akin to that of a remote and impoverished region of Eastern Africa. Moreover, a certain master of Jeet Kune Do had yet to arrive in Hollywood. Thus, in Carol's mind, the Yinhuang nation was merely a country of lesser strength, albeit with a vast population. However, she could not dismiss the possibility that the Yinhuang nation might undergo a remarkable transformation in the coming decades. Yet to her, the entire planet seemed to occupy a state of obscurity in the grand cosmos. While Guo Feng struggled to comprehend why Carol, despite being born during a period of intense patriotism in the beautiful country and being aware of her homeland and mother planet, both of which were relegated to a lower tier in the universe, chose to assist cosmic refugees rather than uplift her own motherland and hasten its entry into a spacefaring civilization. It became apparent that many powerful races had embarked on their cosmic journeys in such a manner. Typically, a formidable individual among Earth's elite would rise to the level of a demigod, acquiring the ability to traverse the cosmos swiftly. Subsequently, they could plunder knowledge from ordinary spacefaring civilizations to address their race's deficiencies, an operation quite routine in the universe. The reason Earth's deities refrained from such actions often stemmed from hostile forces or unavoidable commitments. Yet, Carol faced none of these constraints. We are indeed from the Yinhuang nation, born and bred without the need for any proof. However, we must address you, Miss Carol, regarding your background. You were born in Florida in 1865. Once aspired to join the Air Force of the beautiful country but faced rejection due to a lack of female recruits, and later attempted to participate in the Pegasus project. Ultimately, after vanquishing an alien warship, you vanished. Such incisive observations could hardly be attributed to the forgetful Wang Zhongxia, but rather to the newly arrived captain of the Yinhuang nation. At this moment, a flicker of defiance crossed Carol's face, quickly stifled. Are you suggesting we should intervene? Chapter 108. The unintentional display of telepathy. Faker, how do you know? Have you probed my mind? Carol's demeanor shifted dramatically as she fixed her golden-eyed gaze on the captain of the Yinhuang nation, her mind racing with the concept of mental states. Fear not. We possess no telepathic abilities, the captain asserted, once again articulating Carol's innermost thoughts with uncanny precision. This caused her body to tremble, her golden aura surging dramatically, with the destructive cosmic energy emanating from her arms reaching levels reminiscent of a mushroom cloud. Forgive my candor, Miss Carol, but your ability to manage your expressions is rather poor. Might this be a result of the external world being relatively stable? The captain remarked with a calm demeanor. The Kree Empire, according to the intelligence of the Yinhuang nation, was recognized as a formidable spacefaring empire, occupying multiple star systems. His extensive life experience and knowledge from various training sessions endowed him with keen observational skills that rivaled even those of Yin Shuangying. Of course, the captain had also lived slightly longer than Carol, born towards the end of World War II, making him merely a sprightly 70-something in this timeline. When the Kree Empire prepared to invade, we had already implemented relevant protective measures. However, two primary issues arose as we sought to neutralize the Kree's vanguard fleet. The captain continued at a leisurely pace, while Carol appeared eager to interject, yet the overwhelming presence of Wang Zhongxia kept her silent, forcing her to listen intently. The first issue pertained to the newly established special regulations governing superhumans. Superhumans from their own nation were prohibited from entering other countries. This legislation had been enacted by your countrymen in response to the Cuban crisis instigated by Magneto. According to the clandestinely signed 1978 United Nations Superhuman Restraint Treaty, Individuals classified as level 3 mutants or above were barred from entering foreign territories without permission. During your emergence as a superhuman and subsequent return to Earth with the Kree fleet, mutants and the government of the beautiful country entered a Cold War phase. Level 4 mutant Magneto, among others, renounced their citizenship, while the upper echelons of the American government restricted other nations' superhumans from entering the beautiful country. At this revelation, Carol's understanding deepened. She recalled her childhood, when she had not yet participated in the Pegasus Project and gained superpowers. Despite the publicized presence of mutants, there had been no sign of them during the Kree invasion that had been visible throughout Texas. It was indeed due to this reason. We later suspected that a powerful force lay hidden within history and time, subtly guiding and manipulating your emergence, the captain concluded, only to backtrack with a pointed remark. Carol furrowed her brow, incredulous. How could that be? My acquisition of superpowers was purely accidental. No one could have predicted that the mysterious energy from the cube would manifest in such a way, enabling me to harness a power once used to fuel the doctor's spacecraft. The notion that such a cosmic force would be directed at an ordinary person like me, granting me this demigod level of combat prowess, is preposterous. The doctor himself stated that the chances of survival under such energy exposure for a normal being are 1 in a billion. If I survived and gained such immense power, the odds would be 1 in a billion of a billion. If someone orchestrated this, why wouldn't they seize that energy for themselves and become a demigod? It's impossible. My existence was simply a fluke. Carol countered vehemently. We initially believed it to be mere coincidence. The captain replied coolly, gesturing for Wan's Hongxia to conserve energy, indicating that combat was unnecessary at this time. Consequently, Wan's Hongxia transformed back into 10 figures, severing the connections to the vast golden ocean behind him. In that fleeting moment, a portion of the weakened power felt by the 1.4 billion Chinese on the isolated island returned to their bodies. However, my thorough investigations revealed a world far more complex than it appeared. At that time, the individual who entered the investigation was the captain of the Yanhuang Nation. In addition to his ability to unleash energy, the captain possessed a physique even more robust than that of Yin Shuangying. In truth, the captain's observational prowess and aptitude for gathering information were equally formidable. Even if he were to temporarily lose his energy, his skills rendered him akin to a top-tier level 10 operative. On the eve of the Kree's arrival in this world, various countries had already become aware of the extraterrestrial presence. Initially, a faction among these nations sought to engage in peaceful negotiations with the aliens. However, it appeared that the other extraterrestrial races had no intention of reciprocating. Indeed, aside from the jurisdiction of the Kree Empire, there were no other humanoid powerhouses or kingdoms nearby. Thus, the proponents of peace emerged concurrently. Yet, Guo Feng was not so forgetful as to be oblivious to the origins of his own creations. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation began his recollection. It was a sunny afternoon, the weather pleasant and serene. I stumbled upon the comprehensive data concerning Area 51 of the beautiful nation and discovered that at the very moment you arrived on Earth, a wave of spatial and temporal fluctuations enveloped the residences of the entire management structure of the beautiful nation. Shortly thereafter, those high-ranking officials who experienced these spatial and temporal disturbances convened to deliberate on whether to eliminate you and the alien warships, almost unanimously clamoring for your destruction. Chapter 109. The Truth Behind the Kree War. Resolving the victims alongside the perpetrators? Guo Feng exclaimed, "Hey, this is my forte." His spirits lifted, for these matters had never been unveiled in the original Marvel Cinematic Universe. Guo Feng endeavored to activate his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, simultaneously diminishing his presence. He strained to listen intently to the captain of the Yanhuang Nation as he continued his narrative. Eventually, we discovered that those who participated in the conspiracy to obliterate you, as well as prevent foreign superhumans and local figures akin to Professor X from providing support, were the leaders of the beautiful nation at that time. They had chosen not to resist the Kree and obstructed the mutants and superhumans from other nations who were en route to assist. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation elaborated. In fact, they belonged to opposing factions. From the tight-fitting suit, the captain retrieved a stack of photographs, the backs of which were filled with annotations. These are the records gathered by our Divine Spear Bureau of the Yanhuang people. At that time, a faction of leaders from the beautiful nation opted against resisting the Kree and actively impeded the mutants and superhumans from abroad who were poised to offer assistance. He continued. One faction belonged to the Democratic Party, while the other was aligned with the Republican Party. They were, in fact, political adversaries. Yet, the most crucial point is, the captain presented a photograph depicting a general adorned with 5 stars on his shoulder, gesturing emphatically towards someone before him. McLawrence, you should be quite familiar with him, right? Carol fell silent for a moment. She certainly recognized him. He was the highest commander of the beautiful nation's Air Force, a 5-star general, McLawrence. According to the intelligence of the time, he was an ardent white supremacist and a hawkish figure, steadfastly committed to preserving the supremacy of the beautiful nation. Logically, such an individual would never extend any support to invading forces. Rather, he would be expected to advocate for a desperate fight. The captain flipped the photograph over to examine the information regarding this 5-star general from the 1980s. Strangely, this pro-war figure vanished during a banquet on the very first night after your return to Earth. Concurrently, several others also went missing. The captain presented a series of photographs, channeling energy to guide them forth. Carol, somewhat dazed, accepted the photographs and began to examine them one by one. They featured familiar faces, officials she had often seen on television prior to her abduction by the Kree. Even after more than 30 years and countless battles in the cosmos, she still retained vivid memories of them. Jack Morse, a member of the beautiful nation's Senate, a white supremacist who advocated for mutant peace, yet was the first to oppose the war police en route to the Kree warship's location after your return. The captain continued. Perhaps concerned that Carol might not grasp the significance of the X-Men, he elaborated. The X-Men were the largest superhuman organization in your beautiful nation at that time. Despite having undergone a decline, they still possessed several level 4 mutants. Moreover, their leader, Charles Xavier, had already attained a preliminary level of celestial combat prowess, which you could interpret as peak planetary power. Furthermore, Professor X was one of the exceedingly rare psychic mutants, likely the key to countering the Kree's main battleships. The captain proceeded to present multiple examples, each corresponding to the individuals in the photographs held by Carol. Some were Democratic Congress members, while others were Republican generals from the Department of Defense. Yet, they all shared a commonality. They had acted in ways that starkly contradicted their usual values and behaviors during the Kree incident. All their actions pointed toward a singular objective, to isolate Carol, who was present at the scene, and thwart any superhuman organizations that sought to assist her in combating the Kree warships in the Texas wilderness. Perhaps they realized how challenging it would be to affect the warship. After discussions, they decided to surrender as a nation, Carol suggested, attempting to maintain a sense of agency and not feel as though she were being manipulated from the shadows. In fact, she had begun to tarnish the reputation of her own nation, albeit these individuals indeed fit the mold. However, the beautiful nation of the 1980s still exhibited a degree of human dignity. Yet, how could such unverifiable information be presented by the captain of the Yenhuang nation? In order to thoroughly resolve the potential threat posed by Carol, who might engage with Guo Feng in the South China Sea at any moment, the captain unveiled his trump card. Another stack of photographs emerged, but this time, the subjects were not political figures from various nations, but rather individuals clad in attire that appeared somewhat eccentric or antiquated, albeit with a certain charm. The first image clearly depicted a man, reminiscent of a medieval knight in heavy armor, soaring through the skies against a backdrop evocative of British national style. Given that it was a black and white photograph, it was impossible for it to be digitally altered. Thus, it was deemed authentic. The captain declared, Wilton James, born in 1864 in the town of Manchester, was classified as possessing divine combat prowess in the evaluations of the Divine Spear Bureau. This is a photograph of him preparing to soar above the beautiful nation. While astonished by the classification of divine combat prowess, Carol remained unaware of the weight of such an assessment. She was merely taken aback by the fact that this individual, born in the 19th century, still appeared as a middle-aged man in the mid-20th century. Turning to the next photograph, she saw the same Wilton James in heavy armor retreating swiftly through the sky, with a fireball, presumably from a missile explosion, visible before him. The captain continued to elucidate. As he was approaching the coastline of the beautiful nation, he was suddenly struck by a missile attack from the fleet of the beautiful nation, anchored nearby. At that time, the beautiful nation promptly lodged a protest with Great Britain, and ultimately, this 19th century hero, whose prowess was not unlike that of your own, regrettably never had the chance to meet you. A look of confusion and astonishment began to manifest on Carol's forehead. This individual, who resembled a character from an ancient knightly tale, was actually a demigod. Chapter 110, The Hindrance Caused by the Beautiful Nation. How could this person possess the combat strength of a demigod? Carol expressed her skepticism. To this inquiry, the captain of the Yenhuang nation did not shy away, Wilton James. According to the records of the Divine Spear Bureau, he is the 14th knight of Great Britain, the one who drew the sword from the stone, blessed by Merlin and King Arthur. According to the records, both Merlin and King Arthur are confirmed to be ancient earth deities of a higher echelon. The one who draws this sword would gain recognition from their magical essence and receive a profusion of magical blessings. After the captain of the Yanhuang nation finished speaking, he cast a glance at Carol. This knight had naturally passed away by the end of the 19th century. However, the 15th Knight of Great Britain had already been born, currently a high school student, and bore a striking resemblance to the unempowered you in the records. Upon hearing this, Carol's face flushed slightly. It must be said that although the dark history of their era was not depicted in high definition, it could still be replayed. What realm is that of the higher gods? The legendary demigod level? Carol inquired. Indeed, the state of total victory for the multitude of heroes corresponds to the pinnacle of demigod strength. Currently, there are only 2 known entities of this caliber actively present on Earth. Carol remained silent, finding it hard to fathom that her home planet had such a multitude of formidable beings. If they truly exist, then why did they not come to my aid back then? Carol questioned incredulously. Aren't we discussing this very issue? Guo Feng, who had been trying to minimize his presence, could no longer hold back. Hearing such a foolish question, he was overwhelmed with the desire to retort. Can you please listen patiently? Stop with the frivolous nonsense. If you continue like this, perhaps you should go argue at a construction site. Carol fell silent, likely realizing that her tone might have had a hint of provocation. The captain of the Yanhuang nation bestowed an appreciative glance upon Guo Feng, commending this astute onlooker, and continued. Based on our observations of the ancient deities within Yanhuang territory, we have discovered that 2 primary scenarios circulate within global mythology. The first is the dissemination of external cosmic civilizations, which has left traces of mythology in the hearts of local indigenous peoples, exemplified by the renowned Norse mythology. The second is our traditional belief, akin to the Kunlun pantheon of our Yanhuang nation, which is a native supernatural force, with gypsy witchcraft serving as another representative example. As for the third type, it reflects manifestations of extra-dimensional invasions. Currently, the majority of the demonic relics discovered by the state are remnants of territorial demons that invaded Earth, left behind after being vanquished by mages. At the mention of the third type, the captain's tone noticeably faltered, as the notion of extra-dimensional manifestations being demons was somewhat inaccurate. Considering the context of Yanhuang Nation, what about the ancient 8 great demons? And that legendary temple of Kamar Taj atop the Himalayas? Guo Feng posed an example. Just recently, the powers exhibited by Old Chang, which differed from those in the original Jackie Chan adventures, left a profound impression on him. This also marked the first time Guo Feng realized that, aside from the butterfly effect caused by his own actions, the powers of other worlds merging into his own would also yield a diverse array of power tier systems. For instance, Old Chang in Jackie Chan adventures was merely a commendable martial artist in his youth, and his magical energy could only threaten certain dark beings. Faced with a gun, he would be rendered helpless. However, was the Old Chang he encountered in the Marvel Universe the same? To his astonishment, it began with a green magical teleportation portal, entwined with goat-shaped energy, along with various energy charms capable of intercepting missiles and lasers. Guo Feng discerned at least 2 or 3 different systems within that experience. There was the magical energy from Jackie Chan adventures, originally intended for dispelling dark beings, but ineffective against ordinary life, as well as what appeared to be the animalistic energy from the Marvel system, enhancing combat prowess through the Kunlun energy. As for the final portal, any discerning observer would recognize it as the sacred domain of the Ancient One, the portal essential for the Kamartaj sorcerers. As for why it was green, Guo Feng speculated it was akin to the abilities summoned from his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan after merging with his Azure Dragon divine form. The summoned Susanoo. Whether it be Uchiha Madara's Tengu Susanoo or Uchiha Itachi's raven-like Susanoo, all bore the visage of the Azure Dragon. This was likely due to the chakra extracted from Guo Feng possessing the qualities of the animalistic phantom fruit of the Azure Dragon. Presumably, the green portal followed a similar principle. Indeed, from certain ancient legends and records, Kamartaj has been continuously activating a formidable circular formation targeting extra-dimensional energies. The captain of the Yanhuang nation cast another appreciative glance at Guo Feng. Excellent, young man, you have great potential. You know how to navigate these matters. And as for you, Miss Carol, we have also investigated the events that transpired during the time you and the fleet of the Klee Empire arrived, and we found that nearly every formidable extraordinary power was obstructed during that period. The captain of the Yanhuang nation declared, "You may wish to examine the other photographs." Carol flipped through the other images in her hand, one of which depicted a vast, icy expanse seemingly located near the Arctic, with a colossal white bear sprinting across the land. The Siberian White King, as verified, was born in 500 BC and served as the national totem of the Bear Nation for an extended period. Naturally, This giant bear also possessed god-level combat prowess. Carol turned to another photograph lying underneath, yet still grouped together. This depicted another white bear, at least 20 meters tall, standing upon the water's surface, creating a massive iceberg. Yet lava spewed forth ahead, causing the white bear to panic. Upon sensing your aura, the White King had already been en route to the beautiful nation, but en route. Just after departing from Siberia, an underwater volcano that had been dormant for centuries suddenly erupted, hindering the White King's progress. The captain of the Yanhuang nation's explanation followed suit. Carol furrowed her brow, continuing to flip through the next photograph. Chapter 111, Speculations. Another photograph appeared to be a street shot, clearly showing a woman dressed in a manner reminiscent of a gypsy, rising from a roadside astrology booth, gazing towards the southeast. A faint glimmer of dim light appeared in the southeast direction within the photograph. This was in New Mexico, where agents from the Divine Spear Bureau discovered a street photograph from your era. After conducting a thorough search through our extensive database, we ultimately found that the witch depicted in the photograph, a genuine witch, possessed Shenji John Leaf and had connections with many witches from various nations. The captain of the Yanhuang nation continued, though Carol's expression grew increasingly grim. Nevertheless, he persisted. The witch subsequently established a connection with us. When the witch from our company reached out to her, she mentioned that she had foreseen a calamity occurring in Texas and was preparing to summon nearby witches to rush there. Carol remained silent, simply listening. As she had anticipated, it wasn't long before unexpected words emerged from the captain of the Yanhuang nation. Indeed, surprises had arisen. The captain's statements were entirely within Carol's expectations. If they truly come, I wouldn't be left to fight alone, she remarked, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. However, she now found herself inclined to believe the captain's words, for it was evident that the opposing side boasted the formidable prowess of a celestial-level warrior. If they wished to engage her, they could do so directly, without resorting to elaborate deceptions. Such tactics held little significance. Moreover, the consequences of her potential escape once the matter was exposed were too dire to contemplate. So, what transpired afterwards? Did you not say that they were in contact with many witches? In response to Carol's inquiry, the captain of the Yanhuang nation confirmed. Interestingly, the leader of that coven clashed with her successor on that very day. The witch who was preparing to assist you received the news just 5 minutes after setting out. He continued, in fact, we conducted an extensive investigation into the coven. As a group of this size, if influenced from behind the scenes, is easier to uncover than others. Carol rolled her eyes, pulling her garment, nearly scorched by the sun, back onto her shoulders. The captain expressed a desire to be chivalrous, yet clad in tight-fitting attire. He could only strip completely. Wang Zhongxia, too, indicated his agreement. Nevertheless, Wang Zhongxia proved to be more reliable, offering her a headscarf to prevent perspiration. After thanking him, Carol secured it across her chest, temporarily shielding herself from the relentless rays of the sun. And then, did you uncover any issues? Carol inquired. Perhaps due to the headscarf concealing her flustered expression, her tone regained its lightness and confidence. In truth, we have but a single lead, the captain replied. We learned of some information from a rather capable witch who was conducting a routine magical experiment. The only distinction was that one of the materials possessed a unique, time-fixed quality. However, after she participated in the power struggle for the leadership of the coven, upon returning to her dwelling, she discovered that the potion she had meticulously preserved had undergone significant deterioration, at least 3 days' worth. The captain stated matter-of-factly. Carol, however, appeared somewhat taken aback. Are you suggesting that the one covertly manipulating me into this predicament possesses the ability to control time? She found it hard to believe. Among the 3 great empires of the universe, only the Xia Empire wielded time technology, and it was primarily used for the incubation of future generations, not for weaponizing against foes. Yet here, in her humble hometown, an ordinary planet-level civilization that had yet to venture into the cosmos, the shadow of a time-manipulating puppet master had emerged. Was this not a touch too fantastical? It felt reminiscent of the science fiction films she had watched as a child, filled with wonder. Yet, now that she had grown and traversed the cosmos, returning to find that most of those imaginative visions of future technology were rather unrigorous or somewhat one-dimensional. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sudden, inexplicable notion, devoid of logic yet oddly compelling, took root. Could it be that this Earth is the center of the universe? Much like Mario or Contra games. Is it possible that Earth is the ultimate boss level? Are the various empires of the universe merely starter villages? Her thoughts scattered further until they were interrupted by the captain of the Yanhuang nation. Hey, are you listening, Miss Carol? Noticing her dazed expression and unfocused gaze, he felt compelled to prompt her. Oh, I'm here, Carol exclaimed, jolted back to reality as she shook her head, banishing the terrifying idea from her mind. How could that possibly be? Is Earth truly a retirement haven for the gods? After all, do the elder siblings of the top civilizations in the universe come to Earth to spend their retirement? Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Quietly, she dismissed the thought, though it had already taken root in her mind, leaving a vivid impression she could not easily shake off, waiting for the right moment to erupt. Where were we? She realized her momentary distraction was her own fault. Her tone softened. What we discussed is of little consequence. What matters is what you heard. Sensing her once dominant presence had diminished, the captain refrained from pressing further. With over 70 years of experience, he understood that, aside from matters of conflict, human relationships held paramount importance in the Yanhuang nation. Oh, please reiterate what you learned from the witch, Carol nodded. After contacting numerous witches, we unexpectedly discovered that they all experienced a time discrepancy ranging from a few minutes to mere seconds in their memories. Thus, we formulated a conjectural curve, the captain began. Ready to elaborate? Carol straightened her posture, while Guo Feng attentively perked up his ears. Chapter 112, The Ancient Gods and Whimsical Thoughts. The captain observed the two as their demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A smile gradually crept across his lips. It appeared that this world-class, even universe-level intelligence was capturing their attention. Clearing his throat, the captain prepared to engage the fully attentive Carol and Guo Feng. Though they gazed at him with reproachful eyes, he remained unfazed. Once again, he produced a stack of documents, this time A4-sized sheets, thick enough to occupy considerable space. We have combined numerous conjectures, such as the possibility that these entities are formidable extraterrestrial beings, much like the ancient gods from Earth's mythical tales, who appeared when the Earth was newly formed billions of years ago, manipulating the emergence of everything. He mentioned a crucial term, the myths of ancient gods. Carol furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend this specialized Chinese terminology, finding it rather convoluted. Yet Guo Feng understood. The captain's implication was that among the ancient deities we could still connect with, there were powerful beings that had once graced the Earth. Guo Feng began to formulate a hypothesis in his mind. The age of ancient gods. This was reminiscent of the Marvel comic storyline, which spoke of the legendary period when Earth, just entering its 3rd billion years, encountered a meteor shower from outer space, purportedly carrying remnants of the powers of the vengeful goddess. Then, propelled by this force, the Earth birthed its own Max, the divine sphere. This entity, somewhat reminiscent of the Cthulhu mythos, possesses its own consciousness and a reproductive philosophy that diverges from the conventional human understanding. Thus, as water emerged on Earth and single-celled organisms came into existence, this meteor shower gave rise to a unique ecological nexus. Primarily, the immense cosmic energy unleashed by this meteor shower prompted the tectonic plates of the Earth to shift prematurely. Although this movement bore similarities to the tectonic activity of later epochs, it was distinct due to the surplus cosmic energy that dispersed throughout the oceans of the planet. This tectonic upheaval generated vast amounts of steam, which ascended into the atmosphere, coalescing with the cosmic energy to create a secondary atmospheric layer around the Earth. Consequently, the Max, the demiurge, the creator, was brought forth. Under the stewardship of the demiurge, the lower atmosphere, infused with otherworldly energy, became an isolated realm. Within this space, life forms were conceived in a manner starkly different from the cellular organisms outside. Thus, the ancient gods were born. The first to emerge was Gaia, akin to the Gaia of all mythologies, the mother of Earth. The second to manifest was Osborne, who initially wielded little divine power, but had begun to grasp the elusive force of wisdom. Through this nascent wisdom, he birthed magic, ultimately becoming the progenitor of dark sorcery, the Great Shadow. Subsequently, a plethora of gods came into existence, including the panther goddess Baphomet, the white tiger goddess Ophia, and the demon of desire, Deities. Guo Feng found himself lost in reminiscence, distracted by the incessant speculations of the captain of the Yanhuang nation regarding the emerging missteps. He recalled the comic explanations he had once encountered. Legend has it that, after billions of years of dominion over the second-layer world of Earth, an unforeseen event led the serpent god Set to stumble upon the ability to consume the cellular energies of other ancient gods, thereby augmenting his own strength. In pursuit of even greater power, he stealthily devoured another seahorse deity, Hippos. With Hippos consumed, Set rapidly acquired formidable might, even gaining the capacity to defy the once dominant Earth goddess Gaia. Seizing the advantage of information, Set subsequently devoured several weaker ancient gods of Earth, rendering himself an unstoppable force. According to the marketing narratives of the time, the The remaining ancient gods of Earth realized they could no longer contend with Set. Thus, adhering to the philosophy of if you cannot defeat them, join them, they began to consume one another. It was during this tumultuous period that the titles of Earth's first murderer and the first demon fallen from divinity were thrust upon Set. Eventually, the collective power of the ancient gods proved too burdensome for the Earth to endure. The demiurge re-emerged within Gaia, culminating in a union of father and son, resulting in the birth of a child imbued with a noble purpose, to eradicate all fallen ancient gods of Earth, the God-Slayer, Adam. However, the creation gods' plans unraveled. The second-layer biosphere of Earth, which had remained intact amidst the ancient gods' internecine conflict, was not dismantled. Instead, the might of the original ancient gods was so overwhelming that Adam, determined to obliterate them by any means necessary, chose a different path, joining them. Consequently, Adam began to consume other ancient gods, effortlessly locating those who had hidden away, as the very land and biological chain called out to him. Within a few decades, Adam had grown immensely powerful. A climactic battle ensued between him and the fallen ancient gods, culminating in their expulsion to an external dimension, while Adam was cast into the sun. Guo Feng pondered the connection between this tale and the entity seemingly orchestrating the entire narrative. Observing the captain of the Yanhuang nation, who was fervently speculating and refuting possibilities, Guo Feng spiraled into further contemplation. Could the legendary editorial department truly exist? What then was the nature of his own existence? Was he merely a derivative creation of fanfiction? Or perhaps a sudden whim of a Marvel editor? Might the fabled Stan Lee himself actually exist? Having been moved by Guo Feng's fervent admiration as a loyal fan of Elder Ring, just before casting him into the world of Warhammer, securing the rights to traverse the realms he had visited, Guo Feng's doubts intensified, and he even began to question whether he was merely a new narrative thread spun by the Tomato Orphanage, although that seemed implausible, as he had departed with both parents intact, albeit with a substantial life insurance policy. Chapter 113, The Hidden Hand? Thus, the possibility of the fabled celestial group was also dismissed. When Guo Feng emerged from his reverie, the first sight that greeted him was the Yanhuang captain, dismissing the notion of a hidden hand, alongside a bewildered Carol. Carol now bore an adorably vacant expression, her face a tableau of skepticism akin to that of an elderly person grappling with a mobile device on the subway. Guo Feng activated his observation hockey, and this time he distinctly heard Carol's inner voice. Wow, is Earth's significance truly this immense? The legendary cosmic taboo, that existence slumbering between black holes. The celestial group that sows life and conducts experiments across myriad worlds, actually visited Earth as a testing ground. Those mutants frequently featured on the news are, astonishingly, part of the celestial group's bloodline experiments. The Kree have conducted experiments on Earth, and were even repelled by Earthlings who destroyed their experimental warships. Earth harbors a conservatively estimated multitude of demigod-level entities. Surely the Kree Empire cannot boast such numbers. Could it be that Earth is truly the cosmic center? As depicted in the films I watched before leaving? Listening to Carol's tumultuous thoughts, Guo Feng felt a spark of joy. So I am not the only one tormented by such questions. In contrast to Carol's current confusion, Guo Feng felt relatively fortunate, recognizing that even if he was merely a fleeting creation, he at least grasped the majority of the world's significant secrets and the general trajectory of the future. Unlike Carol, who was utterly lost. Indeed, life is enriched by comparison. Guo Feng was momentarily elated, eager to continue basking in this newfound happiness. However, when he attempted to delve into Carol's thoughts once more, he discovered that her mind had completely shut down. Observing Carol, who suddenly became vigilant, her arms radiating a golden luminescence, Guo Feng sighed and relinquished his endeavor to probe further. After all, Carol was Captain Marvel, a being who had undergone rigorous military training within the Kree Empire, the most formidable militaristic regime in the cosmos, and who, upon regaining her memories, had been at odds with the Kree throughout the universe. The generals, emblematic of the pinnacle of Kree martial prowess, have graced Carol with their presence on no less than 5 occasions. Each of these formidable individuals is undoubtedly a being of demigod caliber, accompanied by the mightiest fleets of the Kree Empire, having endured countless trials of life and death. If Carol lacked such prowess, particularly in her perceptions through the observation hockey and her means of vigilance, then it would be a shock indeed for Guo Feng. After all, this is a tangible reality, one that starkly contrasts with the cinematic realm. Just as with Loki, whose towering height of 1.9 meters allowed him to effortlessly lift and hurl a compact car, embodying the Marvel canon's portrayal of over 50 tons of arm strength, devoid of the comical, frail assassin vibe depicted in the films. Hence, while the overarching trajectory remains unchanged in this authentic universe, if a genuine empire were to possess only such limited means, then even if one were to calculate that a demigod-level being emerges only from dozens of life-bearing planets, the Kree Empire, with its colonial policies spanning multiple star systems, would have long been obliterated by the united demigods. Speaking of which, what was the title of that forthcoming film I encountered upon my arrival? Ms. Marvel? Guo Feng found himself lost in reminiscence, realizing that Captain Yi Huang's current discourse involved elements entirely foreign to his recollections. As a foundational narrative, Guo Feng understood that no matter how grandiose Captain Yi Huang's words, those formidable entities he spoke of were either sealed away in distant realms or exiled, or perhaps had fled to alternate dimensions, rendering them incapable of executing such outrageous feats under the watchful gaze of the Ancient One. Thus, while part of his mind retained the essence of Captain Yi Huang's words, Guo Feng began to delve into his memories of the Marvel Universe. According to the trailers, it appeared that Ms. Marvel was an ardent admirer of Captain Marvel, who, following the conventional Marvel template, had unexpectedly awakened her Kree lineage upon donning an ancestral artifact. Due to Guo Feng's mastery of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, his mental faculties were significantly heightened. He could vividly recall the sensations experienced during the days when the first sensory nerves emerged within the maternal womb of his previous life. Of course, such reflections were hardly necessary, as they could be rather unsettling. As per the established lore, possessing a 16th of Kree blood, she bore the purest lineage akin to that of Kree royalty. It seemed she could attain the status of a martial-level entity as envisioned by the Kree Empire, which corresponds to a demigod-level being, currently epitomized by the singular entity known as the Supreme Intelligence. Who was the boss within that sphere? A general of the Kree Empire? It appears there are over 10 such generals among the blue-blooded Kree, each one a being of demigod caliber. Guo Feng's thoughts have recently been prone to dispersion, with his attention easily wandering. He speculated that this might be a subconscious defense mechanism against a fate akin to Professor X's in the cylindrical realm, where he initially accepted the notion of being a one-dimensional character but ultimately could not reconcile it, leading to his self-destruction. Thus, he mused, perhaps in the future, I could venture into outer space to seize the Kree Empire, to ascertain their true strength, which could be a form of self-preservation. As these thoughts spiraled in his mind, he could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all, inadvertently drawing the attention of Carol and Captain Yi Huang, observing their expressionless gazes. Even someone as brazen as Guo Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, awkwardly shifting the conversation. Ahem. A neighbor's wife just gave birth. I'm rather elated. By the way, where were we? Glancing at the disjointed Guo Feng, Captain Yi Huang quietly uttered a few words. Time Variance Authority. Chapter 114, Top-Notch Fantasies. The phrase Time Variance Authority slipped from Captain Yi Huang's lips with an understated nonchalance. Yet it struck Guo Feng's mind with the force of 6 simultaneous strikes from a formidable weapon, akin to the power of Whitebeard's Devil Fruit ability. The Time Variance Authority? Could it be the entity I am envisioning? In an instant, Guo Feng's thoughts cascaded like a slideshow, conjuring images of the Time Variance Authority's audacious interdimensional capture techniques he had seen back in his earlier days. And what of that illegal management of cross-dimensional travelers? The Golden Finger Management Act, perhaps? Could it be that I am doomed? In that fleeting moment, a wave of profound uncertainty washed over Guo Feng. What if a sword saint were to suddenly arrive in this world and slay me? Pondering this weighed heavily on his mind, causing him to abandon the maintenance of his Azure Dragon Fruit abilities. His once towering, 3-meter frame gradually diminished, with Azure Dragon scales receding beneath his skin, reverting to his usual human form. Likewise, his face, now devoid of the protective Azure scales, revealed a handsome visage, contemplative in expression. Consequently, to the outside observers, Captain Yi Huang and Carol regarded this suddenly deflated individual with peculiar intrigue. Particularly Carol, whose face reflected a blend of astonishment and curiosity, as if depicting a statistical chart of 2 equal halves. Carol was genuinely perplexed as to what kind of force could evoke such a drastic transformation in someone who had previously engaged in a fierce duel with her, leaving them evenly matched, if not slightly dominant. Why, upon hearing this unfamiliar term from Captain Yi Huang's mouth, had he been reduced to such an unexpectedly ordinary state? Could this authority truly possess such formidable power? Carol expressed her skepticism, even questioning whether her universal translation device had malfunctioned. Yet, it was evident that such a malfunction was implausible. Setting aside the fact that her translation device was a military-grade apparatus from the Shi'ar Empire, capable of autonomously recognizing 45 620 recorded languages across the cosmos, an endeavor undertaken by every civilization that had reached spacefaring status upon their discovery by the Shi'ar Empire. There was inherently no possibility of it being faulty. Wait. Suddenly, Carol began to recall that Earth was still merely a planetary-level civilization, having yet to break free from its terrestrial confines. Even with Captain Yi Huang's numerous demigod and god-level allies, in Carol's mind, Earth remained entrenched in its status as a planetary civilization. After all, the most advanced weaponry still consisted of thermonuclear devices. No matter how powerful humanity's atomic bombs might be, they could not fundamentally alter the material composition of a planet. It was akin to launching every thermonuclear weapon mankind possesses, pinpointing the critical edge of the continental framework and detonating them en masse. The most that could yield would be a series of regional earthquakes, continental drift, atmospheric breaches, and a subsequent winter of destruction. While it may sound formidable, in the grand scheme of things, after several millennia, the radioactive materials would eventually dissipate, and the planet would inevitably return to its original state. It is not Carol who is merely boasting here. Carol herself believes she possesses such strength, and even that peculiar individual beside her, capable of transforming into a bizarre giant serpent, shares that capability. Given their formidable physical prowess and the ability to soar at high velocities, both Carol and Guo Feng find traversing the cosmos an effortless endeavor. Furthermore, they can activate the dual-star radiant mode alongside Carol, achieving speeds approaching sublight velocity. Under these circumstances, even the general-grade warships of the Kree Empire, those formidable cosmic vessels armed with the capacity to obliterate planets once their main cannons are fully charged, would falter. Carol once charged directly at a Kree battleship while it was still at over 40 charge on its annihilation cannon, heedless of the danger, only to emerge from the rear of the Kree vessel. This was indeed weaponry of the general class, specifically designed by the Kree Empire to confront regional hegemons or formidable civilizations. Its primary function is to annihilate non-compliant life-bearing planets and deliver devastating strikes against lesser beings of the quasi-ascendant tier. Such caliber of weaponry, nay, the correct term would be interstellar weaponry, renders the alloy steel plates used in constructing these warships remarkably resilient. Remarkably so, that after one such Kree general-grade warship was wrecked by Carol above Texas, the Kree Empire clandestinely retrieved the debris. The government of the United States then established Area 51 at that very site, utilizing the parts that the Kree deemed worthless, thereby propelling their technology to surpass global standards throughout the 1990s. Among the pivotal discoveries was the Kree's conventional energy liquid engine, a circular contraption that had detached from the fallen Kree warship, crashing into a Texas farmland. This incident subsequently birthed the decades-long phenomenon of the ghost UFO events, recognized by millions. However, if even the most advanced alloys of military-grade warships in the universe could not withstand Carol's headlong charge, how could the Earth's soil and rocky crust possibly endure? Carol is capable of leading a planet toward annihilation in a mere 5 minutes. Guo Feng possesses that ability as well. He could soar above Earth, near the moon, and execute a high-speed collision with the planet, utilizing gravitational acceleration during atmospheric entry to reach sublight speed. Striking the tectonic plates of Africa, he might sustain minor injuries and experience moderate depletion of cosmic energy before departing Earth within an hour. Without the intervention of the formidable beings referenced by the captain of the Yanhuang nation, Earth would face total destruction within 3 months due to the complete tilt of its plates and the eruption of crustal materials. Meanwhile, as Carol contemplated in astonishment, she failed to notice Guo Feng's eyes widening in disbelief beside her. Chapter 115, The Photograph. My goodness, what is this woman thinking? Guo Feng, who had been wallowing in despair, finally found a glimmer of hope, thinking of his tadpoles, and after over a year without incident, he began to regain his fighting spirit. Yet, he was suddenly alarmed to discover that, as soon as Carol sensed her transformation and her emotions shifted, she instinctively activated her observation hockey. Accompanied by Carol's shock at Guo Feng's nullification of his fruit's powers, her bewildering thoughts were inevitably overheard by him. Guo Feng, whose feelings should have been complex, was rendered utterly confused by Carol's influence. What a formidable woman! Who on earth is she? Guo Feng mentally berated, aghast. For no reason, why would she contemplate destroying Earth? This planet is the very cradle of his existence. In an instant, he found himself grappling with incomprehension. Hey, Carol, have you perhaps mistaken the script? Shouldn't I, as the outsider, be the one embodying this dark theme as the protagonist? Why, out of the blue, does a superheroic figure like you wish to obliterate Earth? Guo Feng did not voice his thoughts directly, yet his expressive face betrayed him. However, the captain of the Yanhuang nation, despite being adept in psychology and micro-expressions, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama between them, wearing a puzzled expression. He had merely intended to present a boss, yet why did he find Guo Feng, initially astonished, then perplexed, ultimately adopting a nonchalant demeanor? Did he possess knowledge of the so-called Time Management Bureau's capabilities? Or had that entity achieved such stature that even a peak quasi-ascendant like Guo Feng lost his fighting spirit merely at its mention? Yet, in their own Divine Spear Bureau, numerous sorcerers and diviners had failed to predict any substantial threat from it. Though it exuded an aura of intimidation, it evidently lacked the capacity to pose a lethal danger. At most, it seemed formidable in comparison to their current strength in the Divine Spear Bureau, but it was not insurmountable. This thought, once firmly held by the captain, began to waver upon witnessing Guo Feng's peculiar expression after he nullified his powers. And what of Carol? Why did she display an expression of creeping dread after Guo Feng's ability was revoked, followed by a look of sheer terror on Guo Feng's face? What on earth are they contemplating? The captain of the Yanhuang nation had never felt such disdain for his skill in top-tier psychological micro-expressions, rather than in reading minds. Hey, what on earth is going on with you two? Why do you both suddenly wear such strange expressions? Ultimately, the increasingly bizarre expressions of the trio, coupled with the near-instantaneous silence that enveloped them, compelled the illustrious hero to interject, breaking the tension. Ahem. Carol, Guo Feng, and the captain of the Yanhuang nation simultaneously coughed to mask their embarrassment. Carol coughed to conceal her previous thoughts of planetary destruction. Guo Feng coughed, caught in a daze over the potential disastrous consequences of facing the legendary Transcender Association, compounded by the bewilderment from overhearing Carol's thoughts. As for the captain, his cough was purely a reaction to his discomfort, devoid of any deeper implications. Ironically, their synchronized attempts to mask their awkwardness only intensified the atmosphere of discomfort. I sense something is amiss with the atmosphere. The illustrious hero, having assimilated an overwhelming amount of strength from his fellow compatriots, experienced a simultaneous surge in power alongside a rapid decline in emotional intelligence. Although he sensed the disquiet in the air, he could not articulate what felt wrong. Ah, no. No. Everything is perfectly normal, just a simple conversation. The awkwardness was shattered, and the three of them decided to embrace the chaos. Carol and Guo Feng no longer had time to engage with the ethereal constructs of the Presidential Mountain or the Great Wall. They turned to the captain of the Yanhuang nation with inquiries. What exactly is this Time Management Bureau you mentioned? This inquiry came from Carol, primarily because Guo Feng had become ensnared in a web of confusion regarding the enigmatic dominion of the Traversers Alliance. He was apprehensive that merely uttering the name of a certain influential figure might trigger an immediate response, resulting in his own swift demise. Thus, despite his curiosity about this so-called Time Management Bureau, Guo Feng refrained from voicing his thoughts. At this moment, the captain of the Yanhuang nation finally recalled that he had yet to share the information he had uncovered. If left to their own conjectures, they might inadvertently summon interdimensional beings intent on invading Earth. Through painstaking exploration of numerous clues, they had finally unearthed some remarkably crucial characteristics. The captain of the Yanhuang nation produced a photograph. To be frank, even Guo Feng found it perplexing why the Bureau of God Spear in this world preferred to utilize photographs to convey intelligence, especially given that their current technology was on par with that of S.H.I.E.L.D. A decade into the future. S.H.I.E.L.D. was still in the process of constructing their aerospace carrier, which had just begun its maiden flight. With weaponry that evidently still adhered to the technological standards of this era, easily dismantled by a casually unleashed planetary-level Hulk. However, the Bureau of God Spear had already launched its own orbital carrier, which boasted 3 full levels of office space, circular ascension, and a comprehensive array of energy and material weaponry. The interior even housed machine replicas, which, according to Eastern traditions, could be likened to Taoist puppets. These amalgamations of modern technology and ancient practices resembled a diminished version of armored soldiers. Evaluating the power levels depicted in the comics at this juncture, the technology of the Bureau of God Spear had evidently reached the heights showcased by Wakanda during the events of Avengers: Infinity War. Given the existence of virtual technology, why then resort to such antiquated black and white photographs? Guo Feng found this puzzling, yet chose to respect the sentiment of tradition. After a brief moment of lamentation, Guo Feng leaned in to examine the black and white photograph presented by the captain of the Yanhuang nation. There were 2 images, one monochromatic and one in color. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The focal point was a figure clad in a hat, set against a distinctly 1950s Hong Kong backdrop. who bore an uncanny resemblance to an individual in a much more recent photograph. Chapter 116. The Truth Behind the Death of the Howard Couple. Gazing at the starkly contrasting photographs, each resonating with the essence of their respective eras, one could almost sense the individuals frozen in time. Were it not for the knowledge that the concept of smartphones had yet to be fully introduced to the public at this time. And given the subpar quality of photo editing, Guo Feng might have been led to believe it was merely a digital fabrication. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation spoke. On September 8, 1997, the prominent American weapons expert, scientist, meteorologist, aviator, and billionaire Howard Stark and his wife tragically perished in a car accident following a banquet. They were discovered deceased the following morning at 7. With these revelations, Guo Feng's mind began to connect the dots. Indeed, it seemed familiar. After all, his friend Tony Stark's parents were murdered by the Winter Soldier during this very time frame. But was there any significance to this? Wasn't the Marvel Universe predominantly characterized by such tragic narratives? Before Guo Feng could delve deeper into contemplation, he heard Carol's voice, tinged with curiosity. It's rather strange, isn't it? Wealthy individuals like them should have bodyguards at all times, especially someone of Howard Stark's caliber. Carol expressed her bafflement. When she left Earth, the Howard couple had not yet met their untimely fate. However, given that Stark Industries had been established by their forebears and had flourished under Howard Stark's leadership to become a titan in the industry, it was not uncommon for her to have seen the charismatic billionaire on television numerous times during her youth, especially as her school had been sponsored by Stark. Carol held a favorable impression of the once philanthropic mogul. Indeed, that does seem to pose a question, Guo Feng mused, suddenly enlightened, yet still sensing something amiss. As he had never witnessed the major figures in those films accompanied by bodyguards, perhaps Howard Stark simply preferred to forego their presence, akin to a quirk of genius. Guo Feng recalled his acquaintance Tony Stark, who had a peculiar idiosyncrasy of never accepting items directly from others' hands. No, the captain of the Yanhuang Nation refuted. According to our undercover agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard Stark was driving home late that night because he possessed a highly classified document that necessitated his immediate return to deliver it to S.H.I.E.L.D. Under such circumstances, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly have dispatched personnel to ensure Howard Stark's safety, not to mention that Stark was a founding member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and typically traveled with at least 4 bodyguards, especially on such a significant evening. The captain corrected Guo Feng, then gestured towards the black and white photograph in his hand. This particular photo was submitted as part of a film report by S.H.I.E.L.D. at 3:04 a.m. on September 8, 1989. It was procured by our undercover agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation seemed to add this detail with intent. Guo Feng understood the underlying implications. Certainly, given the captain's stature within the Yanhuang Nation, he could not be oblivious to such circumstances. Coupled with the insinuations of the Bureau of God Spear's infiltration into S.H.I.E.L.D., it was improbable that they had overlooked the presence of Hydra, which could regrow a head even after being severed. However, a direct submission of information might easily provoke Nick Fury's bias against the Bureau of God Spear and incite Hydra's hostility toward them. Thus, the captain seized this opportunity to inform Carol, who was bound to communicate with Nick Fury, of the significant infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. By doing so, they would have ample time to prepare, considering that their own informant was already providing intelligence. There was a likelihood that he had already vacated the premises. At that point, the inherently cautious Nick Fury would undoubtedly conduct a discreet but thorough investigation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, merely due to the obscurity of the situation, Nick Fury had not undertaken extensive counter-surveillance measures against S.H.I.E.L.D. He would surely catch on. All it would take was the discovery of a single thread of evidence, even if it was merely to unveil the infiltrator within the Bureau of God Spear. Nick Fury would be compelled to respond to such provocations with a comprehensive examination of S.H.I.E.L.D. And with Nick Fury's methods, no matter how convoluted the situation, he would undoubtedly uncover Hydra's traces. And with Nick Fury's capabilities, operating in the shadows without anyone's knowledge was one thing. However, should he uncover any discrepancies, unlike the superhero archetypes imbued with moral constraints, Nick Fury bore no such shackles. Moreover, he wielded a Skrull escape pod equipped with technology far beyond this era, along with the ability to mobilize numerous shape-shifting Skrulls at will. This was not a matter easily resolved. There is no need for Guo Feng to reminisce about the plot. Just imagining that devious character Nick Fury, Guo Feng can undoubtedly envision that beneath the skin of several high-ranking officials within the government of the United States lies a layer of green blood. However, the question remains, why was Howard Stark, despite having bodyguards, discovered dead at 7 in the morning, if not due to failed resuscitation? Carol paid little heed to these circumstances. She quietly noted that there were undercover agents from the Godspear Bureau within SHIELD, preparing to inform Nick Fury of this upon her return. As for other matters, she felt no inclination to intervene. Ordinary people's affairs were not her concern. At most, she would offer a kind reminder to Nick Fury. Her focus now lay on the mysterious dark hand that might be manipulating her from the depths of history. Of course, there was a reason for her thoughts. We had previously examined the travel records of SHIELD, and Howard Stark's outing should have been protected by 6 agents in the shadows, with more than 3 bodyguards in plain sight. Captain Yin Huang stated indifferently, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Observing Carol through micro-expressions, he realized he had hooked a fish. Suddenly, Captain Yin Huang sensed an unusual force sweeping through him on a mental level. He became instantly alert, regarding Guo Feng, who appeared to be unperturbed, with quiet vigilance. A storm of thoughts began to churn within him. The emanation of mental energy could not simply be an inquiry into my physical state. Hence, there was only one possibility. This Azure Dragon possesses the ability to probe into the hearts of men. Formulating a countermeasure swiftly, Captain Yin Huang discreetly glanced at the seemingly idle Wan Zhongxia. Naturally, Wan Zhongxia also received this information. His very power was composed of the life force and mental energy of the Yin Huang people. Wan Zhongxia could perceive every instance of Guo Feng's observation through the Kinbunchaku. He had simply chosen not to mention it until now. However, having received Captain Yin Huang's signal, Wan Zhongxia no longer felt the need to hold back. His body emitted an invisible golden radiance, and strands of golden threads materialized in the surrounding air, simultaneously activating his Kinbunchaku. He delved into Captain Yin Huang's emotional state to ascertain whether he was lying. Yet, abruptly, the Kinbunchaku, which had been expanding outward, encountered a barrage of bizarre thoughts. It was reported that, according to the news, a place where life was thriving had experienced a volcanic eruption. Today is a good day, filled with joy. One could afford to be whimsical. From now on, one must keep an open heart. Countless peculiar voices coalesced, each distinct yet unrelated. At a speed of hundreds of voices per second, they converged within Guo Feng's activated Kinbunchaku. Guo Feng's brow visibly twitched, a hint of pain surfacing. Hastily closing his Kinbunchaku, he sighed internally. Why is everything so sensitive? It truly is impolite, yet if you fail to uncover it, is that not a breach of decorum? Guo Feng silently complained, unaffected by the external chaos. Observing Guo Feng's seemingly nonchalant rubbing of his temples, Captain Yin Huang stifled a chuckle in his heart. He cast a glance of approval at the equally unfazed Wan Zhongxia, who merely responded with a simple, earnest smile. Indeed, it was an absurd method of defending against mental probing. Guo Feng found himself deeply wary of Wan Zhongxia's capabilities. The previous probing had made it abundantly clear, Wan Zhongxia himself possessed no mental resistance. His mental state was akin to that of 5 ordinary individuals with slightly better mental fortitude combined. Yet, crucially, Wan Zhongxia held the ability to connect with the minds of the entire populace bearing the heart of the Dragon Nation. Although each individual was merely ordinary, the thoughts of a staggering 1 billion people pulled together could be overwhelming. Had Wan Zhongxia not consciously restrained his power, and had Guo Feng not been only partially engaged in his Kinbunchaku, it would have been disastrous if Professor X had arrived. His mind likely would have been overwhelmed by a cacophony of myriad voices, leaving him a mere vegetable. Both sides were giving each other ample leeway. Meanwhile, Captain Yin Huang continued speaking. However, amidst this peculiar situation, an odd occurrence transpired. On that night, which was otherwise tranquil, 2 vehicles collided right before the Howard couple, prompting their well-meaning offer for their bodyguards to transport the injured drivers to the hospital. Captain Yin Huang articulated a crucial point. Upon discovering this case, we specifically sought out the vehicle owners for inquiries. And with the assistance of an exceptional hypnotist from Yin Huang, we learned that one driver had merely exited a golf course, while the other had emerged from a bar. We traced their routes home and discovered that only one typically took that path. However, in an era when automobiles were not yet ubiquitous, it was nearly impossible for 3 cars to traverse an intersection at such an hour. Furthermore, the driver returning from the golf course exhibited an unusually suspicious change in mentality. leading us to suspect that this organization possesses the capability to alter human memories. Before Captain Yin Huang could finish, Guo Feng interjected. Could it be that the remaining agents were also diverted or forcibly isolated along a certain route? At this, Carol could not help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself how reminiscent this was of the absurd plots from that strange Gothic drama she had encountered not long ago. Surely, such a scenario wouldn't be orchestrated again. Indeed, Carol widened her eyes, her gaze still lingering on Captain Yin Huang, unable to fully retract her incredulous expression. Could it be that this decades-old plot was still unfolding? Yet, regarding this dramatic occurrence, Captain Yin Huang nodded with a sense of resignation. 2 agents had been summoned away by an urgent order from SHIELD due to the sudden awakening of a mutant in a nearby street, which could potentially intercept Howard Stark's convoy. Hence, 2 agents temporarily left his side to distract this mutant. Upon hearing Captain Yin Huang's words, Guo Feng began to harbor doubts. What organization could possibly manipulate the X-gene? We suspect this was premeditated, Captain Yin Huang declared. The mutant who suddenly erupted was not a long-standing resident of that neighborhood. 3 years prior, he had lived in Queens. However, for reasons unknown, he had relocated to the boundary of Brooklyn, only to develop a sudden fondness for alcohol, awakening 3 years later as he passed through that area. Although Captain Yin Huang did not articulate it directly, both Carol and Guo Feng understood. Guo Feng's expression turned grave. Are you suggesting that this mysterious organization is likely observing events on a timeline, traveling back to the past, and subtly guiding and manipulating the entirety of the world through their insights into future occurrences? Reflecting on the timeline, observing the future, and influencing the past, such was their method. Guo Feng faintly sensed that he had grasped something significant, yet he struggled to pinpoint the crux of the matter. Chapter 118. The Exposure of the Time Management Bureau. Indeed, we have discovered that every perpetrator is linked to this individual. The captain of the Yin Huang nation pointed accusatorily at the photograph, which undeniably depicted a face of a black individual, perplexingly unchanged across 2 different timelines. We harbor substantial suspicion that this is an organization capable of observing time, meticulously tailoring this world to align with their objectives. The captain of the Yin Huang nation articulated. Currently, it is evident that their control over the East is significantly weaker, likely due to the frequent reincarnations of immortals from Kunlun, making them difficult to dominate. No, Guo Feng was far more cognizant of this than he let on. This was all part of the original narrative. Wait, the narrative. Guo Feng felt a connection forming in his mind as he beheld Carol's figure clad in her yellow bodysuit. Suddenly, he was jolted back to a recent encounter with a certain character, Loki. Yes, it was Loki, the enchanting series from the beautiful nation, Loki, which he had glimpsed before his travels. Guo Feng was struck with clarity. So that is it. The so-called Time Management Bureau is not at all what he had envisioned from the novels. Rather, it is a governing body within the Marvel Universe, adjudicating the sacred timeline. They manipulate the entire world in accordance with the challenges they face within their operational framework. In this light, everything falls into place. On the surface, the plot may appear somewhat absurd, straying from the norms of reality. This peculiarity arises because the Time Management Bureau perceives it as an anomaly, an occurrence that could jeopardize the fabric of time. Consequently, they eliminate any potential variables that could lead to complications. For instance, if Howard Stark were to face an issue with his bodyguard, he might not be able to disguise his demise as a tragic accident. It is highly probable that he could be directly killed by the Winter Soldier, resulting in Tony Stark discovering that his parents were murdered. Thus, Tony would be engulfed in the flames of vengeance. At that point, the once carefree Tony Stark, who often indulged in superficial pursuits, would be compelled to create the Iron Man suit in the 1990s for the sake of revenge. What would happen then? Would he forcefully transform Jarvis into an artificial intelligence to combat Hydra? At that juncture, Hydra would not simply evade the past by relying on a singular Dr. Zola. If, in some hypothetical comic, Tony Stark were to accidentally uncover the truth behind his parents' murder and subsequently darken into the master of Hydra, what then? These are precisely the scenarios the Time Management Bureau seeks to avert. Thus, utilizing their extraordinary ability to traverse time, they ventured back several years prior to Howard's incident, locating a bystander whose mutant abilities were set to erupt 3 years hence. Through their capacity to observe the past from the future, they influenced events to guide him. They ensured he arrived at the street where Howard and his bodyguards were passing at a specific time. Then, due to the eruption of the mutant abilities, the rational desire of the mutant to attack would naturally be countered by the agents, with the bodyguard already departed. It would suffice to eliminate the last pair of agents trailing Howard and his wife. Subsequently, devoid of any protection, Howard would encounter the Winter Soldier, who would be poised to execute his mission. Without any complications, the scene would be fabricated into a staged accident by the Winter Soldier. And although Peggy Carter and others had sensed something amiss, they chose not to inform the young Stark, opting instead to downplay it as merely an accident. No, Guo Feng suddenly realized he might still be underestimating the situation. Perhaps even Peggy Carter's decision to withhold information from Tony Stark was orchestrated by the Time Management Bureau. Guo Feng pondered. After all, for an ordinary individual, subconscious suggestions can significantly alter uncertain thoughts, while the likelihood may be low for common people or even trained agents. The Time Management Bureau possesses the unparalleled ability to trial and error. I believe I have unraveled everything. Observing Guo Feng, whose expression had suddenly brightened, he uttered a seemingly nonsensical statement. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation and Carol exchanged confused glances. At that moment, Guo Feng declared, I believe I have discerned the nature of this organization. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation was left bewildered, questioning if all his previous explanations had been in vain. Suppressing the urge to voice his frustration, both he and Carol cast inquiring glances toward Guo Feng. To elucidate, the Time Management Bureau is a peculiar entity. What you have surmised from your impressions merely reflects their traces. Guo Feng enveloped the surroundings with a potent force of wind and thunder, the deafening roar resonating throughout the space. Crucially, his words did not emanate from his mouth. Instead, he effortlessly harnessed the powers of observation haki and the unique abilities granted by the celestial vessel to connect their mental consciousness. Then, as the blood-red patterns in Guo Feng's eyes swirled, the captain of the Yanhuang Nation and Carol were astonished to find themselves in a meadow adorned with blossoms. With a tea table set before them, 3 cups of tea and 3 stools arranged neatly. A virtual mental landscape? Carol frowned. Guo Feng understood the implications of her expression. It was reminiscent of the device implanted by the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire. This device possessed the ability to manipulate human thoughts, physical states, and facilitate mental communication. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation, after a brief moment of discomfort, quickly regained his composure. After all, he was from the Yanhuang Nation. Although this world's Yanhuang Nation leaned towards the west, some esoteric practices concerning the cultivation of the spirit had been secretly passed down. One such practice, known as astral projection, was referred to as inner visualization in the Yanhuang Nation. The captain had serendipitously encountered a master capable of drawing him into such inner landscapes. To my knowledge, the leader of the Time Management Bureau is a profoundly distorted individual who witnessed the world's conflicts on the original timeline, leading to its collapse. Thus, he scoured countless timelines to find one that had a lesser probability of destruction. Hence, he established the Time Management Bureau, intending to sever all temporal anchors of this world and construct his own sacred timeline. Chapter 119. Self-revealing identity, yet not fully unveiled. Wait. Guo Feng had only articulated a fragment of his thoughts when he was abruptly interrupted by a disbelieving Carol. In a state of shock, she questioned incredulously, Are you implying that a monstrous entity from the future, having glimpsed some unfavorable outcomes, chose to travel back in time to eliminate all potential uncontrollable factors in the world to achieve his envisioned narrative conclusion? Carol struggled to articulate her thoughts, and as a high school graduate, she took considerable time to finally muster the words. To achieve his imagined script's conclusion? Yes. You could interpret it as his desire to prevent the emergence of parallel universes beyond his comprehension, thus meticulously adhering to the script, Guo Feng responded. Yet, Carol immediately interjected once more. Although Carol endeavored to portray her understanding, Guo Feng could not shake the impression that she was merely reciting from a script. As anticipated, she proceeded to deliver a lengthy discourse. Perhaps you have not ventured into the vast expanse of the universe. Yet I must inform you that the Kree Empire has classified parallel worlds as fictitious. While the possibility of time travel may indeed exist, as the mightiest empire in the cosmos, the Kree Empire has unequivocally disproven the existence of parallel worlds. Following this, she continued with a tedious stream of references. Her sole intention was to counter Guo Feng's statements. At this point, Guo Feng's brow furrowed. Not only was she mercilessly attacking him, but she was also attempting to undermine his own assertions, seeking to provoke him. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of temper, daring to drown itself in the river. What more could be said of Guo Feng, who, having consumed the Qinglong fruit, was increasingly enamored with resolving issues through force. Now was not the time to engage in a brawl with Carol. However, that did not prevent Guo Feng from indulging in some sarcastic commentary toward this woman. Pardon my candor, Captain Marvel, Guo Feng articulated, for the first time formally addressing Carol by her title. You are utterly ignorant of this world. Observing her incredulous expression, which unmistakably conveyed. Are you jesting with me? I am a woman who has witnessed the stars and the oceans. Guo Feng felt a surge of inspiration. He pondered the multitude of time travelers, interdimensional voyagers, and those traversing parallel universes within the Marvel cosmos. Even having collaborated with Ultraman prior to his journey, why should he not add himself to their ranks? Upon concluding his reflections, Guo Feng raised his hand toward the southwestern sky, performing 2 respectful salutes. Without uttering a word, a wave of emotion emanated from him as his observation haki spread. My apologies, esteemed elder, for failing to reach out to you all these years. I must admit, I was quite saddened when you departed. After your departure, that company became increasingly troublesome. However, the tribulations of that company do not diminish my affection for the Marvel Universe. Please bear with me. As his observation haki gradually receded, he believed he had successfully conveyed his greetings to the late Stan Lee. In reality, a gentle breeze carried a nearly imperceptible goodwill that brought joy to Guo Feng's heart. Huzzah! I am legitimized. The Creator has sanctioned my traversal. Guo Feng turned to Carol, whose expression now radiated disbelief, as if to say, Are you so ignorant that you dare utter such words? His demeanor instantly grew frosty. You claim parallel universes do not exist. Then pray tell, how do you explain my existence? I have traversed from a parallel universe. For over 20 years, I have never doubted this fact. Without regard for the somewhat dazed expressions of Carol and Captain of the Flame Yellow Nation, Guo Feng launched into a rapid-fire tirade. As if he were a Gatling gun unleashed. What is your life experience? You believe in peculiar extraterrestrials, marauding invaders wreaking havoc across the cosmos. The current tenuous balance of 3 great empires, or the dwindling Skrull civilization, or perhaps the splendid evolution of civilizations you have observed, or the wretched aliens you encountered in the Andromeda and Magellanic galaxies, who have either committed crimes or suffered under Kree colonial oppression. What is the largest fleet you have witnessed? Let me think. The Black Star fleet of Accuser Ronan? Or the Sacred One of the Dark Order? The Cosmic Sovereign? Who have you seen as the mightiest? The Colossal Corpse from the Void, or the 2 demigod-level beings hidden within the Shi'ar Empire, capable of merging into a supreme deity? What else do you know? He concluded his rapid-fire questions in under a minute. Pausing to catch his breath while observing the reactions of the 2, he found Captain of the Flame Yellow Nation and Carol both wearing expressions of shock. As if to say, oh my, I am astounded. In contrast, the nearby wandering hero appeared somewhat simpler, his expression reflecting bewilderment as he thought, Mom, what are they talking about? After all, how could one expect a group of 10 gaming enthusiasts to grasp the intricacies of international or intergalactic affairs? After several seconds, as the 2 appeared to recover from their astonishment, Guo Feng recognized that remaining in this state of confusion was futile. He decided to clarify his identity as a soul that had traversed from a parallel universe during his childhood. After all, many were already aware of it, including certain sorcerers like Ancient One. It was better to reveal his identity as a traveler from a parallel world now. This was certainly preferable to being merely another traveler from an alternate universe, which would invoke the Time Variance Authority, an organization known for merely tidying up timelines. Although he might not currently be able to contend with them, he must not show cowardice. Conversely, the latter could attract the attention of the Transcendents or the Observers, 2 multiverse-level deities who manipulate timelines at will. He could not fathom how many years it would take to catch up to them, relying solely on the items brought back by the frog spawn. Each of those items could elevate him to demigod status, making him a formidable being within the universe. However, in comparison to the higher echelons, he felt somewhat lacking. It was not as if he were contending with the likes of the Transcendents. Were it not for Ancient One's lack of malevolence towards him, he might have faced dire consequences. Chapter 120, Carol's Collapse. Thus, in the midst of this reckless behavior, Guo Feng's thoughts were relatively meticulous. After all, there were numerous travelers from parallel worlds traversing the multiverse at any given moment. The Transcendents and Observers could not possibly sustain interest in all of them. However, if it were a traveler from another multiverse, that could be a different story. Of course, it was absolutely not due to a moment of impulse that prompted him to express these thoughts. After articulating his statements, Guo Feng recalled his rationale for doing so. It was certainly not. Observing that Captain of the Flame Yellow Nation and Carol were gradually regaining their composure, Guo Feng resolved to press forward. In simple terms, today's objective was clear: Guo Feng had gone mad. As the 2 slowly emerged from their stupor, Guo Feng unleashed another barrage of Gatling-like inquiries. Let us set aside the multiverse for now. Do you comprehend where the true powerhouses of this world converge? Given that he used the term you, it was evident that Guo Feng had excluded Captain of the Flame Yellow Nation from this discussion. After all, one could never be sure he did not possess some knowledge. The Spear Bureau, with its 2,000-year history, was indeed linked to the mysterious organization of the Shield Brotherhood from 5,000 years ago. The power of the Spear Bureau was not something that the relatively young Shield Bureau could even begin to compare to, at the very least. When Captain of the Flame Yellow Nation previously mentioned combat prowess, he alluded to the divine pantheons of various nations. This indicated that they were undoubtedly aware of the existence of Asgard, the sovereign of the 9 realms. Furthermore, it seemed that the mythological system of the Flame Yellow Nation in the Marvel Universe had long been sealed or abandoned. What was now circulating externally was a seed of the high civilization practitioner, safeguarding the homeland through the legacy of the Kunlun Celestial Court. The leader of Kunlun, the Jade Emperor, was also a demigod-level powerhouse. You are merely aware of those empires within the cosmos that seem to possess some semblance of power. However, have you ever pondered a particular matter? Guo Feng pointed his finger at Carol's chest, where a portion had been scorched by Amaterasu, leaving a stark void. Carol, momentarily overwhelmed, had inadvertently raised her chin. Yet, Guo Feng displayed no embarrassment. Instead, he gently angled his finger towards the left side of Carol's heart and inquired, "Have you ever considered why, after I diminished a formidable vanguard fleet on Earth, the militaristic Kree Empire did not launch a total annihilation against this insignificant blue planet? As they perceive it?" As Guo Feng gestured, Carol, catching a glimpse of her own chest, felt a rare flush of embarrassment. Her tone involuntarily softened as she cautiously replied, "Could it be that they fear my retaliation?" Guo Feng was momentarily speechless, detecting a hint of pride in Carol's voice. "What gives you such confidence? Do you truly believe that a cosmic empire is obligated to show you deference?" His incredulity was palpable. However, Carol reacted with fervor. All this time, she had considered herself a hero on Earth, a nameless savior of its very existence. Yet upon her return, a being from the Qinglong race, accompanied by a figure clad in a tight red suit, informed her otherwise. "No, you are not an unsung hero. You are merely a pawn in a script manipulated by a hidden force, acting according to their design. Now, having departed Earth to conquer the universe, or rather, to assist the weaker races in their rebellion against the Kree Empire, Carol harbored feelings of homesickness. Yet, she had convinced herself that her purpose was to restrain the Kree Empire, ensuring they regarded her with caution, lest they unleash their full might and obliterate her home planet like they had done to others. But now, Guo Feng was beginning to dispel such notions. "Have you not encountered others of comparable strength among the rebel forces opposing the Kree Empire? Those who are also of Celestial Father level or planetary peak?" Carol instinctively nodded. She had indeed met the Celestial Twins among the Marauders. Guo Feng retorted, "And what of their home planets?" After a moment of silence, Carol hesitantly replied, "It seems they are no more." Hearing the uncertainty in her voice, Guo Feng felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. Just moments ago, this fierce woman had transformed into a comedic figure. "Why not check and tell Chindu?" Guo Feng suggested tentatively. To his surprise, Carol responded earnestly, "Fool. Earth's internet cannot connect to the cosmic network. How could we possibly find anything? To search, one must utilize a system that interfaces with the cosmic web." After Carol spoke with a tone tinged with pride, she noticed Guo Feng's astonished expression, leaving her momentarily stunned for 3 seconds. Then, doubts about her own intelligence began to creep in. After a brief pause, she slowly retrieved a small box resembling a music box from her waist. Upon opening it, a holographic screen emerged, and she typed in several strings of English. In this day and age, the internet can automatically match the user's language. Surely cosmic network technology can do the same? After a few seconds of buffering, a plethora of information appeared on the screen. After silently perusing a few search results, Carol seemed to deflate considerably. "What is it?" Guo Feng inquired with genuine concern. "Could it be that I was mistaken? Did those beings truly not encounter any issues?" "Ah, I apologize. It appears I was wrong. I thought you were the only exceptional one." Observing Carol's transformation into a ghostly pallor, alongside Guo Feng's seemingly sarcastic demeanor, the captain of the Yin Huang Nation felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was a form of psychological warfare. No, the Celestial Twins, the Mecha Hunter, and the Plant Goddess, all their home planets have been annihilated by the Kree Empire. Carol was engulfed in darkness as she uttered the names of these 4 individuals, renowned for commanding the highest bounties among the Kree Empire's wanted list, all being Celestial Father-level warriors. "See, I told you." Guo Feng maintained his nonchalant facade, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Consider the Kree Empire, with hundreds of Admiral-class warships, Annihilating a green planet would be a trivial task for them. If I were in their position, I would relish the opportunity to obliterate a planet and then watch as those fools came seeking retribution, only to ensnare them all. Isn't that right, Captain of the Yanhuang Nation? If I were to offend a celestial father-level warrior with the might of the Kree Empire, I would undoubtedly be the first to destroy their home planet, and then discreetly leak the location of the commander responsible for the destruction. Let's see if they would be foolish enough to come after me. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation felt a twitch in his eye, realizing that old coins think alike. As for whether the celestial father-level warriors in the universe would respond to such news, both Guo Feng and the captain were uncertain. However, the Kree Empire's actions were another matter entirely. Compared to sending Kree fleets to several star systems to cast a wide net, the probability of encountering the enemy's main ship was minuscule. Even the interstellar military vessels tasked with locating these beings might not return. This plan, however, was considerably simpler. One could either row a small sailboat in the vast ocean with a fishing net to catch sharks, or use bait to lure them into pre-prepared traps. The feasibility of each option was unequivocally clear. At this moment, Carol remained silent, for she was not a fool, merely somewhat oblivious to social cues. From the search engine, she discovered that her former comrades, the celestial father-level warriors, had all faced threats against their home planets, with several having already been destroyed. Her own case, where a mere threat resulted in an immediate agreement, felt exceedingly amiss. With a puzzled expression, Carol turned to Guo Feng, knowing that this enigmatic figure must have insight into the underlying issue. Clearing his throat, Guo Feng felt a twinge of satisfaction at Carol's dejection. Yet he did not shy away from addressing her concerns. After all, provoking this woman could lead to dire consequences. One could not simply incinerate her attire with Amaterasu. Earth was not as simple as one might think. Carol refrained from rebuttal this time. She had gleaned this from the words of the captain of the Yanhuang Nation. Moreover, there was the wealth of information regarding numerous quasi-deity-level powerhouses from before. However, in theory, once the Kree Empire detected such a situation, they could deploy a vast arsenal of devastating weapons to forcibly shatter this planet into fragments. In such a scenario, even the weaker quasi-deity-level beings would find themselves utterly defenseless. Thus, it appeared that the fierce quasi-deity-level beings on Earth could only contend with the Kree Empire if they possessed high mobility, immense energy, and even specialized military training from the Kree Empire, like her. Snap! Guo Feng snapped his fingers, his tone buoyant as he turned to the captain of the Yanhuang Nation without glancing at Carol. Hey, Captain, I recall that in our Eastern traditions, there were quite explicit directives regarding enemy invasions, correct? Taken aback by Guo Feng's sudden shift in topic, the captain of the Yanhuang Nation momentarily struggled to comprehend his intent, but candidly responded, indeed. In ancient times, the dynasties of Yanhuang would categorize border invasions into two scenarios. The first involves plunder, where resources from the borders are seized. In such cases, the dynasty would typically opt to strengthen defenses or arrange for counterattacks. Carol's eyes sparkled with renewed understanding. The second scenario is outright seizure. In simple terms, when a dynasty's border territory is usurped or even annihilated by another nation, it signals a declaration of war. Guo Feng regarded Carol's expression as comprehension dawned upon her, reflecting that this woman was merely lacking in emotional intelligence, and her intellect could only be described as average, not foolish. Are you suggesting that Earth lies within the territorial sphere of a powerful force? When the Kree Empire's fleet first entered Earth, it was akin to a blitzkrieg, failing to meet the criteria for declaring war. However, should they aim to launch a catastrophic strike on Earth similar to those against other quasi-deity-level beings on their home planets, it would effectively violate the authority of that powerful force within its territory, prompting the Kree Empire's reluctance to engage in open conflict. Listening to Carol's elucidation, Guo Feng nodded in satisfaction, though he soon shook his head. Oh, the joy of engaging with a clever individual. It's refreshing to converse with someone who can articulate thoughts without irritation. Did you ever hear bedtime stories as a child? Guo Feng inquired, observing Carol nodding. Do you remember the folklore your parents recounted? Emitting a momentary silence, Carol's demeanor shifted, prompting Guo Feng to realize, after a prolonged pause, that, the beautiful country has merely a couple of centuries of history. What myths could there be? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Guo Feng continued, You've encountered Norse mythology, haven't you? Yes, Carol replied, her previously fierce demeanor now appearing somewhat endearing. Well, in reality, they are akin to the native deities the captain of the Yanhuang Nation mentioned earlier. You're aware of the concept of the world tree in Norse mythology, right? Once more? Carol nodded, her spirit having been somewhat subdued. Let me put it this way. The narratives within Norse mythology recount tales that truly exist. This brings us to the Nibelungen. On a tranquil, rainy night, a black Maybach. At that moment, Guo Feng abruptly realized, isn't this the work of the old thief from Jiangnan? The Nine Realms, the World Tree, essentially represent the Asgardians' perception of the planetary system. In simpler terms, the solar system is not regarded as a planetary system by them. Their genuine understanding of the planetary system comprises 9 worlds existing in different spatial dimensions. Chapter 122, Earth Era of Antiquity. Given that I present it this way, you should be able to comprehend, correct? Guo Feng recounted the knowledge gleaned from Thor, speaking casually. Naturally, the captain of the Yanhuang nation, having had limited exposure to extraterrestrial beings, felt somewhat bewildered yet relied on his remarkable memory to retain Guo Feng's words. I understand, Carol responded in a subdued tone. I have observed hundreds of civilizations across the universe and visited many. While the foundational material analyses are largely similar, each civilization possesses its own unique periodic table of elemental substances. This means that based on their elemental material periodic tables, different civilizations will yield varied observations of the universe. However, Carol then shifted her tone from a fierce demeanor to one of innocence. But if you assert that the legendary Asgard is the native civilization of Earth, logically, it seems that the native deities of Earth have not ventured into space for extended periods of endurance or combat capabilities, having spent decades in the universe. Carol was well acquainted with most quasi-deity level beings. While quasi-deity level beings indeed possess the capacity to engage in equal dialogue with an empire, it merely reflects respect for their personal rights. Admittedly, a typical quasi-deity level being on any civilian planet could annihilate all life on that planet within a year if armed forces were insufficient, as is currently the case with Earth, devoid of extraordinary powers. Yet, the reality is not as daunting. Quasi-deity levels are undeniably formidable. However, within the 5 universally recognized classifications, strength, speed, physique, spirit, and energy projection, if any one aspect exceeds the normal planetary peak, then one can be regarded as a standard quasi-deity level being. Nevertheless, singular attributes can be targeted. Although one may reach the quasi-deity level, the strongest attribute will generally elevate the weaker attributes. Yet, the enhancement will still remain within the bounds of the planetary peak. Falling short of surpassing this threshold signifies vulnerability to being targeted. During her time resisting the Kree Empire among the stars, Carol had collaborated with a renowned quasi-deity level powerhouse among the Raiders, known as Starhawk. However, the outcomes were far from favorable. Starhawk barely qualified as a quasi-deity level being, with energy projection just scraping by, while his physique, strength, and spirit had not reached the planetary peak. His speed, though barely qualifying as planetary peak, was insufficient. This led to him being captured by the Kree Empire multiple times. Of course, since Starhawk was an experimental product of the Kree Empire, he was not executed on the spot after capture. Instead, he was rescued by the Raiders during critical moments, bringing back one of their leaders. Nonetheless, Starhawk epitomizes the most common type of quasi-deity level being in the universe, capable of engaging in equal dialogue with cosmic empires, yet limited to mere dialogue. Once a fleet is deployed for encirclement, the outcome is typically one of desperation. Carol, however, stood apart slightly. In terms of strength, she ranks among the upper echelons of quasi-deity levels, and after activating her dual star mode, her speed also reaches an advanced level. Her physique, needless to say, is undoubtedly superior, bordering on the pinnacle of excellence. In terms of energy projection, Carol possesses a formidable reservoir of planetary energy comparable to that of a stellar explosion. Strictly speaking, aside from her mental state, which stands at the pinnacle of Earth's capabilities, Carol is nothing short of a behemoth among demigods. However, the crux lies in the fact that, based on the information previously presented to her by the captain of the Yanhuang nation, Carol perceives that the majority of these demigod-level beings poised to strike are, in reality, singular entities, each representing only 2 disconnected aspects of demigod strength. When juxtaposed against Earth's indigenous deities, it seems these local gods pose little serious threat to the Kree Empire. The information shared earlier predominantly does not represent the current apex forces on Earth. Guo Feng continued, and under the curious yet perplexed gazes of both the captain of the Yanhuang nation and Carol, he began to expound upon his understanding of Earth's forces. As I have previously mentioned, Earth once basked in the resplendence of a multiversal level. Oh, Carol, if you are unfamiliar with the concept of the multiverse, do not attempt to encapsulate it within the framework of parallel worlds. The multiverse develops in a 3-dimensional cross pattern. Before any potential rebuttal could escape Carol's lips, Guo Feng preemptively cut her off, making her, who had already begun to grasp the profound depths of Earth's complexities, feel rather embarrassed, as she had no intention of interjecting. Regarding the multiversal level, I will elucidate that later. In conjunction with the intelligence provided by the God Spear Bureau, I believe we can delineate Earth's power stages into 3 distinct eras. With this statement, Carol, who initially intended to engage in a verbal spar, found herself compelled to remain silent and attentively listen. The captain of the Yanhuang nation inwardly prepared notes, ready to utilize his exceptional memory to report back to the researchers and leaders of the God Spear Bureau. During Earth's ancient era, coinciding with the emergence of single-celled organisms, it represented a pinnacle state on Earth, giving rise to life forms not primarily constructed from cells, known as the ancient gods. The era dominated by the ancient gods possessed a sovereign status over the entire universe and the surrounding multiversal dimensions. However, internal strife among the ancient gods led to catastrophic consequences, prompting them to divide into 3 factions. What Guo Feng was recounting was the ancient version of Earth's timeline as gleaned from Marvel Comics. After weeks of observation, he had come to ascertain that this universe leaned towards a cinematic interpretation of the comic universe, albeit not entirely representative of it. The factions are as follows: the escapists, commonly referred to as the natural church, who have retreated deep within Earth to slumber, the dimensionalists, who fled to other dimensions and became gods of those realms, and the self-sacrificers. Chapter 123, The Ancient Earth Era. The natural church comprises most of the deities that remain on Earth today, many of whom are either weak or have succumbed to the ravages of time, resulting in a similar regression as Earth itself. The dimensionalists sought to harness the powers of the dimensions to vanquish their enemies, but upon failure, were forced to flee into the dimensions, effectively becoming sealed away. Among the more renowned entities on Earth, aside from the god of the dark dimension, Dormammu, we frequently encounter those who fled to the hellish dimension, notably Lucifer and Mephisto. As Guo Feng elucidated the factions of the ancient gods, Carol could no longer contain her curiosity. So, does hell truly exist? Her expression betrayed the disbelief of someone who had grown up with tales of mythic horrors, realizing that her childhood stories had seemingly come to life. Her usual colorful vocabulary replaced by the image of a rainbow princess. Guo Feng could hardly suppress a chuckle. Have you never encountered dimensional rifts in outer space? How does he know? He must have traveled to outer space. Carol froze momentarily, acknowledging that such phenomena were not particularly secretive in the cosmos. After all, in the Guardians of the Galaxy series, extraterrestrial races, like the Soviets, often utilize their unique high-performance batteries in outer space to hire mercenaries for combating dimensional invasions. Thus, it became evident that, compared to the parallel worlds that aliens do not acknowledge, most extraterrestrial empires recognize the existence of other dimensions. All right then, Carol acquiesced, placing her hands over her heart, resembling a dutiful student earnestly listening. However, what she truly wished to express was her skepticism regarding the existence of the hellish dimension on Earth. If such a realm were indeed real, did that mean the tales of old mothers warning their children about being taken by demons were true? The very thought of the terrifying nursery rhymes from her childhood potentially being real sent shivers down her spine. Despite understanding that those so-called demons would likely be no match for her, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her back. But surely, such things must be false, right? Much like the tales of demons that would sneak in at midnight to devour children who had not yet fallen asleep, or the red-nosed devil that punished unruly children. And what of the eerie fire that purportedly plunged entire areas into darkness upon its mere presence? Surely, those cannot be real. Can they? Did you not hear tales of the legendary cowboys riding flame-skull horses during your time in Texas? Guo Feng's seemingly casual remark left Carol frozen in place, her mind racing back to the mention of cowboys on flaming skeletal steeds. How could she possibly be unaware? Such tales were the stuff of nightmares for criminals in Texas between the 1960s and 1980s. Texas, once an independent nation before merging with the United States, was notorious for its wild and violent cowboys, rivaling even the rednecks of California. During the 1970s, as farmers faced massive unemployment amid the Great Depression, the once dominant families of rednecks perished, leaving the lone cowboys of Texas to reign supreme. At that time, gangs thrived, and gunfights were a daily occurrence, far exceeding the violence witnessed today, until a figure clad in a black high-neck leather jacket, adorned with a cowboy hat reminiscent of Zorro, wielding a revolver that endlessly spewed fiery bullets, rode through town on a flaming skull horse, leaving behind long, inky hoof prints. The electrical appliances that had begun to proliferate would often short-circuit or explode in his wake. Thus, for an extended period, The terrifying figure of the Flame Skull Cowboy became a nightmare for gangsters, perpetuated by their families as a legend of a vengeful spirit that hunted down those who sinned against the divine. During the era of Carol's birth, such rumors were rampant. As an atheist with a devoutly Catholic mother, Carol had been subjected to the chilling tales of the Flame Skull Cowboy as a means of instilling fear. Does it really exist? The Flame Skull Cowboy? For the first time, Carol's expression betrayed a hint of mismanagement. Guo Feng cast an odd glance at her. Could it be? A fundamentally flawless, near-perfect, peak-level demigod could actually be intimidated by a mere malevolent knight whose apparent strength barely reached the pinnacle of earthly standards? That seemed rather peculiar, didn't it? Of course, this malevolent knight was not the version portrayed by Nicolas Cage, but rather the classic incarnation, a wizened guardian of the graveyard. It is well known that the malevolent knight forms part of the infernal Lord Mephisto's enterprise, harvesting souls from Earth, and is also the only entity permitted by the Earth's overlords to partake in a semblance of righteous duty. Guo Feng offered a brief explanation, though he refrained from delving too deeply into the matter, as he himself lacked complete clarity. After all, this realm was not a wholly coherent Marvel universe. It also encompassed elements from Jackie Chan adventures. To be candid, he was still uncertain about the classification of the ancient demons should they return to this world, particularly if they were considered native demons of Earth. Where would they fit within his delineated eras? Without further ado, he found himself spiraling into a state of despondency, reminiscing about his childhood traumas, akin to the character Carol. Regardless, he had already begun to contemplate the prospect of confronting the malevolent knight and facing his fears. In my estimation, the second era corresponds to the Ancient Age, following the passage of time for the primordial deities, leading to the emergence of multicellular beings and humanity, along with the rise of beliefs and other facets that facilitated the arrival of divine entities. Among these, aside from the mysterious nations hidden like those on Earth, there were the boisterous Celtic pantheon and a sect of Kunlun deities from the land of Yin and Huang, all products of this epoch. Certainly, as time wore on, many divine clans faded into obscurity, yet Earth remained under the dominion of a formidable divine lineage. Approximately 3 millennia ago, Odin Borson, king of the Azure, proclaimed the unification of Earth. Chapter 124, The Earth Era of the Near Ancient. The deities of Asgard rank among the most powerful of the newly acknowledged divine beings on Earth. Compared to Earth, the Kunlun of Huaxiao merely inherited alien legacies and remnants from the ancient times. The Celtic pantheon of Great Britain is known for its magical enlightenment, interdimensional travelers, alongside the Olympian and Aztec pantheons, all of which feature deities of ordinary caliber compared to the peak-level demigods. Guo Feng began to elucidate the current composition of the principal divine clans on Earth, leaving the captain of the Yin and Huang nation astounded. For he realized that much of what Guo Feng articulated represented truths that the Divine Spear Bureau had painstakingly unraveled over decades, even centuries. Additionally, numerous intelligence tidbits emerged from Guo Feng's lips that the captain, who had essentially become privy to the Bureau's classified documents, was previously unaware of. What could he do? The captain of Yin and Huang silently activated his extraordinary cognitive faculties, imprinting every word and tone Guo Feng uttered into his mind. To my knowledge, Asgardians possess 3 times the muscle density and physical prowess of ordinary earthlings, innately endowed with sufficient magical energy, accompanied by an excellent promotion mechanism. A standard Asgardian soldier, when fully equipped, could single-handedly obliterate an elite squadron. To my understanding, over 3 millennia ago, Asgard unified 9 distinct realms and incorporated Earth, along with the surrounding solar system, into the dominion of Midgard. This was also the reason the Kree Empire dared not invade. First and foremost, as the sovereign of the galaxy, Asgard possessed advanced spacefaring technology, though it has since been rendered obsolete, as they wield the Bifrost, a bridge capable of traversing vast cosmic distances. Moreover, the Bifrost serves as a cataclysmic weapon that can annihilate planets, and Odin, their king, stands as a peak-level demigod. Why then did he not hold the Kree Empire accountable during the troubles on Earth? Was this not an infringement upon territorial sovereignty? The captain of Yin and Huang indeed harbored some questions, particularly as someone frequently attending diplomatic meetings. Of course, he typically attended in the capacity of a bodyguard. Yet that did not preclude him from possessing a certain political acumen. I am uncertain about this question, but I vaguely recall that it pertains to the impending end of Odin's lifespan, with the new king insufficiently prepared to succeed him. Guo Feng only divulged a fragment, for he feared that the overseers in the Celestial Palace might overhear and discreetly inform Odin. Very well, I believe I now comprehend the situation. The captain of Yin and Huang, well-versed in 5 millennia of Chinese civilization, quickly grasped the implications of Guo Feng's few words. The old king nears his demise, unable to manage the affairs of the realm, and the new king has yet to mature. The captain meticulously noted these insights in his mind. However, he recognized that a military invasion would damage Asgard's complete authority. Should the Kree fleet encroach upon Midgard, even in Odin's waning years, it would likely provoke a catastrophic confrontation. Clearly, the Yin and Huang Empire, with its 5,000-year history of vying for the legitimate royal position, possesses a keen clarity regarding such matters of sovereignty. The reasons for the conclusion of the near-ancient era likely coincide with the year 600 AD, during which Asgardians frequently ventured to Earth, particularly to Norway, Switzerland, and Viking territories, leaving behind traces of their mythos. During that time, Earth effectively served as the royal garden of Asgard, as well as a storeroom for the Asgardian dynasty. Currently, it is known that the majority of extraordinary combatants from the Russian realm, apart from mutants, consist of barbarian warriors. Guo Feng turned to the captain of Yin and Huang, who had not been entirely preoccupied with leading a prosperous nation, nor with the previous safety council that had betrayed him during the New York conflict, since discovering the existence of his father, who clearly did not belong to the Marvel Universe. Guo Feng had been consciously investigating the hidden extraordinary forces of various nations. Aside from mutants, Guo Feng's formidable observation abilities allowed him to hear the thoughts of ordinary individuals or those possessing a modicum of mental prowess. Thus, barring any intentional concealment by the governments, he had been able to glean substantial information, especially regarding the Divine Spear Bureau, which had not yet learned of the existence of the multiversal hero, as that remained classified. This revelation had startled him quite a bit. Furthermore, he was aware that Yin and Huang possessed a leader akin to Guanyin, who had nearly reached the demigod level of power. Indeed, according to the current records of the Divine Shield Bureau, there exists a classification of barbarian warriors among the extraordinary fighters of the Russian realm, primarily serving both official and grassroots interests. The captain of Yin and Huang was not surprised by Guo Feng's knowledge of what appeared to be clandestine information to ordinary citizens. After all, this individual was acquainted with many ancient secrets that even the Divine Spear Bureau was unaware of. This was merely a facade to conceal the public's awareness. It was entirely reasonable for Guo Feng to know such things. Barbarian warriors, prevalent in the Russian realm, typically harbor latent Asgardian genes, serving as evidence of the Asgardians' presence on Earth during their time. Guo Feng was not fabricating tales. Prior to his traversal, he had indeed been a considerable fan of the Marvel Universe. Although, due to financial constraints, I have never purchased authentic Marvel merchandise. I have not neglected to explore the plethora of comics available on pirated websites, as well as various Marvel biographies and analyses from marketing accounts. The barbarian warrior is an extraordinary force active in the land of the Russians. Typically, during the New Year celebrations, essentially Christmas, many Russians partake in a baptism of sorts, immersing themselves in icy waters. In temperatures that plummet below -10 degrees Celsius, some Russians experience a sudden surge in body temperature, subsequently augmenting their strength. They are even capable of communicating with certain highly intelligent mammals in the forest. A typical barbarian warrior possesses approximately 23 times the physical prowess of an ordinary human, along with rudimentary abilities to channel energy. Chapter 125. The Frugal Sorcerer, Ancient One. Generally, the barbarian warriors of Russia boast a lineage tracing back to the Asgardians, particularly those closer to the Viking bloodline, who have a greater likelihood of reclaiming Asgardian powers. Guo Feng remarked, "You need only understand that Asgard stands as the mightiest ally on Earth that can be contacted without exorbitant costs. Indeed, they are practically a semi-sovereign nation, and trivial matters are of no concern to Odin. However, should Asgard be treated as a mere ornament, recklessly invading Earth, it would invoke the sensitive issue of royal pride within Asgard. An aging Lion King is far more perilous than a young one. The remnants of his pride serve as the fuel for his survival. If someone dares to infringe upon that pride, the decrepit lion remains a lion. Moreover, the frailty associated with aging does not apply to Odin. The royal bloodline of Asgard possesses the capability to continuously accumulate divine power. As they grow older, their divine strength only intensifies and purifies. This is the reason why the Asgardian royal lineage can endure a 5,000-year period of decline, solely due to their bodies being excessively frail. Indeed, ordinary Asgardians have physical attributes 4 times superior to those of normal Midgardians, and the royal lineage is significantly more robust. However, their corporeal forms are considerably more fragile in comparison to their divine powers. Around the 5,000-year mark, their bodies will shatter, transforming them into pure energy entities driven by mental intent. thus forcibly departing from the material realm. We need not worry about another invasion from the Kree. Instead, we ought to focus on addressing the Time Management Bureau, Guo Feng stated with a hint of indifference, observing the dazed expressions of Carol and Captain of the Huang Nation. It was evident to Guo Feng that his earlier discourse had thoroughly captivated them. The information he had shared was rapidly aligning with their pre-existing memories. Due to the high credibility of most of his statements, even discrepancies between the comics and reality would be overlooked by them, as they would rationalize it with their own limited understanding rather than attributing it to Guo Feng's inaccuracies. The obscured aspects would be replaced by answers they could logically deduce. To my knowledge, while the Time Management Bureau may appear weak for some reason, they possess the capability to kill across time and space. And their level of development concerning temporal weaponry is exceedingly advanced. We must prepare ourselves promptly. Upon hearing this, the captain of Huang Nation furrowed his brows tightly. Time-traveling assassins are not adversaries to be trifled with. Even the mightiest will have their moments of vulnerability. For instance, a being as formidable as the multitude of heroes, endowed with 1 billion units of divine power, could easily overpower a pantheon member. Yet, if confronted by their younger selves as infants, they would reveal no extraordinary abilities, merely existing as typical infants of significantly reduced weight due to their multiple births, safeguarded by local hospitals. Should time travel allow one to return to that period, even an ordinary person could successfully eliminate them. Beside him, Carol wore a similarly grave expression, evidently sharing the same thoughts. After all, over 20 years ago, she was undeniably a genuine weakling before the influence of Project Pegasus. Guo Feng, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although he had acquired the abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit upon his arrival, he lacked the combat prowess of a celestial being. At that time, the Azure Dragon Fruit had not yet fully manifested, at best representing a pinnacle of earthly capability. A mere sweep from a temporal weapon could obliterate him. He could easily meet his demise from a few well-placed rockets. As the three of them found themselves engulfed in doubt, a sudden burst of orange light erupted from the nearby sea. The hero of the multitudes was the first to react, his crimson divine energy surging in his arm, instinctively preparing to unleash a punch in that direction. Following suit were Guo Feng, with his keen observation, Carol, and the captain of Huang Nation. Upon witnessing the orange sparks and the slowly opening ring, Guo Feng immediately discerned the identity of the newcomer. Only one being possesses the ability to open a portal within the realm of his eternal kaleidoscope, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. However, a pressing issue arose. Guo Feng knew who was arriving, yet the hero of the multitudes remained oblivious. The captain of Huang Nation had tasked him with ensuring their conversation remained unheard, and now, an unexpected presence had materialized, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure and threat. The hero of the multitudes was quick to affirm, "This is undoubtedly another celestial-level powerhouse." Without further ado, he bellowed, "Have you eaten yet? Here, take my punch." His crimson divine energy transformed into a colossal fist, rapidly expanding to several dozen meters in size, enveloping the newly arrived Ancient One. In response, the Ancient One merely snapped her fingers, her finger adorned with the Eye of Agamotto, conjuring an intricate array of deep crimson patterns before her. The Legediger's 7 rings, one of the foundational spells of Kamar Taj, manifested with formidable defensive capabilities, precisely matching the size of the hero of the multitude's punch. Boom. The hero of the multitude's immense strength collided with the Legediger 7 rings cast by the Ancient One. The moment their energies met, the surrounding waters parted, revealing the muddy seabed 100 meters below. At that instant, the punch, devoid of the hero's divine support, swiftly dissipated. Coincidentally, the energy sustaining the Legediger's 7 rings, which had been casually conjured, was entirely exhausted at that moment, leading to its shattering. Witnessing this spectacle, Guo Feng could not help but scoff. No wonder she borrowed money from Dormammu at such high interest. Not only does she refuse to repay it, but she also exercises frugality even in her spells. Chapter 126, The Ancient One. The Ancient One stepped gracefully from the spark-laden portal, standing upon the water's surface as if traversing solid ground. With a respectful demeanor, he touched his left shoulder and offered a salute, a gesture learned from his father. Despite a history of minor disagreements, they were inconsequential, particularly in light of a problem that was likely to be resolved together. Indeed, it was nothing of great significance. In fact, it had been quite some time since he had even heard the term Time Management Bureau. Predictably, the Ancient One's visit must pertain to this very issue, otherwise, she could have arrived earlier or later. Her timing was too precise to coincide with their discussion about how to proceed and whether a proposal should be formulated. It was quite evident that her arrival was directly linked to matters concerning the Time Management Bureau. As for how the Ancient One became aware of their conversation, he found it rather unremarkable. Having previously observed the Earth from above using the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he had noticed a loose yet intricate web of golden threads, connecting energy sources at the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. Drawing from his past knowledge of the Marvel Universe, he could easily deduce that these golden threads originated from the Sanctum Sanctorum of Camartage, the Trinity Array. This formidable magical formation enveloped the entire Earth, possibly existing in Asgard or in other realms, or even in whimsical parallel universes. However, to his knowledge, it was the only supermassive magical array possessing such extensive defensive capabilities. In the Marvel world, it seemed to be the sole embodiment of such protective magic. He sensed that, without resorting to those extraordinary powers, he could freely traverse the Trinity Array, thanks to the capabilities bestowed by the Qinglong Fruit. However, should he unleash the full might of the eternal kaleidoscope, the resistance from his chakra would be palpable. Nevertheless, this did not pose a significant hindrance. After all, strictly speaking, the power granted by the eternal kaleidoscope had yet to elevate him to a genuine demigod level of strength, merely a display of intricate abilities capable of exhausting a typical demigod. As for the Ancient One eavesdropping on their conversation, he deemed it entirely plausible. She certainly had the means. Not only did she preside over the Trinity Array, but she also possessed the ability to perceive the entirety of the world's landscapes. Moreover, with the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, what would prevent her from glimpsing potential futures? Among millions of timelines, was there not a single one that aligned with their discussion? Reflecting on the Ancient One's penchant for maintaining oversight of temporal threads made him feel compelled to be cautious, even when using the restroom. He would seek refuge in the God realm, worried about this 500-year-old woman spying on his youthful form. Clearing her throat, the Ancient One cast a peculiar glance at him, as if to say, "Surely, you are not indulging in impolite thoughts." Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from behind. "Look out, bald head." Before the Ancient One could utter a word, a fierce crimson light flared behind her. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from behind, she resignedly turned, raising her hands to swiftly conjure a perfectly sized portal. The energy wave unleashed by the impact of a dozen small Dongfeng missiles was promptly transferred through the portal to the other side, right behind Captain Marvel. The force of his own power struck him, and Captain Marvel was sent plummeting to the ocean floor, barely having time to react. "Time to wake up," the Ancient One murmured softly. Though her demeanor appeared gentle and unassuming, the inner devil within her roared, "Take this opportunity to deal with him. His fate is intertwined with the lives of billions. Divining his timeline is exhausting." Indeed, because Captain Marvel was connected to the bloodline of countless Chinese people, the Ancient One's calculations regarding the world became exponentially more taxing whenever he was involved. Had it not been for her awareness of the profound impact this situation could have on the world's trajectory, she would not have tirelessly analyzed the same scenario dozens of times. Meanwhile, Dormammu's high-interest loans had been piling up. However, with retirement on the horizon, there was no urgency to repay. "I possess detailed information regarding the Time Management Bureau, and I believe you will find it quite useful." Despite her grievances, the Ancient One's facade remained one of warm composure. "Of course, we are immensely grateful for your presence, Supreme Sorceress." Guo Feng expressed his appreciation. Captain Yen Huang and Carol's eyes widened in astonishment. This is one of the two known demigods among humanity, and one is even missing. The leader of Camartage, the Ancient One. They were struck with profound shock, gazing at the elegantly poised woman in yellow before them, who evoked an irresistible sense of admiration. However, Captain Yen Huang felt disbelief. He had searched for over a century for a top-tier demigod, and now found her casually standing before him. Despite their astonishment, neither of them doubted the Ancient One's true identity, especially after experiencing the chilling winds and snowflakes from the high-distance portal she had just conjured. With a mere gesture, she had thwarted Captain Marvel's attack, even with a significant portion of his divine power diminished, effortlessly redirecting the might of his billion-fold strength back onto himself. Now, Captain Marvel was nowhere to be sensed by either Carol or Captain Yen Huang, save for Guo Feng, whose formidable mental acuity, combined with his observation haki and the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, allowed him to detect a presence buried hundreds of meters beneath the seabed. Chapter 127, Analysis. "So, Supreme Sorceress, I have a question that has troubled me for quite some time." Guo Feng hesitated, revealing the weight of his resolve. "Please, proceed." The Ancient One maintained her gentle smile, as if the weight of the world could not faze her. "I believe you can perceive my circumstances through the fabric of time. Logically, This should trigger the issues they have set forth, including the subsequent series of problems stemming from the butterfly effect. The Time Management Bureau should not remain indifferent. Guo Feng voiced his concerns. Indeed, the Ancient One acknowledged. According to the narrative presented in Marvel's latest superhero series, Loki, the Time Management Bureau should function as an entity that trims the timelines, eliminating all occurrences that do not belong to the Marvel Cinematic storyline, thereby averting potential temporal issues and the emergence of parallel worlds. However, if they are delaying the timelines of events that do not align with their expectations ultimately, the quest to identify the root of the problem leads to the notion that this issue could be resolved by traversing time just prior to its manifestation. Thus, it stands to reason that the moment the Time Management Bureau recognizes its existence may coincide with the tumultuous events instigated by oneself in the Marvel Universe, resulting from a multitude of butterfly effects. However, the initial assault on oneself, specifically, the moment one takes action against oneself, would undeniably occur when Guo Feng first traverses into the Marvel cosmos. Should there be a problem, it would imply an inability to traverse time normally, thereby casting a shadow of doubt upon the very existence of the Time Management Bureau. Nevertheless, given that Captain Yin Huang has presented nearly irrefutable evidence, alongside the affirmation of the Time Management Bureau's existence by the esteemed Ancient One, it becomes evident that the Bureau indeed possesses the requisite facilities for perfecting time travel. Yet, this brings us back to the earlier conundrum. The absence of an attack from the Time Management Bureau upon returning suggests that they are incapable of time travel. This presents a paradox reminiscent of the grandmother paradox. If one were to return to the past and eliminate their grandfather before their father was conceived, one would question their own existence. Should one succeed in this act, it follows that their father would not be born, nor would they themselves come into existence. However, if one does not exist, then they cannot return to the past to commit such an act. Thus, the grandfather remains in existence. Yet the act of returning to eliminate him suggests that he would not exist either. Of course, one could draw comparisons to the television series Futurama, where the protagonist Fry inadvertently becomes his own grandfather. Yet, such scenarios are hardly applicable to the realities of the world. Guo Feng finds himself utterly confounded, prompting his desire to seek counsel from the Ancient One. In response, the Ancient One offers a subtle smile, raising a finger to point at Guo Feng's forehead. In the limited past and future that I can perceive, your existence is influenced by a creature that eludes my observation, resulting in a chaotic confusion surrounding you, thus significantly impacting the Time Management Bureau's temporal enforcement apparatus. Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Guo Feng breathes a sigh of relief. Captain Yin Huang and Carol continue to deliberate on how to launch an assault against the Time Management Bureau, but Guo Feng has shifted his focus to defense. Although he was unable to finish watching the series Loki, the first season has imparted to him the understanding that the Time Management Bureau is merely a collective of ordinary individuals wielding temporal weaponry when approaching from an offensive standpoint. However, when it comes to defense, any energy that does not exceed temporal parameters entering the Bureau will invariably be suppressed to the level of a mere mortal. Strength, physique, energy, and external mental manifestations will all be affected. Even the Infinity Stones have a drawer reserved for them as paperweights within the Time Management Bureau. Furthermore, there is the Conqueror Kong, a figure renowned for surviving the peak of the multiversal war and directly influencing the timeline. While the multiversal conflict may overshadow the parallel world war, the Conqueror Kong, as a victor of that battle, certainly possesses combat prowess on a universal scale. How could one possibly defeat him in earnest? The real world is not a film where one might expect the Conqueror Kong to exit the stage due to budget constraints for special effects. The Loki of the primary universe can accomplish this because he is the protagonist, yet Guo Feng does not belong to this comic book narrative. Ironically, it is his preoccupation with the offensive capabilities of the Time Management Bureau that has left him mentally exhausted. He is surprised to discover that the cause of his distress stems from the Tadpole. A flicker of delight emerges within Guo Feng. He has long since conducted experiments revealing that, aside from himself and the Tadpole within the realms they traverse, no other beings from different universes can perceive the Tadpole. For instance, he once paraded the Tadpole before Tony Stark, fully prepared with an explanation that it was merely a plush toy, only to find that Stark pretended not to see it at all. It was only after some subtle probing that Guo Feng confirmed that individuals in the Marvel Universe seem incapable of observing the Tadpole through conventional means. As for how the Ancient One managed to perceive it, Guo Feng harbors suspicions. Since the Ancient One spoke of an unobservable creature, it implies that she has not directly observed the Tadpole itself. The reason she can ascertain the presence of a mysterious entity existing intermittently around him is likely due to her habitual use of the Eye of Agamotto to observe the world and, on occasion, intrude upon others. As the instigator of the disturbance in the timeline, Guo Feng would undoubtedly have been detected by the Ancient One through some means. However, upon realizing that he has not caused any unforeseen consequences, she refrains from intervening, occasionally observing him through her sorcery. While the Time Stone may not have significant effects when the Tadpole is present, it is undoubtedly effective during the Tadpole's travels, as the Eye of Agamotto, a cosmic gem capable of observing time, would have come into play. When the Ancient One sensed familiar chaotic fluctuations, she would have been able to secretly observe Guo Feng's actions, expressions, and the self-dialogue that might seem peculiar to her. Chapter 128, A Surprise. Guo Feng suddenly comprehends everything. Looking at the Ancient One, who wears a smile, he discerns an underlying message. Well played, you cunning one. Guo Feng is not in the least surprised by the notion of being monitored. After all, the Ancient One, as the guardian of this realm, would naturally exercise vigilance towards him, a soul traversing from another dimension. While the two sides may not be entirely antagonistic, a necessary degree of caution remains imperative. Just as Guo Feng has long harbored concerns that the Ancient One might eliminate him before he has a chance to grow, she too must have pondered whether this seemingly benign young man could be a harbinger of some malevolent deity from another dimension. In the adult world, especially among the strong, such caution is commonplace. If one were to behave childishly, seeking retribution for trivial matters, it would either indicate that the author is naive or that the audience enjoys such simplistic narratives. In instances where conflicts arise, particularly when both parties possess equal strength, it is prudent to consider what ulterior motives might be at play. Guo Feng has grasped the situation, yet he now faces the Time Management Bureau. He suddenly remembers that it would be wise to inquire further. So, Ancient One, will you intervene with the Time Management Bureau? If the Ancient One were to take action, it would likely resolve nearly all issues. After all, it is improbable that the Conqueror Kong could maintain his peak state within the Time Management Bureau at all times. For Guo Feng, the greatest challenge in confronting the Time Management Bureau lies in its excessively oppressive and dictatorial temporal regulations. The formidable force of rigid rules that have yet to be attained will be suppressed, relegating one to the mundane state of an ordinary mortal. However, the Ancient One, drawing from the purest essence of the Dark Dimension's sovereign, Dormammu, is impervious to such constraints that govern time. When the time comes, a celestial-level powerhouse will effortlessly vanquish the mundane employees of the Time Management Bureau as if they were mere vegetables to be chopped. Yet, confronted with the friendship of Guo Feng and Shi Yun, the Ancient One shook her head. I shall not intervene. The recent offensives from the demon lords of the multiverse have been relentless, and I must remain stationed on Earth. What? You won't go? Then what is our purpose? To merely give our opponents kills and gift them our lives? It is essential to remember that both Guo Feng and Carol are merely ordinary subcelestial level powerhouses, occupying a position of elite strength due to their proficiency in various domains. However, the temporal regulations of the Time Management Bureau will not distinguish between subcelestial and celestial level beings. As long as one's energy does not surpass the temporal energy threshold, they will be subdued to the status of a mere mortal. Even a being at the pinnacle of power, capable of reaching the celestial zenith, or even a half step into the cosmic realm, is fundamentally built upon the strength of 14 billion souls. Such power cannot withstand the passage of time. Yet, if the myriad hero is prepared, the time waves emitted by the Bureau's weaponry, which cannot even reach the speed of light, will fail to catch a single strand of his hair. However, this also signifies their inability to penetrate the Time Management Bureau thoroughly. If they cannot infiltrate, must they simply await the stabilization of the chaotic timeline and then travel back to eradicate their foes? The three surrounding individuals exhibited a faint sense of urgency. However, only Guo Feng comprehended the true peril of their situation. There was no need to elaborate on Carol, Captain Marvel, a figure of immense significance within the Avengers saga. The Time Management Bureau strictly regulates the development of the sacred timeline, which corresponds to the original script of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Thus, the worst that could befall Carol would merely be a premature interruption of her return to this world. Time would reconfigure, allowing her to return only after Thanos had annihilated half of the universe's population. As for the seemingly troubled captain of the Yinhuang nation, Guo Feng did not perceive any substantial issues. The Spear Bureau undoubtedly harbors entities of celestial caliber and above. This fact is indisputable. Perhaps the divine assembly that once descended upon this planet did expel numerous local deities from Earth or delineated a certain subspace to seal their kin within. However, The Yanhuang nation is distinct. Whether it possesses individual cosmic beings that transcend time is unclear even to Guo Feng. Yet, based on his knowledge, within the most crucial warehouse of the Spear Bureau lies an artifact reminiscent of the containment objects found in the SCP Foundation. Its specific function remains ambiguous, as the comics have not elucidated it clearly. Nevertheless, Guo Feng harbors a premonition. Judging by the high stakes of the universe-destroying revelations within the comics, it must pertain to something that transcends both time and space. After much contemplation, he concluded, apart from them, I am the only one in danger. The jester is indeed myself. Guo Feng felt slightly dazed, even contemplating relocating to Mars with his belongings, hoping to discover if any Ultramen from the M78 Nebula had ventured into the Marvel Universe for a cameo. After all, he recalled hearing rumors before his traversal about a collaboration between Marvel and a certain company to produce a promotional film. He wondered if he might witness a colossal Thanos battling an Ultraman towering over 100 meters. Would Tony Stark devise an anti-Ultraman battlesuit? Would Ace wielding a decapitating blade confront Star-Lord's father, Ego? Would this divine assembly meet its demise? Guo Feng was immensely intrigued. In summary, after much pondering, one phrase resonated. I am not yet ready to depart from this world. Observing the three individuals standing silently upon the sea, as well as the myriad hero emerging from the depths, his form encrusted with silt and seaweed, the Ancient One felt somewhat exasperated. Why is it that the prophecy she witnessed suggested that these mere 3 or 4 individuals could obliterate that irksome time management bureau, akin to swatting a fly? Surely this is not a mere fluke. Wait. Upon further reflection, the Ancient One seemed to seize upon a blind spot. Guo Feng's every advancement in power has been peculiar. It appears that whenever a mysterious, elusive entity manifests, he acquires a formidable strength from a different paradigm. In other words, the Ancient One sighed in relief. She patted Guo Feng on the shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. According to my observations, their time apparatus will remain ensnared in temporal turbulence for another 4 months. Rest assured, you shall surprise them when the time arrives. Chapter 129. 3-Egg Surprise? What kind of surprise? Guo Feng harbored doubts within. His current prowess had yet to ascend to a level capable of affecting, or rather, disrupting the fabric of time itself. The only ability he possessed that could influence time was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, specifically the Eye of Izanagi. This ocular technique allows one to momentarily deceive time, making the world believe one has perished. Yet, such a deceptive spell is insufficient to contend with the Time Management Bureau's temporal constructs. Could it be a mere scare tactic? In an instant, Guo Feng's mind conjured a myriad of scenarios: invasions by dimensional demon lords, the multiverse spiraling into chaos, and Dormammu clashing with Ultraman. Yet, he quickly dismissed all erroneous possibilities. The only conceivable answer that remained was the interstellar frog filled with anticipation. Guo Feng gazed at the Ancient One with wide eyes, a mix of shock and hope, and fell into a reverie. Having drifted for over 20 years without encountering a worthy master, I find myself in solitude. A true man born of heaven and earth cannot remain languishing beneath others for long. Should the master not reject me, I wish to apprentice under you, to inherit your esteemed legacy. Observing Guo Feng's earnest demeanor gradually morphing into a whimsical expression of infatuation, Carol and the captain of the Yanhuang nation exchanged puzzled glances. The question mark I utter is not indicative of my doubts, but rather yours. Even the Ancient One, having witnessed this scene countless times through the lens of time, could not help but facepalm. You are ill-suited to be the supreme sorcerer. That position is reserved for strange. The opportunities you have received lie with the mysterious being beside you, the Ancient One articulated. In her temporal observations, she had identified several divergent timelines. Yet, regardless of the path, this individual seemed exceedingly covetous of the treasures of Camartage. On one occasion, a version of himself within a timeline acquiesced to his desires, only to find that shortly after her departure, death, on vacation, Camartage proclaimed the existence of sorcerers to the world. The very first action taken was to dispatch the leaders of various nations and their armies into the realm of alternate dimensions. They first encountered Nabildu, a small spatial dimension teeming with intangible phantoms. Subsequently, this individual forbade the sorcerers of Camartage from intervening. A small faction of sorcerers subsequently splintered away. Even with the assistance of that faction, upon navigating through this individual's intricate defensive system against the intangible phantoms, the outcome remained uncertain. The specter from this dimension began to invade the realm of reality with reckless abandon. Indeed, were it not for the planned isolation, one can only imagine the countless lives that would have been lost. As anticipated, the meticulously chosen malevolent race, which poses minimal threat to physical attacks, successfully breached the defenses of the United States military. Furthermore, the armies of various nations also faced setbacks here. Of course, a few nations, such as the Yanhuang nation, managed to escape unscathed. In light of these events, governments worldwide acknowledged the official status of Camartage. However, the most absurd development followed. This fellow Guo Feng had the audacity to publicly recruit apprentices at Camartage. All children possessing magical aptitude and a commendable mindset would receive an owl-delivered letter on their 11th birthday. To add to the peculiarity, Guo Feng even categorized Camartage's teaching methods into 4 grand houses, whimsically named Gryffindor and the like. Did the Ancient One truly remain oblivious to the fact that this resembled the plot of Harry Potter? To prevent Guo Feng from causing chaos and disrupting certain vital protocols, the Ancient One chose to reveal the actual circumstances. The power you are about to acquire will provide you with protection, enabling you to grow resolute amid the passage of time. Upon finishing her statement, the Ancient One promptly opened a portal, preparing to step through and vanish from sight, leaving behind a resonating echo of her words. In approximately 1 week, I shall contact you all. Please be prepared, and feel free to bring along any friends you wish to invite. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the water, which bore no signs of disturbance, it felt as though the Ancient One had never graced their presence. The captain of the Yanhuang nation exchanged glances with Carol, both equally bewildered as they turned to the equally perplexed Guo Feng. This guy is about to take us to retaliate against that organization beyond time? It certainly seemed rather dubious. At this moment, Guo Feng finally grasped the situation. The Ancient One must have referred to the Tadpoles, right? If her words were not misunderstood, then the Tadpoles should return within a week, bringing with them the power to combat temporal forces. Guo Feng expressed a sense of anticipation and decided that, if the opportunity arose, he would bring Tony Stark along to study temporal equipment, if possible. He also wished to return to ancient times and experience the life of an emperor, to feel the vices of a capitalistic society and the detestable enjoyment of feudalism. How absurd! What enjoyment! To experience that sin and condemn it even more fiercely. Just then, while Guo Feng's mind wandered through these thoughts, the expressions of the 2 captains from the Yanhuang nation and Carol revealed their own unease, as they too pondered similar questions and possibilities. Suddenly, a firework-like spark erupted from the sky, a circle of flame no larger than a fist, appearing less than 5 meters away from the trio, producing a sound audible to all. Indeed, due to the velocity of time at our intended destination and its precision, individuals whose power has not reached the pinnacle of Earth level cannot enter the Time Management Bureau. It was the voice of the Ancient One. Seizing the moment before the portal fully closed, the captain of the Yanhuang nation hastily voiced a concern. Supreme Sorcerer, wait. After uttering these words, despite the absence of an immediate response, the rapidly shrinking portal finally ceased its contraction, expanding to a size approximately 2 or 3 times larger. Emerging from it was a bald figure with a golden head. Among the 3 types of bald heads, it seemed only the black egghead was somewhat acceptable, right? The golden-headed Ancient One represented a true celestial-level powerhouse, one of the pinnacles of Earth. The white-headed figure, or the boiled egg, Professor Charles Xavier, was the apex telepath on Earth, a figure of prominence in the mutant community. Guo Feng mused on this. Chapter 130, The Indirectly Humorous Syndrome. Now, amidst the humorous assembly of these eggheads, Guo Feng felt a twinge of discomfort under the gaze empowered by the dragon fruit. Looking up, he found half of the Ancient One's head peering at him with a penetrating stare. No way. Is her reflexes this sharp? Is her 6th sense this remarkable? I don't even possess such keen observation. Guo Feng internally scoffed. Of course, he merely thought it. He was not bold enough to voice such sentiments aloud. Could this individual read minds? It seemed that telepathic ability was indeed a hallmark of the Supreme Sorcerer, right? Oh no. Am I being eavesdropped upon? Guo Feng furrowed his brow, fixating on the Ancient One, while silently cursing her as a boiled egg. Just as he finished that thought, the intensity of the piercing gaze intensified, and witnessing the now dangerous expression on the Ancient One's face, Guo Feng, much like Carol earlier, was utterly taken aback. My mental prowess is formidable, alongside my observation haki and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Can you still read my mind? No, I cannot. A gentle voice whispered in his ear. The Ancient One's voice. Guo Feng glanced around and noticed the Ancient One's head still conversing with the captain of the Yanhuang nation, while Carol wore an expression of innocent curiosity, clearly oblivious to the unfolding events. It appeared to be a whisper meant solely for him. Guo Feng exhaled in relief. What nonsense. You just articulated my innermost thoughts. After all, He too employed his observation hockey to convey skepticism, projecting an air of disbelief. In truth, I cannot penetrate your thoughts. While the Supreme Sorcerer's lineage does possess telepathic abilities against someone of your mental acuity, unless Almotho personally intervenes, I am at a loss. A brief educational note. Almotho, the founder of the Almotho's Eye, is the offspring of the ancient deity Osiris and a white tiger from an alternate dimension, Hosen. He is also the first-generation Supreme Sorcerer, and both he and his parents shared a romantic bond. So how could you possibly discern my thoughts? Don't employ the same tactics as the captain of the Yanhuang nation. I am not Carol. Guo Feng had become quite adept at wielding his mental powers, articulating such statements with ease. His reasoning for speaking this way stemmed from having been astonished by the captain's use of micro-expression analysis to interpret Carol's thoughts. Guo Feng had realized then that certain human techniques could indeed manifest as powers beyond comprehension. However, after preparing himself, he found that this so-called micro-expression analysis held no sway over him. The formidable mental strength granted by his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him perfect control over his muscles. Since he was unaware of the correct implications of micro-expressions, he relied on mental power to manipulate his facial expressions. While his physical instincts still exhibited unconscious reactions, they were simply outpaced by his mental prowess. Moreover, he could seamlessly alter his expressions at will. In fact, I saw it from the future, Guo Feng pondered, his mind swirling with questions. You are the Ancient One. Even if you are a formidable being, you could easily disregard the rules, but when you were deceiving strange. However, it has been emphasized that observing the fluctuations of the world lines requires a tremendous expenditure of energy. The Eye of Agamotto consumes an immense amount of power. Yet, all of it must be pilfered from the dark dimension. Are you truly willing to compromise your lifespan over the trivial matter of me silently cursing you in my heart? Please, do not misunderstand. As she noticed the increasingly strained and disheveled expression on Guo Feng's face, Master Gu suddenly felt that this individual's aloof demeanor was resembling that of a comedic character. She elucidated, in my examination of 546 potential futures, you have posed this very question over 300 times, employing a method of backhanded critique. Each instance has arisen from my inadvertent actions. Guo Feng managed to distill his thoughts into 6 points. Has my penchant for humor escalated to such an extent? I can't shake the feeling that I have transformed into a comedic figure. Is this perhaps a consequence of the recent White Day festivities? No. A true comedic man would never succumb to love. Just like the Valentine's Day murder case in the world of Sherlock Holmes. Hey, Guo Feng. You should have come to your senses by now. A head suddenly emerged before him, startling Guo Feng. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Master Gu Yi. How could she have taken on such a visage? Gazing at this ethereal projection, reminiscent of starlit fragments, Guo Feng gradually recalled a spell. Astral projection. He cast a sidelong glance at the captain of the Yanhuang team, who was still engaged in discussions with the corporeal Master Gu a few meters away. Guo Feng could only marvel, indeed, as the leader of the world's secret sorcerers. The unparalleled Master Gu can not only manipulate astral projection to the point of soul projection, but can simultaneously operate her physical form while maintaining the spell. Truly, she embodies the art of multitasking. I believe, Guo Feng, you ought to reassess your mindset. I perceive your mental state is teetering towards collapse, Master Gu continued, her voice imbued with gentle concern. What? I am not. Guo Feng instinctively found it hard to believe her words. His current state was crystal clear. There was no excess thought swirling within him. At most, he bore a resemblance to a burgeoning comedic figure. Surely, it could not be described as a state of collapse. However, the expression and gaze of Master Gu in her astral projection were strikingly grave. Guo Feng quickly comprehended that she was not speaking falsely. I have encountered numerous formidable sorcerers, and those who acquired immense power did not devolve into destroyers. Rather, they often embodied the roles of survivors or protectors. Yet, even amidst their outwardly composed demeanor, their rationality eventually crumbled. The imbalance of their mental state could not contain the overwhelming power, leading to the emergence of brutish thoughts. Alongside the inclination towards a morally sound perspective devoid of any intentions to harm the world. Nevertheless, their thoughts dissipated continuously, resulting in an inability to concentrate, which ultimately led to their descent into madness. I sense that Guo Feng is exhibiting signs of this very trend. Chapter 131, Mysterious Artifacts. My name is Guo Feng. Once a rather serious slacker, I have recently developed comedic tendencies arising from an inflated sense of power. Today, a master in the realm of the mind informed me that my inclination towards humor is a malady, a condition that initially manifests as a lack of mental focus. Gradually dispersing thoughts, leading to a stream of consciousness that can be quite damaging to my psyche. Why, then, has the heavenly bottle within my mind not issued a warning? After all, it is a divine artifact, is it not? Does it not react to such incursions of mental demons? Guo Feng regarded Master Gu Yi with a hint of skepticism. If you are reminiscing about that bottle within your mind, rest assured, while it may nurture the soul, it offers little assistance in matters pertaining to sovereign thought. Your issue, strictly speaking, is a transformation of mental state. In the context of such treasures, it resembles the evolution of human thought, categorizing it as a positive, beneficial change. Master Gu Yi offered a cursory explanation. Guo Feng was not particularly curious about how Master Gu Yi was aware of the heavenly bottle's existence, considering he himself could, with the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, become a walking human X-ray machine. Moreover, she was a being of godlike prowess, at the very least, akin to an MRI scan, no? Alas, Guo Feng realized that his cognitive faculties had indeed become rather fragmented. Nevertheless, he grasped the essence of Master Gu Yi's message. With the increase of power, one's thinking struggles to keep pace with the transformation. As per Taoist philosophy, this is termed an unstable mental state. Is it a form of illness? Essentially, it describes the experience of having acquired superhuman might, only to find oneself, 3 days later, proclaiming, "I am the god of my nation. My situation is distinctly different." Perhaps it stems from a past education grounded in sound moral principles, or simply a reluctance to assume the mantle of divinity. In any case, Guo Feng presently harbors no ambitions of world domination. Yet, the disparity between my mindset and my burgeoning power has rendered my focus erratic, my thoughts scattered. I frequently find myself mulling over a fleeting notion for an extended period. This bears a resemblance to the daydreaming that occurs during an English teacher's lecture. However, I foresee that when your next source of power manifests, this dilemma shall be resolved. Oh, it turns out that a gift from the Tadpoles returning from the future can remedy the situation. In that moment, Guo Feng even envisioned himself journeying to Camartage to partake in gruel and endure the biting winds, akin to a hermit undergoing rigorous ascetic training, striving to attain clarity of belief. Truly, remaining a slacker is the most desirable path. Guo Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, despite his scattered focus and inability to concentrate, he had not forgotten the questions he wished to pose to Master Gu Yi. My previous thoughts must have been a spur-of-the-moment whim, correct? Could it also exist in some future timeline? After all, Master Gu Yi has taken actions that defy the narrative arc. It is entirely natural for timelines to shift, is it not? How could one consistently ascertain the depths of my thoughts? If one were to fail in this regard, would it not be quite awkward? It is your gaze. Your gaze is misaligned. The exasperation in Master Gu Yi's tone revealed her speechlessness at the transformation of this individual into a comedic figure. Impossible. Guo Feng vehemently gestured. That is utterly inconceivable. The very expression of one's gaze relies on minute adjustments of the ocular muscles. My eye muscles are entirely under my control. How could they betray me? In response, Master Gu Yi chuckled softly, not necessarily. A powerful mental force can manifest ordinary souls into form, endowing one's gaze with a richness that surpasses that of a typical individual. Guo Feng was momentarily taken aback. The materialization of the soul? After a brief exchange, Master Gu Yi chose not to elaborate further. The state of astral projection dissolved instantaneously, and her spirit returned to her corporeal form. Guo Feng likewise relinquished his mental state of observation. And then he heard the captain of the Yan Huang team conversing with Master Gu Yi. If the normal demon kings are suppressed in power, leading to a loss of wisdom, what of the genetic transformations of their physical forms? The entity referred to as the Demon King level powerhouse represents a unique system inherent to the eastern realms of the Marvel Universe. Most notably, we have the Demon King from the Demon Valley, a colossal panda boasting an age exceeding 700 years, who also ranks as a sub-celestial level powerhouse. The remarks made by Captain of the Yanhuang Nation were insufficient to ascertain the situation. They had just spoken about bringing a Demon King level sub-celestial powerhouse into the Time Management Bureau, yet this proposal was summarily rejected by Master Gu Yi. The rationale was clear. Once such a being enters the Time Management Bureau, their energy state, power status, and mental condition would be swiftly suppressed. Consequently, even the mightiest Demon King would revert to being akin to a mere beast within the Eastern paradigm, particularly given the Eastern emphasis on a cultivation-based power system. Should they lose their aura of power, a Demon King would simply become an ordinary beast, devoid of wisdom. While genetic modifications might enhance certain attributes, such as intelligence, any physical strength surpassing that of an average human would be directly curtailed. Thus, It is advisable to seek individuals who retain the capacity for counterattacks even in their normal state. After all, in the future I have glimpsed, the scope of possibilities is rather limited, and at times, the treasures possessed by His Excellency Guo Feng may also suffer from suppression or ineffectiveness. Well, it appears I have gained 2 new insights. Guo Feng listened intently as captain of the Yanhuang nation, and Master Gu, he showed no intention of concealing their discussion from him. Through this conversation, Guo Feng gleaned 2 pieces of information. The first is that the item he will acquire in the future is indeed a treasure, likely akin to the celestial vessel he possesses, brought back by the Tadpole. Furthermore, it may exhibit some instability, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. This is why Master Gu insisted on allowing only those with counterattack capabilities to enter under normal circumstances. Could the all-people hero qualify? If he could unleash his full potential, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of subcelestial power, capable of wreaking havoc within the Time Management Bureau. Alas, Master Gu dismissed this notion. Regrettably, that is not permissible. He then stated, "We do not deny that, in a fully unleashed state, His Excellency All-People Hero is the strongest individual on Earth." Chapter 132, The Weakness of the All-People Hero. We must concede that, indeed, His Excellency All-People Hero stands as the mightiest on Earth, a sentiment expressed with unwavering conviction by Master Gu, even suggesting that this included himself among those beneath him. However, Guo Feng was acutely aware that the essence of the matter does not solely lie in being the strongest on Earth. There is a crucial point embedded within this statement. On Earth, the all-people hero is the most formidable. He possesses 1 billion units of divine strength, daring to confront even the celestial beings with a single blow at the pinnacle of subcelestial power. Yet, once he departs Earth and traverses the cosmos, he is merely an average subcelestial powerhouse. The energy he wields is subject to dissipation. The strength of 1 billion Yanhuang individuals may equate to 5 signals on Earth, but could be at full capacity within the domain of the Yanhuang nation. However, upon venturing into the vast expanse of the universe, the all-people heroes might would significantly wane. On Earth, he could effortlessly shatter Captain America's shield with a casual maneuver, embodying the pinnacle of subcelestial strength. Yet, in distant extraterrestrial locales, such as those influenced by the void, he might merely represent the combined force of 10 brothers, possessing 5 times the physical limits of an ordinary human. To Earthlings, he may appear immensely powerful, but in the cosmic arena, he would merely be an elite warrior of a certain imperial civilization, akin to Captain America, with physical limits quadrupled, metabolic rates sextupled, and capable of withstanding ordinary firearm attacks. He may seem like a minor superhero on Earth. However, he cannot even leave his planet. Were it not for his commendable combat skills and the extraordinary tactical acumen of an ordinary human in small-scale warfare, combined with hand-to-hand combat techniques surpassing those of average soldiers, he would hardly stand out. With a mere 23 tons of foundational strength, he could topple Spider-Man, who had just begun to harness his powers, in a matter of minutes. However, in truth, if not for the protagonist's buff and the elite training he underwent, what level would Captain America occupy? Perhaps he would be akin to a local tyrant in a violent neighborhood, the top enforcer of a notorious kitchen, or the leader of a small gang. Within the mutant community, he would be classified as a relatively stable Tier 3 mutant, which is still a rather weak classification. In the cosmic context, an average elite soldier of the Kree Empire typically possesses around 1 ton of strength, thrice that of an ordinary Earthling, with Kree soldiers numbering in the millions. Within the Asgardian system, which is relatively close to Earth, Captain America would be an ordinary Asgardian hunter, lacking even the longevity of a true Asgardian. With a lifespan akin to that of an ordinary human and combat abilities merely at the human limit, even with his all-metal shield, he barely reaches Earth-level capabilities. What is there for Captain America to boast about? There is little room for arrogance among those of similar combat prowess. Meanwhile, the all-people hero can only claim invincibility beneath the singular universe of Earth. While this is indeed an impressive feat, should the opportunity arise for him to be teleported beyond Earth, his existence would likely be jeopardized. Yet, it seems His Excellency All-People Hero has not surpassed the temporal forces. Master Gu stated firmly, "Do not say that it is merely a solitary entity within the Space-Time Management Bureau." Master Gu himself has been known to seize opportunities to forcibly establish an enhanced version of a mirror space, employing the Eye of Agamotto to bolster the defensive regulations of the mirrored realm. As the location of this mirrored space is exiled to alternate dimensions, the all-people hero is in peril. The Time Management Bureau exists within a peculiar spatial dimension, endowed with the ability to render everything motionless under the laws of time. Although Master Gu Yi did not elaborate extensively, captain of the Yanhuang nation, who is well versed in the source of the all-people hero's powers, and Guo Feng, who is familiar with this champion of the Yanhuang nation from the comics. Both comprehend that the essence of the all-people hero's strength lies in the qualitative transformation brought about by quantitative accumulation. It involves a process of amassing 1 billion units of divine strength. Until he reaches this threshold, the all-people hero remains relatively weak. If we merely consider aspects such as energy output, strength, physique, and mental acuity, there is no doubt that the all-people hero is the most formidable known entity. However, he lacks mastery over space and time, which allows others, despite their inability to defeat him, to possess the capability to seal and exile him. The all-people hero's strength is fundamentally rooted in the populace of the Yanhuang nation. The greater the collective strength of the people, the more power he can harness. Should he lose this foundational support, he would only be able to unleash a beating upon Captain America at most. Very well, I understand, Guo Feng acknowledged gratefully. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate the possibility of finding several allies capable of entering the Time Management Bureau, resolving to return and discuss this matter with Chief Zheng Xian. Although, in accordance with the customary behavior of the Divine Spear Bureau, it resembles that of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the face of significant matters. Their operatives indeed don earpieces or employ discrete devices akin to miniature cameras, capable of promptly broadcasting conditions and issuing commands regarding emerging issues. However, the Spear Bureau is, after all, not the Shield Bureau. Although the leader of the Shield Bureau, that dark, egg-shaped fellow known as Nick Fury, possesses remarkable strategic acumen and high intelligence, he harbors a critical flaw, an excessive and somewhat obsessive caution, coupled with a hint of arrogance. This symptom bears a striking resemblance to Carol's demeanor. His obsessive caution partly stems from the multitude of safe houses he maintains worldwide, reportedly funded by the Shield Bureau. Even the safe houses known to Captain China number several within the borders of his homeland. Furthermore, he displays a pronounced aversion and wariness towards many powers that transcend human limits. Although there is an underlying desire to harness such abilities, he remains almost entirely distrustful of them. The arrogance is equally comprehensible. In an era where the existence of the Inhumans on the moon, the Atlanteans beneath the sea, and the mysterious tribal kingdom of Wakanda in distant Africa is not well understood, there exists an alien space station capable of operating entirely in the void of space. Chapter 133, Domestic Affairs. It is a fragment from the once cosmic Skrull Empire. Even if it is merely a part of a civilian space escape vessel equipped with military facilities, it surpasses technologies from several eras on Earth. Were it not for the genius of Tony Stark, a genius wholly dedicated to elevating Earth's technological prowess, humanity would require millennia to develop a wormhole-type spacecraft capable of utilizing spatial leap technology. Such exceptional technology would inspire pride in anyone. Before Guo Feng's journey through time, he had encountered online literature depicting scientists who devoted decades to technological advancement. Yet, they paled in comparison to those mere beggars whose serendipitous encounters with alien technology propelled them to the pinnacle of success. Viewed from this perspective, one might consider Nick Fury as a half-hearted reincarnation of a newly returned Dragon King, albeit one wonders if he might be somewhat crooked in his ways. Nevertheless, returning to the main point, it is precisely due to his extensive interactions with beings other than typical alien bosses, most of whom are mutants, undocumented travelers from unknown realms, and various practitioners from hidden noble families, that he lacks the protagonist narrative that always connects with the world's main storyline. However, it is undeniable that because he engages primarily with phenomena accessible to the elite national machinery of the world, Zheng Xian, the leader of the Spear Bureau, possesses a deeper understanding of the characteristics of these superpowered individuals. He is acutely aware of their sensitivities and the aspects they wish to keep untouched. Zheng Xian knows that certain powerful beings born within the homeland genuinely harbor intentions of serving the state. Yet they grapple with the notion that such actions might render them sycophantic, or they fear becoming mere subjects of experimentation. Consequently, under Zheng Xian's leadership, superpowered individuals birthed in China enjoy a relative freedom compared to their counterparts in other nations. Nonetheless, discrimination remains an unfortunate reality, for jealousy is an innate aspect of humanity, particularly in situations where one lacks what others possess. Humans are indeed complex beings. For those compatriots who awaken mutant abilities, any defect, be it a first or second-tier mutant, often subjects them to the same scorn faced by the physically unattractive or disabled. Conversely, when encountering more powerful mutants of the third or fourth tiers, people may fear those who, through sheer lineage, have grown formidable without exerting effort, leading to a blend of jealousy and fear that fosters discrimination against them. This is the prevailing climate of the world. Fortunately, within the homeland, there has yet to arise any declaration of inhumane measures such as the mass extermination of mutants or the introduction of anti-mutant legislation, which stands in stark contrast to the more liberal and ostentatious nation. It is precisely due to such extensive exposure that Captain China does not resort to employing listening devices or surveillance to observe Carol and Guo Feng, nor do they hesitate to engage with them. One must understand that during his interactions with the Shield Bureau, Guo Feng was far from pleased. Despite Agent Coulson's facade of cordiality, his tone and demeanor exuded harmony and goodwill. However, Guo Feng's impressions of the Shield Bureau were limited to a few faint memories, those of the minute yet discernible sounds of surveillance devices, which his exceptional physique could hear with clarity. No matter how sophisticated these devices were, they remained fundamentally electronic constructs. In his state, teetering on the brink of awakening the Qinglong fruit, Guo Feng had a physical prowess capable of discerning the minutiae of the environment, hearing every whisper of the wind and the flutter of a mosquito's wings from 100 meters away. How could one expect him to overlook the sounds emitted by these diminutive electronic components? In the long term, maintaining a facade of amiability while being acutely aware of eavesdropping proved exceedingly discomforting. Had his strength been sufficient to sever ties, Guo Feng would have readily refused to endure even a moment longer. However, the Spear Bureau, under Zhang Xian's guidance, adeptly manages the evaluation of newly emerged mutants through a specialized, systematic approach. Thus, despite the interruptions caused by the mischievous tiger girl, Carol, the overall atmosphere of their discourse remained rather relaxed and enjoyable. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that some influence from Guo Feng's previous life played a role in this ease. Nevertheless, the ability to impact this world in such a manner is no small feat. Guo Feng possesses an innate fondness for the homeland, which has not disappointed his expectations. Is this not a mutually beneficial circumstance? As the shimmering portal of sparks gradually faded, Captain China and Guo Feng exchanged glances. Mr. Jack, shall we pay a visit to our homeland to experience the customs and culture of your lineage? Captain China half-joked, half-invitingly suggested. Of course. However, I hope you will address me by my true name. Guo Feng will suffice, Guo Feng replied with a smile. After all, according to Master Ancient One's predictions, there remain 2 weeks until the Management Bureau's issues arise. Just moments ago, Guo Feng had managed to offend a considerable portion of the nations represented at the World Security Council, particularly the 3 rogue states led by the ostentatious nation, all of whom had thoroughly rejected him. Surely, he could not venture into the territory of the Russians? Guo Feng was not the true Kaido. As for alcohol, he held little interest. After all, corrupting the youth would be inexcusable. Furthermore, he had little appetite for that so-called large loaf of bread. Is there anywhere more stable and comfortable than his homeland? On another note, should I travel to the homeland, will my living expenses be reimbursed? My shares in Stark Industries seem to be frozen, and my bank account at Huachi Bank should also be in a frozen state, barring any unexpected developments. Suddenly recalling this matter, Guo Feng spoke with a half-smile. After all, economic blockades and the freezing of bank accounts are indeed traditional skills of the nations of the beautiful country. He had initially thought that if time permitted, he would ask Nick Fury to unfreeze his assets. Unfortunately, following the tumultuous events of the New York battle, that thought had dissipated. Given the aftermath of such a conflict, the chances of that happening had become exceedingly slim. Chapter 134, Filter. Observing the two who were engaged in lively conversation and were about to journey to the land of Yin and Huang, Carol, who seemed as though she ought to be beneath the ocean rather than on its surface, maintained her original intent. Just as the 3 of them, including the newly emerged hero, were about to take flight back to the land of Yin and Huang, Carol interjected. Wait, Guo Feng, you have yet to tell me. Why did you choose to target those ordinary, innocent soldiers? Upon hearing Carol's words, Guo Feng was reminded of the true reason Carol had initially attacked him. With a disdainful expression, he retorted in a mocking tone. Do you truly believe that the beautiful country now resembles the genuine world police of your era? To be frank, in the period surrounding World War II, the beautiful country had a relatively favorable international reputation. There was indeed a time when it was viewed positively. At least during Carol's time on Earth, the titles of Just Police, Pacific Police, and World Police had not yet entirely lost their meaning. Do you wish to know what your country has done to me? Guo Feng's tone turned grave, momentarily prompting Carol to envision a myriad of dark superhero comics. Yet, it was not far from the truth. I exerted tremendous effort to save against the alien wormhole invasion of Chirita. And what was my reward? 2 mushroom bombs with a yield of 10 million tons each. Guo Feng stated this with an apparent fury that belied his true indifference. When I sought an explanation, they at least lost the equivalent of 5 or 6 military bases worth of missiles and mushroom bombs to me. After all, having already obliterated those things, what is there to be angry about? Ultimately, without further ado, Guo Feng simply followed the team leader back to the land of Yen and Huang, leaving Carol standing bewildered, gazing after their figures as they vanished over the horizon. Of course, Carol understood what a mushroom bomb was. It was the most destructive weapon humanity had developed, first researched by her own beautiful country. Moreover, thermonuclear weapons, in the realm of extraterrestrial civilizations, were not particularly rare. It was merely due to their instability and contagious nature that they were rendered unsuitable for interstellar warfare against starships equipped with defensive shields. Thus, they were swiftly discarded. However, in the realm of interstellar civilizations, Carol often encountered similar thermal weapons akin to Earth's mushroom bombs. This was, in part, why she hesitated. She knew that Guo Feng's claims were likely true. Such news could not be concealed from the public. At least on a general level, it would not remain hidden. After all, the sacred mountain of a nation enjoying a comfortable life had been bombed, with volcanic ash and earthquakes spreading chaos. While many capitals witnessed a massive dragon shadow accompanied by storm clouds, striking down their important officials, even if politicians could spew nonsense online, the overarching narrative could not be obscured. A simple investigation would reveal the truth. Furthermore, based on Guo Feng's recent display of intelligence, Carol was unconvinced that he was unaware of his connections with Nick Fury, the head of the beautiful countries and even the Western world's largest intelligence network. Such connections were easily discoverable. How could the title of Pacific Police have transformed into a pejorative? Carol stood hesitantly upon the water's surface, even as her loss of control over her power caused her body to gradually sink, unnoticed. On the other side, Guo Feng and the team leader returned to the land of Yen and Huang. Having learned that Guo Feng could still be drawn to the powers of the newly emerged hero, it was evident that he possessed a strong sense of recognition for the nation. Zheng Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, placed considerable importance on this and personally came to the seaside to greet them. Greetings, Mr. Guo Feng. I am Zheng Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau. A middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached Guo Feng to shake his hand. Hello, Director Zheng. Guo Feng replied. Although he sensed that the man possessed the combat strength of an ordinary person, he did not underestimate him. Instead, he smiled warmly and shook Zheng Xian's hand earnestly. On the surface, Zheng Xian appeared to be a leader with some military background. However, Guo Feng, well-versed in comics, knew that this individual was far from simple. Though he seemed like an ordinary person, he harbored an extensive repository of knowledge spanning 5,000 years of Chinese mysticism. This character was reminiscent of Constantine from the adjacent DC universe. While indeed an ordinary individual, he concealed a remarkable energy crystal within him, enabling him to transform into a mage with Earth-level peak combat prowess when necessary, all while maintaining connections with various Eastern deities and demons. Additionally, he was an exceptionally talented strategist, politician, and top-tier researcher, truly a polymath. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Guo Feng openly expressed his longing for his homeland, further endearing himself to Zheng Xian and the others. Following a series of conversations, Guo Feng ultimately did not get to see the so-called Space Fortress, a circular citadel equivalent in area to 4S HIELD aircraft carriers, designed as a massive spaceborne city. However, Guo Feng understood that a being of his combat caliber, akin to a semi-divine figure, was ill-suited for such a fortress. After all, as the headquarters of the Divine Spear Bureau, the circular fortress housed over 10,000 residents, each an elite among combatants and researchers. It was a veritable treasure trove for the Divine Spear Bureau, a talent pool that SHIELD, or the Serpent Shield Bureau, could envy for a lifetime. Should a being of his strength board their vessel, what if he were to lose control? It was not a matter of distrust. As a national entity, it was utterly unreasonable to place the lives of thousands and decades of effort in the hands of someone only known through subjective judgment. This was not skepticism, but rather a prudent caution. Without such vigilance, if Guo Feng had been brought aboard the circular fortress, he might have even voiced his critiques regarding the corruption within the Divine Spear Bureau. Nonetheless, Guo Feng also did not forget how he had conducted himself while with SHIELD. What of the filter? That was a skill. Chapter 135, concerning Loki. Speaking of which, the Divine Spear Bureau is indeed quite intriguing. They arranged for Guo Feng to reside in a villa by the river in the capital, a 3-story establishment complete with a swimming pool. In the land of Yan and Huang, where every inch of land is precious, such real estate would cost several times more than in the neighboring beautiful country. Perhaps only Tony Stark's villa at 414 Manasur Beach in Los Angeles could rival it, speaking strictly in terms of primary pricing. If one were to consider the array of modification apparatus, machinery, and the source code mainframe of JARVIS concealed within Tony Stark's villa, along with the numerous top-tier, limited-edition sports cars, and, most importantly, the meticulously arranged suits of armor within glass cases, one would find that this residence, located in one of the most prestigious villa districts, could merely be regarded as an ancillary asset. Should Stark choose to, he could effortlessly sell off a few Iron Man suits, accompanied by simplified models of external powered exoskeletons. Guo Feng harbored no doubt, recalling a past instance where a certain local power in Black Continent had expressed willingness to exchange a parcel of land equivalent to a quarter of New York State for a production line capable of manufacturing a basic Iron Man suit. Naturally, Tony Stark had no interest, for that remote and impoverished region, not even comparable to Wakanda, produced annual tax revenues far inferior to those of Stark Industries, which had transitioned from being a pinnacle of arms exports to a leader in the clean energy sector, earning more in a month than the entire tax output of that quaint country. After all, he was a billionaire in a beautiful nation, and money was not a concern for Tony. Standing atop the villa, Guo Feng gazed at the brilliantly illuminated beach in the distance under the evening sky, elegantly holding a high-stemmed glass filled with an 82 vintage cola. He pondered how Tony had been faring lately. The last he heard, Tony seemed engrossed in researching extraterrestrial technology, particularly the Chitauri energy core, which purportedly possessed some form of transdimensional capability. As he sipped his mixture of cola and Sprite, memories of the details from Spider-Man 3, where the Chitauri energy core made an appearance, flooded back to him. This was something he had specifically mentioned to Tony. Otherwise, Tony Stark, with his mindset, would hardly be interested in the fragile Chitauri flying soldiers. In his eyes, the focus of research should be the Chitauri's war behemoth, the Leviathan transport ship of the Chitauri fleet. However, according to the original timeline, not much of value had been derived from the research, aside from a mere upgrade to Tony's biological life support system. After all, they were merely cosmic locusts, not the technological marvels of a galactic empire. While the Chitauri were feared across the cosmos, they were predominantly a civilization only beginning to traverse the stars, alongside various interstellar merchant guilds. The Chitauri did not rely on advanced technology. Rather, their strength lay in their possession of biological teleportation devices that could bypass planetary defense systems and penetrate enemy territories under the right energy conditions. The critical point was that external planetary defenses boasted formidable firepower, as those planetary civilizations need not fear collateral damage during cosmic battles. However, if the battlefield were to shift to the surface of a planet, it would raise significant concerns regarding the civilization's capacity for resistance. A normal civilization would never allow powerful artillery to be aimed at its political center, lest it provoke a military coup. Within planetary confines, the Chitauri, known as cosmic locusts, undeniably possessed remarkable mobility and numbers, and they were exceptionally adept at plundering. The Leviathan war behemoths were far more than mere transport vessels. They harnessed the gravitational forces of the planet and could significantly absorb various energy forms from the planetary surface, ultimately evolving into colossal bioenergy repositories. Yet, when confronted by a singularly powerful entity, their worth diminished considerably. Of course, in the original Avengers narrative, Earth enjoyed protection from the Trinity Array, which limited the size of teleportation portals. Even without the use of the Space Stone, the Chitauri's teleportation technology was fairly competent within the cosmos, rendering them incapable of reaching Earth. With Tony's intellect and ingenuity, he should be able to devise a method for spatial teleportation, Guo Feng mused, though he remained uncertain. After all, the technology for spatial teleportation emerged only after Tony had witnessed the power of the Space Stone and subsequently dedicated nearly a decade to its study, resulting in the comic book version of the technology. Although this world bore some resemblance to its comic counterpart, the overall trajectory leaned more towards the cinematic version, as evidenced by the existence of Loki in this version. Guo Feng had previously gauged Loki's abilities and found him to be rather weak, his strength marginally exceeding that of Captain America with commendable assassination skills. Yet his mastery of sorcery seemed limited to a handful of illusion spells, lacking the godlike energy projection capabilities displayed by the top sorcerers in the comics. The comic version presented a vastly different narrative. Guo Feng could not guarantee much, But if he were to encounter the comic version of Loki in this world, he would undoubtedly refrain from invoking his month-long abilities. The soul-snatching thought, a hallmark of Marvel's authentic Loki. As a somewhat pretentious Marvel enthusiast, Guo Feng was acutely aware that Loki's character, prior to the film's release, relied heavily on his comic portrayal, where he manipulated others' wills or transformed into their likenesses, surviving with assistance from others. This, somewhat reminiscent of the life of Kira Yashikich, was what endeared him to Western audiences at the time. He hoped that during his next encounter with the Time Management Bureau, he would not come across such an insidious being. Although Guo Feng harbored an appreciation for the comic version of Loki, the thrill of watching someone else play the trickster turned sour when he became the target of Loki's schemes. Furthermore, the comics Loki was capable of overpowering Thor in his darkened state. With a physical prowess surpassing 60 tons, he could unleash magical projectiles akin to missiles and wield various mind-manipulating spells with ease. Moreover, he possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding spatial magic and some insight into foreseeing the future. Chapter 136, The Awakening of a Texan Lad. Sigh, what am I even thinking? Guo Feng abruptly poured the remaining mixture of Sprite and cola from his glass out the window, watching the river below where a youth clad in a scarf frolicked. His attention had become increasingly fragmented of late. Speaking of which, when would the frog spawn return? Master Gu had vaguely indicated that something brought back by the frog spawn could remedy his condition. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. The midnight cityscape of Xanadu, aglow with lights, always exuded a sense of desolation. Quite the contrary. The headquarters of the Spear Bureau had bestowed upon him a sum of 10 million, reeking of wealth. How could one feel desolate amidst such opulence? Though he could easily disperse the clouds and rain surrounding him, Guo Feng chose not to do so. He turned back towards the villa, leaving behind a lingering remark in the air. As the old saying goes, those who do not visit the Bund in Xanadu will regret it for a time. Those who do will regret it for a lifetime. The monotony of the experience was hardly captivating. The villa's interior was exquisitely furnished. Reportedly confiscated from a renowned official found guilty of corruption, a gift from a wealthy businessman, now seized and repurposed. According to convention, the auction phase should have commenced. However, it had yet to be sold. It was merely fortuitous that Guo Feng arrived at that moment. The director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Zhang Xian, considered Mr. Jack, who had recently updated his dossier. He bore a name steeped in rich Chinese heritage, Guo Feng. It was evident that he was not the sort of foreigner who would choose names like Li Bai or Du Fu, nor the likes of Cao Cao or Tang Bohu. The personnel within the Divine Spear Bureau speculated that his name might have been influenced by the previous generation, specifically those who fled the war-torn lands of Yanhuang to settle in the comparatively stable country of beauty. There, they established themselves and, owing to their connection with the legendary figure, Situ Meitang, rapidly flourished, particularly Guo Feng's grandfather, who was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse, akin to a demigod. Such a figure, renowned across the cosmos, could not escape the attention of Earth's nations, while the Divine Spear Bureau preferred to refrain from prying into others' privacy. In the context of an information war, to neglect such inquiries would place them at a distinct disadvantage. What if their adversary harbored a childhood trauma that could be exploited? It was not implausible that a failure to investigate could lead to a catastrophic fallout over trivial matters. Although the Divine Spear Bureau rarely encountered such blunders due to the nation's advanced information infrastructure and their specialized handling of these issues, they were nonetheless aware of their neighbor, the Shield Bureau, which also thrived in the Land of Beauty. What was it called again? FBA. This organization, as the most prominent official entity in the country, while not matching the overall strength of the Shield Bureau, was nonetheless dedicated to serving the interests of the nation. Hence, they too sought to harness the powers of mutants. However, their inaugural mission ended in catastrophe. According to the intelligence from the Divine Spear Bureau, the organization initially invited a rather mild-mannered mutant possessing an ordinary level 4 strength and a proficient mastery of his abilities. One should not underestimate such level 4 mutants. Despite their seemingly standard powers, they could inflict grievous harm upon a fully armed Special Forces unit comprising 100 well-equipped soldiers under normal operational conditions. Moreover, this particular mutant was a rare long-range type, reputed to control rocks. He had long concealed himself within the vast expanse of Yellowstone Park, having gathered a community of mutants numbering in the dozens. Initially, negotiations had proceeded smoothly. However, under the pressure of traditional American coercion and inducement, the mutant was on the verge of agreement. It was at this juncture that the FBA representative, in a moment of imprudent levity, suggested, if possible, "We would like to invite you for coffee at Starbucks." What began as an innocuous greeting was tragically ill-considered, as the organization failed to account for the mutant's background. This level 4 mutant had once been an ordinary Texas lad, but during a coffee outing at Starbucks, he had received an overwhelming jolt when someone sought to pursue him romantically. While this was not inherently a grave matter, the young man, although not particularly handsome, was quite robust. The individual pursuing him, however, was a staunch representative of the transgender community, standing at 1.9 meters tall, with a physique adorned with bulging muscles and a face painted with glimmering black rouge. He sported a half-long hairstyle, the other half shaved bald, and spoke in an exaggeratedly effeminate manner, festooned with ostentatious nails, declaring his desire to befriend the strapping young man, whom he claimed to be a true girl. That day, the 19-year-old Texan experienced the most profound shock of his life, eclipsing even the loss of his parents. As a man of conventional morals, he earnestly withdrew a pistol from his waist and warned this grotesque figure, whom he likened to a devil, to leave. He firmly and indignantly rejected the advance. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, the muscular individual seized the young man's firearm and attempted to impose himself upon him. This further exacerbated the young man's existential crisis. But he did not undergo the transformation into a mutant, despite the profound shock. It was plausible that, under the pressure of muscle, he inadvertently pulled the trigger, perhaps due to some peculiar proclivity of that indescribable individual. In any case, chaos ensued. On that fateful day, it may have been the Texan's nightmare. Amidst unprecedented civil unrest during the days of upheaval, in Chapter 137, Carol had returned. Thus, it was no surprise that the Divine Spear Bureau excelled in their operations. It was evident to any astute observer that surveillance was inevitable, and so the Bureau did not attempt to conceal their intentions. They arranged for Guo Feng's accommodations to be in a tranquil area, conveniently located mere steps away from a bustling street of culinary delights. Life, it seemed, had a curious way of orchestrating encounters, for the very first food stalls he encountered upon venturing outside were those that mirrored the styles he favored from Chinatown. Admittedly, the flavors of the Chinatown in the Land of Beauty diverged significantly from the authentic tastes of his homeland. Many chefs who had relocated to this country had altered traditional recipes to suit local palates. For instance, Guo Feng had always found certain dishes, particularly the General Tso's chicken, unpalatable. Though Zhuozongtong was indeed a historical hero, the dish was poorly executed, leaving him with a sense of nausea that repelled him. However, returning to his homeland alleviated such discomfort, for the cosmopolitan metropolis offered a plethora of culinary options, ensuring he would never want for sustenance. Armed with an unlimited bank card, Guo Feng withdrew a substantial sum of money, indulging in a leisurely stroll, sampling various snacks as he made his way down the street. Despite the higher prices in the metropolis compared to other regions, for Guo Feng, the expenses felt negligible. He reveled in the experience of buying, eating, and spending freely, basking in the joy of an environment reminiscent of his homeland, which uplifted his spirits throughout the morning. It was not until he returned to the entrance of his villa that his good mood was abruptly extinguished upon spotting a blonde woman emerging from a vehicle, laden with packages, and moving into the neighboring villa. Guo Feng's heart sank as he swiftly approached her, questioning with a blend of disbelief and irritation. "What are you doing here?" His incredulity was tinged with annoyance and a profound sense of exasperation. This woman was relentless. "If you persist in this manner, do you not fear that I might just read you for a month and subject you to torment for 100 days in the astral realm?" After a moment of vague contemplation, Guo Feng ultimately resolved to abandon this line of thought. It was neither out of sentiment nor laziness. Rather, the primary concern lay in the fact that his Tsukuyami had been disrupted, leading to an unpleasant backlash. After all, even though the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was immensely powerful, it remained a planetary-level artifact at best. One could only hope to cobble together a combat prowess that barely approached that of a demigod, given the peculiarities of special operations and the myriad abilities at play. However, it is essential to note that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan does not equate to the Rinnegan, and thus does not ascend to the demigod level from any substantial metric. How could one expect to exert control over the cosmic energies within, especially when coupled with the unique mental training methods of the Kree? With the shackles of supreme intelligence shattered, Captain Marvel, to be precise, had significantly enhanced her mental prowess. It was impossible for the vast Kree Empire, a colossal cosmic entity, to merely be a collection of corporeal or technological civilizations. The universe is expansive, and spiritual civilizations are undoubtedly encountered. There must exist sufficient countermeasures against them. I was merely curious about what the captain of the Yenhuang nation said, so I came to take a look. I never expected they would assign me to your side, Carol admitted, feeling somewhat awkward at this moment. Although she had been informed during the arrangements that Guo Feng resided in the adjacent villa, meeting him now reminded her of the time when she had recklessly confronted him without discernment. It was indeed quite embarrassing. Having traversed the cosmos for many years, Carol had developed a considerable understanding of the survival of the fittest principle that governed the universe. This led her to follow the laws of every equitable planet. Yet she still internally aligned with her own conception of justice. The second tier consisted of the various unspoken rules acknowledged by the universe, with the laws of the current planet and nation being the last consideration. This fact was undeniable and beyond dispute. Despite being an American from the 1980s, Carol's enthusiasm for her homeland still surpassed that of the majority of modern Americans. However, after years of cosmic exploration and a worldview shaped by over 2 decades of exposure to the universe, she recognized the vastness and comprehensiveness of the cosmic perspective. Even if it sometimes appeared irrational, Carol was acutely aware that, under the circumstances Guo Feng faced, all his actions were justifiable according to the survival laws of the universe. Regardless of location, it was entirely possible that in some more ferocious cosmic civilizations, Guo Feng might be revered as a guest of honor, even from Carol's own standards. Despite her occasional inclination towards benevolence, she would never continue to assist nations or civilizations that had inflicted various forms of harm upon her. One must not extend grace beyond 3 times. Yet, most individuals would falter after the first transgression. Guo Feng's second outburst was already a commendable restraint. Although Carol was not entirely in agreement with Guo Feng's direct confrontations with political figures, she found it more acceptable than if he had directed his ire towards the ordinary citizens of those nations. Of course, she struggled to condone Guo Feng's act of igniting a spark against the nation's sacred mountain. While even prosperous nations possess extraordinary measures and manage to stifle some volcanic eruptions, countless individuals still suffered catastrophic injuries. This situation inevitably intertwined with national grievances. Carol could still muster a semblance of understanding, akin to the historical conflicts between Gallia and Britannia. Moreover, Carol vividly recalled an incident from her childhood involving a gentle Chinese-American friend whose temper flared for the first time when someone questioned whether he hailed from a nation that enjoyed a good standard of living. Chapter 138, The Situation. Having grasped the true circumstances, Carol, who already possessed a clear understanding of the cosmic survival laws, began to reflect critically upon her previous actions. Had she emerged victorious in her confrontation with Guo Feng, it might have been more palatable. After all, survival of the fittest is a universally acknowledged truth. However, she had not won. Though she had not lost, neither had Guo Feng. In this scenario, where both parties wielded comparable strength, it was evident that the one without justification was Carol. It was as if others were merrily enjoying hot pot and singing, only to be suddenly struck by a barrage of missiles. Who could endure such a fate? One would surely feel compelled to take up arms against the oppressors. Yet, Guo Feng, on his path to confront the aggressors, was intercepted by the very individual who claimed to be the embodiment of justice. The cosmic lone sentinel known as Captain Marvel. Without a word, she launched an assault. Neither side emerged victorious or defeated. However, considering the necessity of future cooperation, it would have been better if they had never crossed paths again. The crux of the matter lay with the Time Management Bureau, a potential puppet master overseeing her life-esque journey. How could Carol refrain from joining the fray? Yet, the venerable and formidable Ancient One had stated that one could traverse to another dimension, even brushing against time itself, with Guo Feng as the primary combat force. This raised a dilemma. What if she clashed with the captain of the squadron below and found herself in the wrong? Carol, utilizing her somewhat rusted tactical acumen and her notions of justice, began to contemplate. Thus, that very evening, merely 5 hours after returning to Earth, Carol found herself at S.H.I.E.L.D. Even in the presence of Coulson, her trusted confidant, who remained oblivious to her plans, she engaged in a clandestine discussion with Nick Fury. The following morning, aboard a flight from Washington to Yanhuang, a passenger seemingly witnessed a golden streak of fire cleave through a cloud sea, dividing it in two. Well, it is unclear what complexities lay within, but one can be certain that Carol's thoughts were far from simple. Guo Feng offered a perfunctory remark before turning to leave for his nearby villa. After all, a distance of several hundred meters provided a sense of security. Although traversing that distance would take less than a second for either of them, Carol, watching Guo Feng prepare to depart, inexplicably called out, "Hey, wait. Do you know if there are any good places to eat around here?" Guo Feng halted, slowly turning his head at a 30-degree angle. A peculiar glimmer ignited in his eyes, and a sly smile curled upon his lips. His stomach erupted with a thunderous growl. A fine mist began to emanate from his body, and his skin flushed with a rosy hue. In mere seconds, he had devoured an amount of food equivalent to 1/10 of a normal human's weight, spending over $1,000 on the bustling food street, which promptly vanished into his belly. With a flash, he executed a maneuver akin to the Navy's Six style, surging past Carol at supersonic speed, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. In an instant, it was as if a rag doll had been flung by a tractor, soaring through the air. 10 minutes later, in the most renowned establishment of the city, the authentic Jagong Hot Pot, it was still merely 10 a.m. This was not the bustling evening when Hot Pot thrived in popularity, nor was it the peak of the lunchtime crowd. Hence, only a couple of tables were occupied. An elderly lady, embodying the international flair of the city, stood by, her hair styled in large waves, ready to serve. "Would you like to order something?" she inquired, clearly accustomed to her role. Her first question was directed at Carol. This was not a matter of cultural differences between foreign and domestic. Rather, it pertained to the customs of the Bashu region and the city itself. Generally, the bill was presented to the lady, unless the individual was overtly masculine. Yet, it was evident that Guo Feng's striking looks could not be compared to the rough-hewn image of a typical man from the city. Thus, they adhered to tradition. At that moment, Carol appeared conflicted. It was not that she could not comprehend the menu. She had previously indicated that her translation earpiece was equipped with advanced technology from the New Star Empire, capable of recognizing over 10,000 languages and capable of downloading additional ones autonomously. The earpiece could also translate written text. Therefore, it was merely a menu, one she could indeed understand. Yet, lingering in her mind was the question, could pig brains truly be consumed? And what about the thousand-leaf delicacy? Wasn't he that something often discarded from cattle on her neighbor's farm during her childhood? As for the small and large intestines, she hesitated. Unable to bear her indecision, Guo Feng waved over the server. After casually ordering a few sets, he was about to leave when he added, "Wait, I am Hunanran, and having grown up in Bashu, it has been a long time since I have indulged in our city's authentic hot pot. Please prepare the most traditional one for us." Observing the server's peculiar smile, Carol regarded Guo Feng with curiosity, questioning whether he had uttered some sort of coded language. However, the universal translator could certainly interpret standard Mandarin. The real issue was whether dialects could be considered legitimate official languages. Carol's system had failed to gather data on the dialects of the Yanhuang nations, leaving her perplexed by his words. As she pondered the peculiar tone, the server arrived with a large pot, the authentic Jagong, adorned with a vibrant array of bright red ingredients and spices. Just the sight of it was enough to send shivers through a normal person's psyche, as if their insides were aching. Gazing at the fiery hot pot before her, Carol hesitated. Trembling, she picked up her chopsticks, her movements slightly awkward. Yet, as a quasi-archangel level powerhouse, a combatant who graduated with distinction from the military academy of the Kree Empire, she possessed the requisite coordination in her limbs and fingers. She quickly grasped the rhythm of using chopsticks. Could this truly be edible? Carol pondered, but Guo Feng, unfazed, replied, "Of course. It's not spicy at all, just mildly so." As Guo Feng tossed a few dishes into the pot and took a bite from a bowl of sesame oil, he declared, "It's delightful." Watching him devour several dishes with gusto, Carol ultimately concluded, if he can manage it, then surely I should have no trouble. After a moment of internal deliberation, she extended her chopsticks to seize a piece of beef, slathered in a vivid red sauce. As the crushed chili clung to the thoroughly cooked meat, she took her first bite. Instantly, her expression transformed. "Oh my goodness, it's so spicy," she gasped, but with so few patrons in the establishment, her outburst caused little disturbance. Carol's face flushed with an intensity visible to the naked eye, as if she had consumed several devilishly spicy chilies in one go. Guo Feng watched intently for a few seconds, and after much contemplation, he offered her a piece of enoki mushroom from the hot pot. "This will help temper the spiciness." Without a moment's hesitation, Carol devoured the mushroom, her face growing even redder, and she hastily grabbed a glass of water to douse the fire in her mouth. Her face turned crimson. Guo Feng chuckled inwardly. "So spicy, and you're drinking hot water? Why not order a drink?" His mind was racing with thoughts, as he observed that the fiery hot pot had nearly overwhelmed Carol, who seemed on the verge of putting down her chopsticks. Guo Feng, seizing the moment, cast a challenging glance at her. Though he spoke not a word, his eyes seemed to convey a message. "Are you unable to handle it?" Carol first froze. Then her body trembled slightly. It was evident that her lips shimmered with a golden hue. Guo Feng, taken aback, thought seriously, "Do we need to harness cosmic energy just to enjoy hot pot?" His previously challenging gaze transformed into one of intrigue. Carol, now fueled by an indomitable spirit, felt her competitive nature ignite. She reasoned, if he can do it, Why can't I? Spotting Guo Feng picking up a piece of brain matter, she defiantly grabbed a slice of beef tripe still glistening with red oil. After consuming it, her complexion reddened once more, much to Guo Feng's delight. While their physical strengths were comparable, Guo Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. He could breathe fire and unleash thunder. Could she emit lasers? Guo Feng had always savored Sichuan cuisine, accustomed to its robust flavors and heavy oils, which had fortified his ability to endure spice. Additionally, his daily practice of expelling flames with the powers of the Zoan type, Qinglong fruit, had conditioned him thoroughly. They say eating spicy food feels like flames burning in one's mouth, but what of someone who could breathe fire? For Guo Feng, this was an everyday occurrence, and he had grown indifferent to it. Since embracing the powers of the Qinglong fruit, his tolerance for spiciness had skyrocketed. What once seemed spicy now felt bland. Having spent considerable time abroad, he had hardly noticed the difference, as the cuisine in the beautiful country was generally mild, with rare instances of spiciness, save for mustard, which bore an entirely different flavor. Even the dishes found in Chinatown did not meet his standards for authentic Chinese cuisine. Just ask any Shandong or Sichuan resident about the origin of Kung Pao chicken, a dish that had been contested for nearly 2 centuries. How would they feel about the overly sweet rendition? It was only upon returning home that Guo Feng realized his tolerance for spice had dramatically increased. Today, even the extreme spiciness of the Jigong hot pot could be summarized in one word: exquisite. However, what about Carol? Despite her physical prowess exceeding that of an average Guo Feng, and perhaps only slightly weaker than Guo Feng in his dragon form, she was still merely an energy-augmented quasi-archangel. Her formidable physique exists solely to bear the weight of an immense power. Thus, it is primarily characterized by its hardness and strength, reaching what could be described as a subdivine level. The crux of the matter lies in the sensation of spiciness, a form of pain, a stimulating discomfort that transcends mere physical resilience. After all, Carol's genetic makeup still belongs to humanity. Her oral cavity symbolizes her capacity to withstand powerful assaults. However, in terms of taste buds, this enhancement merely allows her to perceive flavors with greater clarity. How could she possibly endure the heat? One could assert that Carol's only advantage over an ordinary person in consuming spicy food is that she does not need to visit the proctologist the following day due to localized repercussions. In a competitive spirit, they indulged in an extravagant feast, ultimately racking up a bill exceeding 3,000 yuan for hot pot. Staggering out, they leaned on each other. Their earlier tension and vigilance dissipated. Carol, flushed and with slightly swollen lips from the spice, walked unsteadily beside Guo Feng, who appeared directionless. His face flushed not merely from heat, but also from drink. Initially confident that his metabolism, bolstered by the dragon fruit, would allow him to outdrink Carol, Guo Feng was taken aback when, in the name of fairness, Carol shot him a challenging glance that seemed to convey, "Surely, we aren't resorting to supernatural abilities just to keep pace with a drink?" History often repeats itself, and despite this playful provocation occurring mere minutes prior, Guo Feng fell for it. He summoned his chakra, consciously suppressing the metabolic processes within himself, and proceeded to drink with Carol, Baijio. The 40 yuan Hongxing Erguo flowed down like water for both of them. After all, it was funded by the Divine Spear Bureau, essentially a freebie. Free things are naturally delightful, especially in a drinking contest, where the more one drinks, the more intoxicated one becomes. By the end of the meal, they had consumed over 3,000 yuan in food and nearly 12,000 yuan in alcohol. Guo Feng, whose drinking capacity was not particularly strong without the aid of the dragon fruit, nearly succumbed to the effects. In summary, this was a mutually destructive contest. After more than 2 hours of feasting, one staggered down the street, clutching his head, while the other hunched over, cradling her stomach. To any observer, they resembled 2 rather abnormal patients. Whenever they caught the curious glances of passers-by, feeling embarrassed, they would attempt to dispel the discomfort brought on by the alcohol and spice. Yet, the other would respond with a challenging gaze, silently conveying, "Oh, feeling timid, are we?" The other would turn away defiantly, as if to say, "Who is timid? Certainly not I." Together, they were nearly a century old, Carol in her 40s, and Guo Feng, adding up his lifetimes, also in his 40s, totaling over 90 years. They returned to the villa like petulant children, heads cradled and stomachs clenched, without any dramatic displays of bravado. The security in this vast villa area had long been replaced by the Divine Spear Bureau, who had already informed Guo Feng and the others. This was not to prevent Guo Feng from going wild, as a few guards could hardly stop him. Rather, it was to avert any unfortunate incidents with those who might not grasp the situation. After all, in any world, there are individuals with money who are oblivious to the circumstances. Guo Feng, having abstained from using his powers to dispel the alcohol, felt its effects beginning to cloud his mind. He found himself shaking a young guard, evidently of military background, eliciting a crooked smile and reciting some embarrassingly cliched lines. Not sensing the guard's confusion, Guo Feng painstakingly articulated each word. "Come now, Lord Ashura, repeat after me. I, the son-in-law of the Lin family from the small Guo clan, dare to grace the luxurious 5-star courtyard hotel of Wang Ermatsi, a mere beggar like you?" Carol, clutching her stomach and experiencing an acidic pain from her lips to her intestines, regarded Guo Feng's drunken antics with a bewildered gaze. Pondering what peculiar performance this might be, was it a form of street art from the fabled land of Yanhuang? Eventually, they both staggered back to their villa, leaving behind a guard whose face was numb from having to utter those shameful lines under orders, reflecting on the absurdity of what he had just said, feeling strangely exhilarated. Despite one suffering from stomach pain and the other being thoroughly inebriated, they still retained a modicum of rationality. At least Guo Feng, while rapping and shooting hoops, exhibited no signs of wandering into the wrong room. At most, Carol had replaced in his mind the moniker of Tigress with that of Tigress' brother donning a golden mane. As for a beautiful misunderstanding that could only be attributed to the whims of fate, in this world's version, Carol resembled a Captain Marvel, leaning towards her cinematic portrayal, both in combat prowess and other aspects, closely aligning with the film adaptation. She appeared slightly younger, but only marginally so. Stumbling back to her villa, she fumbled to open the door, her robust physique crashing through the adjacent wall as she entered. Amidst the debris, Guo Feng collapsed onto the bed, soon snoring contentedly. On the other hand, Carol faced a more challenging situation. While Guo Feng, intoxicated, merely needed to release the chakra suppressing his metabolism to regain sobriety after a few minutes. Carol, having not utilized her cosmic energy to purge the spice from her system, found that her superior digestive abilities had nearly processed the fiery substances. Upon returning to the villa, she instantly transformed from her previously composed demeanor into a projectile of golden light, racing towards the restroom. Guo Feng enjoyed a refreshing slumber, and as his control over his body's metabolism waned during sleep, he awoke after 7 hours feeling invigorated, devoid of any headache. Meanwhile, due to their midday hot pot feast, Carol had spent the entire afternoon ensconced in the restroom. In the villa, all systems were nearly shut down, save for the ventilation in the restroom, which remained operational. "Is it already 7? Guo Feng mused, glancing at his phone to check the time. During this time period, the technological landscape across the globe appears rather nebulous. The first generation of touchscreen smartphones has just emerged. However, due to the perennial lag of civilian technology behind its military counterpart, Guo Feng, who possesses shares in Stark Industries as a former top-tier arms manufacturer, finds himself equipped with a touchscreen smartphone that rivals those of 2018, albeit lacking in the plethora of games. After casually perusing a few messages on his phone, he observes that there are no significant headlines in the world. The disturbances he has instigated in various countries have been effectively suppressed from trending news. It is evident that nations are no longer inclined to engage with him, at least not to the extent of placing all blame upon him, which would render Guo Feng akin to a darkened superhero in their eyes. It seems these countries are quite aware that stirring the pot in the news or raising issues like fishing quotas could easily provoke Guo Feng, prompting him to embark on a tour of their landmark buildings. Nevertheless, due to the necessity of preserving their credibility, they have not exaggerated the extent of their losses. Ultimately, their assessment remains shrouded in ambiguity, which Guo Feng can only express with a sardonic chuckle. Today, upon exiting the villa, he sensed a dozen or so unusual gazes upon him, though they were swiftly quelled by the Divine Spear Bureau. After all, this is Asia, and the majority of those he has offended hail from predominantly Caucasian nations, while the few Asian nations are either unable to engage due to historical grievances or barred from entry due to their peculiar appearances. Chapter 141, The Return of the Tadpole. The robust metabolism bestowed by the abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit swiftly roused Guo Feng from his stupor. Strictly speaking, he had indulged during midday, rendering his state more akin to a day drunk rather than a full-blown intoxication. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the alcohol available on Earth, save for the fabled elixirs of life or various industrial spirits, would not affect him at all, as the fully awakened powers of the Azure Dragon Fruit leave him devoid of sensation. This was exacerbated by his prior engagement with Carol, where he had employed psychological tactics to prevent her from utilizing her healing abilities to mitigate the spicy sensations in her mouth, and similarly, he had restricted her metabolic processes to prevent her from digesting the alcohol. This led to Carol spending an entire afternoon in the restroom while he collapsed into slumber upon returning to the villa. However, Carol's resistance to alcohol mirrors Guo Feng's own strength against spice. Both have acclimated to their respective challenges since childhood, meaning that even with intentional suppression, the impact was minimal. Though it had not been 5 or 6 hours since their last meal, and their previous consumption was equivalent to nearly a week's worth of food for an average person, their digestive capabilities remain exceptional. Guo Feng now finds his stomach empty. Though not hungry, he does not feel satiated either. Standing on the open balcony, with the gentle breeze brushing against his face, he notices the lights in the restroom of the villa 100 meters away glowing brightly, prompting him to instinctively cover his nose. The Azure Dragon Fruit's abilities have a multitude of advantages, yet they come with certain drawbacks. One such drawback is the significant amplification of his olfactory senses. Consequently, Guo Feng's sense of smell is several times more acute than that of an average person. In moments of peak power, when transformed into a cerulean dragon, he can discern the scent of stinky tofu sold hundreds of meters below him with remarkable clarity. Therefore, when walking out, he typically avoids public restrooms constructed along the roads. Of course, there are instances that are unavoidable, wherein he resorts to utilizing chakra to seal his olfactory senses. Surprisingly, he detects no unpleasant odors emanating from Carol's vicinity. Curiosity piqued, he glances over again. Could this woman truly be a fairy who merely sits without relieving herself? Guo Feng muses. Yet, in that fleeting glance, his extraordinary dynamic vision caught a brief glimmer of golden light emanating from the slatted vent window of the restroom, though it was merely a momentary flicker. Akin to someone swiftly turning a flashlight on and off, it elicited a peculiar smile from Guo Feng. Ah, how delightful. Truly remarkable. She must be a being capable of harnessing cosmic energy for her metabolic processes. Gazing at the neighboring villa, a knowing expression crossed his face. Following their previous indulgence in alcohol and hot pot, the relationship between Guo Feng and Carol has evolved into a state of amicability, devoid of any lingering animosity. Initially intending to invite Carol for dinner, after all, dining alone lacks soul, he reconsidered, suspecting she might not have the appetite after witnessing that brief flash of golden light. Nevertheless, dining alone feels devoid of essence. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Guo Feng is simply feeling too lazy to make the effort. He turned back towards the villa, retrieved a bottle of Happy Fat House water from the refrigerator, and reclined leisurely on a plush, high-end sofa. Nonchalantly pulling out his phone from his pocket, he tapped a few buttons, and in less than 3 seconds, the call connected. Hello, Mr. Guo. How may I assist you today? Spoke a gentle voice, exuding warmth and charm. Guo Feng paid little heed, even too lethargic to respond with enthusiasm. He languidly replied. It is April 6th, 2011, a clear day, and it happens to be Crazy Thursday. Please order me a serving of fries, fried chicken, cheese pizza, and a dodgy, crazy family bucket. 2 servings, as the second is half price. Thank you. Despite the playful banter, the concept of Crazy Thursday had not yet come to fruition during this time. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the courteous operator, presumably from the Divine Spear Bureau, from responding with utmost politeness. Certainly. Is there anything else you would like? No, thank you. Relishing the exemplary service atmosphere at home, Guo Feng couldn't help but compare the operator's professionalism to that of certain individuals over at SHIELD-TSK. Not even close. They wouldn't even think of treating me to a Crazy Thursday family bucket. As for whether this service had ever been mentioned at SHIELD, Guo Feng chose to selectively forget. After all, back when he was with Tony, he had Jarvis's assistance. Wasn't it merely a matter of calling out for food? 15 minutes later, a well-mannered delivery person knocked on the villa's door, presenting Guo Feng with a deluxe version of the family bucket that was entirely different from the takeout he used to order. After smilingly sending off the delivery person and providing a tip, Guo Feng settled comfortably with the large bucket on the sofa, watching the new drama temptation of going home. In his previous life, he had been burdened by relentless work, lacking the leisure to indulge in the series that were deemed quite entertaining according to popular reviews. This time around, fortune favored him, granting him the opportunity to enjoy it. After another 10 minutes had passed, he heard a line he had already encountered countless times in his past life. How do you wear Pinru's wardrobe? In that moment, Guo Feng was suddenly jolted to attention, the chicken skeleton in his hand retaining a remnant of meat in his mouth, which was swiftly incinerated to ash by the surge of dragon flames unleashed by his excitement. Just an instant prior, a dormant space that he had long yearned for was suddenly activated in his mind. A somewhat mechanical, yet exceedingly familiar voice resonated within his consciousness. Your tadpole has returned from its travels. Hurry and see the gifts and postcards it has brought back for you. Chapter 142, The AIO Dimension. Upon hearing that voice, which seemed to exist only in dreams, Guo Feng sprang from the sofa. In a whirlwind, he dispatched the chicken legs in mere seconds. Hesitating for a moment, he glanced at the half-consumed soda and a few chicken drumsticks, along with a slice of pizza on the table. After a brief pause, a mouth nearly half a meter wide, adorned with fine dragon scales and sharp teeth, devoured all the food that had been laid out. Then, in a matter of 3 seconds, he drained 2 bottles of chilled soda and a cup of coconut juice. Entering the space, Guo Feng instantly vanished from the real world, reappearing in a somewhat nebulous dimension, where time seemed to flow differently and space was unconfined. The familiar scenery unfolded, blue skies and verdant grass, a gentle stream meandering nearby, and a quaint little wooden house. There, too, was a small frog, long missed and yearned for. However, this time, the tadpole appeared somewhat different from previous encounters. In truth, each return had its unique nuances. The first time, after returning from the world of One Piece, the tadpole sported a black eye patch, clad in a pirate captain's attire, complete with a small pistol at its waist. On its second return from the world of Naruto, it wore a black robe adorned with red clouds, complemented by stylish glasses and pink nail polish, an outfit befitting the Akatsuki organization. The third time, having returned from the world of mortal cultivation, the tadpole donned an ancient Chinese robe, resembling a cultivator of its kind. This time was no exception. Yet Guo Feng found it difficult to immediately discern which world the tadpole had traversed into, for it was garbed in what appeared to be armor forged from ice, resembling heavy medieval armor, and wielded a sword that seemed no larger than a toothpick. The message read, "Your tadpole has just returned from the world of Farinao. Please receive the postcards captured during its journey." Then, a flurry of postcards floated before Guo Feng. The first depicted the tadpole, newly equipped, having just crossed a dimensional rift. A wild wolf, at least 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary earth wolf, lunged from the underbrush. The tadpole, freshly arrived in the Farinao world, encountered a ferocious wolf with a combat level of 6. The next postcard showed the tadpole preparing to leap into action, seemingly ready to retaliate, when a blue rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and the tadpole, caught off guard, plunged into it. The fortunate dimensional traveler was received by the creator god AIO. The following postcard depicted the tadpole, appearing somewhat bewildered, tumbling out of the blue rift and rolling a few times on the ground, gazing in confusion at the majestic deity before it. Upon seeing the figure in the postcard, Guo Feng froze. It was a grand existence, seemingly lounging among the stars, playing with vast nebulae. A benevolent face peered out from a river of stars, which was no smaller than the Milky Way, barely accommodating such a being's presence. Moreover, 8 necks, resembling the mythical Mount Bujo, extended into the starry expanse, their colors defying description. The postcard then revealed a few lines of succinct text. Ajo, also known as Io, the 9-faced creator dragon god, the founding deity of the Farinao world, an omnipotent, multiversal powerhouse. Guo Feng's mind was swept away by a tempest of realization. This existence, though niche, was fortuitous. He had once harbored a penchant for such narratives while reading novels, having encountered various accounts of this world. The Farin realm, in essence, constituted the myriad games produced by Blizzard Entertainment in his past life, along with their interconnected lore. It even encompassed the worlds of World of Warcraft, Dungeon Fighter Online, Dungeons & Dragons, and parts of the Honkai series, forming a multiverse of perspectives. In the depictions crafted by struggling web novelists, the creator god Ajo was portrayed as one who delighted in merriment, deriving immense pleasure from capturing unique souls from various realms and bestowing them with extraordinary abilities, be it world traversal or systems, allowing them to reincarnate within the Farin multiverse. Particularly, the portrayals of travelers reincarnating as dragon beings had captivated Guo Feng for ages. Furthermore, as an omnipotent multiversal entity, AIO surpassed even the transcendents and celestial races, not to mention observers, who were merely ordinary multiversal beings. Was he not on par with the fully realized forms of the 5 founding deities? Guo Feng hastily continued to sift through the postcards. The next one illustrated the tadpole eagerly sharing a cake it had prepared with the god Ado. The delighted AIO, in return, bestowed upon the tadpole a staff resembling a mountaineering stick. Your tadpole shared food with AIO, earning the friendship of the 9-faced creator dragon god and receiving a gift in return, the Order's 7-section staff, damaged version. At that moment, Guo Feng's taut nerves relaxed with a sigh. It appeared he had not offended the omnipotent cosmic figure. He resumed perusing the postcards. The next depicted the tadpole bidding farewell to AIO, stepping back into the omnipresent rifts in space. Your tadpole has said goodbye to its friend, stepping through to return to the material plane, blessed by AIO, and has received the special buff, Heaven's Protection. Then, among the other postcards, a series of images unfolded as a comic strip, simply narrating how the little frog, upon returning to the material plane, underwent a sudden muscle surge, transforming into a giant frog. With a mighty grasp, it seized the tongue of the approaching ferocious wolf. In a flurry, it swung in all directions, ultimately smashing the wolf, equivalent to an intermediate warrior among humans, into defeat. Finally, within the remaining postcards, the tadpole appeared to embark on various adventures reminiscent of medieval Europe, experiencing a plethora of cultures. Meanwhile, Guo Feng received further notifications. Your tadpole, during its travels, has encountered the master elemental mage of the Lion Kingdom, Zereshilder, and has decided to learn magic from him. Chapter 143, A Bounty of Gifts. During a year and a half of studying magic, the tadpole mastered fundamental disciplines including potion making, alchemy, necromancy, energy manipulation, and telepathy, among others. Additionally, it acquired various professions such as mage, warrior, alchemist, potionist, necromancer, and telepath, achieving an impressive combat level of 19, reaching the pinnacle of the master comprehensive class. As the pages of the postcard's comic flipped once more, a scene unfolded where a small frog, adorned in a sleek black French robe, stood in a room aglow with myriad lights, wielding a staff. Surrounding it were intricate and arcane illustrations. A brilliant blue light streaked across the scene. Your little frog was transported to an alternate dimension by an oversized interdimensional teleportation permit. Before its eyes lay a vast expanse of glistening white glaciers, resembling an endless snowy landscape. The small frog, clad in its black mage's robe, surveyed its surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Your little frog had been transported to the realm of ice elements. The narrative swiftly transitioned back into comic form. The small frog traversed the snowy plains, encountering various ferocious beasts along its journey. Among them were the snow-white wolves, congregating in the snow, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. There was also an enormous white bear, larger than a tank, its body covered in spikes formed from solid ice. Yet, in comparison, these creatures were trivial matters for the little frog. Under the divine protection of the creator god, AO, it bore the blessing of the azure sky, rendering it immune to all physical, spiritual, material, and non-material attacks. It was impervious to divine and magical damage, with a natural affinity for magic at its maximum. Born into an indomitable position, it wielded the combined strength of a level 19 prowess, boasting a master-level peak in attacking power, proving utterly invincible. Guo Feng watched as the little frog inadvertently stepped into a massive ice hole, awakening a legendary white dragon of at least level 22. The dragon unleashed a torrent of frost breath upon the frog for over 10 minutes, yet the frog emerged unscathed, while the dragon was left hoarse from its exertion. During its sojourn in the ice element realm, your little frog made new friends and even acquired a position. In the image, a figure stood approximately 5 to 6 meters tall, its upper body robust and blue-skinned, while its lower half swirled madly, resembling a vortex of blizzards. This was Frost, the Grand Lord of the Ice Elemental Realm, a Duke of Ice Elements, with a combat level of 52, equivalent to a lesser deity of ice elements. Behind him were a few like-minded companions, eagerly sharing various provisions exchanged by Guo Feng before his departure. Soon, the frog's social circle began to expand. Among them, one individual particularly caught Guo Feng's attention. She was a goddess, seemingly gentle yet towering at around 9 meters, with a curvaceous form composed of shimmering blue ice jade. The little frog thrived in the ice element realm and ultimately decided to take on a part-time role, successfully gaining the favor of the Frost Queen, Inosiel, level 87, a remnant of divine power. At the bottom of the postcard was a note, Great Divine Power, equivalent to a single universe level. Guo Feng swallowed hard, feeling a thrill of excitement. After flipping through the last postcard, the system's assessment initiated. This journey concluded with the little frog bringing back unique treasures for you. The Order's 7-section staff, a formidable artifact of level 78 divine power, was crafted during the first chaotic expedition initiated by Duke Scarrow, the foremost Duke of Wind Elements, to combat the demonic abyss. The staff, embodying the essence of order, possessed the power to forcibly convert chaos or abnormal states into orderly ones, although it was currently incomplete. Possessing only 6/7 of its potential, thus its order was not fully realized. Upon seeing the first item, Guo Feng was filled with delight while silently contemplating. This must be what the Ancient One spoke of, a means to grant groups immunity against temporal suppression. The occasional efficacy must stem from the incomplete nature of the Order's 7-section staff. The scrolls for class advancement in the Farron world included 7 primary professions: energy manipulator, arcanist, alchemist, necromancer, pharmacist, warrior, and archer, along with their crafting methods. Furthermore, each profession had a comprehensive syllabus for apprentices from level 1 to masters at level 19. Each category contained 87 legendary skill books for levels 20 to 29, 15 advanced legendary skill books for levels 30 to 39, and 3 demigod skill books for levels 40 to 49. Guo Feng was nearly elated to the point of levitation upon reaching this point. Although these professions were merely foundational, and the accompanying skill books would only allow advancement to demigod levels equivalent to Earth's peak. What was this? It was a pathway leading directly to a level 90 equivalent in the Farron worldview, the pinnacle of divine power, akin to the multiversal level of the Marvel Universe. Even the included skill books below demigod levels represented Guo Feng's capacity to mass-produce a fantastical army at Earth's peak. It was crucial to note that the entire Camartage only had 6 mages at Earth's peak life level, all stationed at the 3 great sanctuaries or were direct disciples of the Ancient One. Most mages in Camartage, by Guo Feng's estimation, were merely average mages in their early teens or masters at best. Those legendary mages above level 20 and below level 39 were often referred to as masters in Camartage. This was due to their proficiency in high-interest loans, which required no arduous crafting of magic, merely serving as conduits of energy that elevated their levels to such heights. Moreover, based on Guo Feng's received information, the currently fully unleashed Hulk was at most equivalent to a level 40 demigod. This represented a resource with long-term investment potential. Guo Feng's heart swelled with joy. Next, he turned his attention to the remaining gifts brought back. The little frog had also secured a part-time job, aligned with the hostess capabilities. Upon opening it, Guo Feng was immediately engulfed by a chilling aura. Instinctively, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, stretching 1,000 meters long. An oppressive aura radiated from him. In that moment, he glimpsed the warm, ice-blue figure of the Ice Snow Queen. Ding! Your power has reached the peak of the semi-divine level, with moderate divine power, earning you the title of Honorary Duke of Ice Elements in the Ice Elemental Realm. Chapter 144, Power Upgrade. In a haze, Guo Feng found himself amidst a world composed entirely of blizzards and ice. The extreme cold, at least 20 degrees below zero, usually elicited a slight chill, but this time, it failed to affect him. Instead, he felt a warmth akin to being at home. Nestled in a cozy bed at 8 a.m., the icy winds swirled around him, enveloping the pale world in a snow-like texture. Guo Feng spread his arms wide, reveling in the environment's transformation and the change within himself. He was liberated, for he was a soul. Guo Feng's current physical appearance was extraordinary. Floating amidst an omnipresent, whirling cold, stood a colossal figure, reminiscent of a giant statue towering 1,000 meters high. Its surface was adorned with azure dragon scales, and 2 dragon horns pointed skyward like the steepest mountain peaks. Its musculature was not ordinary, but possessed an epic quality, beyond even the finest sculpted form of David by Michelangelo. Anyone who beheld it would exclaim in awe, ultimate being. Its eyes were mesmerizing, featuring blood-red pupils filled with an ever-shifting kaleidoscope of black patterns. At the center of the brow lies the faint trace of a verdant green vial, subtly emanating an extraordinary power that instills a sense of tranquility and focus. The celestial bottle. This is the manifestation of Guo Feng's soul state. However, now, alongside a towering figure in the sky, equally colossal and radiating a chilling aura potent enough to freeze even space itself, there emanates a warmth reminiscent of the morning sun. The snowy fabric of a white gown unfurls like a giant fish gliding through a cerulean sky. With crystal-like lips parting, the voice resonates. Guo Feng. Level 69 Frenzied Dragon Warrior. Level 59 Illusionist. I bestow upon you the utmost affinity for ice elements, the blessing of frost, and the honorary title of Duke of the Ice Elemental Plane in the name of Enoshir. As the lips, shimmering like blue-green crystal, close again, an unprecedented upheaval occurs in this realm, which seems to differ significantly in rules from the Marvel Universe. Endless frost surges into Guo Feng's immense dragon-like form. The cold is piercing yet suffused with a comforting warmth. Guo Feng's soul perceives the ultimate chill, as if he has attained the ability to initially influence reality. Yet this sudden influx of icy power threatens to encase him in a frigid grip. Deep within his soul, a hexagonal pattern resembling frost begins to form. The power of frost rampages through Guo Feng's body. Yet, from the depths of his soul, he feels a warmth growing at an astonishing pace. To comprehend Guo Feng's state using the familiar theoretical framework of the world of Farron, one might describe him as follows. Originally, at level 69. Recognized by Enoshir as a frenzied dragon warrior, this power corresponds to what would be deemed medium divine strength in that realm, akin to the apex of demigod-level beings in the Marvel Universe. This is augmented by the enhanced capabilities derived from the awakened Azure Dragon Fruit of the pirate world. Coupled with Guo Feng's mastery of the Navy's 6 styles and the observation and armament haki from the 3 colors of haki, these corporeal powers, combined with the significant enhancement of his mental prowess from the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, bestow upon him unparalleled control over his physical form. Thus, through the ultimate refinement of the Navy's 6 styles, the skill of life restoration emerges, propelling him to the zenith of level 69, achieving the combat prowess of a demigod's physicality. On the soul front, his status as a level 59 illusionist naturally pertains to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan he brought back from the world of Naruto. Though these two are nearly comparable in combat strength and belong to the pinnacle of skills, the optimization of the system brought back by the frog Tadpole reveals different facets. The enhancement of the Azure Dragon Fruit is primarily manifested in its defensive and offensive capabilities, effectively raising the original limits of the Azure Dragon Fruit. The complete awakening of the Azure Dragon Fruit should correlate with peak Earth-level combat strength, or at least reach the initial tier of demigod-level power, hovering between level 49 demigod and level 50 weak divine strength. One might reference the formidable Kaido of the 100 Beasts, who possesses the awakened capability of the Azure Dragon Fruit in one piece. His combat prowess is evidently inferior to that which Guo Feng now exhibits. Therefore, with the fear of seawater eliminated, the capacity of the Azure Dragon Fruit enhances his combat potential. Meanwhile, the optimization of Guo Feng's Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan is primarily reflected in its versatility. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world, possesses minimal vision consumption and can unleash a colossal completed Susanoo. It similarly wields the destructive force capable of obliterating small mountains, akin to that endowed by the awakened Azure Dragon Fruit in its normal state. However, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan possesses a characteristic, whether it be the eternal or the regular version. It only grants 3 abilities. The left and right eyes can awaken the power of mind's reflection, and any single eye, given sufficient chakra and intent, can summon Susanoo. Yet, Guo Feng's enhancement of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan lies in its multiplicity. With the ability akin to Obito's Kimui, he can autonomously create a small-dimensional corridor and open spatial vortices at will. The necessary Amaterasu of the Uchiha clan ignites an everlasting black flame of darkness wherever his gaze lands, as long as there is material to burn. Additionally, he wields various forms of Susanoo. Guo Feng retains the majority of the external missile powers initially absorbed by his Susanoo, akin to Itachi Uchiha's Tengu form of Susanoo. Equipped with the Tatsuka blade for illusionary assaults and the Yata mirror for absorbing physical energy attacks, he also boasts the Tengu form of Susanoo, which closely engages with Carol. Chapter 145, Duke of Ice Elements, Guo Feng. The abilities of Guo Feng's Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan are collectively referred to as omnipotent, encompassing nearly all capabilities of the kaleidoscope. Thus, he is categorized as a level 59 illusionist, possessing abilities that, while straddling the threshold of demigod-level capabilities in the 40s to 50s, are extraordinarily versatile. In fact, should he possess merely a singular pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would still rank amongst the most formidable of the Uchiha clan, surpassing even the illustrious Madara Uchiha, who harnesses Indra's chakra and various S-rank ninjutsu, including the B-rank Inferno of the Great Fire Destruction. Madara's prowess merely exceeds the evaluation of his inherent power system, reaching the mid-tier of demigod-level combat strength. However, in Guo Feng's hands, the multiplicative capabilities of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan enable him to attain mid to late demigod-level strength, even when relying solely on the ocular techniques of the Sharingan. Yet now, amidst these two powers, apart from the soul safeguarded by the celestial bottle, Guo Feng has birthed a vocation mentioned by the Frost Queen Enoshir. Initially, Guo Feng's soul began to manifest crystalline structures resembling frost. In an instant, his immense dragon form transformed into a brilliant ice blue hue. A chilling aura, akin to that of Enoshir, emanated from deep within his soul. A force gradually altered a portion of Guo Feng's soul state, along with his external form. Level 11, Ice Element Warrior. Armed with formidable mental strength, The newly transformed Guo Feng has already reached a state equivalent to the initial phase of superhuman capabilities, comparable to the majority of street heroes in the Marvel Universe. He may also be described as a level 2 mutant, barely possessing the combat abilities to engage a police amateur squad. Following this, as Guo Feng's ice elemental power began to coalesce within his body and soul, his ice elemental level skyrocketed like a rocket. Ice element level 19, Ice element Knight. Ice element level 25, Ice element Lord. Ice element level 37, Ice element Baron. Ice element level 41, Ice element Count. Ice element level 57, Ice element Marquis. The ice element stands at level 61, a Duke of Ice. In a brief moment, though perhaps influenced by the passage of time, it has been overshadowed by the formidable divine power of Einashir, a being of over 80 levels within the vast cosmology of Farron. Although the arrival in this world has rendered its projected strength somewhat fragmented, it nonetheless retains an imposing influence equivalent to that of a late-stage singularity-level powerhouse. Time has ceased to affect the majority of singularity-level powers, and thus, despite Guo Feng experiencing a juxtaposition of exhilarating yet excruciating mental states, it feels as if an eternity has passed, while simultaneously, it appears as if the events transpired merely a moment ago. Not bad. I expected you would take over 200 years to transform like Mornkarn did, remarked the Frost Queen Einashir, embodying both the perfection of the most exquisite maiden and the grandeur of an aristocratic matron. Guo Feng tentatively swung his arm within this ephemeral frost dimension crafted by Einashir's might, conjuring a snowstorm that stretched for 10,000 meters. It was only then that he found the leisure to assess the condition of his own body. His once massive draconic form had vanished, replaced by scales that now shimmered in a delicate, pale blue, reminiscent of the ancient ice of the Antarctic. His upper body retained the inverted triangular shape of a bat-like back, with devilish musculature and a robust waist. Yet his lower half had transformed into a swirling vortex of ice, a beauty that even the finest special effects could scarcely replicate. Emanating a cold, yet exquisitely ethereal azure aura, his originally white dragon horns now resembled the wood of willow or birch, bordering on a ghastly pallor. Yet now, they appeared akin to ancient white pearls nurtured by the riverbed of the Vienna Blue Agate River, having lain undisturbed for centuries. In essence, his appearance had ascended from that of a mere brute to an ultimate being of unparalleled beauty, adorned with the aesthetics of various artistic styles. Furthermore, Guo Feng could sense within him a formidable power of ice, as if he possessed the ability to freeze an entire desert into glacial rivers. Additionally, an influx of knowledge regarding various dimensional realms and ice spells, many surpassing level 70, had suddenly emerged in his mind. With this newfound knowledge, Guo Feng finally grasped a long-standing enigma. One of the abilities of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kodo Amatsukami, deemed the most overpowered illusionary technique in the Naruto universe, capable of altering the thoughts of any existence, even that of the third Hokage, who was ostensibly a ninja with early Earth-level combat prowess, could be subtly influenced to modify the subconscious and thoughts of any individual. It was nothing short of a glitch. The sole drawback was the absurdly lengthy cooldown period of this supreme illusion. It became clear why Uchiha Shisui could understand this. After all, he was merely a shadow-level ninja, and a casual blow from Guo Feng would compel him to expend an eye of his Izanami to escape death. However, even Guo Feng, having transcended to a mental state approaching that of a demigod, would require several years to recover after employing Kodo Amatsukami. Moreover, whether due to world constraints or not, each time he sought to use Kodo Amatsukami to manipulate significant figures within the Marvel Universe, an overwhelming sixth sense within him would invariably respond, no. Even when contemplating controlling the street hero Daredevil, who was still in his mortal phase and had once crossed paths with him on the streets of New York, Guo Feng experienced a nagging warning in his mind. He could seize control, but there was an undeniable risk of resistance. What madness is this? Here I am, at the pinnacle of demigod-level mental fortitude, attempting to control a freshly ascended superhuman street hero, and yet the possibility of being shaken off exists? It felt akin to facing 6 bombs against an opponent's 13 cards, a scenario destined for defeat. Yet now, armed with a portion of the advanced knowledge of the ice elemental plane, Guo Feng comprehended. Chapter 146, No Longer a Dragon. However, the time for declarations had not yet arrived, especially as my mental state is still merely at level 60. Guo Feng replied with a smile to Einashir. He had come to recognize the identity of Mornkarn, the individual mentioned by Einashir, who took over 200 years to transform into an ice element. He was a top-tier ice mage, a giant dragon afflicted with a rare condition known as the Ice Affliction, specifically a white dragon. The Farron world is also a multiverse-level realm, predominantly inhabited by human life forms. Unlike the Marvel Universe, which leans towards scientific terminology, they refer to other worlds collectively as planes. A world like Earth is termed a material plane, while the ice elemental plane is classified as an elemental plane. In simpler terms, if the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, were to be cast into the Farron universe, he would merely be the overlord of a colossal elemental plane, the Dark Elemental Plane. However, these rulers are but a minority. The essence of the Farron universe remains human, albeit enriched with numerous supernatural beings, such as elves whose natural lifespans exceed 500 years. Born with the combat prowess of a fully grown adult, they may slumber for over a century before reaching maturity, instantly becoming level 20, whereas in the Marvel Universe, they might be classified as low-level mutants. Additionally, there exists the Titan race, akin to dragons. Mornkarn was born within a medium-sized material plane as a white dragon. White dragons, considered the disgrace of the chromatic dragon lineage, suffered from a tarnished bloodline due to the early demise of their white dragon progenitors. Consequently, they are often regarded as shameful among all dragonkind. Most dragons are born considerably large, some even resembling medium-sized predators like cheetahs, while the metallic and chromatic dragons, such as gold and red dragons, emerge at sizes comparable to young bulls. In stark contrast, white dragons are pitiably small at birth, akin to a fully grown mutt, and possess an intelligence during their youth that is not dissimilar to that of a beast. Unlike their counterparts who can articulate rhymes upon birth, the white dragon's inferiority leads to a higher incidence of juvenile fatalities amongst their kind. This vulnerability predisposes white dragons to suffer from the Ice Affliction, a condition stemming from excessive trauma during their formative years, making it exceedingly difficult for them to attain legendary status above level 20 in adulthood. To become a legendary dragon, the majority of white dragons must endure until they reach their mature age of over 300 years. However, during the span between their 100 years to their 300 years of maturity, many dragons experience profound anxiety. Thus, they often choose to immerse themselves in human society, pursuing various professions. Warrior is the predominant choice among dragons in such situations. Yet, there are exceptions, such as Mornkarn, whose white dragon mother was captured by the frost giant tribe shortly after his birth, along with 3 yet-to-be-born siblings. Due to his premature birth, Morna emerged into the world amidst frigid crevices, far from the tantalizing aroma of his mother's roasted dragon meat. Thus, the seeds of enmity were sown. Perhaps as a result of his extreme fright, Morna exhibited a significantly higher intellect compared to his contemporaneous white dragons, coupled with a remarkable composure. Consequently, within the frozen highlands, he subsisted for 3 years on worms from the ice caverns. Eventually, through the cultivation of ice worms, he successfully transitioned into the adolescent dragon stage. It was at this juncture that Morna embarked on his inaugural hunt. He ambushed an old wolf king, driven out by a pack of wolves, whose combat prowess had diminished to a mere level 5. The aged wolf king was swiftly dispatched by Morna's jaws. Within the lair that the wolf king had maintained for 5 or 6 years, Morna stumbled upon his first tome of knowledge, a spellbook belonging to a former level 9 snow wolf king, who had slain a novice mage in his prime. From that moment forth, Morna became insatiably devoted to his studies. By the age of approximately 100, and having never entered prolonged slumber, Morna's diet lacked substantial magical energy, primarily consisting of various highland mosses and ice worms, with the occasional addition of ice hares or stray yaks that wandered near his den. Despite having reached the final stage of young dragons, he had only attained a mere level 16 among dragonkind. In contrast, many dragons of the 5 colors, particularly the red dragons, had reached legendary statuses exceeding level 20 at such an age, while even the average white dragon could achieve levels around 17. Years of malnutrition had rendered Morna's physique frail, akin to a famished skeletal dragon. Nonetheless, through relentless study of spell notes and rare excursions disguised as a cloaked figure, he bartered the pelts and minerals he had amassed over the years with passing human merchants, exchanging them for spellbooks. Morna's mage level soared to 24, marking him as a formidable force among young dragons. Following the avenging of the frost giant tribe, he predominantly concealed himself within the vast ice plains, occasionally descending to gather magical texts, ultimately blending into the ancient dragon era. Having witnessed his own level stagnate at 31 while his frost mage level soared above 40, Morna resolved to inscribe a reverse summoning teleportation array imbued with ice attributes upon a glacier, thereby presenting himself before the Frost Empress, Elnoshir. He he proclaimed with a thunderous roar. The power of the white dragon is finite, yet the power of knowledge is boundless. Therefore, your majesty, I, Morna the white dragon, pledge my loyalty to you. I offer my heart to the elemental plane of ice. What followed was a transformation akin to that of Guo Feng, culminating in Morna attaining the title of Count within the ice elemental plane, as well as that of a learned scholar among ice elementals. However, unlike Guo Feng, who underwent a transformation optimized by the Tadpole, Morna's adaptation to the ice elemental power was markedly different. Nevertheless, Guo Feng humbly acknowledged this difference before El Noshir. At this moment, El Noshir smiled warmly. Indeed, but you ought to familiarize yourself with Morna, as he will be working alongside you for a considerable time. Guo Feng paused, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 147, Dual Gods. As I slowly typed 3 question marks, it was not a reflection of my confusion, but rather an indication that I found something amiss. Guo Feng's expression morphed into that of an elderly man bewildered by technology, as he regarded El Noshir with a puzzled demeanor. Pardon my candor, but I find myself struggling to comprehend your words. What do you mean by spending a long time together? Morna is a count of the ice elemental plane, after all. What relevance does that hold for me? Guo Feng believed that even as he ascended to the rank of Duke within the ice elemental plane, possessing strength equivalent to a level 61 Duke, the realms of Farron and the Marvel Universe were still vastly separated. How could they possibly influence one another? Surely, the denizens of Farron would not venture into his domain. In response, El Noshir smiled gently, reminiscent of a biting winter breeze softly caressing the Earth's surface. Look over here. Before Guo Feng could react, she seized his arm with a grip that felt as frigid as absolute zero, pulling him closer. Despite having transformed into an ice elemental Duke, his resistance to the icy attributes was significantly heightened, yet he still felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, he soon found little time to dwell on such thoughts. The moment El Noshir grasped his arm, it felt as though he were plummeting from great heights. The sudden sensation of weightlessness left him disoriented. Once he regained his bearings, the entire world appeared transformed through his eyes. Material particles and soul particles shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, while shades of black and white meandered through the space around him. The very fabric of space was no longer merely a three-dimensional perspective. It resembled the ripples upon the sea, stirred by a whale breaching the surface, suggesting a pervasive folding of reality. It seemed that with just a few tentative steps, he could traverse into another fold of space. A faint green luminescence caught Guo Feng's attention, akin to the vision of a severely myopic person squinting without their glasses. This elusive green light seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Guo Feng sensed a vague notion regarding this light, time itself. He felt its presence drawing near. Yet it had yet to make contact. Both the force of spatial folds and the barely perceptible influence of time loomed close, only to be halted by a chilling power akin to his own icy essence, freezing him in place. This frigid force, undoubtedly emanating from El Noshir, the singular god of the universe, was guiding him into this extraordinary dimensional perspective. Moments ago, upon receiving a response from Guo Feng's Tadpole, the creator deity of this world had also transmitted a message, reaching out to their beloved creator deity. They engaged in a friendly discourse, ultimately deciding to learn from one another. El Noshir appeared as though draped in a gown woven from the very fabric of a blizzard. Any spatial folds within her vicinity would be meticulously frozen, while even the slightest temporal distortions would have no chance to manifest before being encased in ice. Guo Feng vaguely perceived 2 colossal entities occupying the heavens above, engaged in a profound exchange. Whether sharing camaraderie or engaging in scholarly discourse, he could not ascertain. However, based on his limited perception, it was evident that these 2 beings transcended the capacity of his sight, existing far beyond his comprehension as they engaged in a genuine dialogue of goodwill. Guo Feng hesitated, his mind suddenly flooded with memories of past interactions. Then, Guo Feng's mouth seemed to lose control, as if possessed by a sudden whim. He blurted out, "Is Marvel also planning to create a parallel universe for Phelan? Will Ultraman, who recently made a cameo appearance, be arranged for a showdown?" As soon as the words left his lips, he caught sight of El Noshir's bewildered expression and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, promptly covering his forehead. How could the inhabitants of the Phelan world possibly be aware of such a phenomenon as Ultraman? However, just then, a voice, ancient yet vigorous, resonated, followed by a round of enthusiastic applause. From the unseen, transcendent existence high above, 2 ethereal figures began to draw closer to this world, gradually diminishing in size, as if 3-dimensional beings were transforming into 2-dimensional forms. The once unfathomable entity that Guo Feng could not perceive began to lower itself in existence. Bit by bit, it transformed into an elderly figure, leaning slightly on a cane, yet still exuding an undeniable vitality. Clad in a pristine white suit, accented by a flamboyant pink belt, he sported an air of coolness with a pair of stylish high-angle sunglasses, his hair completely white and adorned with wrinkles, yet his smile was warm and humorous. Guo Feng instantly felt a sense of familiarity, albeit tinged with strangeness. Wasn't he this the legendary Stan Lee? The old man, leaning on his cane, descended from that imposing state of creation, appearing like an ordinary elderly gentleman. As he clapped enthusiastically, a small notepad materialized in front of him, floating in the air. A steel pen, seemingly from the 80s or 90s, moved with a mysterious force, writing and drawing on the notepad without any visible hand guiding it. What a splendid idea. Perhaps we could enhance the monsters with Wang Mingtian, or even plunge them into the abyss for a demonic transformation. The figure appeared to be Stan Lee. Yet as he scribbled in his notebook, he muttered various terms, seemingly inadvertently mentioning, "No, we must create a parallel universe right now." Guo Feng had come to a complete understanding of the identity of this being. OAA, the omnipotent, multiversal powerhouse, the creator god of the Marvel Universe. At the same time, another colossal deity was gradually descending from the heavens, diminishing its dimensions, as if assuming an ant-like state, revealing itself to the mortal realm. Accompanied by a sudden drop in atmospheric pressure, Io made an appearance. Chapter 148, Absurd. Within the rules of the world, a multicolored, shimmering dragon god with 10 heads floated above Guo Feng, embodying all the characteristics associated with dragons that Guo Feng had previously displayed. Even the abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit, which had never appeared in the Phelan world, manifested upon Io. Guo Feng sensed a connection to any dragon he had envisioned. As the 10-headed dragon god hovered before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was not merely a Western dragon. Io's massive form bore numerous traits of Eastern dragons. As the creator god of a Western fantasy world, Io exhibited a peculiar harmony rather than a conflicting presence. Curiously, a grand voice resonated silently, akin to a spring breeze bringing rain. Guo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Had his thoughts and inner musings been overheard? How could he evade such an issue? But then, Guo Feng suddenly realized. The being before him was a creator god of the multiverse, an existence surpassing omnipotence. How could he not possess telepathic abilities? Perhaps, what seemed to him a tightly woven thought process was, in the eyes of this entity, merely a series of unfurled mental threads, devoid of any encryption. It would be evident with a mere glance. There was nothing to be surprised about. Understanding this, Guo Feng ceased his pretense and answered sincerely. He was eager to know why Io, the creator god of a Western fantasy world, exhibited traits characteristic of Eastern dragons. I possess the authority over the dragon race, a power bestowed upon me that transcends the rules of the multiverse. I inherently represent the dragon species. All life forms associated with dragons are influenced by my domain. Io explained nonchalantly, as if to provide an example. In an instant, he transformed into an indescribable, nameless mist, his form extending infinitely, with the powers of thunder and fire erupting from the gaps in his scaly armor. The dragon scales glistened with a bluish-black sheen, emanating the forces of tempestuous winds. Within the swirling mist of time and space, it resembled a salted fish awakening, struggling in its final throes. Guo Feng's astonishment resurfaced, even magnified 1,000-fold. The nature of the power had undergone significant transformation, exhibiting phased enhancements. Yet, Guo Feng could still recognize the dragon form that Io had assumed, one that mirrored the Azure Dragon after the complete awakening of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Truly, the Master of Dragon Authority possessed the ability to freely transform into any divine being with dragon attributes. Indeed, I comprehend, Guo Feng nodded vigorously, contemplating the limits of such power. By the way, may I inquire, Your Excellencies, why have you summoned me? At this moment, Guo Feng had just begun to emerge from his astonishment regarding Io's casual transformation into a dragon form, when he suddenly recalled his purpose for being there. Ah, I see. The elder-styled Stan Lee, or OA, transformed once more, now appearing in a similar ensemble, a pink belt accompanying his white suit, slicked back hair, and sunglasses. However, his appearance had shifted to that of a younger version of Stan Lee. He resembled a university professor or comic book artist, yet he was, in fact, a creator god of a multiverse, a rather intriguing notion. This individual, now embodying the creative state of his youth, was at the pinnacle of artistic creation, his face beaming with joy as he waved a sketch pen, swiftly outlining forms in the blank space before him. Soon, He sketched a realm of unique colors in the void. Guo Feng took a closer look and was instantly struck by lightning. All right, exciting. Dragonblood warrior Tony Stark, the most renowned top alchemist of Blue Star Continent, has developed a level 70 god-slaying armor golem, vanquishing the Pantheon and becoming the world's foremost alchemist. Chaos daughter Wanda, having absorbed newfound powers, serendipitously mastered chaotic inertia, ascending to the rank of a Lord Sorcerer. After laboring for tens of thousands of years, she ultimately attained a formidable level 75 divine power, equivalent to the father-level strength of the Marvel Universe. Having utterly liberated himself from the influence of the magnificent and formidable entity known as the Crimson Demon Lord Salados, a being of over 80 levels of divine power and a singular cosmic force, the Green Giant embarked on a journey as a battle warrior. After 3 months of rigorous training, he ascended to the status of a demigod, achieving a level exceeding 40. Following this remarkable transformation, he sought a one-on-one confrontation with the Titan King, only to be reduced to mere pulp. Yet, in that moment of defeat, an unexpected awakening occurred. Wandering through the cosmos, he found refuge on a distant planet, where he proliferated into billions of offspring, ultimately evolving into the six-armed god of Hulk. In a spectacular turn of events, he exacted revenge upon the Titan King. The malevolent Dr. Doom, having undergone a resurgence, allied himself with the notorious Green Goblin, Kingpin, Dr. Octopus, and other intellectual villains, who had initially aspired to obliterate or dominate the world. Instead of wreaking havoc, they united to bolster the economy of the small nation of Lasvia, backed by the formidable financial resources of the Osborne Industrial Group. Consequently, Kingpin unified the entire underworld of Lasvia, transforming criminal organizations into entities that, aside from collecting protection fees, were also obliged to assist elderly citizens across the streets. Dr. Octopus, alongside other high-IQ adversaries in energy technology, delved into diverse innovations, including the nearly developed artificial sun that once eluded him. Thus, the nation of Lasvia, which should have succumbed to the madness of Dr. Doom, flourished into one of the wealthiest small countries. Meanwhile, Dr. Doom, utilizing soul magic, chose a path of no return. Having realized that defeating the devil was impossible, he resolved to abandon his humanity, succumbing to a profound darkness that tripled his malevolence, ultimately transforming him into a lord of hellish demons. After countless battles, he succeeded in inheriting the legacy of one of the previous lords of hell, Mephisto. The tale also chronicles Hawkeye's transition to a ranger and his procreation with the elven race, culminating in a child who reached the pinnacle of life. Chapter 149, titled A Lifetime's Endeavor, finds Guo Feng utterly astounded upon witnessing the comic manifestation of the creator god, reminiscent of the late Stan Lee. His mind raced as if struck by lightning, grappling with the overwhelming influx of information. With a countenance resembling a wooden puppet, he was oblivious to the fact that both creator gods recognized his state of bewilderment. In the realm of spiritual and mental consciousness, aside from certain critically important information safeguarded by a small frog, this lesser deity, endowed with profound power, was bombarded with thoughts that echoed like a barrage of text. This is utterly absurd. Who in their right mind would summon a troll like Iron Man? Why not construct a fortress of steel instead of a mage tower, complete with elemental pools and countless iron golems as mere fodder? Such a convergence of superlative arcane defenses could forge one of the most potent crystallizations of the arcane era in the realm of Farron. Moreover, the Green Giant's transformation into a breeding stallion was somewhat expected, given the plethora of adaptations featuring Hulk's hospitable nature. Yet, the notion of a species attaining divinity was perplexing. What distinguished it from the god of slimes? Perhaps the distinction lay in the fact that while the god of slimes possessed lesser divine power, the Hulk, as a deity of his own race, could effortlessly subdue celestial beings of considerable might. Guo Feng, now numb to the absurdity surrounding him, remained unfazed even as the villains began to adopt a lordly path. The youthful visage of Oye, reminiscent of Stan Lee, continued to weave narratives, introducing a newly emerged region in the universe known as the M78 Nebula, fraught with extraterrestrial beings claiming dominance over Earth, alongside various Ultramen descending upon the planet. Oye orchestrated a charming exchange between a two-tailed alien named Mary and Bahamut, the dragon god, who had just transcended the barriers of reality. Their friendly interaction birthed a new entity, a metallic dragon-headed Ultraman. Guo Feng, utterly amazed, muttered a few words, contemplating whether to involve Tiamat, suggesting a balance of good and evil through parallel worlds. No longer fixated on the chaotic disarray of this universe, Guo Feng resolved to embrace the tumult, acknowledging that the Marvel Universe inherently contained multifarious interworld connections. This particular intersection with the Farron multiverse was bound to create ripples, as it was an undertaking by the creator gods themselves. Indeed, light and dark should intertwine in such a manner. I shall arrange for an opportunity. The speaker was not the comic creator OA, but rather the enigmatic Elzo. As Guo Feng turned to face Elzo, he found himself confronted by a youthful figure radiating joy and the unique thrill of creation. Though Guo Feng struggled to comprehend the amusement in merging Ultraman with various Dragon Kings, the enthusiasm of both parties was palpable as they exchanged experiences. Reminiscent of creators of third-rate fan fiction, Guo Feng, now fully transformed into a being of sarcasm, unleashed a torrent of critique until the two creators, buoyed by their excitement, concluded their discussion. Their plan involved utilizing a certain alien with ties to the ancient Dark Warriors as a puppet master to execute the eradication of the Titan race. Ultimately, they were compelled to halt their ambitious projections under the overwhelming influence of Guo Feng's formidable sarcasm, which had nearly transcended reality itself. Ahem. Two discreet coughs broke the awkward silence as Elzo and Oe exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with warm smiles. Each placed a reassuring hand on Guo Feng's shoulder. Adopting a tone reserved for leaders who had ruled for eons. Guo Feng, my young friend, you understand the tribulations we face. The current state of our multiverses is far from easy. They alternated their discourse regarding the emerging issues within the multiverse economy and the challenges of interdimensional trade. In summary, the essence of their message was that due to a severe global shortage and new plans emerging from both organizations, a decision was made to cultivate Guo Feng's world vigorously. He would serve as the overseer of this initiative, with no fixed hours or breaks, provided he did not plunge the universe into chaos. Guo Feng silently rolled his eyes, pondering the absurdity of his role akin to that of 007. What about the rewards? I refuse to work for free, in the realm of traversers. Who could possibly regard me with esteem? Wouldn't that merely serve as fodder for ridicule? Not a chance. Guo Feng's final word lingered unspoken. At that moment, he beheld Ao mysteriously producing a shard of crystal. A hint of reluctance and heartache was discernible in his expression as he tremulously extended it towards Guo Feng. The original divine essence, possessing an uninterrupted capacity for growth, can ascend to a staggering level 90, akin to the multiverse tier in your domain. I have modified its parameters. Now, this original divine essence requires no offerings of faith, merely the maintenance of balance within the world. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it will automatically upgrade. Guo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet he hesitated, displaying reluctance. At that moment, Oe revealed a similar expression, presenting an object. Guo Feng's eyes brightened. I could manage this for a lifetime. Chapter 150, The Staff of Order, Section 7. Within the villa of Xanadu in the Huangyan Kingdom, a flicker of light manifested once more. Just as Guo Feng's feet touched the smooth floor, deep blue ice crystallized instantly in that area, as if the air had been frozen in place. Unlike other ice-type mutants whose powers initially manifested as frost white, this deep blue ice was several degrees colder. A stark contrast to the typical frost that adorns windows on winter mornings, an external manifestation of temperatures ranging from 0 to -5 degrees Celsius. The usual ice power appears white, while slightly translucent ice exists at temperatures around -15 degrees. Most frost attribute mutants can summon ice blocks of this caliber. Ice tinged with blue typically lies below -20 degrees. Within the entire Marvel Universe, aside from ancient beings like the frost giant King Lao Fei, the only notable figure remains Iceman Bobby, who is still in X-Academy, yet to officially join the X-Men. His power lies in his ability to manipulate moisture in the air, effectively creating substantial, solidified ice. To generate deep blue ice, one must achieve temperatures akin to ancient Antarctic or Arctic ice, naturally plunging below -50 degrees. Guo Feng, having recently acquired this power, was still unskilled in mastering the ice elemental force. Upon exiting the unknown space, he unwittingly unleashed his newfound ability, freezing the villa in an instant. The frigid air spread relentlessly from his position, quickly coating the once black and white walls and red-tiled roof in a layer of blue-white frost. The biting cold even permeated beyond the villa's confines, startling Captain Marvel Carol, who was diligently battling in her home restroom. She abruptly noticed a significant drop in temperature. Despite not having activated the air conditioning, Carol activated her heightened senses, perceiving the source of the cold emanating from over 500 meters away. In the villa where Guo Feng resided, peering out the window, she beheld a small villa entirely enveloped in deep blue frost. At that moment, Guo Feng, realizing he had inadvertently frozen the entire villa, hastily began to sense the surrounding ice elements, attempting to control their movement. Control, control, come back, he silently chanted, aware that such mental affirmations could provide psychological guidance. In no time, he managed to thaw the frozen villa, though a few delicate devices inside suffered short circuits due to the sudden temperature drop. Yet, Guo Feng paid no mind to these high-precision gadgets. To him, there was little difference between a high-end computer and a top-tier one. Having resolved the villa's predicament, Guo Feng intended to collect his thoughts, for he had just experienced a rather surreal event. Suddenly, the large floor-to-ceiling window shattered. Guo Feng stood momentarily stunned. Due to his need to exert utmost control over the rebellious ice powers within him, he had focused entirely on his internal state, oblivious to the incoming figure speeding toward him. What on earth is happening here? Guo Feng gawked at Carol, who had just burst through the broken glass. Simultaneously, Carol scrutinized Guo Feng with utmost seriousness. Her formidable physique allowed her to sense the extreme temperature fluctuations surrounding them. The floor felt as if it were covered in icy terrain. It's nothing much, just a discussion with the creator, Guo Feng casually replied. He was not in a combat-ready state, yet the surging ice power within him was undeniably restless. A tempest of ice energy swirled within, seeking release. Yet Guo Feng had no desire to engage in a fight. Instead, he longed to relax with a refreshing beverage and ponder the forthcoming steps. Fine. If you don't want to talk, I won't pressure you. As long as you're all right. Carol, unaware that Guo Feng's words held a kernel of truth, perceived his response as mere indifference. She had come over out of concern for her neighbor, only to feel dismissed, though she wished to voice her thoughts. A sudden churn in her stomach interrupted her. With a huff, she radiated golden light and transformed into a streak of lightning, disappearing back to her own villa in the blink of an eye. Left alone, Guo Feng gazed at the shards of shattered glass strewn across the floor, letting out a soft sigh. Now was not the time to dwell on that. He grabbed a handful of refreshments and ascended the stairs, heading toward his bedroom on the second floor. Bang! The bedroom door closed behind him, and the luxurious mattress welcomed him with open arms. As he sank into its depths, Guo Feng began to reflect on the extraordinary events of the past several minutes. First, he raised his hands, aside from his left pinky, which bore no adornment. Each of his other fingers sported a ring of ebony, intricately carved with mystical patterns. In truth, these were not mere rings, but one of the pinnacle artifacts of the Pharaon world, akin to an infinity stone in the Marvel universe. The Staff of Order possesses the ability to draw all rules into a harmonious order. Through the inheritance knowledge of the ice elemental present within his soul, Guo Feng quickly deduced that the Staff of Order was crafted from 10 segments of a special celestial metal. In the Pharaon universe, this celestial realm serves as the resting place for the gods. This metal is a fusion of divine elements and the unique rules of the astral plane, giving birth to this extraordinary divine metal. In the realm of the Forgotten Realms, prior to the pivotal events of the narrative, approximately several 100,000 years ago, Chapter 151, Harvest unfolds. A coalition of intelligent and lawful beings resolves to confront the persistent threat posed by the chaotic and malevolent abyssal demons, embarking on a terrifying campaign aimed at penetrating the depths of the endless abyss. The leader of this formidable assembly is none other than the Duke of Wind Elementals, Felhananki. Felhananki, the inaugural Duke of the Wind Elemental Plane, wields an extraordinary power level of 79, marking him as the most potent Duke of his time. The most formidable successor following the departure of the Wind Elemental Emperor from the multiverse. Under his command, a multitude of soldiers from various world alliances, predominantly legendary tier warriors, rally to this noble cause. Among them are the allied forces from the elemental plane, primarily comprising noble knights of elemental lineage. The Angelic Legions, led by a high archangel of over level 60 from the benevolent Seven Hills Paradise, join the fray alongside the love-piercing angels of the twin paradise of Eden. Even the lawful evil denizens of the Nine Hells, once warlike and bloodthirsty angels who fell from grace, are compelled to partake in this conflict due to their profound disdain for chaotic evil. Their leader is Zerial, a 79-level fallen angel of destruction. The coalition also includes devotees and worshippers of the deities, elite church warriors dispatched from various good-aligned gods, as well as the elite legions of the human empire and a plethora of diverse races, such as orcs and centaurs, alongside benevolent lawful dragons like the metallic dragons. This assembly boasts millions of sentient beings, marking it as one of the grandest wars in the entirety of the Forgotten Realms. second only to the apocalyptic cataclysm known as the Saints' Calamity. Over 100 deities descend into the abyss, and within kingdoms of millions. It is commonplace to find 2 or 3 legendary tier warriors, akin to finding cabbages. In Felhanenki's grasp lies a staff imbued with divine blessing. Crafted from the remnants of the once-fallen solar deity, Peleir, and forged by dwarves alongside the god of craftsmen. This sacred rod possesses the unique ability to transform chaotic territories into domains of order. However, the version held by Felhanenki is incomplete, having been marred during the grand campaign against the Abyss, known as the Chaotic Expedition. After its failure, he was ensnared within the maelstrom of the Windhowl Abyss alongside the demon prince, Gorgon. During the battle against Gorgon, even the Staff of 7 Segments was shattered, with fragments lost to the depths of the abyss. The Staff of Order, possessing the extraordinary capability to convert all chaotic powers into order, remains bound within the constraints of time. Its limitations stem not from incapacity, but rather from the necessity of transforming a territory within the temporal framework for the conversion to be deemed effective. Thus, the Staff of Order does not merely exist beneath the confines of time. Rather, it subtly transcends it, possessing a power that should rival that of time itself when invoked. This realization resonates with Guo Feng, who contemplates the words of the Ancient One regarding the power he possesses to contend with time. As for why he cannot bring more native heroes from Earth into the Temporal Management Bureau, it is likely due to the staff's fractured state, rendering it inadequate for sustaining the forces of order over extended periods. Therefore, only those of sufficient strength capable of briefly resisting time are required. Furthermore, Guo Feng's second piece of equipment, his title as Duke of the Ice Elemental Plane, aligns with the corresponding transformations. According to the memories passed down from the Ice Elemental legacy, the hierarchy of titles in the Elemental Plane is as follows. A count is conferred upon those with weak divine power, a marquis for those with moderate divine power, and a duke for those with strong divine power, correlating to levels above 50, 60, and 70, respectively. However, following the Chaotic Expedition's failure, the ranks of powerful beings within the Elemental Plane have diminished significantly. Thus, even those of moderate divine power may claim the title of Elemental Duke, albeit not that of a Grand Duke. Moreover, due to Guo Feng's unique nature, despite appearing as a level 69 moderate divine being, he has thoroughly developed the potential of the Azure Dragon Fruit, complemented by his mastery of the 3-color Overlord's aura and formidable martial prowess. He has attained a semi-divine level of physical and skill-based combat capabilities. Additionally, though his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan may only reflect a level slightly above 50, its enhancement to his mental faculties, coupled with the mysterious heavenly bottle and the comprehensive abilities of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, has allowed him to reach semi-divine levels in both mental and magical prowess. In fact, he has attained semi-divine combat capabilities across 4 distinct domains, making him comparable to weaker divine beings. The Ice Elemental Realm evaluates beings based on actual combat strength, resulting in Guo Feng being granted the title of Duke of Ice Elements. Under the supreme transformation of Ice Elemental Power, he has simultaneously acquired combat capabilities equivalent to a semi-divine level in Ice Elemental Prowess. Additionally, the God of Creation, Ao, has bestowed upon him a divine essence, granting him the capacity to forge a divine realm akin to a small dimensional space, where he wields authority comparable to that of a dimensional sovereign, an unparalleled augmentation of combat strength. Moreover, he has received a portion of advanced remuneration from the creator god of the Marvel Universe, OA, which bestows upon him a degree of omniscient power within this individual universe. By activating this authority, Guo Feng will be privy to all occurrences within this universe instantaneously, akin to a fragment of omniscience. Additionally, a plethora of diverse spell bundles is at his disposal, enabling the cultivation of numerous formidable beings, ensuring that even post the pinnacle of human potential, level 1519 master level, he can produce an abundance of legendary professions exceeding level 20, equivalent to the powers of Earth level or Tier 4 mutants. Chapter 152, Deliberation. With only 11 days remaining until the expedition against the Temporal Management Bureau, it is imperative to strategize meticulously. Guo Feng, stroking his smooth chin, inadvertently allows a glimmer of blue light to emanate from his palm. This mission bears considerable weight. The tasks assigned by the 2 creator gods, while seemingly straightforward, encapsulate a broader complexity. In essence, they intend to merge 2 comparable single universes from the multiverse, with OA aiming to integrate the single universe where Guo Feng resides, designated as MWA34445, which indicates a Marvel universe leaning towards the cinematic series. The E34445 universe, where Guo Feng resides, diverges significantly from the authentic cinematic Marvel universe, E24444. It is highly probable that this Marvel realm encompasses a multitude of comic-based elements. Such comic elements imply that within this Marvel universe, hidden talents and formidable beings abound. However, if it were merely a routine alien invasion, it could be manageable. The crux of the matter lies in the collision and amalgamation of two parallel worlds. A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the influential figures on both sides are eager to experiment with interactions involving the previously colluded Ultraman universe. Naturally, the stability of this world must be preserved. Consequently, the leaders from both realms decided to relinquish control, entrusting the delicate task of merging these two worlds to Guo Feng, who inadvertently instigated this incident due to the frog spawn. His primary responsibility is to ensure a seamless integration of both worlds, avoiding any events that might disrupt the cosmic order. As for the critical balance required to prevent the collapse of both realms, that is a matter for Guo Feng to ascertain. That night, around 10 o'clock, in the capital, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit descended from an invisible aircraft, followed closely by several individuals swathed in heavy attire. They strolled towards a seemingly tranquil, yet heavily fortified villa complex, meticulously guarded by agents of the Divine Spear Bureau, where not even a fly could penetrate. After a few hundred meters, the middle-aged man knocked on the door of a villa. Creaking open, the antique wooden door revealed a man, unexpectedly unfamiliar to Zhang Xian, who had never appeared in any pertinent files. Dressed in an oversized white robe, meticulously crafted with attention to detail, he bore the visage of an elderly man. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhang Xian, a master of facial expressions, could not discern any ethnic traits upon the old man's countenance. Nevertheless, upon first encountering this elder, Zhang Xian intuitively sensed that he was no ordinary individual. Extending his hand, Zhang Xian introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Zhang Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau. Mr. Guo has previously arranged this meeting with me." The elderly figure in the white robe smiled upon hearing this, refraining from shaking hands and instead performing what appeared to be a gesture of cordiality. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Mon Kona. The Duke has mentioned you. Please, come in." With that, Mon Kona stepped aside and led Zhang Xian further inside. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian, having confirmed that he had never heard of the name Mon Kona, silently noted the title of Duke. It seemed Guo Feng indeed held the rank of a duke within some faction. Retaining his smile, Zhang Xian followed Mon Kona into the villa. Upon entering the living room, Zhang Xian was immediately enveloped by an icy chill. A closer inspection revealed that what should have been a traditionally decorated room had transformed into a winter wonderland. Aside from a few electrical appliances, like the television and lamps, which continued to function, the rest of the space was adorned with frost. It was evident that the temperature had plummeted below freezing, yet the television, typically sensitive to cold, showed no signs of distress. At that moment, one of the heavily wrapped individuals trailing Zhang Xian took a half step forward, whispering imperceptibly in his ear, "Director, this villa harbors a formidable icy aura, reminiscent of magical energy. Though not entirely so. There are traces of magical arrays on the lamps, television, and sound system, but I cannot ascertain their origin." Zhang Xian momentarily paused his stride, subtly nodding as if nothing had occurred, continuing to walk as if undisturbed. Such discreet communication had already transpired twice upon entering the villa. Once when he first laid eyes on Mon Kona, accompanied by a voice in his ear, "Boss, this individual is at least our equal. He must be a deity." This further solidified Zhang Xian's conviction that Mon Kona was no ordinary person. "Hello, Director Zhang." Zhang Xian regained his focus, only to find himself face to face with a young man dressed casually, exuding a strikingly handsome demeanor, Guo Feng. However, at this moment, his appearance was somewhat peculiar. The dragon horns that had previously emerged in reports were once again present, adorned with frost, while the thunder and flames controlled by the Azure Dragon danced around his cheeks. Occasionally, flickers of blue or green scales appeared upon his face, exuding an aura of formidable power. "I apologize for presenting myself in this manner. I recently indulged in hot pot, and the energy within me is somewhat turbulent. I hope you won't mind." Guo Feng was acutely aware that his current visage resembled that of a combatant. He could even sense the subtle threat posed by the figure in black robes behind Zhang Xian, who had stepped forward. This was primarily due to the activation of the icy power within him, having just employed a large-scale plane summoning spell that had intensified the elemental ice energy within. "No worries, we understand." The Divine Spear Bureau has highly skilled medical professionals. If Mr. Guo requires assistance, I can arrange it at any time. Zheng Xian responded with a demeanor as refreshing as spring, impervious to Guo Feng's intimidating presence. That's unnecessary. It should resolve itself by tomorrow. Guo Feng straightened his posture, adopting a serious expression. The primary reason for inviting you, Director Zheng, is that I have discovered a forthcoming transformation within our universe. The Yanhuang Nation is the source of my lineage, and I am reluctant to abandon it or allow it to falter amidst impending changes. Chapter 153, The Spoiled Brat with a Golden Spoon. Oh, then please do elaborate, Zheng Xian replied, his demeanor shifting to one of earnest attentiveness. Although the youthful figure before him appeared to be merely in his early 20s, Zheng Xian, who held the reins of intelligence for the entire Yanhuang Nation, was acutely aware that this seemingly handsome young man was far more than he appeared. In recent months, he had accomplished astounding feats in other nations. Just last week, the arson incident involving the World Security Council resulted in direct economic losses exceeding 200 billion across numerous member states, particularly impacting a neighboring country that had long been a thorn in his side. Moreover, Zheng Xian understood that this young man was not akin to the typical overnight millionaires he often encountered, who possessed immense power yet lacked knowledge and a profound understanding of the world. Although the source of Guo Feng's intelligence remained unclear, the nuances in his speech and vocabulary, as well as his personal linguistic habits, had been meticulously recorded by the captain of the Yanhuang Nation, who then relayed those details to the Divine Spear Bureau. Aided by a mutant with memory-reading abilities, provided the captain consented to such an arrangement. In the esteemed evaluation of the Yanhuang Nation, the captain of its team stands as a paragon at the pinnacle of celestial prowess, wielding Earth-level strength that resonates with the likes of Magneto and Professor X among the elite tier of mutants. Furthermore, the captain has engaged in the cultivation of qi through the official methods preserved by the Yanhuang Nation. Although due to inherent physical limitations, the captain has not mastered it to an extraordinary degree. His mental resilience has been significantly enhanced. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront intelligence gathered long ago by various nations, which revealed the existence of observation hockey, capable of detecting emotional states. The Spear Bureau, a premier organization on Earth, would undoubtedly have established adequate defenses against such phenomena. The captain of the Yanhuang Nation possesses a remarkable versatility akin to an omnipotent figure among Earth-level beings, dabbling in various disciplines. While his specialized talents lie in energy projection and marksmanship, as well as rapid short-distance flight, he is characterized by a lack of discernible weaknesses, allowing him to engage in skirmishes with lesser demigod-level superheroes, bolstered by his high mobility. Upon extracting images from the captain's memories, a multitude of linguists, micro-expression analysts, and social theorists within the Spear Bureau meticulously analyzed the data, leading to a definitive conclusion by Zheng Xian. Most of the information previously divulged by Guo Feng was indeed accurate, while a portion remained unverified due to the Spear Bureau's unilateral intelligence capabilities being insufficient to ascertain the veracity of Guo Feng's claims. Nevertheless, based on Guo Feng's confidence and the substantial corroborated information, Zheng Xian was cognizant of the minimal probability of error. Moreover, the Bureau's psychologists proposed an audacious hypothesis, derived from their observations of Guo Feng's linguistic expressions. Astonishingly, they concluded that Guo Feng does not simply possess a clandestine intelligence network. Rather, he exhibits a form of precognitive ability, potentially a mutant power or another type of energy capability. According to a peak Earth-level expert in astrology from the Spear Bureau, there exists a palpable temporal energy surrounding Guo Feng, prompting Zheng Xian to regard him as a somewhat prophetic figure. However, had Guo Feng been privy to their analytical process, he would undoubtedly have been baffled and amused, astonished by the caliber of linguists and micro-expression analysts capable of discerning emotions from his previously stoic visage. The linguists were correct. Guo Feng indeed conveyed a profound, albeit somewhat nebulous, understanding of ancient secret knowledge about the world, though it appeared he lacked complete clarity on deeper expressions. As some of his language reflected uncertainty, it seemed as if he merely grasped fleeting glimpses of moments or fragments of text. This reminiscence evoked thoughts among the analysts of a significant figure within the Bureau, a young astrologer. With over 400,000 members, the Spear Bureau boasts the most comprehensive and sophisticated organization of superhumans globally, known as the Budget Department. This entity, unrelated to mundane accounting, comprises individuals with unique abilities for future prediction gathered from around the world. Among them are traditional practitioners from the Yanhuang Nation, alongside foreign psychics, such as fortune tellers using cards, African shamans employing animal skulls, and even mutants with bizarre predictive abilities during mundane activities. Astrologers, among the most adept predictors within this department, include a mere 13-year-old boy devoid of combat prowess. His method of prophecy involves drawing, as he frequently envisions a plethora of images in his dreams, later corroborated by reality. The adage "what one thinks during the day, one dreams at night" manifests in his experiences, leading to his discovery of a remarkable correlation between his dreams and real-world events. After foreseeing a lottery win twice, this unassuming lad, unable to conceal his abilities, caught the Bureau's attention and, at the tender age of 11, ascended to a prestigious position that many would strive a lifetime to attain, securing a stable livelihood. The lengthy exposition on this young boy serves a crucial purpose, as he currently sits beside Zheng Xian, clad in a voluminous cloak. Upon removing his hood, his youthful face, marked by acne and darting eyes, is revealed. Zheng Xiang, the astrologer of the Spear Bureau, possesses the ability to foresee aspects of the future, as Zheng Xian introduced him. For this meeting, Zheng Xian was thoroughly prepared. Despite Guo Feng's extraordinary capabilities, equivalent to the combined powers of 4 demigods, he sensed a hint of threat emanating from 2 of the 4 black-clad figures accompanying him. Only magic could triumph over such beings. Only a demigod could vanquish another of equal stature. Although this assertion is not absolute, given the existence of formidable magical entities, the reality remains that, barring any exceptional circumstances, a purely physical demigod would struggle against a telepathic counterpart like Professor X. Moreover, unless bolstered by protagonists like luck or assistance from a powerful ally, the chances of success against Guo Feng, who evidently lacks any exploitable weaknesses, are slim. Thus, 2 of the 3 individuals behind Zheng Xian presented intriguing profiles. One, despite lacking notable attributes, exuded a feminine essence, while the other appeared frail, reminiscent of a once privileged individual who had long since exceeded their prime. An aura of weakness surrounded him. "Ah, greetings, young man. Count Morinconabert. Please prepare a cup of authentic Earl Grey tea for this young gentleman, as he seems to have a penchant for it," Guo Feng remarked, observing Zhang Xiang for a moment before slowly snapping his fingers to summon Morinconabert, an elderly butler-like figure who had been waiting discreetly by his side. This unexpected action startled Zheng Xian and his companions, as colleagues working alongside the Spear Bureau, who could possibly be unaware of Zhang Xiang. This fellow has a penchant for indulging in lemon black tea, often sneaking away from his duties to frequent the ice and snow milk tea shop within the city, where he savors complimentary Earl Grey tea. However, Zhang Xiang's status within the Spear Bureau is classified at the highest level, level 9. Only the nation's foremost leaders, along with a select few second and third in commands, possess the authority to access such information. Within the Spear Bureau, the sole individual capable of retrieving level 9 classified data is Director Zheng Xian. How did Guo Feng come to know of this? Furthermore, the enigmatic Mo Ankana, who exudes an aura of icy detachment, is presumably a being of subgodly stature. Which count does he hail from? Very well, Duke. Mo Ankana, resembling Joseph Joestar, nodded in acknowledgement. With a graceful gesture, he summoned a magical array of ice blue hues reminiscent of a DNA double helix, revealing 3 exquisitely adorned vials embedded with precious gems. "Esteemed guest, may I offer you tea from the northern ice plains of Amelia, a fine red tea?" Under the watchful gaze of a subgodly powerhouse, Zhang Xiang felt an unsettling discomfort wash over him, and he nodded unsteadily. He pulled up his hood and adjusted his mask, shrinking into the oversized chair like a socially anxious individual. In contrast, Guo Feng, also a fellow with social anxiety, appeared remarkably open, resembling a social extremist as he inquired of the 3 others present with Zheng Xian. A fleeting glimmer of gold sparkled in his standard brown eyes, and he addressed Mo Ankana, who had just demonstrated his elegant tea artistry. 1 cup of awakening coffee from the mid-sized material plane of Arlen for Mr. Zheng Xian. It seemed that, due to the lack of beverages aligning with the tastes of the other 2, Guo Feng, ever the gracious host, or perhaps merely eager to showcase his newfound skills, clapped his hands. In an instant, several frost-laden magical arrays began swirling behind him. 2 towering frost warriors, each standing 2 meters tall and clad in armor forged from ice and snow, stepped forth from the summoning array. This interdimensional summoning of beings involved considerable energy expenditure and necessitated a connection between both worlds' life forms. For the summoner to successfully call forth creatures from other planes, there had to be a response from the summoned, along with a price to be paid by the caster. However, Guo Feng was an exception. As a pure entrepreneur of streetlights and an ice elemental duke, He was among the earliest formidable beings to arrive in this Marvel universe, merging within the two converging singularities of universes. Naturally, a portion of the Frost dimension should manifest here, integrating more swiftly than in other realms. Given Guo Feng's inherent ability to probe both worlds, the Ice Elemental dimension was the fastest to meld into the Marvel universe, already encompassing an area equivalent to several Earths. As for its proximity, it was merely a stone's throw away in the grand scheme of the cosmos. As the highest-ranking Duke of Elemental life in the Marvel world, Guo Feng was more than qualified to command these Ice Elemental soldiers. Not only could he summon these master-level Frost warriors, akin to grassroots officials, but he could also effortlessly call forth legendary Frost generals. This might indeed induce trepidation among others. Guo Feng lifted his teacup, scrutinizing the 2-meter-tall Frost warrior. Sculpted like a masterful marble statue, he feared that such a presence might incite chaos and draw attention. For the time being, he wished to avoid such disturbances. Ever since acquiring the Scepter of Order, Guo Feng's fractured psyche had begun to mend, leaning towards a more orderly disposition. However, his recent surge in power compelled him to suppress a burgeoning desire to flaunt his abilities. After feigning contemplation for several seconds, he gestured towards the 2 Frost warriors. In the next moment, a master-level spell from his memory was instantaneously cast. The elemental beings transformed into humanoid forms under the radiance of magic, observing the 2 expressionless figures. Even their simulated clothing emanating cold air, as they stepped through the door, Zheng Xian couldn't help but wonder. Did they receive any compensation? Although Zheng Xian had seldom witnessed such maneuvers, he was, after all, the head of Earth's foremost authority. Interdimensional summoning of elemental beings was not uncommon in the Marvel Universe. Even within the Spear Bureau, there existed an eccentric individual who delighted in summoning demons in a specialized laboratory. Each time a demon was summoned, it would roar and demand souls while wreaking havoc, only to discover that a narcotic capable of incapacitating an elephant was suddenly unleashed from all directions. Demons attempting to flee or dissolve their contracts would find themselves trapped in a space that permitted entry but not exit, severely restricted. The overwhelming gas soon rendered the demon unconscious, followed by a series of inhumane experiments. Of course, this might be due to the fact that demons do not fall under the management regulations prohibiting biological experimentation on sentient beings, as the original planners could hardly have anticipated the existence of demons. Utilizing such technologies, the Spear Bureau had made remarkable advancements, achieving a technological level equivalent to that of the 2030s. They successfully developed a ring fortress capable of traversing land, sea, and air from near-space positions, equipped with sufficient internal resources for survival. With over 400,000 members, and even under Guo Feng's discerning gaze through his all-seeing eye, the Spear Bureau astonishingly possessed aerospace-grade technology. They had even clandestinely explored the 9 planets of the solar system. Most astounding was the fact that the Spear Bureau operated several super-large long-range fire launch silos, all aimed at a particular near-Earth orbit in outer space. Only after further observation through Guo Feng's all-seeing eye did it become evident that it was a Skrull refugee spacecraft space station. This was one of Nick Fury's greatest trump cards. Yet, the Spear Bureau had already devised countermeasures. It seemed that the Spear Bureau was the true boss of the Marvel Universe. If it weren't for the Time Management Bureau forcibly constraining the timelines, preventing these superhumans of the Huanyu Nation and related organizations from operating globally, and the implicit agreement among all nations to refrain from directly comparing the combat capabilities of the extraordinary world against one another, Guo Feng was uncertain of the reasons behind this. The powers bestowed upon him by the one above all to perceive all the world's issues required time to activate. The longer the duration, the more extensive the temporal regression. However, space posed no obstacle. It appeared that Guo Feng's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan granted him unique mastery over spatial dimensions. Presently, he could observe, yet if he were to suddenly unleash his omniscient power, remaining frozen like a wooden statue would likely be deemed impolite. Director Zheng Xian, I have discerned that you seem to be partially aware of my abilities, which is why I have invited you here. Guo Feng, having attained the power of omniscience, possesses abilities that can only be fully realized by beings of cosmic caliber. Nevertheless, Guo Feng, being who he is approximated to the stature of a divine father-level entity, thereby enabling him to utilize this power, albeit with some limitations. At the very least, he is capable of exercising planetary-level omniscience. In the blink of an eye, events transpiring within a single day are meticulously filtered, allowing only those matters of genuine interest to penetrate Guo Feng's consciousness. However, With over 7 billion inhabitants on a single planet and a myriad of daily occurrences, even after extensive filtering, attempting to grasp all that transpires over a month would leave Guo Feng feeling overwhelmed. Thus, while his subdivine cognitive abilities permit him to comprehend the majority of daily events, they do not grant him instantaneous knowledge of the world's entirety. For instance, just yesterday, Guo Feng perused the lateral report produced by the Divine Spear Bureau concerning him. He was privy to this information through a fragment of temporal spatial precognition, which remained shrouded in secrecy, stemming from the evaluation of an A-level entity in the Emperor City of the Yinhuang Kingdom. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances at that time. He had yet to receive the powers brought back by the Tadpole and had not even encountered the creator gods from both sides. His precognitive abilities were solely derived from the comics, marketing materials, and films he had perused in his previous life. The reason for his classification as possessing a portion of temporal spatial foresight was primarily due to the Emperor City's innate perceptive abilities, enabling it to sense phenomena undetectable by others, such as the forbidden technique known as a Zanami, concealed within the depths of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. This particular eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan has the extraordinary capacity for resurrection, deceiving the concepts of time and space at the cost of rendering itself permanently blind. It alters the reality of death into an illusion, allowing for a rebirth from the clutches of mortality. One could assert that the Emperor City did indeed perceive the forces of time and space. However, until Guo Feng manifested this power, he could not ascertain the nature of its abilities, coupled with the implications of temporal and spatial influences. The conjectures regarding his potential foresight led the personnel of the Divine Spear Bureau to believe that his foresight was akin to that of a mutant like Zhang Xiang, who inadvertently possessed the power to transcend temporal parallels, thereby observing glimpses of the future. Yet, observing the three seemingly inscrutable individuals before him, Guo Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Had he encountered Zhang Xian, the proverbial old coin, in his former self, he might have easily been deceived by the man's enigmatic demeanor. Possessing the ability to know all that transpires within a single day, Guo Feng naturally understood that even without extending an invitation to Zhang Xian to discuss matters, Zhang had already canceled all engagements for the day, intending to come to him, while also bringing Carol to deliberate on how to address issues with the Temporal Management Bureau. Perhaps it was prudent for him to take the initiative, given the strong parallels to his previous nation, which stirred a sense of sentiment within him. He certainly would not allow Carol, the naive idealist from the beautiful nation, to espouse notions of equality in this new power structure, one that could elevate beings to the status of deities in myth. Guo Feng unfurled several scrolls. Chapter 156, The Matters Perceived Through Omniscience. Zhang Xian momentarily refrained from engaging with the scrolls before him, instead scrutinizing them closely before inquiring. The scrolls were approximately the length of a normal person's forearm, relatively thick, surpassing the size of an average man's bicep. They bore the proportions typical of a fitness enthusiast with notably developed biceps. Though Zhang Xian was not superhuman, he nonetheless sensed a latent potential within these scrolls that could alter the world itself. The world is on the verge of change, Director Zhang. Guo Feng reclined languidly in his opulent chair, expertly crafted to envelop his form. The placement of the furniture cast shadows upon his face, creating an interplay of light and darkness. He explained in a calm tone, "It may not be immediately perceptible, as this is merely the beginning. But in a matter of days, the shifts in the world will become unmistakable. I believe you are among the third group of individuals on this planet to observe such phenomena." Guo Feng's words carried an implicit meaning. He had not anticipated the extent of the Divine Spear Bureau's influence prior to this moment. Concerning extraterrestrial matters, the Bureau lacked adequate observational methods, provided those aliens did not encroach upon the solar system. Until recently, merely the night before, Guo Feng employed his omniscient abilities to survey Earth. Ironically, the Shield Bureau, which ought to have been the protagonist, yielded scant findings. Despite a plethora of collections, the majority consisted of mundane alien technologies. One particular instance nearly elicited laughter from Guo Feng. A military unit composed of over 200 personnel and 100 scientists dedicated to studying an extraterrestrial race that had just crossed into the realm of spacefaring civilization, an alien species only marginally advanced beyond Earth, barely capable of interstellar travel within the solar system. They had discarded vast quantities of cosmic debris, among which was a peculiar item, a toilet. If it had been an ordinary toilet, it would have been quite impressive, given that such items undoubtedly bore traces of extraterrestrial DNA, allowing for insights into their customs and physical characteristics. However, it was merely a prototype that contradicted the aesthetic sensibilities of its alien creators, discarded before it could be utilized. Ironically, this very aspect likely contributed to the perception among some scientists in the beautiful nation that this was a remarkably enigmatic piece of alien technology, prompting decades of research. Beyond this comically absurd collection, the Shield Bureau indeed housed many treasures, particularly the esoteric knowledge amassed in conjunction with the beautiful nation. Under the aegis of omniscience, Guo Feng was aware of a total of 476 such items, including a genetic modification manual purported to transform small dogs into large ones. Believed by the Bureau's scientists to be a rare extraterrestrial gene regulator, possibly a legendary weapon brought to Earth by the fabled canine species. In truth, Guo Feng quickly ascertained the book's true nature. It was a tome from the Middle Ages, authored by a priest of the church who moonlighted as an exorcist, who had slain a werewolf with a double-barreled shotgun and fashioned the cover from its hide, mixing ground bones with various rare plants infused with minimal magical energy from Earth, alongside the remains of other creatures. Ultimately, a tome was crafted, prompted by the overwhelming presence of weasels in the West during that era. Moreover, beyond weasels, other wildlife such as foxes, wild dogs, and feral cats frequently infiltrated the homes of villagers, driven by the desire to pilfer the chickens and ducks reared by the villagers. Hence, after vanquishing the werewolves, the priest undertook the creation of this compendium of magical artifacts. Its primary purpose was to enhance the prowess of the village's exceptional domesticated canines, thereby designating the entire village as their territory, discouraging other mid-sized wild creatures from encroaching upon the village to steal poultry. The concept is rather straightforward. However, there exist certain objects that even if Guo Feng were to directly seek them out, he would find them exceedingly cumbersome to handle. Among these is the Cosmic Cube, safeguarded within the confines of S-H-I-E-L-D. After all, it embodies the essence of the spatial rules of a singular universe. Should an entity with a perfect compatibility of 100% come into contact with this cosmic cube, they would swiftly attain the status of a singular universe-level powerhouse. This is the power of cosmic spatial energy. The 6 Infinity Stones share this characteristic. Yet, it is nearly impossible to find an existence that aligns perfectly with the stones. For possessing such an object would render one akin to a deity. Even in other universes, those unable to match the power of the space stone would soon find themselves diminished. However, one must ponder the vastness of a universe. Who in their right mind would willingly abandon their own universe? Such power governs spatial rules and encompasses control over the dimensions of an entire singular universe. Yet, based on Guo Feng's omniscient insights, no being has yet emerged within the cosmos capable of aligning with the rules of the space stone. On Earth, there are 3 individuals whose powers most closely align with spatial energy. One is a mutant from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in New York, known as Blink. She possesses the remarkable ability to open portals, allowing her to traverse to any location within the United States with ease. She is indeed a bona fide level 4 mutant. Although her current development is only at levels 1 and 2, her potential remains immense, with a compatibility of 59% with the Space Stone. Another pair, a father and son duo, are also mutants, the Red Devil and the Blue Devil. The Red Devil boasts a compatibility of 61%, while the Blue Devil stands at 55%. However, Guo Feng perceives that the Red Devil's strength does not solely stem from his mutant abilities. He embodies at least 3 distinct levels of power. His standard level 4 mutant ability allows him to traverse the globe freely, which is evidently not plausible. While the strength of a mutant is not entirely determined by their range, the extent of their reach is undeniably related to the nature of their abilities. Professor Charles, also known as Professor X, is a distinguished level 4 mutant. Among level 4 mutants, he is arguably the most exceptional telepath. Yet, he can only fully activate his powers to cover the entirety of New York City. However, when seated upon the cerebral wave amplifier, Professor Charles's abilities approach the threshold of a level 5 mutant. Guo Feng even suspects that a standard celestial level powerhouse, like Starhawk, who possesses some telepathic abilities, could be easily controlled by the enhanced powers of Professor X. Thus, the amplified Professor X could dominate half of the United States, let alone the comparatively weaker Red Devil. Furthermore, one must not overlook the fact that the Blue Devil struggles to venture beyond a mere few dozen kilometers. Thus, the conundrum lies with the Red Mist. The Red Devil's abilities form a peculiar amalgamation. One of his powers, known as Hell Energy, creates an amplification effect upon himself. Each time he utilizes his abilities, a crimson substance manifests at his location. This red, mist-like vapor may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet it is imbued with spatial factors that are sensitive to hellish energy. This, in part, enhances the Red Devil's spatial traversal abilities while primarily restoring his stamina and range of powers. The Deep Crimson Dimension power is, in fact, the source of the Red Devil's longevity. It is worth noting that the original assembly of X-Men was formed to combat the Hellfire Club and to avert a missile crisis. Young Charles, alongside Magneto Eric, gathered a cadre of mutants to confront the Black King. The outcome was clear: they succeeded. However, due to humanity's attitude towards mutants, Magneto believed that humans would inevitably seek to eradicate mutants. Thus, he resolved to preemptively eliminate humanity. Consequently, the two parted ways, with Magneto leading a faction of mutants to form the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, establishing himself as a formidable figure in the realm of terror. Meanwhile, Professor Charles continued to advocate for peace, sheltering a group of so-called peace-seeking mutants in New York. On the surface, it may seem that Charles is genuinely concerned about the plight of mutants, yet millions of mutants exist within the United States, perpetually subjected to persecution. Nevertheless, Charles has never exhibited a vehement response. However, the current discourse does not revolve around whether Charles is cowardly. Rather, it pertains to the fact that the original X-Men were active during the Cold War era. By the time the first X-Men were established, they had already surpassed the age of 25. Even the relatively youthful Hank McCoy, who was young back then, is now a septuagenarian. Yet among the original X-Men, a few have not aged visibly. For instance, Hank McCoy, being an exceptional inventor, sought to comprehend his mutant abilities and return to a normal life. He researched extensively to develop a serum that could temporarily suppress his unique external mutant abilities, allowing him to appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans in normal circumstances. Thanks to these serums, Hank's bodily functions have remained robust for years, resulting in his current appearance at 70, resembling a man in his 40s. In contrast, Raven Darkholme, the shapeshifter, is a veritable heavyweight. At over 60, her physical condition mirrors that of a fit woman in her 20s or 30s. However, it is clear that her mutant genes possess a segment of anti-aging properties. Meanwhile, two leaders of Western mutants, both slightly older than her, face decline, one now reliant on a wheelchair, while the other suffers from a herniated disc. Yet the Red Devil possesses solely the ability to teleport. His extraordinary longevity surpasses even the limits of some mutants. It is essential to recognize that the deity of mutants is Apocalypse, a level 5 mutant endowed with multiple level 4 mutant abilities. The reason he has been sealed within his pyramid for millennia primarily stems from his inability to attain a prolonged lifespan. Even throughout his several centuries of existence, he has occupied numerous mutant bodies, enduring the passage of nearly 1,000 years in a vast expanse of humanity. During this extensive duration, how could Apocalypse remain oblivious to the fact that the moment he performed the mutant reincarnation ritual was his most vulnerable? Additionally, how could he not desire to directly locate a mutant body capable of granting eternal life? It was simply that he had yet to find one. It is indeed difficult to fathom that a mutant of considerable repute, classified as a level 4, is, in reality, a Turk from the Imperial era. The Red Devil has lived for over 6 centuries, a span that significantly surpasses Wolverine's mere 200 years. This longevity cannot merely be overshadowed by the concept of extended life. Moreover, Guo Feng perceives a hellish power encapsulated within a magical array in his body. This array subtly siphons off certain powers from the Crimson Dimension, not through conspicuous, large-scale extrication, but rather through a continuous, gradual theft. Guo Feng is quite curious to ascertain the source of the Red Devil's unique capabilities. However, since the origin of the Red Devil's power dates back over 600 years, although the omniscient ability allows him to visualize it, such an endeavor would demand an excessive expenditure of his own strength. Thus, he has only managed to grasp a portion of the present situation. As for the one ranked highest, it may be attributed to the vast temporal and spatial eye techniques embedded within the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which seemingly aligns with the fabric of space at a compatibility rate of 74. However, in truth, the eternal Mangekyo manifests primarily as a deception of space, lacking the ability to wield the power of the Space Stone. Furthermore, the eternal Mangekyo is soon succeeded by the Rinnegan, swiftly transcending the constraints of time. Chapter 158, Detailed Earth Situation, Part 1. On Earth, the individual possessing the highest compatibility with spatial abilities is a young man named David Rice. Initially, driven by curiosity, he sought to discover the compatibility of various individuals with the Space Stone, only to be surprised by the emergence of this obscure youth. Guo Feng remained somewhat perplexed until the omniscient power revealed the familial background of this 14-year-old boy. His mother abandoned him when he was but 5 years old, relocating far from the city. His father is an alcoholic, prone to violence, with verbal and physical abuse being the norm. Due to these familial circumstances, David Rice, who is physically frail and inherently timid, suffered relentless bullying in the public schools of the United States. He is not even a possessor of any mutant abilities. Upon learning of this tragic childhood, Guo Feng began to comprehend the nature of this unfortunate youth. Is he not the quintessential protagonist of the American narrative? Based on Guo Feng's astute estimation, it is likely that in a few years, this young man will undergo an extraordinary transformation, emerging as the lead character in a cinematic life. However, the staggering spatial affinity of 88 certainly raises some alarm. Currently, the Marvel Universe lacks any adept practitioners of spatial manipulation, with the exception of the various teleportation abilities exhibited by Kamartaj. Regardless of how potent the spatial attributes may be, they are limited to manipulating folded mirror spaces, correct? Yet, once Guo Feng disseminates the mage profession across the globe, a portion of the mages will inherently possess spatial powers. At that juncture, one could only gasp in trepidation. Guo Feng spent an entire night utilizing the omniscient power to delve into such examples. Presently, a vast majority of the precious and mysterious secrets of the world have been imprinted in his mind. As for any information he has yet to uncover, he remains untroubled. He can access it readily. The queries of the omniscient power are swift and do not consume much time. Last night, he engaged in this pursuit for a full 7 hours, leaving him somewhat chilled upon awakening. Although he possesses the extraordinary advantage of the frog's pawn, he cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety, reflecting on his previous status as a mere celestial level being while navigating the concealed dangers of Earth. It is indeed astonishing how this seemingly unremarkable planet has become the epicenter of the universe. Previously, while solely focused on the narratives of the Marvel world, he had not realized the absurdity of its backdrop. During Guo Feng's extensive inquiries last night, he discerned that the United States, within the Earth online game version, stands out as the most ludicrous. When it comes to the regions rife with hidden talents, they are primarily found in the land of Yin and Huang. Furthermore, these powerful figures often maintain intimate connections with the authorities, at least they are not adversarial. Other regions share a similar trend. Nations steeped in history invariably possess their own supernatural powers to some extent. Even on the distant continent of Africa, where civilization has yet to fully flourish, tribes have emerged that worship beast deities awakened by the Totem Alliance, which are intricately linked to their indigenous cultures. However, the United States is entirely different. Since Guo Feng is destined to elevate Earth and prevent a collision and formidable conflict between the Earth, the singular cosmic center, and the impending fusion with the Farron universe, it is imperative that he thoroughly understands the hidden powers that exist on this planet. Initially, he began to explore the surface of the world. The omniscient power commenced its feedback, a relatively normal occurrence. The first intelligence returned was regarding mutants. Currently, numerous nations across the globe harbor a substantial population of mutants, estimated to be over 12 million. Among them, aside from the stability and potential represented by levels 1 through 5, the development extent of their mutant abilities can similarly be indicated through this data. The overwhelming majority of mutants fall within the first and second levels, generally characterized by malignant mutations. While they do possess a degree of combat capability, they are not particularly formidable. Many lack any enhancements to their combat strength, instead bearing disfigured appearances or shameful, non-functional appendages, resembling ordinary individuals. Some mutants even believe they merely suffer from rare ailments. The real troublemakers within society stem from the third level of mutants, who typically exhibit some external changes and possess combat abilities that surpass those of ordinary humans. Apart from a small fraction of $0 purchase enthusiasts, most third-level mutants, or some from the fourth level, initially harbor no intent to harm society. However, two scenarios often arise. The first involves gaining power leading to an inflated sense of self, transitioning from a desire to become a hero to becoming a villain overnight. The second scenario entails more mundane thoughts, yet their mutant abilities alter their physical traits, resulting in the majority of mutants awakening during their youth, a period notoriously fraught with rivalry, particularly in the United States. Thus, impulsive actions lead certain youths to err, yet they remain unwilling to surrender, resulting in a cycle of repeated mistakes. United by their ostracization, the first and second-tier mutants converge, ultimately forming a formidable resistance. Given that the majority of these individuals are young, many still pursuing their education, their cultural literacy and legal awareness are often insufficient. This culminates in what is termed mutant terrorism. Generally, Tier 4 mutants are classified as Earth-level in conventional assessments. Among them, the leadership tier predominantly comprises peak Earth-level mutants. Across the globe, the presence of mutants is widespread, leading to an estimated 3,000 individuals who are Tier 4 mutants or higher. However, only 27 of these represent the pinnacle of Earth-level leadership. Notably, 19 of them embody the leaders of specific regions within the mutant community, exhibiting both virtuous and malevolent traits. For instance, the mutant leaders from the land of Yin and Huang, Guanyin and Shan, both possess level 5 potential and are currently at the pinnacle of Tier 4. Additionally, there is Professor Charles from X Academy, a mutant from Great Britain whose capabilities are nearly magical, alongside antagonists like Black King Xiao and Magneto Eric. Chapter 159, Detailed Overview of Earth Situation, Part 2. Regarding the mutant populace, Guo Feng finds the situation relatively satisfactory. Although there is a lack of exceptionally powerful level 5 mutants, there are numerous individuals with potential. In the context of the beautiful nation, it appears that the most intense conflicts among mutants have erupted here. Furthermore, due to the alarming frequency of shootings, particularly involving pink children's rifles in recent times, the societal environment of the beautiful nation has increasingly agitated the youth. Research indicates that 80 of awakenings among mutants stem from periods of intense emotional upheaval during adolescence. Such emotional volatility can elevate specific hormones, thereby triggering the mutation genes from recessive to dominant states. The educational environment in the beautiful nation is notoriously well known. Despite a population of merely tens of millions, it astonishingly ranks as the third largest mutant population globally. Within this community of hundreds of thousands, there exists a significant number of mutants with level 5 potential. Although most remain largely undeveloped, a few elder mutants possess this potential, yet they lack sufficient training methods, resulting in their abilities hovering around the ordinary Tier 4 level. Only exceptional individuals like Magneto Eric and Professor Charles have indeed reached level 5 potential, although they are currently only at the apex of Tier 4. As for the second and first largest nations, they are naturally the land of Yin and Huang and the land of Asan. Both hold the largest populations globally, thus justifiably possessing the highest number of awakened mutants. However, in comparison to Asan, the land of Yin and Huang has a relatively lower number of mutants, making it the country with the lowest per capita awakening rate among major nations. This disparity is significantly influenced by the cultural customs and familial issues prevalent in the land of Yin and Huang. Guo Feng expresses understanding regarding this matter. With a relentless focus on classes, tutoring, studying, examinations, and never-ending assignments, how could children in the land of Yin and Huang possibly experience emotional surges? Without pronounced emotional fluctuations, how could the mutant genes transition from recessive to dominant? Utilizing his omniscience, Guo Feng has scoured the globe and identified a few individuals with Tier 4 combat capabilities, exemplified by figures such as Red Devil or Storm. In prepared scenarios, they could decimate a small army, representing the mid to late tiers of Earth-level combat prowess. In layman's terms, the fully realized Iron Man embodies this level of combat power. Presently, the foundational combat strength of Earth is largely upheld by mutants. Tier 3 mutants represent a segment of humanity's limits at the Earth level, while Tier 2 mutants, characterized by their offensive capabilities, comprise well-trained special forces. Before the emergence of sentinels capable of countering them, these mutants undeniably serve as the backbone of Earth's strength. However, if one considers the upper echelons of power, attention must shift to other formidable entities. Previously, the beautiful nation was deemed absurd not for possessing the most strong individuals among great nations, but rather for being the weakest among the top 5 globally. Although it harbors a diverse array of powers, the true application of these is infinitesimal. Currently, the beautiful nation can only present one being of near godlike status, Captain Marvel Carol. If the 5 global powers were to be placed in a cosmic context, the beautiful nation might very well be the only one unable to establish itself among the stars, as other nations boast 3 or more near godlike entities, while the beautiful nation possesses merely one. Although possessing a near godlike individual grants a nation considerable influence within the cosmos, exceptions exist, such as criminals pursued by the 3 major empires of the universe. Even these near godlike beings are often beleaguered, unable to fully exert their power against a specific empire, let alone consolidate their own forces. It is worth noting that the Kree Empire once issued a bounty of 71.8 billion Kree credits for Captain Marvel, sufficient to purchase a small life-bearing planet. Should the beautiful nation dare to venture into space, it would likely face annihilation. Yet, to label the beautiful nation as weak would be misleading. It is home to many formidable individuals. One such entity resides 4,000 feet above New York, Within a spacecraft that surpasses current human civilization's explorative capabilities, a purple girl clad in a tight suit, known as Gamora. Despite her unstable state, omniscient feedback indicates that even in a state of hunger, she possesses combat capabilities exceeding the peak Earth level. This ancient girl, a cosmic-level powerhouse and one of the 5 creation deities, represents a genuine singularity of cosmic strength. Another figure, appearing unremarkable yet harboring grand aspirations, traverses the various establishments of the beautiful nation, presenting as a stooped elderly man in his 60s, clad in tattered clothing reminiscent of a vagabond. Were it not for the insights provided by omniscience, Guo Feng would find it hard to believe that this individual is one of the 14 sovereigns of the hellish dimension within the Marvel Universe, Sasam, the fallen angel of desire. However, his external manifestation of power seems to have only recently reached the Earth level, as the triune array of Kamartaj enveloping the Earth is not to be underestimated. A subdivine lord of the underworld yearns to manifest in the mortal realm, though the likelihood of such an occurrence is rather slim. Additionally, there exists a sealed statue of a saint, alongside 8 undying demons, each formidable in their own right, classified as subdivine entities. Furthermore, it is conservatively estimated that no fewer than 10 subdivine beings wander the splendid nation, one of the most renowned being none other than Mephisto, one of the most powerful sovereigns of the hellish dimensions. Chapter 160, The Sword Saint. While the number of formidable beings within the beautiful nation is relatively scarce, the presence of antagonists is remarkably abundant. Of the 14 sovereigns within the regional dimension, 7 maintain avatars within this splendid realm. It is uncertain whether this is a consequence of the principal events within the Marvel Universe unfolding in this illustrious nation. Regardless, the protagonist remains elusive, yet the formidable villains materialize one after another. Currently, the Earth hosts approximately 5,000 beings of planetary caliber or higher. However, those exceeding subdivine strength, particularly those aligned with the Earth's interests, number scarcely 100. Concerning the future, the convergence of the primary material planes of the Farron universe primarily targets the central location of the Marvel Universe, which is none other than Earth. Given the diminutive stature of this planet, it might struggle to bear the weight of such impending events. Returning to reality, Guo Feng gazed upon the smiling visage of Zhang Xian. He picked up a scroll and remarked, "I possess some divinatory abilities that surpass those of your companion behind you, allowing me to foresee certain events ahead of others." Guo Feng astutely noted that, at the conclusion of his statement, the figure in the black cloak behind Zhang Xian twitched slightly. He inwardly chuckled. Indeed, youth often lacks patience, as evidenced by the premature revelation of one's identity following merely a hint of information. "Oh, it appears that Mr. Zhang has underestimated Mr. Guo," Zhang Xian replied, maintaining his composed demeanor and smile as he rose to offer a respectful gesture. "No matter, please, let us sit and converse. Holding your neck aloft for too long is not advisable, as it may strain your cervical spine." Zhang Xian then took his seat. Guo Feng continued, "This is the power I have gleaned from the imminent grand events. As I mentioned, it possesses the potential to reach divine levels." At this juncture, Zhang Xian felt compelled to inquire, "Mr. Guo, since you assert that this power can attain divine levels, shall we conduct a verification?" Guo Feng raised his hand, gesturing for Zhang Xian to proceed with the test. Upon seeing the invitation, Zhang Xian nodded with a smile and signaled to the figure behind him. Subsequently, one of the cloaked individuals removed his dark robe, revealing a combat stealth suit beneath. As the black hood was cast aside, a remarkably smooth green head emerged, towering at approximately 2.4 meters. Each muscular contour of his physique resembled marble, presenting a streamlined yet robust appearance. As he walked upon the wooden floor, the boards creaked under the weight of his considerable mass, suggesting he weighed at least half a ton. In his grasp, he wielded a sword that bore the aesthetic of a classic 8-sided blade, yet was elongated to about 1.6 meters, with a blade wider than the standard variety. However, what drew the most attention was his skin, which was a deep green hue, naturally integrated with his form, evoking a sense of both alienation and appropriateness. Upon first sight, Guo Feng could ascertain that he was a masterful swordsman. "I am the sword saint of the Imperial team," he introduced himself, appearing akin to a green-skinned orc. "Oh, I recognize you, Mr. Fu Huarong," Guo Feng acknowledged with a slight nod, having gleaned some information about him through his omniscient powers the previous night. The Imperial team is the elite official superhero squad of the Yanhuang Nation within the Marvel Universe, known for its remarkable mobility and a blend of genetic and mechanical enhancements alongside ancient Yanhuang mystical arts. The inaugural leader, known as the Dynasty, was a subdivine powerhouse. though he has since aged and rarely engages in combat, now serving in the management of the Divine Spear Bureau. The Sword Saint is a typical member, possessing combat capabilities akin to the latter stages of planetary-level strength and a robust physique, hailing from Inner Mongolia. While the reasons behind the Marvel officials attributing a name of Central Plains origin to a man from Inner Mongolia remain unclear, the Sword Saint's true name is indeed Fu Huarong. His father was a formidable shepherd and hunter on the grasslands. Fu Huarong was naturally endowed with a physique superior to that of ordinary men. However, during a fateful incident, his nomadic tribe was decimated by border terrorists. In a moment of peril, he became afflicted with an ancient biological virus, yet the power of the grassland wolf god blessed him, restoring his health while omitting any enhancement of strength. Consequently, Fu Huarong emerged from healing with an unsightly green complexion and an extraordinary regenerative ability. In pursuit of mastery, he sought out numerous esteemed mentors, including a sword master from Kunlun, renowned for his expertise in swordsmanship, though essentially a peak-level practitioner of Qi cultivation on Earth. Nonetheless, given the Sword Saint's origins as a grappler from the grasslands, he prefers wrestling and unarmed combat in his usual state. May I inquire which scroll I should utilize? The Sword Saint asked, glancing at the array of scrolls laid out before him, feeling somewhat hesitant to seize them all at once. He scratched his head awkwardly. Guo Feng, observing the Sword Saint's thinning hair and graying strands, recalled that this esteemed swordsman was nearing 50 years of age and still a virgin. His earlier remark indeed carried an element of bashfulness. After a moment's contemplation, Guo Feng selected a scroll from the table. Warrior, I believe this one suits you best. The Sword Saint respectfully cradled the scroll in both hands. Despite Guo Feng being nearly 30 years his junior, the Sword Saint harbored no thoughts of leveraging his age. He practiced Kunlun Qi and possessed several of the finest research outcomes from the Celestial Arts Division. Thus he was keenly aware of the man before him. Though he appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary individual, even the frost beings nearby, seemingly capable of standing against him, appeared more formidable than this man. Yet, in reality, Guo Feng had returned to a state of simplicity. From the videos the Sword Saint had reviewed prior to this assignment, he understood that Guo Feng, even in a mundane state, could effortlessly rend apart his own peak planetary-level form. Thus, the Sword Saint could not afford to be disrespectful, particularly as a Kunlun native. While the formalities could occasionally be irksome, they also served to provide reasons for restraint in moments of vulnerability. Chapter 161, Divergent Texts. Having received approval from both Guo Feng, the scroll's creator, and his superior, Zheng Xian, the Sword Saint, who sought only to avoid significant blunders rather than to excel, finally unfurled the scroll. In an instant, his robust form became as rigid as a statue, reminiscent of the zombies from the darker side of the Yanhuang nation. What has transpired? Zheng Xian, who had been observing the situation closely, was the first to sense that something was amiss. The subordinate in question, Zheng Xian, possesses a profound understanding of his superior. The Sword Saint is a remarkably composed individual, one who does not seek grand accolades, yet endeavors earnestly in his pursuits. He is, in essence, a man of integrity. His adherence to ancient rituals and formalities is not born from a fondness for such intricate customs, but rather stems from the shadows of his childhood. In his youth, when he was not yet 10, the Sword Saint witnessed the brutal demise of his father, who could have subdued a wild buffalo with his bare hands, by terrorists armed with a multitude of firearms. This traumatic event unfolded when his parents' tribe resisted unreasonable demands, leading to a violent confrontation. The horror of that day left a profound impact on the young Sword Saint, as the terrorists justified their heinous acts by claiming that the tribe had violated the rules. Consequently, he has spent years meticulously adhering to propriety. Even when the Divine Spear Bureau sent special forces to eradicate the marauding terrorist organization in Kazakhstan to recruit him, the Sword Saint remained steadfast in his principles, rarely allowing himself to exhibit any emotional response unless absolutely necessary. Zheng Xian leaned closer to observe. He fell silent as he gazed upon the open parchment, adorned with a unique arrangement of mosquito coil script that followed a distinct logic. Even someone as composed as Zheng Xian found himself momentarily bewildered. What is this? He cannot decipher a single character. How can one experiment with this? Ah, my apologies. I momentarily forgot that this pertains to an entirely different dimension, where the written language varies across civilizations. It was a realization that struck Guo Feng, who had also been caught off guard. He had long since become fluent in the myriad languages of the various planes within the Farron universe after ascending to the rank of Duke of Ice Elements. Not only could he comprehend the official common tongue, but he also understood the ancient dragon and god languages. Thus, He instinctively translated the text into Chinese characters within his mind, a detail he had overlooked until now. With a flicker of icy luminescence at his fingertip, Guo Feng unleashed a slow beam of light. Years of combat experience and countless life-and-death encounters had instilled in the Sword Saint an instinctive reflex to evade. After all, the last time he encountered such a beam was during an operation against a foreign terrorist organization, where he had anticipated a routine mission that might involve a few mutants. To his astonishment, that organization not only had several third-tier mutants, but also a fourth-tier mutant and over 200 armed terrorists, along with a newly developed weapon known as a short laser. This weapon was said to harness energy through the violent collision of two substances, enhanced by the abilities of the fourth-tier mutant, creating a projectable light energy. The projectiles, the size of a thumb, traveled slightly slower than bullets. While they were generally avoidable for members of the Imperial team, an unexpected magical shockwave from the reckless red giant had obliterated a warehouse, unleashing a torrential downpour of short lasers upon the team. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Weather Witch, who summoned a massive lightning storm, the Imperial team would likely have perished in that confrontation. However, Red Giant's recklessness had also provoked the Weather Witch, prompting her to sever ties with the Imperial team and establish the God-Sealing team in another region of the Divine Spear Bureau. Despite the Sword Saint's instinctive evasion, he was unable to escape the beam's trajectory. To his eyes, he had reacted in time to avoid the incoming light. Yet it seemed as if the beam had anticipated his movements, making a slight adjustment that ultimately struck him squarely in the forehead. Zheng Xian, observing from the side, felt a twinge of concern. He understood the Sword Saint's reaction, given that it had been less than a few days since the last operation, and experiencing such a stress response was entirely normal. He surmised that the light beam was merely an energy fluctuation and posed no threat to the Sword Saint's well-being. Otherwise, Guo Feng would have already confronted the Divine Spear Bureau, and they would not be sitting here, calmly discussing matters. It was evident that while the energy beam could not predict, Guo Feng could. He consistently demonstrated his combat prowess, and Zheng Xian maintained a composed smile while pondering this. Moments later, the Sword Saint, who had tightly shut his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, exhaling with powerful breaths reminiscent of a bull. His remarkable lung capacity hinted at the extraordinary physical prowess he possessed, akin to that of a late-stage, Earth-level being. In this environment, where the temperature was comfortably around 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, he expelled large clouds of white mist, akin to drawing deeply from a cigarette. What is happening? Guo Feng found the situation perplexing. Was this merely a first-tier spell? In this day and age, has the mastery of language become a source of psychological trauma? Zheng Xian, as a master of human micro-expressions, quickly discerned Guo Feng's thoughts. It was evident that the Sword Saint had suffered a similar attack during a recent mission, sustaining some damage, which explained his current state. Guo Feng understood now. It was a stress-related injury, akin to the saying, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the grass. Understanding dawned upon him. At that moment, the Sword Saint returned from his startled state, clearly shaken by the intensity of his reaction. It was apparent that the ordeal which caused such distress was far from ordinary. Upon regaining his composure, the Sword Saint shook off the cold sweat from his arms, sensing that something had changed within his mind. Yet, he could not articulate it immediately. Instead, he picked up the scroll, only to freeze once more, akin to the statue of David sculpted by Michelangelo. Zheng Xian, noticing his sudden stillness, inquired, "What is it?" The Sword Saint trembled slightly, and, with a quivering voice, replied, "I understand it." Zheng Xian instantly grasped the Sword Saint's predicament. A formidable man who embarked on a path of vengeance before even graduating elementary school, his greatest suffering, aside from the loss of his parents, likely stemmed from the barriers of language. Having endured countless hardships due to his Mongolian dialect, the Sword Saint had dedicated over 2 years to mastering the official Mandarin language. It can be said that this has become a significant obstacle on the path of the Sword Saint's quest for knowledge. Initially, his ambition was to become the world's foremost wrestler, a goal that seemingly required little cerebral effort. What boy does not dream of embodying the epitome of masculinity? Shouldn't young boys envision themselves as academic prodigies, with classmates of the opposite sex flocking around them? Yet, in a situation of absolute necessity, he found himself failing miserably in the realm of academia. His performance was abysmal to the extreme, but it was not enough to warrant a change in aspirations. The Sword Saint was indeed a standout in this regard. During one of his overseas missions, he was compelled to operate independently due to the task's requirements. Who would have anticipated that, owing to local peculiarities, he would be deprived of his wireless communication devices? Stranded in a foreign land with a language barrier, he was unexpectedly thrust into the underbelly of the local mafia. By the time the Red Giant, assigned to the mission, encountered him, the Sword Saint had already ascended to the rank of the Mafia's top enforcer. The sole reason for this was that the local Mafia boss fortuitously spoke Mandarin, thereby providing the Sword Saint with a translator. The Sword Saint possessed an extraordinary aptitude for combat. His sixth sense was something that even formidable demigod-level beings had to take seriously. However, with every divine gift comes a corresponding limitation. As God opens one window, he invariably shuts another. The Sword Saint's academic prowess, it seemed, was firmly locked away, secured as if by chains. He was the only member among 3 specialized S.H.I.E.L.D. task forces who could not speak English. Yet now, astonishingly, the Sword Saint could comprehend the written language of other civilizations. At that moment, Zheng Xian's gaze towards Guo Feng transformed entirely. A spell capable of directly translating foreign texts? Guo Feng felt a shiver run down his spine as Zheng Xian looked at him with eyes akin to a flashlight. He nodded slowly, then shook his head, leaving Zheng Xian, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, utterly bewildered. This nod had filled him with joy, yet the subsequent shake of the head left him perplexed. Why dangle hope only to snuff it out? Indeed, this was a spell capable of translating foreign languages in one's mind. Guo Feng initially confirmed Zheng Xian's assertions, but he sensed that Zheng Xian wished to convey something deeper than mere translation. Thus arose the nod followed by the shake of the head. The essence of this spell was akin to data input, wherein vast dictionaries of words were condensed into a series of magical sigils. Concerned that Zheng Xian might not grasp his explanation, Guo Feng offered an analogy. It was as if one had recorded an entire dictionary into a single file and compressed it. When casting this spell, previously recorded words would manifest automatically, and to prevent cognitive overload for the user, it would only translate those languages deemed relevant by the caster. Through the connection to the caster's psyche, the observed text would be converted into the caster's most commonly used native tongue. Guo Feng elucidated this principle, gaining a clearer understanding of Zheng Xian's intentions. He then stated, this spell, however, could not translate languages that had not been recorded. To achieve such a feat, one would need to find a master sorcerer of equivalent stature who specializes in modifying spells and can reprogram a linguistic framework. Guo Feng directly explained the principles behind the zero-ring spell for understanding languages and the first-ring spell for understanding written text. However, in the current absence of the magical network due to the non-integration of the Farron universe, casting spells through the network was impossible. Without access to a megaterminal, he could only rely on his own strength to compress a substantial array of linguistic data into the Sword Saint's consciousness. The energy expenditure was surprisingly comparable to that of a fourth-ring spell. Nevertheless, Guo Feng felt little to no fatigue from this. After all, he was a Duke of Ice elements at a medium divine level. It was not as if he could unleash his full power to transform a planet into a frozen wasteland. However, he could certainly freeze an entire continent. The minor expenditure of a fourth-ring spell was trivial to him. The costs associated with 7th, 8th, or 9th-ring legendary spells would only begin to register as a burden. In the absence of extensive use of legendary spells, true fatigue would only arise from employing the highest-level 12th-ring forbidden spells. The consumption of a 4th-ring spell was virtually negligible for Guo Feng. He could expend it and immediately replenish his magical energy. However, upon hearing Guo Feng's explanation, Zheng Xian experienced a pang of disappointment. His original intention was not to engage in diplomatic translation. Within the 5000-year civilization of the Yanhuang nation, there existed a plethora of fragmented knowledge. Many ancient scripts had disappeared entirely. In a typical world, or even in the observations of Americans regarding the scripts of indigenous civilizations, such findings would merely qualify as archaeological discoveries, perhaps garnering a few segments on a science education channel. Yet this was the Marvel Universe's Yanhuang civilization. Ancient Yanhuang still possessed extraordinary power. For instance, mutants were referred to as Zurun in ancient times, monitored by the Divine Spear Bureau since the Han Dynasty. Additionally, there were numerous professions that acquired power through various means, known as mystical arts. Currently, most superheroes' powers stemmed from Qigong, with Kunlun Qigong being a branch of these mystical arts. Over 3 centuries ago, Yanhuang saw the rise of an underground emperor obsessed with mystical arts, who nearly unified the entire underground world of Yanhuang. Chapter 163, The History of the Divine Spear Bureau and Mystical Arts. Mystical arts, too, were recorded in many lost texts. Alas, Zheng Xian's aspirations were indeed grand. But reality proved to be a harsh mistress. The spells for understanding written language and spoken language were inherently first-ring and zero-ring spells, ones that even novice apprentices could cast. Although the magical network facilitated their execution, they were fundamentally limited in capacity. Even without the magical network, the spell could only approximate the capabilities of a third-ring spell. It was akin to an oversized compressed file. There was little possibility of translating every text in existence. Unless a powerful sorcerer could gather all the world's scripts and input them into the spell, an endeavor contingent on the sorcerer's understanding of those texts' meanings. Guo Feng sipped his warm tea, and a flash of omniscience passed through him, unnoticed by anyone. Even Zheng Xian, who sat behind him, upright, yet seemingly subjected to an interrogation chair's discomfort, were the hallmarks of a militaristic mindset. He appeared as a standard soldier, yet an unmistakable aura of demigod strength radiated from him, exuding an unmistakable iron resolve. With the return of his omniscient perception, Guo Feng raised his teacup towards Zheng Xian and remarked, "While I may not fully grasp the written language, I can certainly assist you in ways you require." Guo Feng's implication was clear, prompting Zheng Xian to spring up from the sofa in astonishment. Really? Zheng Xian exhibited an extraordinary display of shock, coupled with an overwhelming sense of excitement. Indeed, he had good reason to be exhilarated. The exploration of the arcane arts had never been abandoned by the kingdom of Yanhuang. As a premier organization that has persisted since the Eastern Han Dynasty, both in Zheng Xian's memory and in the reality perceived by Guo Feng through his omniscient abilities, the Divine Spear Bureau possesses a substantial reservoir of mystical knowledge. However, Guo Feng was also acutely aware that the Divine Spear Bureau must concede that, despite having access to the most ancient repository of knowledge spanning 5,000 years of history within Yanhuang, its collection of arcane arts does not exceed 1,500 years. This implies that the majority of its amassed knowledge and inheritance of mystical arts was gathered post the year 500 AD. Prior to this, even the Divine Spear Bureau had failed to accumulate sufficient understanding of the arcane arts. The Bureau itself was established by the illustrious Zhang Hong, renowned for inventing the seismoscope. Over a millennium ago, in its nascent stage, the Divine Spear Bureau was not a formidable organization. While Zhang Hong garnered considerable attention from the emperor of his time, he was not a figure of power. The Bureau itself was not particularly strong either. To delve into history, one must consider the remarkable reforms that the Han Empire underwent several centuries prior. The emperor, as the leader of the foremost faction, saw his authority significantly amplified. Without the emperor's express consent, any organization that emerged would ultimately fail to gain prominence. This led to the precursor of the Divine Spear Bureau, known as the Holy Spear Brotherhood, remaining a diminutive and relatively obscure grassroots organization. It was not until around 1600 AD that the Holy Spear Brotherhood finally attained its zenith, having briefly been legitimized as an official organization on the vast expanse of the 9 provinces during the era known as the New Dynasty. When one speaks of the New Dynasty, those well-versed in the ancient history of Yanhuang inevitably recall the so-called transmigrator emperor, Wang Mang, who not only invented the caliper but also designed a pleated skirt for his empress. Wang Mang, a transitional emperor during the Han Dynasty succession, is often remembered. However, the omniscient powers reveal a different narrative. In the Marvel Universe, Wang Mang is not a transmigrator, but rather a leader of the Holy Spear Brotherhood. A brilliant researcher in his own right, he ascended to legitimate imperial power and immediately recognized the strength that inventions could confer. Thus, he elevated the Holy Spear Brotherhood to an official organization. Consequently, what had once been merely a chivalric organization was inscribed into the annals of history. Even after the founding emperor of the Eastern Han, Lu Xiu, triumphed over Wang Mang, the Holy Spear Brotherhood did not disband. Instead, owing to Wang Mang's influence, it transitioned from being predominantly composed of rogues to a balanced entity that embraced both scholarly pursuits and martial endeavors. During the early Western Han period, the Brotherhood faced suppression due to its ties to Wang Mang. It was not until the mid-Eastern Han era that the Holy Spear Brotherhood, having wandered for over 4 centuries and influenced by discussions with foreign wanderers, was inspired by the Han Empire's policy of honoring Confucianism above all else. Discontented young Mahist wanderers, motivated by the ideals of their foreign counterparts, resolved to establish the Holy Spear Brotherhood, a name derived from a classic text of the Warring States period, symbolizing the notion of using one's spear to attack the enemy's shield, an emblem of protection through warfare. However, the Brotherhood remained a modest entity, lacking a genuine resurgence until it encountered a wise leader, Zhang Hong, a top official recognized by the Han Empire and an exceptional developer of technology. His research on the seismoscope astonished many within the Brotherhood. Under the guidance of this charismatic genius, the Holy Spear Brotherhood successfully merged with several other organizations, evolving into what is now the Divine Spear Bureau, which has thrived for over a millennium alongside the development of the Kingdom of Yanhuang. During Zhang Heng's era, the Bureau placed significant emphasis on the mystical arts, which could bestow extraordinary powers upon individuals. Thus, it welcomed a diverse array of extraordinary beings, or mutants, from that epoch. Continuing into the next chapter, the Divine Spear Bureau diligently amassed all remaining arcane arts over the subsequent millennium. A multitude of mystical practices were collected during this expanse of time. However, the apex of such arts had long since passed. As far as I am aware, Director Zheng Xian's intent in laboriously translating ancient texts through the night pertains to these arcane practices. Guo Feng lifted his cup of tea. Though most of the mystical arts had been lost to the annals of history, rendering them devoid of transmission, he recognized that, even in his current state, it would be an insurmountable challenge to ascertain the precise scripts from millennia past. Nevertheless, it would be a simple task to utilize his omniscient abilities to translate the fragmented remnants of the existing arcane arts. Indeed, Zheng Xian trembled slightly, his hand quivering as he grasped his teacup, dampened by the reality of the warm tea. The arcane arts are not regarded as prestigious knowledge within the nation, given that they have primarily been excavated from grassroots transmissions. It is entirely normal for there to exist a plethora of such teachings among the populace. Yet most of these transmissions are incomplete and seldom reach the level of formalized combat application. The cities within the Kingdom of Yanhuang have never lacked practitioners of various mystical texts and practices. Within the Marvel Universe, at least within the singular universe known to Guo Feng, 99 of the extraordinary beings in Yanhuang are practitioners of the arcane arts. In fact, due to educational issues resulting in less pronounced emotional fluctuations, the average birth rate of mutants in the nation ranks among the lowest globally. Furthermore, prior to 1800, the birth rate of mutants was exceedingly low, attributed to the cyclical activity of mutant genes. However, in an environment where mutants could only emerge under extreme emotional conditions, they left behind their legacies. Officially recognized by the state as extraordinary beings, these individuals have long been acknowledged by the authorities of Yanhuang. In antiquity, the officials of Yanhuang were already attuned to this peculiar force. Domestic mutants, aside from currently serving the state, experienced their pinnacle during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, particularly in the Spring and Autumn era. While the lands of Yanhuang could not be termed as small nations with scant populations, they did not possess the massive armies of later empires, which often boasted forces numbering in the tens or hundreds of thousands. The typical small states of the Spring and Autumn period commanded armies of merely a few hundred, with a nation boasting 1,000 chariots and over 5,000 troops being considered a formidable middle power. Even the larger states maintained merely tens of thousands in their military ranks. The zenith of the Spring and Autumn period gave rise to the 5 hegemons. Even at their pinnacle, these 5 states could only muster armies numbering in the tens of thousands, with a maximum of fewer than 300,000 troops. Consequently, these states were seldom capable of conducting large-scale military operations, resulting in an era that greatly valued exceptional individuals and talented figures. This period was replete with many celestial beings. Although it was nearly 2,500 years ago and not the apex of mystical arts, it represented a peak in the academic pursuit of such disciplines. All schools of thought had practitioners who wielded these mystical arts. Unlike the present, where mutants evoke fear, they were then regarded as natural prodigies, individuals endowed with innate supernatural abilities. Due to the remarkable qualities of mystical arts, many exemplary mutants of the past excelled in their studies, elevating themselves to become the leaders of their time, classified as 4th-level mutants, or the pinnacle of this classification. This level, known as planetary in the cosmos, signified a formidable status amongst the powerful entities of the universe. After all, even beings of subdivine caliber held considerable influence across the cosmos. Indeed, a powerful subdivine being could establish a dominant force that could not be dismissed, even by a cosmic empire, such as the Dark Cult, an evil organization founded by the cosmic overlord Thanos, which has been universally condemned as a malevolent terror group. Yet, despite being classified as such, no empire has dared to confront the Dark Cult over the years. The Dark Cult is acutely aware of this reality. The 3 great empires of the cosmos, the Kree Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, and the Skrull Empire, have all faced their own tribulations. The Skrull Empire, for instance, was devastated when its home star exploded, leading to the collapse of its central command and leaving it vulnerable to the Kree Empire's opportunistic advance. In the aftermath, the newly ascendant Nova Empire emerged, previously known as the Nova Federation. Whether considering the former or current great empires, The dark cult's tenet of equality among all and the fair distribution of resources has not materialized. Instead, the fleets of the dark cult consistently navigate around the major colonial planets of the three empires. After all, while others may remain oblivious, beings endowed with a measure of omniscience, such as the planetary-level Thanos, certainly cannot be unaware. Aside from the later Nova Empire, which was buoyed by a coalition of planetary-level beings and a handful of subdivine-level entities, the Kree Empire boasts a nearly all-encompassing subdivine mechanical giant powered by a burning neutron star, an unparalleled feat of mechanical engineering within the universe. When the newly formed Nova Empire sought to claim a piece of the Kree Empire's territory, namely the remnants and colonial planets of the Skrull Empire, they were met with fierce resistance. The Kree Empire's supreme AI controlled this formidable mech, eliminating one of the weaker subdivine beings and incapacitating another, while severely injuring a third. The remaining two subdivine beings, realizing the precariousness of their situation, enacted a strategy to divert attention and attempted to assault the Kree's homeworld, Hala, successfully rescuing their injured comrades. The Nova Empire's foundational capabilities are not particularly robust, merely exceeding the threshold for interstellar civilizations, barely qualifying as an imperial-level civilization. In stark contrast, the Kree Empire's numerous flagship fleets, captained by individuals like Ronan the Accuser, are generally outfitted with the latest Kree combat armor, and their genetic enhancements have reached the zenith of Kree potential, rendering them formidable planetary-level warriors. Although they currently possess only a single Mind Stone and have yet to fully harness the potential of their 24-karat golden Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos understands well that his current stature barely matches that of the Nova Empire. This is compounded by the fact that over 3 centuries ago, 5 subdivine beings from the Nova Empire fell victim to the Kree's supreme mech, resulting in serious casualties. Even with 3 centuries of recuperation, they could only muster the combat power of 2.5 subdivine beings. As such, they prefer to avoid instigating conflict in the cosmos, focusing instead on preserving their imperial dignity while solidifying their hold over their colonial territories and status within the universe. The Shi'ar Empire, as the most enduring empire in the cosmos, stands in stark contrast. The Skrull Empire, with its citizens possessing near-planetary powers and elite espionage forces capable of mimicking the abilities of the powerful and extracting short-term memories, successfully brokered key technologies across numerous cosmic-level civilizations and maintained a commendable energy system, bolstered by 2 subdivine-level entities. While the Kree Empire lacks true subdivine beings, its elite fleets, including Ronan's forces, do not measure up to the true might of their adversaries. The Death Star fleet, though a top-tier Kree fleet, primarily recruits firepower specialists. Ronan himself, with his Kree lineage, leads as a commander, relying on his strategic acumen and his advanced Kree battle armor. However, when it comes to individual combat, the Kree Empire's true strength lies in its accomplished Kree bloodline users, who possess some of the top-tier powers derived from their genetic enhancements. In the grand tapestry of the cosmos, the Kree Empire, outwardly appearing as a force of firepower and artillery, is equally adept in the realm of superhuman abilities. After all, they have successfully engineered a mutant race residing on the moon through the genetic manipulation of Earth's mutants. As participants in these experiments, the Kree undoubtedly possess the technical prowess to edit superhuman abilities. Presently, the Kree Empire is divided into 2 factions. One faction is represented by the Supreme Intelligence, an advanced AI developed by Kree scientific geniuses, which governs the Empire's colonial planets and the majority of its military forces. However, among the top 15 fleets, Ronan's Death Star fleet ranks the lowest, with the Supreme Intelligence capable of mobilizing only 6 first-tier fleets, 5 of which are positioned outside the top 10, leaving only one ranked 4th, a defensive fleet combining technological firepower and superhuman capabilities, tasked with safeguarding the Kree Empire's most vital assets, including the Supreme Intelligence's core and the scientists of the Kree's highest research institute residing on the same planet. As for the remaining fleets, the existence primarily resides within the outer dimensions, perpetually engaged in exploration of these realms. The outer dimensional space is generally imbued with energies distinct from those of the primary material plane, resulting in a significant challenge for conventional weaponry to function effectively within these enigmatic territories. Consequently, this has compelled the most elite generals of the Kree Empire, accompanied by awakened Kree soldiers endowed with advanced superhuman abilities, to venture into the outer dimensions for expansion. All cosmic sovereigns are acutely aware that while skirmishes with the colonies of the Kree Empire may be tolerable, Any aggression directed at the Kree's pivotal bases could provoke dire consequences. Within the vast expanses of outer dimensions, the Kree's pinnacle technological marvels, individual armors, and superpowers equivalent to the fourth-tier elite commander level, are formidable, rivaling the capabilities of a demigod-level general. Even a handful from their battle-hardened legions could overwhelm formidable foes like Thanos. In essence, the fourth-tier mutants are already well established at the earthly level, while the apex of fourth-tier commanding mutants achieves the zenith of earthly prowess. During the legendary spring and autumn period, every nation with armies exceeding 1,000 possessed such extraordinary beings, predominantly comprising awakened mutants. These mutants, harnessing their powers, have intricately woven their abilities into the very fabric of their DNA, passing down through generations to create bloodlines infused with superhuman capabilities. This has led to the proliferation of esoteric arts, most of which necessitate a bloodline to master, as these individuals inherently possess certain mutant genes, merely manifesting differently across various populations, ultimately becoming more pronounced within specific familial bloodlines. However, devoid of such bloodlines, the majority of these ancestral esoteric arts cannot be perfected. As a result, the domestic availability of esoteric arts accessible to ordinary individuals has dwindled significantly, as these practices were once relegated to the lower echelons of society. Coupled with a prevailing tradition of disciples betraying their masters, many elders chose to let their knowledge fade rather than pass it on. Moreover, those practitioners who have toiled in the lower strata, often lacking formal education, struggle to impart their esoteric knowledge through written means. Recently, I utilized my abilities to investigate the archives of the Spear Bureau, revealing that among the untranslated legacies, approximately 26 usable esoteric arts exist. Guo Feng reigned in his wandering thoughts, and with the return of his omniscient powers, he comprehended the untranslatable reserves of the Spear Bureau. However, the majority of these arts are incomplete, with only 26 being fully functional, and merely 7 of them can be wielded without the necessity of a bloodline. All dating back to over 3,000 years ago, before the Zhou dynasty, prior to the legendary War of the Gods. Nevertheless, observing the astonished expression of Zheng Xian, Guo Feng raised his hand, indicating, "Please wait. After our discussion, I shall compile this into a record." Chapter 166, The Conclusion. A moment later, in a somewhat chilly living room, a towering figure of nearly 2 meters with green skin snapped out of his stupor, abruptly opening his eyes. A glimmer of deep green light flickered within the Sword Saint's gaze, and his aura surged dramatically in an instant. At that moment, Guo Feng, who had been sensing the Sword Saint's presence, noticed a shift in his energy, and a vivid image of the Sword Saint crystallized in his mind. Human entity identification. Sword Saint, a branch of the human race, level 26 legendary warrior, and level 37 high-level legendary necromancer swordsman. Impressive, Guo Feng applauded. The legendary tier represents the most conventional form of extraordinary classification within the Farron universe, signifying a transcendence from the ordinary to the extraordinary, akin to leaping from the level of an ordinary person to that of an earthly being, comparable to a top-tier third-level mutant proficient in harnessing their abilities. The high-level legendary status signifies the elevation of the legendary tier, where all life forms acquire a unique trait, essentially a persistent buff, which may manifest as life-enhancing or rage-inducing. The high-level legendary individual epitomizes the complete mastery and ultimate evolution of the human form. A high-level legendary warrior possesses the capability to continue fighting for over an hour, even after sustaining severe injuries. Remarkable. It is no wonder that a native practitioner who has steadily honed their abilities progresses more swiftly than those reliant on potions. Guo Feng remarked, acknowledging the arduous journey typically required to attain such levels. Achieving mastery from level 15 to 20 necessitates skill, while advancing from 20 to 30 requires a specific mindset to facilitate progression. Thank you, the Sword Saint replied with a bashful smile. I find that I have gained a more suitable command over my powers, and the energy entities that have arisen within me can now better manage the curses upon me. Along with an additional enhancement, the Sword Saint, not one for elaborate speech, succinctly conveyed his state. As a high-level legendary specialist, rapid healing is now within my grasp. I feel that even if my arm were severed, I could reattach it directly. The Sword Saint, embodying a practical spirit, unsheathed a sword resembling a Mongolian saber from his waist, and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own arm. With a sharp slice, greenish blood dripped onto the floor. But the Sword Saint had anticipated this, catching the blood with his cloak before discarding the weapon. He swiftly grasped his severed arm and reattached it to his shoulder. Within half a minute, his arm, now resembling a normal human limb, regained full functionality. Wow! Zheng Xian couldn't restrain himself from exclaiming, clearly taken aback. Warriors, mages, sorcerers, necromancers, and arcanists represent 9 ordinary professions, each capable of branching into various specialized careers, showcasing a significant degree of versatility. Most importantly, ordinary individuals can also learn these disciplines. Guo Feng promptly tossed several scrolls into Zheng Xian's hands. Zheng Xian, treating them as treasures, meticulously stowed each one away. Meanwhile, Guo Feng continued to write fervently. After all, he had already attained the status of a demigod level 4-stage powerhouse, boasting combat prowess akin to that of an ice element duke and serving as an exceptional ice mage. With the quill of a zero-ring mage, he could effortlessly cast dozens of spells. His multitasking capabilities were utterly unimpeded. While ordinary mages often ponder their next move, Guo Feng's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of an eternal kaleidoscope, reminiscent of the Sharingan. Although he could not employ the shadow clone technique from Naruto, he simultaneously summoned hundreds of mage hands, transforming them into mage quills. With a touch of high-level mage finesse, utilizing the elemental powers of ice, Guo Feng effortlessly condensed the moisture in the air into ice. Subsequently, employing advanced spells to transmute the thick ice into ample sheets of paper was a trivial endeavor. Thousands of pale blue mage quills diligently inscribed their arcane knowledge. Guo Feng, as a paragon of the demigod level, possesses an extraordinary mental prowess, seamlessly controlling tens of thousands of pens with remarkable ease. Moments later, a substantial stack of tomes materializes in Guo Feng's hands. He presents it to the astonished Zheng Xian, stating, "The arcane arts have already charted your vocational hierarchy, providing the most suitable career paths for the people of the Yanhuang nation. From the novice stage of a level 0 apprentice in the arcane arts to the formidable powers of a level 70 master, all is laid out before you." Zheng Xian receives it with utmost reverence, asking, "How may I assist you?" At this juncture, Zheng Xian has become an ardent admirer of Guo Feng's remarkable abilities, pledging his loyalty for the sake of the nation. "I require collaboration that yields mutual benefits." Guo Feng acknowledges that his objectives have been fulfilled. The leaders from both sides engage in clandestine discussions for over 4 hours, mutually signing numerous advantageous cooperative agreements, while also enticing a portion of the nearby Carol into their venture. Before long, a golden portal materializes in their living room, heralding the arrival of Master Gu Yi, who welcomes them aboard. 5 days later, under the resounding impact of a staff encircled by 7 colossal rings, and amidst the roars of several yellow-skinned demigod entities and a resplendently golden dragon exuding frigid air and flames, the Time Management Bureau of the Infinite Temporal Realm collapses. A week thereafter, the once surviving realm of Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms beneath the Rainbow Bridge, is graced by the emergence of a magnificent golden portal. Countless colossal beings, composed of pure ice in their upper halves and swirling storms of ice elements in their lower halves, flood into Jotunheim. The frost giant king Laofei vows to resist to the death. Half an hour later, the frost elemental giant king ascends to become the acting overseer of Jotunheim, regaining his status at the pinnacle of demigod level. Jotunheim transforms into the stronghold of the ice elements. Simultaneously, the universe experiences a myriad of anomalies. The Jisker, accompanied by a pirate ship adorned with a red dragon, rises to become the tyrant of cosmic piracy. A multitude of deities descends upon the world, catalyzing a profound transformation across the cosmos. On Earth, numerous nations endowed with extraordinary civilian powers surge forth from spatial rifts, catching almost all countries off guard. Only the Yanhuang nation, which has similarly embraced a governance of technology and empowered its populace, stands resilient and continues to flourish. Years later, this singular universe has evolved into a premier composite realm. A man, bearing a small frog upon his shoulder, stands at the center of the cosmos, adorned with a serene smile. The narrative concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please consider subscribing and giving a thumbs up in support. Until we meet again in the next story.